This is the story of Seo-jun, where he grew stronger by farming and evolving his pets by giving them his special juice, making them thick. Thick. What the? It all started 10 years ago when a mysterious black tower appeared everywhere. The tower was so strong that not even a nuclear bomb could destroy it. One day, people began coming out of the tower and sharing their experiences. They said they were sucked into a portal and ended up inside the tower. When they entered, they gained amazing powers. If they conquered the tower, they could get great rewards and mythical items, like a golden ticket that let ordinary people enter and gain powers too. Our hero, Seo-jun, dreams of buying a ticket and entering the tower one day. But suddenly a black hole appeared behind him in the empty space. Startled, Seo-jun stared at the black hole, his heart racing with excitement about the possibility of fulfilling his dreams. He closed his eyes, thinking the hole will suck him in like others, but to his surprise, black hole hadn't transported him anywhere. Confused and alarmed, he muttered, "Why am I still here?" Before he could contemplate any further, the black hole began to shrink. "No, my future!" he shouted in desperation, unwilling to give up on his dreams. Determined to get into the tower at any cost, Seo-jun charged into the black hole with reckless abandon. As he disappeared into the darkness, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest, wondering where he would end up. When Seo-jun finally emerged from the black hole, he was confused and disoriented as, on the first floor of the tower, there were supposed to be luxurious chandeliers lighting up the area. But this place was a cave made of rocks, with the only exit was the hole in the cave ceiling. Frustrated, he screamed, "Where the hell am I?" Trapped and alone, our protagonist found himself in a dire situation within the mysterious tower he had longed to enter. He had spent a full day searching for an exit. To his disappointment, the only exit was the hole in the cave ceiling. However, climbing the wall to reach the arched hole in the ceiling seemed impossible unless he was Spider-Man. As he pondered his fate, the sudden ringing of his phone alarm startled him. Despite being lost in this strange place, the alarm assured him that it had been exactly one day since he arrived. Hungry and disoriented, he rummaged through his meager supplies to assess his situation. With only a bottle of water, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 green onions, 7 pumpkin sweet potatoes, and a washed apple, he had to make his provisions last. He decided to eat the apple first, savoring its sweetness and the momentary relief it provided. Each bite of his other raw vegetables brought unexpected pleasure, their flavors and textures a surprising delight. After finishing 1 sweet potato and 5 cherry tomatoes, Seo-jun picked up a green onion, and then he buried the white part of the onion root in the soft soil where the sunlight entered. Then he planted 2 sweet potatoes on the left side and cherry tomatoes on the right side. Then suddenly, the ground beneath our protagonist's feet trembled violently, the shockwave coursing through his body, causing him to shudder in pain and confusion. "What's going on?" he muttered. As he tried to steady himself, he noticed the light streaming down from the cave ceiling had taken on an eerie blue hue. His eyes widened in disbelief as a colossal black dragon appeared in the sky, its roar reverberating throughout the cavern. The sight of the majestic creature soaring through the air, bathed in the blue light, left him in awe. Before he could fully process the bizarre sight, his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, our protagonist struggled to regain his bearings. He was astonished to learn that he had been unconscious for 2 whole days. His shock only intensified when he turned around to find a fully grown tree standing behind him. "What the? A tree? Isn't this a green onion that I planted? When did it grow this big? Was the green onion something that could grow this big within 2 days?" he thought. He couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious power within the tower had affected not only the green onion, but also the other plants he had sown. To his amazement, he discovered that 52 cherry tomato sprouts had emerged as well. Determined to make the most of his newfound resources, he began harvesting the enormous green onion. The task was more challenging than he anticipated, but eventually he succeeded in gathering the crop. Curious about the taste of this extraordinary plant, he took a cautious bite. To his surprise, it was so spicy that his eyes became watery and his face turned red. He immediately ran towards the pond next to him and drank some water to calm down, swearing he would never eat this thing raw ever again. Now, to calm down his taste buds, he started eating cherry tomatoes, thinking that the sun never set there. Instead, the blue moon phenomenon occurred on the 10th floor. casting the area into temporary darkness. 10 years had passed since the tower's mysterious appearance, and the powerful Phoenix Guild had managed to clear up to the 37th floor. Little information was available about the floors above the 30th. However, he knew from YouTube videos that skeletons roamed floors 10, goblins on 11, orcs on 20, and spider monsters from the 31st floor onwards. What puzzled him was the dragon he had encountered. No one had ever mentioned dragons or lizard-like creatures in the tower. Which floor is this? He wondered. Lying down, he wondered if he was on a floor so high that no one had yet reached it. Just then, water droplets fell on his face, and he quickly got up. Was it raining in the tower? He had heard that the weather was almost always pleasant, and as he looked up, the sky was clear. However, he spotted something moving very fast and grew scared, thinking it might be a monster. But the creature he saw approached him, revealing itself to be a cute rabbit drooling over his crops. He was surprised and wondered if the rabbit was a monster too. The rabbit jumped from the ceiling and he rushed to catch it, but the rabbit used his head as a stepping stone and landed safely on the ground. It hopped over to the green onion plants, and Sejun realized that this rabbit was something extraordinary. The rabbit pointed at the green onion plants, and Sejun asked if it wanted to eat them. The rabbit responded, and he understood that it wanted to eat. He broke off a leaf of green onion and handed it to the rabbit, who eagerly accepted. As the rabbit devoured the leaf, he told it that it could have more if it liked. Then he noticed that the plants had already grown back. At this rate, he would have to harvest them twice daily. But the rabbit started saying something loudly, and he realized it wasn't talking to him. He looked up at the cave entrance and saw another rabbit approaching. She landed and handed the first rabbit a straw hat and a watering can, and they both stood before him. He was surprised to see another rabbit and thought that the two might be related. He asked the rabbits if they were married, and they confirmed his suspicion. The next day, we see the rabbits farming and being very happy, while Sejun reflects on how all of this happened. Yesterday, after the rabbits introduced themselves to him, they told him that they wanted to live in the cave. They looked too cute as they tried to persuade him. Sejun felt that he might die from the cuteness overdose and accepted their request on one condition. He told the rabbits that they could not live there for free. If they helped him with farming, he would consider letting them stay. He thought it would dissuade the rabbits a bit, but instead of hesitating, they jumped at him and started cuddling. Now, he is sitting in his spot, watching the rabbits work. He thinks that the rabbits are using their cuteness to control him, but he lets it slide. Before we proceed further into the video, it took a lot of time and effort to make this video, so if you haven't liked this video and subscribed to the channel yet, please do so. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you all for supporting this channel. Now let's continue with the video. He asks the rabbits if the tools they were using were special items. The husband rabbit had a watering can that seemed to have an endless supply of water, and Sejun is not sure about it, but it seemed to him that the wife rabbit had a magic pocket that contained all the tools she needed for farming. Sejun says that he is jealous and wishes he had such a wonderful item. The rabbits have completed harvesting the green onions, and they are excited to show them to Sejun. Sejun tells them to dry the green onions and starts inspecting other crops, but the rabbits are looking at Sejun with eager and impatient eyes. They are asking him a question, and Sejun understands what they want. He tells them that they passed his test, and now they can live in the cave. The rabbits jump for joy upon hearing the good news and start talking about something. They rush to a corner of the cave, and Sejun wonders what they are up to now. The wife gives her husband a shovel, and he starts digging. In no time, he creates a home for himself and his wife. The wife places a floral wreath on the door of their new house and welcomes her husband to enter, but he is exhausted from digging and building a house and can barely stand. Sejun approaches them and says that the husband rabbit was great for making a house so quickly. The husband rabbit gives him a thumbs up, but then he feels his wife's hand on his shoulder. She is blushing and cutely pointing at the door, and the husband is terrified. He is scared, but his wife drags him along for some sweet lovemaking. Sejun hears the sounds coming from their house and wishes the husband all the best, but he is crying inside as he is jealous of him for having a wife. That jealousy does not last long, and Sejun walks back to his spot. He says that it was boring to be alone in the cave, and now, thanks to the rabbits, he has someone to help him and something cute to look for. Then he lay down onto the bed made up of onion leaves to rest comfortably, but after some time he felt something burning. Suddenly his back started burning. He jumps into a standing position and rolls on the ground, feeling that his back is on fire. He is wondering what just happened as he gets up, and he sees the reason behind it. The plastic water bottle filled with water was acting as a lens and burning the dried onion leaf. Sejun had knowledge from from a renowned survival show, learning that rubbing 2 dry leaves together might produce fire. He had been trying for hours without success, his frustration and disappointment mounting. Yet just as he was on the verge of giving up, a tiny spark caught his eye, and a thrill of excitement surged through him. Curious about Sejun's activities, the rabbits emerged from their dwelling to investigate. He enlisted their aid in fanning the embers by blowing on the pile of dried leaves while he employed a bottle as a lens. United in their efforts, the trio persevered, and at long last the leaves burst into flames. Triumphant, Sejun reveled in his newfound ability to create fire. Casting a glance at the onion plants, he opted to cook them over the open flame. He roasted one stalk, peeled away the charred exterior, and took a tentative bite. To his amazement, the cooked onion leaf was so delectable that he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Declaring it delicious, he eagerly began roasting another. Intrigued by the transformative effects of cooking, the rabbits decided to try it for themselves. They too roasted an onion leaf, and as they sampled the sweet treat, their eyes sparkled with the pleasure of experiencing a new and delightful flavor. Sejun was very happy, as, for the first time, he had eaten a full stomach. In the past few days, after discovering fire with the help of the rabbits, Sejun made torches out of green onion leaves and placed them around the cave. This helped him to roam around the cave easily, especially in the dark areas like the pond. He was near the pond with a torch in his hand when he saw something moving in the water. A fish jumped out of the water, and Sejun was so startled that he barely dodged its open mouth. The fish had jumped with too much power and found itself on land, unable to return to the water. This was the first time Sejun had seen a fish in the cave. He wondered if the fish was attracted to the light of the torch, and his intuition was proved correct. And just like that, Sejun discovered fish in the cave. He killed the fish and roasted it over the fire, even though he had no seasoning. The fish was really tasty, and Sejun found the rabbits drooling as he ate the fish and asking for their share. He was shocked because he had not expected rabbits to be meat-eaters, but since they were basically monsters, he thought it was natural. A few days later, the blue moon appeared once again, and Sejun realized that on this floor, the blue moon phenomenon occurred every 30 days. He had been relying on his laptop and power bank to charge his phone and keep track of the date, but eventually they too reached their limit. Unable to use his phone any longer, Sejun began marking the days on the cave wall with a stone. So it's been 61 days, he said. A few days ago, something amazing had happened. Sejun had seen a tired male rabbit open the door of his house, and without wasting a moment, a group of baby rabbits bolted out. They were the children of the rabbit couple that had been recently born, and they had become fond of Sejun, who had become their uncle. They ran straight at Sejun and jumped on him, causing him to fall to the ground. They were really cute, and Sejun couldn't get enough of their cuteness, even as they nibbled at his face. He laughed and enjoyed their company. Sejun looked at the sleep-deprived husband rabbit and said that raising babies must be hard, but for now he would take care of the babies for a while, and the couple should relax and eat breakfast. The cherry tomato plants had started flowering, and Sejun took the baby rabbits with him to check them out. The babies frolicked around on the farm as Sejun inspected his plants. The flowers had bloomed, and even though they were tomato flowers, Sejun now thought he had a flower garden. To bear fruit, pollination was necessary, and he had to do it manually. Sejun used a small stick to artificially pollinate the flowers, but all the bending and working was taking a toll on his back. A baby rabbit put its face inside a flower and got pollen on its face. It sneezed, and Sejun started laughing. But then, Sejun noticed something. The tomato plants had started to bear fruit. After so long, his hard work was starting to show some results. Sejun celebrated the first fruits of his cherry tomato plants and danced with the baby rabbits. The day before the blue moon, Sejun made preparations to survive it. He put out the fire and stored a small amount of burning leaves under huge boulders. He was wearing makeshift clothes made from onion leaves, thinking that it would be enough to stay warm and hidden. The rabbits also headed back to their homes as the time for the blue moon drew near. Something scary always happened whenever the blue moon occurred, but Sejun was confident that they would survive it like the previous ones. He thought it was going to be a piece of cake and went into hiding. The blue moon began, and monsters started screeching throughout the forest. Sejun was not afraid, but he was tired and hoped that the blue moon would end soon. To prepare for an unlikely situation, he had already hidden things with a strong odor and was now hiding in a corner. However, since it was hard to tell how much time had passed, he was growing tired of waiting. The monster cries did not help either. They were far away, but they could still make him shiver. As Sejun hoped that this blue moon would also pass without incident, he heard a loud roar. It was different and more intense than the voices of other monsters, almost as if it were close to him. Indeed, a huge monster was walking towards the cave, squashing full-grown trees beneath its feet. It approached the entrance to the cave, which was too small in comparison to its size. The monster stared down the hole, and inside, Sejun gaped at it. He was scared of the giant bear-like monster in front of him, but thankfully, the monster had not noticed him yet. Sejun thought he should hide in a better place before the monster spotted him. He was trembling as he picked up his bag and started moving quietly and slowly. However, taking the bag with him turned out to be a mistake. As he picked up his belongings, the things inside the bag dropped, creating a loud noise due to the empty water bottle. The monster's attention was attracted by the sound. Sejun stared in horror, first at his stuff, and then up at the beast, who was now trying to peek inside the cave. Sejun screamed in fear, and the bear roared in response. A few moments later, Sejun was found unconscious with the rabbits trying to wake him up. When the baby rabbits failed to rouse him, their father slapped Sejun, and he woke up. He was still afraid of what he had seen before passing out and asked the rabbits what had happened to the blue moon. As he looked around, he realized that it had ended. The husband rabbit told Sejun that he was unconscious when they found him and said that he had passed out when he saw the monster. Sejun wanted to know what had happened after that. He had been terrified and couldn't move when the monster tried to force its way into the cave, and he had passed out after the monster roared. Sejun remembered the incident and shivered. He had almost lost his life at the hands of that monster. Feeling cold, the wife rabbit created a large fire and a blanket of onion leaves. Sejun sat in front of the fire with the baby rabbits snuggled up to him. The wife rabbit also brought him roasted fish, and Sejun thanked her. As he ate, Sejun realized that the monster had noticed this plate. It may have been due to another monster or because it couldn't get inside the cave due to the small entrance, but the monster had left without causing harm. However, there was no guarantee that he would be safe if it returned. He thought he had gotten lucky this time, but it might go differently next time. After everything he had done to survive, he didn't want to die. He decided that the best course of action was to eat well and stay alive. While Sejun was eating, the husband rabbit approached him, wanting to show him something. Sejun followed him and found something unbelievable, a ripe cherry tomato. But it was nothing like he had expected. It was blue and glistening in the sunlight. Sejun was shocked, but the blue color wasn't the first thing he noticed about the fruit. He bent down and tried to pick up the large, ripe fruit, then wondered why it was blue. As he pondered this, a window appeared in front of Sejun, informing him that he had completed the quest to harvest the fruit containing the energy of the blue moon. Sejun was shocked. He couldn't believe that the thing in front of him was an actual message window. The message on the window changed, and now it said that the tower manager was interested in him because of his amazing achievements. It had been keeping a keen eye on Sejun, but it wasn't happy. Confused, Sejun wondered why the tower manager wouldn't be happy with him, and the husband rabbit didn't know what was going on either. Sejun learned that he was not a duly invited guest, and the tower manager had accepted it as a blunder. It wanted to eliminate Sejun. Shocked, he asked the window what it meant. Was it a mistake that he had ended up in the tower? He angrily said that if that were the case, he should be allowed to go home immediately. But the window said that the tower master wanted to kill Sejun to eradicate all proof of this mistake. Sejun was flabbergasted. He screamed at the screen, saying that he had completed a wonderful achievement, and instead of rewarding him, the manager wanted to kill him. The system window fell silent for a while, and Sejun wondered what was happening. The next message he received changed his mood from scared and angry to elated. The tower manager was awakening him. Sejun felt an aura surrounding him as soon as the message was displayed. He couldn't believe it, and confirmed with the window that he was officially awake in the tower. Eagerly, he awaited to see which job he would be assigned, hoping for something like a wizard. However, his assigned job was a tower farmer with a proficiency of F rank. All the joy and excitement left Sejun's face, and he went blank. The windows continued to give him messages about his job. He would never get sick, be close to nature, and gain experience points by harvesting crop. Sejun was shocked. There was no job class other than a warrior and a magician inside the tower. How could he be a farmer? He commanded the system to open his status window and found that his talent was ordinary, and his stats were all at 1. He stared at his status window, but the only thing he could focus on was his ordinary talent. Yelling in frustration, Sejun tried to smash the blue tomato to the ground, saying he didn't need it. But then he looked at the scared and concerned faces of the rabbits and stopped. Sejun was taken aback by the influence his actions had on his friends and looked at his farm, then at the tomato in his hand. He wasn't alone in growing it. Everyone had worked hard to reach reach this point. Sejun decided that he would continue farming, and the rabbits were happy. Sejun looked at the blue tomato in his hand, and an information window opened up telling him about the tomato. It was a magical cherry tomato imbued with the power of the blue moon. Not only was it tasty and nutritious, but when consumed, it would increase one's MP by 0.05 permanently. Sejun was shocked. The tomato in his hand was actually an item. Even though the effect was small, it was permanent and could boost one's stats. Sejun was amazed by himself. He had grown something as great as this. But the tower manager was watching him and wasn't satisfied with how things were going. As Sejun thanked the rabbits and celebrated with them for achieving this feat, a message window popped up in front of him. A quest had been triggered. He had to offer the blue cherry tomato to the manager. The reward for the quest was a job-related skill, and the penalty for refusing was death. Sejun read the entire message, and when he saw that the penalty was death, he became scared. He asked the window if it was a joke out of anger. He accused the admin of blackmailing him and using the name of a quest to justify his actions. Sejun told the admin that if he wanted the blue tomato, he should ask for it properly. If the admin played dirty games like this and made it look like he was giving Sejun options, that would not be good. Sejun was a bit relieved after venting his anger, but then he realized the death penalty and politely offered the blue tomato. The tomato in Sejun's hands vanished, and he received a message that he had completed the quest. The next window displayed the quest reward, and Sejun was excited to receive it. He knew it was a job-related skill, but since he had been focusing solely on the death penalty, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Sejun flattered the tower manager, calling him generous. Then, he decided to check what kind of skill he had obtained and opened the quest reward. The reward was the skill sowing at level 1. This skill slightly increased the probability of germination when a seed was planted. Sejun didn't know how to react, but he was certainly disappointed. However, he consoled himself, saying that since his job was that of a tower farmer, he couldn't expect much from the reward anyway. He went to the dark parts of the cave with a torch and encountered a fish that jumped out towards the flame. Sejun used a club made of green onion stems and leaves to hit it towards the land. The fish died, and Sejun learned that it was a piranha he had killed. The information window informed him that he had gained 2 experience points for it. This was the 5th fish Sejun had caught, and with that, he now had 10 experience points. After awakening as a farmer, Sejun was able to collect experience points. He caught several piranhas every day for several days and reached level 2. He wanted to catch more of them, but he knew it was a bad idea. He thought he shouldn't kill a living thing without reason. Besides, he obtained valuable protein from the fish. If he killed all of them and their population went extinct, he wouldn't be able to eat them again. Sejun roasted the fish and called his friends to eat. The baby rabbits were much hungrier than their parents. They ran towards Sejun, who was like their human uncle, and he gave them fish wrapped in onion leaves. They had grown a little and started eating a lot more than before. Sejun asked them to leave some food for their mom and dad as well. There was another benefit Sejun received from awakening. He could get information about the rabbits. He gave them their share, and the rabbits happily accepted it. They were farmer white rabbits, and Sejun had a few ideas about how they ended up with him. They were a type of monster he had never heard of outside the tower. Based on their name, Sejun realized that they specialized in farming, not fighting. He thought that this must be the reason they were not widely known. The rabbits began flirting as they ate, and Sejun watched them, wondering what had happened to them. He assumed that they must have lost their farms, and, after wandering for some time, found this cave and him. He wanted to know if the rabbits had a hometown to return to, but he couldn't understand them, and they couldn't understand him beyond basic farming terminology. Sejun expressed this to the husband rabbit, saying that he wished they could understand each other, but the rabbit didn't understand human speech either, and was confused. Now that they were done eating, Sejun said they should head back to the farm. Today was an important day for all of them, and the husband rabbit was also excited. They reached the farm to find the cherry tomatoes perfectly ripe. Sejun was amazed to see them. They were even better than the tomatoes he brought with him. The rabbits were also pleased to see the red tomato fruits. Sejun grew sentimental as he said that now was the time to harvest them. They had worked so hard to grow them. They had harvested one after the blue moon, but it didn't count. Sejun was nervous as he went to harvest the first tomato. His hand trembled, and the rabbits watched him anxiously too. However, Sejun picked a fruit that easily separated from the branch. He exclaimed that this was his first cherry tomato and it had ripened so well. The tomatoes brought more good news. Sejun saw information windows telling him that he had harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato and would receive 10 experience points for it. Sejun was surprised to learn that these tomatoes were also magical, just like the blue tomato. He read their information and discovered that when consumed, this tomato would decompose 10 grams of fat and increase 0.1 MP magic points for 10 minutes. The MP effect could be stacked up to 10 times, with a maximum time limit of 1 hour. Although this information was impressive, Sejun's name was listed as the cultivator of the tomato, and it was mentioned that it was an E-grade item with a shelf life of 30 days. Sejun was impressed that even though the effect of one tomato was quite small, if 10 of them were eaten together, they could boost MP by 1. He wondered if the other tomatoes were also the same, and set out to harvest them. He harvested the tomatoes, and each one was also a ripe magical cherry tomato, except for one that was unripe. He received only 7 experience points for the unripe tomato. Sejun was taken aback by his mistake, but he still got 7 experience points, and the unripe fruit returned to being a normal tomato. Sejun thought he had harvested enough crops for the day. He took a tomato and said he should have a taste, but the rabbits stomped their feet aggressively, and Sejun looked at them. They were angry, and he apologized. Sejun offered the tomatoes to them, saying they had achieved this together, so they should reap the rewards together, too. The husband rabbit was furious, but picked up a tomato. Sejun said they should celebrate the successful harvest and everyone should eat. When Sejun ate the tomato, his mind was blown. He felt as if he were lying on soft green grass, looking up at the clear night sky. Then, suddenly, a flare flew into the sky and exploded like a firework. Sejun got up and looked at it with his mouth open. The fresh scent of grass and the sweet and sour taste of the tomato mixed with the scent. Sejun felt that this feeling was similar to the fireworks in the middle of a summer festival. Sejun shed a tear of joy as he remembered the summer and felt it in the tomato. The wife rabbit asked her husband if he knew what Sejun was saying, and he had no idea. The rabbits took the remaining tomatoes and stored them in a makeshift storage facility, covering the tomatoes with onion leaves. Sejun lay down and watched them. He thought the rabbit kids were now big enough to help their parents. He was ready to sleep on mattresses and use an eye mask, both made of onion leaves. Sejun said they were indeed the children of Farmer White Rabbits. Sejun knew he should go to sleep now, as he was feeling sleepy, and was sure that when he woke up tomorrow, another wonderful day would greet him. Sejun lay down and immediately began to snore. But then, a quest was issued for him. He must offer 100 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty was the same as before, death. However, Sejun was deeply asleep and did not notice the quest window. Suddenly, it began ringing loudly like an alarm, and Sejun was forcibly woken up. Annoyed, he offered 100 tomatoes to the manager. The manager, satisfied with Sejun's offering, gave him the reward for the quest. Sejun complained that the manager was forcing him to do things, and that he better receive something more useful this time. Upon opening the reward, Sejun discovered that his new skill was Harvest Level 1. This skill enabled him to obtain harvested crops in optimum condition, even if they were slightly overripe or underripe. Initially, Sejun was disappointed and questioned why he needed a harvesting skill. However, as he harvested tomatoes with his husband Rabbit, he found the skill to be more useful than he initially thought. Whenever he harvested slightly overripe or underripe tomatoes, the skill would activate, perfecting them to their optimum condition. As he did this, the proficiency of the harvest skill increased. Sejun admitted that since he did not have to wait for the cherry tomatoes to ripen, it was easier and faster for him. After they finished harvesting, Sejun told the husband rabbit that they should take the rest of the harvest home. But just then, he received another quest. Sejun had anticipated it, but he was not expecting the quest to have no reward. Sejun called the manager a thief for giving no reward, but since his last reward had helped him significantly, Sejun could at least give him that much. As he offered the tomatoes to the manager, the husband rabbit was shocked, but Sejun did not know that he was entering a vicious cycle. The manager issued quests again and again, with increasing demands and greed. The required number of tomatoes kept increasing, and finally, the manager reached new heights of shamelessness. The new quest was triggered, and Sejun had to offer 500 tomatoes to the manager for no reward. The penalty for refusing was still death. Sejun, infuriated, clearly refused to comply. After calmly refusing, Sejun threw a tantrum, stating that the manager had already taken hundreds of tomatoes. He needed to eat too, and so did the rabbits. The tower manager replied that it was the farmer's problem, not his, and told Sejun to stop protesting and give him the cherry tomatoes. This irritated Sejun even more. He said that he had worked hard for days and suffered a lot to harvest those tomatoes. The tower manager insisted that Sejun's job was as simple as sowing seeds and asked him not to overreact over something that was not a big deal. This was where the tower manager crossed the line. He should listen to his orders. Sejun replied that this was the reason he was not giving the tomatoes. The manager forcibly made him do this and did not even appreciate his efforts. Moreover, the compensation for the exploitation was also too low. Since it was the manager of the tower, this proved that it was a bad employer. Sejun's words and the hurt in his eyes shocked the tower manager. It hadn't realized this before and tried to apologize, but Sejun was already eating the tomatoes while teasing the manager. The manager got angry, telling Sejun it was upset because he ate the tomatoes himself. The manager threatened to kill Sejun on the spot if he didn't complete the request, but Sejun acted as if the manager was no big deal and gave him just 5 tomatoes. He said that he would give the rest later since he needed them to feed the kids, too. Behind him, 2 baby rabbits were fighting for a tomato as their father tried to calm them. The tomato vanished, and the tower manager said that it would compromise this time. Sejun thanked the manager, and the message window vanished. He laughed to himself, realizing that the manager was about to apologize just now. But then he said out loud that the tower manager was simpler than he thought. It is now the 91st day, and the 4th blue moon event occurs. Sejun is sitting in a dark corner eating cherry tomatoes. He had heard that people with high MP could endure the roars of monsters to a certain level, which is why he was eating the tomatoes. Still, he hopes that nothing like the last time happens again. As Sejun wishes for time to pass quickly, his plants begin to gleam in the blue light. Sejun realizes what is going on as the energy of the light enters a tomato, turning it blue. Sejun cannot wait to harvest it, but he notices that the tomato plants are not the only ones being blessed. Even the sweet potato leaves are getting illuminated. The desire to check on them overcomes Sejun, and he walks towards his farm. He digs out the sweet potatoes with his bare hands and is amazed at the results. He now has a blue sweet potato in his hand, filled with the energy of the blue moon. When consumed, it would increase one's strength by 0.5 points permanently. The system window informs him that he has harvested a sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon, which has gained him a lot of experience. The proficiency of the skill harvest has also increased, and now it will be leveled up. Sejun then looks at the blue tomato and harvests it. As he holds the sweet potato in one hand and the tomato in the other, Sejun thinks he is holding the world in his hands. But that happiness is soon disturbed by a quest Sejun was expecting, and there are not 1 but 2 quests. Sejun has to offer both products imbued with the energy of the blue moon to the manager. There is no reward for either of the quests, and the penalty is death. Sejun thinks that the manager is really pushing it with 2 quests at a time. If Sejun refuses, the manager might just kill him this time. However, Sejun has a way to solve this issue. He offers 500 tomatoes to the manager, saying that he needs to complete the previous quest first. The manager quickly accepts the tomatoes and says that he is happy with the cherry tomatoes. But then the manager asks Sejun why he has not given the energy-filled crops to it already. Sejun apologizes for calling the manager simple earlier, asking them to let this slide for today and promising to give them later. The manager sighs and accepts this condition. Sejun then looks at the items in his hands and wonders what he should do with them, and that is not even a question. He tosses the blue tomato into his mouth and shudders. He could feel the summer festival and the fireworks in his mouth again, almost as if it were the first time he ate the tomatoes. The system window tells him that his MP has permanently increased by 0.5 due to eating the tomato. But then he wraps the sweet potato in onion leaves and throws it into the fire. He thinks it would be even better if he had tin foil with him, but the multi-purpose onion leaves are good enough. Sejun is happy and says that the time spent waiting for delicious food is the happiest time. The blue moon passes and the rabbits also come out. They all have questions for Sejun as they see him cooking something. He says that they had great timing as he was just about to call them. Sejun then excitedly says that he presents to them the sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon, and its delicious smell makes the rabbits drool. Sejun says that it is not much, but they should share it. But the husband rabbit stands in front of his family and stops them from taking up Sejan's offer. They are saddened as he tells them something, and Sejan realizes what the rabbit is saying. He wants Sejan to eat the sweet potato himself, as there is only one. Sejan is touched and thanks the husband rabbit for being the only one thinking about it. But even as Sejan agrees to eat the sweet potato alone, he is hiding the fact that he has already secretly eaten it. Sejan peels the sweet potato and takes a bite, but it is too hot, and he burns his tongue, spitting out whatever he just bit. The sweet potato in his hand falls to the ground as Sejan screams about burning his tongue and scalding his palate. The rabbits watch the sweet potato on the ground. The husband rabbit reaches down to grab a piece of the sweet potato, but his children swipe everything before him and then eat it. However, it is too hot for them, and they too spit it out. The baby rabbits start crying, and the husband rabbit is dejected that he got nothing, and that the sweet potato got wasted. This is another entry in Sejan's diary in the tower. He ate a fiery meal today, a little too hot for his liking. A few days later, Sejan is telling the baby rabbits that they are going to plant sweet potato sprouts from now on. The rabbits are confused, and Sejan says that it was the thing they were eating right now. Sejan scolds them and says that the baby rabbits are prohibited from eating the sweet potato sprouts for the time being. These words come as a devastating shock to the rabbits. The sweet potato sprouts have been their favorite snacks lately, and now they are trying to protest against Sejan's decision. All of them have different reactions to the order, and Sejan says that no matter how they complain, his decision is final. He thinks that there will be nothing left to plant if the babies keep on eating the sprouts. Sejun tries to convince the rabbits by saying that they will be having even better sweet potatoes for dinner, but they have to help him plant the sweet potato sprouts before that. In return, he would give them a special snack. Sejan has decided to expand the farm area to cultivate sweet potatoes, and for that, he needs the baby rabbits to cooperate with him. As soon as he tells them about the special snacks, they look at him with drooling mouths and gleaming eyes. Sejan tells them to start working, and the rabbits carry the sprouts to plant them. Their mother is harvesting the green onions, and Sejan asks her to leave one plant. It will then bloom a flower, and Sejan could get seeds from it. He has reached the conclusion that he needs to plant a seed for something to become an item. In the newly expanded farm area, the baby rabbits are hard at work. One of them digs holes, and the other plants the sprouts in them. But in a corner, one of the babies is too greedy to part with his favorite snack. He cannot control his urge and takes a bite of the leaf. Reacting to that, his father smacks him for doing something like that. Sejan is also harvesting the tomatoes, and he gets a lot of messages from the tower system. He has ranked up from an F-rank farmer to an E-rank farmer. His job level has increased, and his job characteristics will be strengthened because of this. Sejan is also glad to know that he has reached level 8. To celebrate, he decides to make the snacks a bit earlier. He takes the cherry tomatoes and puts them on a skewer. At the same time, he gets a message from the tower manager. The manager was keeping an eye on Sejun and what he was going to cook today. The message disappears soon, and Sejun thinks that this was quite a harmless action. He begins roasting the cherry tomatoes and then calls the rabbits to start eating. They leave their work and come running to him, and Sujin presents them with special roasted cherry tomatoes on bone skewers. The information window for the roasted tomatoes also opens. The skewer used by Sejun was made from cleaned piranha bones, and because of the cooking, the tomatoes were softer and sweeter. The rabbits take a skewer each, and they look really excited to eat it. Sejun tells them that it is easy to carry around and eat in this form, but he also warns them that it is quite hot, and they should blow on it before eating. However, the rabbits are already enjoying it. Sejun then says that since the sweet potato sprouts were already planted, they should dig some sweet potatoes for dinner. As Sejun digs the sweet potatoes, he finds 5 sweet potatoes in a plant. He reads the information about them, and they are called strength sweet potatoes. They have similar effects to the magical tomato, but with strength. Anyone who eats them would gain an additional 0.1 strength for 10 minutes. And this effect can be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. The other effect is that it would break down 10 grams of fat and help with bowel movements, and this bonus would also apply to those who have not awakened yet. Sejun counts that he now has 15 sweet potatoes, which means he got 5 potatoes for each one he sowed, and that is pretty good for a first harvest. But then Sejun spots a fallen potato sprout. He plants it, thinking it would be a waste to leave even a single sprout, but then he gets messages from the system saying that the proficiency efficiency of the skill sowing is increasing because of this action. Now, Sejun realizes that even this qualifies as sowing, and he also realizes that he must plant all the sprouts himself to increase his skill level. Sejun asks the baby rabbits to stop in a hurry because now he wants to do it himself. Inside its office, the manager tries to replicate what Sejun just did. It has cherry tomatoes on a skewer, and they are roasted over a fire. The manager eats the tomatoes and immediately spits some of them out since they are burned and bitter. But then it ponders what was wrong with its tomatoes. The humans seem to eat them fondly. Then the sweet taste of the tomatoes spreads through its mouth, and the manager realizes how delicious they are. Now it uses the magic crystal ball to see what Sejun is doing at the moment. When the manager finds him eating sweet potatoes with the rabbits, it gets angry. It screams, saying, "How could those punks start eating sweet potatoes without me? I am the great black dragon alien Friton." The manager sends a quest to Sejun immediately, demanding one roasted sweet potato. There are no rewards for this quest, and the punishment for refusing is death. Sejun is not in the mood to do the quest and tells the manager to postpone it. The manager is shocked and says that it wants the sweet potatoes right now. If Sejun does not give them, there will be consequences. Sejun says that there is only one sweet potato left. He asks the manager what it could offer in reward. The manager considers it for a while and then revises the quest. A reward is added for another job-related skill. Sejun thinks that this reward is good enough and offers the sweet potato to the manager. He opens the reward and finds that it is a level 1 seed store. When this skill is activated, Sejun can buy a product at the seed shop every 30 days. Sejun is overjoyed. A seed store means that he can purchase things inside the tower that are similar to what other awakened individuals have. He says that this was an amazing reward, and the tower manager should have given it to him earlier. Sejun activates the skill, and the seed store is open. Before that, it checks the transaction history of Sejun and finds that there were no previous transactions. But thinking about the transactions, Sejun arrives at an important question. How should he make purchases when he has no money? But then he gets another message that the store will offer entry-level services to the customer, Sejun. He is the first rookie-tier customer at the seed store, and because of that, a tower coin appears in front of Sejun, and he is shocked. He says that the seed store is the kindest and the best. The tower coin is a currency used inside the tower, but in the outside world, the cost of each tower coin is 1,000,000 won. Sejun opens the seed store to see what he can buy there. The message window tells him that for the rookie tier, he could see 3 random types of seeds, and at his current level, Sejun could only purchase one of them. The 3 types of seeds for this time are shown, and Sejun sees that he can buy 1,000 seeds of either red pepper, cabbage, or carrots for 0.1 tower coin each. Sejun thinks that the name Seed Store is quite fitting as it only has seeds. But then he looks at the price and thinks about the outside world's value of the tower coin. He is getting 1,000 seeds for 100,000 won, which is very expensive. Sejun considers what he should choose. Red pepper and cabbage could be a good combo to make kimchi, but he cannot buy them together, nor does he have the resources to process them here. The only option left is carrots. As soon as he says carrots, the attention of all the rabbits turns to Sejun. He asks them what is wrong, and the rabbits try to tell him that they want carrots. Sejun sees their excited expressions and says carrots again, getting the same reaction as before. He is enjoying this a bit too much, and the husband rabbit kicks him in the face for wasting time. Sejun purchases the carrot seeds for 0.1 tower coin and receives 1 seed store mile. The mileage can be used to raise the level of his seed store, and he needs 100 points to reach the next level. Sejun receives the seeds in a fancy pouch and thinks that the pouch is more expensive than the seeds themselves. But then he sees a message from the manager saying that it is satisfied with Sejun's purchase. Sejun makes a face and asks why it is getting satisfied. This is another entry in his diary. Now he has acquired carrot seeds by trading at the seed store. Sejun is excited to plant carrots, and so are the rabbits. But someone else is watching them from a distance. A large and cute bee observes Sejun and the rabbits as they celebrate acquiring carrot seeds. The bee, intrigued by the scene, hovers closer to get a better look at the new seeds and the joyous celebration of Sejun and the rabbit. Then, as the scene shifts, we see the husband and wife rabbits happily singing and lounging beside the area where Sejun had planted the carrot seeds. Observing their joy, Seo-jun realizes that even though the carrots haven't sprouted yet, the rabbits must have a strong affinity for them. However, he decides to let them enjoy themselves and takes a nap. After waking up, Seo-jun plans to pollinate the flowers and harvest the green onions. As Seo-jun closes his eyes, a baby rabbit also snuggles up and falls asleep beside him, but suddenly, he notices a buzzing sound whizzing past his ear. Seo-jun tries to swat away the annoyance without fully waking up, but the buzzing persists. Frustrated, he mutters, "Why did a bug have to show up now?" Curiosity gets the better of him, and he finally gets up to investigate. To his surprise, he finds a giant and adorable bee. The bee gazes at Seo-jun with curiosity, and he stammers for a moment before exclaiming, "She's so cute!" He assumes that this bug must be a monster in disguise. Seo-jun cautiously calls the bee closer, hoping to identify its monster form. However, his joy quickly fades when he discovers that it is a poison honeybee. Fear seizes him as he reads the name. He turns to ask the rabbits if they know whether the bee is dangerous or not. However, the rabbit couple has already hurriedly retreated with their children to their burrow. They are scared of the poisonous bee, leaving Seo-jun stunned as he watches them flee. He yells at the rabbits, calling them mean, his face contorting as he questions how they could leave him alone like this. Seeking answers, Seo-jun turns to the tower manager, who provides him with more information. The manager explains that poison honeybees are carnivorous creatures that hunt monsters using their venomous stingers. The stingers pose a significant threat, and the manager advises Seo-jun to stay away from them. Seo-jun becomes fearful after learning that these bees feed on meat, causing him to believe that they are no longer truly honeybees. As the bee approaches, Sejong frantically tries to shoo her away, insisting that he's just a bag of bones with no meat to offer. He pleads with the bee, hoping she would spare him, but she continues to draw near. Sejong perceives her as a terrifying monster, his fear growing. In his desperation, Seo-jun fumbles around with his other hand, searching for something to defend himself. To his surprise, he grasps a broken branch from a tomato plant, complete with a single flower. Seo-jun swings the makeshift weapon towards the bee, suggesting that she should feast on the flower instead of him. The bee, intrigued, gazes at the tomato flower, and Seo-jun remains apprehensive as she approaches. However, when he opens his eyes, he realizes that the bee was actually feasting on the flower's nectar. Seo-jun is taken aback, but then the bee, with a contented expression, smiles at him. Seo-jun questions the tower manager, asking if they were sure the bees were carnivorous, but receives no response. Then, a realization dawns on Seo-jun. He remembers something quite fundamental. Bees have a fondness for nectar. He cautiously approaches the honeybee and suggests that if she's still hungry, there are plenty of other flowers she can enjoy. Seo-jun encourages her to indulge to her heart's content, and the poison honeybee happily flutters towards the blossoms. Seo-jun smiles to himself, realizing that what he initially feared turned out to be a pleasant surprise. With the bee's presence, he won't have to manually pollinate the cherry tomatoes anymore. His gaze falls upon the rabbit family, hidden behind a rock. Seo-jun gives them a reproachful glance, remarking that they had run away, only concerned about themselves. He questions how they dare to return. The rabbits, attempting to appease Seo-jun's anger, cling to him and adopt a cute demeanor. Sejong asserts that he won't stop being mad at them. However, just as he finishes speaking, the poison honeybee returns, having finished her meal. She flies directly towards Seo-jun, causing him to take a few steps back until he's backed against the rock. Seo-jun asks the bee if she isn't full yet, apprehensive about his safety. To his surprise, the bee lands gently on his stomach. Seo-jun, adjusting his t-shirt and stretching a bit, realizes that the bee didn't mean to harm or frighten him. She just wanted to sleep, and Seo-jun finds her incredibly cute even while she's asleep. However, a small part of his mind remains anxious, and Seo-jun asks the bee if she isn't planning to sting him. Surprisingly, the rabbits haven't run away either. Seo-jun realizes that he has another chapter to add to his diary about getting lost in the tower. Today, his family in the dungeon has gained one more member. A few weeks have passed since Seo-jun's first encounter with the bee, and the tomato crops are ready to be harvested once again. The wall where Seo-jun marked the number of days now displays 24 characters. Each character represents 5 days, which means he has been here for 120 days. We see Seo-jun diligently harvesting tomatoes alongside the wife rabbit, while the husband rabbit tends to the carrot seedling, watering them. The baby rabbits continue to play around, occasionally disturbing Seo-jun as they get too close. He scolds them and instructs them to go somewhere else. The baby rabbits run off without a care, and Seo-jun glances at their siblings, who are engrossed in their own playful activities. Seeing them so carefree, Seo-jun comments that they're having a great time. After all, they should enjoy playing while they're still young. The poison honeybee joins Seo-jun, settling on his shoulder. He asks her if she has had her fill of nectar for the day. As she lands, Seo-jun reflects that several weeks have passed since the poison honeybee arrived and became a part of their family. He informs her that it will soon be lunchtime, and the bee seems excited, gently rubbing her cheek against Seo-jun's. He remarks that the poison honeybee has developed a routine. She works in the fields during the morning, collecting nectar, and in the evening she returns to the forest outside the cave. Thanks to her contributions, his workload has significantly decreased. He calls out to the rabbits, announcing that it's time to eat, and they eagerly rush towards him. He believes that the poison honeybee probably won't go back to her original group or hive. Maybe she didn't even have one to begin with. Regardless, she has found her place among their unconventional family, and they have accepted her with open arms. As they enjoy their meal, Seo-jun holds a roasted green onion stem, and the honeybee perches on it. Recently, she started spitting honey, and she continues to do so now. The honey drips over the roasted onion, creating a unique dish called honey onion. The sweet flavor of the freshly roasted green onion is elevated by the sticky and sweet honey from the poison honeybee. Seo-jun, knowing the secret behind this combination, takes a bite of the honey onion and exclaims, "Wow, it's incredibly sweet and delicious." The rabbits also share his delight as they savor the honey-coated food. Seo-jun engages in conversation with the honeybee, expressing his initial fear when he discovered her poisonous nature. However, he quickly acknowledges the positive impact she has had on his life. Thanks to her, he could obtain honey promptly, and she even helped expand his farming field. As Seo-jun relishes the honey onion, he expresses his gratitude to the honeybee for her valuable assistance. He mentions that in a few months he will consume so much honey that he'll rival the bears in the wild. Suddenly, a message from the Tower Master appears, conveying the Master's joy for Seo-jun's progress. However, as V turns to read the message, it vanishes before his eyes. Several more days pass, and Seo-jun realizes that the blue moon is approaching soon. He reads the characters on the stone wall while the baby rabbits continue their playful antics and munch on food. Seo-jun feels a slight unease about the upcoming blue moon, even though nothing bad has happened during previous occurrences. He understands that anything can go wrong at any moment. Hoping for a safe blue moon this time, he reflects on the fact that it is the 121st day since he got lost and coincides with the day of the blue moon, which occurs every 30 days. Seo-jun is carrying a bag made of onion leaves filled with cherry tomatoes. He puts them inside their usual food hiding place, a rock circle covered with green onion leaves. Seo-jun is also wearing a jacket made of green onion leaves, and he remarks that this much food will be enough. However, his attention is drawn to the rabbit family. The husband rabbit and wife rabbit were trying to tell their children something, and the children were listening attentively. Seo-jun also notices that the rabbits seem especially anxious today. As it is almost time for the blue moon, Seo-jun asks them to go home. However, he stops mid-sentence as he sees the rabbit family huddle up. Seo-jun cannot think of anything that would make them behave so seriously, but they don't appear worried or scared either. Seo-jun is about to ask the rabbits if everything is all right when the rabbit couple suddenly bolts towards their home, leaving their kids behind. They rush inside their house, and Seo-jun is shocked by their actions. However, the rabbit couple turns back and waves at their children. They utter words that Seo-jun cannot comprehend, and with that, they quickly shut the door, leaving Seo-jun in a state of shock. He is astounded by what he has just witnessed. Seo-jun questions how the parent rabbits could leave their little ones exposed during the blue moon. However, before he can finish his sentence, the blue moon event commences. The moon eclipses the sun, casting a blue light that blankets the world. Seo-jun catches the sound of a menacing creature's roar emerging from behind him, leaving him speechless. Anxious, he slowly turns around to witness a sight that will forever be etched in his memory. To his astonishment, the noise intensifies, growing into louder roars and growls, but they are not originating from an external source. The source of the cacophony is none other than the baby rabbits. They no longer resemble their once adorable selves. Now they have undergone a startling transformation, turning into ferocious monsters devoid of reason. Seo-jun watches in silent disbelief as the baby rabbits, now towering and monstrous, rabbits have increased in size. Their fur has turned white, their eyes burn red, and they possess menacingly sharp claws and fangs. As the baby rabbits roar, Seo-jun finds himself questioning the reality of the situation. Seo-jun, left bewildered and confused, exclaims, "What on earth is happening here?" Unable to make sense of the situation, he believes that his fate is sealed. However, in a sudden twist, something completely unexpected occurs. The rabbits begin to emit a brilliant purple light, dazzling in its brightness. The radiance becomes so intense that Seo-jun is forced to shield his eyes, closing them tightly. Gradually, as the light subsides, a remarkable transformation takes place. The baby rabbits undergo a mesmerizing evolution, gradually growing and maturing until they resemble their parents. 4 of them take on the appearance of white farming rabbits, while one stands out in striking contrast, its fur a deep pitch-black color. As the rabbits frolic and bounce about in sheer delight, Seo-jun stands there, mouth agape, utterly astounded by the incredible sight unfolding before him. In a state of shock, Seo-jun asks them if they have become adult rabbits now, and the rabbits happily affirm this. Seo-jun now realizes that it must be a part of the farmer rabbit's growth cycle. It is the 4th blue moon night since they were born, and Seo-jun wonders if this is some kind of coming-of-age ceremony. Suddenly, Seo-jun reflects on how he thought something was wrong with the rabbits. He covers his face with his hands and starts sobbing. Seeing this, the rabbits are all shocked and worried. The black rabbit tries to console Seo-jun, wanting him to not be sad anymore. When Seo-jun sees this gesture, he realizes that the rabbit's nature is still the same as before. Seo-jun becomes overwhelmed by the cuteness of the rabbits who have just reached adulthood. He stops behaving sadly and starts calling the rabbits little cute things. He even wants to give them retribution kisses, which makes the other rabbits run away. Finally, the blue moon passes, and everything returns to normal. After that, the husband rabbit opens the door, and his wife is just behind him. They see that their kids have grown up, and they are currently sitting around a fire with Seo-jun. Seo-jun waves to them, and the husband rabbit cannot stop smiling. The couple rushes to their kids, and they hug them tightly. Seo-jun fondly watches the heartwarming scene unfold. He wonders if he should prepare a coming-of-age feast for the rabbits as a gift. However, his attention is drawn to one rabbit who excitedly raises his hand and says something. Seo-jun watches him carefully, and then, out of nowhere, a shovel appears in the rabbit's hand. The rabbit proudly displays it, and Seo-jun is surprised to see it. He asks what they all have because it's not just one rabbit. All his siblings have something. Seo-jun observes that one of the rabbits has gotten a sickle and a bandana. Another rabbit has acquired a cart and is happily hauling his black rabbit brother. One of the white rabbits had a watering can, and the rabbit with the shovel was the first to show his tool. The rabbits are glad to have their tools and affectionately show them off, while their parents enthusiastically clap for them. Seo-jun realizes what has just happened. The rabbits can summon items. He understands that when the rabbits become adult farmer rabbits, they can have their own tools, but Seo-jun can't use those tools. Then suddenly the white rabbit with the cart accidentally drops the black rabbit. Seo-jun, puzzled by the turn of events, wonders why the black rabbit isn't summoning his own tool like the others. Determined to prove himself, the black rabbit summons his tool, much to Seo-jun's surprise. The tool that materializes is a massive wooden hammer, towering in size, especially for a rabbit. Seo-jun finds himself questioning why the black rabbit possesses such an unusual tool that doesn't seem like a typical farming implement. However, the black rabbit displays a hint of defiance, subtly conveying that he is no ordinary rabbit. Seo-jun takes notice of the rabbit's distinctiveness. While he could easily identify his siblings as white farmer rabbits, this particular rabbit stands apart. He is a warrior, black rabbit. Catching Seo-jun's mention of his name, the black rabbit winks mischievously, adding an air of intrigue to the situation. After a while, the rabbits begin working on the farm. Now the children are also working as diligently as their parents, and sometimes even outperforming them. The rabbit with the watering can supports his father in watering the plants. The one with the sickle swiftly cuts the green onions, impressing her mother with her skill. The rabbit with the cart carries tomatoes, while the one with the shovel digs holes for new crops. Then the rabbit with the cart arrives, pushing a cart filled with ripe tomatoes, and Seo-jun instructs the rabbit to place the tomatoes in a nearby heap. As he sees the rabbit's work, tears of joy forms in his eye, witnessing how the once cute little babies have grown up so well. However, Seo-jun notices that the black warrior rabbit is lying beside him, happily munching on tomatoes without a care in the world. Seo-jun realizes that this particular rabbit doesn't have a specific job at the moment. Curious, he strikes up a conversation with the Black Rabbit, mentioning that as a warrior rabbit, his role would typically involve fighting. But since they are in the cave, there are no monsters to battle against. Seo-jun understands that without any threats to the farm, the Black Rabbit doesn't have a clear purpose. The Black Rabbit acknowledges this, feeling a little disappointed. Seo-jun admits that even the Black Rabbit's mighty hammer wouldn't be of much use in farming tasks, and wonders what they should do next. However, to Seo-jun's surprise, the Black Rabbit eagerly comes up with an idea and gestures excitedly. The Black Rabbit leads Seo-jun to a pond within the cave, pointing towards it with enthusiasm. Seo-jun exclaims, realizing the brilliance of the idea. Hunting fish in the pond can be considered a different kind of battle, and this way the Black Rabbit can also contribute in a helpful way. Then, Seo-jun comes up with a plan. He will use a torch to lure out the fish from the pond, while the Black Rabbit will be in charge of catching them. Seo-jun asks the Black Rabbit to show off his warrior skills, and the rabbit eagerly agrees. Seo-jun waves the torch near the edge of the pond, and suddenly, a piranha leaps out of the water, drawn towards the flame. Seo-jun tells the Black Rabbit that it's his moment to shine, and the rabbit jumps up with his mighty hammer. With a powerful swing, the Black Warrior Rabbit strikes the fish, sending it flying through the air. The fish crashes into the cave wall with a tremendous impact, leaving Seo-jun astonished by the result. He witnesses how the Black Rabbit's attack completely shatters the fish, turning it into mush. Bits of fish meat scatter in all directions, and only the head and bones remain intact. The Black Rabbit turns back, giving Seo-jun a thumbs up, unaware of the mess he has created. Seo-jun is utterly shocked by the outcome, and his reaction is completely justified. Later, when he presents the fish at dinner, it dampens the mood. A sense of disappointment hangs over the dinner table, and both Seo-jun and the Black Rabbit feel disheartened. Even the other rabbits are not too pleased about having to eat a fish in such a state. Seo-jun tries to console the Black Rabbit, assuring him that he will get better with practice. He encourages the rabbit not to be sad and to enjoy the food. Gradually, all the rabbits start adjusting to their roles, including the Black Warrior Rabbit, who becomes more adept at catching fish after his initial failure. He can now swiftly catch fish with just his hands, and Seo-jun cheers him on. The other rabbits are also occupied with their respective tasks, and everything is going smoothly. Another day dawns, and it marks the arrival of the 125th day. The 1-month waiting period to open the seed store has finally passed, and Seo-jun feels a surge of excitement as he sees the store open its doors once again. He eagerly wonders about the different types of crops that will be available this time and which option he should choose. The system window appears before Seo-jun, notifying him that at his current level, 3 random seeds are being sold today. However, he can only purchase one of them. The options presented to him are as follows: 50 sweet pumpkin seeds for 1 tower coin, 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins, and 200 waxy corn seeds for 0.5 tower coin. Seo-jun is taken aback by the list of seeds this time, noting that the prices are much higher compared to the previous offering. He realizes that he only has 0.9 tower coins remaining after purchasing the carrot seeds last time. With this amount, Seo-jun can only afford to buy the waxy corn seed. He ponders over what he should do if the seed prices continue to rise. Worries fill his mind as he fears that he won't have enough money to buy anything the next time the seed store opens. Moreover, he feels stuck without any means to earn more money in this place. Seo-jun recalls that there were 3 ways to acquire tower coins within the tower. The first method involved receiving rewards for clearing a floor, but those rewards were only given once as a first clear bonus, and hunters didn't earn substantial profits from it. The second method entailed hunting monsters and selling their body parts. The monster parts could be sold to traveling merchants or the store on the first floor, and it was the best way for hunters to earn money. They could keep selling these parts to make a continuous profit. Another method was completing quests and receiving rewards for them, but it was more uncertain. The rewards varied a lot, so it was hard to know how much money could be earned. Seo-jun thinks about his situation. 2 of the options were not possible for him. He couldn't leave the tower, so clearing the floors was out of the question. That meant the only way he could make money was by completing quests given by the tower manager. Seo-jun calls out to the tower manager, asking if it can hear him. He requests to be rewarded with tower coins for completing quests now. The tower manager replies, saying it doesn't understand what Seo-jun means, but it promises to give him whatever he asked for when he grows up. Seo-jun is confused. The tower manager doesn't seem to know about tower coins and says it will give them to him when he's older. Seo-jun then asks how long he has to wait until he's considered a grown-up. The tower manager says he should be at least 300 years old. Seo-jun feels frustrated and expresses his anger towards the tower manager, questioning if it is playing a joke on him. He insists that he needs to keep a record of all the tower coins he is supposed to receive and pass on this information to his future children. Seo-jun imagines a chain that spans 300 years, with his 7th-generation grandchildren eventually receiving the tower coins on his behalf. He expresses his frustration towards the manager, as this condition leaves him with no chance of even having children of his own. However, the tower manager remains unresponsive to Seo-jun's outburst, and the message windows suddenly disappear, showing its disinterest in continuing the conversation. Seo-jun realizes that getting angry won't help his situation. Instead, he decides to focus on what he can do in the present moment to improve his chances of comfortable survival. Seo-jun understands that he can only afford to purchase the waxy corn seeds at the moment, and he believes it's a good choice. Corn can be delicious when steamed or grilled, and Seo-jun even considers grinding it into flour to make something like bread, although he's not sure if the idea will work. Determined, Seo-jun selects the option to buy the corn seeds. The system confirms his purchase of 200 waxy corn seeds, deducting 0.5 tower coins from his seed bank account. Additionally, Seo-jun has earned 5 seed miles, which he can use to level up the seed store in the future. A new cooldown period begins, and the system notifies Seo-jun that he will be able to access the seed store again in 30 days. In the meantime, a cloth pouch filled with corn seeds descends into Seo-jun's hand. He opens the pouch and takes a handful of seeds, showing them to the husband rabbit. Seo-jun asks for his opinion on the seeds, wondering if they look good. The husband rabbit affirms that they are indeed of good quality. Seo-jun suggests that they begin their work, and all the rabbits happily join him. However, before they start, Seo-jun interrupts himself and suggests that they have something to eat first. They roast the fish and enjoy the tomatoes as side dishes. Seo-jun finally satisfies his hunger and declares that he can't eat anymore. He decides to dry the remaining fish and store it for later. The rabbits, too, are full and relax around the fire with Seo-jun. Suddenly, the poison honeybee approaches Seo-jun, and he warmly welcomes her. He asks if it's all right for her to stay in the cave instead of returning to her home. The honeybee smiles and affectionately rubs her cheek against Seo-jun, indicating that it's okay for her to stay permanently. Seo-jun is delighted by this. But then the honeybee's antennas sense something, and her expression turns serious. She flies up and faces the entrance with a determined look. The black rabbit also prepares himself with his hammer, sensing the presence of an intruder. Seo-jun notices the movement and exclaims that someone is definitely there. The black warrior rabbit expresses his anger towards the intruder, and the intruder responds, asking everyone not to misunderstand him. He clarifies that he is not a shameless cat who came to steal their food. Seo-jun is taken aback by the fact that the intruder is a talking cat and wonders how that is possible. The black rabbit and the poison honeybee are ready to fight, while the other rabbits are frightened. Seo-jun asks the cat why he has come here, and the cat jumps down and lands in front of him. The cat is wearing a cape and carrying a small bag. He stands up and extends his paw for a handshake. The cat asks if Seo-jun is the customer Park Se-jin and introduces himself as the traveling merchant Theo. But Seo-jun was confused to see a talking cat. The black warrior rabbit behind him remains suspicious of the cat. However, Seo-jun recalls hearing that sometimes people meet traveling merchants as they ascend the tower, but he wasn't expecting the merchant to be a cat. Seo-jun finds the cat merchant quite adorable, with his big, shiny eyes, soft and chubby cheeks, and the jelly-like paws of his outstretched hand. Seo-jun can't help but imagine those jelly paws kneading on him, and being a cat lover, he feels excited. As the cat merchant tries to talk with Seo-jun, he tries to act cool and confident in front of him. Seo-jun asks the merchant what he wants. Theo explains that he heard about a new rookie who made transactions in the seed store, and he is here to greet Seo-jun and make some deals with him. Seo-jun is curious about the deals and asks Theo for more information. Theo rummages inside his bag and begins to explain, but before he could show him anything, his stomach growls loudly, making him nervous. He apologizes to Seo-jun, admitting that he hadn't eaten anything that day, and that's why he ended up showing an embarrassing image to a customer. Theo nervously laughs about the silly incident while Seo-jun stares at him curiously. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appears on Seo-jun's face, hinting that he may have something up his sleeve, perhaps a plan to take advantage of the cat merchant. Seo-jun, with a bright smile, offers him a roasted fish. Seeing the fish, Theo was shocked that a loud mew came out of him. His eyes glisten, mouth drools, and ears twitch as he gazes at the delicious roasted fish. Seo-jun insists that Theo should not decline the offer, but Theo manages to control his hunger and tells Seo-jun that it's all right, as he cannot touch a customer's food. Seo-jun is slightly taken aback by Theo's response and tries to convince the cat merchant once again. He asks Theo if he really doesn't want to eat the fish, describing the irresistible smell of tender, grilled meat and emphasizing that it has the distinct fishy flavor that cats can't resist. Holding Theo's shoulder, Seo-jun insists that it's obvious Theo wants it and can have it. As Seo-jun persuades him further, Theo can't stop drooling, trying his best to resist but eventually giving in to temptation. He eats a lot and finally feels satisfied, expressing his fullness while happily laying down and holding a fish bone. Seo-jun tends to the fire, mentioning that it must have been really hungry since Theo devoured the fish. Theo sincerely thanks Seo-jun, feeling grateful for the treat and wondering how he can repay him. Seo-jun smiles, saying it was no big deal and that he should be the one thankful, considering that Theo came all the way to meet him. Then, as Theo was about to talk about the deal he mentioned earlier, Seo-jun suddenly asks him for 0.5 tower coins. Confused, Theo asks for clarification, and Seo-jun playfully replies with a smile, stating that he should pay for the roasted fish he just ate. Theo, panicked and in shock, asks Seo-jun if the fish was not for free. Seo-jun responds that nothing in this world is ever free, and since Theo came to make a deal, he shouldn't expect to eat the customer's fish and run away. Theo becomes nervous as he notices the black rabbit and the poison honeybee ready with their weapons, while even the farming rabbits stand prepared to confront Theo if he tries to leave without paying. With tears in his eyes, Theo reluctantly pays 0.5 tower coins to Seo-jun, and Seo-jun thanks him. Then we see the cat depressed, kneeling beside Seo-jun, and Seo-jun is happy as he finally earned some tower coins. Then we see the cat crying and thinking that he came to earn money from Seo-jun as a customer, but ended up paying him instead, and his business has already started at a loss. However, he regains control of his emotions and becomes determined not to be defeated. He decides that he will sell all his items here. Theo loudly declares that it's his turn now and requests that Seo-jun examine his items. He opens the cloth bag and unfurls it to display the luxury items he has. With pride, Theo showcases the 3 items on the cloth, each with its price displayed on an information window. The first item is a tumbler worth 5 tower coins, followed by a mini fan also worth 5 tower coins, and lastly, a portable hand warmer of the same value. Seeing the items, Seo-jun asks if these items are from outside the tower, and the cat proudly declares that they are. Theo starts describing the items, saying that the tumbler has preservation magic which can maintain the temperature of the things kept inside, whether hot or cold. He then highlights the mini fan's wind magic enchantment, demonstrating how it gives cold wind by pressing the buttons. Seo-jun stares at Theo in disbelief and apologizes for interrupting him, but he feels compelled to tell him the truth about the items he is selling. Seo-jun explains that all the items Theo brought are actually trash. Upon hearing this, Theo became very angry. He shouted at Seo-jun and asked him what he was talking about. He insisted that these items were from outside the tower, and how could someone not recognize their value? He expressed how much effort it took him to collect these items. Seo-jun calmly explained to Theo that he is also someone who is from outside the tower, and the terrible truth dawned upon Theo as he realized he had been scammed. Seo-jun patiently explained that there is no magic in the items Theo was trying to sell. The tumbler simply prevents heat transfer by blocking contact with the outside, and the portable fan and hand warmer operate on batteries. If they are used for only a few hours, their batteries will run out. Seo-jun pressed the buttons on the fan, demonstrating its lack of power, leaving leaving Theo feeling even more disheartened. Theo, now angry and frustrated, accused Seo-jun of lying. He insisted that the person who sold these items to him claimed they had magic inside. However, the fan was about to stop as the battery had run out, and Seo-jun pointed out this fact to Theo. Frustrated, Theo started hitting the fan in an attempt to get it working again, but Seo-jun reassured him that he had indeed been scammed by the person he purchased the items from. Theo sank into a more depressed state, unable to believe that someone could be so unkind to him. Then Theo started crying loudly, saying that Scarum was a bad goblin, and began beating the floor in frustration. Seo-jun felt bad for Theo and tried to comfort him, urging him to share what happened in the background. The sad cat merchant began his story. He explained that he was from the 75th floor of the tower, which was one of the tower's neutral zones. For a long time, he had been in love with a cat named Meryl, who was the most beautiful girl in their Grainer village. Finally, one day, he gathered the courage to propose to her in front of everyone. As the villagers cheered him on, Theo expressed his feelings to Meryl and asked her to date him. He even presented her with a bouquet of fish, something he thought she would appreciate. However, Meryl showed no interest and displayed her disgust at the modest bouquet Theo had offered her. She slapped it away, saying that the smell of cheap rice fish disgusted her. This hurt Theo deeply, as he had worked hard to get those roasted rice fish. But then another shock awaited him. Then someone stepped forward and told Theo to know his place, questioning how dare he try to win Meryl over. As Theo turned back, he saw Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. Oren was well-dressed and carried a big, beautiful fish as a gift. Oren laughed at Theo, mocking him for giving a low-grade rice fish to a lady. He suggested that Theo should have brought at least a high-quality salmon as a gift, and with that, Oren presented the salmon to Meryl. Meryl appeared happy upon seeing it. A flustered Theo stammered, trying to explain that Meryl didn't even like greasy food because she was afraid of gaining weight. However, Meryl spoke for herself and expressed that the fish was indeed beautiful. Shocked and heartbroken, Theo heard those words. Oren had his arm around Meryl and was taking her to his home to enjoy the salmon properly, and she seemed content to go with him. Theo desperately pleaded with Meryl to wait, grabbing her arm to stop her. From his perspective, it felt like a scene from a heartbreaking story. He saw himself as the protagonist, the poor but handsome cat, while the woman he loved was being swept away by a rich suitor. Theo poured out his heart, reminiscing about the moments they shared and the memories they made together. However, Meryl coldly dismissed his feelings, telling him not to get ahead of himself. She claimed that she had only smiled at him out of politeness, and that he had imagined a deeper connection. She cruelly stated that she despised poor cats who smelled like cheap rice fish the most, pointing directly at Theo. Devastated and speechless, Theo's world crumbled around him, sinking into a pit of despair. Meryl was taken away by Oren, the son of the richest cat in the town, and Theo ran away crying. He made the decision to leave his village and become a traveling merchant. Determined to become rich one day and seek revenge, he vowed to rise above his circumstances. As Theo finished telling Seo-jun and the rabbits the first part of his story, they felt nervous and sorry for him. Seo-jun especially felt guilty for scamming Theo. Theo explained that he had gone through the necessary procedures and spent his lifelong savings of 50 tower coins to obtain his traveling merchant license and other important documents. He had planned to use the remaining 5 tower coins to buy something from the peddler to resell. However, that was when he got scammed by Scarum. Theo recalled how Scarum, a goblin, approached him and asked if he was a new wandering merchant. Scarum told Theo his name and offered to provide him with information. Naively believing Scarum, Theo engaged in a conversation with him at the inn. Scarum talked about items from outside the tower, claiming they were precious and could fetch a high profit on the upper floors where creatures collected such things as a hobby. Theo wondered why Scarum was selling these valuable items at a low price, and Scarum replied that it was a goodwill gesture from a senior merchant training a junior. Convinced, Theo quickly bought the items, hoping to resell them at a higher price. Scarum even gave Theo a bonus, a piece of paper with a map indicating the location of a new user of the seed store. Scarum told Theo that he could potentially make a great profit from this new member. However, Theo soon realized that even that information was not a true bonus. He regretfully handed over all his remaining money to Scarum and purchased the items. With high expectations, he embarked on his journey while starving himself along the way, hoping to make a significant profit. But his hopes were dashed, and he barely ended up here. As Theo tells this to Sejan, he feels quite sad and starts rolling on the floor, crying. He laments that all the items turned out to be trash, and that the customer took his remaining money by tricking him with fish. He cries, expressing his frustration at not being good at anything. Sejong initially thinks that Theo is quite a pushover, but then he gets an idea. He remembers something that could help him earn tower coins. Sejong smiles and tells Theo to calm down, offering to share some roasted fish to cheer him up. However, Theo, having learned from his previous experience, suspects that Seo-jun will ask him to pay for the fish later. He refuses, stating that he's not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. Sejong assures him that he genuinely wants to give it to him for free, even considering the 5 fish Theo ate earlier as just a treat. Theo looks at Seo-jun with hopeful eyes, asking if he truly means it. But Seo-jun makes it clear that this act of kindness is not without conditions. He asks Theo if he would be willing to work with him in exchange. Seo-jun smiles and asks Theo for his thoughts. In that moment, Seo-jun adds one more chapter to his diary about getting lost in the tower. He met a partner today who was a bit of a pushover. Then we see Seo-jun asking Theo if he would like to work with him. Seo-jun believes that Theo will agree because he thinks Theo is just a pushover. Theo is shocked and asks Seo-jun if he really meant what he said. Did he genuinely want them to work together? Seo-jun confirms his intentions, expressing that he wants a good merchant to sell his items. However, Theo doesn't believe Seo-jun. With drooping ears, he considers himself a noob who is completely useless. But Seo-jun tells Theo that despite making mistakes, he still possesses some qualities of a decent merchant. Seo-jun smugly smiles and explains that Theo touched his heart with his story, which is why he wants to become business partners with him. Surprised, Theo awaits further details about the business partner deal. But before Seo-jun explains, he signals to the rabbits to show their hospitality to the merchant. The husband and wife rabbit pair create chairs from onion leaves and set up an umbrella, creating a beach-like atmosphere. They even wear garlands made from tomato flowers. Seo-jun, sipping from a bottle made of onion leaves, enjoys the moment. The rabbits fan them, providing a relaxing experience. Seo-jun then reiterates what Theo told him about his desperate situation, taking a deal from a shady merchant and being scammed. He explains that Theo doesn't have any money to buy goods to resell. Seo-jun excitedly proposes a business partnership, suggesting a win-win situation for both of them. Seo-jun offers to provide Theo with his products, which Theo can sell to other people. In return, Seo-jun would receive a percentage based on the amount Theo sells. Theo asks about the incentive, and Seo-jun explains that Theo would need to sell the goods above the marked price. The more Theo sells them for, the better the incentive would be. Seo-jun believes in Theo's ability to sell the items for a higher price and offers him a 35% incentive on the selling price. Meanwhile, the black rabbit tries to roast a fish. Theo is appalled by the offer, thinking the 35% incentive is too low. He believes the conditions are unfavorable for him. He angrily sips from his glass, thinking that Seo-jun took him for a fool. He refuses to be deceived. But before Theo can express his decision, Seo-jun has another important thing to tell him, the most crucial part. Seo-jun asks the rabbits to bring something, and we see them returning with a bunch of delicious roasted fish. Seo-jun reveals that there is not only a reward, but he will also pay Theo 10 fish or their equivalent value in coins every week. Theo is absolutely amazed by this offer. Seo-jun explains that these are all the terms and conditions of the contract. Theo's mouth starts watering as he asks Seo-jun if he was serious about the roasted fish. Seo-jun then asks if Theo wants to sign the contract right away. However, Theo is not easily convinced. He remembers the past incidents when he was betrayed by others like Meryl and Scarum. He knows he has to be clever to avoid being deceived again. But the temptation of the fish is hard to resist. Theo wipes the drool off his face and says he will consider it if Seo-jun offers him 20 fish per week instead. Seo-jun, with a mischievous grin on his face, remarks that Theo is quite persuasive. He tells Theo that he is feeling generous and, in addition to accepting his request, will add 5 more fish. Theo is shocked to see a stack of 25 grilled fish right in front of him and can't help but continue drooling. Then, Seo-jun adds another bonus to the contract. Theo can eat as much fish as he wants while he's working with Seo-jun. Seo-jun reiterates the terms one more time, and Theo can hardly believe his ears. He is filled with excitement, completely forgetting about any past doubts or concerns. Seo-jun asks if Theo has a piece of paper, and Theo quickly produces one. Seo-jun takes the paper, writes down the terms of the contract, and signs it as Party A. Theo places his paw on the paper, representing Party B. Seo-jun announces that the contract is now complete. Theo realizes that he was so thrilled that he didn't even realize he had signed the contract. He is astonished as the contract floats up into the air and disappears. The contract has been finalized and accepted by the tower as an agreement. An information window appeared, displaying all the details of the contract. The contract states that it is a lifetime distribution distribution agreement starting immediately. Theo will be responsible for selling Seo-jun's products for the rest of his life and bringing back the profits. The compensation remains as mentioned earlier, 25 grilled fish per week, or their equivalent value in coins, along with an additional 3.5% of the sales as an incentive. The contract also includes some special clauses. As part of the initial deal, Seo-jun will provide Theo with his crops to sell. The contract will be terminated if the sales amount falls below 5 tower coins in 1 month. Theo is expected to sell the crops at a price above the marked price. He is also prohibited from making any additional contracts without Seo-jun's permission. Lastly, Theo must speak with a cat's accent while selling the items, adding a touch of uniqueness to the arrangement. Seo-jun was delighted to have the contract signed, recognizing its importance as one of the most significant documents in the tower, not easily destroyed. On the other hand, Theo felt devastated, questioning why he had agreed to such conditions in his first contract. Curiosity got the better of Theo, and he asked Seo-jun about the 4th condition in the special clauses, particularly the one about speaking with a cat accent. He found it embarrassing to use the accent from his village. Seo-jun chuckled and assured him that he would understand the reason when the time came. Seo-jun extended his hand for a handshake, but Theo slapped it away, still expressing his doubts. However, Seo-jun reminded him of the 1st condition in the special clauses, which stated that the contract would be terminated if the sales fell short. Seo-jun patted Theo's head, having faith in him as a reliable and resourceful merchant cat. Hearing himself being called resourceful brought a smile to Theo's face, and Seo-jun thought he was quite straightforward. Curiosity piqued, Theo inquired about the products they would be selling. Seo-jun confidently revealed that they would be selling cherry tomatoes. Theo looked puzzled, but Seo-jun handed him a freshly picked cherry tomato. To Theo's surprise, it turned out to be a magical cherry tomato that could temporarily increase MP, magic power, by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Theo asks Seo-jun about the selling price for the cherry tomatoes, curious to know how much they plan to sell them for. Theo thinks that if he's lucky, he might be able to get 0.01 tower coins per tomato from the new people entering the tower. However, Seo-jun replies that they want to sell them for 0.05 tower coins per piece. Theo is shocked to hear the price, believing that only an idiot would buy them at such a high cost. But then Theo realizes that the high price might actually work in his favor. If he fails to sell enough tomatoes to earn 5 tower coins in 1 month, his contract would be terminated. Additionally, he could enjoy grilled fish during that time. Curious about his initial sales trip, Theo asks Seo-jun how many tomatoes he should take with him. Seo-jun suggests taking 1,000 tomatoes. Seo-jun has already prepared a basket containing the 1,000 tomatoes and even arranged for the payment of 25 grilled fish. However, Seo-jun wonders how Theo plans to carry all of it. Theo reveals his special item called the Bundle, a cloth with space expansion magic, preservation magic, and the ability to make things lightweight. He explains that he can store all the items in his bundle, keeping them in their original state for extended periods of time. Theo throws the cloth over the tomatoes and fish, and with a touch of magic, they are stored inside the cloth, transforming it into a small pouch. Seo-jun exclaims how convenient it is. As Theo gets ready to leave, he assures Seo-jun that he will return. Seo-jun and his friends wave goodbye to Theo as he departs, wishing him the best of luck on his sales journey. A few days later, Theo arrived on the 38th floor of the tower, where an intense battle was taking place. A group of awakened individuals were locked in combat with a gigantic spider monster. The spider screeched loudly as the fighters strategized, determined to defeat it and prevent its escape. The spider launched its attacks at the hunters, but their leader skillfully blocked its assault with a sturdy shield. On the sidelines, the magicians cast fireball spells, diverting the spider's attention. Seizing the opportunity, their leader delivered a decisive strike, swiftly beheading the spider with a powerful blow. This leader was Kim Dong-shik, the esteemed leader of the Phoenix Guild. His team erupted in cheers, expressing their confidence in his ability to finish the battle with a single strike. However, Kim Dong-shik humbly downplayed the praise, urging everyone to remain focused on the aftermath. It was time to clean up the area and take care of the necessary tasks following the battle. He notices a woman named Jessica and sternly reminds her not to slack slack off, emphasizing that he won't tolerate any attempts to run away like she did last time. However, Jessica responds by playfully flirting with Dongshik, expressing her affection for him. Dongshik ponders how to handle the situation with Jessica, but his attention is suddenly captured by movement in the nearby bushes. Reacting swiftly, he switches into battle mode, drawing his sword and demanding to know who is lurking there. To his surprise, it turns out to be Theo emerging from the bushes. Theo confidently approaches the group and offers to showcase his merchandise. Dongshik and his team are taken aback by the sight of a cat functioning as a traveling merchant. As Theo greets them, some of the members comment on his cuteness, leaving Theo astonished. One of them even admires his adorable paws. Seo-jun had told Theo that using the accent from his village would help attract human attention, and now Theo realizes that it indeed worked. He takes out the cherry tomatoes from his bag and presents them as his offering. However, the humans seem underwhelmed by the sight of the cherry tomatoes. They express their disappointment, stating that if Theo intended to sell food in the midst of a battle, he should have brought something more substantial like meat or bread. Cherry tomatoes simply weren't satisfying enough to eat during such intense circumstances. Observing their skepticism, Theo couldn't help but mutter, "Foolish humans. I knew they would say that." He firmly believed that the magic of the cherry tomato surpassed their expectations. He suggested they check the status window for confirmation, recalling that a girl with pink hair had done so earlier. According to her findings, consuming just 10 g of the cherry tomato would result in permanent fat reduction. Upon hearing this revelation, a wave of fervor swept through the group, and they immediately rushed towards Theo, eager to purchase the coveted cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, back at the cave, Seo-jun continues to harvest more tomatoes. He has just leveled up, earning a bonus stat. The wife rabbit accompanies him, and he asks her if Theo is doing well at the moment. Seo-jun speculates that the cat must have already encountered some hunters by now. At first glance, the magical cherry tomatoes seem to primarily boost magical power. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that they offered an even greater benefit. Consuming a tomato would dissolve 10 grams of fat and rejuvenate the body. Seo-jun realizes that these tomatoes are the perfect diet food, without any apparent side effects. He firmly believes that they will sell a significant amount, as he trusts that people are in need of effective diet solutions. Theo, on the other hand, is astonished to see that he has managed to sell all the cherry tomatoes. He is unsure how to react to this overwhelming success. Seo-jun stares at the sprouted carrot seedlings, lost in thought. He inquires, was it about 70%? And the husband rabbit standing beside him seems to agree that out of the 1,000 carrot seeds Seo-jun had purchased from the seed store and subsequently planted, only 700 had germinated. However, he starts pondering the possible reasons for the observed germination limitation. He wonders if the cause could be his low proficiency level as a farmer, or perhaps the fertility of the cave land was insufficient. Despite these considerations, Seo-jun decides to persevere with his current methods, optimistic about the prospect of finding a more effective cultivation strategy later. With Theo now on their side, ready to sell the harvest, he recognizes the importance of maximizing crop yield. The husband rabbit seems to be in agreement with him. Suddenly, Seo-jun's attention is diverted. He turns back to identify the source of the disturbance. He observes the black warrior rabbit tossing a torch up into the air by the lake. As the torch nears the water's surface, piranhas leap out. The black rabbit was anticipating this, springing towards the fish and striking each one with his hammer. Safely landing on his 2 feet, he catches the falling torch. Everyone watches in awe as he skillfully hunts. Seo-jun compliments the black rabbit, stating he's improved significantly in his hunting skills. Noticing the rabbit's body gleaming, Seo-jun realizes the black rabbit is leveling up. He congratulates him, expressing this was the first time he has witnessed such an event. While he had frequently observed the white farming rabbits level up during farming, seeing a black rabbit do so was a rare occurrence. He pats the rabbit's head and reassures him he is gradually becoming a true hunter. The rabbit, pleased with himself, flaunts his achievement before his clapping siblings. As the rabbits play, Seo-jun suggests they take a short break. During this intermission, he proposes they drink coffee. Seo-jun, clutching the tumbler he had received from Theo, appears delighted. Upon opening it, his suspicions about the presence of coffee inside are confirmed. Stuffed inside the tumbler are multiple sachets of coffee, much to Seo-jun's delight. He believes that Theo and Scarum, the goblin who scammed him, had omitted something very important. They hadn't opened the tumbler. If Theo had known and tried to sell the coffee to him, Seo-jun admits he would have spent all his money just to acquire it. Tearing open a packet, Seo-jun can't help but thank them for their oversight. Because of their ignorance, he's acquired a valuable item for free. Seo-jun empties the coffee powder into his water bottle. Even though they lack the tools to boil water or make ice cubes, he comments that simply having coffee in this place is a luxury. While he can't make regular coffee or iced Americano, at least he has coffee. Seo-jun then convinces the poison honeybee to spit some honey into the water bottle, thanking her. After a bit of mixing, he finally creates his coffee. Seo-jun christens this concoction as Honey Americano, a blend of coffee powder dissolved in the cave's cool water and mixed with the poison honeybee's thick honey. He praises it as a perfect harmony of bitter and sweet tastes. According to Seo-jun, a single sip of this drink can alleviate fatigue and hunger. Upon taking a hearty sip, he finds it to be quite delicious. He then offers the coffee to his rabbit companions. The black rabbit is the first to try it, but is immediately overwhelmed by the bitterness and too stunned to react. The other rabbits, curious about the taste, also find the drink too bitter for their liking. Seo-jun just laughs as the rabbits spit out the coffee, suggesting that their tongues might be more sensitive to bitter tastes than humans. However, he then notices something unexpected. He spots the honeybee flying towards a hive inside the cave. When Seo-jun calls out to her, the bee excitedly shows him her hive. He asks her if it's really a beehive, and the realization hits him a moment later. The poison honeybee is finally moving in with them. He asks for confirmation, which she provides. Seo-jun and the rabbits are delighted by the news. Seo-jun mentions how saddening it was when she had to return home each night. Now he finally feels that they are a family. On this joyous occasion, Seo-jun wants to throw a party, but suddenly he receives a message from the tower manager. It's a quest asking for 10 magical cherry tomatoes. While there's no reward for completing this quest, the penalty for refusal is disappointment. Seo-jun is taken aback by this new type of quest. He speculates that because he kept postponing the quests, the tower manager might have realized something after witnessing his deal with Theo. Seo-jun snickers, thinking that the tower manager isn't threatening him anymore, but instead making a rather pitiful request. Feeling somewhat sorry for the manager, Seo-jun decides to give some of his tomatoes to fulfill the quest. He hands over the tomatoes and the tower master gratefully accepts them, even thanking Seo-jun. Taken aback, Seo-jun smugly states that it was satisfying to see the manager express gratitude, but he suddenly realizes he acted submissively just now. Upon recognizing this, V becomes dejected, and he doesn't notice the husband rabbit sipping coffee calmly behind him. Elsewhere, in another floor of the tower, a goblin sets a drink on the table. The goblin is revealed to be Scarum, the one who scammed Theo. Scarum is irritated that the pushover cat hasn't returned yet, and his friend asks if he's referring to Theo, who purchased his items last time. Another friend admires Scarum's cunning for selling low-quality items by deceiving the cat and expresses a desire to learn similar tricks. One of them then asks Scarum why he's looking for Theo. Scarum begins to explain his reasons. He says that the cat spent all his money to buy items from him, and he's worried because the cat hasn't returned, even after a considerable amount of time. He argues that by now Theo should be back to complain that he couldn't sell the items. His friend asks him if he's genuinely worried, and what he would do if Theo did return. Scarum replies that, as a good guy, he wouldn't be able to pretend not to see Theo. He would buy the cat a glass of milk, inform him about a big opportunity, and then lend him some money to take advantage of the opportunity. The other goblins are surprised, but then Scarum discloses his true plan. He mentions that the poor cat would have to work very hard to repay the loan he would take from him at a high interest rate. He predicts that Theo will be unable to repay the debt or the ever-increasing interests. Then, Scarum makes a menacing expression, stating that Theo would become his slave until his death. In the end, the other goblins praise Scarum as a genius. One of them suggests that he should find Theo as soon as possible, as it's not easy to find such a pushover. But Scarum laughs confidently, replying that they still have plenty of time. He advises his friends not to chase their prey recklessly, impressing the other goblins with his carefree attitude. Scarum then suggests that they should check today's wandering merchant sales ranking. The other goblin also comments that it's about time for it to be updated. They open the information windows in front of them, which display the ranks of wandering merchants according to their sales. Scarum sees that he has reached the 999th rank and is pleased to finally make it into the top 1,000. His friends are amazed to see him in the top 1,000 as they aren't even ranked yet. Scarum laughs inwardly, believing that it was worth selling those items to the naive cat. But what he saw next left him bewildered. He saw Theo ranked 982nd, and the other goblins began whispering, "Isn't that the cat we were just talking about?" Suddenly, Scarum screamed and slammed his hand on the table, demanding to know how Theo had achieved such a high rank in such a short time. The scene then shifted, revealing Theo's return to Seo-jun. Seo-jun shouted at Theo, asking where he had been for so many days. Theo, with a panicked expression, apologized and promised that even if he sold out next time, he wouldn't play on other floors. Seo-jun, shocked, asked for how many days Theo had been playing, to which Theo replied, 4 days. But Seo-jun is surprised by something else. He'd assumed that it would take a few days to sell everything, but Theo returned to the cave within 14 days. Considering the 10-day trip and 4 days of playing around, Seo-jun realizes that Theo must have sold out as soon as he reached the 30th floor. Seo-jun places his hand on Theo's shoulder, making a scary and menacing face. He tells Theo to reveal all the details if he doesn't want to see Seo-jun's wrathful side. The cat is too terrified to do anything else, so he tells Seo-jun and the rabbits everything that happened. Seo-jun asks if the hunters really bought everything after just a little bit of talking. He's in disbelief, but Theo exclaims that it was exactly as he said. He hands over the bag containing 50 tower coins to Seo-jun, who verifies them properly. He then addresses Theo as the cat merchant employee, commending his good work. Seo-jun also gives him his incentive, 2 tower coins. But Theo is shocked, asking Seo-jun if he wasn't the resourceful sales cat, Theo. Seo-jun coldly tells him that he's been demoted. He critiques Theo's salesmanship, pointing out that it took him 4 days to return after selling out. But then, Seo-jun adds that if Theo works hard the next time, his position as the sales cat will be reinstated, and he will raise the incentive to 5%. Theo says that he understands, and promises to work hard to become a salesperson. Then Seo-jun asks Theo why he's always talking in his cat accent now. Theo says that he has decided to live this way since humans seem to like this side of him. Seo-jun laughs, saying that everyone will soon know his name. When Theo asks him what he means, Seo-jun explains that the farmer's name is displayed on the status window of the cherry tomato. That's why people will soon recognize him as the person who cultivated the magical cherry tomato. These words scare Theo enough to make his hair stand on end. He suddenly realizes that he's in trouble. There's a system in the tower that hides the origin of goods beginner wandering merchants sell, protecting them from wealthy traveling merchants who might steal their suppliers. And because Theo is still a beginner wandering merchant, Seo-jun's name was forcibly hidden from the cherry tomato's status window. Theo worries that Seo-jun will be furious when he learns the truth. He fears that he might be demoted from his post as an employee to an intern, or he might even become a part-timer. Theo is scared, and when Seo-jun asks him what he's thinking, Theo plays it off, saying nothing is wrong. He asks Seo-jun to hand him the cherry tomatoes so he can go sell them right away. Seo-jun tells him it's too soon, and that Theo should rest for a few days. He also needs to receive his weekly payment, but Theo, eager to sell more tomatoes, insists that he should work as everyone else is busy. Theo rushes to the rabbit carrying harvested tomatoes and starts putting them into his bundle, shocking the rabbit. His reason for this is to remove the restriction on displaying the cultivator's name from the status window of the goods. And there's only one way to do that, is to earn 1,000 tower coins and become a mid-level merchant. The scene then shifts to a large building on Earth, where a group of people are gathered. Upon closer inspection, it turns out they are the adventurers of the tower from the Phoenix Guild, the same group to whom Theo sold the magical cherry tomatoes. One man is trying to convince his friends of something, but they are skeptical, claiming what he tells them is impossible. As they continue their conversation, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Dong-shik, receives a call on his smartphone. It's a message from his daughter, telling him how effective the cherry tomatoes he brought for her were. Her friends were envious, and now she wanted more. The message asks her father to buy more for his darling daughter. Touched by his daughter's words, Dong-shik is moved to tears. The man next to Dong-shik asks what's wrong, and in response, Dong-shik shares his daughter's story. She usually grumbled about everything due to her struggles with her diet, but today, she was happy and expressed her love for him. He then confesses that he only bought 20 pieces of the cherry tomatoes the last time, leaving the rest for his teammates. He hadn't anticipated his daughter would love them so much. Otherwise, he would have bought all of them. Another man asks if he's referring to the cherry tomatoes sold by the wandering cat, wondering why the girls are so obsessed with them. However, another man testifies about the charm of the cherry tomatoes. He had been seeing a girl and gifted her the cherry tomatoes, which apparently boosted their relationship significantly. His friends are shocked and can barely believe his story. One of them mentions that he also bought the cherry tomatoes and still has some left. Two others immediately enter a bidding war for the miracle fruits, each wanting to purchase the remaining fruits. One even offers to buy each fruit for 100,000 won. However, Dongshik interrupts them, insisting they can't continue like this. He orders his men to summon the rest of the team. They're going to the 38th floor right away. Although Dongshik is serious, his underlings are confused. They argue that it hasn't been long since their last expedition, and that launching another one would incite complaints from many people. Just as they are voicing their concerns, the female members of the team enter the room declaring they are ready to go. The male members look around to see Jessica and the other girls eager to embark. They're dressed to accentuate their slim waists, striking poses to emphasize their weight loss. One girl admits they've already prepared the tower coins to buy cherry tomatoes, though she corrects herself to say they've collected coins for the expedition. Jessica makes a similar slip. With this affirmation, Dongshik commands his team to follow his lead. The boys are eager to embark on the expedition, and the girls are equally excited about acquiring the cherry tomatoes. As Dongshik leads his group, he resolves to secure the magical cherry tomatoes and become a great dad, no matter what it takes. Next, the scene shifts inside the tower, where Theo is navigating the middle levels, contemplating when he will reach his sales target of 1,000 tower coins. He looks rather disheartened and tired. Theo notes that he can only store 150 cherry tomatoes in his bundle, and even if he sells out completely, he will have to travel back and forth more than 10 times to reach his goal. Theo decides to set aside these complex thoughts for now and concentrate on maximizing his earnings. He is currently on the 38th floor, the same spot where he encountered the human party last time. Theo wonders if this was the place where the humans had gathered previously. He scans the area for them, but instead, they find him first. They spot him and excitedly alert their comrades about the wandering merchant cat. Surprised, Theo asks the man in front of him if they are looking for him. The man confirms this and adds that they've been waiting for him on this floor for the past 3 days, unsure when he might return. He inquires if Theo has the magic cherry tomatoes with him again. Theo is taken aback as the man explains they've braved the dangerous area for 3 days just to buy the cherry tomatoes. The man asks Theo if the price of the cherry tomatoes is still 0.05 tower coins per piece. However, seeing the opportunity to earn more, Theo promptly informs the man that the price of the tomatoes has increased. Upon hearing about the price hike, the man is shocked, and his reaction draws Dongshik's attention. Dongshik approaches and asks about the new price. Theo informs him that it's now 0.07 tower coins per tomato. Despite his calm exterior, Theo feels nervous inside, wondering if he's raised the price too much. To his relief, Dongshik is undeterred by the new price and expresses his desire to buy 200 fruits, dropping a pouch of tower coins before Theo. Even the other team members deem the price to be fair, arguing that such a valuable item shouldn't be sold cheaply. They also express their fear of missing out on the opportunity to purchase the cherry tomatoes, as they have no idea when they'll next be available. They then begin placing their orders. Soon enough, Theo sells out once again. He is pleased, yet surprised at the ease with which he sold everything. His basket is empty, and in front of him are pouches full of tower coins. Despite the increase in price, all 150 cherry tomatoes were sold out in a flash. Dongshik asks Theo when he will appear again. Theo inquires if Dongshik would wait for him in the same place, adding that if that's the case, he could return in about 10 days. Dongshik is pleasantly surprised by this response, commenting that 10 days is a perfectly reasonable time to regroup after completing a quest. He assures Theo they'll return to buy more cherry tomatoes in 10 days. Following this exchange, Dongshik instructs his team to prepare, stating they will now finish the spider quest and make their way out of the tower. The team members are ready for action. Theo, on the other hand, chuckles inwardly, realizing he he has found regular customers. Gathering 1,000 tower coins and becoming a mid-level merchant now seems within reach. His plan is to reveal Sejun as his vendor after amassing the coins and reclaim his title as the sales cat. Just as Theo is about to leave, a group of excited girls interrupts him, calling him Mr. Cat. Curious about their intentions, Theo listens as the girls chatter among themselves. One of them remarks that they look really similar, which another girl agrees with. Theo, however, interrupts them to clarify that his name is not Mr. Cat, but Theo. The girl in front apologizes and introduces herself as Suha. Theo then asks her what she meant by them looking alike, and Suha responds that Theo resembles a cat she knows. Theo tells her she must be mistaken and claims he's the only handsome cat in the world. He turns to leave, stating he's busy, but Suha frantically searches through her purse and asks him to wait a moment. She pulls out a long red packet from her purse, and Theo wonders what it is. Suha asks if he'd like to eat churu, a famous Korean cat snack. As he opens his mouth to take a bite, Theo asks what churu is, mentioning he usually only eats grilled fish. He cuts himself off mid-sentence, overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the snack. He holds it in his hands and can't stop licking it while asking what flavor he's eating. Although it smells like fish, it has a nutty taste and melts in his mouth. Having quickly finished the packet, Theo asks Suha if she has more. She reveals she has other flavors, and he excitedly asks her to give him more. Suha agrees on the condition that he take a photo with her. Unaware of what a photograph is, Theo readily accepts the proposal in exchange for all the churu packets. Suha takes out her smartphone, instructs Theo to look at the screen and say, "Peace," and they pose for the photo. Theo leaves happily, licking the churu packets, while Suha waves him goodbye. Her friends are surprised, noting it's the first time they've seen someone bring cat snacks inside the tower. They ask Suha if she found Theo cuter than expected. Another girl mentions it's nice to see Suha smiling so brightly and asks if she'll return to see Theo next time. Suha smiles as she looks at the picture she clicked with Theo and says that she will surely come again. Now we are transported to the scene of Seo-jun's cave. The black warrior rabbit is in the water, and Seo-jun is encouraging him, giving him special swimming training. Other rabbits are also watching the black rabbit from the sidelines. Seo-jun instructs the rabbit to relax his body and extend the floating tube made from green onion leaves forward. The rabbit follows his instructions, and Seo-jun commends him for doing a good job. For safety reasons, Seo-jun explains, he's temporarily blocked the holes from which the piranhas come. Even though he's checked the effectiveness of his block a few times, he admits he's still nervous. The black rabbit has become good enough, and now Seo-jun wants him to practice swimming without his floating tube. Seo-jun notes that this is a significant development compared to the time when the black rabbit almost died from jumping into the water in excitement after leveling up. Seo-jun was astonished, fearing the rabbit was going to be eaten by piranhas. Seo-jun recalls the terrifying scene, the black rabbit floating on his belly in the pond, unconscious, and Seo-jun panicked. The mother rabbit was so frightened for her child that she fainted, but fortunately the piranhas did not attack. Seo-jun says that just thinking about that incident makes his heart skip a beat, and the black rabbit nervously laughs. With the black rabbit out of the water now, his siblings are taking turns learning to swim. Sejin, tired after playing in the water, expresses his desire to eat something sweet. He reaches into his bag to find his stash of honey, only to discover that the bottle is empty. Sejin has already consumed all the honey he collected last time. Thinking about the honey, Seo-jun is reminded of the poison honeybee who hasn't emerged from her hive since setting it up in the cave a few days ago. Seo-jun wonders if something happened, but then he sees something that shocks him. Around the hive, there are numerous small poison honeybees. Seo-jun reads their information window, stating that they're the offspring of the poison honeybee. Seo-jun is surprised. It's been a long time since he last checked on the honeybee, and now there are so many children around the nest. Seo-jun wonders if all these babies are the offspring of the honeybee he knows. He hadn't even noticed them before today. After some thought, Seo-jun decides that since he hasn't seen the bee for a while, and because she now has kids, he needs to congratulate her. Glancing at his tomato fields, Seo-jun declares that he can't visit her without a gift. He then takes the only gift he can afford in this place, tomato flowers. However, the baby poison bees grow curious when they see Seo-jun approach their nest. Seo-jun calls out the honeybee and asks if she could come out for a moment. He's holding a bouquet of tomato flowers in his hand, and 2 rabbits are with him. Seo-jun explains that he has a housewarming gift for her, but then he suddenly notices that the baby bees look aggressive. Their eyes are glowing red, and they're angrily flying towards Seo-jun. The farmer rabbits flee when they see the bees approaching them. Seo-jun is taken aback, and the black rabbit summons his hammer to fight against them. Seo-jun questions the bees about their intentions, urging them not to proceed with whatever they're planning, as they are not enemies. As he speaks, someone inside the hive appears to be listening to him. The baby bees look menacing and threatening, and the black warrior rabbit is prepared to battle them. Seo-jun instructs him not to fight the bees, but he recognizes that it may be the only way to protect themselves. The bees, enraged, charge at Seo-jun. He closes his eyes, anticipating their stings, but then the baby bees abruptly halt. Seo-jun opens his eyes and spots a creature he doesn't recognize. A large bee-like figure with a crown on her head is flying toward him. Seo-jun, taken aback, questions whether she could possibly be the poison honeybee he knows. A creature that resembles an anthropomorphized honeybee, encircled by the baby bees that are indeed her offspring, responds to Seo-jun's query in her own language. Seo-jun can read her information window. She's a poisonous queen honeybee. Seo-jun can only gawk at her, mouth agape, and the reaction from the black warrior rabbit is the same. Seo-jun wonders if she could truly be the honeybee he knows. The scene changes, and we see the tower manager looking very nervous, with sweat sparkling on her face. She was carefully reading a book called Ultimate Guide for Tower Managers. In the book, it said that poison honeybees were not your usual insects, but scary monsters who hunted other creatures for food. But there was no information about a poison honeybee being friendly with a human, or even transforming into a human-like creature. She shook her head, puzzled, thinking, then why is this poison bee behaving like this? She then turned to look at her crystal ball. In it, she could see Seo-jun and the honeybee staring each other. She decided she would watch them closely for now and would ask her wise grandpa later about this weird thing happening. Back at the scene, Seo-jun was really surprised. The poison honeybee had transformed into a gorgeous humanoid bee, and even the black rabbit was stunned. He was so shocked that his warhammer slipped from his paws, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Seo-jun, pointing at the bee, asked, "Are you the same little poison honeybee?" The bee gave him a big, cheerful smile and nodded. Listening to this, everyone's eyes widened even more. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The black rabbit, with his mouth open from the start, made his mouth even bigger. Seo-jun, still stunned, whispered, "You have changed so much." In response, the human-like poison bee posed cutely. She bent one of her legs, put her hand near her mouth, and then, with a mischievous sparkle in her eye, winked at Seo-jun. Then the story about how the little bee became like this begins. After the day the little bee first drank nectar from Seo-jun's cave, she started experienced sudden changes in her body. With each sip of the nectar she drank, these changes grew more noticeable. Her body emitted a strong scent that made other bees uncomfortable, and she also gained a significant amount of weight. Even the queen bee of her colony became wary and began acting aggressively towards her. It didn't take long for the little bee to realize why everyone was treating her differently. She had developed the ability to lay eggs. Although this discovery surprised her, she saw it as an opportunity to become independent. Leaving her old hive behind, she decided to create a new one inside Seo-jun's cave, as she believed it to be the safest place. Within her new hive, the bee silently endured the pain for many days. Finally, after several rounds of transformations, she evolved into the human-like form we see now. She herself was taken aback by her appearance after the final transformation, realizing she had become a queen bee. Returning to the present, Seo-jun, with a smile on his face, congratulates the bee on becoming a queen. He acknowledges that the timing might be a little awkward, but he has brought a gift for her. As Seo-jun presents her with a bouquet of tomato flowers, the queen bee is deeply moved. She gazes at the flowers and her eyes shimmer with delight. Overwhelmed with happiness, she dashes towards Seo-jun and tightly hugs him, beginning to rub her cheeks against his, just as she used to do when she was little, while the other bees watch in curiosity. Then, after seeing their mom being so friendly with the Seo-jun, the baby bees thought they should do the same, and they flew up to him, cuddled up, and started to make him their new friend. At first, Seo-jun was taken aback, but soon he got used to it. The baby bees also started being nice to the rabbits. While the queen bee was still hugging him, Seo-jun gently patted her head and told her that he liked them too. A few days passed since this strange thing happened. We see Seo-jun sleeping deeply, but the black rabbit tries to wake up Seo-jun by attempting to remove his onion blanket, while the husband and wife rabbits shout from a distance. Still half asleep, Seo-jun's eyes slowly open, and he finds the baby rabbits holding his hand, trying to lead him somewhere. The husband rabbit, with an excited expression, points towards something, a blue carrot. It seems that the blue moon has passed, while Seojun slept through the night this time. Upon witnessing this, Seojun drowsily gets up, as he and all the other rabbits gather around the magical blue carrot. He comments that he thought the blue moon wouldn't affect the crops this time since they were still small. However, it appears that it did. Nonetheless, he sees it as a great opportunity to harvest it early. As the rabbits excitedly stare at the carrot, Seojun realizes that this is why they disturbed his sleep and rushed him. Determined, he decides to harvest the carrot, pulling it out from the ground. The husband rabbit can't contain his excitement and starts jumping around joyfully. Seojun firmly grasps the carrot and pulls it with all his strength, instantly yanking it out of the ground. A bright smile lights up his face, and the rabbits stand there in awe, their mouths wide open with excitement. The carrot was a decent size. When Seojun checked its information, he found out it was a magical carrot called an agility carrot. The blue moon had given the carrot a special power. Anyone who ate this carrot would permanently boost the agility stats by 0.05. Seojun enters a deep thought, realizing that the carrot has an E+ rank, and he received 70 experience points instead of the usual 50 for harvesting it. His proficiency with his level 2 skill harvest also improved significantly. Then, after a while of thinking, he sat down with the rabbits and told them that he didn't deserve the carrot. They were the ones who worked hard to grow it. He gave them the magical carrot. Upon hearing this, the rabbits became very happy, and Seojun thanked them for their help and asked them to keep helping him in the future. Then we see the white rabbit holding the magic carrot, while the mommy rabbit and the black rabbit stare at it, their eyes twinkling. Suddenly, one of the baby rabbits with a sickle offers to split the carrot for everyone. The husband rabbit throws the carrot into the air, and with a swift move, she starts chopping it into 7 equal parts. The other baby rabbits watch with drooling mouths wide open in anticipation. As the sickle rabbit lands back on the ground, the equal portions of carrot fall into each rabbit's hands. Seeing this, Seojun compliments the sickle rabbit's skill, and she proudly stands with a victorious pose, holding a piece of carrot while the other rabbits applaud for her. Then we see the sickle rabbit happily enjoys her portion of carrot, savoring each bite. However, the black rabbit pouts, feeling that his piece is smaller than the others. Next, Seojun proceeds to harvest the cherry tomatoes that have been blessed with the energy of the blue moon. He gently places the 5 tomatoes in a tray made of onion leaves, remembering that the tower manager had given him a quest to offer a blue cherry tomato. This seems to be the perfect opportunity to fulfill the quest. When he called the tower manager, the blue magic tomato vanishes from Seojun's hand, indicating that the quest has been completed. The manager accepts the tomato and expresses gratitude towards Seojun. Seojun then suggested that if the manager was really grateful, she should give him a special skill as a reward. The tower manager said she would think about it and give him something later. But Seojun was curious about what she meant by thinking about it. Just as he was about to ask more, he was interrupted by a loud yell from Theo. Seeing Theo, Seojun got excited and called out his name, but he saw Theo was surrounded by the baby poison bees who looked like they were ready to attack. Theo was standing still, his claws open, looking very scared. The black rabbit was just watching without doing anything. Theo asked Seojun to tell the bees not to hurt him. Seojun then realized that Theo wasn't there when the poison honeybees hatched. That's why they didn't recognize him, and he wondered if the bees saw him as a threat. Then Theo started acting like a scared cat, puffing up his tail and hissing at the bees, while the bees, with fear in their red eyes, were preparing to attack. To solve the problem, Seojun picked up Theo and started rubbing cheeks with him, trying to show that Theo wasn't an enemy but a part of their family. While Seojun continued rubbing his cheeks, Theo complained that it tickled. Then, seeing this, the baby honeybees decided Theo was their friend too, and they all calmed down and moved away. But then, Seojun sneezed because some of Theo's fur had gotten into his nose. Then, Theo thanked Seojun for saving him and started calling him brother. Surprised, Seojun pulled on Theo's cheek. He asked why Theo was calling him brother all of a sudden. Seojun joked that he was the boss and Theo was the worker. They weren't the same. Theo, cheeks stretched by Seojun's playful gesture, explains that Seojun had mentioned they were family. However, he apologizes for getting ahead of himself and admits that his cheek hurts now. Seojun lets go of his cheek and then gets down to business. With a serious expression, Seojun stretches his hand and asks Theo, referring to him as an employee, to show him the money earned from the sale of cherry tomatoes so they can begin the calculations. Theo, still rubbing his sore cheek, hands Seojun a swollen pouch. When Seo-jun opens the pouch, he is surprised to find it filled with tower coins. After counting them, he concludes that there are 75 tower coins. Seo-jun compliments Theo for working hard, acknowledging his efforts. But Theo has another surprise in store. With a proud face, he excitedly shows Seo-jun another pouch and proudly announces with a bright smile that the people had been waiting to buy the cherry tomatoes for a long time. He charged the humans an extra 0.02 tower coins for the cherry tomatoes, and they still bought them. Then, Seo-jun looked into the second bag with a serious face. Theo eagerly asked if he was surprised. He proudly said he knew he did a good job and asked if he could now be called Sales Cat Theo. However, without directly answering that question, Seo-jun hands Theo his incentive. He said Theo had worked hard, so here was a bonus. He gave Theo 2 tower coins and called him employee again, but this time with a smile on his face. Theo, feeling sad, asks Seo-jun if he can be given another title since he has worked so hard. He wonders why he cannot be granted the title of Salesman Cat. Seo-jun gently explains to him that he is still far from reaching that position and would need to work even harder to achieve it. Listening to this, Theo becomes disheartened, and the Black Warrior Rabbit offers comfort by rubbing his back. Theo vents his frustrations, expressing how difficult it was to become a sales cat. Then we see Seo-jun was secretly smiling, thinking something. He already knows that Theo sold the tomatoes at a higher price, thanks to the tower manager's intervention. The tower manager had been spying on Theo and provided Seo-jun with information about the cat merchant making more money per piece of cherry tomato. Seo-jun smirks, realizing that he should reward the tower manager with another blue moon fruit for such valuable intel. However, Seo-jun's attention is diverted by slurping sounds. He turns to find Theo sitting contentedly, holding a cat treat and slurping it with delight. Theo looks extremely happy and satisfied. Intrigued, Seo-jun asks Theo what he is eating. Theo replies that it's called a churu. Seo-jun is surprised and asks where Theo got the churu from. To his surprise, a baby rabbit behind him also starts slurping on a churu. Theo proudly shows Seo-jun a bag full of cat treats, explaining that he received them from a human after taking a picture with them. He continues to share that the cat treat he is currently enjoying has the taste of chicken, but the ones that tasted like salmon were his favorite. Seeing this, Seo-jun was really surprised. He thought about what Theo said. A human had given those snacks to him. There were only 2 ways to bring items from outside the tower. The first was vanishing, the method Seo-jun used to enter the tower. When newcomers entered this way, they brought whatever they were carrying with them inside. Since they were initially summoned to the first floor, the items they brought were mostly used for trade, helping them progress through the tower. The second way to bring things inside was when an awakened hunter brought something in. It was known that only 1 kilogram of outside material could be brought inside the tower, but there were no restrictions on the amount they could take when leaving the tower. Usually, hunters brought along essential items such as a hunter's smartphone, also known as a hunter phone. It was a device that could be charged using solar power, which was abundant in the tower's ever-sunny environment. Though it had basic features, it was a dependable tool and a necessity for all hunters. Sometimes, they would also bring things like cigarettes and instant foods, which they could eat while they were trying to get higher in the tower. But to bring something like cat snacks, which they didn't really need, seemed like a fancy thing to do. As Seo-jun thought about why a hunter would bring cat snacks, before he can finish his thought, a great idea crosses his mind. He gives off a wicked and twisted smile, thinking that he is a genius. Meanwhile, Theo, observing Seo-jun smiling maniacally to himself, wonders if Seo-jun wants some of his churu. Nervously, Theo stretches out his hand and asks Seo-jun if he would like to have some. Then we see Seo-jun giving an annoyed look to Theo, and he swiftly snatches the churu from Theo, declaring that he is confiscating it. As a result, Theo falls onto his butt from the sudden force. Theo, determined to retrieve his churu, grabs and pulls Seo-jun's shirt, pleading for it back. He explains that he earned it after taking a picture with the human girl, and Seo-jun replied with anger, "That's exactly the problem. You made a deal with that human girl for a photo," and with an angry expression, asks Theo to stop pulling his shirt, as it may tear. Seo-jun explains that he only has 1 pair of these t-shirts. With tears in his eyes and still gripping Seo-jun's shirt, Theo listens, as Seo-jun explains that in condition number 3, it clearly stated that Theo was not allowed to make any deals with others without Seo-jun's permission. Seo-jun points out that Theo's actions have breached the contract. Theo becomes nervous and scared, realizing his mistake, and expresses that he didn't realize it and did it unintentionally. However, Seo-jun, speaking in a calm voice and wearing a smile, pats Theo's head. He addresses Theo as Sal's cat Theo, telling him not to be disappointed. Seo-jun advises Theo to forget about this incident and focus on finding new clients instead. Hearing this, Theo expresses surprise and asks if he has been promoted from an employee to a sales cat. Seo-jun clarifies that he is granting Theo this position temporarily for a few hours. If Theo performs well during this time, he may have the opportunity to become the sales cat permanently. Upon hearing this, Theo's face lights up with joy and excitement. He energetically raises both his paws upwards in celebration. Seo-jun, filled with a sense of affection and playfulness, scoops up Theo in his arms, holding him gently like a newborn baby. Seo-jun then places Theo on his lap, cradling him in his arms with care. He asks Theo if he enjoys the warmth of the fire. Meanwhile, one rabbit begins to fan Theo with a fan made of onion leaves, while another rabbit holds a piranha and approaches the sickle rabbit. The sickle rabbit skillfully chops down the piranhas, and the husband rabbit wraps the chopped fish onto onion leaf. Next, Seo-jun gently places Theo down on his lap and opens a packet of churu with a warm smile on his face. He assures Theo that he can relax now and enjoy the churu. Theo eagerly watches as Seo-jun tears open the churu packet. Seo-jun personally starts feeding Theo, gently patting his head with affection. The rabbit with the fan watches the scene unfold, smiling at the heartwarming moment. As Theo happily enjoys the churu, he wonders if being a sales cat allows for these special privileges. Seo-jun then addresses Theo as Sir Sales Cat and asks if he is enjoying the churu. Theo replies with a happy face and extended arm, expressing his delight and mentioning his desire to eat grilled fish as well. As we see Theo sitting on onion leaves, happily enjoying his churu, Seo-jun starts grilling some piranhas, assuring Theo that the fish will be ready in just a minute. Seo-jun once again addresses Theo as Sir Sales Cat. Curiously, Seo-jun turns around and asks Theo how he managed to reach the 38th floor without fighting any monsters. With a proud expression, Theo replies that it's because he has a wandering merchant license. Seo-jun is intrigued and asks Theo to explain what that is. Theo points to a coin-shaped object on his neck, explaining that it is a badge of a wandering merchant. He further elaborates that one needs to pay a certain amount of tower coins annually to maintain the status of a wandering merchant. The higher the level, the more money one has to pay, but they also receive more benefits. Having the Wandering Merchant badge offers certain protection, such as not being attacked by monsters. Seo-jun asks Theo if he can bring other hunters with him using his Wandering Merchant badge without the monsters attacking them. Theo replies that he cannot. He explains that he is the only one in possession of the badge, which means that monsters will still target any other hunters present. He further clarifies that even if he were to accompany the hunters, it would be of no use. This is because all merchants use a special Wandering Merchant portal that only those with a badge can access. Theo himself utilizes this portal to travel between floors. Without it, traversing between the 38th floor and their current floor would take an extended amount of time, possibly months. Out of curiosity, Seo-jun then asks, "Months? Which floor is that?" Theo calmly replies, "It's the 99th floor." Seo-jun's mind goes blank, and he stands frozen like a statue. Theo notices Seo-jun's reaction and reiterates, "We are currently on the 99th floor." It seems Theo assumes that Seo-jun didn't hear him the first time. As the realization sinks in, Seo-jun's silent expression turns into terror. His eyes widen in shock, and his legs begin to tremble uncontrollably. He falls to his knees, leaving Theo deeply concerned. Theo asks if Seo-jun is all right and what is happening to him, but Seo-jun's condition is so severe that he cannot hear Theo's words. Panic starts to creep across Seo-jun's face as his mind races with thoughts. Since Theo was able to travel swiftly between the 38th and their current floor, Seo-jun begins to fear that this floor might not be higher than the 40th floor. As Seo-jun's mind races with thoughts of being trapped on this floor for a lifetime, he becomes lost in his fears. Meanwhile, Theo continues calling out Seo-jun's name, desperately trying to get his attention. Seeing that Seo-jun is unresponsive, Theo takes drastic measures. With frustration and anger on his face, Theo slaps Seo-jun's face and starts squeezing it, demanding that Seo-jun wake up. Theo's voice trembles as he explains that their hard-earned payment has been reduced to ashes, pointing towards the piranhas that are now being burned. Then we see Seo-jun sitting beside the fire, once again grilling the piranhas. His thoughts are consumed by the idea that it took hunters years to clear just 2 floors. Is he truly destined to be stuck on this floor for a lifetime? Lost in contemplation, Seo-jun's attention is suddenly drawn to Theo's commanding voice from behind. Theo, in a bossy tone, addresses himself as Sales Cat Theo and gives Seo-jun an order. He instructs Seo-jun to grill the fish properly this time and not to let it burn like the last time. Seo-jun listens to Theo's command, glancing at him with a sidelong look. In a bossy tone, Seo-jun responds to Theo, informing him that 1 hour has already passed. Shocked, Theo's pupils widen as he realizes that time has passed much more quickly than expected. With a disappointed expression, he laments, "What a shame." Suddenly, a great idea dawns on Seo-jun as he looks at Theo's wandering merchant badge. In his mind, he envisions a scene where several hunters are injured and frustrated, not knowing what to do. Seo-jun appears in his imaginary thought, wearing a black hat, old-fashioned clothes, and a large bag on his shoulder. Theo, raising both his hands, greets the hunters and tells them to come, signaling that help is on its way. As Seo-jun and Theo strike a majestic pose, with one hand on their waist and the other on their forehead. A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd. Shouting with sparkly eyes, they declare that it is the legendary wandering merchant, the tower farmer Seo-jun, accompanied by his partner, the orange cat Theo, purchasing all of Seo-jun's vegetables. Seo-jun, with 2 full bags of tower coins in hand, and many other bags being offered to him by the other hunters, finds himself overwhelmed by the transactions. Meanwhile, Theo tries his best to manage the group of enthusiastic hunters, urging them to form a line and not to rush. Amidst the commotion, we catch a glimpse of Seo-jun's cute face, lost in thought about all that has transpired. Filled with excitement, Seo-jun asks Theo if he can become a wandering merchant and travel alongside him. In response, Theo chuckles and asks Seo-jun if he isn't aware that only creatures born inside the tower can become wandering merchants. He continues to laughingly explain that Seo-jun, being someone from outside the tower, wouldn't be eligible for such a role. Hearing this revelation, Seo-jun's expression changes. He ponders over his limited options, contemplating whether to feel anger or despair. As Theo continues with a proud face, confidently asserting that Seo-jun must let go of the idea, Seo-jun's body tenses up. His fists clench tightly, and his entire being trembles. Suddenly, he lets out a piercing scream, his face contorted with anguish. In a frenzy, he pulls at his hair, lost in a fit of despair and frustration. The scream echoes through the surroundings, lasting for several minutes, as Seo-jun curses the tower in his torment. The rabbits raised their ears and looked at Seo-jun with wide eyes, while the venom bees flew around busily, flapping their wings. Even the queen bee peeked her head out of the hive to see what was going on. The sound reaches the ears of the black dragon, who pauses mid-chew while devouring some roasted cherry tomatoes, momentarily startled by the noise. After some time, as Seo-jun's scream subsides, Theo, still in a state of fear, perches on top of the head of the annoyed black rabbit. Theo wonders aloud why Seo-jun suddenly started screaming. Seo-jun, regaining his senses, realizes that screaming and cursing won't help him in his current situation. He acknowledges that he should have anticipated that unexpected events could occur once he entered the tower, as it is an unpredictable place. Seo-jun reflects on the fact that seeking outside help is impossible in this situation. He contemplates what he should do to survive within the tower's confines. Meanwhile, the queen bee approaches his face, worried about what had caused Seo-jun to scream so loudly, and he then apologized to his cave family. The scene shifts, and we find ourselves in an office where plates of Seo-jun's cherry tomatoes are placed in front of Michael, a middle-aged man with blonde hair who is the vice president of Gaggle Food Company. Sitting beside him is Jenny, a black-haired woman who is the CEO of Eastern Pharmaceutical Company, casually folding her legs. Curious, Michael asks Jenny if the cherry tomatoes are the mysterious item that has been gaining popularity recently. Jenny confirms his assumption, mentioning that she received them from her brother, who is a member of the Phoenix Guild. She explains that, unlike her, who is not a hunter, Michael can see the status window of this particular cherry tomato because he is a hunter himself. Then Michael, after seeing the cherry tomatoes, throws them onto the plate, expressing his disdain for the item. Jenny, in response, questions whether the vice president of Gaggle, who controls 39% of the global food market, has lost his business acumen. Michael, with a threatening face, warns her about the consequences of speaking carelessly. In a confident manner, Jenny snaps her fingers, and a hologram of the cherry tomato data appears from her tablet, shocking Michael. Beads of sweat form on his face as he realizes the significance of the data. Jenny explains that although her company failed to extract the method of creating these cherry tomatoes, the research data they obtained is beyond anyone's imagination. Michael, still in shock, sits back down and asks why she showed him the data. Jenny, still folding her legs, replies in a deep voice that she is willing to sell this data to him in exchange for some secret project they have been working on. This revelation astonishes Michael, and he questions how she knew about the project. Jenny smirks, indicating that she has her own methods of acquiring information. She approaches Michael, leaning closer to him, lowering her voice, and offers him a cherry tomato with a smile on her face. She asks for his thoughts on her proposal. With a mischievous smile, Michael takes the cherry tomato, puts it in his mouth, and exclaims that it is sweet and delicious. He bursts into laughter while Jenny stands beside him. Childishly, Michael asks Jenny if she has another cherry tomato, to which she angrily replies that he has already eaten hers. If he wants more, she tells him that he should go to the tower and get one for himself. So, this episode ends here. If you have watched the video until now, please give a red heart in the comment, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Then we see Seo-jun sitting crouched and writing something on the ground with a stick, while all the rabbits and Theo observe curiously. He comments that since they are on the 99th floor, they can't expect help from the outside, and they need to make necessary arrangements to survive here. He also looks up at the cave's hole and says that they need to know about the nearby environment for their safety. Then Seo-jun turns and asks Theo about the surroundings outside the cave. He wants to know if there are any monsters nearby. Theo, with both arms widened, replies that there are no monsters near the cave, but there is one just a bit further away. Curiously, Seo-jun asks what kind of monster it is. With a serious face, Theo replies that it's a crimson giant bear. As soon as Seo-jun hears the name, a chill flows through his spine, as he remembers a giant bear from when the third blue moon appeared and almost killed him. Now, with his whole body shaking in fear, Theo continues with his trembling voice, describing the terrifying nature of the monster. He explains that every time he passed by it, the bear always glared at him as if it wanted to eat him. While the black rabbit and white rabbit try to calm Theo down, Seo-jun, with a worried face, starts thinking. Just as he expected, he is only safe in this cave. As soon as he steps outside, he will face a dog's death. He realizes that he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Then his gaze shifts towards the queen bee, who is drinking nectar from tomato flowers and enjoying her life to the fullest. While from behind Seo-jun, we can see Theo imitating the growling of the crimson bear, scaring the black rabbit. Seo-jun continues his thoughts, realizing that thousands of cherry tomato flowers will be blooming soon, and if the number of flowers increases, the number of poison honeybees will also increase. In that case, he can use an army of poison honeybees to patrol near the cave, ensuring no monster can get close to the cave entrance. Furthermore, he can also ask the bees to tie a rope, which he can make with onion leaves, to the tree outside the cave. Using it, he can safely make it out of the cave. With a confident face, Seo-jun declares that for all these plans to work, he needs to become stronger. Then, Seo-jun stands up from his sitting position, holding his thighs, and tells Theo that he has a mission for him. Theo asks what the mission is. Seo-jun, with a happy face and pointing his finger, says it's an extremely critical mission that only a sales cat can accomplish. He addresses Theo as the sales cat and asks if he can do it. Hearing this, Theo gets excited, and with a serious face, he confidently says that Seo-jun can bet on him, no matter what the mission is. The scene then shifts, and we see some hunters wandering around while others are chilling near the fire on the 38th floor. Theo observes them from the hill above. He thinks to himself that compared to the last time, there are a lot more people here, and it seems like they are securing their place here. Theo jumps from the hill excitedly, saying that it doesn't matter because this time, the more buyers there are, the better the results will be. With his swift movements, he safely lands on the ground, shocking the hunters. Then Theo, raising his hands, was about to say that the wandering merchant is here, but before he could, all the hunters started shouting and running towards Theo, saying he is finally here. They instantly surrounded Theo. Then, we see a man wearing vibrant green shorts arrogantly handing a large bag to Theo. He says that he will buy all the cherry tomatoes that Theo has, shocking the girl and the boy who were standing beside beside the man. While Theo watches cluelessly, a fight breaks out between the hunters. The hunter with silver armor questions how the man in green shorts could cut the line. He asks if it's his first time here, and mentions that those who arrived first have already made arrangements regarding who will buy the cherry tomatoes first. Hearing this, the man in green shorts gets mad and exclaims how ridiculous this is. He mentions that even the Phoenix Guild is a powerful guild, and asks if the guild thinks they can monopolize the entire third floor. He wonders how dare they be so cocky. Meanwhile, Theo watches the scene with a worried face, unsure of how things will unfold. The hunter with the silver armor and the man in green shorts both grab each other's collars, about to fight. However, Theo breaks the tension by raising his hand nervously and pleading for them not to fight. He announces that he wants to speak first. Still nervous and holding his waist, Theo announces that starting today, he is changing the method of selling the tomatoes. The hunters curiously ask how he is changing the method and request him to explain in detail. Still nervous, Theo replies that starting today, he will be selling 500 cherry tomatoes in each batch, and the person who pays the highest price will get the tomatoes. Upon hearing this, the hunter with the silver armor and the girl beside him widen their mouths in surprise. Theo continues, saying that those without money can simply leave while holding a bucket full of cherry tomatoes. He shows them the bucket, which is also made up of onion leaves. He adds that the auction begins now, with a starting price of 35 tower coins per piece. Then the scene shifts, and we see Seo-jun sitting and watching the rabbits work. The black rabbit is also sitting beside Seo-jun, lost in thought. Seo-jun realizes that the popularity of the cherry tomatoes outside the tower is higher than he thought. He comes to this conclusion after observing that the hunters tried to win over Theo by giving him cat treats. He is confident that his auction idea will work. Seo-jun believes that since the supply of cherry tomatoes is low and the demand is high, the rich will be willing to pay the maximum price. This means he will be able to make more profit from the auction. He shares this thought with the black rabbit, who is holding a cup made of onion leaf. Both Seo-jun and the black rabbit enjoy their cherry tomato honey drink as they discuss their plans. Then, Seo-jun sips his tomato honey juice and continues, saying that he also has another important mission for Theo. He will be assessing Theo's trading skills through this opportunity. After finishing his drink, Seo-jun stretches his hands to relax and suggests they get back to work. He asks the black rabbit if he could go and make preparations for dinner. The black rabbit happily agrees, stretching his hands in agreement. Suddenly, a quest appears in front of Seo-jun from the tower manager. The quest demands 1 glass of magical tomatoes mixed with honey, which Seo-jun just drank. The reward for completing the quest is a job-related skill. Seo-jun, with a worried face, explains that squeezing the cherry tomatoes will take a long time, and he has to work now, so he will give her the drink later. However, more windows pop up in front of him, demanding the drink right now, claiming that the reward he will receive is very impressive and that he will regret his decision if he delays. Confused, Seo-jun asks if the tower manager is trying to bribe him with quest rewards and wonders if the tower manager wants his juice that badly. But the tower manager continues to insist that Seo-jun give her his juice. After thinking for some time, he smiles and tells the tower manager to wait a minute. He starts moving towards the tomato plant. Then we see Seo-jun giving the juice to the white rabbits, while all the other rabbits enjoy the drink happily. Our queen bee sits on Seo-jun's shoulder, eagerly waiting for when he will give her his juice. Then we see Seo-jun crouching beside a hole full of cherry tomatoes, which was covered with a blanket made up of onion leaves. He takes out some cherry tomatoes and places them in a bucket, also made up of onion leaves. Seo-jun closes his eyes, holding a bunch of red cherry tomatoes, and with great force, squeezes them. The juice from the tomatoes collects in a glass made up of onion leaves. Seo-jun calls our queen bee and asks for her help, while the juice still drips from his hand. The queen bee happily agrees and produces some sweet honey from her mouth. She throws it onto the tomato juice proudly, while Seo-jun watches the whole process with joy. And voila, Seo-jun's special juice is ready. He presents it with a straw, also made up of onion leaf. Then Seo-jun tells the tower manager that the juice is ready. The tower manager comments that she is really curious about the taste of Seo-jun's special juice. She is so happy that she flaps her wings in excitement. Suddenly, the juice vanishes from Seo-jun's hand, indicating that the quest has been completed. However, Seo-jun becomes curious when he hears the word wing and wonders what kind of creature the tower manager is. On the other hand, We see the tower manager happily enjoying Seo-jun's special juice. After taking a large sip, she finds it so tasty that she smiles, her mouth open, and she feels like she's in heaven. Little pink hearts can be seen floating around her face, showing her delight. Then the scene shifts towards Seo-jun and the tower manager praising him for his delicious juice. With a kind face, Seo-jun replies that he is happy she liked it. Curious about the special quest reward, Seo-jun opens the quest reward and receives a unique skill called beekeeping. With this skill, Seo-jun becomes the owner of all the poison bees and can command them freely. As the skill level increases, he can have more than one beehive, meaning more waifus, more queen bees. Seeing this skill, Seo-jun becomes very happy and excited, clenching his fist. He was worried about not being able to command the little bees to patrol the cave entrance, but now, with this skill, every problem will be solved. He looks up at the sky and tells the tower manager that he is very happy and also thanks her. Seeing Seo-jun happy, the tower manager also feels joy and blushes slightly as Seo-jun praised her for the first time, her fingers gently circling the glass. She lies on the floor, still blushing, and holding her cheeks with her hand. Her other hand continues to circle around the glass as she watches Seo-jun through her crystal. However, Seo-jun interrupts the romantic atmosphere by expressing his curiosity. He asks if the tower manager is perhaps a pig with a pair of wings, given her appetite. Upon hearing this, the romantic atmosphere shatters. The tower manager becomes angry and starts shouting at Seo-jun, calling him stupid, a fool, and telling him to go to hell. Seo-jun, holding his ears, apologizes, realizing his mistake. As the tower manager's anger subsides, he wonders why she became so furious. Then the scene shifts, and we see the hunters still shocked by the revelation of the auction. Among them, Dong-shik appears to be the most shocked and worried. He realizes that if he can't secure the cherry tomatoes today, his image as a caring father will be destroyed. In a state of panic, Dong-shik breaks the silent atmosphere by shouting that he will start the auction with a bid of 41 tower coins. Another member expresses concern, questioning whether they are going over their budget. Dong-shik responds, saying they will figure out their budget later, but the most important thing right now is to secure some cherry tomatoes. The green shorts, however, increases the price to 45 coins, shocking Dong-shik. Soon, everyone starts increasing the price, going from 45 to 46, and gradually up to 60 tower coins. Witnessing this, Dong-shik and the girl become even more worried. Dong-shik realizes he doesn't have that many tower coins and asks the black-haired girl if she has any tower coin. Unfortunately, she replies that she doesn't have many because she only brought a few for gifting someone. Then, another shocking event occurs as someone shouts from behind that they will give 100 tower coins per cherry tomato, leaving everyone in shock. It turns out to be Michelle, the vice president of the Gourmet food company we encountered in the last episode. Michelle continues with a smirking smile, stating that he will buy all 500 cherry tomatoes, offering 100 tower coins each. Theo asks if anyone is going to increase the bidding, but in the silence that follows, Theo declares that all the cherry tomatoes are sold to Michelle. Still in shock, Dong-shik wonders why Michelle, who is known as the master of all hunters, is present. But then, he notices a member standing behind Michelle, a member of his own Phoenix Guild. Dong-shik angrily asks what he is doing here, to which the member bows his head and politely apologizes, addressing Dong-shik as Sir. He explains that his sister instructed him to guide Sir Michelle to the location where the wandering merchant was. Dong-shik realizes that his sister is the CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and if Michelle and his sister are working together, it will be very difficult to compete against such influential figure. Grinding his teeth, he resolves to at least win a few cherry tomatoes in the remaining 2 rounds of the auction. Proudly standing, Theo announces that he will start the auction for the next. Now, Theo starts the second round of auctions for the next batch of 500 cherry tomatoes, starting again with 35 tower coins. Kim Dong-shik, who is determined to win this batch, immediately raises a big bid of 60 tower coins. However, Michael outbids him with 100 tower coins again, leaving Dong-shik shocked with his mouth open. In panic, he grabs his teammate's collar and starts shaking him, asking if he has some tower coins to spare. The other hunters have already given up on winning against the rich man. Theo counts twice and then declares that the bid was successful, and Michael has bought the second batch of cherry tomatoes too. Then he starts the auction for the third round, but Michael stops him, saying that there is no need for that. He would take the third batch for 100 tower coins too. Michael is buying all 150 cherry tomatoes for 300 coins. Their deal is made, and now Dong-shik is even more shocked and can't process what happened, still holding his teammate's collar. He falls on the ground on his knees, thinking how it was impossible to fight back against a billionaire. His teammate tells him not to be disheartened and that they should aim for the next opportunity. On the other hand, Michael's team has also loaded the tomatoes onto their backpacks, while Michael holds a cherry tomato with a smirking smile watching the tomato. He tells his team that they are going to the first floor immediately. Meanwhile, as Theo is packing up his money, the girl who gave him churu last time and her friend approach him. Upon seeing her, Theo points his finger and says he knows her name. After thinking for some time, he pronounces her name as Buha, but Suha doesn't mind and confirms that Theo is correct. She then offers him some churu and asks if they could take a picture together again today. Suha has brought more churu to give to him. Excited to see his new favorite snack, Theo controls his desires and declines the churu, expressing that he would prefer her to give him coffee instead, in return for taking a picture. Suha searches her bag and takes out a packet, asking if this is the coffee mix he was talking about, and it is exactly what he wanted. Encouraged by this, Theo asks if she also happens to have something like salt and pepper. Suha and her friend think for a while before pooling their resources and giving him the salt and pepper they had. They ask if it will be enough, and he thanks them for it. Unbeknownst to Suha, this was another mission that Seo-jun had given to his merchant cat employee. Seo-jun had told him to ask for things like salt, pepper, and coffee if people wanted to take pictures with him, and depending on his performance, he would consider letting him become a salesman for an hour or two to achieve the coveted position. Theo immediately agrees to the deal with a wicked smile, thinking that with this, he will become a sales cat and spend good time on Seo-jun's lap again. He takes many pictures with Suha, and after checking the photos, she thinks that they came out well too. Theo thanks her for the deal, and as he stretches his hand out for a handshake, Suha notices his toe bean, and she cannot stop herself from touching and pinching them. They feel really soft and good to her, but Theo asks her what she is doing, and she is startled. Suha explains that she couldn't help it because it felt so good, and she was also going to give Theo the churu in exchange for letting her touch his paws, since that was a very relaxing experience for her. Theo is surprised and asks Suha if he can also touch her big melons, if humans really feel relaxed just by touching his feet, and she confirms that it's true. She flatters Theo, saying that humans don't have those soft and pretty toe beans, and they are lucky just to touch them because cats usually don't like holding hands. This revelation shocks Theo as he realizes he has made another great discovery that he can use to earn more. He thinks that his toe beans are a lucky charm for him. Then, Suha's friend asks Theo if he could take a picture with her too, since she was the one who gave him the pepper earlier. He has no problem with that, and after taking the picture, he moves on to the next step. He puts his hands forward and asks the girl to touch his toes, and in exchange, he wants some reward. The girl obliges, and after touching his paws, she gives him some of her rations, including packaged food and butter, among other things. Theo is really happy and laughs loudly again with a wicked smile, while the girl thinks that he is really cute and decides to bring churu for him next time. Theo is thrilled that just by letting humans touch his paws and getting rewards, he could become a sales cat for 24 hours. However, he suddenly remembers that he had another mission too and drops the items immediately. Meanwhile, Suha is uploading the selfies she took with Theo on Instagram and smiling to herself when Theo suddenly appears behind her and startles her. He calls her Churubua and asks her what she is doing, and she asks him if he has still not left. Theo said he has an important question for her. He wants to know if she came from a place called the Republic of South Korea. Hearing this, Shua was surprised and asks Theo how he knows about that, and Theo replies that he found out because he smelled a familiar scent from her melon. Suha has not yet understood everything, but Theo asks her if she could help him, and she has no idea what he wants her to do. Back in Seo-jun's cave, the poison honeybees are collecting nectar from the cherry tomato flowers and pollinating them as Seo-jun watches over them. They are also collecting the honey they make into his water bottle. For each milliliter of honey they give him, Seo-jun's proficiency in the beekeeping skill goes up a little. Gradually, as the bottle is half filled, the proficiency increases, and the skill reaches level 2 from level 1. Seo-jun thinks that it is going well. The honeybee population is steadily increasing, and his beekeeping skill is also leveling up quite quickly. Moreover, the queen bee is laying eggs nowadays after drinking Seo-jun's special juice, and he has not seen her in a long time and missed her. There are also some ambiguous changes in the description of the beekeeping skill, and he does not know if they will make any difference, but the maximum number of beehives he could own has increased from 1 to 2. He now thinks that if he can split the beehive later, he will be able to own both of them and increase his efficiency. Also, the bottle is about to get full of honey, and he thinks that he will need another container to store it. He would be lucky if he could get a bottle, but he can think about that later. Right now, he has a more important task to do. The carrots are ready to harvest, and Seo-jun picks one out of the ground and calls his rabbit friends to eat it. They immediately rush to him as Seo-jun keeps on harvesting the agility carrots and gains 10 XP for each of them, while also increasing the proficiency of his skill harvest level 2. He had only been able to harvest them yesterday for the first time. Before that, he harvested the blessed agility carrot on the day of the blue moon a few days ago, and the rabbits could not control their happiness as they saw the ripened carrots. The type of food that can be eaten and is grown in the cave has increased by 1. Now Seo-jun tells them to take one each, and the rabbits are really glad. They even bow down to him, treating Seo-jun like a king, and Seo-jun asks if it really was such a big thing. Then as they sit around the fire and eat the carrots, Seo-jun looks at the information window of the agility carrot. It can increase the agility of the consumer by 0.1 points for 10 minutes, and this effect can be stacked up to 10 times. Besides that, it has all the health benefits of cherry tomatoes and more. Not only does it burn down 10 grams of fat upon being eaten, but it also boosts vision. Now, as Seo-jun eats the carrot, he thinks that since they are even more beneficial than tomatoes, the carrots will be really popular once he has enough to sell them. Seo-jun finishes eating quickly and then moves to harvest the remaining carrots so that they can be stored. The rabbits also help him, removing the leaves from the carrots and transporting them to storage, and even the black rabbit helps, although he is really not good at farming. He collapses while carrying some carrots, and Seo-jun asks him if he is already tired, but it turns out that he was just trying to be smart and eat the carrot while lying down. But Seo-jun catches him in the act, and the father rabbit also beats him for stealing. The storage is almost full, and Seo-jun decides to stop harvesting the carrots for today and wrap up the job. But then suddenly, there is an influx of system messages telling him that he has gained XP from harvesting the carrots and that he has finally leveled up. Seo-jun is also surprised to learn that he has already reached level 10. He has acquired a bonus stat for leveling up, and a quest has also been issued. Seo-jun asks the Tower Master what the quest was this time, but the manager replies that it was not from him this time. This is a job quest that appears when a hunter reaches level 10. One must clear this quest to get the new class traits and move on to the next level. Seo-jun has heard about the job quests from the hunters in the real world. For normal hunters, it was often combat-related quests, such as monster subjugation. But since he is a farmer, he is sure that the quest will be something different. Seo-jun opens the quest window and finds that it asks him to expand the cultivable area by 50 square meters. He thinks that this will be easy and gets to it almost immediately. He completes the quest and gets rewards for doing so. He has reached level 11 and acquired 1 bonus stat. Also, he has gained 10 tower coins and 1 job trait as reward. Seo-jun is really glad that it is over because it was much more exhausting than he thought it would be. He is tired, and so are the rabbits who have already collapsed. But at least he has a good job trait as a reward for his hard work. He can now acquire XP every time he creates 1 square meter of the crop field, and he thinks that it was a good thing he completed the quest quickly as he can gain more experience now. After eating and planting the carrot roots, the field has increased more than he thought it would. Seo-jun is too exhausted to do anything else for the day, and he tells his rabbit friends that they should also sleep and finish their jobs tomorrow. As he goes to his spot, the rabbits are also heading back to their burrow. But then their parents stop them from coming inside. They tell them that they cannot come in and slam the door in their faces. The rabbits are sad and shocked. 2 of them bang on the door while another one just sits there and cries. Seo-jun also comes to them after hearing their voices and realizes that they have been kicked out of the house. But they are full-grown adults now, so it is time for them to be independent anyway. The rabbits are not really cheered up by what he said, and Seo-jun says that it is too late to create new burrows right now, so for today they should just sleep with him. The rabbits cheer up a bit and agree to his plan, and now Seo-jun sleeps on his bed with his rabbit friends all over him. He laughs, saying that this was also good. Sometimes it feels soft and warm. Meanwhile, at Theo's location, Dongshik is feeling stressed and worried. He knows his daughter will be upset if he fails to bring back cherry tomatoes this time. Suddenly, Suha appears with Theo, surprising Dongshik that the cat merchant is still around. Suha informs Dongshik that the cat has something to tell him. Curious, Theo asks Dongshik if he is the leader of the people who came from South Korea. Dongshik confirms this, but he's puzzled about why the cat is asking. Then Theo proposes a contract with him. He hands Dongshik a piece of paper with the details of their contract mentioned on it. Dongshik reads the contents of the contract, and it states that he must give 50 million won to the family of Mr. Park Seo-jun, who lives in the Sosa district of Bachan City. Theo adds that they also have to tell Seo-jun's parents that he is doing well. For their part of the contract, they would be paying Dongshik 50 tower coins, and the better reward is 200 magical cherry tomatoes that Theo hid during the auction. As he puts a basket of cherry tomatoes in front of Dongshik, Dongshik is stunned and cannot believe what he is seeing and started crying. He thinks that with this amount of cherry tomatoes, he will surely win his daughter's heart, and she will call him the best dad ever. He is lost in the imagination of a happy future, and then asks Theo about Seo-jun. Dongshik assumes that since it was a message for his family, Seo-jun was a hunter who could not currently get out of the tower. Theo hesitates to give him an answer because Seo-jun has forbidden him to. He wanted Theo to keep his being on the 99th floor secret, and now, as Theo thinks for a while, he comes up with a good cover story. He tells Dongshik that Seo-jun saved his life on the 40th floor, so he was just doing some errands for him. Even this story is not really helpful in keeping a low profile, and Dongshik is shocked as he hears about someone being on the 40th floor. No one has yet officially reached the 40th floor, and he asks Theo if the person named Park Seo-jun was the one who discovered these magical cherry tomatoes. But Theo replies that he could not tell him anything more than this. After all, Seo-jun was a great man, and he had many secrets. Dongshik can only think about a person being alone on the 40th floor. Even if he made a team using only the elite members of their guild, it would be difficult for them to cross the 39th floor. He has not heard about any hunter who got that far in the official records. Dongshik thinks that Seo-jun must be a solo hunter who is not affiliated with any guild, and that is why not much is known about him. But it also means that he is remarkably talented and strong, and now he thinks that this is a great opportunity. With this contract as an excuse, Dongshik feels he might stay in touch with Seo-jun, and if things go well, they may even be able to recruit him into his guild. Not only that, they may also be able to monopolize the distribution of cherry tomatoes, which are surely going to be harder to obtain in the future. Thinking about all this, Dongshik tells Theo that they should enter into a contract. Both of them sign the contract, and it is finalized. Dongshik says that the deals signed inside the tower are valid even when one is outside, but to deliver more accurate information, he would like to meet the cat merchant after 10 days. He also tells the cat to notify Seo-jun on his behalf that Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, will take responsibility for delivering the news to his parents. At Seo-jun's cave, the young rabbits who were kicked out of their house have started making new homes for themselves. As the black rabbit pulls him towards the newly created homes, Seo-jun finds that they are already complete. He is amazed by the houses they have made that look much better than their initial house, and the rabbits are also quite proud. He compliments them, saying that the roof was made of green onion leaves, and the walls looked quite solid too. He thinks that the shovel rabbit and the sickle rabbit must have worked the hardest for this, and both of them are quite happy about their accomplishments. Also, they have made a small room to rest in between work hours, and Seo-jun wishes that he also had something like that. With that, he again compliments the rabbits and pats their head. Then he declares that they should have a housewarming party, and the rabbits are all excited. It had been a few days since the young rabbits moved out of their parents' house, and now they had made their own. While the couple of rabbits were still clinging to each other as they sit to eat a celebration feast, Seo-jun raises a toast for the rabbits who have worked so hard. He's drinking the cherry tomato and honey juice in his tumbler, and the rabbits have made small glasses for themselves using hollowed carrots. Seo-jun pours the juice on the black rabbit, thanking him for always supplying them with such excellent quality fish, and he is quite pleased. Then he compliments the rabbits in general, saying that they are quite smart to think of using hollowed carrots as glasses. Though it was a little small for Seo-jun, it was still fun since he could eat the cup after finishing the drink. But then he notices the rabbit couple getting quite flirty with each other, and as he stares at them, Seo-jun says, "This is quite suspicious." He thinks of the reason they made their children leave and then comes to a conclusion and tells the rabbits that they are soon going to have more siblings. But they don't understand what he wants to tell them. But then, suddenly, a system window opens up in front of him, and it informs him that the seed store has opened. Seo-jun is happy as he finds that today was the due date for the seed that he forgot about, and he excitedly opens the store, wondering what he can buy this time. He has the option to buy 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, and 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 tower coin. The thing that excites him the most is lettuce, since he really wants to have some roasted meat wrapped in lettuce leaves. But then he realizes that fish won't cut it, and he has no other meat, so he decides to skip lettuce. With that elimination, only strawberries and potatoes are left, and both are also good options. He has enough money to buy anything he wants, but can only buy one, so he is really confused. But then he decides to go with potatoes since they are not only a great source of carbohydrates, but also quite versatile. Seo-jun selects the option to buy the 100 potato seeds, and 5 tower coins are deducted from his account. Also, he had earned 50 seed store loyalty points, making their total up to 56 points, including those in the past. With that, the cooldown period for the seed store starts again, and now he can access it after 1 month. And then a big sack of potatoes falls from the sky, and Seo-jun is taken aback because he was expecting it to be another small bag. He barely dodges the potato sack that was about to crush him and says that he was quite scared for a moment there. The rabbits are also shocked, and the husband rabbit is especially furious since his wife was scared. Seo-jun apologizes, and then he picks up a potato to see its quality and thinks that it looks really delicious. He plans to plant it right away so he can harvest it quickly and cook it in different ways. He is really excited to boil and steam them and even make potato pancakes, and the rabbits also start drooling along with him. But then Seo-jun says that they should take rest today, and tomorrow they will plant all the tomatoes. The rabbits are also glad to get an early break. Then Seo-jun wonders if Theo is doing all right too. He thinks that the Theo must have completed the errands he told him to do by now, and Theo is just doing the last of the tasks Seo-jun assigned him. He is in the Central Merchants District, which is like a well-established market town with a huge population and big buildings. All kinds of creatures peacefully live there and do their jobs without feeling any danger. In one shop, Theo is buying the things Seo-jun had asked him to. He has already purchased blankets and pillows and is now looking for ladles, spoons, and bowls. As he rummages through the items on sale, he finds a decent frying pan and a pot. Theo asked the dog merchant about the price of the frying pan, and he said it's 1.6 tower coin. But Theo thought it was too expensive, so he asked for a discount. After thinking for a while, the dog merchant said that since he hadn't seen Theo around before, he assumed Theo is not from this floor. So he decided to be generous and offer all the goods for 1.5 tower coins. Hearing this, Theo made a disappointed face, saying it's too low. He turned around and started to walk away, declaring that he will not buy anything. The dog merchant got panicked, worried that he might lose the sale. The dog merchant asks him to stop, saying that he couldn't leave like that. He is already nervous, but then Theo replies that since he could not offer him any discount, he couldn't buy things from him. The shopkeeper admits his defeat and says that he is willing to sell the items for 1.3 tower coins, but Theo gives him his price, 1.2 tower coins, or he would simply leave. The shopkeeper takes the deal, saying that he cannot go any further. The cat places the coins on a nearby barrel and thanks the shopkeeper as he walks away with the things he just bought. The shopkeeper is also amazed by his skill. Initially, he took him for a beginner, but it seems that the cat was a master. But then he notices that the coins were wet and that a paw print was left on the barrel itself, and he wonders what it was. It was Theo's sweat, as he was too nervous while negotiating. He is panting now that he is away from the shopkeeper, and then he exclaims that he finally did it. He shouts that he finally bought something without being an idiot, and the other people on the road stare at him. And this was thanks to Seo-jun, who gave Theo a detailed lecture on how to not be a stupid customer. In the cave, he had told the cat 3 golden rules to get a good deal. First, no matter what price the shopkeeper offers you, always ask for a discount. Second, if they refuse to give you a discount, just leave. And third, if the shopkeeper stops you, get a discount 3 times. Seo-jun told Theo to remember just these 3 rules, and he would not be fooled. And it really worked, as he said. Theo smugly laughs to himself as he says that now he is a wandering merchant who knows how to get a discount. But then, as he reaches a corner, he hears some familiar words. Someone was trying to sell some items from outside the town hour, and Theo looks towards the merchant. He is shocked to see a familiar face. It was Scarim, the goblin merchant who scammed him on his first day as a traveling merchant, and right now he was trying to do the same with another cute newbie using the same tactics. Scarim tells them that this was a secret he was revealing so that more newbie merchants would become high-level merchants, and the beginner merchant seemed to be convinced by his words. Theo is furious upon finding out that the scammer is in action once again. Theo wasted no time, fueled by anger, and clenched his fists. He cursed Scarim, vowing to teach him a lesson that day. His voice thundered as he shouted at Scarim, startling him. Theo approached Scarim with unwavering determination, while Scarim was too shocked to react. To regain control of the situation, Scarim immediately adopted a friendly tone and placed a hand on Theo's shoulder. He inquired about Theo's well-being and expressed his concern. However, Theo was no longer a pushover. He forcefully pushed Scarim's long nose away, telling him to get lost and daring this scammer to approach him. Scarim continued to feign innocence, perplexed by Theo's accusations. He questioned what Theo meant by calling him a fraud. Scarim argued that he had been kind enough to offer Theo great items at the lowest prices. Now he found himself with a knife held to his throat. Theo's anger grew further. He pointed at the newbie merchant who held a tumbler, noting that it was the same item Scarim had sold to him, claiming it was a magic item. Then Theo pointed directly at Scarim and exclaimed, "Magic item, my ass!" He declared that all the items Scarim sold were nothing more than trash. Even this tumbler was just a piece of metal that regulated the outside temperature, a cheap trinket easily found outside the tower. Scarim became increasingly bewildered and nervous in the face of Theo's accusations, thinking, how did this pushover Theo grow balls? Oh, sorry, I mean become so confident. Scarim, now wearing a sweet smile, attempted to defuse the situation. He suggested that it was all just a misunderstanding, and Theo might have been confused about the item he had sold. He proposed they discuss it elsewhere. However, before he could finish his sentence, Theo erupted in shouts, calling for the guards and accusing Scarim of being a wicked goblin trying to scam a beginner merchant. Faced with no other choice, Scarim clutched the tumbler and cursed at Theo. He vowed to seek revenge for ruining his scheme and swiftly made his escape. Meanwhile, Theo stood proudly, having thwarted the fraudster's plan. As Scarim made his hasty exit, Theo continued to vent his frustration, trying to appear as a hero in front of the newbie merchant. The newbie expressed gratitude and politely inquired about Theo's name. With pride, Theo introduced himself and left the scene, striking a heroic pose. He warned the newbie to be careful and not fall victim to scams again, and the newbie thanked him for his advice. Inside the newbie's hood, fierce, sharp red eyes watched Theo as he departed. In a low whisper, the mysterious figure uttered something, and 3 police dogs obediently appeared, bowing before her. In a commanding tone, she reprimanded the 3 police dogs, reminding them that they were supposed to keep watch and not allow anything, not even a fly, to pass by unnoticed during her mission. The white short police dog, in a panic, quickly apologized and claimed they had indeed been patrolling the area, unaware of how the wandering merchant cat had managed to slip in. With a swift motion, she removed her hoodie, revealing her true identity. She was an undercover high-level officer known as Zerth, who had been on a mission for months to apprehend Scarim, the fraudulent goblin. Frustration clouded her face as she explained that just when she was on the brink of capturing Scarim, everything had unraveled. Once again, the junior officers offered their apologies to Zerth, but she was unyielding. With a dominating and angry demeanor, she fixed a stern gaze upon them and declared that a simple sorry would not suffice. Instead, they would have to write 100 letters of apology each. As she left, the junior officers were left trembling, fully aware of the consequences of their failure. Zerth couldn't help but dwell on how close she had been to capturing the fraudster Scarim. She also found it irritating that she had to play the role of a fool to deceive Scarim, and all her meticulous plans had been destroyed by Theo. Now she was determined that Theo, the one who had thwarted her mission, would pay the price for his interference. The scene then shifted to Theo, who was strolling happily through the jungle, enjoying a fried fish without a care in the world, seemingly oblivious to the mess he had caused. Meanwhile, Xiao-jun was busy teaching the sickle rabbit how to precisely cut a potato into 4 equal parts. After observing and learning swiftly, the rabbit successfully managed to cut the potato into 4 perfect segments. Seo-jun proceeded with determination, firmly placing one piece of potato on the ground and carefully covering it with soil. The husband rabbit diligently watered the area, ensuring the newly planted potato would have the moisture it needed to grow. With a smirk, Seo-jun turned to the husband rabbit and asked if he wasn't shocked by the fact that with only 100 potatoes, they would be able to grow 400 potatoes. The husband rabbit listened intently as Seo-jun went on to explain that he had come across this farming trick on YouTube, originally meant for passing the time. Little did he know that something he had watched just for entertainment was now helping him survive in this unfamiliar world. As Seo-jun completed the planting process, a notification from the system informed him that he had gained 1 XP for each potato he had planted. After a considerable amount of time and effort, they had finally planted all the potatoes. Seo-jun cheerfully announced to his rabbit family that since they were done with the hard work, it was time for a sweet potato party. The rabbits were overjoyed and eagerly anticipated the feast. However, before they could begin the party, Seo-jun had a small task for the baby rabbits. He explained that the upper part of the sweet potato acted as a seed, so they needed to separate it before enjoying the sweet potato. They should then plant the upper part again in the ground for future growth. Upon hearing this, the baby rabbit seemed a bit disheartened and flopped down on the ground. But just then, the warrior rabbit intervened. He pointed out that before Seo-jun planted the upper part of the sweet potato to increase his experience points, they should simply dig out the sweet potatoes. The rest, like planting the upper part, could be handled by Seo-jun himself. The rabbits chuckled quietly, covering their mouths in amusement. Their joy was short-lived, though, as Seo-jun informed them that, to their disappointment, he didn't want to monopolize the joy of planting sweet potatoes that day. He wanted the rabbits to enjoy all the fun. This left the rabbits feeling a bit down once again. After that, all the rabbits enthusiastically began working together. The sickle rabbit and the mother rabbit dug out the sweet potatoes, while the baby rabbits took on the task of transporting them. Despite his initial reluctance, even the warrior rabbit had to do his share of the work. After a long hour of diligent labor, they finally planted all the sweet potato sprouts. As a reward for their hard work, the system notified Seo-jun that he had successfully created a 500 square meter sweet potato field. Additionally, he gained 100 experience points, a bonus stat, and leveled up once. Then, something unexpected occurred. First, the husband rabbit raised his hand, followed by the wife rabbit. The husband rabbit, along with another male rabbit, began to sing while pointing their butts toward Seo-jun. Simultaneously, the wife rabbit and another female rabbit pointed their butts toward Seo-jun and joined in the singing. As they sang, they moved around Seo-jun in a circle, leaving him utterly confused. The tower manager informed Seo-jun that the rabbits were doing a cheerful dance in anticipation of a good sweet potato harvest and were preparing for their party. It was a celebration before the harvest, a tradition among the rabbits. Seo-jun wasted no time and sat down on the ground to start harvesting the sweet potatoes while the rabbits continued dancing in the background. As Seo-jun carefully removed the dirt from the ground, a bright golden light suddenly emitted from the area where the sweet potatoes were growing. The light was so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. When the light finally faded, something astonishing had occurred. The sweet potatoes were now a radiant golden color. This left Seo-jun in a state of shock. Upon examining the properties of these golden sweet potatoes, he discovered they were called sweet potato pumpkins of the sun. They were a mutant variety of sweet potato, and when consumed, they provided cold resistance for 24 hours, helped burn fat, and improved health. Furthermore, the system notified Seo-jun that he had successfully cultivated a new breed of sweet potato, leaving him in a state of shock. Then the scene shifted to Dong-shik as he got out of his car, holding a parcel and gazing at a building. He remarked that it must be Sir Seo-jun's house. Meanwhile, Seo-jun and the rabbits were still amazed by the golden sweet potato. Seo-jun received numerous system notifications, acknowledging various achievements. However, the most important skill he acquired was the exclusive rights to the crops he grew. This skill brought genuine happiness to Seo-jun, as it meant that outside the tower, no one could grow these crops without his permission. He now had the power to monopolize his crops. After replanting the golden sweet potato in the ground, Seo-jun explained that although he would love to taste this new crop, he needed to ensure it reached maximum ripeness first. He then stood up with excitement, raising one hand in the air and cheered with the rabbits, encouraging them to continue digging sweet potatoes. As they worked, the husband rabbit and wife rabbit held each other romantically, watching the scene. One by one, Seo-jun dug out the sweet potatoes while the baby and warrior rabbits helped transport them. Finally, after a long hour of hard work, they completed the task. Seo-jun wrapped the sweet potatoes in onion leaves and placed them beside the campfire to cook. After some time, he poked a sweet potato with a stick and, upon pulling it out, confirmed that it was ready. Gently, Seo-jun, along with the other rabbits, blew air on the sweet potato to cool it down. As Seo-jun broke the sweet potato open, its delightful scent filled the air, making the warrior and baby rabbits' mouths water. As the rabbits ate the sweet potatoes with sparkling eyes, Seo-jun noticed that the husband rabbit was eating them so quickly that one got stuck in his throat. The wife rabbit patted his back, trying to help him. Witnessing this innocent scene, Seo-jun laughed heartily, a sound that hadn't been heard in a long time. The tower manager expressed her eagerness to taste Seo-jun's special food, her mouth practically watering with saliva. Seo-jun generously handed over 10 sweet potatoes to the tower manager, who thanked him graciously. Staring at the remaining sweet potatoes, Seo-jun suddenly had a great idea. He called the scythe rabbit over to assist him. Meanwhile, the tower manager carefully peeled the top of Seo-jun's special potato and savored it, closing her eyes and savoring the delightful taste. The potato was so tasty that she didn't even realize when she had eaten them all. She watched Seo-jun through her crystal ball, her lips linking together and her claws touching each other in a cute reaction. She wondered if she should ask for more of Seo-jun's special potato. As she observed Seo-jun, the tower manager noticed something new. Seo-jun was placing the sweet potatoes, chopped into small pieces, onto a mat made up of onion leaves. After arranging them, Seo-jun commented that once they were ready, they would be super delicious. He then commanded the sickle rabbit to chop one more sweet potato. Happily, the sickle rabbit tossed the potato into the air, and with swift precision, instantly chopped it into equal small pieces. Seo-jun praised the rabbit, holding a piece of sweet potato and marveling at how evenly they were chopped, almost like a machine. The tower manager couldn't help but ask why Seo-jun was chopping the delicious sweet potatoes and throwing them on the ground. Seo-jun explained that he wasn't throwing them away, but rather enhancing their flavor by drying them. When they will be ready, he promised to share the delicious treat with the tower manager. The scene shifted, and we found Dongshik standing at the door of Seo-jun's house, ringing the bell. He inquired if this was Seo-jun's residence. Seo-jun's younger brother, along with his parents, hastily opened the door, filled with hope that Seo-jun had returned. However, upon seeing Dongshik, they fell silent and asked who he was. An awkward silence hung in the air. Seo-jun's mother served some berries to Dongshik, apologizing that they couldn't offer anything more delicious. It had been so long since they had guests that they didn't have anything special on hand. Dongshik politely assured them that he was grateful for whatever they could offer, even if it were just a glass of water. Dongshik politely assured them that he was grateful for whatever they could offer, even if it were just a glass of water. The atmosphere grew somber as Seo-jun's father, wearing a sad expression, explained that they didn't know where Seo-jun was. He had gone missing 5 months ago. Dongshik responded by explaining that he wasn't actually looking for Seo-jun. He then handed over his card and apologized for not introducing himself sooner. He introduced himself as Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild's 5th team. Suddenly, Seo-jun's younger brother, with a shocked expression, jumped to his feet and ran to his father, exclaiming that it couldn't be the same Phoenix Guild he was thinking of. This startled his father, and as he examined the card, his hand began to shake. It was indeed the Phoenix Guild, the top guild in Korea representing the country. Dongshik, still feeling a bit awkward, tried to downplay his significance, but the entire family was in an uproar. Seo-jun's father, still in a state of panic, asked Seo-jun's mom to bring out the high-grade melon and remove the berries. Seo-jun's mother hurriedly took the plate of berries away. Seo-jun's younger brother, still in shock, and Dongshik remained in an awkward silence. Dongshik reassured them that he was perfectly fine and encouraged them to sit comfortably. With concern etched on their faces, Seo-jun's mom and dad asked Dongshik why he was in their house and whether he knew anything about Seo-jun's whereabouts, especially since he was a hunter. Dongshik then took out a white envelope, and with a serious expression he explained that he was here to deliver this envelope at Mr. Seo-jun's request. He handed the envelope to Seo-jun's family, and the atmosphere became even more tense. As Seo-jun's family held the letter, their faces turned pale, and they were clearly distressed. Seo-jun's father slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in disbelief about how ungrateful Seo-jun could be and expressing his shock and frustration at Seo-jun leaving them like this. Seo-jun's mother was in tears, covering her face, while Seo-jun's younger brother seemed utterly devastated. To clear up the misunderstanding, Dong-shik quickly clarified that the letter was not a will and that Seo-jun was not dead, as they might be thinking. Tears still welled up in Seo-jun's father's eyes as he opened the envelope, expecting something else entirely. To his utter surprise, it wasn't a will but a check for 50 million won, which equated to about $37,000. This unexpected turn left Seo-jun's dad in a state of shock. Dong-shik continued, explaining that Seo-jun had urgently entered the tower and wanted to convey that he was well. Seo-jun had asked Dong-shik to deliver the check to his family. Hearing this, some of the worry in Seo-jun's family began to dissipate. Suddenly, Seo-jun's father couldn't contain his excitement. He shouted joyfully while holding the check high, expressing his pride and confidence in his son. He exclaimed that Seo-jun was indeed smart, just like him, and that he knew his son would achieve great things wherever he went. Meanwhile, Seo-jun's mother and brother were still trying to process the situation, their confusion evident. Seo-jun's mother, still concerned, asked if Seo-jun was truly doing well. She wondered why he hadn't come to deliver the check in person. Dong-shik explained that Seo-jun couldn't leave the tower due to an ongoing quest. He reassured them that some quests could take years to complete, so there was no need to worry, and Seo-jun was safe. Dong-shik then turned to Seo-jun's younger brother and asked if he was Seo-dol, to which Seo-dol replied affirmatively. He then politely asked Dong-shik to talk with him more comfortably. Then, with a serious expression, Dong-shik inquired further about Seo-jun's disappearance. He mentioned that he had heard from Seo-jun's parents that he had gone missing for 5 months. Dong-shik wanted to know if Seo-dol had any idea about when and how Seo-jun had entered the tower. In response, Seo-dol explained that Seo-jun had vanished suddenly 5 months ago. Despite inquiring with South Korea's Hunter Association, they couldn't find any records of Seo-jun entering the tower or awakening as a hunter. Dong-shik suggested that there might have been an error and promised to visit the association himself to investigate further. After hearing the whole story, Dong-shik entered into deep thought. Seo-jun's family claimed that he had entered the tower about 5 months ago, yet there was no official record of his entry. Furthermore, it remained a mystery how he managed to climb all the way to the 40th floor, especially given that, in the 10 years since the tower had appeared, no one had reached beyond the 38th floor. If Seo-jun had truly reached the 40th floor alone, he would be an unparalleled genius. In the midst of his contemplation, Seo-dol asked Dong-shik if there was any way he could also enter the tower and become an awakened being. He believed that he possessed talent similar to Seo-jun's. However, Seo-dol's father swiftly scolded him, delivering a light punch to his head. He emphasized that Seo-jun was toiling tirelessly inside the tower, fighting monsters without rest or proper meals, while Seo-dol was causing trouble on the outside. Dong-shik supported the father's words, explaining that becoming a hunter was an incredibly perilous occupation, where one's life could be in danger at any moment. He added that the association typically recommended only one person per family to become a hunter, which seemed to calm Seo-dol down. After some time, Dong-shik decided it was time to leave. However, Seo-jun's father insisted that he stay a bit longer since they hadn't been able to offer him anything to eat. Dong-shik politely declined, explaining that he had come directly from leaving the tower and now needed to reunite with his own family. He bid farewell to Seo-jun's family and departed. As he sat in his car, the system notified him that the quest was completed, bringing a slight smile to his face. But then his phone rang, and the caller ID read, "My Happiness." It was none other than his daughter. Dong-shik's expression lit up with a wide smile as he answered, slipping into father mode and asking her if she missed her dad. The scene then shifted to Seo-jun, who had crafted a container from onion leaves and filled it with water. He placed 3 sprouted carrots in the container, explaining that these were the leftovers they hadn't eaten. He put the carrots in water so that when the leaves grew to a certain extent, he could cover them with soil, leaving only the root part exposed, which would then be sown into the ground. This was done because the parts that had been eaten will not regrow. When the leftover plants flowered above ground, they could collect the seeds. While Seo-jun was enjoying the serene surroundings and the pretty flowers, the tower manager asked if the dried sweet potatoes were ready. Startled by the reminder, Seo-jun stood up, realizing he had almost forgotten about them. The warrior rabbit and the white baby rabbit also seemed curious. Seo-jun went to check the dried sweet potatoes with the white and warrior rabbits on his shoulder. Indeed, they were ready. He gently picked up a piece, holding it close to his face. The sight made the mouths of the white and warrior rabbits water with anticipation. Seo-jun and the rabbits took a bite, and it was absolutely delicious. The sweet potatoes were so good that the rabbits felt like they were floating in the air, holding their cheeks in delight. Seo-jun's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed that no one in the world could resist the soft, chewy, sweet, and addicting texture of these sweet potatoes. He was enjoying them so much that he had almost eaten them all unknowingly. Realizing that he had to share, Seo-jun saved some more sweet potatoes to dry. While the rabbits were still savoring the meal, the tower manager reminded him that he seemed to be forgetting something. Then, Seo-jun felt a need to make things right. He apologized to the tower manager for the delay and went on to prepare dried sweet potatoes in an onion leaf bucket. However, as he was about to hand it over, he hesitated, thinking there might be a better way to present it. The tower manager, growing impatient, urged him to hurry up, but Seo-jun paused again. He felt that simply offering the food in the scallion bowl didn't seem quite right. He had a different idea. The tower manager reassured him that the presentation didn't matter, even if he gave the dried sweet potato directly in his hand. But Seo-jun had something special in mind. He carefully wrapped the dried sweet potatoes in a plastic bag, tied it with a cute ribbon made from onion leaves, and presented this beautifully wrapped gift to the tower manager. Seeing the thought and effort Seo-jun had put into packaging the dried sweet potatoes, the tower manager fell momentarily silent. Seo-jun beamed with excitement, explaining that this way, the dried sweet potatoes would stay fresh for a longer time without worrying about spoiling. Yet the tower manager remained silent, which left Seo-jun puzzled. He anxiously asked her if she didn't like it. In a bit of a panic, the tower manager finally replied with a simple thanks and accepted the gift-wrapped dried sweet potatoes. Seo-jun sat there with his arms crossed, pondering the tower manager's lukewarm reaction to his carefully packaged dried sweet potatoes. He had thought she would appreciate the effort he put into making them look nice. However, it seemed the tower manager's response hadn't been what he expected.
Subscribe to the channel or I will get upset, and thank you all guys for 100k subscribers. It means a lot. Now, let's continue to the video.
On the other side, the tower manager was blushing intensely, her cheeks red, and she was trembling while holding Seo-jun's special food. She couldn't contain her excitement and shouted about how she couldn't eat something so cute. Meanwhile, we could see Seo-jun enjoying the dried sweet potatoes. He marveled at how he had dried 40 sweet potatoes, yet they seemed to disappear in a single day. The rabbits were munching on the dried sweet potatoes joyfully. Then suddenly our queen, the queen bee approached Seo-jun and greeted him. She handed him a yellow, gooey ball made of her saliva and corn pollen. Seo-jun checked its status and found out what it was. It seemed that, since there was no honey in corn, the bees couldn't collect honey from it, so they gathered corn pollen instead. Seo-jun decided to try the special treat the queen bee had prepared for him. As he took a bite, he smiled warmly and commented that it was slightly bitter but sweet, with a chewy texture that felt like candy. He thanked the queen bee for her special treat, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Suddenly, the queen bee took charge, commanding all the little bees to gather around. She stood proudly, her chest held high, as the little bees brought Seo-jun a bunch of special treats that she had prepared. Seo-jun happily accepted these gifts. However, just as things were getting merry, Theo came jumping and shouting that he was back. But as soon as he laid eyes on the queen bee, he instinctively got into a defensive posture. He was still quite scared of her. Seo-jun assured him that the queen bee was on their side. Still skeptical, Theo cautiously approached the queen bee. To everyone's surprise, the queen bee offered Theo some of her special treats. However, Theo's fear of pollen overcame his desire for treats, and he clung to Seo-jun's leg, saying he hated pollen. Seo-jun tried to pry Theo off gently, explaining that his clothes were his only set, and if they got damaged, he'd have to go around naked. The queen bee couldn't help but hold her mouth with her hand, cheekily laughing at the scene. After calming down, Seo-jun addressed Theo as Sales Cat Theo and asked if he had completed the job Seo-jun had assigned him. Theo proudly replied that he had indeed completed the mission and had even sold out all the goods. Seo-jun eagerly inquired if Theo had conveyed his message to his family. Theo showed Seo-jun the system notification that confirmed the quest had been completed. This meant that Seo-jun's message had been delivered. Seo-jun was overjoyed, thinking that the 50 million won must have reached his family. Now, With a sense of relief, Seo-jun felt tension-free. He had disappeared from his family without saying a word, unable to leave the tower. But at least now his family knew that he was doing well. However, Seo-jun couldn't help but reflect on how his family must be surprised to learn that he was farming with his cute little rabbit family inside the tower instead of hunting and clearing floors. He imagined that if his younger brother Seo-dal found out that his job was farming, he would certainly tease him, as farming was Seo-dal's specialty. On the other hand, his father had a hobby of growing flowers, so he might show a great interest in Seo-jun's agricultural endeavors. Feeling a little emotional and missing his family, especially his mom, as how he used to eat food prepared by her with his family. He looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the warrior rabbit grabbed Seo-jun's leg, startling him. Seo-jun looked around and noticed that all the rabbits, Theo and the queen bee, were looking at him, trying to comfort him. It worked, as Seo-jun patted the warrior rabbit with his right hand, and Theo with his left, wearing a warm smile. The queen bee sat on Seo-jun's head, hugging it and patting him gently. It was truly an emotional moment for Seo-jun, who himself acknowledged that they were like his family. Then Theo, with one hand on his pouch, mentioned that he had used 50 tower coins for the contract and 14.2 for the errand, leaving him with 208.8 tower coins. Seo-jun was left shocked, holding the large pouch of tower coins, while Theo proudly stated that the things Seo-jun had taught him were indeed useful. But the surprises didn't end there. Theo emptied his pouch, revealing modern cooking equipment. Seo-jun was left speechless as he held a frying pan, unable to believe that he was seeing one after so long. Meanwhile, the warrior rabbit was watching the pan intently, and one baby rabbit had stuck its head into a saucepan, adding a touch of humor to the moment. Then, Seo-jun finds that even the cast iron pot has an information window, and its own item marks since it was made in the tower. He finds that the item was ranked D, and its manufacturer detail was disclosed. He asks Theo about the last part, but before he can get an answer, he spots a dagger on the ground. As he picks it up, he feels like he's inside the tower for the first time in ages. His eyes gleam with wonder and excitement as he says that this was his first weapon ever since he came inside the tower. The information window of the dagger does not tell him much and is full of question marks, but it mentions that the dagger was an E rank, and only those with strength above 5 and a level above 10 could wield it. Seo-jun is curious about the question marks, and he asks Theo where he got the dagger from. But Theo is busy playing with the rabbits with a paper wind toy. Theo revealed to Seo-jun that he found the dagger in a lottery shop and thought Seo-jun might like it as a gift. Seo-jun, intrigued, examined the dagger more closely, hoping to learn more about its properties. However, when he checked the status window, it displayed only question marks. The only information he could glean was that he met the necessary criteria to use the dagger. Seo-jun contemplated trying out the dagger, but the tower manager intervened. She cautioned him that this dagger was an unappraised item, which was why its information wasn't visible. Using an unappraised item could be perilous. However, she offered to appraise the dagger for Seo-jun. 2 new quests appeared, one to send the dagger to the tower manager for appraisal, and another to send roasted sweet potatoes as a gift to the tower manager as part of the appraisal process. Seo-jun found this situation suspicious. As far as he knew, using unappraised items usually didn't result in any harm. Unappraised simply meant the item's rank was unidentified, and it could be either good or bad. Despite his reservations, the tower manager seemed a bit panicked, insisting that Seo-jun didn't understand the potential risks. Eventually, Seo-jun agreed to proceed with the quests. However, the tower manager's next action surprised him. The system notified Seo-jun that the tower manager was wiping her saliva, and Seo-jun catches her red-handed, saying he knew it, but he lets it slide and decides to do the quest. First, he handed over the dagger for appraisal. The tower manager employed her appraisal skill, concluding that the dagger was not a harmful item. Then, as Seo-jun presented the dried sweet potatoes, the manager returned his dagger to him. Seo-jun, now in possession of the dagger, proceeded to read the information inscribed upon it. The dagger bore the name Eyes' Training Short Dagger, and had been employed by the Ranger Eyes of the Red Mountain during his childhood training days. Seo-jun couldn't help but be astounded by the information he had gleaned about the dagger. The mere fact that it was a named weapon was a rarity in itself, and even the most modest of named weapons in the world outside the tower could fetch prices of at least 50 million won. Seo-jun was left in awe, contemplating Theo's remarkable ability to acquire such an item through the lottery. It was becoming increasingly evident that Theo possessed a keen talent for locating valuable and practical items. Then we see Theo and the baby rabbit enjoy their churu treat, and Seo-jun takes a moment to inspect his farms. Suddenly, he assumes a fighting stance and uses the newly acquired dagger to slash at the onion plants in front of him. The dagger proves to be quite sharp, and he turns to the rabbits asking for their thoughts on his newfound skill. They respond by clapping their tiny paws, and Seo-jun can't help but smile with pride. Theo, noticing Seo-jun's satisfaction with the dagger, inquires if he likes it. Seo-jun expresses his genuine admiration for the weapon, acknowledging that Theo made an excellent choice. However, Theo becomes irked when he hears his name used instead of his title, Sales Cat Theo, which Seo-jun had promised to give him in return for completing the missions. Seo-jun quickly corrects himself and addresses Theo properly. Theo, still maintaining his air of arrogance, accepts the apology and informs Seo-jun that he'll let it slide this time. He then playfully pushes Seo-jun's hands away. In a surprising turn of events, Seo-jun notices that despite Theo appearing as a naive pushover at times, the cat actually possesses adorable golden paws. Before he knows it, Seo-jun starts playing with Theo's paw pads, finding him incredibly cute, and even begins making funny faces. Annoyed by Seo-jun's fascination with his paws, Theo questions what he's doing. Seo-jun playfully responds that Theo's paws look incredibly adorable. He then holds Theo in his lap and offers him another pack of churu. However, the warrior rabbit is looking a bit downcast as Theo is getting all the attention. On the other hand, Theo is overjoyed and celebrates internally, considering that, in the end, even Seo-jun, as a human, can't resist the undeniable superiority of his paws. He chuckles, arrogantly urging Seo-jun to hurry with the treat, but Seo-jun doesn't appreciate Theo's attitude and begins to suspect something fishy. Silently, he picks Theo up and places him on the ground, stating that Theo's 1-hour shift as the sales cat is over. The warrior rabbit tries to contain his laughter. Panicked, Theo clings to Seo-jun's leg, pleading for more time as the sales cat. However, despite Theo's numerous requests, Seo-jun remains firm in his decision. With no other choice, Theo angrily decides to reveal his secret weapon. He places his hand on the pouch and asks Seo-jun to take a look at the other items he possesses. As he empties his bag, modern food items start spilling out, leaving Seo-jun trembling with excitement. Seo-jun excitedly crawls on the ground, holding salt, while Theo proudly brags about how he obtained these seasonings as a reward for taking pictures. Seo-jun pours a bit of salt into his hand, and as he tastes it, he's overwhelmed by the salty flavor, something he hasn't experienced in months. Curious, he smells and tastes the other seasonings, savoring the spiciness of the pepper, the rich flavors of various spices, and the depth that these seasonings bring to his food. He can't contain his excitement, exclaiming about the newfound flavors. However, the warrior rabbit, after tasting the salt, doesn't seem to enjoy it, as it's too bitter for his liking. Theo takes this opportunity to ask Seo-jun if he believes he deserves to be the sales cat now. He requests to be the sales cat for 2 hours in exchange for these items. Overjoyed, Seo-jun lifts Theo up and swings him around, declaring that he can be the sales cat for as long as he wishes with these items. As Seo-jun dances around in delight, the baby rabbit has already begun trying out the salt on his carrot. With the help of the new utensils and seasonings, Seo-jun cooks a fantastic meal that day, and its enticing aroma wafts out of the cave. He prepares grilled fish, seasoning it with salt and pepper before skewering it with onion stems. As he hums while cooking, the smell reaches the rabbits' home, waking them from their slumber and enticing them to the lunch gathering. Seo-jun greets them with a cheerful good morning and inquires if they're hungry because he's prepared a special meal to showcase his culinary skills. The feast includes fish and onion skewers, roasted potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, roasted fish, roasted onions, and, of course, salt and pepper. Seo-jun encourages everyone to choose their preferred dishes and add more salt and pepper if they desire extra seasoning, but most of the white rabbits found the pepper too spicy, but the black warrior rabbit relished the seasoned meal. Theo, on the other hand, was still sleeping when Seo-jun respectfully woke him up for breakfast. Seo-jun asked how Theo wanted his roasted fish seasoned, but this question irritated Theo. He hissed at Seo-jun, emphasizing that no one should play around with food by adding anything to it. Theo chooses to sit on Seo-jun's lap and enjoys his plain roasted fish. Seo-jun, still a bit frustrated, tells Theo that he doesn't understand the greatness of salt and pepper. After their hearty breakfast, Seo-jun and the rabbits return to their daily work, harvesting potatoes. Seo-jun used his named dagger to cut the tomato bunches, and to his surprise, not only did his farming skill increase, but his levels and dagger skills improved as well. He was shocked to discover that cutting crops with the dagger had a similar effect to defeating monsters and increasing his dagger skill. Seo-jun realized that a B-ranked named item like his dagger was indeed a wonderful tool, and he was determined to work hard and quickly increase his proficiency with it. After harvesting a bunch of cherry tomatoes, Seo-jun handed them to Theo, assigning him the task of plucking them one by one and storing them in his bag. Theo, clearly unhappy with this task, complained and questioned why he had to do such manual labor when he was the sales cat. Seo-jun, who had a strong work ethic, replied that there was no shame in working with their hands. He reminded Theo that he, Seo-jun, was the chairman of this farming operation, and that he too was actively involved in farm work. This revelation stunned Theo, who then asked Seo-jun if being a chairman was a higher position than being a sales cat. Seo-jun confirmed that it was a high-ranking position and encouraged Theo to keep working diligently, as he might also reach such a level one day. Theo, with his arrogance momentarily set aside, agreed to work hard. However, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously inside, thinking about the day when he might rise to the position of chairman and have the authority to command Seo-jun as he pleased. Then, Theo prepares to leave for his work, his bag filled with the harvested cherry tomatoes. Seo-jun requests that Theo stops by the lottery store again and buys anything he likes because he doesn't want to let the cat's remarkable talent go to waste. Theo waves his paws dismissively and assures Seo-jun that he will be back soon before he departs. With Theo on his way to work, Seo-jun could now focus on harvesting the remaining cherry tomatoes in the row. His efforts were rewarded with 90 XP for picking 6 tomatoes at once, a 50% increase from the usual amount. He couldn't help but wonder why the XP gain was so high, and the answer became clear as he read the information window about the cherry tomatoes he had just collected. The reason for the high XP gain was that these tomatoes were of rank D. They were no ordinary tomatoes. Each D-ranked tomato could break down 20 grams of fat when consumed and boost stamina by 0.2 for 10 minutes. Their shelf life had also extended to 60 days. Seo-jun was astonished to see how upgrading the crop from E-ranked to D-ranked nearly doubled all its attributes. What's more, these D-ranked tomatoes were even tastier than the previous ones. Seo-jun wondered if there were more crops like this waiting to be discovered. He had recently leveled up significantly, becoming a D-ranked tower farmer. He suspected that all the crops he cultivated after leveling up had grown to D-rank. He pondered about how he could have introduced the D-ranked potatoes to the market and fetched an even higher price if Theo had waited a bit longer. However, it was pointless to dwell on it now. Seo-jun decided to find out how much the taste had improved as the rank of the tomatoes increased by 1. He suggested to his rabbit friends that they should enjoy the new tomatoes and then take a nap together. No one had any objection. As Theo made his way down to the 5th floor, he felt a sense of disappointment. Then the scene shifts, and we see the tower manager entering a dark room full of treasures. There was a super rare statue of the tower manager herself, whose name is Spleen Fratani. This statue was made by another dragon named Kaiser Fratana, using a piece of ice from the Blue Penguin Kingdom. But the tower manager didn't care much about this beautiful ice statue. She broke it into pieces and replaced it with the sweet potatoes that Seo-jun had given her. This room had a magic spell that kept things safe forever. So, instead of eating the cute-looking sweet potatoes, the tower manager decided to keep them here like a special treasure. She acted like a schoolgirl with a crush when talking about Seo-jun's gift. At first, she almost said, "my human," but then corrected herself, saying Seo-jun gave it to her, so she had to treasure it. The tower manager continued her usual routine of stalking Seo-jun through her crystal ball. When she saw him peacefully sleeping, she couldn't help but smile mischievously, her mind filled with naughty thoughts. However, her expression suddenly changed as she noticed something concerning, and her face turned serious. Seo-jun woke up because of many system notifications telling him to. He was confused and still sleepy when he asked the tower manager why she woke him up. The tower manager urgently told him it was no time to sleep. When Seo-jun looked around, he saw something scary at the cave's entrance and screamed. The black warrior rabbit on his shoulder also got curious. It was a red bear, but it was tiny, almost like a teddy bear. The tower manager tried to make it go away, but it slipped and ended up inside the cave. Seo-jun panicked and rushed to catch it, wondering if a dog had fallen from the sky. But when he checked the information, he found out it was a baby crimson giant bear, a bear that looked innocent but was still pretty big for a baby bear. It was just staring at Seo-jun with big eyes. Seo-jun was shocked as he held the baby giant crimson bear in his arms, wondering if it was the offspring of the monster that had once attacked the cave on a blue moon night. The giant crimson bear had been truly ferocious, and in comparison, its baby looked incredibly small and cute. Seo-jun was uncertain about what to do with the bear cub, who appeared quite innocent. However, the tower manager questioned why he had caught it. Seo-jun explained that he couldn't let the baby bear fall, as it would have been dangerous for the cub otherwise. The manager urged Seo-jun to send the bear out of the cave quickly, suggesting that its mother might be nearby and searching for it. Seo-jun decided not to send the baby bear away immediately. Instead, he gently placed the cub on the ground, feeling that it was too small to be separated from its mother just yet. He believed it would be better to wait for the mother bear to return and retrieve her offspring. But the baby bear noticed the rabbits and got excited because he had never seen creatures his size before. Playfully, he began to run towards the rabbits. However, the white rabbits, feeling a bit scared, quickly hid behind the chubby rabbits. The sickle rabbit and the warrior rabbit stood their ground, adopting a defensive stance. However, the tower manager issued a warning, stating that the crimson bear was a gluttonous monster and might consume all the food in the cave. Seo-jun thought the manager was overreacting and reassured that the baby bear was just a small cub, unlikely to cause any harm. He observed as the baby bear tried to befriend the black rabbit and felt joy seeing the rabbit patting the bear's head. While playing with the rabbits, the baby bear noticed the poison honeybees and their queen. He attempted to chase them, but the small honeybees perceived him as a threat to their queen, which made them aggressive. They glared at the baby bear and pursued it, causing the cub to become frightened and run to Seo-jun for protection. Clinging to Seo-jun's feet, the bear sought comfort, and Seo-jun spoke to the bees, explaining that the baby bear was not an enemy and should not be attacked. He then reassured the bear, explaining that the bees had reacted aggressively because of its sudden approach, and urged it not to cry. Seo-jun then asked the baby bear if it had rushed towards the queen bee because she is thick, because he had smelled something nice from her. However, the baby bear could only respond with cries, unable to provide a verbal answer. Seeing the cub in such a pitiful state, Seo-jun requested a favor from the queen bee. Although she initially resisted, the queen bee reluctantly agreed with a sigh. The queen bee prepared her special juice and gave it to the baby bear, placing it gently in his little hand. The baby bear's face lit up with joy as he received the sweet treat. He stared at the special juice for a moment, and Seo-jun encouraged him to take a bite. With excitement, the baby bear began licking the special juice, savoring its delicious taste. The chubby bear companions patted the baby bear's head affectionately, sharing in his happiness. Seo-jun realized that he had figured it out. The baby bear had chased the queen bee because of her honey. He watched as the bear savored the honey, with the queen bee elegantly sitting on Seo-jun's shoulder. After finishing the honey, the baby bear returned to Seo-jun, who continued to pamper it, and asked if it wanted more honey. However, the tower manager, who had been growing increasingly furious, suddenly snapped at Seo-jun, generating an emergency quest to remove the baby crimson bear from the cave. The reward for completing the quest was a job-related skill, and the penalty for rejecting it was starving to death. The manager expressed anger toward the baby bear, causing Seo-jun and the queen bee to be shocked. Seo-jun couldn't contain his frustration and shouted at the tower manager, deeming the situation unfair. He argued that the baby bear was just an innocent cub and couldn't possibly eat enough to endanger anyone. He even accused the manager of being jealous. The tower manager explained that she wants to keep Seo-jun safe and avoid making any mistakes that she might regret later. She's concerned about Seo-jun's well-being and thinks the baby bear could be a threat to him. Seo-jun, hearing this, became a little angry. He mentioned that he wasn't supposed to be on the 99th floor and ended up here because of her. He questioned why she was suddenly so concerned about his safety. Then the tower manager admitted it was her honest mistake that Seo-jun is stuck on 99th floor because of her, and asked Seo-jun to please listen to her order just this once. Hearing this, Seo-jun hugged the baby bear and mentioned that coming into the tower was a mistake too, which made him sad. It was the first time that the rabbits and bees saw him so down. However, the tower manager eventually gave up after seeing how gloomy Seo-jun and his friends looked, telling him he could do as he pleased. Seo-jun wasn't pleased either, and questioned why the manager was so worried about the little monster eating. He agreed to a compromise, saying he'd send the baby bear outside when the time was right. He lifted the baby bear, who was sleeping peacefully, and decided to let him stay in the cave for the day and send him back tomorrow. The next day, while everyone was still fast asleep, The baby bear woke up unusually early, his little mind set on a secret mission. After a while, the black rabbit awoke from his slumber, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was struck with utter shock. His mouth hung wide open, and he began to scream in surprise. The commotion jolted Seo-jun awake, and he quickly realized that the baby bear was nowhere to be seen. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Seo-jun scratching his little pee-pee, he made his way over to where the rabbits were gathered, their voices filled with anger and astonishment, and he was shocked by what he saw. There were half-eaten carrots and sweet potatoes scattered on the ground, and one of their storage areas was empty. The baby bear was rummaging through the remaining stores for more food, looking confused about what he had done wrong. Seo-jun was devastated, but the rabbits were furious. The black rabbit even grabbed his hammer, ready to scold the baby bear, while the others scolded him verbally. Seo-jun checked the remaining stores and found that 1/3 of their sweet potatoes and carrots had been eaten or damaged. After being scolded by the rabbits, the baby bear ran to Seo-jun and started crying. Seo-jun picked him up and realized that the baby bear had grown twice in size overnight, becoming much larger and heavier. Seo-jun remembered that plants and animals inside the tower grew at a different rate, and he wasn't surprised anymore. But he also remembered the tower manager's warning that the baby bear could eat all their food. He realized he should have listened to her. The manager sent Seo-jun another message, explaining that baby crimson bears were the biggest gluttons in the tower and could eat up to 100 kilograms of food every day if available. Seo-jun realized his mistake and asked for the manager's forgiveness, and the tower manager responds that she doesn't mind anymore since Seo-jun has apologized. Seo-jun then mentions that he thought the manager was jealous because he fed the baby bear cub. The tower manager clarifies that what's important now is to send the baby crimson bear away. Seo-jun agrees but wonders how to do it. Suddenly he gets a brilliant idea. He makes a rope out of onion leaves and ties it around the baby bear like a harness. After preparing everything, Seo-jun asks the team of rabbits outside the cave if they are ready. They are all set to help get the bear cub out. Using the rope, with the other end secured to a tree outside the cave, they begin pulling the bear cub up. Everyone, except the mother rabbit and the worker bees, puts in their full strength. Seo-jun encourages them, and slowly but surely, the baby bear starts coming out of the cave. However, once outside, the bear cub begins to struggle. He doesn't want to leave. He starts crying. Seo-jun offers him some honey to calm him down and explains that he should go back to his mom now. The honey helps soothe the bear, and he stops resisting being pulled up. Seo-jun and the queen bee wave goodbye as the baby bear cutely exits the cave while enjoying the queen bee's special treat. The bear also waves his hand, bidding his farewell. Then the quest to send him out is completed. The tower manager rewards Seo-jun with a skill called Seed Gathering Level 1, which slightly increases the chance of obtaining better seeds from harvesting crops. The bear cub is dropped off by the rabbits, and as they return to the cave, all of them are tired. Seo-jun commends them for their hard work, but then everyone feels hungry at the same time. Seeing their supplies depleted, he asks them if they should eat cherry tomatoes today. But then a few days later, something unexpected happens. Seo-jun and his rabbit friends are greeted by a giant bear that casts its shadow inside the cave, with the baby bear in her giant hands. It's the exact same bear that tried to attack Seo-jun on the blue moon. Everyone is shocked and afraid as they look upward with open mouths. The baby bear had invited his mama, the giant crimson bear. Now Seo-jun is sweating profusely as he imagined the mama bear angrily picking him up and scolding him for kidnapping her child for a full day. He fears that she won't forgive him and will eat him. Helpless against her enormous size and strength, Seo-jun begins to wonder if he will die here without ever seeing his family again. With fear gripping him, Seo-jun gets down on his knees and begs the mother bear to spare him, emphasizing that he's not tasty at all because the only thing he eats is tomatoes. However, much to Seo-jun's surprise, the mama bear appears puzzled rather than angry. The tower manager intervenes and explains that the mama bear isn't interested in eating Seo-jun. Instead, she conveys that the baby bear wants Seo-jun to provide her with the queen bee's special saliva-mixed honey to feed her cub, as the little bear loved the taste, and was begging his mother for it. Seo-jun takes a moment to process this unexpected turn of events. He realizes that the bear mom isn't here for herself, but for her cub. As the mother bear growls loudly, the black rabbit covers his ears, and the tower manager translates that the mother bear intends to protect the surrounding area in exchange for the honey. Relieved, Seo-jun and his rabbit friends are no longer in fear. He assures the giant crimson bear that he will provide her with the honey. The tower manager instructs Seo-jun to climb onto the mama bear's massive paw. He happily complies and settles onto the bear's paw. With a gentle motion, the giant bear slowly lifts him out of the cave. Seo-jun looks back at his well-tended farms inside the cave from this unique vantage point and feels a wave of nostalgia. He silently thanks his crops, which have thrived in the cave and sustained him during his time there. As he emerges from the cave, Seo-jun is momentarily stunned by the brightness of the outside world. Gradually, his eyes adjust, revealing a breathtaking sight. He can't help but exclaim in amazement as he takes in the vast expanse of the tower. In the center, there's a towering structure aglow with light, and a vast mountain range stretches outward from it towards his location. Seo-jun realizes that he's quite far from the central tower, making the mountains appear small and relatively barren from this distance. Still awestruck, Seo-jun questions whether this expansive area is really inside the tower. His gaze then shifts to the central tower and the radiant beam shooting skyward. Curious, he asks the tower manager about it. She explains that it's a waypoint, leaving Seo-jun shocked by the revelation that waypoints are the only means by which hunters can move between the tower's floors. These waypoints consist of giant magic crystals encased within stone structures. Seo-jun's hopes soar at the prospect of using the waypoint to escape the tower, first reaching the first floor and then the real world. However, the reality of how to reach the waypoint sets in. The distance seems insurmountable, especially at a normal human walking pace. So he turns to the mama bear and asks if she might be able to take him closer to the waypoint. The mother bear responds with something the tower manager interprets as a refusal. Seo-jun wants to understand why, and the manager explains that the area leading to the waypoint is not within her territory. To reach the waypoint, the mother bear would have to defeat approximately 3,000 monsters, each with its boss, in areas outside her territory. Even for her, this would be a challenging task. Understanding that there are formidable monsters on the way to the waypoint, Seo-jun realizes that the journey won't be easy, even with the bear's assistance. The mother bear then points to the forest on the other side of the cave, which the tower manager interprets as indicating her territory extends from the forest inside the cave to the surrounding area. She implies that while she can protect Seo-jun within her territory, outside of it, there are dangerous monsters that could harm him, and even she would struggle to defeat them while safeguarding him. Upon understanding the mother bear's message, Seo-jun said, "It's okay," with a sad face. Then we saw the queen bee, the white rabbits, and the black rabbit also coming out from the cave. The black rabbit brought Seo-jun's bag and handed it to him. Seo-jun thanks the black rabbit, and as the queen bee perches on his shoulder, the baby bear affectionately hugs the black rabbit. At first, the rabbit is taken aback, but he soon happily pats the bear cub's head. Meanwhile, the mother bear is communicating something to Seo-jun. As she exhales loudly, a powerful warm wind blows, startling the queen honeybee, who hides behind Seo-jun, clinging to him while the bear cub licks the warrior rabbit. Seo-jun grasps the mother bear's message this time and retrieves a bottle of honey from his bag. He tells the bear cub it's time to enjoy some honey, and the bear eagerly turns to him after having nearly drenched the black rabbit's face in drool. Excitement sparkles in the bear cub's eyes as it starts savoring the honey, with everyone watching. Seo-jun then asks the mother bear if she'd like some honey too, and the queen bee becomes even more timid. The tower manager conveys the mother bear's response that she's fine and wants Seo-jun to give the honey only to her cub. She explains that there wasn't much to eat in this area, which is why her cub hadn't been growing. However, in just one day in the cave, he grew significantly. Reflecting on that day, Seo-jun feels upset, along with the queen bee. He realizes that the bear cub grew so much because it ate a substantial amount, nearly depleting their stored food. The mother bear adds that the honey's sweet smell will be very beneficial, and the queen bee, now bashful at receiving compliments, hides beside Seo-jun, covering her face with his shirt. Seo-jun then inquires if there was nothing for her to eat in the forest, and if she starved herself. He has recently learned that giant crimson bears consume a lot, and if the cub couldn't get enough food, she wouldn't either. The mother bear reveals that she had been starving for 3 days while searching for this cave, shocking Seo-jun. He firmly believes that, even though her baby is a priority, mothers shouldn't put themselves through such hardship. He tells her to wait for a moment and gives an urgent order to the black hunter rabbit. Seo-jun plans to showcase his culinary skills to the mother bear. Inside the cave, the black rabbit hunts for fish, while the sickle rabbit chops carrots into small pieces. Seo-jun quickly utilizes the ingredients his rabbit friends gathered to prepare a delicious stew. In the stew, he combines carrots, onions, tomatoes, and fish, creating a flavorful dish. As he tastes it, He deems it complete and perfect. Seo-jun not only makes a generous amount of stew for the mother bear, but also roasts skewers of fish and onions, whole roasted fish, and various vegetables. The giant crimson bear seems a bit bewildered by this feast, but her cub is already drooling with anticipation. Seo-jun explains that while the stew may have simple ingredients, it's rich in taste and nutrition, and the baby bear eagerly starts eating. Seo-jun encourages the mother bear to enjoy the meal as well, emphasizing that it will help her baby grow up healthy and well protected. At the mention of food, the mother bear can't contain her emotions and suddenly wraps her massive paws around Seo-jun and the two rabbits who assisted him, giving them a heartfelt bear hug. The embrace is overwhelming for them, and Seo-jun and the rabbits cry out in a mixture of surprise, happiness, and a hint of discomfort from the tight bear hug. Meanwhile, the tower manager was watching this from the office. Seeing this, the manager sighed, saying that she had been watching over the bear family ever since the bear cub left the cave a few days ago, because she was worried that the baby bear would call its mom to attack the cave. The manager did not know why, but the crimson giant bear wanted to establish friendly relations with Seo-jun. And since she thought it was a good thing, she stepped up and told the mother bear that she would act as an interpreter so that Seo-jun and the mother bear could become good friends. Now, happily with a big smile, she thought that she was glad that she would have more to eat if Seo-jun came out of the cave and increased his farming field. She thought that if the giant crimson bear became his bodyguard, she would have one less thing to worry about, and it would be like killing two birds with one stone. And then she started praising herself, saying that this was to be expected of the genius Black Dragon. In the middle floors of the tower, within the Wandering Merchant Inspector Bureau, Inspector Zerath was engrossed in reading a report regarding Theo. Unfortunately, the report was quite lacking in information, especially considering Theo's status as a novice wandering merchant, which had afforded him certain protections within the tower. What Zerath did know was that Theo hailed from Granner Village and primarily conducted trade with humans on the lower floors. The sources from which Theo acquired his goods were unconfirmed. A similar lack of information surrounded Scarum, who, despite not appearing particularly skilled, managed to consistently turn a profit without revealing the sources of his merchandise. This raised suspicions for Zerath between Scarum and Theo. She was sure Theo was some smart burglar and would catch her. Just then, a subordinate entered and handed Zerath a file containing information about another case. This file listed stolen items that had been smuggled inside the tower. However, Zerath had little interest in this particular case. Her focus was primarily on Theo. But then another of Zerath's subordinates came to report that they had received information from one of their agents managing the passageway that a wandering merchant by the name of Theo had just arrived on the 75th floor. Zerath had been waiting for this opportunity and got up, leaving the current report on hiatus until the matter with the cat merchant was solved. She put on her hood, determined to find out the truth behind the wandering cat merchant while putting her honor as an inspector on the line. Meanwhile, unaware of the troubles coming for him, Theo was just busy eating some snacks in the market. 3 days have passed since Seo-jun made the deal with the mother bear to protect him and his farm in exchange for feeding her cub. Every morning, the mother bear and her baby pay Seo-jun a visit, and there's a warm exchange of greetings between them. Seo-jun then requests the mother bear to bring him outside the cave, and as she gently carries him out into the daylight, he presents her with a substantial package of food. The mother bear expresses her gratitude and she heads out to patrol the area, leaving her now sizable baby bear in Seo-jun's care. This routine has become their daily norm, and thanks to the security the mother bear provides, Seo-jun is gradually expanding his farming operations. Together with his rabbit companions, they begin moving their belongings outside the cave, slowly clearing the rugged terrain surrounding it. However, the situation outside is a stark contrast to the fertile underground soil they were accustomed to. Here the earth is dry, littered with rocks and pebbles, making it a challenging environment for crop cultivation. Seo-jun and his trusty shovel-wielding rabbit friend assess the situation, sharing mutual concerns about the soil's quality and the abundance of obstacles in their path. Just as worry begins to creep in, they are interrupted by the joyful roar of the baby crimson bear. They watch in amazement as he digs through the soil with boundless enthusiasm, as if he were swimming through it. He's thoroughly enjoying himself, and Seo-jun's black warrior rabbit and cart rabbit eagerly assist by removing the stones and pebbles from the freshly dug earth. Seo-jun is elated, witnessing their dedication and effort in improving the land. He praises the bear cub for his valuable assistance, declaring that stone removal will now be a much more manageable task. As a token of his appreciation, Seo-jun rewards the bear cub with a delicious roasted sweet potato, which the cub devours with great enthusiasm. Then Seo-jun decides to plant sweet potatoes because they might have a better chance of growing in the rocky soil. He's getting better at sowing seeds, which increases the likelihood of the sweet potatoes growing successfully. His skills are getting better, and he's gaining more experience. His rabbit friend with the shovel is there to help him. Seo-jun tells his rabbit companion that they can try growing cherry tomatoes later. However, as Seo-jun turns around, he's shocked to see the baby bear digging up and eating the sweet potatoes they just planted. He scolds the bear, letting him know they're not digging for treasures. The bear looks remorseful, realizing his mistake. Seo-jun understands that he needs to teach the bear how to plant, because they'll be staying here for a while. Meanwhile, Theo is back on the 38th floor of the tower to sell another batch of cherry tomatoes. He's selling them in groups of 300, and he has 180 of them in total. The hunters are excited about the auction. However, Theo notices that he's making less gold this time because the wealthy buyer from before isn't present. Dong-sik approaches Theo and asks if he has checked whether the contract from their previous deal has been fulfilled. Theo confirms that he has, and Dong-sik seems relieved. He requests a favor from Theo, a photo together because his daughter is fond of cats. Theo agrees, and in gratitude, Dong-sik gives him a pouch of red pepper powder. Curiosity got the best of Theo, and he became intrigued by why Seo-jun liked the spices so much. Ignoring Dong-sik's attempt to stop him, Theo decided to taste the chili powder for himself. As soon as he did, he regretted it instantly. His mouth was on fire, and he began jumping around in distress, leaving Dong-sik unsure of how to help him. After a while, we see Theo heading to the market city to upgrade his bag capacity now that he's a mid-level merchant. His face is still swollen from the red pepper powder, but he's determined to make the most of this opportunity. He's pleased that the increased bag capacity will allow him to carry more cherry tomatoes and increase his profits. He's willing to invest all the incentives he received from Seo-jun to upgrade his bag. Theo even jokes to himself that he might soon gather 1,000 tower coins and become a higher mid-class merchant. He daydreams about becoming the chairman and making Seo-jun kneel before him. However, as Theo plans to stop by the lottery store to complete Seo-jun's task, he's enticed by the delicious smell of roasted skewers from a roadside stall. He decides to soothe his still-hurting tongue by indulging in some good food first. He orders a dried fish, but the stall owner asks for 1 tower coin. Theo, now with a dominating aura he learned from Seo-jun, confidently asks for a discount. Panicked, the stall owner quickly gives him one. Theo happily munches on his dried fish as he continues on his way to the lottery shop. Then Theo bumped into someone, and Theo immediately recognized her as the pushover from the last time who almost got tricked by Scarum. Furious upon being called a pushover by the cat who ruined her operation, she was boiling in anger from the inside, but she had to keep calm to know all about Theo. Theo asked her what the matter was, and Zareth said that she never got to thank him for saving her back then, so she wanted to treat him to a meal. But boy, oh boy, after getting rejected by his first love, now our Theo is a Chad. Theo instantly rejected the offer, saying that he is busy and started moving forward. Hearing this, Zareth was in shock and tried her best to get him to come with her. She asked him not to be so cold and said they could just have tea if he did not have much time. But Theo said that he cannot drink hot things. Zareth changed the bait and said that one of her friends works at a really popular dessert shop where people have to wait a few years for reservation, and they can have a very special dessert there for free. Now Theo was getting annoyed by her persistence and said that he does not even like sweet things. Now, Zareth was irritated after getting rejected so many times, and she had no choice but to take out her secret weapon. She then kneeled down before him and asked him to listen to her. Theo was flustered. Zareth put on an act, saying that she became a wandering merchant only recently, and that's why she lacked the skills of a merchant. She said she was very impressed when Theo saw through the clever ploy of the evil Scarum at once, and saved a complete stranger like her out of his consideration. She said that she respected Theo and wanted to learn his merchant skills, calling him the amazing and cool great wandering merchant cat, Sir Theo. Now hearing this, Theo was overjoyed to hear so many adjectives before his name, and he smugly said that since she was so insistent, he could teach her a bit. As Zareth thanked him, she grinned because her ultimate technique had worked again. Zareth is secretly proud of herself, as her unheeded begging technique has never failed her before. She watches as Theo, feeling a bit embarrassed and awkward, tells her to get up. She nervously complies, and then she asks him where he's headed. He replies that he's on his way to buy something from the smithy alley. This piques Zareth's curiosity. She decides to follow him silently, wanting to see what excellent items Theo is about to purchase. They eventually arrive at a shop, but Zerath is surprised by what she sees. The shop has a 50% discount on everything, and it looks rather shabby with a collection of old, unapprised items. It's essentially a junk store. She wonders what kind of merchant skills Theo intends to teach her in a place like this. Theo approaches the shopkeeper and inquires if the sign outside is true, that they really sell all items for 20 tower coins. The shopkeeper confirms it. Zerath recalls the premium and reputable shops they passed on their way here. She had suggested to Theo that if he was looking for items to resell, he should visit one of those stores. However, Theo just smugly laughed off her suggestion and told her to shut up and follow him. Now she finds herself in this seemingly run-down shop, where the owner has made it clear that most of the items are unappraised, old, and junk. Suddenly, Theo slams his paw on the table and loudly demands a discount from the shopkeeper, leaving Zenith shocked, thinking, "What the hell is Theo saying? Asking for a discount on a shop that is already offering a 50% discount? How stupid is that?" Theo was confident that he could secure a good deal. However, the shopkeeper surprised him by offering a slight discount, selling the items for 18 tower coins instead of the usual 20. This left Zerath speechless because Theo's bold tactics seemed to be working. Yet, Theo wasn't content with this reduction. He pushed for an even better deal, demanding a price of only 13 tower coins. He sweetened the deal by promising to become a regular customer if he received this discount. The shopkeeper, amused by Theo's determination, couldn't help but chuckle. He admitted it had been a while since he encountered such an entertaining merchant, and agreed to the lower price of 13 tower coins. As Theo celebrated his triumph, Zerath couldn't quite fathom what had just transpired. She watched as Theo turned to her, grinning widely, and asked if she had seen his negotiation skills at work. She responded with praise, calling him cool, yet deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that he had simply been stubborn. Then Zerath asks Theo what he was planning to buy here in the first place, and Theo takes a look around as he tells her that he will decide it soon. It does not take him long to find what he is looking for in an old wooden box, and he shows off an old straw hat to Zerath, saying he was planning to buy this. She cannot believe it, and asks Theo if he was serious about buying that trash thing, and he replies that he was serious but asks why she was reacting like this. Zerath asks him if he cannot see what was wrong with his choice because he did not even select a weapon, but a worn-out straw hat that definitely had to be junk. The shopkeeper hears her words and asks her if she has any complaints about his shop, and she is taken aback as she says there is nothing like that. Even Theo scolds her for being a nuisance, and she apologizes while being upset and confused about why she was apologizing. But Theo has decided to buy the straw hat as Sejun had told him to buy whatever he liked, and he liked the hat at first glance. Then they leave the shop, and he tells Zerath that since he has shown her everything, he will be going back now. She is confused, and Theo gently pats her shoulder while acting smug and tells her that his merchant techniques must have passed on to her nicely. He tells Zerath that he hopes that she becomes a good merchant, and with those parting words, he takes off. She is stupefied for a moment, but then thinks that she can't help it. She thinks that despite her doubts, it would be unnatural to follow the cat merchant any more than this, and decides to retreat for now. But as she turns to go back, something clicks within Zerath's mind. She turns back in shock, takes a good look at the straw hat with Theo, and suddenly remembers that it was on the list of height-level stolen items from the landlord. She was shocked and wonders if it was really the same hat, and she tries to convince herself thinking, "There's no way, right?" and was left with confusion. Inside the cave on the 99th floor, Seo-jun is meticulously extracting seeds from the carrot plants he cultivated. These carrots had unexpectedly blossomed earlier than he had anticipated, generously providing him with a bountiful harvest of seed. Seo-jun contemplates dividing them, with half to be sown inside the cave and the other half on the land. Lately, their carrot reserves have been dwindling, mainly due to the voracious appetite of the baby bear. The rabbits, growing increasingly impatient, also warrant a larger carrot crop. Just as he's immersed in this task, the cart rabbit and the black warrior rabbit excitedly call out to Seo-jun, signaling that they've caught some fish for breakfast. Seo-jun briefly ponders the morning menu and decides on fish soup. He instructs the black rabbit and the sickle rabbit to prepare the fish. He has a specific purpose in mind for this meal, to cater to the pregnant mother rabbit whose waning appetite has been a concern. Seo-jun heads to collect fresh cherry tomatoes, which he intends to incorporate into the soup. He deftly harvests a handful of them using his name dagger. The father rabbit calls out to Seo-jun, reminding him to stay focused and work efficiently. Seo-jun understands that this isn't the time for distractions. He continues to prepare the food, adding some finely cut carrot leaves as garnish, and serves the clear fish soup to the pregnant mother rabbit. He takes pride in his creation, and an information window appears, describing the fish soup as a clear broth infused with Seo-jun's love and care for the mother rabbit. It's made by simmering fish, carrots, and green onions for an extended period. Seo-jun emphasizes to the mother rabbit the importance of eating well, even if she doesn't have much of an appetite, as it's crucial for her health during pregnancy. The father rabbit feels a bit awkward, but appreciates Seo-jun's concern. Seo-jun reassures him that the others are managing the farming tasks efficiently, so he should focus solely on taking care of his wife. As the father rabbit begins to feed his wife, Seo-jun shares his excitement about the upcoming arrival of the baby rabbits. Outside on the roof, the baby bear calls out to Seo-jun, and he responds that he's ready. Seo-jun dons his backpack and carries a large basket made from green onion leaf. He informs his rabbit friends that they'll be heading out to eat, leaving the crops in the care of the cart rabbit and sickle rabbit inside the cave. Seo-jun secures the basket with a rope tied around his waist and makes sure it's firmly fastened. After confirming that everything is set, he signals to the baby bear to start pulling him up. And the baby bear, despite being small, easily pulled Seo-jun up while he stood on the basket made of onion leaves. This DIY elevator was made possible because of the mommy bear's help. A few days ago, the mommy bear had moved a massive boulder and placed it beside the cave entrance. Now, using the onion rope, Seo-jun could enter and exit as he wished with great ease. Seeing the baby bear's effort, Seo-jun started patting the bear, and the baby bear responded with a happy smile. However, as the bear starts sniffing around the breakfast basket and scratching it, Seo-jun realizes that the bear's eagerness is primarily for breakfast. Seo-jun grants the bear's wish and reveals a bunch of roasted sweet potatoes. He explains that while the bear usually eats them raw, today he'll try the roasted one. Seo-jun had saved some sweet potatoes from last night's cooking, despite the manager's protests. The bear is completely captivated by the taste of the roasted sweet potatoes, eating them enthusiastically, even including the onion leaf cover. Seo-jun advises him to slow down, but by then only one sweet potato remained. Then, the baby bear had an idea. He grabbed a sweet potato in his mouth and started digging in the soil. Seo-jun, puzzled, asked the bear what he was up to. The bear pointed at the roasted sweet potato he'd just buried in the ground and patted it down. Seo-jun questioned if the bear planned to eat the sweet potato after it grew. The bear proudly nodded, thinking he'd mastered the concept of farming. However, Seo-jun and the rabbits burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the floor. The bear was baffled. Seo-jun explained that planting cooked food in the ground wouldn't make it grow. Farming didn't work that way. Despite their laughter, Seo-jun promised to make more sweet potatoes for the bear. He wiped away tears of mirth and admitted it was the best laugh he'd had in a while, all thanks to the bear. But the bear's antics weren't over. Seo-jun heard a squishing sound and turned to see fish buried in the soil. The bear had planted the fish meant for breakfast. Seo-jun and the rabbits were shocked and didn't know what to say. Seo-jun realized they needed to give the bear some lessons on farming. The rabbits seemed to agree, especially considering the bear had just planted all his food in the ground and was now hungry. Meanwhile, inside the honeybee comb, which had become a grand inverted castle, the queen poisonous honeybee sat alone in her chamber. She looked gloomy and uncertain as she held a special egg in her hand. Then we see the baby bear in a fighting position, his eyes glowing red with a terrifying aura, while the warrior rabbit also readied his fighting stance, holding his hammer. The baby bear charged towards the warrior rabbit with a playful smile, but the warrior rabbit easily dodged by jumping high into the air. Then, the warrior rabbit struck the baby bear with 3 heavy hits, thinking the fight was over. But suddenly, the baby bear's claws reached from behind, shocking the warrior rabbit. Instead of attacking, the baby bear hugged the warrior rabbit and began licking him. It turned out to be nothing more than a playful session for the bear. The warrior rabbit, a bit surprised, started attacking the baby bear seriously again. However, it seemed like mere play for the baby bear, as not a single hair on the warrior rabbit was even scratched. Seo-jun, watching them, wondered whether they were training or just playing around. The chubby cart rabbit approached Seo-jun, carrying tomato and honey juice in carrot cups. Seo-jun took one of the cups and thanked the rabbit as he enjoyed a refreshing sip. The cart rabbit returned the greeting, and as Seo-jun relished the drink, his attention was drawn to the poisoned honeybees emerging from their nest. It seemed like they were starting their daily patrol. and Seo-jun wished them a safe journey. But what surprised him was when he noticed the queen honeybee among them. Her demeanor was unusually serious as she carried a small, round object wrapped in onion leaves. She flew purposefully towards Seo-jun, leaving him puzzled. It didn't make sense for the queen bee to be outside her hive, especially when she should have been busy with her duties. Seo-jun voiced his confusion and asked the queen bee about her unexpected presence. In response, the bee made an indistinct sound and gently placed the small wrapped object into Seo-jun's outstretched hands. His curiosity piqued. Seo-jun inquired about the nature of the object, but the queen bee simply shook her head before flying away. The other bees followed her, returning to the cave. With a sense of intrigue, Seo-jun decided to unwrap the mysterious gift he had received. As he carefully peeled away the layers, he made an astonishing discovery. Nestled inside was a cocoon, but not just any cocoon. It was the cocoon of a poison bee queen. This revelation left Seo-jun in awe. He realized that this cocoon was the result of the queen bee consuming his special juice and becoming pregnant. Now, it was destined to transform into another thick queen bee, rather than an ordinary worker bee. With 10 days remaining until the cocoon's hatching, Seo-jun grasped the significance of what he held in his hand. He understood that the newly emerged queen bee would regard the first being it saw as its owner. His rabbit companions listened attentively as he shared these remarkable details, still captivated by the revelation. Seo-jun understood the implications of the queen bee's gift. If a new queen were to emerge prematurely in a hive unprepared for a split, it would lead to a significant weakening of the hive's strength. He realized that the queen bee had entrusted him with the cocoon for this very reason. Seo-jun surmised that this cocoon held great importance to the queen bee, and his excitement bubbled over. He couldn't contain his joy, and in his exuberance he startled the rabbit perched on his shoulder, causing it to tumble to the ground. Seo-jun exclaimed with delight, recognizing this as a remarkable opportunity. He was determined to put in the effort to ensure that the cocoon would hatch into an exceptional queen poison honeybee. With enthusiasm, he cheered on the future queen within the cocoon, eagerly anticipating their eventual meeting. Meanwhile, Theo had just returned from his sales expedition, having journeyed from the lower floors to the 99th floor. He was very happy, singing as he made his way towards Seo-jun's cave. Then he started laughing weirdly, thinking about how Seo-jun would kneel down, and he would enjoy the authority of ordering Seo-jun around. However, as he approached the cave entrance, he noticed a baby crimson bear. Seeing this, he got shocked and started screaming, wondering what a crimson bear was doing at the entrance of Seo-jun's cave. But then Theo noticed something. It was Seo-jun's bag in the crimson bear's mouth. Now all sorts of bad thoughts started racing through Theo's mind. His face turned pale and he became very nervous and scared, thinking, "Did the crimson bear kill Seo-jun?" He fell to the ground, crying, while the baby bear looked on in confusion. A dark aura surrounded Theo as he unsheathed his claws and screamed in anger, saying that he hadn't even used his remaining time to become Sales Cat Theo, and now he had killed Seo-jun. With tears in his eyes and a deep rage burning within him, he leaped toward the crimson bear to strike it, while the bear remained bewildered, not understanding what it had done wrong. But before Theo could land a hit, Seo-jun emerged from behind, greeting Theo and welcoming him. Theo was paused in midair, shocked. Then he gently landed on the ground and suddenly jumped onto Seo-jun's face, who was hanging on the onion rope as he emerged from the cave. Seo-jun clung to the rope as he almost fell because of Theo suddenly jumping onto him. Then Theo, in a panic, started asking Seo-jun if he was okay and if he was hurt anywhere. Confused, Seo-jun asked what Theo was saying, but without listening to Seo-jun, Theo crawled towards Seo-jun's legs, checking if he was hurt anywhere or not, while Seo-jun was shouting that he would actually fall at this rate and then get injured for real now. Theo, not satisfied with just the presence of the giant crimson bear cub, bombards Seo-jun with questions. He asks Seo-jun to explain what's going on with the bear. Seo-jun, displaying patience with his inquisitive sales cat, asks Theo to limit his questions to one at a time. He steps out of the cave and proceeds to provide a comprehensive explanation. Seo-jun introduces the giant crimson bear cub to Theo, recounting how their friendship began when the cub accidentally fell into the cave. He explains that they quickly became friends, and now he has an arrangement with the bear's mother. She guards the surrounding areas in exchange for food and honey for her cub, Theo, although initially skeptical, starts to grasp the situation better. Even his rabbit friends confirm Seo-jun's account. With some relief, the cat merchant admits that he was concerned that the giant crimson bear might have devoured Seo-jun. Seo-jun acknowledges Theo's apprehension, recognizing that the cub's size could indeed pose a threat to humans. He realizes that it's time to give the bear a proper name instead of simply referring to him as a cub, making it easier for everyone to address him. Seo-jun enlists Theo's assistance in communicating with the bear cub to determine its name. Through their exchange with the bear, Seo-jun translates its response for Theo. The bear cub claims that it doesn't know anything about having a name. Since the bear cub appears excited about receiving a new name, Seo-jun decides to assign it a temporary name. He's quite pleased with his choice, believing it to be excellent. When Theo inquires about the name, Seo-jun, with an air of smugness, reveals that he's chosen the name Kyung for the bear cub. Seo-jun's choice is based because the baby bear keep crying Kyung all the time. But Theo and the two rabbits present don't share his enthusiasm for the name. The fat cart rabbit's expression clearly indicates his disapproval. Theo, stepping forward, gives Seo-jun a thumbs down and criticizes his naming sense, stating that he lacks the skill for naming. Seo-jun is taken aback by Theo's reaction and turns to comfort the bear cub. He inquires if the cub likes its new name, Q, and proceeds to give it chin rubs and head pats while addressing it by the chosen name, seeking its opinion on the matter. Before the bear cub can respond, Seo-jun takes matters into his own hands by tickling the bear cub until it's rolling on the floor, unable to utter a word. It becomes evident that this was Seo-jun's ploy to coax the bear cub into accepting its new name, and it appears to have worked. However, Theo is growing increasingly frustrated with the attention Q is receiving. Climbing onto Seo-jun's head, he implores Seo-jun to stop tickling the bear cub and directs his attention to what he has brought. Theo opens his bundle and presents Seo-jun with a pouch filled with tower coins, proudly declaring that he has successfully completed all the missions and sold everything as well. Seo-jun congratulates the cat merchant on his accomplishments, commending him for a job well done. In response to Theo's query about the duration of his time as the sales cat, Seo-jun informs him that when considering the remaining time from before, he has around 38 hours left to enjoy his preferred position. Theo rejoices at the prospect of luxuriating in the privileges of being a sales cat and expresses his intention to make the most of it. He asks Seo-jun for the churros, which Seo-jun holds in his lap, and begins to feed the cat merchant by hand. Theo is thoroughly content, complimenting Seo-jun on his excellent work this time, all while enjoying his favorite treats from the comfort of Seo-jun's lap. However, a sudden turn of events occurs when the baby bear unexpectedly pushes Theo aside and licks the churro instead. Theo is quick to notice this and directs a disdainful look toward the bear cub. He questions the bear cub's audacity for touching his churro and for intruding upon Seo-jun's lap while he was there. Fuming with anger, Theo warns the bear cub that he won't be forgiven for his actions and appears ready to attack him once more. Seo-jun is barely able to restrain Theo, preventing him from launching an attack on the sobbing bear cub. The bear's cries grow louder, reaching a deafening crescendo that leaves those in proximity stunned. Suddenly, the entire forest begins to tremble, creating an eerie atmosphere. As Seo-jun comprehends the impending catastrophe, a wave of terror courses through him. There's little time for him to react, for with astonishing speed and power, the mother bear emerges from the forest. Seo-jun and Theo can only gape in shock as she hurtles towards them. The colossal mother bear lands gracefully before them, and the shockwave generated by her arrival is enough to knock Seo-jun off his feet. Then the baby bear, while crying, tells his mommy that Theo bullied him, while the mommy bear stares at Theo menacingly, as if she could crush him like a bug. On the other hand, Theo is in turmoil, his tail tucked between his legs, and he is shivering in fear, as he might pee any second now. Seo-jun is left wondering what will happen next. Theo, looking like he might pee himself at any moment, nervously greeted the mommy bear. He introduced himself as Theo, a wandering merchant. With a shaky voice, he showed his wandering merchant badge, hoping that upon seeing it, the mother bear might spare him. He continued, still with his shaky voice, explaining that he believed there had been a small misunderstanding with the baby bear. However, in response, the mommy bear growled loudly, and a powerful gust of wind nearly knocked Theo off his feet, leaving him barely standing in front of the mommy bear. As the bear's growls stopped, Theo found himself on his knees. Seo-jun and the other rabbits stood beside Theo, holding their ears, still affected by the bear's roar. Theo had tears in his eyes, crying in fear as he sincerely apologized. He promised that he and her baby bear would not fight anymore, and he is truly very sorry. Now seeing the situation getting out of control, Seo-jun stepped in between and tried to calm things down. He explained that it was just a little argument and nothing serious had happened. Her baby wasn't hurt. It was just a harmless little fight. Theo, still trembling with fear, remained on the ground. Hearing Seo-jun's explanation, the mama bear stared at him for a while with a deadly looks. Then, she let out a heavy breath and turned to move back into the jungle. Seo-jun and Theo, still scared and in a state of panic, watched her go. As the bear left, Seo-jun let out a sigh of relief. He admitted that he thought they were in real danger today. The white rabbits huddled together for comfort. While Theo was still crying, his sobs interrupted by hiccups. Seeing Theo in this state, Seo-jun adopted a caring tone. He held Theo and asked if he was all right, urging him to calm down as the mama bear had left. Theo slowly wiped his tears and managed to say thank you to Seo-jun, his hiccups persisting, like a little child. Then Seo-jun gently held Theo and placed him on his lap, cradling him like a baby. He apologized sincerely, expressing regret that if he had informed Theo about the mama bear, this whole frightening situation might have been avoided. But Theo was still crying, his sobs punctuated by continuous hiccups, and he covered his eyes with his paws. The other rabbit sat beside Theo, watching him with sad expressions. To comfort Theo, the warrior rabbit began to lick him gently. For a moment, Theo stopped crying, surprised by the unexpected comfort. Then the other rabbits joined in, licking and tickling Theo. Slowly, Theo's sobs subsided, and he finally stopped crying as the tickling made him giggle. From a distance, the baby bear watched as all the rabbits licked and tickled Theo, making him laugh loudly. It was clear that they were all having a wonderful time. However, as the baby bear observed this joyful scene, he suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with gloom. Unable to bear seeing Theo so sad, the baby bear approached Seo-jun and with gentle care started licking Theo as well. It was his way of apologizing for calling his mama earlier, which had frightened Theo. Theo, now smiling a little, told the baby bear that he was also sorry and that they could be good friends from now on. Seo-jun and the rabbits watched this heartwarming moment with happiness. However, Theo politely asked the baby bear not to eat his treat, explaining that it was very hard to find it, and the baby bear agreed, understanding the importance of Theo's treat. After a while, as everyone calmed down, Seo-jun spoke up. He said that they were all like a happy big family. As he said this, the rabbits started yawning and were sitting on Seo-jun's lap and shoulder. Theo rested in Seo-jun's hand, and Seo-jun himself sat comfortably on the baby bear's lap. Together, they all yawned, feeling sleepy as they slowly closed their eyes, ready to embrace a peaceful rest. But, due to the commotions, the rabbit couple emerged from their cave. Then, the husband rabbit noticed the straw hat that Theo had brought for Seo-jun from the lottery shop on the ground. He picked it up happily from Theo's pouch, and the mother rabbit pointed her fingers towards Seo-jun. As they observed, they saw Seo-jun and his companions sleeping like newborn babies. Seo-jun was resting against the baby bear, while Theo lay in Seo-jun's lap. The warrior rabbit perched on Seo-jun's shoulder, and the other white rabbit found a cozy spot on the baby bear's stomach. Then, the mother rabbit said something to the husband rabbit, and he gently placed the straw hat on Seo-jun's head. The hat shielded Seo-jun's face from the direct sunlight, and as he slept with the hat covering his face, a warm smile graced his lips. Well, seeing this, I myself want to sleep between them. The scene shifts to a different dimension, a galaxy-like expanse with a hovering palace emanating brilliant light. As we draw closer, we witness 4 enormous black dragons encircling a crystal, radiating intense light with lightning bolts flickering around it. There is also a human-like figure close to the crystal. Upon closer inspection, we discern the identity of this being. It was Kaiser Fratani, the grandfather of our tower manager. He appears to be struggling to manipulate the crystal, but suddenly, the crystal's power spirals out of control. In frustration, he shouts, questioning why the portal to the tower is not opening. Then from behind, a calming voice speaks out, urging Kaiser to calm down. It was Anton Fratani, the tower manager's father. But Kaiser didn't calm down. Instead, he raised his voice even more. He expressed his frustration about not being able to see his granddaughter, Aileen, who happens to be the tower manager. In this dire situation, he found it impossible to remain calm. He explained that Aileen was unwell, suffering from regular seizures, and her condition had worsened significantly lately. To find a cure, they had journeyed to other dimensions and galaxies. Finally, they had found a cure, but now they were unable to open the portal back to the tower. Kaiser gazed at the crystal, stating that their only option to return to the tower now was to rely on the emergency system they had installed in the tower. This system could forcefully trigger the portal to open. Until that happened, they were stranded here, anxiously unaware of what was happening to Aileen. Then, Anton replied with a serious expression, explaining that the emergency portal would only trigger when Aileen suffered a seizure. He reassured Kaiser that this was good news, indicating that Aileen was currently okay. He urged Kaiser once more to calm down, assuring him that they would surely find another way to enter the tower. The huge black dragons who had been listening also chimed in. They expressed their understanding of Kaiser's feelings, and Anton continued, elaborating on their concerns for Aileen. He explained that the 99th floor of the tower, where Aileen's cabin was located, was the center of the tower. It had an incredibly dense concentration of mana, and the dragons took turns managing the tower from there, growing stronger in the process. But they had all chosen to give that cabin to Aileen alone, as the dense mana would help Aileen. Now, all the dragons were gathered here for Aileen's sake, to fix Aileen's broken dragon's heart. In response to this heartfelt speech, Kaiser, still annoyed, remarked that even though the dragons had strong feelings for Aileen, the reality was that they were stuck in this dimension, unable to do anything about it. Maintaining his serious expression, Anton replied that he understood what Kaiser wanted to say. He addressed Kaiser as father and emphasized that he believed in his daughter Aileen more than anyone else. Then, for the first time, a hint of sadness crossed Anton's face. He knew Aileen was a strong girl and was confident that she was bravely fighting her seizures. Kaiser, listening with a serious expression, responded that if Anton said he would calm down. He then ordered the huge dragons to patrol the area and guard the crystal until the portal opened. The massive black dragons took flight. Now, looking upward, Anton asked Kaiser if something good might have happened to Aileen since it had already passed the expected date for her seizures. They both gazed at the crystal, expressing hope for Aileen's well-being. However, Kaiser couldn't help but worry about whether Aileen was getting enough to eat on the 99th floor, given the limited food available there. Meanwhile, Aileen, our tower manager, was savoring the juicy cherries provided by Seo-jun. She sat comfortably on a couch with a book in hand, enjoying the moment. Next to her, a bucket made from onion leaves was filled to the brim with cherry tomatoes. With a mischievous smile, the tower manager held up a cherry tomato and commented on its taste. She wondered if the tomato had become even tastier due to its rank increasing from E to D. Before, she needed to fill her mouth with a bunch of cherry tomatoes to experience their sweetness. But now, only a few of them were enough to satisfy her palate. However, as she mused about the tomatoes, an unexpected shock coursed through her. Startled, she dropped the cherry tomato she had been about to eat, a look of surprise on her face. Then, with a curious look on her face, she gently touched her chest. In a hushed tone, she revealed that her dragon heart had never once beaten since the day of her birth. Yet, just moments ago, something incredible had occurred. Her heart had, for a brief second, begun to beat. Not only that, but it had also absorbed mana for a while. This unexpected turn of events left her deep in thought. She wondered how such a thing could be possible. For her entire 200-year existence, she had been ill with a mysterious disease since birth, which caused her heart to stop beating. According to fate, she should have been experiencing seizures and nearing the end of her life. However, to her utter amazement, she was perfectly fine. She found herself in a state of confusion. Then, a realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her gaze fell upon the bucket brimming with Seo-jun's special cherries. She grabbed a handful and examined them closely. It was then that she discovered a hidden ability. Consuming these cherries slightly increased one's mana. Aileen couldn't contain her joy. She had been eating these cherries purely because they tasted incredibly good, but she hadn't expected that they also possessed the power to heal a dragon's dormant heart. Then she began to smile mischievously, saying, "The great black dragon, Aileen Fratani, who was 200 years old, had finally found someone she wanted to smash, she wanted to protect. Even though it was just for a moment, her heart had started beating. Now she was determined to do whatever it took to protect Seo-jun. She closed her eyes, placing her hands on the crystal ball with pride. She declared that Seo-jun should feel honored, as it was truly a tremendous blessing that the tower manager liked him. And then she resumed her usual routine of stalking Seo-jun with her crystal ball. Then, the tower manager urgently tried to wake Seo-jun up. He slowly opened his eyes, still feeling groggy and sleepy. However, as soon as he saw a system notification right in front of his face, he jolted awake and began shouting in surprise. The tower manager asked Seo-jun why he had used an unappraised item when she had explicitly warned him about their potential dangers. Still a little disoriented, Seo-jun was confused about which item the tower manager was referring to. Then he noticed the straw hat on his head. Meanwhile, all his animal companions were still fast asleep, and the husband rabbit had just woken up, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Holding the straw hat in his hands, Seo-jun couldn't help but wonder how and why Luffy's straw hat had ended up on his head. Then, the husband rabbit approached, holding Theo's bag, and explained that he had found the straw hat in Theo's bag. To protect Seo-jun's face from the direct sunlight, he had placed it on Seo-jun's head. Seo-jun started to think if Theo had brought this item, but Theo, in his deep sleep, was nestled in Seo-jun's hands, covering his face. He wiggled his tail and curled up, making it clear he didn't want to wake up just yet. Left with no other options, Seo-jun affectionately scolded Theo for being so obsessed with sleeping. He gently placed Theo on the baby bear's soft, furry belly, allowing him to continue his peaceful slumber. Seo-jun carefully held the straw hat in his hand and decided to check its status window. The name of the straw hat was Farmer's Straw Hat, and it didn't seem to be anything particularly special. Its grade was marked as D. What caught Seo-jun's attention were the numerous restrictions associated with its use. It required the wearer to be above level 20, with both strength and stamina also needing to be above 20. Upon seeing this, the tower manager suggested that Seo-jun appraise the straw hat. Seo-jun, recalling how she had appraised the dagger earlier, asked if she would appraise the hat in a similar manner. The tower manager confirmed that this would indeed be the case. With that assurance, Seo-jun handed the straw hat over to the tower manager. As soon as it left his hand, the straw hat disappeared and reappeared in the tower manager's hand. She placed the hat proudly on top of the books, preparing to use her appraisal skill. The tower manager initiated her appraisal skill. Her eyes began to glow with a soft blue light, and a similar blue aura enveloped her. At the same time, the straw hat seemed to float in the air, surrounded by this mystical blue aura. As the appraisal process concluded, the tower manager couldn't contain her laughter. She admitted that she knew the hat was special, but its true nature had exceeded her expectations. Now, back to Seo-jun. The system notified Seo-jun that the tower manager had examined the straw hat and was absolutely delighted. She was congratulating Seo-jun for obtaining an exceptional item. Hearing this, Seo-jun fell into a moment of silence, contemplating just how incredible this hat must be. Then, a new quest appeared before Seo-jun. It stated that the tower manager wanted Seo-jun to promise that he would present her with his special, juicy fruit filled with the energy of the blue moon. In return, he would receive the appraised straw hat. However, there was a catch. If Seo-jun declined the offer, he would lose the chance to reclaim the straw hat. Now, deep in thought, Seo-jun realized that the blue moon was just a few days away. He remembered that he had expanded his crop fields, which meant he'd have plenty of juicy fruits filled with the energy of the blue moon. So, making the promise to the tower manager seemed like a manageable task. He assured her that he would deliver his special, energy-packed, juicy fruit, as promised. Then, the system alerted Seo-jun that Aileen Fratani, the tower manager, wanted him to hold out his pinky finger and make the promise official. She introduced herself, emphasizing how honored Seo-jun should feel knowing her name. However, Seo-jun, with a touch of humor, jokingly remarked that he wasn't particularly interested in knowing her name in the first place. This comment seemed to irritate the tower manager. She asked Seo-jun whether he wanted his straw hat back or not, her excitement growing as she pounded her feet on the floor. She asserted that Seo-jun would eventually realize how fortunate he was to even know her name. Seeing the tower manager growing agitated, Seo-jun quickly adopted a more polite tone. He expressed that it was indeed a great honor to know her name. With respect, he raised his hand and extended his pinky finger, solemnly promising to provide his special juicy fruits to the tower manager when he harvested them during the next blue moon. The tower manager's eyes gleamed with excitement as she responded. She mentioned that this was Seo-jun's first promise to the tower manager. Seo-jun didn't quite understand what she meant, but through her crystal ball, the tower manager, who also raised her pinky claw, saying, "Yes, our first promise," and with a loving smile, she continued to gaze at Seo-jun. Then, with a sense of awe, the system notified Seo-jun that the quest had been successfully completed. The straw hat floated gracefully in mid-air before him. Seo-jun couldn't contain his excitement as he eagerly checked the status of the straw hat. The system revealed astonishing information. This was no ordinary hat. It was one of the 10 legendary artifacts known as the Straw Hat. It was originally worn by a farmer named Patrick, revered as a saint for saving countless lives through his farming. The unique feature of this hat was that its abilities and rank would grow alongside its owner, and only those with the farmer job class could utilize its powers. Seo-jun was left in shock. The term artifact alone implied immense rarity and power, and with only 10 of these artifacts in the entire tower, he realized just how precious it was. Without hesitation, driven by excitement, Seo-jun placed the straw hat on his head, eager to discover the incredible abilities it would grant him. As he adorned the hat, a flurry of system notifications appeared before him, revealing that various restrictions had been lifted. New abilities and skills were displayed, including increased strength, enhanced stamina, improved mana recovery, and a host of other remarkable capabilities that left Seo-jun feeling truly bewildered with his mouth open. Now, gazing at the rugged terrain above the cave, Seo-jun felt a surge of contentment. His strength and stamina had been limiting his farming progress, but with these newfound powers bestowed by the straw hat, he knew he could significantly accelerate the expansion of his farm. With a warm smile gracing his face, Seo-jun turned to look at Theo. He couldn't help but express his gratitude, acknowledging that Theo truly had the golden touch, since he always seemed to bring good things along. Theo, however, remained blissfully unaware, fast asleep with his mouth agape. Unable to contain his happiness, Seo-jun approached and gently hugged Theo, saying with affection, "My lovely and proud sales cat, Theo." He showered Theo's paws with kisses, overcome with joy. At this unexpected display of affection, Theo stirred from his slumber. He seemed a bit bewildered, asking Seo-jun what he was doing with his paws and stating, in a somewhat awkward manner, that he wasn't interested in male human. Seo-jun suddenly jumped to his feet, his excitement evident in his voice as he exclaimed, saying, "Theo can be sales cat Theo for a whole week." Theo, taken aback by this unexpected offer, couldn't help but express his surprise. "A whole week instead of just 38 hours?" he questioned. Seo-jun playfully scooped Theo into the air, his face beaming with happiness. He confirmed with enthusiasm, saying, "Yes," and affectionately referred to Theo as a cute bastard. The commotion stirred the baby bear and roused all the rabbits from their slumber. In the midst of this jubilant atmosphere, Theo couldn't contain his joy. He happily responded, he don't know why he is getting this special treatment, but he is really, really happy. The scene takes a sudden shift, and within the cave, the piercing scream of the wife rabbit resonated. It was an unmistakable sign. The wife rabbit had gone into labor. Amidst this tense moment, the chubby rabbit seemed quite unfazed, casually nibbling on a stick. However, the warrior rabbit was a bundle of nerves, clutching his hands tightly and offering prayers. Seo-jun appeared even more nervous, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to contain his anxiety. Theo, seated on Seo-jun's lap, was becoming increasingly irritated by the constant leg shaking. Annoyed, Theo asked Seo-jun to cease his restless leg movements, expressing that he might go crazy otherwise. Seo-jun, realizing his anxious habit, apologized, explaining that he couldn't help himself due to his nerves. As time ticked by, there was still no news from the wife rabbit. The baby rabbits sat huddled near the cave's entrance, their eyes filled with worry as they anxiously stared at the cave where the rabbit couple had disappeared. Then suddenly, the cave's entrance swung open. Everyone rushed toward it, their hearts pounding with anticipation. From the cave emerged the sickle rabbit, cradling 3 adorable little baby rabbits. But the surprises didn't end there. Following the sickle rabbit, the husband rabbit appeared, holding 3 more of these precious little ones. 6 new baby rabbits had joined Seo-jun's growing family. The baby rabbits were gently laid down on a bed made from onion leaves, and all the rabbits formed a circle around them, their hearts warmed by the sight. Seo-jun, with a caring smile, commented that he needed to prepare a nutritious soup for the mommy rabbit to help her recover her strength. The husband rabbit beamed with happiness at this thoughtful gesture. Observing Theo's hesitance to approach the baby rabbits, Seo-jun encouraged his curious feline friend to come closer and take a look. Theo, with a thoughtful expression, remarked that the baby rabbits were indeed tiny. Seo-jun chuckled and explained that they were small because they were babies, which earned more laughter from the chubby rabbit and the warrior rabbit. Then, Seo-jun playfully addressed Theo as Uncle Theo, which seemed to startle Theo. With a warm smile, Seo-jun elaborated that now that Theo was an uncle, he had to take good care of the baby rabbits and become a cool uncle. This idea excited Theo, and he reached under his cape to retrieve his precious churu treats. He happily offered them to the baby rabbits, proudly declaring himself as cool Uncle Theo and gifting them his most treasured churu. However, Seo-jun and the other rabbits burst into laughter, explaining that since the babies were still so young, they could only drink their mommy's milk for now. However, Seo-jun teasingly accused Theo of hiding churu treats secretly from him. Nervously, Theo explained that they were meant for emergencies, but since it was a joyous occasion, Seo-jun decided to let it slide. Meanwhile, far from the cave, the scene shifted to get a closer look at the waypoint crystal. Something ominous was happening. A dark creature with large menacing horns and glowing red eyes was commanding a horde of creatures, all possessing fierce horns and muscular body. This menacing creature was none other than the boss of the 99th floor, Demon King Ox. He stood there with a terrifying aura, clutching a massive battle axe, and ordered his minions to attack during the upcoming blue moon, promising them a hearty feast. Back in the cave, Seo-jun was busy picking cherry tomatoes, while Theo played with the baby rabbits. Everyone was blissfully enjoying the day, completely unaware of the incoming danger. Now, thanks to the Straw Hat's magical ability, Seo-jun enjoyed a significant harvest bonus. The upcoming week promised a 50% increase in the cherry tomato harvest. Standing by the cherry tomato farm, Seo-jun observed the miraculous results of this bonus. The cherry plants were adorned with double the usual number of flowers, and hundreds of busy honeybees buzzed around them collecting nectar. Seo-jun couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the thriving cherry tomato plants. The sight of the honeybees at work was like a symphony of nature in action. Now, sitting near the cherry tomato plants, Seo-jun started to think. He contemplated that tomorrow marked the 7th blue moon since he had arrived in the tower. He wondered if the baby bear and his mommy were also preparing for the blue moon, which might be the reason they didn't come to the cave today. Seo-jun also realized that he had to go to work and quickly prepare for the blue moon. However, Seo-jun's attention was diverted by the commotion of new baby rabbits. He turned back to see the cute baby rabbits running around, with Theo wearing a worried expression as he tried to catch them to prevent them from getting hurt. Theo managed to catch one of the baby rabbits that was nibbling on a half-eaten fish. He scolded the little one, explaining that the fish was dirty and not suitable for them to eat. The baby rabbits, of course, couldn't understand his words and continued their innocent exploration. Next, the baby rabbits attempted to approach the campfire. Another potential danger, Leo once again intervened. He scooped up the little rabbits and warned them about the fire. Frustrated, Theo gathered all the baby rabbits, holding one in his hand, another on his back, and one more in his other hand, gently scolding them all. Theo stressed that everything around them was too dangerous for the baby rabbits and that they needed to stay close to Uncle Theo. However, the baby rabbits, in their adorable innocence, remained clueless. Observing Theo's caring and protective nature towards the baby rabbits, Seo-jun couldn't help but smile warmly. He never expected that Theo would become such a wonderful guardian for the little ones. While Theo continued to pick up the adventurous baby rabbits and place them on his cape, Seo-jun approached him. With genuine affection in his voice, Seo-jun asked Theo how he was faring as Uncle Theo to the baby rabbits and as the sales cat. Theo, a bit tired from all the baby rabbit wrangling, admitted that he was quite exhausted. The mother and father rabbits were very happy, watching how Theo was taking care of their babies. Theo then placed his hand proudly on his chest and declared that despite the exhaustion, he was thoroughly enjoying his role as the cool Uncle Theo. Seo-jun couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle at Theo's response. As Seo-jun turned back, the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit gave him a thumbs up very happily. Seo-jun returned the thumbs up with a smirking smile, indicating that they had successfully made Theo take care of the baby rabbits, freeing themselves from this responsibility. Theo, with all the baby rabbits now on his back, expressed his excitement at taking them on a grand adventure. He encouraged the little ones to hold on tight as they embarked on their journey. The baby rabbits clung to Theo, their tiny faces filled with pure joy. As Theo prepared to set off on this exciting adventure with his small companions, Seo-jun shouted from behind, reminding him to return before dinner. The scene shifted to the grand castle of our honeybee colony. Here the workers were diligently sealing the windows of the castle to keep out the influence of the upcoming blue moon. The rabbits too were one by one closing the entrances to their caves and retreating to the safety of their underground dwelling. Seo-jun, sitting on the ground nearby, began to unpack his bag. He too was all set for the impending blue moon. As he went about his preparations, he couldn't help but notice Theo attempting to enter his own bag. A curious expression crossed Seo-jun's face, and he asked Theo what he was up to. "Theo, with his body halfway inside the bag, replied with a hint of playfulness in his voice. He explained that he was planning to take refuge inside his bag to avoid the effects of the blue moon. Since he had recently advanced to become a higher mid-level merchant, his bag had grown in size. Now, he could comfortably fit inside it, providing him with shelter from the moon's influence. As Theo settled himself into the bag, Seojin listened curiously. Theo continued, explaining that his bag, while useful, wasn't anything particularly special and was about the size of a simple tent. However, he added that other high-level merchants had bags as large as entire houses. Seojun listened to Theo with curiosity, and then he got a great idea. Seojun carefully took out the queen bee's cocoon from his bag and handed it to Theo. He requested Theo to keep it safe. Theo received the cocoon with a mix of excitement and determination, cradling the precious item gently in his furry paws. He assured Seojun that he would protect the queen bee's cocoon with all his might, promising that not a single thread on it would be damaged. Seojun smiled warmly, expressing his trust in Theo's ability. As the blue moon slowly began its ascent, casting an otherworldly blue hue across the landscape, Seojun found himself gazing up at the sky. He couldn't help but wonder about the well-being of the baby bear and its mother during this unusual night. However, their thoughts were soon interrupted by an unexpected event. The ground beneath them began to tremble. Seojun swiftly placed the ear cups made of onion leaves over his ears, his face etched with concern. The vibrations from the shaking ground were accompanied by increasingly loud screams that pierced through the night. The sheer volume of the noise threatened to overwhelm Seojun, and he clutched his ears tightly, fearing they might burst from the intensity of the sound. It seemed as though something extraordinary and potentially perilous was unfolding outside the cave. After what seemed like an eternity, the deafening noise finally ceased, leaving a bewildered Seojun to ponder its origin. It had resembled the cry of a cow, but that raised a peculiar question. Were there cows on the 9th floor? Such thoughts swirled in his mind, but soon his attention was drawn to the cherry tomato plants. In the eerie blue light of the blue moon, the cherry tomatoes had undergone a remarkable transformation. They absorbed the moon's energy, turning a vibrant shade of blue. Seojun watched in astonishment as not just one, but multiple blue cherry tomatoes glistened in the moonlight. He couldn't help but wonder if the blue moon that night was exceptionally intense. However, the surprises didn't end there. To his amazement, Seojun noticed a corn plant also soaking in the energy of the blue moon. His excitement grew as he contemplated this unusual phenomenon. He speculated that the Straw Hat's ability, which had boosted the harvest by 50% for the week, might be responsible for these incredible developments. Morning eventually arrived, and Theo ventured outside the cave first. After surveying the area and ensuring it was safe, he informed Seojun that there was no sign of danger at the cave's entrance. Seojun, using the onion leaf rope, followed suit and emerged from the cave. However, Theo expressed concern about the potential dangers outside, especially after the unsettling screams from the previous night. He suggested that it might have been safer to wait until the mother bear returned to the cave. However, Seojun reassured him, explaining that he needed to investigate if the creatures responsible for the loud noises had caused any damage to their farm. Theo firmly clung to Seojun's legs, insisting that he would accompany him. He respectfully addressed Seojun as chairman. Seojun, with a warm smile, expressed his gratitude to Theo, referring to him as Sales Cat Theo. Outside the cave, the scene was far from pleasant. Their farm had been torn apart, leaving large mounds of dirt scattered around as if someone had used heavy machinery to dig extensive holes. But then Seojun noticed something, a large footprint of a monster about 7 meters in size, and after careful examination, concluded that the footprints resembled those of a large cow. He approached one of the massive dirt piles and marveled at the immense strength required to dig and form such a mound. As Seojun inspected the area, he noticed something that left him in shock. He sprinted toward one of the dirt piles and began to climb it energetically. Theo, bewildered by Seojun's actions, inquired about his intentions. Seojun, a handful of dirt in his hands and a look of pure happiness on his face, explained that the soil had a different texture from the usual barren ground. Instead of being crumbly, hard, and filled with pebbles, this soil was soft, moist, and appeared to be rich in nutrients. Seojun's mind raced with possibilities. He fantasized about transforming the area outside the cave into a lush, fertile farm teeming with crops. However, reality soon set in. To do this, he would need heavy machinery like tractors and excavators, which seemed impossible to obtain. The tower manager inquired about Seojun's presence outside the cave. Seo-jun casually explained that he had just come to check on the farm and was planning to return to the cave shortly. However, the tower manager scolded him, expressing her concern due to the intense blue moon from the previous night, which had led to dangerous conditions outside with monsters scattered about. With a hint of jest, Seo-jun slid down a mound of dirt and cheekily affirmed that he was indeed on his way. Playfully, he referred to the tower manager as Aileen and asked if she had been okay during the intense blue moon last night. Annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, the tower manager firmly asserted that Seo-jun need not worry about her and emphasized his safety, instructing him to return to the cave immediately. Seo-jun couldn't resist a smirk and commented that it seemed like Aileen, the tower manager, was showing more concern for him today. In response, Aileen remained silent, leaving the conversation hanging. Then, Seo-jun descended from the cave, determined to harvest the crops nourished by the blue moon. Meanwhile, Theo was utterly exhausted and had retreated for some much-needed rest. Seo-jun took hold of a cornstalk, brimming with the energy of the blue moon. With careful precision, he plucked the corn and began to peel it open. To his amazement, the corn gleamed with a sparkling blue hue. Seo-jun then examined its properties, discovering it was called the corn of stamina. Consuming it would result in a permanent stamina increase of 0.1, making it both nutritious and delicious. Holding this unique blue corn in his hand, Seo-jun realized that because it was a D-rank crop, it provided double the stat boost compared to E-rank crops. Setting aside thoughts of calculations and numbers, Seo-jun eagerly prepared to take a bite of the blue corn. However, just as he was about to indulge, the tower manager issued a stern warning, reminding Seo-jun of his promise. Startled, Seo-jun swiftly wiped away his saliva, assuring the tower manager that he hadn't forgotten his commitment. To make amends, he plucked 5 blue cherry tomatoes and presented them to the tower manager. In response, the tower manager expressed her gratitude and promised to repay Seo-jun in the future. Seo-jun responded with a smile, eagerly looking forward to whatever awaited him. The tower manager held the 5 blue cherry tomatoes, each brimming with Seo-jun's special juice. As she gazed at these extraordinary fruits, a thought crossed her mind. If a regular cherry tomato could make her dragon heart beat, what would happen when she consumed one of Seo-jun's special, juicy cherry tomatoes? Without dwelling further on her curiosity, she impulsively popped all 5 blue cherry tomatoes into her mouth. The juiciness and flavor were beyond her wildest expectations, and for a moment, she felt as if she had entered a heavenly realm. She held her cheeks in delight, savoring the extraordinary taste. However, just as suddenly as the pleasure had washed over her, something unexpected occurred. First, a ticklish sensation pricked at her bottom. Then, a surge of intense pain engulfed her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Racked with agony, she cried out as a dark purple aura enveloped her heart. Seo-jun skillfully separated the husk of the corn, which had been blessed by the blue moon. He gently placed it into a pot along with some water, then covered the lid. As the corn simmered over the campfire, Seo-jun sat beside the pot, wearing a satisfied smile. He remarked how he was finally able to put the pot that Theo had bought to good use. He explained that the corn husk would create a layer of air between the pot and the corn, resulting in a perfectly cooked corn. Next, Seo-jun took the remaining corn husk, washed it, and set it to dry between 2 rocks with the help of 2 wooden branches. He smiled gently, saying that once the husk was dry, he would be able to make corn silk tea, adding another beverage to enjoy in the cave. Then, the husband rabbit and the other rabbits greeted Seo-jun with cheerful wishes of good morning. Seo-jun returned their greetings with a warm smile, starting the day on a positive note. Seo-jun inquired about the baby rabbits, wondering where they were. The husband rabbit gestured toward the cave, indicating that the babies were inside, sleeping peacefully beside their mother, who was currently breastfeeding them. With excitement, Seo-jun called all the rabbits and proudly displayed the blue and juicy cherry tomatoes, blessed by the blue moon, that he had harvested the previous night. He explained that the harvest had been plentiful and that each of them could have one. The husband rabbit and the warrior rabbit were overjoyed to receive their share. Turning back to check on the boiling pot, Seo-jun informed the rabbits that he was preparing a new batch of blue moon corn, and they could all enjoy it together once it was ready. The rabbits eagerly anticipated this treat. Then, the husband rabbit, holding his blue cherry tomato, tried to convey to Seo-jun that he wanted to share the blue cherry tomato with him. Hearing this, Seo-jun was overjoyed by this gesture, and he responded with a warm smile as he patted the husband rabbit. He expressed his deep gratitude, acknowledging that the husband rabbit always looked out for him. Happily, the husband rabbit wagged his tail in response. On the other hand, the warrior rabbit felt a bit sad because Seo-jun was only patting the husband rabbit, and the chubby rabbit seemed a bit displeased, puffing up his cheeks in a mildly annoyed manner. Then Seo-jun turned towards the warrior rabbit and the chubby rabbit, and with a smile he said that even if he wanted to eat all the blue cherry tomatoes by himself, he couldn't because they were all a family. So they would have a grand feast and share the tomatoes with everyone. Hearing this, the warrior rabbit became very happy, and the chubby rabbit started drooling in anticipation. The scene then shifted, and we saw our queen bee with her worker bees collecting nectar. Seo-jun gently opened the hot pot's lid, and steam filled the air with a sweet aroma. Gazing at the hot blue corn, Seo-jun remarked on how delicious it looked. He carefully picked up the steaming ear of corn, even though it was very hot, unable to wait any longer. He blew on it to cool it down, thinking that since it was a D-grade crop filled with the energy of the blue moon, it should taste even more delicious. After the corn had cooled down, Seo-jun, with a very happy smile, prepared to take his first bite. Sitting beside him were all the rabbits, each holding a cherry tomato, eagerly awaiting their share. However, the chubby rabbit couldn't wait and had already devoured an entire blue cherry tomato in one go. Finally, all the rabbits began taking small bites with great joy, savoring every bit of sweetness and deliciousness. The chubby rabbit, having already eaten his portion, sat holding his plump stomach. Just then, the husband rabbit appeared in front of Seo-jun, smiling happily and holding 2 blue cherry tomatoes. He announced that he would share them with his wife. Seo-jun wished him an enjoyable meal. Seo-jun then took a bite of the blue corn. As he had anticipated, it was incredibly delicious, and he could taste the sweetness in every single kernel. Unable to contain himself, Seo-jun began devouring the blue corn, eating it with the same enthusiasm as a rabbit. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. The rabbits watched in shock at the speed with which he was eating, and some even started cheering for Seo-jun. Then the system notified Seo-jun that he had consumed the stamina corn, and Seo-jun's stamina increased by 0.1 permanently. Holding the cob of the blue corn, Seo-jun expressed his joy at how delicious it was, and how he ate it so eagerly. Then, he threw the corn cob into the campfire, cleaned his hands by clapping, and declared that it was time to harvest some corn. The rabbits also cheered happily. They were all ready to start harvesting. Now standing near a cornstalk, Seo-jun examined the corn closely, commenting on how perfectly ripe it was and ready for harvesting. He carefully plucked one corn, and the system notified Seo-jun that he had harvested a corn of stamina. His job experience increased slightly, and he gained 20 XP. Holding the corn, Seo-jun wondered about its stats and decided to check. The system then provided information. The corn was called Corn of Stamina. When consumed, it would permanently reduce 20 grams of fat and increase stamina by 0.2 for 10 minutes. This effect could be stacked up to 10 times. Furthermore, when consumed by non-awakened individuals, it would also improve their overall health and make them look young. Happily holding the corn, Seo-jun couldn't help but think about how great it would be if he could give this special corn to his mother. He believed it would make her look younger. Seo-jun decided that when Theo visited next time, he would send some of this corn along with cherry tomatoes to his family. It wouldn't be fair if he was the only one enjoying such delicious food. The sickle rabbit continued to cut corn, while the chart rabbit and the white rabbit gathered more corn. They all agreed with Seo-jun's thoughtful idea. Suddenly, a slight growl echoed through the cave, and the mommy bear along with the baby bear greeted Seo-jun with a warm smile. Seo-jun quickly came out of the cave and asked the mommy bear if she was okay, and if she had been hurt. He mentioned hearing loud noises from outside the cave the previous night. The mommy bear assured him that she was perfectly fine. Seo-jun then turned his attention to the baby bear and offered him some of Queen Bee's special juice, knowing that he must be craving it after not having it for a long time. The baby bear's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly took the honey and began to enjoy it. After that, Seo-jun turned to the mommy bear and told her to wait for a moment. He promised to bring her some roasted fish in just a minute. Then, still rubbing his eyes and dragging his bag, Theo woke up. Seo-jun asked why Theo had woken up so early, and Theo proudly responded that he couldn't waste any time as sales cat Theo. He was going to work because he was the ultimate pro among wandering merchants. Seo-jun, trying to maintain a neutral expression while feeling a mixture of emotions, commented on how Theo was truly becoming a professional wandering merchant. Then, Theo clung to Seo-jun's foot and asked him to have the mommy bear take him to the wandering merchant passage. He explained that many dangerous monsters were prowling around due to the blue moon. Without hesitation, the baby bear gently picked Theo up and, with his mommy's assistance, started heading towards the passage. Theo wiggled in their grasp, worried about his precious cake being torn. Observing the damaged field, Seo-jun commented that it was time to restore it while waiting for the mommy and baby bear to return from dropping off Theo. The scene shifts, and we find the Ox King, the boss of the 99th floor, sitting on his throne while his thousands of soldiers stand before him. One by one, the Ox soldiers approach the Demon Ox King, each one placing mud beside him. The Ox King begins counting. Soldier number 1 brought dry mud, and then another soldier arrives and he remarks, "So, soldier number 2 brought dry soil." Upon hearing this, the soldier who brought the dry soil starts to panic a bit and forces a smile. However, the Ox King becomes furious and starts shouting. He berates his ox soldiers, declaring them to be dumb for bringing mud and dry soil. He emphasizes that he's a living being, not a plant, and questions how he could eat mud. He asks them if they've lost their minds. One of the soldiers raises their hand and explains that it's been so long since they've seen any green grass in their territory that they didn't know where to find food. They express their gloom, admitting that even if they were to dig up their entire territory, they would find nothing but mud. Listening intently, the Ox King reflects on their word. He curses under his breath and slumps back onto his throne. He starts to wonder why this is happening. Once upon a time, their territory was filled with lush green fields and high-quality grass. However, after he became the boss of the 99th floor, he needed large quantities of grass to maintain his muscular physique. He had ordered all his men to gather grass in their territory, but the Minotaur race are large monsters with voracious appetites. The rate at which they consumed the grass far exceeded the rate at which it grew, leading to the land becoming barren, devoid of a single blade of grass. Now, thinking deeply, the Ox King was worried. He and his subordinates were not eating and were losing muscle. Even the health of the newborn young Minotaurs was not looking good. If they didn't receive anything to eat, their lives would be in danger. Then, the Ox King shouted, calling for Ox number 3. However, even after calling for several minutes, no one came. The Ox King asked in concern if Ox number 3 had mistakenly entered another monster's territory and got himself into trouble. But from behind, Ox number 3 came, apologizing. He explained that when the blue moon ended and he opened his eyes, he found himself very far away, so it took him a long time to reach here. Hearing this, the Ox King showed relief, saying it's fine as long as he returned safely. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Ox King noticed something and his eyes widened in shock. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he started coming closer to Ox number 3, making Ox number 3 nervous, thinking the Ox King might punish him. Suddenly, the Ox King came even closer to Ox number 3, holding his shoulder, and shouted, "What is that on Ox number 3's head?" This left Ox number 3 in confusion. The Ox King continued, saying he was talking about that sweet-smelling root that was hanging on Ox number 3's horn. While saying this, the Ox King was breathing heavily, and Ox number 3 noticed something hanging on his horn as well, and he too got shocked. What could it be? The scene shifted, and we saw the tower manager lying in pain. Her head was throbbing severely. She tried to recall what had happened, wondering how she had ended up in this condition. Slowly, she attempted to stand up, but as she rose, her head collided with the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. She was confused and shocked, wondering how the chandelier had come loose. Then, when she looked down, another surprise awaited her. She noticed that her crystal ball had shrunk in size. As she gingerly picked up the crystal ball, she realized that neither the chandelier nor the crystal ball had gotten smaller. It was she who had grown bigger. The tower manager realized that she had hit puberty, and her body had undergone a significant change. She felt a strange tickling sensation in her stomach as she sat crouched, lost in thought. She couldn't comprehend why she had suddenly grown so big. Then, a memory flashed through her mind. She remembered eating those 5 blue, juicy cherry tomatoes that Seo-jun had given her. She began to wonder if there was something special about Seo-jun's cherry tomatoes. Just before she had fainted, she recalled her dragon heart beating for a brief moment. Afterward, she had grown larger, and even though her heart wasn't beating now, she felt incredibly light, as if she could fly right now if she tried. Then, holding her crystal ball tightly, She started kissing Seo-jun through the crystal ball, saying that it was all because of Seo-jun that her heart had healed somewhat. She couldn't contain her excitement as she thought about what she would do with Seo-jun once they got out of the tower. Then, as she observed Seo-jun through her crystal ball, happily munching on the blue corn, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She shouted, asking how Seo-jun could relish those delectable treats while leaving her out. However, the crystal ball she held was too small for her grown-up body, preventing her from getting a clear view of what Seo-jun was enjoying. Without wasting a single minute, she hurriedly tried to go to her treasured room to bring a larger crystal ball. However, she got stuck at the door since it was too small for her it was too small for her current body, and she started shouting in frustration, saying she needed to lose weight, or Seo-jun would devour all the delicious treats without her. The scene shifts, and it's a bright, sunny day outside the cave's entrance. The baby bear waves his hands happily toward the queen bee, who joyfully waves back while flying around the cave with her worker bees. Meanwhile, the shovel rabbit stands atop a pile of corn, watching the worker bees work with delight. Over by the corn pile, the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit are busy peeling the corn and placing the peeled corn on top of onion leaves. The baby rabbits are having fun playing with one of the worker bees, while the sickle rabbit is preparing wooden sticks. The warrior rabbit takes the peeled corn and places it onto the wooden sticks, with a cute little baby rabbit watching in admiration. Another baby rabbit patiently waits beside a pile of prepared corn, neatly arranged on top of onion leaves, all ready for roasting. The cart rabbit then comes in, loads up the prepared corn onto his cart to roast, and a baby rabbit sits on the cart, cheerfully waving to the white rabbit who's in charge of roasting the corn over the campfire. Then we see Seo-jun complimenting all his animal friends for doing a great job preparing the corn. He called the cute baby rabbit on the cart Captain Baby, as the baby rabbit also did a great job coming all the way here. The baby rabbit reacted happily, holding the baby rabbit in his arms. Seo-jun said to the chubby rabbit that he had steamed the corns and his work was almost finished. He suggested wrapping up and told the chubby rabbit to gather everyone, as they would all have dinner together. The chubby rabbit nodded in response. Excitedly, Seo-jun gently opened the lid of the pot, and the delicious aroma of the juicy corn filled the entire cave. Seeing the corn, the baby rabbit in Seo-jun's hand also started drooling with sparkling eyes. As Seo-jun was taking out the hot, juicy steamed corns from the pot and placing them on plates made of onion leaves with a DIY glove made from onion leaves, the tower manager asked Seo-jun if she also could taste the juicy corn. She then asked if Seo-jun could give her one steamed corn. Suddenly, a quest appeared in front of Seo-jun, saying, "Share the corn with the horny, share the corn with the hungry tower manager." And the reward was extreme gratitude. If refused, the tower manager would become extremely disappointed. Seeing this, Seo-jun replied, addressing the tower manager as Aileen with a smile on his face. He mentioned that he was going to give some steamed corn to her anyway, and said to wait for a moment. He was also preparing some grilled corn, and once ready, he would send both the steamed and grilled corn to her all at once. The tower manager nodded, saying she would wait. Then we see the warrior rabbit and the white rabbits bringing the delicious, mouth-watering grilled corn. Seo-jun instructed them to place the grilled corn on a plate made of onion leaf. After a moment, we see many grilled corns neatly arranged on a large plate, also made of onion leaf. The cart rabbit brought the steamed corn, and all the rabbits worked together to prepare the corns for dinner. Meanwhile, the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit happily stood with the baby rabbits, and on a large bowl made of onion leaves beside Seo-jun, there was a full load of steamed corn. 3 cute little baby rabbits watched, unable to wait to taste them. Now Seo-jun, holding a roasted corn with seasoning sprinkled on it, commented that the seasoning Theo brought was a godsend to the grilled corn. He continued, saying it's a pity that he can't taste the butter-grilled corn like his mom makes, but this also looks very delicious. The white rabbits were also holding grilled corn, and the warrior rabbit was contemplating whether to eat the grilled or steamed corn. Then, Seo-jun began preparing his special corn. First, he applied the sugar that Theo bought onto the corn and grilled it until it turned golden brown. Next, he He sprinkled some Parmesan cheese onto the grilled corn. With his tongue licking his lips, Seo-jun reached into his bag while a cute baby rabbit watched curiously to see what Seo-jun was doing. Suddenly, he excitedly brought out a pouch full of red chili powder and explained how he found this chili pouch in Theo's bag while Theo was sleeping. He started to think with a slight anger that Theo didn't tell Seo-jun about such a precious item and considered removing Theo from the sales cat position. However, he decided to let it slide since he was in a very good mood today. Lastly, he sprinkled some chili powder onto the corn and voila! Seo-jun's special juicy corn was ready. The system notified Seo-jun that it was a corn filled with Seo-jun's aura and so delicious that one couldn't hold back once eaten. Finally, Seo-jun took a bite out of his special corn, and yes, it was truly delicious. Seo-jun smiled with pleasure, feeling like he was in heaven as the sweet and spicy taste reminded him of his home. Then, Seo-jun prepared 6 grilled juicy corns and gave them to the tower manager, who thanked him happily, completing the quest. Seo-jun then turned toward the white and warrior rabbits and asked them if the grilled corn was delicious. They nodded in response with smiles on their faces as they munched on the grilled corn. Then, Seo-jun noticed that the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit were not eating their meals as they were busy feeding the baby rabbits. Then Seo-jun got an idea. He placed a steamed corn on a bowl and with a spoon scraped the corn kernels, separating them. He gave the bowl full of corn kernels to the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit, saying that now the baby rabbits could eat without being fed, and they could also enjoy their meal. The husband and wife rabbit sighed in relief and thanked Seo-jun while the baby rabbits surrounded the bowl full of corn kernels and started picking them one by one. Then Seo-jun also started munching on the corn happily. However, as he took a bite, he noticed something, and the next moment he spit out all the corn he had eaten, saying, "What the hell?" He saw that the baby rabbits were playing with the corn kernels, and all the corn kernels were sticking to their bodies. 3 baby rabbits were lying on the bowl, with one eating a corn kernel while the other 2 called out to Seo-jun cutely. Seo-jun gently, with a warm smile, started removing the corn kernels one by one from their bodies, remarking on how they were getting naughtier day by day. Meanwhile, one baby rabbit, with a full stomach, was sleeping on the bowl, while another was eating some corn kernels. Others had their corn kernels removed by Seo-jun. With an exhausted expression, Seo-jun started feeding the baby rabbits, saying that working while taking care of babies was very tiring. He missed Theo, as Theo was the one who used to take care of the baby rabbits. Then Seo-jun gave the mommy and baby bear some sweet potatoes, fresh fish, and some corn to eat, and they also started eating happily. Then the scene shifts, and we see a member of the Phoenix Guild banging his hand on the table in frustration, asking why Theo is not coming as he is taking longer than usual. They had set up a camp on the 38th floor where Theo usually comes to sell the cherry tomatoes. Another hunter asked why he came here to buy cherry tomatoes again, as just the other day, he bought a good amount of cherry tomato. He replied with a serious face that outside the tower, rich people are buying these magical cherry tomatoes at very high prices. A single cherry tomato is selling for more than $400, so he came to stock up on the cherry tomatoes to sell them at a higher price later. Then we see Dong-shik talking with a blonde-haired woman, Jessica, a member of the Phoenix Guild. She asked Dong-shik what to do as their supplies are slowly running out, and it will become very difficult to leave the tower once they're empty. Now Dong-shik, thinking deeply, replied that they have no other choice. He decided to stay in the tower, while all the other members will get out from the tower to refill the supply. As all the members were leaving the tower, Dong-shik, watching them from behind, said to the big melon girl he thought Jessica would be the one staying in the tower, but didn't expect Soha to be here with him. Then, Suha explained that Jessica had already gotten rid of her fatty stomach, so she no longer needed the cherry tomatoes. With a warm smile, she said that Jessica gave her share to Suha instead. Dong-shik asked Suha if she would also participate in the auction personally, wondering if she also needed the cherry tomatoes. Suha replied that she was not there for the cherry tomatoes. She playfully winked and brought out 5 packets of churu, saying she was here to give this churu to Theo. Dong-shik laughed and replied that it's good to keep Theo happy since he's a very important guy. Then the scene shifts, and we see Theo singingly walking in the forest, saying that the baby rabbits are waiting for the cool Uncle Theo, so he has to quickly finish his work and return to the cave. Finally, after a long walk, Theo reached his destination, the Wandering Merchant Passageway. It was a humongous, thick tree with a large hole, and was now standing just above the passageway on a hill. Theo commented on how big the tree was, and looked up. saying he felt like the tree was so big that it would reach the sky. Then we see many wandering merchants preparing to enter the passageway. Among them, there's a big elephant, a goblin, and 2 little mice, all following Theo, who is at the front of the group. A cute dog merchant officer asked Theo which agency he was from and what Theo's grade was. Theo proudly replied that he was a high-grade wandering merchant and wanted to use the passageway to reach the 38th floor. The officer approved Theo's request, and he started moving forward. However, unbeknownst to Theo, 3 wolves from behind him began glaring at him with deadly eyes and followed him. They were silver-furred wolves with sharp yellow eyes. One of them was larger, the captain, and the other 2 were smaller. The 2 smaller wolves, upon seeing a drawing, they stared at Theo, trying to find something. Eventually, they revealed that they were looking for the straw hat that Theo had bought from the blacksmith. The 2 wolves' names were Wilco and Elkie. The little wolf asked the big wolf with a worried face why the floor boss was looking for the straw hat, especially just an ordinary straw hat that could be found anywhere. However, the captain replied with a serious tone that it didn't matter what the item was. They were the Silver Wolf tribe, the best mercenaries in the whole tower, and they should just act according to what the commissioner ordered. Then their captain ordered his subordinate that it's unlikely that Theo is the one who has the straw hat, but for now, they will just follow him. They pulled their hoods over their heads. Unbeknownst to them, from behind, a ghostly figure was watching them. She was the Fox police girl. Seeing all of this, she was also shocked as to why the Silver Wolf tribe was after Theo, and then wondered if it was because of the straw hat. She started to wonder what the mysterious straw hat that the floor master had hired the Silver Wolf for even was. Deciding to follow the Silver Wolf, we see all the wandering merchants passing through the passage with Theo at the front, unaware of the danger following him. Just behind him, the Silver Wolf was tailing, and just behind the Silver Wolf, the Fox girl was stealthily following them. On a lovely sunlit day, the shovel rabbit was hard at work, digging into the earth. Meanwhile, the cart rabbit diligently piled up the excavated soil into his cart. Right beside them, the warrior rabbit, with determined swings, was hammering the ground, making it more even and suitable for planting. Zooming out, we could see both the mommy bear and the baby bear also busy at work, fixing the soil that had been disrupted during the previous blue moon's chaos caused by the buffalo. Seo-jun stood there cheering them on and expressing his gratitude to the mommy bear for her assistance. In a flash, the once hilly piles of dirt were leveled, and the field above the cave was all set for planting. Seo-jun's excitement was palpable as he reached into a red pouch. When he opened it, it revealed a sparkling abundance of peanut seed. The sight of those seeds brought smiles to the faces of Seo-jun and his furry companions. Seo-jun began sowing the peanut seeds across the prepared field. The husband and white rabbits were right behind him, watering the freshly sown seeds, while the cart rabbit, with a contented grin, observed Seo-jun's efforts. The shovel rabbit tirelessly continued to dig, ensuring that the field was perfectly ready for Seo-jun to sow his seeds. After a while of hard work, Seo-jun wiped the sweat from his brow and turned around to see all the peanut seeds neatly sown across the ground. With a cheerful tone, he remarked to the husband rabbit that increasing his agility had truly paid off. It had significantly boosted his work speed, allowing him to plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours. Seo-jun attributed this remarkable speed not only to his improved agility, but also to the magical straw hat, which provided him with nearly infinite stamina exclusively for farming. The husband rabbit responded with a happy smile, genuinely pleased with Seo-jun's success. The narration then takes us back in time, showing us how Seo-jun acquired these peanut seeds. On the previous day, when the seed store opened, 3 seed options lay before Seo-jun: radish seeds, cucumber seeds, and peanut seeds. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase peanut seeds. His choice was influenced by a YouTube video he had watched, which highlighted peanuts as an excellent crop for soil restoration, something he urgently needed to address the condition of the soil above the ground. Despite his initial inclination to buy cucumber seeds, he ultimately bought 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 tower coins. However, there had been a pleasant surprise waiting for Seo-jun. The system had notified him that he had accumulated 100 seed store points, allowing him to increase his seed store level. This revelation left Seo-jun astonished, and he promptly upgraded his seed store level. As a result, the system informed him that he had been promoted from a rookie to a commoner. With this new status, he could now choose from 4 types of seeds instead of the usual 3. Furthermore, He gained the privilege to purchase an unlimited quantity of seeds from the seed store, although there was still a maximum spending limit of 5 tower coins per month. After completing this transaction, Seo-jun received his precious peanut seed. Now, standing there with his bag full of peanut seeds, Seo-jun wore an excited expression. He couldn't help but imagine what next month's visit to the seed store would bring. His mind buzzed with the possibilities of how many varieties of seeds he would be able to purchase and how his progress would more than double. The anticipation of what lay ahead left him positively thrilled. Returning to the present moment, Seo-jun found himself amidst a task. He was carefully collecting all the harvested corn plants, which were a part of his secret plan, as corn plants, once harvested, became useless as they couldn't be replanted. The baby bear, full of cheerfulness, lent a hand in carrying the corn plants, while the rabbit buddies observed the activity with happy expressions. As Seo-jun patted the baby bear, thanking him for his hard work, the baby bear responded happily in his own language. Seo-jun and his rabbit buddies then began placing the corn plants one by one on top of the exposed peanut seeds. Seo-jun explained that he had cut the corn leaves to create a cover for the peanut seeds, preventing moisture from evaporating. This precaution was necessary due to the constant 24-hour sunshine in their environment. Afterward, seated on the ground, Seo-jun took a corn and started separating the corn kernels, placing them in a bowl. Once he had finished, wiping his sweat away, the system notified him that his experience points had increased, along with his seed gathering level. Seo-jun was planning to soak the corn kernels in water to encourage germination before replanting them. However, before he could proceed, the baby rabbits approached him, and one of them began nibbling on the corn kernels in the bowl. Seo-jun quickly lifted the bowl, reminding them that the corn kernels were not for them to eat. Nevertheless, the baby rabbits persisted, climbing onto Seo-jun's body, eager for a taste. Seo-jun couldn't help but notice the baby rabbits looking a bit downhearted. Some even appeared quite bored. With Theo absent and everyone, including himself and the other rabbits, busy with farming, the baby rabbits had little to keep them entertained. Realizing their need for some fun, Seo-jun had a brilliant idea. Excitedly, he reached into his bag, declaring that he had a fun task for the baby rabbits. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they waited eagerly. Seo-jun wasted no time and got to work. Using empty seed pouches, he crafted 3 small backpacks and fashioned 3 miniature handbags from leftover cloth material. To fill these pouches, he added dried sweet potatoes and carrots. Now, the baby rabbits stood there, brimming with excitement, each holding one of these adorable snack-filled bags. One of them beamed proudly, while another sneakily nibbled on a piece of dried sweet potato. Observing them with a warm smile, Seo-jun couldn't help but comment on how cute they looked, like a group of kindergarten kids. With a smile, Seo-jun instructed the baby rabbits that their mission was to deliver these snacks to the hard-working adult rabbits. They eagerly prepared themselves and, with a wave to Seo-jun, indicated they were ready for action. Seo-jun, addressing them as supply units, shouted a playful command to march forward and complete their mission. The baby rabbits, filled with excitement, happily began their march, ready to deliver snacks to their rabbit companion. Next, we witnessed the heartwarming sight of the baby rabbits distributing snacks to their hardworking companions in the field. The working rabbits were clearly delighted, their faces lit up with happiness. The husband rabbit, full of pride, patted one of the baby rabbits on the back. The mommy rabbit wore a contented smile as she lovingly embraced a baby rabbit, her motherly heart swelling with pride. Meanwhile, the cart and sickle rabbits indulged in their snacks, savoring the treats. 2 other lively baby rabbits playfully scampered around the field, their joy infectious. From a distance, Seo-jun observed this heartwarming scene, and an idea began to form in his mind. He resolved to talk to Theo about purchasing some cute little outfits for the baby rabbits once he returned. As he imagined the baby rabbits dressed as a ship captain, a postman, and even a cute Cinderella, he couldn't help but chuckle. The mental image of these adorable baby rabbits in costumes brought a smile to his face. Yet he regretted that his phone's battery had run out, preventing him from capturing this charming scene for posterity. The scene shifted, and we found Ox number 3 wandering through the vast lands with a heavy heart. A profound sadness etched on his face as he contemplated where he had discovered that extraordinary radish. His memories were foggy, and he couldn't recall anything that had happened since the arrival of the blue moon. What he did remember was that he had found the radish before the blue moon had graced the sky. In a flashback, we saw how the Ox King had reacted when he first laid eyes on the radish. The Ox King had gone absolutely wild with excitement. Clutching the radish in his massive hand, he had bombarded Ox number 3 with questions, demanding to know the origin of this peculiar root. However, Ox number 3's memory was hazy due to the effects of the blue moon, and all he could manage was a sweet, innocent smile. He admitted that he had discovered the radish somewhere outside the Ox King's territory, but couldn't remember precisely where. The Ox King had regarded the radish skeptically at first, but then, as if seized by an irresistible urge, he had taken a big bite. He chewed the radish slowly, his eyes wide, and the other oxen watched in envy with drool on their chins. Then, the unexpected occurred. The Ox King let out a resounding moo, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. He began to breathe heavily, and drool cascaded from his mouth. With both arms raised high, he shouted that the more he chewed this root, the sweeter it became. Incredibly, as he consumed the radish, his muscles began to bulge and grow, transforming him into a veritable mountain of muscle, all from the power of a single radish. Then, with heavy excitement, the Ox King grabbed Ox number 3's shoulder and started shaking him, asking him if he had to dig the ground or fly in the sky. He had to find the place from where he got this magical root, as the future of the Minotaur clan depended on it. He ordered Ox number 3 to find this place in the name of the pride of all the oxen, while Ox number 3 stood there confused. Now we're back in the present, and Ox number 3 stood expressionless, contemplating what to do next. After traveling for a while, he reached the border of the Ox King's territory and explained that one step from here, and the territory of the Crimson Bear would begin. He had no idea what would happen if the bear found him. Just as he pondered his next move, something unexpected occurred. Ox number 3 suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance in the air. Without knowing it, he instinctively followed the scent, and soon found himself in front of a farmland where Seo Jun had just planted peanuts and covered them with corn leaves. Seeing these green plants, Ox number 3 was shocked and bewildered. He immediately started eating some of them and gathered the plants. Before he could do anything more, the sweetness of the corn plant melted in his mouth, and he exclaimed how delicious it was. Without wasting a moment, he started gathering the crops. With each bite and every plant he harvested, Ox number 3's happiness grew. A radiant smile crossed his face as he considered what kind of plant this could be. He couldn't help but think of the joy the Ox King would experience upon seeing this bounty. With unmatched enthusiasm, Ox number 3 collected all the corn plants. Holding them high and dancing with glee, he made his way back into his territory. The sweet treasures he carried would surely bring immense delight to the Ox King and the entire Minotaur clan. Meanwhile, the Crimson Bear in her nest sensed something amiss. She abruptly stood up, fully alert, causing the baby bear who was sleeping beside her to tumble onto the ground. Confused and still half asleep, the baby bear wondered why his mother had awakened so suddenly. The mother bear was furious, her eyes blazing with anger, emitting a terrifying aura. On the other side, the tower manager was sipping Seo Jun's special juice while enjoying a hot bath in the spa. This spa was designed for adults, but due to her smaller size, she hadn't been able to use it until now. With her increased thickness, she finally got to savor its warmth. However, her relaxation was interrupted when she noticed someone calling out to her. At first, annoyance clouded her face as she wondered who had the audacity to disturb her bath. But when she saw that it was the Crimson Bear, her anger subsided. She inquired about what had happened with the bear. Upon learning that someone had invaded her territory, the tower manager's shock was evident, and her mouth hung open. Meanwhile, Seo Jun was in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the unfolding events. He lay on a bed made of onion leaves, with an eye cover crafted from the same leaves, and a trail of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was the tower manager who eventually roused him from his peaceful sleep. As Seo Jun slowly opened his eyes, the tower manager hurriedly informed him about the Crimson Bear's report. Someone had invaded her territory and approached his cave. At that very moment, the Crimson Bear herself arrived near Seo Jun's cave, calling out for him. Seo Jun, feeling a bit anxious, contemplated his next move. Eventually, he decided to step outside with all his rabbit friends to investigate. To his relief, he found that his peanuts were unharmed this time, and the farmland was intact. However, there was a major problem. All the corn plants had mysteriously vanished. Someone had stolen every single one, leaving Seo Jun in complete shock. The sickle rabbit appeared disheartened, clutching a corn leaf, while one of the white rabbits seemed a bit frightened, as all their hard work had seemingly gone to waste. Seo Jun, perplexed and frustrated, held his head in his hands, wondering who could have done this and what to do next. Meanwhile, Theo had just arrived on the 38th floor, where he cheerfully greeted the hunters, unaware of the dangers awaits him. Now, Seo-jun, watching his farmland, was in deep thought. He noticed that this time, his land wasn't destroyed. It was just the corn leaves that were missing. Whoever or whatever did this had to be an intelligent creature. While he was fretting over this, Mommy Bear spoke up. She suggested to Seo-jun that it must be the work of the horn bastards. The mention of horns got Seo-jun thinking hard. He remembered hearing a sound like a cow on the blue moon day. If those creatures were behind this, it meant trouble. Seo-jun then had a word with the sad warrior rabbit. He told the little guy not to be down because it was actually a good thing the farm wasn't totally destroyed this time. They just took the corn leaves, and they could always cover the peanut seeds again with the tomato leaves from the cave. Mommy Bear, trying to make Seo-jun feel better, promised to step up her game. She said she'd be more alert from now on, patrol the area more, and even expand her territory. Seo-jun gave her a grateful smile and thanked her for being so solid. But then, giving the baby bear a gentle pat, Seo-jun gave Mommy Bear a friendly warning. He appreciated all her hard work, but didn't want her to overdo it. Health comes first, he said, and Mommy Bear nodded, understanding what he meant. Now, with the Mommy Bear off patrolling, Seo-jun was left feeling concerned. He reflected, let's just be satisfied that no one is hurt. But he knew he needed to prepare for the future. While patting the baby bear, Seo-jun clenched his fist and spoke with confidence. He declared that he had to become powerful to protect himself and everyone from outside dangers. The baby bear looked puzzled, not understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the warrior rabbit was ready to face anyone who dared to threaten their farm again. The scene shifted, and we saw the white worker rabbits gently placing corn leaves on top of the beautiful white cocoon of the queen bee. They carefully arranged them in a basket made with onion leaves. Seo-jun expressed his gratitude to the white rabbits for their help, and they waved in response. Seo-jun was seated on a chair made with onion leaves and wood, shading himself with an umbrella made of onion leaves. Beneath him was the basket containing the queen bee's cocoon. Seo-jun gazed at the cocoon with excitement, knowing that today was the day the queen bee would hatch, and he would become her daddy. He planned to spend the entire day beside the cocoon, and had left all the farming work to the farmer rabbits. Seo-jun went on to explain that the system had informed him that when the queen bee's cocoon hatches, the first person she sees would become her daddy. He lounged in his comfy chair, nibbling on some dried sweet potato, and continued. Currently, there were around 200 honeybees in the colony. When the new queen bee hatches, she would establish her own colony, dramatically increasing the total number of honeybees, and he can control them all using his beekeeping skill, adding an extra layer of protection. Beside him, there were some cherry tomatoes and sweet potato flowers displayed. Despite many hours passing, the queen bee had yet to hatch. Seo-jun, feeling drowsy, began to yawn. He held a cherry tomato flower in his right hand and a sweet potato flower in his left. With a warm smile, he thought about offering these flowers as a welcome gift to the new queen bee once she hatched. Then, a curious question crossed his mind. Which of these flowers would the queen bee like more? However, despite his best efforts to stay awake, sleep overcame him. Seo-jun drifted off into a deep slumber, his mouth hanging open, and he began to drool. In his sleep, he mumbled, "I like thick bee." Then, something entirely unexpected occurred. The queen bee's cocoon began to tremble slightly. As moments passed, the shaking intensified, causing a crack to form on the cocoon's surface. From within that crack, a brilliant yellow light began to radiate, growing larger and more vibrant with every passing second. Multiple cracks emerged, creating an intricate pattern on the cocoon's surface. All the while, Seo-jun remained blissfully unaware in his deep slumber. After a relentless struggle, the dazzling light slowly subsided, leaving the entire basket in a gentle tremor. And then, a tiny hand emerged, delicately removing the remaining corn leaves from the basket. Finally, our queen bee had hatched. She was overflowing with joy and excitement, buzzing with life. The newly hatched queen bee inspected her tiny hands and body while receiving a notification from the system, indicating that she was the second generation of queen bee. But then, something else caught her attention. She turned and saw something. Her curiosity piqued, and with a swift push, she took flight with her thick body. Landing gently on Seo-jun's chest, she stretched her body and curiously examined Seo-jun's face with her mouth slightly agape. After gazing at Seo-jun for a moment, the system delivered the crucial notification. The newborn queen bee had officially recognized Seo-jun as her daddy. In response, she gave a warm, contented smile, her buzzing filled with happiness as she attempted to wake Seojun up, her newfound daddy. However, Seojun remained in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the joyful commotion around him. Then she noticed the cherry tomato flower that Seojun had prepared for her. Holding it in her hand, she blushed a little, her eyes sparkling with happiness. From inside the cave, our queen bee buzzed out, startling the new little queen bee. Our queen bee happily greeted her child, and as the new queen bee stared at her, she realized that this majestic bee was her mother. The mother queen bee began to speak, and the new queen bee listened attentively, nodding her head in understanding. Meanwhile, Seojun was still sleeping, oblivious to the joyful reunion happening in the cave. It seemed like nothing could wake him up. Mother and child queen bees started to fly, and we saw them joyfully circling around the cave. The baby queen bee followed her mommy closely, and the mother bee couldn't stop smiling as she watched over her child. All the while, Seojun remained in peaceful slumber. The baby queen bee finally greeted her mother, and her mother warmly returned the greeting. The baby bee buzzingly flew towards Seojun with an excited and happy expression, even though he was still sleeping. She approached Seojun's face and began rubbing her cheek against his, her tiny body filled with joy. In response to this unexpected wake-up call, Seojun mumbled, "Bee," and slowly woke up. Startled and confused, Seojun was met with multiple system notifications. As his sleepiness vanished, he was shocked by what he read. The system notified him that the new queen bee had recognized him as her daddy, and his beekeeping skill had leveled up from 2 to 3. This left Seojun both puzzled and intrigued. He desperately looked around, searching for the queen bee, expressing how badly he wanted to see her. The scene then shifted, and we saw that ox number 3 had finally brought the corn leaves and proudly presented them to the Minotaur King. The confused Minotaur King asked where he found them. Ox number 3 explained that he had acquired them from the Crimson Bear's territory, where there was an abandoned area with these leaves. The Minotaur King carefully examined the corn leaves, noting that they looked different from what he had eaten before. These plants were unfamiliar to him, and they appeared too scarce to be shared with others. Then we learned that ox number 3 had eaten all the corn leaves while returning, and he could only manage to bring back a single corn leaf. Hearing this, the Minotaur King was left speechless, his face filled with annoyance and uncertainty about how to react. Now, returning to the present, the Minotaur King held a piece of the green corn leaf in his hand, clenching his fist with a sad expression. He acknowledged that their clan had a big appetite, so it was understandable. Out of curiosity, the Minotaur King decided to take a small bite of the corn leaf, noting its sweet aroma. However, the moment he chewed the corn leaf, an electrifying sensation surged through his body, and a thick white saliva oozed from his mouth. With sparkling eyes and a delighted expression, he exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious, almost divine. He felt an overflow of energy. With great excitement and wide-open eyes, the Minotaur King patted ox number 3 on the shoulder, praising him for his discovery. He expressed that if they could somehow obtain a large supply of this grass, their clan wouldn't suffer from food shortages anymore. If they could cultivate it on their land, all their problems would be solved. However, with a serious expression and a gaze directed to the south, the Minotaur King pondered how this magical grass grew in the Crimson Bear's territory and how they could obtain more of it. Then his expression became sad as he mentioned how badly he wanted to go there and bring back as much of this magical grass as possible. However, he couldn't go to other monsters' territory while leaving the waypoint, as other monsters might attack them, and they were currently weak, so his clan members would not be able to survive. The Minotaur King urgently summoned ox number 3, who arrived in a panic, fearing he would receive a scolding for eating the corn leaves. The Minotaur King pointed his finger toward ox number 3 and shouted, making it clear that his new mission was to find the exact source of this magical grass. His excited face turned serious as he continued, emphasizing that if ox number 3 discovered that someone was intentionally growing this magical grass, he needed to find out their identity. Before the Minotaur King could finish his sentence, ox number 3 intervened. He raised his hand and began to yawn, his eyes closing as he explained that after eating so much grass, he was feeling incredibly sleepy, and he mentioned that he intended to take a nap before proceeding. Hearing this, the Minotaur King swiftly pulled out his great axe and shouted at ox number 3 to hurry and leave, threatening to cut him into pieces, and ox number 3 ran as fast as he could, saying he will sleep when he get back from his mission. The scene then shifted, and we saw that Theo had reached the 38th floor. Dongshik and his companions rushed toward Theo, accompanied by other hunters. The hunters questioned why Theo was late, speculating that he might have gone to another floor to sell his goods. Theo stood proudly and apologized, explaining that he had some important matters to attend to. He hinted that he had brought something special, surprising everyone. Dongshik asked Theo what could be more special than his already exceptional cherry tomatoes. Theo proudly revealed a red cherry tomato, emphasizing that it was even more special than his usual ones, as it's a D-rank cherry tomato. The sight of the D-rank cherry tomato left everyone in shock. Amid the astonishment, the big melon girl couldn't help but express her delight, finding Theo's reaction adorable. Each person held a piece of the D-rank cherry tomato, closely examining it. He discovered that this tomato reduced 20 grams of fat, twice the usual 10 grams, increased mana boost from 0.1 to 0.2, and had a longer shelf life of 60 days. Dongshik, in a state of speechlessness, contemplated the potential impact of this magical cherry tomato once it left the tower. He foresaw that it could cause quite a stir outside. Without further ado, Theo proudly unveiled a bucket made of onion leaves, filled to the brim with D-rank cherry tomatoes. He announced that he would be selling a total of 2,000 cherry tomatoes in batches of 400, with 5 rounds in total. As soon as he finished speaking, the hunters began bidding fervently. The initial bid of 70 quickly escalated to 90 and beyond. After an intense hour, the auction concluded, and Theo had successfully sold all his cherry tomatoes. Holding bags filled with tower coins, he chuckled with flushed cheeks. He declared that with this trade, his profits would exceed 1,000 tower coins. Moreover, it would enable him to register as a high-grade wandering merchant. Standing proudly, Theo held his head high and laughed heartily. He stated that once he achieved the status of a high-grade wandering merchant, all restrictions would be lifted. He looked forward to the day when Seo Jun's crops would be mentioned in the system notifications as desired by Seo Jun himself. He even jestingly contemplated that Seo Jun might confer upon him the title of chairman, granting him the authority to command Seo Jun. As Theo was lost in his daydreams, the big melon girl approached him and asked if he wanted to take a picture with her. Theo, with a hint of arrogance, thought to himself that he must be so famous that everyone wants to be around him as soon as they spot him. He opened his eyes with a flourish, proudly extending his paw. He confidently declared that anyone who wanted to touch his paws should form a line and be prepared with a suitable reward. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized that only the big melon girl stood before him. She wore an awkward expression, and behind her, there was nothing but the wind-blown leaf. Perplexed, Theo started searching for the crowd, wondering where his adoring fans were. The big melon girl explained that because Theo hadn't been on the 38th floor for days and their food supplies were running low, most of the residents had left. Only a few remained. Hearing this, Theo was shocked, his mouth hanging open. He felt a pang of hurt pride because it seemed that no one wanted to touch his paws anymore. To console him, the big melon girl offered Theo some churros, explaining that it wasn't that he was unpopular. People had left due to the shortage of supply. Theo, with an innocent and sad expression, gazed at his paws, wondering if they no longer had the power to attract people. He had hoped to receive many things from humans in exchange for letting them touch his paws, which would have boosted his chances of becoming a chairman. But now it seemed like that might not happen. Just then, 2 girls approached Theo, excitedly exclaiming that he was Theo, the wandering cat. They came closer, stating that Theo was just as cute as they had seen on Instagram. They asked if they could also take pictures with him. Now Theo was utterly confused, asking the 2 girls what this Instagram thing was all about. With enthusiasm, the girls eagerly showed their phone screens to Theo and began explaining everything about smartphones and Instagram. As they went on, Theo's eyes sparkled with great excitement. He suddenly got a brilliant idea. With that, the episode came to an end. So if you've been watching up to this point, give a green heart in the comments. Now, Theo was looking at his Instagram profile, where multiple photos of him were posted, and he had amassed 23,040 followers. Curiously, he turned to the big melon girl and asked if the 2 girls came to find him because they saw his images on an app called Instagram. The big melon girl explained that yes, and she apologized sincerely for uploading Theo's images without his permission. Theo continued to stare at the Instagram profile in complete silence, while the big melon girl stood there anxiously, worrying that Theo might be angry about the unauthorized uploads. Before she could say anything, Theo suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Of course she should be sorry. Why didn't she tell me something like this existed?" The big melon girl was taken aback, wondering how to calm Theo's apparent anger. However, before she could respond, Theo placed one hand on his head and struck a cute pose, extending 1 foot forward. He then handed the phone back to the big melon girl, instructing her to hurry up and start taking pictures of him to upload to Instagram. This unexpected reaction left the big melon girl utterly shocked and clueless about what to do next. Then Theo started giving multiple poses, ranging from cool and confident to cute and innocent, making it look like he was asking for help. He stretched both his hands, winked mischievously, and struck a naughty pose. The big melon girl continued to take picture after picture as Theo posed enthusiastically. After hours of taking pictures, even the big melon girl started melting at Theo's cool poses, calling them too cute and adorable. Theo told the big melon girl that she could do whatever she wanted with the photos of him once she reached home at bathroom. But for now, she should focus on taking more pictures. Finally, Theo struck a killer pose, raising both of his hands and winking his right eye. He announced that if anyone wanted to meet this cute and cool wandering merchant, Theo, they could find him on the 38th floor. He urged everyone watching the video to follow him on Instagram before coming to meet him. With a playful threat, he counted down from 3, 2, 1, and exclaimed that everyone should subscribe to the channel, or he would be mad at them, and today's goal was set at 5,000 likes, so please like and subscribe the channel. After the intense photo shoot session, Theo was heading back to Seojun, stretching his arms and feeling quite satisfied. He mentioned how the photo shoot went well, and how crazy it was that 23,000 people were now following him on Instagram. He wondered what would happen if even more people started following him and coming to him after watching the video. With confidence, Theo stated that he could already hear the sounds of hunters rushing to meet him. He planned to seize this opportunity to gain maximum rewards, and at this rate, he believed he could reach the chairman position in no time. Theo began to laugh, his cheeks turning red as he daydreamed about how he would command Seojun once he became the chairman. However, his daydream was abruptly interrupted as a strong gust of wind nearly pushed Theo back. He clutched his ears in irritation and demanded to know who it was. He had worked hard to straighten his fur, but now everything seemed ruined. Angrily, Theo turned around to find 2 giant, silver-furred wolves, each standing at 5 meters tall, with large claws glaring at him. Upon seeing the 2 giant wolves, Theo's face turned pale, and he quickly assumed a defensive position, looking terrified. But things were about to get worse for Theo. He heard loud footsteps behind him, and as he slowly turned back, he saw an even larger wolf than the previous 2. This wolf stood at a towering 7 meters tall and glared at Theo with a deadly, serious expression that seemed to promise his imminent demise. Theo was too frightened to utter a single word, standing there with his mouth open, sweat covering his entire body. The 7-meter wolf smashed its giant claws beside Theo, shaking the ground. With an angry and fierce look, the silver wolf leader slowly brought its head closer to Theo, growling and displaying its sharp teeth. In a deep voice, it asked Theo if he was the wandering merchant who had bought the straw hat at the smithy in the merchant district. But Theo was so scared that even the slightest growl might make him pee himself at that moment. Theo, still shaking, finally gathered the courage to speak, though his voice trembled. He tried to say something, but the words were barely coming out of his mouth. Seeing Theo's unresponsiveness, the silver wolf leader growled loudly, using a threatening tone to demand answers from him. It addressed Theo as a puny cat and demanded to know where the straw hat he had bought in the smithy was now. The leader warned Theo that if he remained silent, they would tear him apart and chop him into small pieces. The other 2 wolves joined in, growling and menacingly threatening Theo. He was in a terrible condition, already scared out of his wits, and now he had started to cry. But then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a rock-like object flew and landed between them, startling everyone. From that peculiar stone, a foul smell began to emanate, filling the entire area. The silver wolves had highly sensitive noses, so the stinky smell overwhelmed them. They closed their eyes and blocked their noses to escape the unpleasant odor. Even Theo had to hold his nose, as the smell was too strong for him. From the midst of the smoky, foul-smelling cloud, a mysterious figure appeared, glaring at Theo. Suddenly, the mysterious figure grabbed Theo's hand, startling him. She introduced herself as Zerath, the newbie merchant whom Theo had helped before. Then she placed her finger to her lips, signaling Theo to remain silent. In the next moment, as the wolves were occupied trying to cope with the smell, Zerath, still holding Theo's hand, started running into the jungle. Theo followed her with a surprised expression on his face. As the smoke screen slowly faded away, the wolves noticed Theo and someone else running. Seeing this, the wolf leader shouted at them to stop, warning that things would not end well for them. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to follow and capture them no matter what. However, the two subordinates were lying on the ground, holding their noses and shouting for help to escape the stinky smell. They felt like they might die from the odor, leaving the wolf leader standing alone, holding his head and wincing in discomfort. This time, they had failed to catch Theo, and their mission had failed due to that mysterious figure. The scene then shifted, showing Theo and Zareth standing in the middle of the jungle, trying to catch their breath. Theo was still panting heavily, while Zareth let out a sigh of relief. She mentioned that they wouldn't be able to chase them for now, at least. Theo, with a worried expression, thanked Zareth, stating that something terrible would have happened to him if it weren't for her. Zareth replied with a smile, saying it was nothing, as Theo had also saved her once when she was in trouble. It was only natural for her to help Theo in return when he was in trouble. Hearing this, Theo happily started patting Zareth's shoulder, saying she is the nicest person he has met in the tower since his first crush. However, he added that he's a changed man now, a Giga Chad, and they should remain best friends, nothing more. Then Theo asked Zareth if she liked grilled fish and suggested they could go for a little walk. As they talked for a while, Zareth, seeing that Theo had become a little more comfortable with her, asked if Theo would be kind enough to give her some guidance on how to become a great merchant like him. Theo prepared his bag and replied that it's no problem at all. He will definitely guide Zareth, and they should go now, and with that, Zareth thanked Theo. Then, as they walked together, Zareth suggested to Theo that they should head to the merchant district, and she knew the best shortcut to get there quickly. However, Theo replied that first, he needed to go to the merchant guild and apply for a promotion to become a first-class mid-level merchant. After that, they could go to the merchant district and enjoy grilled fish. Hearing this, Zareth was genuinely shocked, and in her astonishment, she held her mouth and exclaimed, "Did Theo say first-class, mid-level merchant?" She then asked in a surprised tone how Theo, who was just a low-level merchant when she last met him, had reached the level of first-class mid-level merchant in just 1 month. Moreover, Theo had been a newbie only a few months ago. Upon hearing this, Theo maintained a neutral expression and asked Zareth how she knew that he was a newbie a few months ago. Zareth realized she had revealed more information than she should have and started to panic, realizing that she couldn't afford to be caught as an agent of the Wandering Merchant Secret Police Force, or her mission would not be completed. Then, Theo folded both his arms, looking suspicious, and asked Zareth why she was acting strangely and seemed suspicious. Zareth, trying to maintain a neutral expression, attempted to explain that it wasn't what Theo was thinking. But before she could say anything more, Theo shouted in anger, calling Scarum a bastard, and revealed that Scarum had divulged all the information about Theo when they first met. Bewildered by the situation, Zareth replied that yes, it was indeed Scarum who had shared everything about Theo without being asked for it. Hearing this, Theo became even angrier and started cursing Scarum, vowing to teach him a lesson when they met. Zareth, on the other hand, felt relieved that Theo appeared to be innocent and easy to manipulate. Then Zareth, with an innocent face, asked Theo how he managed to gather 1,000 tower coins in such a short period of time. She mentioned that it was an amount she couldn't even imagine making in her entire life as a low-grade merchant. She was curious about what Theo was selling to earn so many tower coins. On the flip side, Zareth felt a little worried. She wondered if Theo would be willing to share his trade secrets. She suspected that there might be someone very powerful behind Theo, providing him with premium products for trade. She believed that this item could be very dangerous or even illegal. If she found out about this item, she planned to arrest the backer first and give Theo a lighter punishment, as he seemed somewhat innocent and manipulated by the mysterious backer. Then Theo, with an innocent face, replied, "I sell cherry tomatoes, Naya." Hearing the words, cherry tomatoes, Zareth first stood in her place in a state of shock and surprise, trying to process what she had just heard. Then, with a puzzled and surprised expression, her mouth open in disbelief, she asked, "Is Theo trying to say those round little red fruits that thing?" Theo confirmed by saying, "Yes, it's the exact same thing." Theo then attempted to check his bag to find a cherry tomato, but he had sold them all that day. He promised Zareth that he would show her what a cherry tomato looked like the next time they met. With that, Theo started moving forward, suggesting that they should go, as the giant wolf might return if they stayed in the same place for too long. Zareth remained in a state of shock, her mouth still open without saying anything. Finally, Zareth came to her senses, pondering how in the world Theo could have earned 1,000 tower coins by selling nothing but cherry tomatoes. Was Theo lying? However, he didn't seem like the type of guy who would tell a lie. Zareth continued to follow Theo, her serious expression revealing her determination to unravel the mystery of how Theo had made 1,000 tower coins by selling mere cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, outside the tower in the Gourmet company, the CEO was holding a D-grade cherry tomato, observing it closely. He decided to taste the cherry tomato, maintaining a serious expression, and commented that this cherry tomato indeed tasted more delicious than the E-grade one. Then he turned to see a person slowly placing a cherry tomato plant full of cherry tomatoes on a table. The chairman inquired if there was any good news, and Jenny, with a smiling face, replied that as he could see, the seed they planted from the E-grade cherry tomato had grown into a normal cherry tomato plant. The chairman, gazing at the cherry tomatoes, expressed that he had expected as much as the item was from the tower, making it impossible to grow on Earth. He then inquired about the progress of the farming project on the first floor, to which Jenny confidently replied that they had already sown 100 E-grade cherry tomatoes on the first floor, and 10 plants had already germinated and were ready to harvest. Hearing the chairman's words, he became genuinely happy and praised Jenny, acknowledging her hard work. Jenny, in return, credited the chairman for making it all possible. The chairman mentioned that he had already hired top-grade hunters to protect the farmland on the first floor, and once they successfully grew the cherry tomatoes, he would become the richest man on Earth. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was busy harvesting the cherry tomatoes, with the queen bee sitting on his head. All his rabbit friends were helping him, unaware of what was happening outside the tower. The scene then shifts, and we see a wandering merchant officer handing Theo a silver token. Theo happily holds the coin in his hands, and the officer warmly congratulates Theo for getting promoted to a high mid-level merchant. Theo, filled with excitement and wearing a warm smile, raises his hand and proudly shouts that he has finally become a high mid-level merchant. Today's like goal is 5,100 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Theo turns back, proudly showing his silver badge around his chest, and smiles as Zareth congratulates him, calling him the best. Theo replies with a thankful nod and mentions that their work is done for now, and they need to head to the trading market. He has something important to buy. Upon hearing the term trading market, Zareth's facial expression turns serious. She knows that the trading market is a place where only mid-high-level merchants and higher-level merchants can enter. It's one of the largest trading arenas in the entire tower. In this trading market, there's an auction house where one can buy various items, ranging from farming equipment to crafting materials to even underwear and condoms. You can find almost anything there as long as you're willing to pay for it. After a while, Theo and Zareth finally reached the trading hall. As Zareth followed Theo from behind, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. While Theo walked confidently without a care in the world, Zareth narrowed her eyes in deep thought. This place was unlike the low-level markets that Theo used to visit. It was on a whole different level compared to the junkyards Theo frequented. Zareth was genuinely curious about what skills Theo would use in this new environment. However, before she could finish her thoughts, Theo suddenly stopped, announcing that they had reached their destination. He seemed genuinely interested in the shop in front of him. As Zareth glanced at the shop, she noticed a pouch symbol on the signboard. She then realized this was just an ordinary shop selling daily household items. Without wasting any time, Theo and Zareth entered the shop. Theo picked up a saw, some needles, threads, a frying pan, and a pot, placing them on the counter. He asked the store owner about the total cost for all these items. Zareth continued to observe Theo, and she couldn't help but notice that the store owner was a hyena with big teeth and sharp claws. Before Theo could say anything further, Zareth started speaking. She asked if Theo was buying these household items to resell them on other floors at a higher price. She expressed her concern, saying it was a really bad idea because these items were not in demand and no one would buy them. Theo casually replied that these items were not for resale. He needed them for someone else. He emphasized that he only sold cherry tomatoes for a living. Hearing this, Zareth frustratedly held her head and exclaimed, "Cherry tomatoes again!" She was clearly stressed, thinking back to when Theo had told her that he had reached a high-level mid-merchant status and collected 1,000 tower coins by selling cherry tomatoes. At that time, she had thought Theo was just messing with her, as he didn't want to reveal his merchant secrets. Now, she wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or not. The store owner, Heine, with a smiling face, said, "The total bill is 2.4 tower coins only." Zareth, upon hearing this amount, paused for a moment. Then she glanced at the utensils with an annoyed face, thinking that these pots and needles were much cheaper than 2.4 tower coins. Even if you combined all the things that Theo had bought, their total bill should not be more than 2 tower coins. In her imagination, she pictured the store owner, Heine, wearing a heavy suit of armor with a wicked smile, while Theo stood there in poor armor looking like a novice who didn't know anything. She concluded by saying that the store owner was ripping Theo off. With a serious expression, Zareth was pondering how Theo would counter this professional merchant. But before she could come up with any ideas, a voice echoed saying, "Give me a discount." In her imagination, she saw Theo launching an attack on the Heine shop owner. In one swift slash, Theo disarmed the store owner, leaving him in shock. Then, she saw Theo in reality slamming his hand on the store counter and demanding a discount with a dead serious expression, glaring into the stone owner's eyes. This left Zareth speechless, with her mouth hanging open. She had expected Theo to use some mighty merchant skill, but he was just being reckless once again. The Heine store owner, still maintaining his warm smile, replied that he was already selling the goods at the lowest possible price. He suggested that Theo could go and check the market prices at other stores, as they were also selling at the same price. He emphasized that the quality of the goods in his store was the best in the entire trading market, making the price reasonable. Theo, however, just stood there, glaring at the store owner without uttering a single word. After a while, still maintaining his sweet smile, the store owner, while rubbing his hands, decided to make an offer. He mentioned that since Theo was new to his store and appeared to be a gentleman and a nice guy, he would give a big discount and sell all the goods for 2.2 tower coins. But from Zareth's perspective, the Heine store owner appeared to be smiling wickedly and excitedly, attempting to overcharge Theo for the products. She explained that this store owner was playing a mental game where they initially set high prices for goods and then gradually reduced them, making customers believe they were getting a good deal when, in reality, they were being fooled into paying higher prices. Zareth imagined the store owner with deadly red eyes brutally attacking Theo, with Theo barely dodging the attacks. With a worried expression, Zareth thought that this store owner was not easygoing and was definitely a veteran merchant. This time, Theo might not get away unscathed. However, a voice echoed around the shop, demanding more of a discount with a deep tone. In Zareth's imagination, she saw Theo forcefully slashing the store owner's armor with his shabby sword. Back in reality, Theo continued to shout for a bigger discount, leaving the store owner bewildered and unsure of what to do next. The store owner, Heine, with a poker face, replied to Theo that he was already selling the goods at wholesale prices and barely making any profit from the trade. He explained that since Theo seemed like a nice guy, he couldn't lower the price any further. Theo, realizing that the store owner was not lowering the price, Theo decided to use the legendary technique that Seo Jun had taught him. He referred to it as the technique that every Asian mom uses, the ultimate bargain technique of moms, and with that, Theo turned and began walking away. With a confident tone, he stated that he didn't want to buy anything and would just go home. He called for Zareth to come with him, leaving her clearly confused by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the store owner was left even more confused and shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Then, Zareth stopped Theo and asked him with a worried tone why he wasn't going to buy the goods. Theo, still maintaining his confident demeanor, replied that since the store owner wasn't offering a bigger discount, he would buy the products, but he had seen another shop nearby where he could definitely get a better deal. Hearing this, the store owner became annoyed, let out a sigh, and stopped Theo. He remarked that Theo was impatient and had lost the bargaining battle. He agreed to sell all the goods for 2 tower coins, so Theo didn't have to go to the store next door. However, Theo simply glared at the store owner confidently, came closer, and raised his hand. In an arrogant tone, he declared that he would only buy the products for 1.8 tower coins, or else he would leave the shop. This statement left Zareth in shock, her soul seemingly leaving her body as she stood there, like a statue. The store owner, thinking that Theo was not to be underestimated and looked like a professional merchant, considered future potential trades and decided to maintain a friendly relationship. He reluctantly agreed to sell all the goods for 1.8 tower coins, even though he didn't want to. Theo happily thanked the store owner, while Zareth remained in a speechless stupor. In the next moment, as Theo was making the payment and chatting with the store owner, Zareth stood behind, still in a state of shock. She couldn't help but wonder what legendary technique Theo had used to defeat the store owner. a professional merchant who had lost to Theo, a new high mid-level merchant. Zerath's imagination ran wild as she envisioned Theo standing triumphantly on the defeated store owner, holding his sword on his shoulder with a confident smile. Now, seeing all this, Zerath was just wondering. Zerath herself was from a noble merchant family, and she received bargaining education from an early age. But she had never heard or seen something like this. Glaring at the confident Theo, who had completed all his purchases, she said they should leave the shop now. She was thinking, is this naive-looking cat really a pro merchant? Did Theo really make 1,000 tower coins just by selling cherry tomatoes? If that's true, then this is surely a historical moment of a genius merchant being born. Meanwhile, Theo was smiling with his heart content, and he was singing in his mind, happy that the discount trick Seo Jun had taught him had worked. He had also bought all the things that Seo Jun had told him to buy. Then the scene shifted, and we saw Theo and Zerath walking in the trading market. Suddenly, Zerath stopped and said that she would be leaving now. Theo turned back, asking why she was leaving so early and mentioning that they hadn't even had a meal. He was about to treat Zerath, but she replied with a kind and warm smile that she had already troubled Theo enough and didn't want to bother him further. She expressed her gratitude for everything she had learned from him, and apologized if she had caused any inconvenience or bothered him in any way. Theo looked confused and asked what she meant by teaching her anything special, as he didn't recall doing so. Then Zerath, still maintaining her smile, replied, "It's nothing." She then warned Theo to be careful from now on, as the Silver Wolf tribe might attack him again in the future. With this final goodbye, Zerath started walking away from Theo. He watched her go for a while and then, with a mischievous smile, said, "What a strange fox she was." Theo turned back, raised both his hands high, and started walking forward while singing and expressing his desire to return to the cave quickly for a good nap, as he was feeling really sleepy. The scene then shifted to the building of the Tower Police. Inside that building, Zerath was writing something. She stopped writing, closed her eyes, and sat at her chair. Just then, her assistant entered her room, informing her that the director wanted to meet Zerath to inquire about the stolen straw hat. Zerath handed a document to her assistant, indicating that she would visit the director. The assistant, after examining the document, asked Zerath if it was related to the wandering merchant cat they suspected of being a smuggler. Zerath, dressed in her police uniform, confirmed that it was. However, according to her investigation, she believed that Theo was not a smuggler but a genuinely good and honest merchant. She instructed her assistant to inform everyone not to spy on Theo and to let them know that Theo was innocent of smuggling. Zerath, fully dressed and looking out at the sky from her window with a proud smile, said, "For the first time in a long time I met a real merchant," while her assistant listened with a proud expression. Then the scene shifted, and we are back to Seo Jun. He was once again placing corn leaves on top of the peanut seeds, and the baby bear was helping him. After a few hours of hard work, they successfully covered the entire farm with corn leaves to lock in the moisture. Seo Jun stood there with a proud look, and the white rabbit was busy watering the peanut seeds. Suddenly, from behind Seo Jun, the warrior rabbit came rushing and shouting something in panic. The warrior rabbit was in a frenzy, trying to convey a message to Seo Jun, but Seo Jun couldn't understand a single word. Meanwhile, the chubby rabbit stood behind the warrior rabbit, raising both hands with a smile. After a while, Seo Jun finally understood that the warrior rabbit was pointing towards the ponds. Seo Jun, with the queen bee sitting on his shoulder, reached the pond and gazed at it intently, trying to figure out what was happening. The warrior rabbit and the cart were also fixated on the pond, and the white rabbit, looking a bit scared, was hiding beside Seo Jun's foot. Inside the pond, there were crayfish-like monsters with red and juicy bodies. As Seo Jun finally noticed the crayfish, he was deeply shocked and surprised. Seo Jun and all his monster pets were just staring at the mysterious crayfish in astonishment. Seo Jun wondered how these crayfish-like monsters had ended up in the pond. He pondered whether they had come through the hole he had seen a few days back. However, he immediately dismissed the thought, and instead imagined a plate filled with delicious and juicy crayfish. He decided that he would make the most mouth-watering dish with these crayfish that no one had ever tasted before. As Seo Jun daydreamed about the delectable crayfish dish, he couldn't help but drool with anticipation. The white rabbit and the warrior rabbit were lost in their own fantasies, imagining the savory crayfish delights. The queen bee couldn't contain her excitement, looking forward to indulging in Seo Jun's special and juicy creation. Without wasting another minute, Seo Jun prepared to catch the crayfish. He took out his dagger, and the warrior rabbit wielded his hammer. Seo-jun stood there confidently, ready to attack the unsuspecting crayfish, who had no idea what was about to befall them. The other rabbit was equally excited, and the queen bee buzzed with anticipation. In the next moment, they began their hunt to capture and prepare the crayfish for a delicious meal. Immense concentration held his dagger and stared at the crayfish. Behind him, the rabbit families watched him with curiosity. Then, the crayfish, after studying Seo-jun for a moment, suddenly lunged at him to attack. But Seo-jun was no longer the loser. His stats were all at high-level hunter. With a swift slash, he effortlessly killed all the crayfish that had leaped to attack him. The system notified Seo-jun that he had gained 30 XP, and the warrior rabbit was clapping in excitement, ready to join the fight. Suddenly, more crayfish jumped towards Seo-jun to attack, and the warrior rabbit approached from behind, holding his hammer high with excitement. Seo-jun turned back and, with enthusiasm, ordered the warrior rabbit to deal with the crayfish. The warrior rabbit began a barrage of attacks, hammering the crayfish one by one, instantly defeating them without breaking a sweat. After a while, the chubby rabbit and the husband rabbit were transporting the dead crayfish in the cart. They were followed by the other rabbit, each carrying a dead crayfish one by one, and transporting them to a spot near the campfire. The sickle rabbit, armed with his razor sickle, prepared to peel the crayfish's skin. The wife rabbit and the baby rabbits watched from behind with anticipation and sparkling eyes. However, as the sickle rabbit tried to cut the shell of the crayfish, even after several attempts with all his might, he couldn't make a scratch on the crayfish's body. The mommy rabbits, noticing this, asked the sickle rabbit what happened and if there was something wrong with his sickle. The sickle rabbit nodded his head and explained that his sickle was fine, but the crayfish's shell was so strong that he couldn't pierce it. Seo-jun, holding 2 crayfish in his hand with a smile on his face, approached from behind and explained that even on Earth, it's really challenging to cut through the shell of a crayfish. In the tower, it seemed logical that the shells of the crayfish would be as hard as steel. So Seo-jun suggested cooking the crayfish on the campfire first. When the crayfish were fully cooked, their shells would loosen, making it easier to separate the meat from the shell. The sickle rabbit nodded in response. Then, Seo-jun unwrapped 3 more perfectly cooked crayfish and placed them in front of him on the onion leaves. He held one in his hand, ready to peel the skin off, and all the rabbits were waiting in anticipation. Seo-jun slowly applied gentle force to split the crayfish in half, and as he did, some of the juice started to splatter. The worker rabbit, the chubby rabbit, and the sickle rabbit stared in amazement with their mouths open. Finally, Seo-jun turned the crayfish's head and, with a gentle force, split the crayfish into 2 parts. Inside, the chewy and juicy golden meat sparkled. Seo-jun exclaimed in excitement with his mouth open, saying how juicy it looked. After smelling the heavenly scent of the meat, the rabbits were hypnotized and eagerly awaited their turn to take a bite. Seo-jun happily offered a portion of the crayfish's heavenly flesh, and they all took it excitedly, stretching out their hand. As they all took a bite, as much as the scent was delicious, the meat was even more delightful. They hadn't eaten something like this in their whole lives, and they were really happy. While savoring large bites of the crayfish, Seo-jun chewed the meat and commented on its taste. He mentioned that the crayfish tasted exactly the same as those on Earth, but with a bit more juiciness. The seasoning was perfect, with a hint of tanginess from the cherry tomatoes and a slight saltiness, making it incredibly delicious. Behind Seo-jun, his rabbit family was also enjoying their crayfish meals. The chubby rabbit was munching on a whole large piece, taking huge bites and wearing a joyful expression. Meanwhile, the wife rabbit was picking the empty shells of the crayfish. Seo-jun noticed this and stopped the wife rabbit, telling her not to throw away the shells as they could still be useful. The wife rabbit looked a bit confused and asked what he meant while holding a crayfish shell. Seo-jun picked up the crayfish head shell and explained that these seemingly wasteful shells contained delicious, fatty oils. He took a piece of crayfish flesh, dipped it into the fatty oil, and mentioned that eating the crayfish meat with this special juicy oil would enhance the taste by tenfold. As Seo-jun took a bite, he instantly regretted that he didn't have soju. If he did, this would be a really incredible combo. While the warrior rabbit watched Seo-jun eating this weird combination, he thought, why not? He also decided to try this strange-looking gooey substance from the crayfish's head. With courage, the warrior rabbit approached Seo-jun, and Seo-jun handed him some of the crayfish's oil. The warrior rabbit slowly dipped his hand into the weird oil. At first, it didn't look very appetizing to him, with its odd, sticky green appearance. He hesitated, having second thoughts about eating it. However, He decided to trust Seo-jun and took a lick of the strange substance. To his surprise, he instantly liked it. His eyes sparkled with delight as he discovered that it was nothing like he had expected. It was sweet and salty at the same time. Unable to resist, he started devouring the green oil mixed with crayfish organs and flesh. Seo-jun smiled warmly and advised the warrior rabbit to eat slowly, reminding him that the food wasn't going anywhere, and they had plenty more to enjoy. After that, we see Seo-jun preparing the crayfishes and asking his rabbit family if anyone wants more crayfish. The warrior rabbit is devouring the crayfish's brain while the chubby rabbit is busy eating his large share of crayfish, and the newly found crayfish's brain mixed with delicious oils. The mommy rabbit and the husband rabbit are busy feeding the baby rabbits, while the sickle rabbit watches with a little smile, and each and every one of them is really happy. Just then, from above the cave entrance, the baby bear comes shouting Seo-jun's name, which catches everyone's attention. Seo-jun, noticing the baby bear, tells the baby bear to wait, as he came at a really good time since they have many more crayfish, and he should also taste some. The baby bear, upon hearing this, starts cheering with both his hands up. After some time, Seo-jun cooks many crayfish and places them in front of the baby bear. The baby bear sees this delicious-looking meat and couldn't contain his excitement. Seo-jun, holding one crayfish in his hand, starts to explain to the baby bear that he has to first hold the crayfish's body and twist the head to separate the steel-like shell. Then he will be able to enjoy the meat inside. But before he could explain anything, the baby bear didn't listen and took a crayfish, munching on it like candy along with its steel-like shell. Seo-jun is left standing in shock, and in his shocked mental state, he just asks the baby bear if the meat is good. The baby bear nods in response with a bright, big smile, indicating that he likes it very much. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, and we are now on the second floor of the tower, the skeleton village. Here, the townhouses were burned and ruined, and hunters were mercilessly killing the skeleton villagers while the skeleton villagers were trying to run for their lives. All the skeleton villagers were running toward the village, from kid skeletons to women skeletons. While running, a skeleton villager fell, and the hunters were just behind them to kill them. The skeleton even begged the hunters to spare them, but the hunter with the dagger, with a single slash, chopped the skeleton's head, killing him instantly. The head of the skeleton flew and came toward the CEO of the Gourmet company. Upon seeing the skeleton in anger and disgust, the CEO of the Gourmet company smashed the skull under his foot. While looking at the scared and dead and running skeletons, he started to smile in enjoyment. As the chairman of the Gourmet company, we will address him as Musclehead from now on. He came close to the hunter with the dagger. The dagger hunter explained that he and his team had successfully killed all the skeletons in this area, and now this land was all under their control. The Musclehead would not find any living skeleton villager here. Only dead skeletons remain in this village. Then the Musclehead asked the hunter if he had not captured or taken control of the entire second floor yet. The hunter, a little nervous, explained that he is really sorry, and he has only been able to capture half of the second floor so far. He assured the Musclehead that in no time he will take control of the entire second floor, and the Musclehead won't see even a single skeleton. The Musclehead, a little disappointed and annoyed, asked how much time it will take in total to capture the entire second floor. The hunter explained that even though they are only skeletons, they always roam in groups, and in a village there are at least 100 skeletons present. Moreover, on the second floor, there are more than 50 villages, and the second floor is a very large floor, so it will at least take a few weeks. The Musclehead was hearing this in silence, his eyes fixed on opening his status window. Then, the Musclehead transferred some data to the hunter, surprising him. When the hunter asked what this was, the Musclehead explained with a proud face that these are all the people who took debt from his company and were unable to repay. He forcefully awakened them and made them hunters. The dagger hunter can use these people, and his task is to take control of this floor within 1 week. As the Musclehead was leaving, the dagger hunter bowed, saying the work will be done. Then the Musclehead finally reached the farmland that he and his team had created by planting Seo-jun's cherry tomatoes. The lead researcher welcomed the Musclehead, and while showing the little farm where the magical cherry tomatoes were grown, she explained with a smile on her face that they had successfully grown the special magical cherry tomatoes. The cherry tomatoes had finally grown healthy and ripened, ready to be harvested. She invited the Musclehead to pluck the first cherry tomato with his own hands. Hearing this, the Musclehead, with a wicked smile glaring at the cherry tomatoes, exclaimed, "Finally!" With that, he gently plucked a cherry tomato, and after glaring at it for a while with confidence and an excited smile, took a bite and placed the cherry tomato inside his mouth. He slowly chewed the cherry tomato for a while, but then something unexpected happened. The musclehead's whole face turned pale, and suddenly he crouched and started to vomit, throwing up all the cherry tomatoes that he had chewed. All the researchers and the lead researcher lady got a little panicked and came close to the musclehead, asking if he was okay. Then, before the red-haired lady could do or say anything, the musclehead, still with a pained expression on his face, started to shout and scold everyone, saying, "What the hell is happening here?" This confusion left everyone bewildered. In their confusion, when the red-haired lady asked for an explanation as she couldn't understand what he was trying to say, the musclehead started to shout even more. He held up a cherry tomato and yelled, "Can't she see that I clearly vomited the cherry tomato? That means the cherry tomato tastes disgusting." Hearing this, the red-haired researcher lady took the cherry tomato from the musclehead's hand, and she herself took a bite of the cherry tomato. All the other researchers also took a bite, and just like the musclehead, they started to vomit due to the cherry tomato's taste. The red-haired woman was also really shocked, saying they had used all the high-quality nutritional supplements and everything was top-notch. Even in their lab, they had successfully managed to grow the cherry tomato on Earth, but it was not this disgusting. Hearing all this, the musclehead realized that all his money and career would go to waste if he didn't grow the magical cherry tomatoes. He had already invested a large amount of money into this project. In frustration, he forcefully plucked some cherry tomatoes and then threw them on the ground in anger. He started stomping on them, and as he raised his foot, what he saw left him in terror and shock. There was not a single seed inside the cherry tomato. Well, this happened because Seo-jun had all the exclusive rights to all the crops he would grow, and no one in the world would be able to grow his crops without his permission. Meanwhile, we see Seo-jun sleeping like there's no tomorrow, with his mouth open and drooling. Above him, there is a theft in progress. Ox number 1 sneaked in quietly, seeing the onion leaves placed on top of the peanut seed. With a wicked smile, he picked some onion leaves and stared at them for a while. Then, with a warm smile, he started to munch on them, completely unaware that something terrible was approaching him. Now the CEO was sitting in a hut inside the 38th floor, glaring at the cherry tomato that his team had grown on the 2nd floor. With an annoyed face, he exclaimed that without any seeds, how could they reproduce the cherry tomatoes, let alone improve their breed? The taste was also terrible, like dog poop. Then his facial expression became a bit more serious, and while holding his chin with a contemplative look, he suddenly remembered something. We are shown a flashback to 10 years ago when the musclehead was returning from his office and got sucked inside the black hole, accidentally entering the tower and becoming a player. The musclehead's dream was to become rich. Not just rich, but the richest human alive on Earth. He even wanted to keep Elon Musk as his driver. Inside the tower, he realized that the sun never sets, and there's 24-hour sunlight shining on the ground, creating a perfect environment for growing crops with high-quality soil. He got a brilliant idea. His first step toward becoming the richest man on Earth was to dominate and become #1 on the global food chain by growing high-quality crops inside the tower. Then, after returning from the tower, he explained his dream to his dad, and although skeptical, his dad agreed to fund his dream. Then, he took all his father's company's money and started his project to grow crops inside the tower. He bought high-quality seeds and fertilizer, hired professional farmers, made them players, and guided them inside the tower for farming. But things didn't go according to his plan. After a few months, and repeated attempts to grow crops, not a single blade of grass sprouted on his farmland, let alone a crop. Seeing this, the musclehead was getting frustrated and desperate. He knelt on the ground, holding the soil, and started shouting, asking why. Even after investing all his father's company's money, trying hundreds of seedling methods, using high-quality seeds and fertilizers, and hiring professionals, not a single plant was growing. He was demanding answers while angrily gripping the soil. Then, after some time, an incident occurred. In the news, a report went viral stating that inside the tower, if hunters engaged in sexual activity, they would not get pregnant. For some reason, once a human enters the tower, their sperm loses the ability to pregnant a woman. Because of this, many couples were seen going inside the tower for their desires. Well, the musclehead, after hearing this news, realized that the same rule applied to crops. This was the reason he was not able to grow Earth's crops inside the tower. Crops were treated as foreign objects, and they also lost the ability to grow or reproduce. Even after all this, the musclehead didn't give up. He went on a quest to find all the merchants in the tower and started asking for fruits and vegetable seeds that grows inside the tower. His theory was that if the crops were grown inside the tower from the seed of the tower crops, he might be able to grow the crops himself. However, to his disappointment, all the merchants were willing to sell normal fruits and vegetables, but refused to sell crop seed. They explained that crop production was monopolized by a greedy and dangerous individual named Grid. Yes, it was the same guy who had hired the Silverwolves to find Theo and retrieve the Straw Hat. All the merchants told him that they could only sell the crops, not the seed, or Grid would kill them. Hearing this, the musclehead was left devastated and depressed, with a pale face and no options left. He had used almost all the money from his father's company, and as he had failed in his project, his father declared him a failure and beat the shit out of him after slammed his ass with iron rod 100 times, and his father removed his name from the company and left him on the street. Just like that, his dream of creating a farm inside the tower crumbled like breadcrumbs. Now, back in the present, the musclehead was deep in thought, glaring at the cherry tomato they had managed to grow from Seo Jun's cherry tomato seeds. Yes, the one that tasted like dog excrement. Then the musclehead suddenly stood up from his chair, and he immediately started shouting and ordering all his men to gather all the hunters on the 38th floor in front of him right now. He slammed a big pouch full of tower coins, shocking everyone. With a determined look on his face, he announced that it doesn't matter how much money he has to spend. He will successfully grow the crops inside the tower. They used E-grade tomatoes and made progress in at least growing a crop, so it's possible that if they try to grow again using the seeds of D-grade crops, the results might be different. While glaring at the cherry tomato while holding it in his hand, he continued saying, "Everyone has only one mission, and that is to find that wandering merchant cat and buy each and every D-grade cherry tomato he is holding." Then, with a tight grip, he squeezed the cherry tomato and started laughing wickedly, saying he will definitely succeed in becoming the richest man on Earth, make Elon Musk his driver, and show his father that he is not a useless son. Meanwhile, Theo was happily returning to the cave, thinking he would finally be able to become Uncle Theo again. However, he noticed something weird. Onion leaves were scattered on the ground. To inspect, Theo picked up an onion leaf and realized it was indeed the plant Seo Jun had grown inside the cave. He questioned why these leaves were lying outside the cave, but he didn't get any answers. Theo decided to collect all the onion leaves and ask Seo Jun once he reached the cave. He started picking up the onion leaves from the ground one by one as he moved forward. Suddenly, he bumped into something really hard. When Theo looked upward, he saw a large ox with a peculiar expression, as if it was enjoying something. The ox appeared to be sucking on one of the onion leaves. As ox number 3 noticed Theo, he turned down and realized it was a wandering merchant. He asked if Theo needed anything. Theo, with an angry expression, pointed his finger toward ox number 3 and asked where he found that leaf he was munching on like a lollipop. Ox number 3, sitting casually with a casual tone, pointed his finger toward Seojun's cave and replied that he found these leaves lying on the ground, so he took them. Hearing this, Theo started shouting while pointing his finger toward ox number 3, saying there was no way the onion leaves were left or thrown recklessly on the ground. He had observed Seojun for months, watching him create useful things from these onion leaves, from footplates to bowls and even ropes. He had also seen Seojun wiping his ass with these onion leaves after taking a poop, so there was no way Seojun would have thrown them on the ground without any reason. Theo continued, expressing his outrage at ox number 3 for stealing these precious leaves. However, upon hearing this, ox number 3 became furious. He declared that Minotaurs were a proud and honorable clan, and they never stole anything. He slammed his giant hand on the ground, shaking the entire area and creating a huge hole. Theo was thrown high into the air by the impact, but managed to dodge the attack, saving himself from being smashed. Still seething with anger, ox number 3 growled with veins bulging from his head, stating that even though Theo was a wandering merchant, he would not hesitate to kill him if he dared to accuse ox number 3 of stealing these leaves. It was a direct attack on the Minotaur clan's pride. Theo listened in fear, trembling and wearing a worried expression. Then, gathering a little courage, Theo stated that he was not lying and that he was an honest merchant who never lied. He stood up with even more courage, determined to protect his pride. In a loud voice, while pointing his finger toward ox number 3, he suggested that they should go to Seojun and ask him if he had really thrown these onion leaves on the ground or not. This way, the matter could be resolved without fighting. For a moment, ox number 3 listened to Theo's newfound courage. Then, His angry eyes gradually turned more normal, and he replied that this was indeed a good idea. He was ready to go and asked Theo to take him to Seo-jun. Theo, filled with enthusiasm, began to lead the way to Seo-jun's cave. He requested that Ox number 2 follow him and refrain from eating or doing anything with the onion leaves until they cleared things up with Seo-jun. Ox number 3 silently followed Theo. After a while, they finally reached the entrance of the cave. Theo walked forward proudly, feeling like he had done a great job. Ox number 3 wore an annoyed expression, glaring at Theo and wondering why Seo-jun would have thrown these precious and magical grass on the ground to rot. However, suddenly, Ox number 3, while holding his cheeks and with sparkling eyes, remembered that the Ox King had indeed instructed him to find out about the person who grew these magical grass. Now, he was about to meet that person, and he imagined the Ox King complimenting and rewarding him for his success. Lost in his daydream, he continued to follow Theo. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the events unfolding, Seo-jun continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, a figure jumped from the cave entrance and landed on Seo-jun's stomach, causing him to spit out saliva from the impact and jolting him awake. In great pain and trembling, Seo-jun held his stomach, trying to recover from the shock. Theo, standing behind him, shouted at Seo-jun, urging him to get up and follow him immediately. Theo excitedly told Seo-jun that he had accomplished something remarkable, and Seo-jun would surely reward him when he saw what he had done. However, Seo-jun struggled to contain his anger due to the pain. After a moment, with the pain subsiding a bit, Seo-jun turned his head toward Theo and asked what the matter was. Smirking, Theo explained that he had caught a thief. Seo-jun, still lying on his back, was a little confused and asked Theo to clarify further. Theo insisted that Seo-jun should simply follow him, and he would find out everything soon enough. As Seo-jun slowly emerged from the cave, he was met with a sight that left him sweating with anxiety. He saw a massive buffalo-like creature, resembling a monster, staring angrily at the cave entrance. Seo-jun was left speechless, his face paling as he observed the intimidating presence before him. In a shaky voice, he turned to Theo and asked who this formidable figure was and whether it was the thief Theo had mentioned. Theo, perched on Seo-jun's shoulder with an air of confidence, remained silent. As they both stepped outside the cave, Theo hopped down onto the ground and began pointing his finger at the massive creature, Ox number 3, while shouting that this was indeed the thief and that Seo-jun should scold him promptly. Seo-jun, still bewildered and unsure of how to confront the enormous buffalo-like creature, watched in confusion. Theo hurriedly retrieved the onion leaves that Ox number 3 had taken and claimed as stolen. He presented them as evidence, insisting that Seo-jun needed to scold the creature for his actions. Seo-jun then realized that these were the onion leaves he had spread on the peanut seed farm to lock in moisture. Ox number 3 defended himself, shouting loudly that he had merely picked them up from the ground as they appeared to have been discarded and useless to anyone. He adamantly declared that he was not a thief. Using his observational skills, Seo-jun deduced that this massive creature was the Black Minotaur, the same one the mama bear had warned him about. It became clear that this creature had also been responsible for stealing corn leaves from the peanut field and creating large holes in the farm during the blue moon. As Seo-jun was lost in deep thought, Ox number 3 continued shouting in anger, emphasizing that he was an honorable warrior of the Minotaur clan and could never steal anything. Theo, bolstered by his proximity to Seo-jun, joined in the shouting, asserting that Seo-jun had not discarded the onion leaf, and Ox number 3 had definitely taken them. Seo-jun stood in uncertainty, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. In the midst of his contemplation, Seo-jun had a brilliant idea, but before he could elaborate, Theo interjected. Addressing Seo-jun as chairman, he urged Seo-jun to hurry and tell the truth about whether he had really discarded the onion leaf. Seo-jun responded that he had not thrown them away, as they were too precious and had multiple purposes. He explained that he had spread the grass on the field to retain moisture for the peanuts to grow well. Hearing this revelation, Ox number 3 was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Now, Ox number 3 was growing increasingly nervous, and he stammered as he explained to Seo-jun that he thought the grass had been discarded, which was why he had taken it. He began to berate himself, questioning how he, a proud Minotaur, could have mistakenly taken something that didn't belong to him. He then humbly apologized to Seo-jun, acknowledging his error in taking the grass. However, Seo-jun had his own devious plan in mind. With a sly smile and folded arms, he responded to Ox number 3, stating that mere words of apology would not suffice. He reminded ox number 3 that he had not only stolen this time, but had also previously destroyed his farm during the blue moon. Seo-jun extended his hand confidently and declared that ox number 3 would have to compensate him with 100 tower coins, as his business had suffered due to ox number 3's mistake, and this was the price he had to pay. After realizing that ox number 3 had indeed stolen the onion leaves, ox number 3 started to panic and asked for forgiveness. But before he could say anything further, Seo-jun, with an evil grin and his arms crossed, said, "Just apologizing with words after stealing this precious grass will not work. Just because of ox number 3, Seo-jun got into so much trouble, and all his animal friends got stressed." Then, with a confident look, Seo-jun stretched out his hand and shouted, "100 tower coins!" Seo-jun needed 100 tower coins as compensation for the mess ox number 3 made in his farmland on the blue moon night and for stealing onion and corn leaves 2 times. Hearing this, ox number 3's world turned upside down, and with a pale face in shock, he shouted and panicked, asking if the grass was that expensive. He had no idea, and he sincerely apologized from the bottom of his heart. Ox number 3 sat on the ground with a hanging mouth, depressed and not knowing what to do. He had unknowingly stolen someone else's things, and Seo-jun was glaring at him with an angry look. Then, pointing his hand towards ox number 3, Theo started shouting, insisting that he had indeed stolen the leaves. He demanded that ox number 3 hurry up and pay 100 tower coins for compensation. However, ox number 3 just listened silently, as he didn't even have a single tower coin. Then Theo climbed on top of ox number 3's body, tapping his muscular abs, and addressed Seo-jun as the chairman. He inquired about what they should do now, as ox number 3 appeared to have no money, just his underwear and his big PP. Seo-jun, however, maintained his angry expression, causing ox number 3 to become even more panicked and worried. Beads of sweat formed on his face as he contemplated the consequences of his actions and the impact on the pride of the entire ox clan. Breaking the tense silence, Seo-jun, still wearing a confident look and a warm smile, politely suggested to Theo that there might be a solution. If ox number 3 didn't have the money to pay, he could pay with his labor. Seo-jun proposed that ox number 3 would have to come to him and work diligently every day, doing whatever Seo-jun instructed. In return, Seo-jun would give ox number 3 1 tower coin every day, and after 100 days, he could repay his debt of 100 tower coins. As Seo-jun explained this arrangement, ox number 3 listened carefully. After processing the proposal, he replied seeking clarification. "So, Seo-jun, you want ox number 3 to work here and pay off his debt, right?" Seo-jun, while hiding his face, explained, "Yes, ox number. You got this right. On top of 1 tower coin every day, Seo-jun will also give ox number 3 food to eat, like the spring onion he just stole and the corn leaves he stole the other day. But it's just the beginning, as he also has many more delicious crops to give, like corn, cherry tomatoes, and sweet potatoes. Ox number can eat or even take home as much as he wants to, as Seo-jun is not an evil person, and he will take good care of his workers." But even before Seo-jun could finish his sentence, a barrage of ox number's spit started to spray at Seo-jun's face. Ox number 3 got really pumped up, started to drool, and took heavy breaths with his eyes wide open while shouting, "Can he really eat as much as the magical grass he wants?" Seo-jun, barely able to stand because of the breath and rain of saliva from ox number 3, with a warm and polite tone, while forwarding his hand, said, "Yes, ox number 3, you heard it correctly. You indeed can eat as much as your heart desires. So, let's first sign a contract. First, ox number 3 can come to work from tomorrow." Hearing this, ox number 2, happily with a smiling face, forwarded his hand and made a contract with Seo-jun to become his slave for 100 days, saying he is the happiest monster alive. As if he got to eat these magical leaves, he is even ready to pay 2 tower coins, and he will get to eat the magical grass for free on top of getting tower coins. It's like he is in heaven. Then, ox number 3 enthusiastically shook Seo-jun's hand, and Seo-jun, with a smiling face, also shook his hand, thinking that he had secured a good muscular worker to help dig the farmland. Ox number 3 was thinking that he had gotten a good deal. He should be getting punished, but instead, he was getting rewarded. Theo, in all of this, stood with his mouth open, bewildered, seeing Seo-jun's business tactics. Theo had learned another valuable lesson from Seo-jun, that if one doesn't have money, they can pay with their labor. He started to admire Seo-jun even more as he learned this valuable lesson once again. Immediately, Theo, with a serious face, took out a paper and pen, saying that he should write all this down so that if, in the future, for whatever reason, he doesn't have money to pay for something, he can offer his labor. Ox number 3 happily left for his cave, saying goodbye to Seo-jun with a happy smile, and Seo-jun and Theo bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. After that, Seo-jun turned toward Theo and with a warm smile complimented him, saying that Theo had really done a great job by catching the thief. Because of that, Seo-jun had acquired a great worker, and plowing the farmland would become much easier now. Theo listened to Seo-jun with a proud smile. Hearing this, Theo also enthusiastically asked if he really did a great job, wondering how well he had done. He thought that Seo-jun might make him a chairman because of his excellent work. Seo-jun, seeing Theo filled with so much excitement, just smiled a bit. Then Seo-jun turned back, crossed his hands, and smiled as he said, "Because Theo accomplished such a great achievement, I will now extend your sales cat status for a whole month." Hearing this, Theo gave a straight and disappointed look. He had been expecting to be promoted to the status of chairman and have authority over Seo-jun. Then, Theo, like a child, grabbed onto Seo-jun's legs and started to nag like a spoiled kid, saying he wanted more reward. And this wasn't fair. Seo-jun, getting a little annoyed, started to shake his legs, trying to remove Theo from his leg. He told Theo that he needed to get off because he only had this pair of pants, and if they tore, he would have to walk naked in the cave. And just like that, the days passed by happily. The next day, early in the morning, Seo-jun, with the warrior rabbit on his shoulder, got ready to hunt some crayfish. Seo-jun had his dagger, and the warrior rabbit had his little hammer, both glaring at the crayfishes with confidence. With Seo-jun's command, the warrior rabbit jumped, raising his cute little hammer, and in a single swing, they started to hunt the crayfish with ease. After a while, we see Seo-jun with his dagger peeling the skin off the crayfishes with great concentration. The warrior rabbit, on the other hand, was systematically killing the crayfishes one by one and handing them over to Seo-jun. Seo-jun turned back and said, "This should be enough for today." And we see a large pile of crayfish, all with their skins skillfully peeled off. Seo-jun was holding one of the dead crayfish, and the agile rabbit and the white rabbit were taking care of the crayfish, removing the skin easily as Seo-jun had made a cut for that purpose. Then, Seo-jun ordered the warrior rabbit to stop hunting, and the warrior rabbit happily complied, landing beside Seo-jun. Seo-jun, with a warm smile, complimented the black rabbit, saying he had done a great job and worked really hard. It seemed that the warrior rabbit's skills had improved significantly. However, something unexpected happened. The body of the warrior rabbit started to glow with a blue aura. Seo-jun, looking confused, asked the warrior rabbit why his body was glowing. But the warrior rabbit was equally puzzled, not knowing why he was glowing. In the next moment, the warrior rabbit's hammer began to glow, and it started to float in mid-air, shocking the warrior rabbit even more. And then, with a transformation, the warrior rabbit's hammer evolved and changed. Now one half of the hammer had a pointed cone-like structure, and the other half was flat, making it more flexible and deadly for battle. Seeing this, Seo-jun exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you have evolved!" The warrior rabbit, still shocked and surprised, held the floating, newly evolved hammer, and slowly his body started to return to normal. Then Seo-jun, with a warm smile, started to clap and congratulate the warrior rabbit, along with the chubby rabbit, the cart rabbit, and the white rabbits. They were all genuinely happy for the warrior rabbit, and they clapped and congratulated him. Seo-jun commented that the warrior rabbit's new hammer looked really cool, and he was genuinely happy for him. The warrior rabbit, hearing all the praise, stood beside the pond, holding his newly evolved hammer on his shoulder, with a proud and confident look. Seo-jun excitedly said, "Now that the warrior rabbit has become a real warrior after evolving, he can handle the crayfish hunting himself," while showing a thumbs up. The warrior rabbit responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, saying, "Leave it to me." However, the conversation was interrupted by the growl of the mommy bear. The mommy bear was signaling Seo-jun to come outside the cave. Seo-jun then stepped out of the cave, asking, "Is there any problem?" As he looked at the cave wall where the baby bear was pointing, he was shocked to see a beehive. In excitement, he exclaimed, "Is this the beehive of the new thick bee? Oh, sorry, the new queen bee." Just then, upon hearing Seo-jun's voice, the baby queen bee emerged from the hole in the beehive. When she saw Seo-jun, she had a cute smile on her face, and in the next moment, she excitedly dashed toward Seo-jun, calling him Daddy. This sudden revelation startled Seo-jun for a moment, and he exclaimed, "Is she the baby of the mommy queen bee that hatched that day?" Then, the baby queen bee came close to her daddy, Seo-jun, and started rubbing her cheek against Seo-jun's cheek. Seo-jun, holding her gently, also started rubbing his cheek against hers, expressing how happy he was to finally meet her. He had dreamt about this moment every day, and had been really worried, wondering where she had gone. Now, he was overjoyed to finally be reunited with her. The baby queen bee then called her own poison worker bee formation, and Seo-jun greeted them, complimenting the baby queen bee on how she had already started building her own little bee empire. He was genuinely impressed with her. Seo-jun then turned toward the baby bear and corrected himself, saying, "She is the baby of the queen bee whose honey you really like." He encouraged the baby bear to say hello to her. The baby queen bee, standing behind Seo-jun, curiously glared at her new uncle bear. The baby bear introduced himself to the baby queen bee, and Seo-jun commended the baby bear, saying that now that he had become an uncle, he had to protect the baby queen bee and take good care of her. This way, the mommy queen bee would be happy to see this, and she might give the baby bear more of her special juice to eat. The baby queen bee listened to all of this while sitting on Seo-jun's hat. Then, in the next moment, the baby queen bee dashed toward the baby bear and began patting her new uncle on his nose with a warm smile. The worker bee also perched on top of the baby bear, and the baby bear happily greeted and played with the baby queen bee, his heart filled with joy, and the mother bear and Seo-jun watched as the baby bear and the baby queen played joyfully. However, the ground started to shake slightly, and Seo-jun turned back to see none other than Ox number 3 approaching with a happy and warm smile. Ox number 3 greeted Seo-jun with a friendly hello, and Seo-jun returned the greeting, saying hello and good morning. But before they could exchange further pleasantries, the mother bear suddenly stomped the ground with great force, causing the entire ground to shake. This startled Seo-jun, the baby queen bee, and everyone present. The mother bear let out a loud growl directed at Ox number 3, and the shockwave from her roar was so powerful that it pushed everyone back. Ox number 3, realizing that he was facing the red bear that Oxkind had warned him about, got into a battle-ready position. The mother bear, with a deadly look in her eyes, was ready for a bloody fight. The atmosphere turned dark and chilling as tension filled the air. Ox number 3 clenched his fists, expanded his muscles, and stared at the red bear with utmost seriousness. He mentioned that he didn't expect to encounter the red bear so soon, but had no choice but to fight. In response, the mother bear, already furious, became even more enraged. Her eyes glowed red and she continued to growl, appearing as if she would devour Ox number 3 alive. Seeing the situation escalating out of control, Seo-jun tried to stop the mother bear, explaining that Ox number 3 was not an enemy. However, the mother bear was too angry to listen to Seo-jun's words. In her fury, she tossed Seo-jun, the baby bear, and the baby queen bee aside, while Seo-jun desperately tried to prevent a bloody fight from unfolding. Then Theo, the warrior rabbit, and the cart rabbit came outside the cave and saw Seo-jun lying on the ground. They asked what was happening, and Seo-jun, with a hint of worry and fear, explained that Ox number 3 and the mother bear were about to engage in a fight. If he didn't do anything, one of them might die or get seriously injured. Seo-jun carefully placed Theo on his shoulder, and with a sense of urgency asked Theo to try and convince both Ox number 3 and the mother bear to stop fighting. The mother bear wasn't listening to Seo-jun, and Theo, though a bit scared and panicked, agreed to give it a try. Seo-jun then started running towards the scene where the mother bear and Ox number 3 were giving each other menacing glares. He continued to plead with them to stop fighting, emphasizing that the Minotaur was now working for him. The misunderstanding had been resolved, and there was no need for a conflict. The mother bear finally turned her attention towards Seo-jun. Despite his attempts to explain the situation and prevent the fight, the mother bear growled in anger. Theo translated, explaining that the mother bear wanted Seo-jun to go back into his cave. Even though the misunderstanding was resolved, she couldn't tolerate the Minotaur invading her territory without her permission. Seo-jun approached the Minotaur with a worried expression, trying to convince him not to fight. However, Ox number 3, with an honorable and prideful warrior spirit, explained that he couldn't back down from a fight. He would rather die than back away from a battle. At this moment, Seo-jun was truly overwhelmed. He didn't know what to do, and he was holding his head in frustration. In this intense moment, Theo shouted to Seo-jun that the baby bear was asking Theo to give him some churu again and that Seo-jun should scold the baby bear. Seo-jun, feeling incredibly frustrated, was at a loss for words. To make matters worse, The tower manager started asking Seo-jun for food because she was bored and hungry. Seo-jun tried to explain to the tower manager that he was busy trying to stop the fight between the mommy bear and the minotaur. However, the tower manager insisted that she wanted to eat because she was really hungry. Even before Seo-jun could respond, the baby bear was grabbing Seo-jun's shirt from behind, asking for churu because he was hungry. The tower manager continued to nag Seo-jun, saying she was hungry, and the minotaur and mommy bear were about to engage in a fight. Seo-jun at this moment finally lost his composure. The tower manager was hungry, the baby bear was hungry, Tio wanted churu, and the mommy bear and minotaur were about to fight. He had reached his breaking point. Seo-jun's whole face turned red with anger, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "If no one listens to me, I won't give food to anyone." Upon hearing this, the baby bear's and all the rabbits' eyes widened in shock. The mommy bear turned to Seo-jun, her face filled with pain and fear. The mommy bear and the minotaur, realizing they would not get to eat the delicious food, fell into a state of depression. The baby bear and all the rabbits began to scream in panic at the thought of not getting Seo-jun's special juicy food, and the cart rabbit was just holding his head, witnessing all the chaos. Lastly, the tower manager also started screaming, holding her cheeks, and Theo, while grabbing Seo-jun's shirt, addressed Seo-jun as Sir, and started crying out loud, apologizing and pleading not to cut his food supply. Seo-jun remained silent, his anger evident, and now everyone fell into silence in front of Daddy Seo-jun, feeling scolded like children in front of their father. This declaration shocked everyone. Seo-jun, still furious with a loud voice while pointing his finger, commanded everyone to sit down. The mommy bear, ox number 3, the baby bear, along with all the rabbits and Theo, as well as the tower manager, with a sad face realizing they were wrong, sat silently without saying a single word. After that, the situation came a little under control. Seo-jun, still angry, said to both the mommy bear and ox number 3 that if both of them go on a rampage like that, not just the field and crops, but even Seo-jun and his other animal friends will get harmed too, so they must not fight. After that, Seo-jun turned back toward the rabbits and with a warm smile said, "Now they have to prepare a meal, as only by eating delicious food, everyone's mood will get happy and good, and it will also help in making friends between the mommy bear and ox number 3. All the rabbits replied to Seo-jun with a cute, "Yes, sir." And Seo-jun, while clapping his hands with a warm smile, said, "Well then, let's eat, shall we?" With this command, the warrior rabbit started to hunt crayfish and piranhas with his newly evolved hammer. Then the sickle rabbit started to chop spring onion leaves, while the white rabbit, one by one, started to roast some mouth-watering corn on the campfire. The chubby and cart rabbit, while glaring and drooling upon seeing the roasted corn, started to transport the roasted corn and the spring onion. Seo-jun started to cook the meal. He first roasted some spring onions in his pan with delicious spices. Then he placed freshly roasted corn on a plate made with onion leaves and roasted piranhas wrapped in onion leaves placed on a plate also made with onion. Additionally, there was a full plate full of spring onions. Well, this was a feast. The mommy bear and ox number 3, upon seeing this delicious food in front of them, couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement and excitement with sparkling eyes. And the next moment, they dug into the feast. Mommy bear and ox number 3 were sitting next to each other in front of the array of delicious foods, and Seo-jun and all his animal friends were also sitting in front of the foods. Seo-jun politely told mommy bear and ox number 3 to eat to their heart's content. Mommy bear was about to eat, but ox number 3 had already started eating the spring onions. Seo-jun then picked up a plate full of roasted corn and happily handed it to the tower manager, telling him to enjoy. The tower manager thanked Seo-jun in advance. Ox number 3, extremely happy while chewing a piece of onion, slowly approached to pick a piece of roasted corn, but before he could pick one, his hand clashed with mommy bear's as she was also trying to pick a piece of roasted corn. Then, once again, like 2-year-old kids, they started to glare at each other while growling, ready to go on a rampage. Seo-jun and his animal friends were left sitting speechless. Seo-jun, while clearing his throat and raising his voice, said that he was going to announce something very important to make the situation calm. Seo-jun first came close to mommy bear, and then, with a polite tone, said to ox number 3 that this is mommy bear. She protects Seo-jun's cave and field, and she lives together with her cub named Kyung. As Seo-jun was introducing mommy bear to ox number 3, she was just sitting there, still angry and breathing heavily. Then, Seo-jun went to ox number 3 and said, But before he could say anything, Ox number 3 cut him off midway and with an arrogant tone said that he is Ox number 3, a Minotaur proud warrior. Then, still with a polite tone, Seo-jun explained to Mommy Bear that this Minotaur is called Ox number 3, and he is going to help Seo-jun in fieldwork. As Seo-jun was explaining this, Theo was just sitting on Seo-jun's lap, listening to all of this. Finally, Seo-jun, with a serious tone, explained to both of them that now that they know each other and know that they are not enemies, they have to become friends with each other and not fight in the future. If they ever even for a second fight, Seo-jun is not going to give them food. Well, just hearing this, both Mommy Bear and Ox number 3's worlds turned upside down, just thinking that they will not be able to drink and eat Seo-jun's special juice and food. And the next moment, the once enemies started exchanging warm handshakes like they are long-lost friends. Then they clung to each other's hands and started taking oaths that they will never ever fight in the future, with sparkling eyes. Well, they were friends now. They were. This is a good question. Meanwhile, Theo was just sleeping on Seo-jun's lap like a king. Then Seo-jun, while cuddling Theo, said to Ox number 3 to just follow him, and he will show what Ox number 3's work is. Then Seo-jun brought Ox number 3 to the barren field. While looking at the field, Seo-jun explained to Ox number 3 that his work is very simple. Ox number 3 just has to dig up the ground, just like he did on the day of the blue moon, but not as rough as he did on the blue moon. Ox number 3 just has to dig a little rough and solid ground until the soft soil comes. Hearing this, Ox number 3 excitedly asked Seo-jun if he really has to just dig the soil, and after that, he will get 1 tower coin with as much food as he can eat. Seo-jun, with a proud look on his face, replied, "Of course, he is telling the truth, as he is a very good boss who doesn't exploit his workers." After that, Ox number 3 got into position, lowering his body, and Seo-jun and Theo just watched curiously, thinking about how Ox number 3 was going to dig the soil. The next moment, Ox number 3 started to shake, his body started to glow purple, and his horns started to grow big. His eyes turned big, and Seo-jun and Theo got shocked and surprised. With a large growl, Ox number 3 dashed while lowering his head with huge horns, and as he was going forward, because of his huge horns, the ground was getting plowed. While plowing this ground, Ox number 3 was daydreaming, opening his mouth and drooling excessively with sparkling eyes. He was just thinking about eating the delicious spring onions after the work. Seo-jun and Theo were watching him from behind, seeing how Ox number 3 easily plowed the ground like a bulldozer. Afterward, finally, Ox number 3 plowed the field, and the chubby rabbit, with his cart full of spring onions, brought them to Seo-jun. Behind him was the father rabbit, ready with his watering can, and the shovel rabbit, ready to plant the spring onions. Seo-jun said, "Let's plant some spring onions," and everyone was happy and excited at the same time to plant them. After that, Seo-jun, one by one, started to plant the spring onions in the ground, and Ox number 3 was playing with Baby Bear, showing off his muscles. Baby Bear was impressed seeing the muscular Ox number 3. Then, while planting the spring onions, Seo-jun explained that it's not difficult to grow spring onions. They only have to plant spring onions once, and after that, whenever the spring onions fully grow, all they have to do is cut the spring onions in half, and the spring onions will grow fully again from the half-cut spring onion. As Seo-jun continued to plant the spring onions, the system notified him that he had created a 20-square-meter spring onion field and acquired 200 XP. Finally, all the spring onions were planted, and Seo-jun stood beside the planted spring onion field with a proud look on his face. He was chewing on a spring onion and said, "Spring onions grow really fast inside the tower. So from now on, I will have an infinite amount of spring onions, and I can also feed Ox number 3 as much as he wants." Then, Seo-jun turned toward the husband rabbit, who was watering the spring onion leaves. He said, "There is only one problem after that." The husband rabbit's watering can suddenly stopped working, and the husband rabbit started to slam his watering can. Seo-jun, with a worried face, continued, "The only problem now is that there is a limit to the amount of water in the watering can, so it's not possible to water all the crops. And we have to go inside the cave and manually bring water from the pond or wait until the watering can recharges fully." As Seo-jun was wondering what to do, suddenly, the husband rabbit's whole body started to glow blue. His baby watering cat rabbit came close to see what was happening, and even Seo-jun got a little curious and asked why light was coming from the husband's rabbit's body. And whoosh! The next moment, the husband rabbit's watering can evolved and turned golden. The husband rabbit was very, very happy with sparkling eyes and gently raised his hand to catch the floating golden watering can. After that, As the husband rabbit very happily held his new golden watering can and stared at it, Seo-jun exclaimed in excitement, "The watering can changed and evolved, just like what happened to the warrior rabbit. This is the second awakening I've seen." Raising both his hands, Seo-jun continued, "The timing is perfect, and I'm really happy for the husband rabbit." Then Seo-jun asked the husband rabbit, "Now, how much water can the husband rabbit hold?" The husband rabbit confidently showed with his finger, "2 times. Now I can hold water 2 times more than before, and I can regenerate the empty water can 2 times faster." Hearing this, while clenching his fist, Seo-jun exclaimed twice, "That is great." Then, while raising his hand, he started to cheer for the husband rabbit and the baby watering rabbit, saying, "Now they can continue their watering, and the spring onion will grow nicely." Meanwhile, the Minotaur King was sitting on his throne, shining and wondering what happened to ox number 3, why he's not returning for 3 days. After that, Seo-jun picked up all the newly born baby rabbits and put them in his bag. He then brought them outside the cave and released them, saying, "Today is the first day of the baby rabbits," and he brought them out to show them the outside of the cave. Seo-jun introduced the baby rabbits to the baby bear, and the baby bear, with a warm smile, gently welcomed them by holding their tiny paws. Then, all the baby rabbits came close to the baby bear's mouth and started sniffing the baby bear. The next moment, the baby bear started to lick the baby rabbits, startling them. Finally, after the licking session was over, all the baby rabbits, for a moment, just stared at the baby bear, thinking about what had just happened. Then, in an instant, all together, they jumped and climbed on top of the baby bear's chest. The baby bear, with his open hand, welcomed the baby rabbits. Then, the baby bear lay on the ground, and all the baby rabbits started to play on his chest, and some took a little nap. Seo-jun and Theo were watching this heartwarming moment from behind. Seo-jun was really happy, but Theo was not. He was angry, standing with his arms crossed. Seo-jun said to Theo, "Baby bear and the baby rabbit seem to be getting along, and the baby rabbit seem really happy." After that, Theo, with confidence, laughed a little and said, "I'm Uncle Theo, and the baby rabbits like me more than the baby bear." Then, to prove he is right, Theo turned and said to all the baby rabbits, "Let's go with him, as Uncle Theo has come, and now he will take them on an exciting adventure outside the cave." The baby bears and all the rabbits listened to Theo without saying anything for a moment. After a while, Theo noticed that all the baby rabbits were just ignoring him and started to play with the baby bear. The baby bear once again started to like the baby rabbits, and yes, they were really having fun. But Theo, on the other hand, well, his heart broke into millions of pieces. Theo fell on the ground with his knees and started to cry while shivering, asking the baby rabbits, did they forget their Uncle Theo? How can they forget their lovable Uncle Theo who loved them so much? How can they betray him? He started to smash the ground, saying, after all the things he went through to raise them, this is the result he got. As Theo continued to cry, Seo-jun couldn't do anything but just stand there silently, not knowing what to do. Then Seo-jun gently held Theo, saying not to be too sad. Seo-jun placed Theo on his lap, telling him to take a seat. The baby rabbits hadn't forgotten Theo. They were just playing with the baby bear. After that, they would definitely come to Theo, and now Seo-jun would give Theo some churu, but Theo was just sitting there, pouting in anger. Then Seo-jun, while feeding Theo some churu, asked curiously, "It's almost time for Theo to go to the lower floor to sell and trade, so why is Theo not going?" Theo, with a worried and sweet face, explained that he didn't want to go. Or to be clear, he didn't think he could go even if he wanted to. Seo-jun got a little confused and asked, "What does that mean?" Theo, getting more worried and panicked, explained everything that happened with him. He told how the Silver Wolf tribe attacked him. As Theo was explaining, the baby bear and the baby rabbit continued to play. Then, upon hearing Theo's whole story, Theo couldn't believe what he was hearing, that a bunch of wolves attacked because of this straw hat. Seo-jun wondered, was this really Luffy's hat? Theo, still a little scared, explained that this is why he can't go to the lower floor, or they will once again attack him, and he doesn't know if he will be able to come back alive. He is really scared. Seo-jun, on the other hand, placed his hand on the straw hat. He took his straw hat off his head and while staring at it wondered. He knows this is an artifact, but it is an unnecessary and useless item unless you are a farmer. Then Seo-jun realized there might be other farmers in this tower. Seo-jun, with a confident smile, once again put the straw hat on his head. Yes, he got a really good idea. Then, with a confident smile and a thumbs up, he said to Theo not to worry, as he really has a great idea to teach a lesson to those wolves. Hearing this, Theo got surprised, and with a surprised face, he asked Seo-jun, "How is that possible? How can Theo possibly battle against those silver wolf guys?" Guys, please, everyone who is watching this video at this point, like the video at once. I want to see how many likes this video can get, and subscribe if you are new to support the channel. Now let's continue. Seo-jun explained that as the guys who hired the silver wolves, Theo could also hire someone to guard Theo's ass. Hearing this, Theo got surprised and excitedly, with a big smile, replied that it's actually a great idea. Then Seo-jun explained that being a freelance mercenary is a job that only those born in the tower, like Theo, can do. Anyone can sign a contract with a tower monster to become a mercenary. You just have to be from the tower. If you sign a contract with a client and become a mercenary, that monster will get the ability to use the passage by paying a fee, just like wandering merchants. Although one has to register as a mercenary at the mercenary office and get a badge to do mercenary jobs, there is an exception. Any monster can become a temporary mercenary if they sign a contract with a wandering merchant without any registration or anything. Seo-jun's idea is to make Ox number 3 Theo's guard. Seo-jun, with a slight smile, wished he could also go down the tower by signing a contract with Theo as a mercenary, but he can't, because only those born in the tower can do that. Hearing this, Theo complimented Seo-jun and said Seo-jun remembered all this that he told him a few months ago, and he is impressed. After that, Theo, with an excited face, asked Seo-jun, "But how will they manage to make Ox number 3 become Theo's bodyguard? As although Ox number the 3rd of May looked like a dumb monster, he is indeed a monster from the 99th floor, so he is insanely strong compared to the lower floors." Seo-jun, with a smirking smile, replied that he has a great idea. He will offer Ox number 3 3 times the daily rate, which will be 3 tower coins, to become Theo's guard by signing a mercenary contract with Theo. He will also offer more onion leaves, since Ox number 3 seems to like them very much. He was sure that just the name of onion leaves would be enough to make Ox number 3 Theo's bodyguard. Hearing this, Theo instantly jumped high and took Seo-jun's straw hat from his head, patting Seo-jun's head and saying that Seo-jun is a real genius. Today, Theo learned yet another valuable lesson, that if one can order any person by giving them food and money. Seo-jun, on the other hand, got a little startled seeing Theo's reaction. Then Seo-jun put his hat back on his head and, now feeling a little proud of himself, said that it was nothing, and in the future, Theo would also become a genius like him. Theo just had to follow Seo-jun, and for sure, in the future, Theo would become the most intelligent monster in the entire towers. Then Seo-jun took out a packet of churu and asked if Theo wanted it. Theo, wagging his tail, happily replied that he wanted it. Well, this is the power of food manipulation, my boys and gals. See how Theo is getting manipulated without even realizing he is getting manipulated. Now back to the story. As Theo happily enjoyed the churu, thinking he would definitely become a genius like Seo-jun without knowing he was already in Seo-jun's trap, getting manipulated by Seo-jun through the churus. Meanwhile, far from Seo-jun's cave, on the barren land, Ox number 3 was a little nervous and scared. He was trying to hide from someone. Just then, someone stamped her foot on the ground, startling and scaring Ox number 3. And voila! Now we have a a female minotaur, full of thickness. She was a warrior ox from Ox number 3's clan, a very strong one, let's say a muscle lady. She asked Ox number 3 why he was searching for him for 3 days and where he had been. Ox number 3, trembling and nervous, said he was just playing around, nothing special. With a single glare, the muscle lady figured out that something fishy was going on. Then, the muscle lady came close to Ox number 3. After glaring at Ox number 3 for a while with a suspicious face, she asked, "Why is Ox number 3's face shining? Is Ox number 3 eating something delicious secretly, huh?" Ox number 3 just stood there with a sweet face, unable to say a single word. The muscle lady grabbed Ox number 3's shoulder and started shaking him violently. She said she knew Ox number 3 was going somewhere secretly, and seeing how shiny his hair and muscular his body was, she was sure he was eating something delicious. Ox number 3, in front of the muscle lady, remained like a statue. Then the muscle lady, while pointing her finger toward Ox number 3, furiously shouted that if he didn't tell her where the food he was eating secretly was, she would beat the living daylights out of him. She threatened to tie him up with chains, beat him 4 times a day without giving him anything to eat or drink until he revealed the location of the food. Hearing this, Ox number 3 lost his will and spilled all the bean. He revealed everything about how he met Seo-jun, obtained the divine spring onion, and how he was working to pay his debt, getting 3 meals a day by doing so. The muscle lady got really happy and, while raising her hand, told Ox number 3 to take her to see Seo-jun. Without any choice, Ox number 3 agreed to take the muscle lady to Seo-jun. As they began their journey to Seo-jun's cave, Ox number 3 asked the muscle lady if she could please keep this a secret from the other Minotaurs and the Minotaur King. She agreed, saying she only wanted to eat the divine leaf and would keep it a secret until she died. Then, after a while, Ox number 3 finally reached Seo-jun's cave. As Seo-jun and Theo came outside the cave, they were left speechless and a little nervous. Standing in front of them was Ox number 3, looking scared and nervous, and behind him was the muscle lady. Seeing this, Seo-jun curiously approached Ox number 3 and asked, "Who is she? Is she Ox number 3's friend?" Ox number 3 replied hesitantly, and then the muscle lady excitedly introduced herself. She said hello, and that her name is Rainy Mountain. Then she asked Seo-jun if he's the one who said he would give food to Ox number 3 if he turned the ground upside down. Seo-jun confirmed that he was, and then Ox number 3, with a depressed tone, asked Seo-jun if he could let his friend work here too, or else there would be a big problem, a very big one. Seo-jun stood there observing what was going on. After thinking for some time, Seo-jun replied that they had already plowed all the land, and now there was no need for extra help. However, he had another idea. He asked the muscle lady if she would be willing to work as a guard for Theo, who was being chased by dangerous wolves. Seo-jun offered to pay her 3 tower coins per day for this service. Upon hearing this, the muscle lady got a little angry and replied that she didn't like the offer at all. She didn't want tower coin. She wanted something she could eat, not pieces of metal. Seo-jun was curious about the sudden change in her attitude. She had said she wanted a job earlier, but now she was refusing. He asked if there was a problem. The muscle lady explained with annoyance that she couldn't eat tower coin. She wanted the reward to be something edible, not pieces of metal. Seo-jun realized he had struck the jackpot. Just like Ox number 3, she was willing to do anything for some onion leaf. Seo-jun offered her 3 meals a day and delicious snacks as a bonus if she did her job properly. Hearing this, the muscle lady got pumped up and, in a battle-ready position, clanged her fists together, saying she was ready. Then Ox number 3, seeing this, panically asked Seo-jun if he also wanted to do this job. Can he? And Seo-jun, with a smile, though he knew Ox number 3 would also want to go, seeing how the reward is food, said, "Okay, Ox number 3 can also go. With Ox number 3, Theo will be more secure. One can guard Theo while the other can battle with the wolf." Then Seo-jun, with a gentle smile, said, "Now we will prepare some food and some snacks for traveling for their journey." Just hearing the word food, Ox number 3 and muscle lady got excited and started to scream in excitement, saying, "Food! Yeah!" After that, in excitement, muscle lady jumped and tightly hugged Ox number 3, saying thanks so much for introducing her to Seo-jun. Well, guys, Ox number 3, for the first time feeling the melons of muscle lady, started to blush a little because he is also a virgin. Now, Ox number 3, to impress his new crush, confidently said it was nothing, and if she continued to follow him, he would make sure she never ran out of food, and he promised to take good care of her. And they continued their hunt for a while. Seo-jun from behind was watching this romantic scene with a naughty face. After that, Seo-jun harvested some spring onions, and after a while he collected quite a big pile of spring onions. He said, "This should be enough for the newly loved birds, right?" Then Theo came close to Seo-jun and said he packed all the cherry tomatoes inside his bag and he's ready to go. Seo-jun said to Theo that there seems to be a problem here. Theo might have to take out some cherry tomatoes so that he can also carry this spring onions for the Minotaurs. Theo, with a smirking face while opening his cap, said not to worry. Then Theo threw his bag on top of the pile of spring onions, and in an instant, all the spring onions got sucked inside Theo's bag. In style, Theo caught his falling bag with one hand. Seeing this, Seo-jun got shocked and asked Theo how did Theo manage to fit all the spring onions in his bag along with the cherry tomatoes. And Theo, while showing his new merchant badge, proudly replied that now he became a senior wandering merchant. So now he can carry more things inside his bag. Hearing this, Seo-jun, now addressing Theo with a little respect, called his name as Senior Theo, now that he saw his badge's color and symbol indeed change. Theo, a little angry, replied that only now Seo-jun noticed this after he told him about it, and he is not happy. Seo-jun then, stretching Theo's cheeks, said, yes, he made a mistake. and he is sorry for that. Now Theo has to hurry and get ready. Now Theo, holding his cheeks, was pouting, and Seo-jun said to Theo that he also packed some gifts for their family. So he asked Theo to take those gifts and give them to Dongshik's family. Theo turned back, and with a thumbs up, he said, "Leave it to me." After finally packing everything, Theo, with ox number 3 and his new girlfriend, was ready to go. While going, Theo bid Seo-jun goodbye, and ox number 3 and Muscle Lady assured Seo-jun that they would make sure not a single hair of Theo would be harmed. Seo-jun waved his hand to Theo, ox number 3, and Muscle Lady, wishing them to be safe, leaving Theo in their hands now. The 2 Minotaurs also waved back to Seo-jun. After that, we see on the Merchant Alley, the road to the end of the lower floor. The wolves were keeping an eye on Theo because he had to go through this gate to go into the lower floor, so they were sure Theo had no choice but to go from here. Then we see Elka holding 3 roasted meat pieces and coming toward the chieftain, saying he brought food. The chieftain asked Elka how much more food was left, and Elka replied that this was the last of their food. The chief turned toward Elko, who was clearly bored and didn't want a guard, asking him to eat. Elko replied with a sad face that he didn't want to eat. Then Elka asked the chief how long they had to stay here. He was really tired, standing here for days, just looking at the passers-by. Can't they go back to the 85th floor? Now, hearing this, the chief became furious and grabbed Elko from his cape, shoutingly asked, "Are you going to keep saying stupid things? Have you thought about their tribe members who are starving for food for days and are waiting on the 85th floor for them to complete their mission so that they will be able to eat some food?" Then the chief's face turned really terrifying, and while growling with menacing, deadly eyes, he said, "If they don't complete the task, they will not be able to get food from Grid, the one who hired them to get the straw hat, and this mission will decide the survival of their clan, so not to say stupid things." Hearing this, Elko started crying and tearfully said he is really sorry and not to be angry. He was wrong, and he will do his job properly, he promised. Then the chief, holding his head really frustrated, said that the more they delay the mission, the more their tribe members will die because of hunger. They have to somehow find this Theo. Elko was just wiping his tears, and Elko was standing with the last roasted meat pieces. Then Elko offered a piece of chicken to Elko, saying that even if he is not hungry, he has to eat, or he will grow weak. Elko, still crying, didn't say anything. Elko, with a warm smile, said that this meat was bought with the last of the money they had, so they have to eat this to gain strength. Elko just listened to Elka with teary eyes. Then Elka also offered a piece of meat to the chief, and as the chief was about to grab the piece of meat, he sensed something and instantly turned back at lightning speed. He aggressively started to look down the stairs. Elka, curious, asked the chief what is wrong, what happened, but the chief didn't say anything because he found Theo. Theo was just below them, walking joyfully. Now the chief, growling and ready to grab Theo by the collar, said that this time, no matter what happens, he will definitely catch Theo and then get information about the straw hat. We go back 1 hour ago when Theo first arrived on the merchant passage. Here, everyone was just too shocked, surprised, and a little scared because in front of them, 2 huge black manators were standing. Well, it was very rare to see a monster from the 99th floor. Ox number 3 continued to walk forward, and the Pokemons continued to look at him in surprise, and the Muscle Lady just, she will just kill me with her looks. There, a pair of husband and wife dogs were surprised and started gossiping, saying they never thought there would come a day when they could see a pair of black minotaurs. They never get down from the 99th floor, and they only heard rumors that there are black minotaurs on the 99th floor. Then they got amazed, saying a wandering merchant that can hire black minotaurs as his bodyguard. They wondered who that might be, how great and mighty a merchant one would have to become to achieve this feat, and they really wanted to meet him. Just then, a voice startled them, saying that the great merchant is standing right below them. The dog duo looked down in surprise, noticing a cat, and Theo, well, he was standing proudly, tapping his chest. The dog monster said confused, "What is the deal with this little cat-wandering merchant?" Theo, on the other hand, started to laugh with a wide-open mouth, saying he is the one they were talking about. He is the great wandering merchant Theo, the one who hired the minotaurs and mercenaries, and they wanted to meet him so badly. Seeing a little naive-looking cat, the dogs, with disappointed faces, said to Theo, "Is he really the one who hired the minotaurs?" They had never heard the name Theo before, so he couldn't be some big-shot merchant. The wife dog then said, "Then this cat must be lying to get some attention." Hearing this, Theo got furious. In anger, he turned back and started shouting, calling Muscle Lady and Ox number 3 to come here immediately. The dog pairs continued to stare at Theo with doubtful glances, but as Theo completely turned back, he noticed there was no one behind him. Muscle Lady and Ox number 3 had just vanished, gone. Seeing this, Theo got scared, shouting, "Where did they go?" Meanwhile, Ox number 3 and Muscle Lady were standing in front of a hamster who was selling 2 cabbages. The hamster, well, he was about to soil his pants. He was terrified, shivering, and crying, seeing 2 huge minotaurs looking at him with greedy eyes, saliva on their mouths. The hamster thought he would die today. When Ox number 3 said, "Yo, look delicious," he was actually talking to the cabbages. Muscle Lady then asked the hamster, "Is this green thing for sale?" The hamster, trembling and shivering, replied, pleading to spare his life and that he would do anything. Just then, a voice startled Ox number 3 and Muscle Lady, and they turned back to find Theo angrily walking toward them. He asked why they had left him alone in the market the entire time and where they had gone. Meanwhile, the hamster continued to tremble in fear. Then Theo came close to them, furious, and started scolding them, saying there are mercenaries hired to protect him. What if something happened to Theo when they left him in the market alone, huh? Ox number 3 apologized, saying they couldn't hold back when they saw this delicious-looking green thing, and they wanted to look around. Theo asked if this was their first time coming here, and Ox number 3, still bowing his head, explained that yes, it was their first time coming down from the 99th floor. They had never gone out of the 99th floor, and they were really sorry. Then curious Ox number 3 asked, "Why is this place called Merchant Passage?" as this passage is allowed to be used by everyone who is born inside the tower and not just the wandering merchant. Theo smirked and replied to Ox number 3 that he really didn't know anything because he is a country bumpkin of the 99th floor. Then Theo looked up, noticing a pile of boxes, and got a great idea. In 3 swift jumps from one box to another, he climbed on top of the box and stood there with a proud look, holding his merchant badge. He said, "Now, the top middle-level great wandering merchant Theo will explain everything to the country bumpkins." As Theo continued his speech, Ox number 3 and Muscle Lady watched him silently. Theo explained that a long time ago, there were multiple passages to come from the 1st floor to the 99th floor, and because there were too many passages, none of them were safe. No one knew which one was dangerous, and it used to take decades just to reach from the 1st floor to the 10th floor. Then the first great wandering merchant created the Wandering Merchant Association. With his companions, he killed all the deadly monsters in all the passages, destroyed all the long and dead passages, and created only one safe, short passage. Then later, the Wandering Merchant, Magic Tower, Mercenary Association, all 3 of them joined hands. The Mercenary Association gave the manpower, and the Magic Tower provided the money. Like they managed the passages, however, the passage is still being managed under the Wandering Merchant Association because they were the founders. That is why this place is called the Merchant Passage. Hearing this, Ox number 3 and Rainy Mountain started to calm, impressed, saying this is really amazing, as how he is so much knowledgeable, and Theo just stood there with sparkling eyes. Then Theo, with a proud face, said this is nothing for a top mid-level wandering merchant, but from inside, Theo was smiling smirkingly, thinking this is just basic knowledge that can be found on the first page of every entry-level merchant guidebook. Theo continued, saying everyone can use this passage to go anywhere from floor 1 to floor 99. But there is also a paid passage that only wandering merchants can use, something like a shortcut. Hearing this, Ox number 3 asked, "Paid passage?" And Theo, while jumping from the box to Ox number 3's hand, explained, "Yes. There is also a paid passage which can only be used by merchants because wandering merchants were the ones who did the majority of the jobs to create the passages, so they have exclusive right to shortcut roads, and they have to go to the 38th floor. So if they take the normal route, it will take months to reach there." Hearing this, Ox number 3's brain gave up, saying it was too much information for today, and Theo then replied, "Because they talked for so long." Then, with sparkling and excited eyes, Theo announced it's time for lunch, and they should go and eat their heart's content. Hearing this, both Ox number 3 and Rainy Mountain shouted in excitement, while saliva came from their mouths. They couldn't wait for the delicious food. Then Theo started to lead the Minotaurs to his favorite place, saying they were going to his favorite food stall where they sell very delicious fish and Ox number 3. Rainy Mountain followed Theo eagerly to eat the fish, just as they were about to indulge in their meal. From above, with red, deadly eyes and sharp fangs, the Silver Wolf leader jumped at Theo. Just as Theo was about to say that the Minotaurs liked fish, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed danger. Theo immediately looked up, noticing the Silver Wolf, and he instantly jumped backward, somehow managing to dodge the attack. The landing force was enough to create a little shockwave of wind, scaring Theo even more. Now, the silver wolf leader, showing his sharp teeth, growling furiously, giving death stares, in a threatening voice asked Theo, "I finally found you, merchant cat." Grr. Theo was so scared that he couldn't even move an inch. He was just trembling and his mind went blank, not knowing what to do. The silver wolf continued to threaten Theo, asking him to say where the straw hat was. Just then, ox number 3 appeared beside the silver wolf's leader with deadly eyes, stretching his hand backward, ready to throw a devastating punch. Boom! Ox number 3 landed an earth-shattering punch that made a large hole in the ground. The silver wolf leader somehow dodged the attack, but the blow was so heavy that it shook the ground, and the shockwave was enough to push the wolf leader backward several feet. After getting his balance back, Silver Wolf leader noticed a minotaur and got surprised, asking why a minotaur was here. Ox number 3, upon seeing the wolf leader, asked him who he was and why he attacked Theo. The wolf didn't say anything. He just glared back at ox number 3. Meanwhile, Theo started shouting and pointing his hand toward the wolf, accusing him of making his life harder and trying to kill him. As Theo explained everything, ox number 3 listened to him with a dead serious face. After hearing the whole story, he turned toward the wolf leader and with a deep voice he said, "Moo, let's just get rid of him." The wolf leader got into a battle position, but before they could engage in battle, from above, Elka and Elko jumped onto ox number 3, growling and raising their fangs, ready to tear him down. However, before they could attack, Rainy Mountain dashed and came in front of ox number 3, stomping 1 foot forward with a dead serious face. With her thick muscles, she raised her hand backward and delivered a devastating punch to the poor wolf as if they were cushions. While she was busy beating them, ox number 3 focused on defending Theo. Elko and Elka flew backward and fell on the ground. The wolf leader, seeing this, got a little worried and nervous. With a smile on her face and clenching her fist, Rainy Mountain said she didn't expect there were 2 more cute puppies ready to ambush them from behind. Oh my god, I can't take her thickness anymore. Then, with a confident smile, Rainy Mountain said to X number 3 to just focus on protecting Theo, and she would take care of those cute puppies. X number 3 agreed, and Theo was sitting between the hands of X number 3. Theo tensed and worriedly asked X number 3 if Rainy Mountain was going to be okay since she was alone and there were 3 wolves. He suggested that X number 3 could leave him here and help her instead. X number 3 proudly explained that there were monsters from the highest floor, the 99th floor, and those kinds of dogs were no match for them. He turned toward Rainy Mountain and with a little blush said that Rainy Mountain is much stronger than him, so she should be enough for them. Theo listened with flickering ear. As Rainy Mountain walked toward the silver wolves, Theo turned toward her and started to shout, saying she shouldn't kill them, as he didn't want anyone to be killed. Rainy Mountain stopped after hearing this, and while smashing her fist onto her palm with a smirking smile, she said that she couldn't promise not to accidentally kill them, but she would try her best to use as little power as possible. As she walked, the ground started to shake a bit. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf gang was still injured. Elka and Elko were lying on the ground, and the wolf leader was helping them stand up. Worried, the wolf leader asked if they were okay, and if they were injured badly. Elko and Elka replied that they were not injured and slowly stood up. Then, worried, Elko asked the chief leader what they should do now. The Minotaurs are insanely strong, and they can't possibly beat them. The leader first remained silent with a tense face. Then, opening his eyes, sad and worried, he explained that they can't return empty-handed now. All their last of money was used in this mission, and if they don't complete this mission, greed will not give them the money, and their entire clan will die of hunger. Even if they die here, they have to battle against them. With that, the chief, with Elko and Elka, got ready into battle positions, ready to dash toward Rainy Mountain. On the other hand, Ox Number was just sitting, holding Theo in his hand, protecting him. Rainy Mountain was standing with a confident smile, and the chief and Elka raised their teeth and prepared their gangs, growling. They were ready to launch their final attack. Meanwhile, in the cave, as the sickle rabbit used his sickle beautifully to trim the chubby rabbit's fur, and seeing this, Seo Jun clapped, commenting that the sickle rabbit is amazing. Then, the sickle rabbit also trimmed everyone's fur, including the warrior rabbit and every other rabbit. The baby bear watched the whole show, curious. Seo Jun taught the sickle rabbit how to trim, and the sickle rabbit instantly learned how to do it. After he successfully trimmed all the rabbits, It was Seo-jun's turn. Seo-jun sat beside a boulder. He made a sheet of onion leaves and wore it so that his hair didn't dirty his clothes. Seo-jun was very happy as his hair grew so long it started to sting his eyes, and he was finally getting a haircut. But before the sickle rabbit would start his work, the baby bear came close to Seo-jun, and he breathed out, which tickled the sickle rabbit's nose, and, well, he got a sneeze. He tried to stop from sneezing, but he ended up giving a sneeze, and because of this, his sickle scratched Seo-jun's head, and a little part of Seo-jun's head went bald. Seeing this, both the sickle rabbit and the baby bear got terrified, with their eyes wide open like they would pop out any moment now. Their souls seemed to have left their bodies. Seo-jun was just sitting with his eyes closed, very happy about getting a haircut. The next moment, the three wolves dashed toward the muscle lady and then jumped, ready to tear her with their razor-sharp claws. The muscle lady also got prepared for her devastating punch, but the three wolves scattered in different directions, confusing her about whom to attack. Taking this opportunity, Elka bit her right arm, surprising her. The chief was coming from above, and Elko was dashing toward her from the left to bite her left leg. In the next moment, Elko did bite her left leg, and the chief, with a dead serious face, was ready to pierce the muscle lady's body. She was in a tight situation. The chief then grabbed the muscle lady's horn, which startled her. Then, with great force, the chief growled, opened his razor-sharp teeth, and with a crunching sound bit her milkers. Now, at this moment, the muscle lady was in some serious trouble. Elka and Elko were biting her arms and legs, and the chief, well, he was chewing her milkers. I'm telling you, I will kill those puppies if they don't let her go. But surprise, surprise, even after chewing with all his might, the chief was not able to pierce her skin and get the milk out. He wondered why her skin is so tough. Now the muscle lady started to laugh, asking if this is all they've got. She wanted to know how powerful they were, and she is really disappointed. Then she shook her milkers, and the force was enough to give a devastating blow to Elka, and his nose started to bleed. Then she grabbed him from his collar and threw him afar. The chief just watched in shock. Elko, seeing this, panicked, but even before he could react, a devastating kick came flying toward him. With great force, our muscle lady kicked his stomach, and he flew backward, falling on his stomach with his tongue out. Well, I know I shouldn't laugh, but this tongue, what the hell? Now only the chief was left, wondering how the hell she took out both of them in a single blow. Whatever happens, he can't let her go. He was clinging to her with all his might, but our muscle lady simply grabbed his collar and smacked him onto the ground in a single blow, and he let out a painful groan. Now she was preparing her fist to finish the chief off, and he knew he was screwed, waiting for his death. With great force, she punched the chief's face, and at that moment he went into a flashback. There, we see he was a kid, and his grandfather, while gently with care, explained that they are pure-blooded silver wolf tribe. Only the proud and honorable silver wolf awakens their spirit form, and their ancestor was one who awakened it first. His grandfather said no matter what, he has to always be honorable and proud wolf, and the kid chief agreed happily, saying he will always be honest and a proud member of Silver Wolf. But then something disastrous happened. Slowly, their whole farmland became barren, their ponds dried, and they started to face food shortages. Because of this chaos, everyone became desperate. One day, a neighboring tribe attacked their tribe for food, and everyone died. His grandfather sacrificed himself, and his father ran, taking him, and he couldn't do anything but cry in pain. When he grew up, he became the tribe chief, just like his grandfather wished. But he was no longer the proud and honorable Silver Wolf like his grandfather wished. He started working for the corrupted Grid, and everyone was not happy. They started asking for answers. Why he is working for a person who destroyed their village? Because of Grid, his grandfather died, and he's not even embarrassed. But before they could complete their questions, the chief shut them off, saying he had no choice. They don't even know if their clan can survive the next day, and Grid promised him that if he worked under him, he would take care of the clan, provide fresh food and water, and that's all that matters. He was ready to throw all his honor and pride for the survival of his tribe. And like that, he started doing all dirty works for Grid, from killing to exorcism, threatening. He became Grid's puppet, and now, at the blink of death, he said to his grandfather that he is really sorry, and he will be coming to him very soon. Back to the present, we see our muscle lady didn't smash the chief's face. She punched beside his face because Theo had asked her not to kill them, so she showed them her mercy. Theo, curious, came close to him, and while checking if he just passed out or was dead, asked if he would wake up soon. The muscle lady, with a confident smile, asked if Theo was scared of him waking up. She could break his legs so that he wouldn't be able to follow Theo and harm him. Hearing this, Theo was startled and replied that the sin of going after his life is heavy, but he is not a cruel guy. So he decided to take these puppies to Seojun and let him decide what to do with them. With that, they carried the 3 puppies and started walking forward. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the bald man started to glow like an LED light, and the sickle rabbit and the baby bear were getting panic-stricken every second. Then the sickle rabbit asked the baby bear what to do, but he had no answers, and both of them were sweating in fear. Seojun then politely asked if the haircut was done and started to touch his hair, trying to feel his silky hairs. The sickle rabbit was just standing with his mouth open, scared out of his wits. Seojun, after realizing his hair was missing at the back, freaked out with a pale face and started to scream, asking what happened. The sickle rabbit and baby bear didn't know what to do, and were still sweating heavily. Then, baby Queen Bee, seeing this, came curious and also checked Seojun's baldness. Seojun said he couldn't see how badly his hair got removed, and if he had known something like this might have happened, he would have asked Theo to get a mirror. After that, the sickle rabbit, holding his hands and bowing his head, started to apologize heavily. He said he was really sorry. Seojun, seeing the situation, said it was all right. He said everyone makes mistakes and he really wasn't mad at him. It's not like there's anyone to see him like this. There's only one person, and everyone else are his monster buddies, so he really doesn't care. Then, he wore his straw hat and, with a warm smile, started to laugh while holding his straw hat tightly. He said if he uses the straw hat to cover his head, no one will be able to see it. Then he started to laugh weirdly, saying again and again, "It's fine, ha 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 ha." But inside he was broken, depressed. He sat beside a tree, all depressed, and started to cry. Seeing this, the sickle rabbit and the baby bear didn't know what to do. Just then, the mommy rabbit came, and seeing her, the baby bear got even more panicked and nervous. The sickle rabbit just sat there, as if nothing happened. He knew he was going to get scolded. The next moment, the mommy rabbit furiously started to scold both the sickle rabbit and baby bear. Finally, after a heavy scolding session, the mommy rabbit holding Seojun started to walk forward, and the sickle rabbit also helped push Seojun to walk. Seojun was just holding his straw hat, trying to hide his face, saying he was really okay. Then the next moment, Seojun was once again sitting, covering himself with a cloth made of onion leaf. The sickle rabbit was holding a piece of white wet cloth. The baby bear was holding Seojun's straw hat, and the mommy bear was taking something out from her fourth-dimensional pocket. The next moment, with a naughty and mischievous smile, she took out grass-cutting scissors, ready to do a makeover. Meanwhile, the tower manager was munching on cherry tomatoes while reading a book titled 100 Ways to Seduce a Human. Then she noticed Seojun's juicy cherries got finished, and she felt sad, wondering what to do. Ever since she got bigger, the amount of food she needed had increased, and Seojun's offerings were no longer enough to satisfy her hunger. She thought about asking Seojun for more of his juicy cherries, but remembered that if she asked for more food, Seojun might misunderstand her and call her a pig with wings, which she hated. She decided that she would start to stalk Seojun using her crystal ball. She took out her grandfather's crystal ball with excitement, thinking that this would divert her mind from food, as seeing Seojun every day was much more fun than eating or doing anything else. However, as she gazed into the crystal ball, she saw something strange, and her expression changed to seriousness. She immediately called Seojun and asked him what had happened. Seojun, confused, inquired about what she was talking about, not understanding her concern. She explained that she was asking about him, and Seojun's appearance changed. Seojun, with a smile, slowly removed his straw hat, saying, "Oh, she was asking about his hair. It had grown too long, so the mommy rabbit gave him a haircut." And then finally we got to see the new look of Seojun. His hair was shorter, and with an adorable smile while holding his hair, he asked how his new look was. Well, this revelation was too much for our virgin tower manager, and butterflies started to tickle all over her body as she saw this transformation. She screamed in surprise. Meanwhile, the tower manager immediately called Seojun and asked him what had happened. Seojun, confused, inquired about what she was talking about, not understanding her concern. She explained that she was asking about him, and Seojun's appearance changed. Seojun, with a smile, slowly removed his straw hat, saying, "Oh, she was asking about his hair. It had grown too long, so the mommy rabbit gave him a haircut." And then finally we got to see the new look of Seojun. His hair was shorter, and with an adorable smile while holding his hair, he asked how his new look was. Well, This revelation was too much for our virgin tower manager, and butterflies started to tickle all over her body as she saw this transformation. Aileen went into silent mode. She was just too speechless to even talk, and Seo-jun wondered why she went into silent mode. Does she not like his new haircut? Confused, Seo-jun continuously called for the tower manager, asking what happened and why she was not replying. He also asked her what she thinks about his haircut, if it's good. But the tower manager already got flustered. She was frozen on the spot, just glaring at an angry Seo-jun. Her face turned red with her mouth wide open. Butterflies started to tickle in her stomach. Then, as Seo-jun tried to come close to the crystal ball, a message from her appeared, warning Seo-jun not to come any closer or she might die. This worried Seo-jun, and he asked if something was wrong. In reality, she herself didn't know what was happening with her, so she explained that it was nothing, just that she was hungry, and asked if Seo-jun could give her some crayfish she had the other day. Hearing this, Seo-jun laughed, saying he knew it was because of food, but he explained that he's really sorry. He can't give her crayfish because lately, the population of crayfish has started to decrease. He mentioned that only 1 out of 3 are coming out now, meaning the population had decreased by 70%, and the piranhas are also nowhere to be seen, because crayfish eat all the piranhas. Seo-jun himself has been eating only vegetables these days, so he's starting to feel a bit empty. He suggested that, for now, the tower manager has to eat a little slowly or only eat vegetables until the crayfish repopulate themselves. Then, Seo-jun took out his basket made up of onion leaves full of corn, and with a warm smile said that for now, he can give her this. He also had some cherry tomatoes in reserve. Then, with a warm smile, Seo-jun mentioned that she must have run out of dried potatoes too, so he also offered some of those to her. A notification popped up, telling Seo-jun that the tower manager was thankful to him. However, she stopped midway, and seeing the lack of response from Aileen, Seo-jun asked about what the manager was going to say. Finally, another notification popped up, telling Seo-jun that the tower manager liked his new hairstyle and that it suits him well. Just after he read that message, the notification window disappeared in an instant, maybe because Aileen was feeling shy when she told Seo-jun how she really feels. Seo-jun remarked sarcastically, "Aileen sure knows how to give compliments." He didn't give too much thought to the conversation because he needed to focus on work again. On the other hand, Aileen was shaking to the core when she held the bucket of corns in her huge hands. She was flustered on all levels, feeling like she needed to pee, which was a new sensation for her. She didn't know what to do, so she immediately dismissed the thoughts coming into her mind and consoled herself by saying that she was just surprised because of Seo-jun's sudden change of appearance. She decided to forget everything and just start eating what she got. Then, she thought that every time it was Seo-jun who gave her food, and this time she would do something for him. She ran towards her huge library and found a book named The Great Cookbook with a brown hardcover. Aileen was happy as she decided that she would cook something special for Seo-jun with all her might. Holding the book with a shy face, she wondered if Seo-jun would like her dish. As these thoughts came out of her mouth, she blushed intensely and giggled, covering her mouth with the book. As the scene shifts, we see that the great wandering cat merchant, Theo, has now arrived on the lower levels, announcing to the humans that he was finally there. As soon as he arrived, a horde of hunters encircled him. The hunters did not waste any time in welcoming the cat merchant and immediately asked about the amount of cherry tomatoes he had today. They desperately asked the merchant to take out his items because there were a lot of people who were in need of the cherry tomatoes right now outside the tower. Listening to their desperation, Theo took out a basket full of 400 cherry tomatoes out of his bag and started to auction them like before in batches of 400, with a total of 3,600 cherry tomatoes. The hunters were surprised when they came to know that the cherry tomatoes were in even greater numbers than before. Soon, Theo began the auction and closed the deal at the highest bid of 400 cherry tomatoes for 200 tower coins. Theo was taking out the remaining cherry tomatoes, but suddenly, a hunter came to him and offered him 1,600 tower coins for the rest of them. The other hunters were in shock by this huge amount of money, but the guy with the money threatened them, asking them if they wanted to go against Gaggle. At last, all the remaining cherry tomatoes were sold to the company. The rest of the hunters were worried as there were already no cherry tomatoes outside the tower, and now a big company was just trying to monopolize everything. Among the hunters was the chief of the Phoenix Guild, Dongshik, who was also worried for the ordinary hunters who were not able to buy the cherry tomatoes because of the big companies. Another hunter was planning to buy some cherry tomatoes for the meeting he was going to have with his soon-to-be in-laws, but he was now not able to do so. He was devastated, screaming and holding his head. Dongshik was pretending to be sad from the outside, but in reality he was well acquainted with Theo and could make another transaction with Seo-jun on the 40th floor. However, his thoughts and plans were soon going to be shattered. Suddenly, someone from the company screamed while looking at the cherry tomatoes. The name of the cultivator who was producing the cherry tomatoes was now revealed. One of the company's guys saw the name and understood that the farmer was a Korean cultivator, the tower farmer, Park Seo-jun. The guild master immediately ran towards the person, snatching his cherry tomato and taking a look at it by himself in the options menu. The cultivator's name was now visible along with the effects of the cherry tomato. Even the chief was surprised to know that Park Seo-jun was a tower farmer. The company's hunter ordered his men to return to the guild camp on the first floor and find out about Park Seo-jun at once. He wanted to get the farmer on their side as soon as possible. The hunter was now very happy and started laughing frantically because he was going to get a lot of compliments and a promotion from the vice chairman in exchange for the valuable information he had. Dongshik was now in a pinch. He was going to lose a valuable talent if he did not do something fast. Even more than anything, Seo-jun's family was now in danger because for the rich people outside the tower, cherry tomatoes were more valuable than jewels. Many were using it like a drug. The effects were so strong that basically, the rich became addictive to this. They could use unfair means and kidnap the family of Seo-jun to establish their monopoly in the market. The chief knew that Seo-jun never got out of the tower because of the long quest he had to do, and since he only received information about the outside through Theo, he was not aware of the bad situation his family was in. The chief's train of thought was interrupted when the wandering merchant Theo finally found him and called out to him. But even without listening to Theo, Dongshik immediately took Theo in his arms and started running to a silent place. Theo asked what was happening, and Dongshik said just to hold on for a moment. He would explain everything. Finally, after running from something, Dongshik checked if there was anyone following him or not. After confirming they were alone, he gently placed Theo on the ground and asked Theo about why Seo-jun's name was now revealed in his crops. Theo told the chief with nervousness that it was so because he became a mid-tier wandering merchant. Now, the names of the cultivators or producers from whom he gets his items would be visible on the item itself. But Theo was still oblivious to the wrong he did by revealing Seo-jun's name to the public. He was shocked to the core when the chief told him that Park Seo-jun's family was now in danger due to this revelation. He told Theo that the situation outside the tower was not good, and everyone was causing an uproar because of the shortage of cherry tomatoes. It was all fine until now, because the name of the cultivator was hidden. But now it was a different story. Many people knew his name, and some of them would not even hesitate to do bad things to his family to establish their monopoly on the supply of cherry tomatoes. Realizing what is happening, Theo got panicked and worriedly asked Dongshik if all this was happening because of him, all because he became a mid-tier wandering merchant. He did all the hard work to become a mid-tier merchant just for this. He wanted everyone to know the crop's cultivator was Seo-jun, but to make Seo-jun happy, he didn't know it would create such a big commotion. Then Theo asked the chief about what he should do to fix the situation. He was afraid that he's going to be scolded by Seo-jun for what he did, and he will never become the chairman. But Dongshik consoled him by kneeling down and promising him that he will protect Park Seo-jun's family, even if he had to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild on the line. Theo was now happy and thanked the chief for his kind gesture. As the chief decided to go to the lower levels of the tower, Theo stopped him and told him that he had to do a favor for Park Seo-jun. Once again, Theo took out 2 baskets full of corn and carrots and told the chief that they were a present from Seo-jun to his family. He promised the chief that he would get 200 magic cherry tomatoes for delivering these items to his family safely. The chief was baffled, knowing that the gifts were actually the carrots of agility and corns of stamina. He was not able to comprehend what would happen if the outside world finds out about these items. But when Theo asked him if it was dangerous, the chief assured him that he will take Park San's gift to his family without fail. As Theo departed for the 99th floor, he said his goodbyes to the chief. Upon looking at the cherry tomatoes, the chief sighed and decided that the situation can be handled only if he lets his master know about what was going on. The scene shifts, and we come to the entrance of the 38th floor passageway, where Ox number 3 and Muscle Lady were sitting and calmly eating the onion leaves, while the wolf chief was deeply frustrated, cursing the monsters and asking them if they had lost their pride. He tried to provoke the monsters by asking them if they were really okay to work under a lowly wandering merchant. He even mocked the legends of the 99th floor, telling them that they were all lies. How can the monsters from the 99th floor work for a lowly cat? Hearing all this, Muscle Lady was getting annoyed by this constant chatter and wanted to hit the wolf chief one more time at his head. But Ox number 3 stopped her because if she will do it, the wolf will definitely die from the impact. Suddenly, Theo came towards them, running as fast as he could. Theo told them that they had to quickly go up to the 99th floor because it was urgent. The oxes were shocked when they saw Theo coming back so quickly and asked about the urgency of the matter. But Theo told them that there was no time to waste talking and promised them that he would explain everything to them on their way. Listening to the cat merchant, Ox number 3 and Muscle Lady again picked up the wolf mercenaries and decided to go to the 99th floor. Once again, Muscle Lady was disappointed, knowing that she would have to eat mud again once she got to the 99th floor. But Theo suddenly asked them to stop and wait for a bit as he looked towards a street vendor who was selling different items. He ran towards the cute black bear and picked up a locket from his wares, asking the shopkeeper about its price. The bear told him that it would cost him 2 tower coins, but Theo asked him for a discount as he was taught by SEO June always to ask for it. Ox 3 and Muscle Lady looked at him in amazement, thinking about what Theo was doing. Now we see Dongshik wearing heavy warm clothes and still trembling due to the cold. In front of him was a middle-aged man who was telling him the report about Seo Jun, an unknown and mysterious class of farmer. One day, he mysteriously went inside the tower due to vanishing, and according to him, Seo Jun is definitely on a higher floor than the 40th floor, and his exact location is unknown. Then we get a closer look at the man. He was sitting, holding his foot in a slab of ice cube. He was Taejun, the former guild master of Phoenix Guild, and the top 10 strongest hunter in the world. Then Dongshik asked Taejun how he is doing. This angered him furiously, and suddenly he became Endeavor, with all his hair turned flaming, and while breaking his ice slab, he asked, "Does it look like he is having a good time, huh? He is locked up in this fridge and only sucks his fingers." And how dare Dongshik hide the fact that someone unofficially went above floor 40. But Dongshik remained calm, which made Taejun lose interest, saying Dongshik is no fun. At least he would have acted a little scared. Dongshik sarcastically apologized, saying he will try next time. Then the master sat down, and Dongshik saw that the master was coughing heavily, and mysterious marks on his hands were spreading rapidly. Dongshik understood that the curse of the flame was spreading further into his master's body. But the master ignored his disciple's concern, telling him that this kind of thing was just a bit ticklish for him, and if it was not for the curse, he would have already run off into the tower right away. The master finally came to the point, asking Dongshik about the reason that had brought him to the master's place, because he was not such an individual that would come to his master's place just to see him struggling and suck his fingers. Dongshik finally came to the point, asking the master for the support of the Awakened Association to protect Sejun's family. Since the producer of the cherry tomatoes had been revealed, there would be a lot of pressure from all around the world to find him and his family. The master assured Dongshik not to worry about it, as he had already formed a security unit the moment he received the call from the guild members. He told Dongshik to take charge of the unit since he knew everyone well, and it would be more convenient. The master was determined that they cannot let a precious talent be stolen by another country, because there had already been attempts to reach out to Sejun's family from several countries. Dongshik was surprised that his master was already 2 steps ahead of him. He thanked his master with all his heart and presented him with some magic cherry tomato. The master was surprised when he looked at a basket full of cherry tomatoes, not able to understand what they were. But Dongshik explained to him that the tomatoes he held in his hands were the ones cultivated by Park Sejun and were given to Dongshik by the wandering cat merchant. Dongshik knew that even if they had a weak effect, they would definitely help his master, even if it was just a little. The master was amused by seeing the cherry tomato for the first time and took a bite of it with a smile, admitting that it was indeed delicious. As the scene shifts, we see that Sejun's family was struck by seeing baskets full of cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corns. They were not able to comprehend what such a large quantity of vegetables was doing in their house, But Sejun's little brother was smart. He knew that these were no ordinary vegetables, but the tower items that have been very popular recently. Even the cherry tomatoes were known as the tomatoes of weight loss. He asked Dongshik if the carrots and corns were all farmed by Seo-jun, and Dongshik immediately had a serious tone in his voice as he told Seo-jun's mother that even if she was not aware of the situation, many people were targeting them, making all of them unsafe inside their house. Dongshik informed the family members that the Korean Awakened Association wanted to protect them and asked them to hurry up and prepare to move. Seo-jun's mother was hesitant, knowing that they had to move all of a sudden. His father complained that they hadn't even paid off the loan of the house they were in yet. But Dongshik informed all of them that the association had already prepared a house for them in Hanam-dong. Hearing the name Hanam, a bright smile came onto the face of Seo-jun's younger brother, along with shocked expressions of his parents when they came to know that they would live in a place where famous people live. The brother wanted to know about who would be their neighbor, but as Dongshik told him that he and his family would be there protecting them, he was immediately disappointed. He expected a girl group to live nearby, but it was the complete opposite. Hearing these words, Dongshik immediately asked him if he liked girl groups and if he knew the girl group LJSN. The boy immediately replied in a yes, telling Dongshik that every citizen of South Korea knows that girl group, and he is a very, very big fan of theirs. Then Dongshik smirked as he revealed a trump card inside his phone. He told the boy that his daughter Sarah was a member of LJSN girls group, and he even offered to invite him to his house if they moved. Hearing this, the younger brother got chills on his body as he especially liked Sarah. He really likes her songs and dance. He knew Sarah's father was a hunter, but he didn't know it was Dongshik. Then he immediately bowed down and addressed Dongshik as father, requesting him to immediately take him into his care, shocking his parents as well as Dongshik. His parents were surprised by this immediate behavior change of their son, and his dad asked his mom about why he was calling Dongshik father, but his mother was not able to reply. Ignoring her husband's question, she instead told him that she was worried about Seo-jun. Previously, his parents knew that Seo-jun went to earn money inside the tower, but they would have never thought that he would be farming inside the tower. His mother was worried that Seo-jun was working so hard, asking her husband if anyone was taking care of their son. As the scene shifts, we see Aileen, who was reading the Great Cookbook while preparing a hearty meal for Seo-jun. She mixed some wonder-working mushrooms with a millennium-old dimension-starving demon. She finally seasoned it with some secret powder, and finally she gave her special juice. And as soon as she did, a bright light emerged from the pot, and finally, her special dish for her crush was ready. Meanwhile, Seo-jun, unaware of what is going to happen to him, was harvesting some spring onions. He knelt down to the ground, sitting comfortably while telling the black rabbit that green onions grown from the flower seeds were all growing well, and they can finally harvest them. Seo-jun collected seeds from green onion flowers 2 weeks ago and planted them outside the cave in the hopes of getting an item. And as soon as he harvested, he got shocked. A status window popped up, telling him that he had harvested a detoxifying green onion. As the effect of harvest level 4, Seo-jun has harvested crops that were 1 level higher than normal, and due to this, job experience has increased greatly. A notification window popped up, telling Sejun that as an effect of proficiency increase level 1, the proficiency of harvest level 3 was increased additionally by 5%, and due to it, Seo-jun has acquired 36 experience points. Finally, there was the glittering green onion with detoxifying effects. A status window popped up telling Sejun that the green onions were able to detoxify poisons of grade C or lower for 1 hour straight when ingested. When consumed, the liver's detoxification function becomes active for 24 hours. The crop had a shelf life of 135 days and was a C+ grade item. Seo-jun and the black rabbit were so happy, knowing that they have got an item which came out of the seeds or fruits they planted. Seo-jun knew from the start that he should have harvested the seeds and planted them long ago, but it doesn't matter now because they were still happy with the outcome. Seo-jun wanted to have a taste of detoxifying green onion and took a bite of it, while also giving the black rabbit a piece of the leaf to taste. The black rabbit was confused, not able to tell any difference in taste. Even Seo-jun exclaimed that the taste was not much different from the ones they usually eat, and he was not even able to tell about the poison detoxifying feature at that time. but he knew for sure that as the crop activated lever function, it would be of great help to those who drank alcohol. He decided that as green onions grew quickly, once there was a lot of it, he is surely going to sell them all. Suddenly, the chubby rabbit came and called out Seo-jun from behind, telling him that it was time to eat already. The rabbits and Seo-jun looked at the water pond with disappointment, knowing that the amount of piranha and crayfish has decreased. They would not appear even if Seo-jun tried to lure them out with his blood. But as there was nothing that they can do, Seo-jun decided that he and his friends will have to give up on meat for the time being. Suddenly, a notification window popped up in front of Seo-jun, surprising him. It told Seo-jun that the tower manager has prepared a gift to celebrate 200 days of his arrival in the tower. Seo-jun was surprised by knowing that he was inside the tower for 200 days now. As the rabbits were disappointed on not getting to eat meat for a few days, Seo-jun was happy that Aileen was giving him a present. He told her that he was feeling touched by her preparing something for him. Immediately, a new quest popped up, asking him to give one magic cherry tomato to Aileen. The reward was a secret, and Seo-jun was not having an option to refuse the tower manager's gift. Knowing that it was such a small task, Seo-jun gave a cherry tomato to the tower manager, completing his quest. A notification window popped up, telling Seo-jun that a reward has been given to him for completing the quest. The window let him know that he has acquired Aileen's special juicy soup. As soon as Seo-jun finished reading about it, a large cauldron materialized in front of him, surprising and shocking him to the core. Seo-jun's face turned purple in horror as he saw something which was looking like poison of green color, with various animal bodies inside of it. A notification window popped up, telling Seo-jun that it was Aileen's special juicy soup. If consumed, it can increase Seo-jun's stats by 3, but only if he can survive the poison. Lastly, it was prepared by the love and special juice of Black Dragon Aileen. Just the smell was enough to scare the rabbits to death, and they were making disgusting faces. While glaring at the pot, Seo-jun asked, "Is Aileen really made this to eat?" But another notification window popped up, telling Seo-jun that Aileen was going to sleep as she was exhausted from putting too much special juice into the juice. Just like that, the tower manager went into deep sleep, saying she made this dish with great care, so Seo-jun has to finish it all. Seo-jun started screaming, calling the tower manager, but she was already in deep slumber. Seo-jun turned toward the rabbits and said, "Why don't all of them eat it together?" Well, they didn't want to do so soon, so they ran for their life, leaving Seo-jun alone. Even the queen bee made a disgusting face after seeing the dish. Seo-jun's face turned purple with disgust as he glared at the disgusting soup where weird-ass monsters' fingers, a honeybee, a frog, and an eyeball were popping out. Drinking it would increase 3 stat points upon consumption, but it gave a grade C paralyzing poison as well as a grade C acidic poison upon consumption. As the rabbits and the bee came towards the liquid, Seo-jun was thinking that even though the soup was like poison, all of his stats would increase by 3 if he drank it, but still, a grade C paralyzing poison and acidic poison were too risky. Suddenly, the black rabbit came towards Seo-jun and said something to him in its cute voice. The rabbit grabbed the detoxifying green onion into his hand and reminded Seo-jun that now he had a grade C detoxifying green onion in his arsenal. Seo-jun smiled, knowing that with this ingredient, the poisonous soup might be all right to drink after all. The chubby rabbit brought a whole lot of detoxifying green onions, and as Seo-jun saw them, he knew that at least now he would not die due to the poison of the soup. He decided to eat a lot of them and give himself protection from grade C+, or lower poisons for 1 hour. Seo-jun was ready with a spoon, and as his preparation was completed, and all the rabbits along with the bee, he thought although the soup looks disgusting, its taste might be good. Thinking this, he took a sip, but oh boy, Tower Manager's special juice was too thick for Seo-jun. He immediately spilled all the juice out, which splattered all over the baby queen bee and all the rabbits' bodies. Seo-jun then started to vomit, and the baby bee was furious, scolding Seo-jun, covered in Seo-jun's sticky saliva. Seo-jun, well, he started to cry as the system continued to notify him that he got grade C paralyzing poison, and it got healed because of the spring onion. Now Seo-jun was very angry, imagining Aileen like a winged fat pig. But if he didn't finish her special juice, the tower manager would get sad, so he decided to finish all her special juice in one go. Closing his eyes, he started gulping the juice immediately in one go, shocking all the rabbit. As Seo-jun continued to drink it, The taste started to become more horrifying, but Seo-jun didn't give up. But after that, an even more disgusting thing happened. As the juice finally got finished, Seo-jun opened his eyes. He got welcomed by someone's ass. A truly disgusting creature, alive, was staring at Seo-jun. Scared, Seo-jun threw the pot, and the pot fell into the pond with the weird ass creature. Suddenly, a series of stat windows filled his vision about gaining experience points by killing piranhas, crayfish, but it was not the end. Then a big system notification came that Seo-jun also killed a big giant electrical eel, gaining a whopping 5,000 exp, shocking Seo-jun to his core, knowing that there was a giant electric eel living inside the small pond. Seo-jun looked at the pond along with the rabbits and the bee and saw that the pond was now poisoned. All the rabbits were now angry at Seo-jun for poisoning the pond, as they will not get to eat meat, as each monster died in the pond due to the poison. Seo-jun apologized and told them that he was just so flustered that he couldn't help but throw the soup. He decided that they will not eat stuff from the pond for the time being, and Seo-jun will solve the drinking water problem with water cans for the rabbit. But he was still concerned about the hole in the pond, knowing that a lot of piranhas and crayfish died after being poisoned. He started thinking that as the poison even killed a giant electric eel, that meant that there was a large ecosystem inside the hole from where the pond water came. The amount of piranhas and crayfish flowing into the pond had decreased, but if Seo-jun would find a way into their ecosystem, he will be able to obtain various sources of protein in the future. Hearing that, the rabbits were so happy, and the black rabbit proposed that he should try swimming through the hole of the pond, but Seo-jun was worried about the rabbit and denied his request, telling him that the pond water was still poisoned, and even if the rabbit ate the detoxifying green onion, the hole was too small for him to get inside. Seo-jun didn't want the black rabbit to risk it, because if something goes wrong inside the hole, he would not be able to come back. Seo-jun told the rabbit that he knows how much he wanted to go inside the hole, but the rabbit was so precious that Seo-jun can't send him off to such a dangerous place alone. He promised the rabbit that he will think of it when the water in the pond has been diluted to some extent. Seo-jun stood up and made a happy face as he told the rabbits that there was still food that they have saved up together, and due to that, they will be fine for a while. So he wanted all the rabbits to stop being gloomy and cheer up. As the scene shifts, we come to the waypoint of the Miner's King base, and as we see, the king was sitting on his throne with one hand on his cheek. He was still thinking about why Ox number 3 was not in front of him yet. He wondered if Ox number 3 forgot about the king's order and asked Ox number 1 if Rainy Mountain, who went to look for Ox number 3, had returned or not. But Ox number 1 informed the king that even she hasn't returned yet from her mission. Even Ox number 1 was now worried, telling the king that he was wondering if both of them are in some kind of danger. Did they enter the Crimson Bear's territory and had a fight? He heard that the Crimson Bear is a very furious and dangerous beast, and he heard not even one bone remains after fighting Crimson Bear. The Ox King admitted Crimson Bear is strong, but he said he knows Ox number 4 is also strong, and together they can give a tough fight to the Crimson Bear, and he thinks there is entirely something else happened. With a serious face, Ox King commanded all his army to gather, saying now he himself will go to find what is happening. As the scene shifts, we see that Seo-jun and the rabbits, along with the bear, looked at a pile of green onions. Seo-jun even exclaimed that this much green onion should be enough to feed 100 miners until they are full. My boy didn't know that he may have to do so soon. The baby bear was in a playful mood and ran towards the pile of spring onions, jumping on them, while the mother bear and Seo-jun looked at him with surprise. Seo-jun asked the baby bear if he liked the feeling of a soft and fluffy bed. Hearing that, the bear smiled happily, and as Seo-jun saw that, he told the bear to take some of the green onions home and share them when he got to sleep with his mom. Suddenly, a notification popped up, telling Seo-jun that wishing for a good harvest level 1 was now activated, and 70% of the green onion field was now blessed with a good harvest. Due to its effect, the harvest rate was increased by 50% for the next week. Seo-jun was happy to the core by getting to know about this effect of his skill. The green onions already grew fast in the first place, but they will now grow in an instant with the effect of wishing for a good harvest skill. Seo-jun decided that he will harvest the onions thrice now, Instead of twice, he did it before. Seo-jun looked at the sickle rabbit as they were getting ready for the harvest because now Se-jun's stats were also increased a lot due to Eileen's deadly soup. Suddenly, Seo-jun saw that the tower manager was asking him if he had eaten all the soup up which she made. Seeing the notification, Seo-jun was happy as he flexed his muscles in front of the notification, telling Eileen that he indeed drank all the soup and even leveled up thanks to her. But suddenly, Eileen wanted to know about how the soup tasted, which shocked Seo-jun to the core. He did not even want to remember the taste of the deadly soup again. But as he saw that the tower manager was sad and was asking if the soup tasted bad, he immediately told Eileen that her special juice was delicious, and that was the reason that he finished all of it at once. He even told Eileen that her juice was so delicious that he would even die to eat it again. Hearing this, she got excited, saying if Seo-jun liked her cooking so much, she will make one more serving for him. Hearing that, Seo-jun immediately stopped Eileen and told her that as she used all her energy because of making the soup for him, she did not need to do it once again. Seo-jun told her that he liked chatting away with Eileen, and there was no need to use up all her energy because of him, as if she gets into deep sleeping after she cooks. How can he will be able to talk with her? Seo-jun told her that he will do the cooking and would like letting Eileen eat delicious and better food. He tried to convince Eileen that she did not need to work hard to cook anymore, but deep inside, Seo-jun just wanted Eileen to agree to his requests so that he will not have to taste the deadly soup again. On the other hand, Eileen was all flustered, and her cheeks were red as she thought that Seo-jun was thinking that much about her. She laughed frantically and punched the pillar of her room, not able to control her excitement, and breaking the pillar into pieces. Then Seo-jun got a notification that the tower manager was okay with his request, and reading that, Seo-jun was immediately happy, thanking Eileen from deep within his ass. Eileen changed the topic, asking Seo-jun about what was on that day's dinner menu, but suddenly, the ground started shaking, and all the rabbits along with the bear fell to the ground as the mother bear and Seo-jun saw that the Ox King was walking towards them while trampling over Seo-jun's field of green onions. The mother bear was ready for a fight, while Seo-jun was shocked to the core by witnessing the arrival of another minotaur. As the king saw the group, he started running towards Seo-jun with a faint light coming out of its eyes. As the Minotaur King heads towards Seo-jun's group, trampling the green onion plants with his fat-ass shining axe, Seo-jun and the rabbits were scared to their core. Seo-jun shouted with his mouth open, "Another Minotaur with a huge ass? And why is it coming toward us?" Just then, the Ox King gave a bone-chilling growl with deadly eyes, and the shockwave was enough to create a mini-tornado. Seo-jun covered his ears to block the sound. Now, as the Ox King continued to march towards Seo-jun, he was getting panicked. When the tower manager explained, Eileen dropped him a message telling him that he is not just any Minotaur, but the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor. Hearing this, Seo-jun crapped his pants. After reading the guidebook of the boss, Eileen explained that a tower boss can't leave the waypoint, and she herself didn't know how the Ox King came. But she vowed to protect Seo-jun, her love, and used her authority as tower manager to stop the Ox King. But to her surprise, her authority got declined, surprising her. Now Seo-jun got really panicked, and the rabbits were now clinging on to Seo-jun, all scared. The Ox King dashed towards Seo-jun, and the mommy bear stood high, ready to stop him. But the tower manager explained that the mommy bear is nowhere close to the Ox King's level, and she will die. Hearing this, Seo-jun shouted at the mommy bear to stop, but she didn't. She stood right there to protect everyone. The Minotaur King jumped high with his fat-ass axe, growling menacingly, and Seo-jun clung into the baby bear with all his animal friends, shouting and saying, "So is this how he will die?" Even the tower manager started to cry, holding her crystal ball, continuously trying to use her authority, but it was not working. But then suddenly, the Minotaur King's axe lands at a safe distance from him with a great impact. Seo-jun opens his eyes and wonders what is happening, only to find the Minotaur King munching the green onions like a baby munching on candies with a pleasurable face, saliva dripping from his mouth. Well, this was an unexpected scene, and the mommy bear couldn't believe what she was seeing. Seo-jun commented, "Isn't he just a hungry bull?" But suddenly, the Ox King, without saying any word, grabbed all the spring onions and ran like his life depended on it, leaving everyone confused. Then Seo-jun took a sigh of relief, saying he almost peed his pants. He thanked the mommy bear for trying to protect everyone, but his onion field got destroyed. But at least they were alive. One by one, Seo-jun, with all the sad rabbits, started to restore the field, and the tower manager was also glad and very happy that nothing happened to Seo-jun. Seo-jun thanked Aileen for worrying about him. Then, with a wicked smile, Seo-jun said now that something like this happened, he really had a great idea. He asked Aileen if she heard that the Black Minotaur is a tribe who can do anything to protect their honor and pride, and Aileen agreed. Well, at this point, even Aileen realized what kind of wicked plan Seo-jun was cooking. With a wicked smile, Seo-jun revealed that now that the proud tribe of Minotaur, the king himself, came uninvited to his home, destroyed his friend, and even stole his crop, well, he will make the Minotaur king his slave. The next day, Seo-jun prepares lunch for all his friends, which includes their regular roasted green onion stems, corn, and tomatoes. He tells the rabbits to eat quickly because then they have to get to work and mend the field that the Minotaur king ruined yesterday. However, the kids are throwing a tantrum like someone took away their iPad, while their parents fail to console them. Seo-jun is not in the mood to show them any mercy. He grabs the rabbit kids, claiming that they shouldn't whine so much because they have no meat on the menu. He tells them to grow up already because they are now at the age where they should help their parents in the field, and he orders them to eat their food quietly. Seo-jun points towards King and tells the kids that even he is eating vegan food without complaining. He tells the kids that when the next blue moon comes, they will also become adults, and he asks them if they still don't want to grow up by that time. His words work on the babies who start eating. Seo-jun praises them, saying that this is what makes them cool white farming rabbits. He then goes to pat King and praise him for not being a picky eater. This makes Seo-jun realize that King is not getting bigger nowadays, considering the fact that his growth rate in the beginning was faster than the rate at which the universe is expanding. King falls on his back, and Seo-jun asks him if he is sick somewhere, because there is no way that his diet is lacking. Just then, Seo-jun hears Theo's voice and turns around to see him and the two Minotaur guards carrying the wolves. Seo-jun was about to welcome Theo, but then he turns his attention to the wolves and asks the Minotaurs about them. Ox number 3 tells him that they are the Silver Wolf tribe, and Theo climbs on his shoulders as he reveals that they were the ones who targeted him earlier. He says that Rainy Mountain taught them a good lesson, but he didn't know how to punish them. That's why he brought them here, so that Seo-jun could make the decision. Seo-jun thinks that he should hear the story of the wolves first before deciding on their punishment and finds that they are asleep. Rainy Mountain tells him that the wolves were being noisy in the way, so she just gave them a dose of her fists, and Seo-jun asks her if they will wake up again. Theo interrupts them as he asks Seo-jun about why the field is in such bad condition, and he sighs before turning to the two Minotaurs and revealing to them that it was the fault of their king. The Minotaur couple flinch as they realize that their king has found out about their location, and they realize that they are done for. But Seo-jun tells them that they can worry about those things at a later time. Right now, he wants the Minotaur to relax after their long journey and tells them to join him at lunch. Food is one thing that can make them forget anything, and they immediately kick away the fear of their king punishing them and head towards the lunch table. They leave the wolves behind, and Seo-jun just watches them go. Then Theo tells him that there is something important he must tell him, and Seo-jun asks him what is up. As Theo was about to tell him about the things he learned from Dongshik on the 38th floor, but neither of them is aware that the leader of the wolves, Fang, is up and about to attack them from behind. They realize it too late, but fortunately, Seo-jun's personal bodyguard, Quang, steps in and sends the wolf away with a devastating punch to the ground. He covers Seo-jun as the captain curses him for interfering. Theo notices that Seo-jun's straw hat is gone, and he panics upon realizing that it turns out that the captain's attack was not a failure, and he quickly retreats as his companions wake up and take their positions. He holds the straw hat and thanks Seo-jun for returning it to him, leaving him in a state of panic about his most valued artifact being stolen. Now, Ox number 3, Rainy Mountain, and the baby bear were standing furious with boiling hot blood, and the poor puppies were standing holding Seo-jun's hat without knowing what's coming at them. Seo-jun was also angry and, with an angry face, said, "Those bastards pretended to pass out, so that when they get the chance, they can steal my hat." Then Chief called Elke and Elko, telling them to leave while he was also ready to run, holding the straw hat in his mouth. But little did they know, behind them, the mommy bear was ready. She stomped her foot on the ground, shaking the entire ground, surprising the poor puppies. Then She just stared at the puppies with red, deadly eyes without saying any words. This was enough to make the wolves faint. They started to tremble in fear. The chief himself was so shocked that he felt like he would pee. His legs started to freeze in fear, his face becoming pale. But it was not the end. The mommy bear stomped her right hand on the ground and growled with her lungs out. The impact and her growl were enough to create a huge shockwave, and the wolves could barely even stand. Now, at this point, they couldn't take it anymore, and the chief knew if this went on, Elkie and Elko would die just from the shockwave. So, the scared captain raised his hands and with a trembling voice said he surrendered and started begging for his life. Seo-jun, on the other hand, after swiping dust from his straw hat and examining it, was glad that the hat was safe and not torn. Then he wondered what to do with these silver wolves. Well, the entire gang was in a mess, with the huge mommy bear, ox number 3, and Rainy Mountain furious. Rainy Mountain was mumbling that she should have broken their arms and legs, and the mommy bear just wanted to eat them. Even the baby bear was giving death glares, and Seo-jun was left wondering what to do with angry monsters. And the baby queen bee was just watching the entire scene silently, hovering behind Seo-jun. But wait, it was not the end. Theo came toward Seo-jun, informing him that the baby bear wanted to eat the silver wolves and is asking for permission to do so. This left Seo-jun shocked, and he immediately said Theo to stop the baby bear from eating them. But even after saying not to eat, the baby bear continued to give death glares. To calm the situation, Seo-jun, while patting the baby bear's head, called the baby queen bee, requesting her special juice. He said that he knows the baby bears like mommy queen bee's special juice, but the baby queen bee's juice was also not bad. The baby bear immediately shifted his attention toward the baby queen bee, leaving her a little nervous. As the baby bear started chasing the baby queen bee, it was time for the adults. Seo-jun came close to them, raised his hand, and started shouting, telling them to stop getting angry and calm down as he had something to say. And everyone, even though they were angry as hell, calmed down and sat in a round circle. Seo-jun started to talk with them, trying to calm them down. Meanwhile, the captain, seeing this, got confused, saying, "Why in the God's name are those proud minotaurs and the mighty red crimson bear, who are said to be strong as hell, listening to this weak-looking man?" He questioned, "Who is this man?" Then Elko said that they heard Theo calling the man chairman, and they heard chairman is a kind of nickname used on the 99th floor from the grand elder of their clan. Hearing this, Eli suddenly panicked, and holding his head, he started to shout, "Black Dragon!" He continuously started shouting the name of Black Dragon, saying this man has to be the Black Dragon, otherwise, there is no way the monsters of the 99th floor would listen to him. This also left the captain in shock. He started to wonder if the weak-looking man standing in front of him really is the mighty Black Dragon, the great Black Dragon that rules over the entire 99th floor. With a jolt of realization, he remembered what his grandpa said, that in legends there was a story where once a black dragon reaches the max level, he can ultimately transform into a human form. So, he thought this weak-looking man must be a mighty max-level dragon in his human form, trying to look weak, and he also got a little scared. Then Seo-jun broke the pitch-silent atmosphere, asking why are the wolves after Theo and also the straw hat that he is wearing. At first, the wolves didn't say a single word as they were too shocked thinking Seo-jun is a black dragon. Then immediately, the captain and the other wolves lowered their heads, bowed down, and started to apologize from the bottom of their hearts, addressing Seo-jun as the Great Black Dragon, saying they are lowly beings, and they didn't know and realize that Seo-jun is the Great Black Dragon. They apologized for disrespecting him and for trying to harm Theo as they had no idea that he is also Seo-jun's subordinate. They begged Seo-jun to spare their lives and have mercy. Now, at this point, Seo-jun was very surprised and confused, not understanding a single word what they were saying, thinking why are they calling him the Great Black Dragon? Even Theo was confused. Meanwhile, Aileen was watching the entire scene from her crystal ball, and then she started to laugh and got very excited. She stood up from her place saying, she likes how the wolves are showing respect for the Great Black Dragon. Then a system notification appeared in front of Seo-jun, surprising him. It was written that the tower manager is very happy that the Silver Wolves are praising and respecting the Black Dragons, and she wants Seo-jun to keep acting like the Great Black Dragon instead of her. Well, reading this, Seo-jun first went into silent mode for a second, and after processing the information, he shouted in shock and surprise, finally realizing that the tower manager is actually a dragon. and not a winged pig. Well, how much of a dung dickhead one has to be to not realize that the tower manager is a dragon even after 49 chapters? Well, now that he finally realized, he also got a little nervous, and now everything was coming back to him. He realized that the black dragon he saw on the first day he arrived must be Aileen, and now that he got the permission to act like the black dragon, he really had a very wicked plan on his mind. While Seo-jun was in his deep thinking, Theo continued to call Seo-jun, asking why he is silent and laughing. Is he finally gone mad? But Seo-jun, with a smirking smile, turned toward the silver wolves, saying the captain is really smart, and he didn't think that they would realize that Seo-jun is a black dragon. Then, while holding his face and his pinky finger on his lips, with a really wicked and creepy smile, which is enough to scare the hell out of anyone, he said, "Kakeke, that is right. I am the great black dragon." Hearing this, even Theo got chills running down his body, and Seo-jun continued, saying how dare they try to steal something from the great black dragon, and even threatened his subordinate. And they think he will forgive them, huh? Well, after his creepy speech was over, there was a chilling pitch silent for a moment. Rainy Mountain and Ox number 3 were wondering what the hell kind of nonsense Seo-jun was spouting. Even Anil started to creep out and started to scream, shouting, "What the hell kind of nonsense is Seo-jun doing?" Meanwhile, our naive Ox number 3 believed for a moment that Seo-jun is a dragon and was about to say, "Is he really a dragon?" when Rainy Mountain gave him a good punch on his head, stopping him. Theo worriedly asked Seo-jun why he's scaring him with his creepy smile, but Seo-jun, maintaining his serious act, took out a churro, telling Theo to forget about the small things and take the great blessing of the great black dragon. Well, Theo was smart enough to understand what was happening, and he immediately humped down. With confidence, he put his one leg on the captain's nose, addressing Seo-jun as chairman, stating that he is indeed the great black dragon, and he is the subordinate, and everyone has to kneel down. The captain, scared, said they are really sorry that they tried too hard. The subordinate of the great black dragon. Then all the wolves bowed down, and the captain said they know they did a very unforgivable crime, and only by giving their life can they atone for their crime. He requested his subordinate to go, and he is willing to give his life as punishment. But Seo-jun had something different on his mind. He said he doesn't need their lives. Excited and with a greedy smile, he asked the captain to give him 10,000 tower coin, saying if they give 10,000 tower coins, he will spare their lives. This left the wolves shocked and panicked, but the wolves were poor. They were so poor that they didn't even have the money to buy their next meal. Panicked, they said they don't have 10,000 tower coins and asked if there's anything else they can do. And Theo immediately took out a contract and threw it on the ground, saying if they don't have the money, they have to pay it with their bodies. Hearing this, the wolves were left devastated and confused. The captain asked, "With their bodies?" and asked what it means. Excited, Theo explained by body, meaning they have to do manual labor and work under Seo-jun. Hearing this, Elko shouted, saying they can't do it or Grid will not give them the food and their clan will die from hunger. The captain once again bowed down, apologizing, saying he can't accept the contract. For that he is willing to die, leaving Seo-jun and Theo surprised. Seeing the wolves sad, Seo-jun realized something was up. He came close to the captain and politely asked him to tell his story and why he can't accept his offer. The captain explained everything, how that Gring, the boss of the 85th floor, is monopolizing the entire food supply of all the floors, how he destroyed his clan, and now he became a hunting dog of Grid. If he doesn't complete his tasks and bring the straw hat to Grid, Grid will not give his clan food, and their clan will die from hunger. While he was explaining all this, Seo-jun was listening seriously, and finally, after the captain was done telling his story, Seo-jun politely asked what is the captain's name, and he politely said his name is Elka, still bowing his head. Seo-jun told him to raise his head and pointed his finger toward the vegetable crops. As soon as Elka saw the vegetables, he got shocked. Seo-jun continued, saying if all Elka was worried about was food, then he has an abundance of food. So, Seo-jun modified the contract with a warm smile, and with his arms wide open like an angel, he said, "Now, in the contract, if the wolves work for him, he will give Elka's entire tribe free food every month," and asked, "Now, will he sign the contract?" Hearing this, Elki and Elko hugged each other, saying now they don't have to listen to that damn pig bastard. And then, the next moment, all the wolves vowed to serve Seo-jun and never betray him. At this point, Elka was really emotional. Tears started to come from his eyes. He couldn't believe that now all his tribe members will be able to eat their stomachs fill. And even Aileen, seeing this scene, once again got mesmerized by Seo-jun's charm. Then they signed the contract happily, and Seo-jun said the wolves have to serve under Theo. They will be the subordinate of Theo, and their only job was to protect Theo whenever he goes out. After that, one by one, the wolves started to greet everyone, and Seo-jun, watching this from afar, thought in this tower there are many dangerous beings, and he has to be careful. His idea was to make the wolves Theo's personal guard so that OC number 3 and Rainy Mountain would work on the field. As Seo-jun was in deep thinking, Theo came asking for food, saying he is really hungry and wanted to eat some fish. But well, after Seo-jun revealed what happened to the pond and Theo can't have any fish, he was left devastated. He started to cry, laying on the ground, saying if he can't have fish, he will not work anymore, even calling Seo-jun a fraud. The warrior rabbit watched Theo with a dumb face, but Seo-jun and the warrior rabbit, after a while near the pond, said to Theo to stop whining like a 2-year-old kid. He is trying everything he can right now to restore the pond. Seo-jun, after checking the pond, said now the pond was no longer poisonous, and the warrior rabbit was ready, chewing a detoxifying spring onion, to dive deep inside the pond and go into the hole to find out what is inside that hole, where that hole is leading to. The warrior rabbit, with his war hammer, in a single swing, smashed the small entrance, shattering the huge boulder into pieces. Now, in front of Seo-jun, there was a huge entrance, and while observing the entrance, Seo-jun first complimented the warrior rabbit and asked if he would be able to go inside the hole and explore it. The warrior rabbit immediately tried to enter the cave but quickly came back, saying the inside of the cave is too dark and he can't see a thing, so he can't go and explore. Now, hearing this, Seo-jun was once again in a tight spot, wondering even after securing the patch, they can't explore the inside as it will be too dangerous to go underwater in a pitch-dark place. And the warrior rabbit also agreed. Then Seo-jun turned toward Theo, asking him if he has any item that will let the warrior rabbit see in the dark, or any item that can help in seeing in the dark. Well, Theo was busy playing with the baby rabbits, and hearing Seo-jun's command, Theo immediately started emptying his bag, saying as far as he knew, he didn't have any item like that. But if Seo-jun would tell him, he can go and find an item like this. But from Theo's bag, some tower coins, some pouches, and a weird purple necklace fell. Seo-jun also noticed this purple jewel, and, curious, he picked it up. After checking its status window, the system notified him that this is a necklace with scratched jewel, and it's an E-rank item, and all the info is sealed as it is an unappraised item. So, Seo-jun called the tower manager and asked if she will help him appraise this item just like she did with the straw hat. And Aileen instantly replied, "Of course she will help, my dear Seo-jun." So, Seo-jun offered a basket of cherry tomatoes, and after accepting it, Aileen immediately started appraising the item. And after a while, in front of Seo-jun, the same rusty, scratched necklace transformed into a beautiful golden necklace. Seo-jun was also surprised seeing how the necklace completely transformed, and the system notified him that it was the necklace of light. It was a rank C item, and after wearing it, it emitted a bright light, glowing the entire surrounding. And the more high-level the user is, the brighter the light. Well, seeing this, Seo-jun got surprised and happy at the same time. He couldn't believe how he got the exact right item he needed. Even the warrior rabbit was happy and excited, seeing now he would be able to go on an underwater adventure. Just then, curious Theo asked, "Was the item helpful? Can Theo remain Sales Cat Theo for a little while longer?" And Seo-jun, holding Theo's cute paw, realized Theo indeed has the golden paws of luckiness. Every item he picks ends up rare and valuable. So Seo-jun decided to give Theo the title of Sales Cat Theo forever. He promoted ordinary Theo to Sales Cat Theo forever. Hearing this, at first, Theo was confused. So, with excitement, Seo-jun lifted Theo up, explaining that from today he officially appointed Theo as the Sales Cat Theo, and now Theo was responsible for the distribution of the crops. Everyone, from baby rabbits to warrior rabbits, started to clap at Theo's promotion. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't believe he was going to always be Sales Cat Theo and could enjoy the benefits of Sales Cat Theo forever. But it was not the end. Seo-jun was so happy that he promoted Theo to the position of president just for today, as he really did a great job getting that light necklace. Theo was just too happy and started dancing, raising his hand. The next moment, Theo, using his president authority, commanded the warrior rabbit to use that necklace and bring a lot of delicious fish from the pond. The warrior rabbit gave a military salute, saying he will. After a while, we see Seo-jun wearing the necklace, and as soon as he did, the necklace started shining bright light, which amazed Seo-jun. Seeing how this tiny necklace was emitting soft light that didn't hurt the eyes but was able to brighten the entire area, Seo-jun took the necklace out, saying to the warrior rabbit that it was said that the higher the level of the user, the stronger the light it will emit. So he asked the warrior rabbit to try the necklace, and the warrior rabbit was also very excited to try it out. As soon as he wore the necklace, it started to emit a very sharp and bright light, almost blinding Seo-jun. He somehow blocked the light from his hand while closing his eyes. Well, a frustrated and a little jealous Seo-jun realized that even a little rabbit is more powerful and higher level than him, and the warrior rabbit was standing with his chest held proudly and smiling. But at least Seo-jun was glad that at least using this item, the problem of seeing in the dark would finally be solved. At first, he was a little doubtful if this necklace would really emit bright light, but now Seo-jun was sure it will. After that, we see Seo-jun with the rope he made with his Ultra Pro Gigamax God Edition onion leaves. He was tying the rope around the warrior rabbit and telling him to be safe, not to do anything reckless, and to hold the rope tight. The warrior rabbit nodded. Then, Seo-jun, after the rope was done, while holding the rope, instructed the warrior rabbit, saying if the warrior rabbit can't breathe underwater, or if he comes under any dangerous situation, all he has to do is to pull the rope twice, and Seo-jun will know something happened, and he will pull him out. The warrior rabbit excitedly agreed to do so. While the warrior rabbit was getting ready to dive inside the pond, Seo-jun reminded him to also take his dagger and his pouch, as his hammer will be difficult to swing underwater, and if he finds anything, he can store it inside the pouch. After taking the dagger and the pouch, the warrior rabbit was finally fully prepared to dive inside the pond. And once again, Seo-jun said to the warrior rabbit to take care and be careful, and the warrior rabbit gave a warm thumbs up in response, saying he will. Then, the warrior rabbit took a deep breath and dived inside the pond and hurriedly started swimming inside the hole, ready to face whatever was coming. After swimming for a while, he finally saw a bright light at the end of the tunnel, so he sped up, holding the rock of the tunnel. He started to dash toward the exit, and finally he reached the exit after a while. As he went outside the exit, he was amazed. In front of him was a whole underwater ecosystem. The water was also very deep. It was so deep that at the bottom of the water there was only darkness. It was like floating in a galaxy with thousands of fishes and mysterious water monsters. He even saw a huge whale with a gem on its head. But then he realized something. All the fishes and sea monsters near the exit were laying dead, and he realized it must be because of the poisonous soup that Seo-jun accidentally dropped in the pond. Then the warrior started doing his work. He took out Seo-jun's dagger, went close to a huge fish, and with his swift movement, started butchering the fish. As he cut the stomach of the fish, he noticed something mysterious. Suddenly, golden light started to come inside the stomach of the fish, and then some golden liquid started to pour out from it. Curious, he thrust his hand inside the fish's stomach and took the mysterious liquid out, thinking if he gave this mysterious golden thing to Seo-jun, Seo-jun would definitely praise him, hug him, and give special treatment like Seo-jun gives to Theo. While thinking this, he opened his pouch and took the mysterious golden liquid inside. Then he tied the big fish up with the onion rope, but little did he know, the smell of the blood attracted something ominous. Startled, he immediately turned back, and the big shark was dashing toward him, opening its huge mouth, which was loaded with razor-sharp, steel-tearing teeth. The warrior rabbit somehow dodged the shark, but the shark's target was not the warrior rabbit, but the fish that the warrior rabbit caught. The shark took a big bite of the fish, and the dash of the shark created a huge wave which blew the warrior rabbit back, and the rope that was tied on his stomach got tighter, making it difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, the shark was only interested in the fish, so after taking the bite, the shark left. But the warrior rabbit was losing consciousness and was drowning deep into the ocean's darkness. But he didn't give up. With the little bit of his strength, he pulled the rope 2 times. Meanwhile, outside, after getting the signal, Seo-jun got alerted and commanded everyone to immediately grab the rope and start pulling the warrior rabbit with all their might. One by one, everyone grabbed the rope, and immediately, with Seo-jun leading, started pulling the rope. The sickle was leading the rabbit gang, and the chubby rabbit was leading from the back. Finally, after a while of hard work, they finally managed to pull the warrior rabbit. But to Seo-jun's surprise, the warrior rabbit was unconscious. Seo-jun got worried and panicked seeing the warrior rabbit unconscious. He gently picked up the warrior rabbit in his arms and started to shout his name, but the warrior rabbit was still not responding. Seo-jun was getting more and more worried and panicked, but the warrior rabbit remained unconscious. Everyone got panicked and worried, from the baby queen bee to the cart rabbit. Seo-jun started to cry and worry, begging the warrior rabbit to wake up. Slowly, everyone worriedly ran near Seo-jun. The chubby rabbit was taking care of the baby rabbits while the mommy rabbit was crying in shock, and the husband rabbit with all the rabbits was too shocked and worried to talk. Seo-jun hurriedly took his hat and gave it to the baby queen bee to keep it safe. Seo-jun had a plan in his mind to save the warrior rabbit, which was mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Seo-jun slowly approached his face toward the fainted warrior rabbit to give mouth-to-mouth treatment. But as soon as the warrior rabbit sensed Seo-jun's stinky breath, he woke up and spitted all the water stored in his stomach into Seo-jun's mouth. Seeing the warrior rabbit alive, everyone got happy. Momi and husband rabbit tightly hugged the warrior rabbit, while the sickle rabbit was too emotionally overwhelmed to even talk. Well, everyone was very, very happy and glad the warrior rabbit was alive. But Seo-jun, on the other hand, started to cough, coughing all the water out from his mouth that he swallowed, shouting. But after seeing the warrior rabbit alive, Seo-jun also got emotional, and he started to cry in joy. The baby queen bee was also glad to see the warrior rabbit alive, but the warrior rabbit was not happy. He started to shout, asking what Seo-jun was up to while he was fainted. He didn't want his first kiss to be with Seo-jun. He's not gay, you know? Seo-jun also got annoyed, saying to stop complaining, saying he also almost sacrificed his first kiss to save him. Meanwhile, Aileen was watching this joyful moment from her crystal ball. While clinging to her bead sheet, she got a little shy hearing Seo-jun is single, a virgin, and hasn't even kissed anyone, meaning she still has a chance. Seo-jun, still angry and wearing his straw hat, asked if he's really glad that the warrior rabbit is alive. He wondered why the water from the warrior rabbit's mouth was salty. Then the tower manager explained to Seo-jun that the warrior rabbit must have gone to the Sea of Dimensions, which left Seo-jun confused as he heard about it for the first time. So the tower manager explained that the Sea of Dimensions is a place that is in between the floors of the tower. Like there is land in the tower, there is also a vast ocean in the tower, but no one has ever known how to enter that ocean dimension. No one knows what is inside that ocean and how to actually go into the ocean. In some ultra-rare cases, there exist water holes that lead to the dimension of seas, but even if anyone finds it, it is too dangerous to explore it. Like the tower in the dimensional sea, there are also floors from 1 to 100. Hearing one of the mysteries of how sea creatures were appearing in the fresh small pond got solved, then Seo-jun curiously asked the warrior rabbit if he found anything interesting. The warrior rabbit proudly opened his bag, and Theo and Seo-jun watched it with excitement. Finally, the warrior rabbit took out the jelly-like thing he found inside the fish, and the system notified Seo-jun that this is the core of a giant electric eel. This left Seo-jun and Theo shocked. As Seo-jun held the core in his hand, the system explained that this is the core of a giant electric eel that lives 1,000 years, and after consuming it, the user will learn an A-rank skill named Rain and Thunder, but the required to learn the skill was to have a minimum of 10 mana. Well, Seo-jun was very excited and started to shout and jump in excitement, not because of the core of the giant electric eel, it was because now he would be able to eat delicious seafood. Excited, Seo-jun asked the warrior rabbit if he also brought the giant electric eel with him, and the warrior rabbit nodded in reply. Then the warrior rabbit started to pull the onion rope, and the water started to splatter heavily. With a heavy pull, the warrior rabbit pulled the giant eel out, and as soon as everyone saw it, they got shocked. Seo-jun, Theo, and all the rabbits were just too shocked to even talk, and the chubby rabbit, well, he started to drool, thinking how delicious the meat would be. But then something unexpected happened. Suddenly, many piranhas and crayfish started to jump out from the pond. They got attracted to the blood of the giant. This left Seo-jun and everyone shocked. Seeing the pond full of piranhas and crayfish, Seo-jun got emotional. Happily, he raised the warrior rabbit high, hugging him and praising him for bringing all the proteins back into the pond. Everyone was happy, and Theo, well, he just wanted to take a big fat bite of the eel. So Seo-jun announced he would make a very mouth-watering dish with the giant eel, making everyone excited. The next moment, we see Seo-jun making a delicious, soul-touching soup. After it was done, everyone started to eat it. The silver wolves and the whole rabbit family were eating piranha and giant eel soup, while the Terminators were munching on onion leaves. Meanwhile, Theo finally revealed everything that Dongshik said to him, from how Seo-jun's crops made the outside world crazy, and because of that, even his family got into danger. Seo-jun can't believe how his cherries have gotten so popular on Earth, but after hearing that Dongshik is doing everything to make sure Seo-jun's family remains safe, he got relieved. Then he instructed Theo, the next time he meets Dongshik, Theo has to ask him about in detail how Dongshik will protect his family. Theo agreed. Then Seo-jun thought that Dongshik from Phoenix Guild has indeed helped Seo-jun from the start, and he is really grateful to him, so he thought to do something to return the favor. So Theo informed Seo-jun that he noticed that Dongshik really likes Seo-jun's cherry. So Seo-jun decided to gift Dongshik some of his high-quality cherries with other special crops that are not for sale. But Theo was not interested in this. He jumped into Seo-jun's lap and asked for some churros. Seo-jun inserted his hand into his pocket to take the churro out, and the golden eel core rolled out from his pocket, surprising Theo. When Theo asked what that is, Seo-jun explained that it's the core of a giant eel that the warrior rabbit found. Seo-jun got too focused on catching the piranhas and making food that he totally forgot about this. He explained to them that if one will eat it, that person can get a skill. Curious, Theo asked that the golden ball smells delicious and asked what the name of the skill is. Seo-jun said the system said it was something like rain and thunder, so according to the name, it should be an electric skill. As soon as Theo heard the term electric, he backed off and started hissing, saying he hated electric and to put that ugly thing away from him. But Seo-jun, on the other hand, while clutching the core in his hand tightly, said he's very excited. Then he started to laugh loudly, saying from the day he came into the tower, he only learned skills related to farming. But now he got the chance to learn a skill related to fighting, and he finally feels like he has started to become a real player. Curious, Theo asked, why is he not eating the core and learning the skill? And Seo-jun, with a depressed face while sobbing, holding the core in his hands, explained, to learn the skill, one needs to make more than 10 mana, but he only have 8.05 mana, so he can't learn the skill for now. To increase his mana, Seo-jun have to eat the cherry tomato every day to reach 10 mana very soon. Theo, on the other hand, after hearing this, started to laugh his lungs out, saying, he can't believe Seo-jun has so little mana and is so weak. This made Seo-jun angry, and while pointing his hand toward Theo, Seo-jun started to ask, if Theo's laughing so much, that means he must have more mana than Seo-jun, right? But Theo continued to laugh, holding his stomach without replying. Then, after a while of constantly getting shouted at from Seo-jun to tell him how much his mana is, Theo turned around and, while showing his butt to Seo-jun, said he's not going to tell how much his mana is, leaving Seo-jun extremely annoyed. So, to find out, Seo-jun quickly made Theo wear the light-emitting necklace, and as soon as he did, a bright light started to emit that almost made everyone blind, which once again made Seo-jun depressed. He, while banging his hand on the ground, said he can't believe how even a little cat has more mana than him. But Theo, on the other hand, standing beside Seo-jun with a proud face, said not to worry as he will do everything to protect Seo-jun. Then the baby bear also came, trying to comfort Seo-jun. Then Seo saw everyone eating their food dedicatedly, and Seo-jun slowly approached the Silver Wolf gang, asking if the food was to their liking. But as soon as they saw Seo-jun, they bowed down, addressing Seo-jun with respect, saying the food was very delicious, and they are very grateful for it. This made Seo-jun a little awkward, and he said not to bow down to him every time they see him. But the wolves, with great admiration, replied, Seo-jun is sharing such precious food with them. How can they not be grateful and show their respect? Then Seo-jun noticed the captain, a little worried, and asked if he was thinking about his family and all his clan members, how they were doing. The captain replied, Seo-jun is indeed the great black dragon, as he seems mocked. The captain was really worried. Seo-jun was indeed eating his stomach full, but all his family members and his clan members were still hungry. Seo-jun, on the other hand, hearing this, explained not to worry about this small matter. He said the blue moon is going to come very soon, so if the silver wolves help Seo-jun in the field, he will make sure to give them a lot of fishes for their clan members. Hearing this, the wolves once again bowed down and started to praise Seo-jun like a god, which once again left him in an awkward position. Then Seo-jun, addressing Theo as the president, asked to plant and harvest the crops that got delayed. So Theo excitedly went to do his job and commanded the wolves to help. Then Seo-jun turned towards the minotaurs, saying they should also get ready. Tomorrow morning, they have to go on a very important journey, taking Seo-jun with them. This left them confused. When X number 3 asked where they have to go, Seo-jun, with a smirking face, replied, they will be going to meet the Minotaur King, as he has a debt to collect from him. As soon as the Minotaurs heard this, they got bewildered. In shock, all the onion leaves fell from their mouths. As the scene shifts, we come to the waypoint of the 99th floor and see that all the oxes were eating the green onion leaves, which were brought to them by their Minotaur King. All of them were literally in heaven, but why in hell does it seem like they are getting orgasms? Anyways, back on story, but he can't say the same for the Minotaur King. Well, he was ashamed by his action, knowing that he messed up big time. He just went to the territory border to look for Ox 3 and Rainy Mountain, but instead of finding them, he stole these mysterious leaves. As soon as he saw these green leaves and smelled the sweet smell, all his senses at that time vanished. I am telling you, Seo-jun is secretly adding marijuana in them. As soon as he took a bite, all his vision got blurry. He can't even remember the faces of the ones standing there. He only remembers the crimson bear and a small farmer rabbit, that's all. The king knew that he should be disqualified as the Black Minotaur warrior and the Black Minotaur king, but he clenched his fist, saying he will make sure to pay back 10 times the prices for his act, as the blue moon is coming. And after every blue moon, he can't leave the waypoint and go outside to explore for only 1 hour. As a tower boss, he can't leave the waypoint, so he only got that 1 hour. But then he wondered, how in the hell will he pay? This episode begins in Seo-jun's cave, where everyone has resumed their duties. The mother rabbit and her daughter, Sickle Rabbit, are busy harvesting green onion stems, while the baby rabbits transport them away. The father rabbit diligently waters plants with his golden watering can, while Seo-jun focuses on the magical cherry tomatoes, which look as if they've jumped out of a ketchup advertisement. Seo-jun informs Sickle Rabbit and the queen bee that he plans to leave the cave for an extended period, so he wants to harvest as much as possible before his departure. Engaged in intense harvesting, Seo-jun starts feeling quite hot and sweaty, prompting him to ask the queen bee to hold his hat for a while. Eager to be helpful, the queen bee happily agreed. As Seo-jun continues to harvest tomatoes with his named dagger, cutting several at once, a system message suddenly appears, announcing that he has successfully harvested 9 perfectly ripe cherry tomatoes simultaneously. Moreover, he has leveled up from a D grade to a C grade tower farmer. Stunned by this update, Seo-jun is in disbelief as he reads the message. He had been so focused on his work over the past few days that he hadn't noticed how close he was to leveling up. The system further explains that as his job grade improves, his job characteristics are enhanced, bringing him closer to nature and unlocking his hidden talents. Seo-jun can hardly believe what he's reading, but before he can react further, the system notifies him that he has gained the skill Friend of Nature. With this new ability, Seo-jun can now communicate with every entity in the tower, from monsters to even plants. While still processing everything, Seo-jun tests his new skill by speaking with the father rabbit, who is also harvesting crops. To Seo-jun's astonishment, he understands what the father rabbit is saying. Shocked by this revelation, Seo-jun falls on his butt, gasping and exclaiming in disbelief. Then Seo-jun quickly gets up to ask the father rabbit to repeat what he had just said. The father rabbit, confused, looks on as Sickle Rabbit approaches and calls Seo-jun Uncle, inquiring if anything is wrong. Excited, Seo-jun immediately starts cuddling with Sickle Rabbit and asks her to call him Uncle again. However, this annoys Sickle Rabbit, who sternly tells Seo-jun to step back or he will slash him. This comment makes Seo-jun a little angry, and while gently setting Sickle Rabbit down, Seo-jun warns him not to slash or he might get another bald spot. Realizing that Seo-jun understood him, Sickle Rabbit, along with the father rabbit, is struck by the revelation. Seo-jun proudly clears their doubts and reveals that he has awakened a new talent that allows him to communicate with animals. Sickle Rabbit and the father rabbit are thrilled by this news and quickly gather everyone around. When they announce that Seo-jun can understand them, initially, no one believes it. The mother rabbit immediately questions her husband, asking if Seo-jun had picked up and eaten something strange. The father rabbit panics and assures her that he did nothing of the sort. Seo-jun quickly interjects, assuring her that he hasn't picked up or eaten anything out of the ordinary, and asks the mother rabbit if she doesn't trust him. Hearing this, the mother rabbit finally realizes that Seo-jun indeed can understand everyone. The warrior rabbit, with great joy, jumps into Seo-jun's arms, calling him uncle, and eagerly asking if he really understands them. He expresses his desire to talk about so many things with his uncle. Seo-jun sits on the ground, holding the black rabbit in his palm, and addresses all his nephews and nieces: the black rabbit, the watering rabbit, the shovel rabbit, the cart rabbit, and sickle rabbit. He acknowledges that the communication barrier has frustrated everyone, and now that it has been removed, they should discuss everything they couldn't before. Everyone cheers for Seo-jun. Next, the queen bee nervously approaches Seo-jun and anxiously asks if he can understand her too. Seo-jun gently pats her head, confirming that he can clearly hear and understand her now. The queen poison bee is overjoyed and immediately drops the hat as she rushes to hug Seo-jun. The army of their children follows her lead, causing Seo-jun to fall to the ground as all the baby bees and the mother bee happily hug and snuggle with him. After everyone calms down, Seo-jun gets up and decides that he should share this good news with the people outside the cave, too. The father rabbit hands him his hat, and Seo-jun thanks him as he puts it on. Suddenly, he receives another system message informing him that the straw hat has also advanced to rank C alongside his promotion, flooding his vision with numerous new skills. All the skills he acquired from the hat, including protection of Mother Earth, farmer's body, and wishing for a good harvest, have been freed from their restrictions and leveled up. Additionally, Seo-jun has received a new skill from his hat, Growth Promoter Level 1. Curious about the newly acquired skill, he taps it to find detail. It is an active skill that boosts the growth rate of 10 crops for a week without any side effects. The cooldown time between using this skill is 10 days. Seo-jun exclaims that the effect of the growth promoter skill is awesome. He gets an idea about how to use it and goes outside the cave. Seo-jun plants a few sprouts of the special crop he has not harvested even once, the sweet potato sun pumpkin. He plants the sprouts in the ground and, as usual, gains some job experience and skill proficiency from them, and his skill, sowing level 3, increases the probability of the sweet potatoes taking root. Seo-jun then uses his growth promoter skill on the plants, and a golden light covers them. The system informs him that the growth rate of the sweet potatoes will increase for 1 week. Seo-jun is pleased to hear that. He had been waiting for the right time to plant the sweet potato sun pumpkin outside the cave and got the perfect chance thanks to his new skill. Seo-jun believes that using the growth promoter skill, the plants will take root quickly and become more stable. Since there is not much safe space on his outdoor farm, he simply plants them near the green onions and thinks that it should be okay. To his surprise, the green onions planted next to them suddenly start glowing, and the sweet potato sun pumpkin plants begin vibrating like an old Nokia phone. Then, in an instant, they suddenly grow large, leaving Seo-jun surprised by the rapid growth rate. He wonders if this is merely the effect of the growth promoter skill, but the system corrects him. The skill, wishing for a good harvest, was activated on the green onion field, and its energy inadvertently seeped into the sweet potato sun pumpkins as well. Consequently, the yield of the sweet potatoes also increases by 50% until the effect on the green onions subsides. Seo-jun thanks the god of plot armor for this double buff and exclaims that now they can harvest the sweet potatoes even faster. Just then, he hears the baby bear scream and turns around to find that the baby crimson bear is about to pounce on him while shouting, "Dad!" as he jumps. Our poor MC can only scream in horror. They fall to the ground, and the bear cub once again calls Seo-jun Dad, asking if what the rabbit said is true and if he can understand him now. Seo-jun is still trying to process that the baby bear thinks he is his dad, while the bear cub affectionately licks his face. Seo-jun then suddenly shouts that he is not anyone's dad. In fact, he is a pitiful virgin who has never even dated a girl. Seo-jun turns to the baby bear's mom and asks if she is okay with what her son is doing. She first expresses her surprise that he can really hear them. After that, she says she actually likes that her son calls Seo-jun his dad because he is the perfect man in her eye. She thanks Seo-jun for taking her and her son under his care, leaving the pushover of a man no choice. So with this, Seo-jun now has 2 waifus. He then starts to cuddle his newfound son while the baby bear tells Seo-jun that he is really hungry and wants to eat some of the queen bee's juice and Seo-jun's thick onion grass. This excites Seo-jun as he also wanted to eat them and tells the baby bear to wait while he thinks today he will make something special for his newfound son. The next moment, we see Seo-jun harvesting some sweet potatoes. The information window labels them as strength potatoes that are nutritious and delicious, an absolute necessity for any gym bro because Seo-jun's grade reached C. The rank of the potatoes he harvested is also C. When consumed, the potatoes break down 30 grams of fat in the body and even increase strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. And this effect can be stacked up to 10 times per hour. The shelf life of the crop is 90 days. Then, Seo-jun simply steams the potatoes in a huge container and then announces that it is time to eat. In the meantime, the rabbits have prepared other food items like roasted fish and corn. Everyone sits down happily to eat, and Seo-jun thinks that this day is worth including in his diary of getting lost in the tower. He believes that only good things will happen to him from now on. After some time, we see everyone gathering outside the cave, with the baby bear crying his lungs out, insisting on going with Seo-jun. While his mom tries to calm him down, Seo-jun is ignoring him completely and asking Theo if he loaded his bundle with a lot of green onion plants. Theo affirms, stating that he has packed his bundle full thanks to the help of the wolf employees. After that, Seo-jun turns his attention to the bear cub and asks if he is going to act so childishly. He asks the bear cub what he told him as his dad just now, and with tears in his eyes, the cub replies that Seo-jun told him to stay behind and protect his queen bee sister. The queen bee and one of her kids are sitting on his head as he says this. Then, Seo-jun asks him if he is going to keep kicking up a fuss even after those instructions. And the baby bear finally agrees to calm down. But in return, he wants Seo-jun to promise that he will return from his journey soon. Seo-jun touches his forehead to the baby bear's and tells him that he will return as soon as possible. He asks the baby bear if he can trust in his dad and wait, and he nods like a little baby. With that, the leader of the wolves calls Seo-jun the great black dragon and tells him that he will escort him now. Seo-jun rides on the wolf's back, along with the black warrior rabbit, and Theo rides on his shoulder. It reminds me of the scene where Naruto was on top of a pyramid of toads. He also tells the Minotaur couple, ox number 3 and cow number 4, that it is time to depart to the waypoint where the Minotaur King is. They start their journey with the baby bear, waving them goodbye in the back. Thanks to the fast sprinting speed of the wolf chief, they quickly cover the vast distance between Seo-jun's field and the Minotaur territory. Seo-jun compliments Elka on his speed, but Theo and the black warrior rabbit have their eyes covered because of the strong dust. Suddenly, Seo-jun spots a dark and eerie patch of hills in front of him and asks what that is. On first sight, it appears like a forest, but it is incredibly and unnaturally dark, almost like my future. Ox number 3 replies that it is the place where the jerks are, but that is not much of an explanation. Cow number 4 seems to be both the smarter and the sharper one of the two, and she tells Seo-jun about the dark area in detail. She explains that even on the 99th floor, there are many territories. The territory they are going towards belongs to the Minotaurs, while the area where Seo-jun's farm is the territory of the mama bear, aka the red fur. As for the dark forest, it is the territory of someone called the corrupt beings of the West. Seo-jun is curious about them, but cow number 4 doesn't tell him much apart from the fact that they were not always corrupt. She tells Seo-jun that right now it is not good for him to know about the details or to go near the place. She explains that the place is dangerous and urges him not to go anywhere near it. Seo-jun is curious about the corrupt beings and thinks that he will ask Aileen about this in detail later. They take the long way to avoid the dark patch, and then suddenly a ball of mud hits Seo-jun in the face with such great force that it throws him off his ride. Everyone is worried about him. Theo is the first to react, followed by Ox number 3, who asks him if he is all right, and then by Elka, who is terrified that someone dared hit the Great Black Dragon. Seo-jun gets up and tells everyone that he is fine while wiping the mud from his face. After he looks at the mud on his hands, he looks ahead and finds a herd of minotaurs eating mud. Just seeing it makes me want to puke. But Seo-jun realizes that the minotaurs have to eat mud because there is nothing else to eat in this place. He also understands that this food scarcity is the reason they get so crazy the moment they see anything green. As Seo-jun is still sitting on the ground, the Black Warrior Rabbit joins him and even asks Theo to come down. The cat acts like an entitled brat and declares that he won't come down since he hates stepping on mud. While Elka apologizes to Seo-jun for letting that happen, cow number 4 takes charge. She asks who dared throw mud at their guest, and a minotaur who looks like he is a bully comes out to greet the couple who have not come home since a long time. He asks them where they have been spending their time so amicably, and then notices the guests. He tells Ox number 3 that he is too weak to bring any toys to this place and asks him to give them to him so that he can play well with them. That earns him a crushing punch to the face from our rainy mountain. The punch sends the bully wannabe spinning in the air before crashing down on his back, and I think this is pretty much what will happen in the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. With that, cow number 4 declares that they have no time and they must immediately go to the Minotaur King. Her boyfriend is just fangirling over her from behind, and I am starting to wonder why someone as good as cow number 4 would settle for him. In the meantime, a Minotaur rushed to their king's side to inform him that the Minotaur couple is back, but they have brought some strange-looking guys with them. Before the Minotaur King can inquire any further, Ox number 3 and cow number 4 appear before him. They declare that they have arrived with guests from Redfur's territory, and this makes the rest of the Minotaurs a bit anxious. The Minotaur King is relieved that they have come to meet him themselves, as now he doesn't need to waste his precious time going to them. Then he was about to welcome the farm rabbits, as in his perspective, the farm rabbits seem to be the ones growing the grass. But he gets surprised as he notices that the only white thing among them is Seo-jun's t-shirt. The Minotaur King asks if he doesn't look like a white rabbit and inquires who the white-looking creature was. Seo-jun politely introduces himself by his name, but this was the first time for the Minotaur King to see a human, so he thought Seo-jun was the name of a new species. The Minotaur King continued, saying from the looks of it, Seo-jun seems very weak, and if the mama bear was bullying him by forcing him to work, he doesn't have to fear, as he, the Minotaur King, will himself protect him. He states it's his rule to protect the weak from the bully bastards, and he knows for a fact that the mama bear is a bully. Well, Seo-jun is about to give him a fact check and tell him that he is mistaken about something. First, he doesn't work under the mama bear. Instead, she and her baby help him out. Second, he is not here to ask to be saved from unfair treatment, but rather to complain about something. Seo-jun tells the Minotaur King that he is here to get compensated for what he stole from his farm 3 days ago. Seo-jun tells him with a smug expression that unless he wants to be labeled a thief, he must pay up what he owes him. This made the Minotaur King furious. He doesn't take his words kindly and starts raging at Seo-jun, daring him to say that again. He crushes the rock underneath his feet, asking how dare lowly beings like him accuse him of stealing. He refuses to accept the allegation that the strongest being on the 99th floor, the Minotaur King, is a thief. Seo-jun is barely holding his ground in front of the Minotaur King's mighty roar. But even as he keeps his hat from flying away, after settling some time, Seo-jun, also furious, starts to shout at the Minotaur King, asking if he is not a thief. Then was it his ghost that came to his farm and stole the onion leaves? Upon hearing his words, the other Minotaurs start doubting if the human is telling the truth. They wonder if their boss really stole the grass they ate 3 days ago. Seeing them question him, the Minotaur King does a 180 on his stand and tells Seo-jun that there seems to be a misunderstanding. So, with a polite tone, the Minotaur King began to make excuses, saying he can only travel far from the waypoint for only a few hours, and he didn't have much time to talk. As his whole clan was on the brink of destruction from hunger, he took the grass, but he was obviously going to pay Seo-jun back after all. He is the boss of the 99th floor. The Minotaur King was still a bit nervous about his answer and just laughed to hide it. He then asks Seo-jun what his wish is, so that he can fulfill it. He is ready to give him rare or legendary grade items. But Seo-jun is not interested in any of those. Instead, he asks the Minotaur King if he can let him use the waypoint. The Minotaur King is taken aback and asks him to repeat, and Seo-jun says that the price he wishes for is being allowed to use the waypoint. Well, the Minotaur King thinks that it is acceptable and decides to honor Seo-jun's wishes. He calls him forth to fulfill his desires, and Seo-jun is extremely happy that he will finally get out of the tower. He climbs on the platform and walks towards the waypoint, dreaming of going outside. He notices the giant floating crystal and reaches towards it. As Seo-jun touches it, suddenly the system notified Seo-jun that as he never saved any waypoint in the entire tower, and this is his first waypoint, Seo-jun first has to save another waypoint to fast travel. Well, this shook Seo-jun's entire world. He really thought he would finally be able to get out of the tower. The Minotaur King started to explain that it is because Seo-jun is someone who was not born inside the tower. He doesn't know how Seo-jun came to the 99th floor, but the rule of the tower states that all external entities must register themselves on the waypoints at each floor, starting from the first floor. That is the only way to go outside for someone who was not born inside the tower. The Minotaur King tells Seo-jun that with only the 99th floor on his list, he is not eligible to go to another floor. That was enough to break him down, and Seo-jun falls to his knees as his hope to escape the tower is shattered. Theo is worried about him and tries to comfort him, but Seo-jun quickly bounces back from his depression, at least on the outside. He sighs, claiming that ever since he came to know that this place is on the 99th floor, he knew deep down that there would be no way he could use to get out of this place. It still feels a bit sad now that he has confirmed the fact that the Minotaur King is right behind him. He seems to have something else on his mind. He tells Seo-jun that he is sorry about the situation he finds himself in, but their deal is complete. He allowed him to use the waypoint, and he accepted it. The Minotaur King says that because of this, he no longer owes any debt he must repay. Seo-jun, who would go all out against even the tower manager for being greedy in such situations, doesn't even have the energy to fight back. He gets up, telling Seo-jun that indeed he is no longer indebted to him. The Minotaur King wants to take no risks, so he tells Seo-jun to go back now. But he cuts him mid-sentence and suggests making an offer instead. The Minotaur King is furious that an insignificant being like Seo-jun is daring to make him an offer. Well, Seo-jun is not going to be intimidated by it, and he simply asks Theo to open his bundle on his command. The cat merchant leaps off his shoulder and opens his bundle to let a river of freshly harvested green onion leaves flow out of it. The green onion leaves are piled up in one corner of the Minotaur King's platform, and all the overgrown bulls are amazed to see it. They start drooling and panting as they recognize the tasty grass they had a couple of days ago, and find it hard to hold back their urges. Even the Minotaur King is sweating as he asks Seo-jun to explain what this is. Seo-jun smugly tells him that this is just a gift to show his goodwill to the Minotaurs. He claims to be doing this with the sole intention of getting along with his neighbors on the 99th floor. The Minotaur King probably couldn't hear anything after Seo-jun said gift, and he has also started drooling because of the grass. Seo-jun then suddenly sighs, saying that he is also a bit troubled. He tells the Minotaur King that recently he has been expanding his field, and so he needs a lot of manpower. He says that if they expand the field some more, everyone here can eat this type of delicious grass 3 times a day. With that, Seo-jun finally comes to his point and winks, while asking the Minotaur King if he would like to make a deal with him now. Meanwhile, outside Seo-jun's cave, the baby bear queuing has become a fat chunk of sadness waiting for his dad to return home. Suddenly, he sees something in the distance that alerts him, as well as the queen poison bee. Seo-jun has returned home, riding on the wolf captain Elka. He waves to King, who immediately dashes to his side, exclaiming that his dad is back. The queen bee and her children also follow him. King starts cuddling with Seo-jun, who asks him if he has been a good boy. The bear cub replies that he was a good boy who didn't even cry. As King is licking his human dad, the father rabbit comes there and remarks that Seo-jun is back rather quickly. He asks if the negotiations went well, and Seo-jun replies that they went really well. He suddenly signals to someone in the distance and begs them to come towards him. Immediately, a group of minotaurs arrive there, stunning the parent rabbits. The minotaurs have heard the gist of their job description from Seo-jun and think that they just have to dig the ground. Seeing his rabbit friend so shocked, Seo-jun explains that these minotaurs will help them plow the field. He reveals that he struck a deal with the Minotaur King and received permission to do whatever he wants with the entire wasteland on the 99th floor. The minotaurs are raring to go, and they ask Seo-jun where they should start from. Meanwhile, King is fawning over them because he has never seen so many buff gym bros at once before. He approaches the minotaurs and says that their muscles look really cool. The minotaurs have heard some details about the bear cub from ox number 3, and they remark that he looks more brave than what they had heard. King exclaims that he is really close to ox number 3, who is like his respected elder brother. He says that he was the one who guided ox number 3 around the field, and he will show all the newcomers too. King tells the minotaurs to follow him, and they are quite eager to do so and begin their work right away. Seo-jun can only fawn over King's cuteness as he sees him go, and then he thinks that it is time to prepare some food for the Minotaur workers while the farmer rabbits are eager to join him. Theo is just lazily sleeping on top of the wolf, dreaming about Quengi. The Minotaur King only hopes that believing in Seo-jun is the right choice. He then smirks as he recalls his good neighbor's remarks and predicts that the 99th floor is going to get noisy now. The next day, the queen poison bee gets to work rather early. They spit honey into glass bottles that Theo had bought earlier. It's kind of gross how honey is made, but who cares because it's so sweet. Seo-jun is amazed by the amount of honey the bees have already made because he thought that they would be busy preparing for the blue moon. The queen bee sits on his head while the chunky rabbit loads the honey bottles into his cart, and King can only drool looking at the bottles filled with his favorite snack. Seo-jun asks the queen bee if they have increased their numbers recently, and she seems quite proud of that. Seo-jun then gives a bottle of honey to King, but tells him to eat it sparingly. After that, he turns to the mama bear and asks her if she is going deep inside the forest today. She affirms, stating that she must go somewhere far away since the blue moon is tomorrow. Seo-jun says that in that case he will pack them a lot of food along with some extra bottles of honey, and King is excited to hear it. Just then, Elka arrives there and addresses Seo-jun as the Great Black Dragon. He nervously tells Seo-jun that the wolves must also go down to their home to face the blue moon. Seo-jun tells him not to worry about anything because he has prepared a meal for them too. Behind him is a literal mountain of crayfish and piranhas among other food items. Seo-jun remarks that the Black Warrior Rabbit made many trips to the Sea of Dimensions to hunt enough seafood for them. The wolves freak out on seeing the large amount of food, and they bow down to thank the Black Rabbit, who tells them that it was no big deal. Then, Seo-jun starts wondering how the wolves will carry this much food. Elka tells him that they also have their simple assisting bundles that can carry a lot of things, even though they cannot be compared to a merchant's bundle. The three wolves throw their assisting bundles in the air, and the food gets sucked into it completely. That reminds me of every time I order pizza with my homie. With that, they prepare to take off and tell Seo-jun that they will meet him again after the blue moon ends. Hing and his mom also join them as they are going in the same direction, and Seo-jun waves them goodbye. With the Black Rabbit by his side, He thinks that since everything else is sorted, he should also start preparing for the blue moon. He looks a bit tense and then immediately propels his biggest simp, tower manager alien, into action. She sends him a message asking if he is worried about his field again. The Black Warrior Rabbit leaves to help his parents and to give his human uncle some privacy. Seo-jun admits that he is a bit uneasy since the blue moon is approaching. Alien asks him, "Didn't I tell you to trust in me already?" She asks him if he didn't see her step in and subdue the monsters during the blue moon for him, and he replies that she did. Whenever the blue moon appears, monsters go berserk. A month ago, during the last blue moon, Seo-jun often thought about it when Ox number 3 ruined his outside field. Everyone tries to minimize the damage their actions cause by going away from the fields or staying hidden. That works for the fields inside the cave, but the fields outside are still defenseless, and they hold the vast majority of his green onion crop. This time, Seo-jun shared these concerns of his with Alien, and she clearly told him that she would protect the field. He doesn't understand just how she's going to protect the field, but he is now sure that the black dragon he saw during the first blue moon was an alien. He tells her that he believes in her, and the great black dragon is happy to receive praise from her human crush. She tells Seo-jun to believe in her and plant a lot of crop. With that, she starts stretching to begin her own preparations for the blue moon. Alien opens the doors of her cabin and climbs up a huge staircase to reach the top of her tower. On the top floor, there are huge magic stones that look exactly like the waypoint. We then finally see our favorite dragon home, which is a black tower situated on a floating island high above the clouds of the 99th floor, which is even more vast than previously revealed. Alien takes in the refreshing breeze because it has been a long time since she left her room. Wait, so she is like all of us? With that, she begins her preparation. Alien uses her authority as the tower manager and activates the system, turning into the Tony Stark of dragons. Standing in the magic circle and with multiple system windows open in front of her, she declares that it is finally her turn to step in. To keep Seo-jun's field safe, all preparations to endure the blue moon have been made. The rabbits are locked in their cozy homes to stay safe from the effects of the blue moon. Seo-jun has also created a safe spot using rocks to hide a spark of flame within. He is satisfied with his craftsmanship and says that since they only need to protect the embers to keep the fire going, this much will be enough. Suddenly, he hears a crying sound and turns around to find Theo cuddling with the young baby rabbits. Theo is in tears, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the cute yellow baby rabbits are now going to turn into adults?" While he is touched by this development, as the cool uncle, Seo-jun is not so pleased by his reaction. Seo-jun assures him that there will be nothing to worry about and gives Theo one special thing for safekeeping. It is a cocoon of another queen poison honeybee, and Theo is quite shocked to see it. Seo-jun explains that just this morning, the queen poison bee left the cocoon for him before sealing her hive. He says that because the beehives have gotten bigger, the number of queen bee cocoons is also increasing. Seo-jun prefers the increasing number of beehives as well, but in moments like this, that becomes a tricky thing to handle. Theo tells him not to worry and promises to keep the cocoon in his soft fur. Just as the cat merchant enters his bundle, the sky turns dark, and Seo-jun realized that the blue moon is here. A few moments after that, the cave echoes with the screams and roars of the baby rabbits that reach maturity under the influence of the blue light. They turn into ferocious monsters briefly, and despite having seen it the last time, Seo-jun can't get used to it, and I fully agree with him. Suddenly, he hears a loud roar coming from outside the cave, and he shuts his ears. He wonders why there are monsters nearby because this shouldn't happen. He wants to see if an alien came here to deal with things, but as he walks out into the open area of the cave, he finds the murder rabbits looking at him. Seo-jun is taken aback, and he remembers that the last time, the rabbits immediately turned into normal adults rather quickly. He wonders why these rabbits are still looking at him violently. They don't stop at just looking and immediately take a stance to leap at him at any time now. Seo-jun is on the verge of wetting his pants, and asks the kids to get it together. They obviously don't listen to him and pounce to attack him. Seo-jun hides his face while screaming, but then suddenly, the black dragon alien flies over the cave. The rabbits freeze where they are, and Seo-jun happily shouts Alien's name as he looks at the sky. There is another unexpected thing happening outside the cave. A weird and creepy tree monster called the branch ant has suddenly made its way to Seo-jun's outside field. The monster is berserk because of the blue moon, but then it sees something that makes it question everything. The branch ant sees the great black dragon flying in the sky, and it gets so terrified that it immediately runs away. However, the black dragon in the sky is not an alien, but just a hologram. The real alien is in her tower, controlling the hologram using her Iron Man-level technology. She laughs while asking whoever may listen, "What do you think of my performance?" This illusory magic tool was created for her by her grandfather. It is especially helpful during the blue moon, when Alien cannot leave the administrator area, but still wants to keep the monsters in check. On top of that, Alien tweaked the hologram a bit to make it look like her adult version. She can remotely control the hologram over the entire 99th floor. However, it is possible to maintain it effectively only if it is as high as the clouds, and it will disappear if it gets closer to the ground. Alien then giggles to herself, thinking that Seo-jun will think that this is what she really looks like. She is pleased with that and decides to fly the holographic dragon a bit more before the blue moon ends. Back in the cave, Seo-jun is really impressed that the monsters have really gotten quiet ever since Alien appeared. Suddenly, he notices a bright light coming from the murder rabbits, and they instantly transform into fuzzy bundles of cuteness. Seeing the rabbits turn into proper adults comes as a relief to Seo-jun. He hugs them, telling the rabbits how glad he is to see them as adults. But the rabbits he hugs tell him to loosen his grip. The other rabbits call him Uncle and ask him what happened. Seo-jun would answer their question, but then he sees the blue moonlight hitting his crops and a whole bunch of them sparkling after they absorb it. He is happy and says that they should harvest the blue moon crops soon. He is steaming regular sweet potatoes and the blue sweet potatoes side by side. He lays them out on a giant platter along with some blue cherry tomatoes. Well, some of the blue sweet potatoes are not the normal kind, but actually the Sweet Sun pumpkin potatoes, and there are also some blue strength potatoes in the mix. Seo-jun counts them all and says that they harvested 13 blue cherry tomatoes, 3 blue potatoes, and 7 blue sweet potatoes this time. That seems less than the number of glowing plants, but maybe he is just bad at math. Seo-jun thanks Alien for helping him out and presents a bowl of blue moon crops to her. He tells her that the potatoes and sweet potatoes are hot, so she must cool them down before eating. Alien thanks him and also tells Seo-jun to leave all the issues of the blue moon to her in the future as well. With that, she receives his offering as she is lying in her comfy bed. She has covered her wings with pillows and even has a cloth over her eyes because she is tired from operating the hologram. However, she thinks that it is worth it because she got some blue moon crop. Even though the sweet potatoes are comparable to a peanut in her hand, she thinks that she should try out the remedy to cure her dragon heart. She eats 1 sweet potato and 1 pumpkin and finds that her heart is really beating again. Unlike the last time when it was abrupt, this time Alien can feel a stable flow of mana. Suddenly, she gets a system message in front of her. Alien wonders what the meaning of the message is as she reads it. It says that the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, honey potatoes, has been accomplished. Alien realizes that this can only mean one thing, and she looks into her magic orb to find Seo-jun pouring a generous amount of honey on a blue potato. She is not happy that he is doing this. Alien complains, "How dare he give me only potatoes while he is creating a delicious dish for himself?" However, she suddenly gets another system message telling her that she can award the one who accomplished the forgotten dish achievement with a special job skill. Alien laughs to herself, thinking that she will give Seo-jun something that is perfect for the tower farmer. Back at the cave, Seo-jun's special dish has been completed. Other than the taste enhanced by the energy of the blue moon, this special dish can increase the mana of the person eating it by 0.3 points. Seo-jun says that potatoes with honey are as delicious as potatoes with salt. He wants to eat it, and the rabbits are drooling over the dish too. However, one of the responsible rabbits comes in between Seo-jun and the other rabbits. He reminds them of what their dad said. They have been told to yield all the blue moon crop to Seo-jun. The other rabbits ask him why they should do that, and he replies that it is because Seo-jun is weak. Seo-jun gets serious emotional damage on hearing this, and he cries as he apologizes to the rabbits for being weak. The rabbits encourage him to eat the blue potatoes and say that they will just eat the normal potatoes and sweet potatoes. Seo-jun shamelessly takes the offer and takes a bite out of the honey potato. He feels that he will get addicted to this wonderful taste, while the system window tells him that his mana has been permanently increased by 0.3. Suddenly, he gets another system window in front of him that tells him that he has completed the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, honey potato. Seo-jun can only wonder what it is about and asks if he really got an achievement for putting honey on a steamed potato. He gets a message from Alien saying that she nods her head while looking at Seo-jun, who has completed a wonderful achievement. She immediately issues a new quest to Seo-jun, asking him to treat the tower manager to the honey potato. The reward is a job skill, and the penalty for refusing is the disappointment of the tower manager, who says she won't show it. Seo-jun still finds it hard to believe that all this is happening just because he put some honey on a steamed potato. However, since he is curious about the job skill, he accepts the quest. He asks Alien if he can make the dish with a normal potato instead, and apparently her answer is positive because that is what he does. Seo-jun pours honey over a bowl of normal potatoes and gives them to Alien, completing his quest. The skill he acquires as a reward is Cooking Level 1. The description says that the taste and effectiveness of the dishes made using ingredients grown in the tower are slightly improved. Seo-jun is shocked to read that he has cooking skills. Even the tower system said, "Let him cook." Another screen pops up in front of him, displaying the list of registered recipes. There is only one recipe in there, and it is the honey potato. The description just talks about how the dish is extra tasty and how it increases 0.3 mana permanently as a result of the skill Cooking Level 1. Seo-jun gets a very small mana boost, which is too small to be displayed on screen. The grade of the dish is C, and its shelf life is 1 day. Seo-jun asks if he can gather recipes, saying that he is not even surprised now. He wonders if he should choose being a chef as his side job after becoming a farmer. But first, Seo-jun decides to make more honey potatoes for everyone to eat. He asks the rabbits if they will help him, and they are eager to do so. With this, Seo-jun finds an event worth mentioning in his diary of getting lost in the tower. In the western part of the 99th floor, which is the dark forest where the corrupted beings live, a lone branch is sneakily walking back. It is the same tree monster that approached Seo-jun's farm earlier, but was scared off by Alien. Now, as the tiny branch end walks silently, it accidentally trips on a root protruding from the ground and falls. However, it is not just an ordinary root, and the poor little tree monster is going to learn it the hard way. A giant, menacing wooden claw comes towards it, and the confused branch is captured by it. It struggles and screeches to be freed, but all is in vain because it is not strong enough to free itself from the grip of whatever creature is holding it. Then, suddenly, the giant claw smashes the branch end to the ground, crushing it entirely. It turns out that the giant claw belonged to a huge tree monster called the corrupted ant, which is what the Minotaurs cryptically warned Seo-jun about earlier. The corrupted ant, which is like a dead and dry tree with multiple red eyes in the hollow cavity of its trunk, immediately starts running deeper into the forest. The blue moon is passing away, and as the sun returns to its former glory in the sky, the ant tries to get away from its light. It is not alone because there are many other corrupted ants in the forest, each as menacing as the last one. On the other hand, Seo-jun is peacefully enjoying lunch and tea with his rabbit friend, and he has not noticed a small sapling growing out from underneath the burnt green onion leaf. What can it be? Only time will tell. On the other hand, Elka and his two subordinates are back with their tribe on the 75th floor. Everyone is happy because there is a pile of food in front of them, and Elka is distributing it. He gives a fish to a baby wolf who thanks him and then gets ready to leave. Another wolf asks him if he is going to leave right away, and he replies that he must leave since the blue moon is over. It turns out that the second wolf is Elka's wife, and she asks him to stay a little longer so that his kids can see his face when they wake up. Even a fictional wolf mercenary has a wife and kids, and here I am, as single as can be. Elka just holds his wife's hand, telling her that now he serves the great black dragon, so he cannot afford to waste any time. He promises to be back soon, and with that, he leaves for the 99th floor along with his trusted partner. At the same time, in the passageway village, someone is in a great hurry as they run from their pursuer. The people in the street can only stare at them with curiosity as 3 gray rabbits are running for their lives. One of them is slow and left behind, and while he asks his friends to stop, their pursuers catch up to them. The pursuer, who is a jackal mercenary, slaps the rabbit into the air, and his partner blocks the path of the other 2 rabbits. They are terrified and gasp as they are cornered, but their screams reach the sensitive ears of Elka. He turns around to see where it is coming from, while his underlings ask him if they are not leaving. Meanwhile, the jackal mercenary has caught a rabbit by its throat and calls him a slave, asking where he was running off to. Another rabbit is under his foot, and he asks the first rabbit if he has any idea how many floors they have climbed to catch them. The second jackal laughs at the audacity of the rabbits to think that they could outrun them, before suggesting that they should have rabbit meat tonight. He laughs, saying that their boss won't find out if only 1 rabbit is missing. The jackal opens its mouth wide, and the rabbit in his hands has already accepted its fate. However, just then, a heavy punch hits the jackal's head, forcing his mouth shut. The hit from Elka sends the jackal crashing into the ground, and the wolf chieftain catches the rabbit in his hand. The other jackal recognizes Elka as Grid's subordinate and nervously asks him why he is attacking them. He claims that they are chasers who are out to capture runaway slaves and tells Elka that if Landlord Grid finds out about this, he won't be pleased. Elka simply replies that he doesn't care if they snitch on the fat wild boar or not. He threatens the jackal to get lost before he bites his throat off with his sharp fang. The jackal is terrified, so he drops the rabbits, picks up his injured partner, and struts away from the place. In the meantime, Elka's subordinates have also arrived on the scene, and they are concerned that he did something unnecessary. He apologizes, saying that he couldn't help it. The third wolf then asks him what they should do about the rabbits, because if they leave them here, the jackals may return to capture them. The rabbits are too terrified of them and can only cower in fear on the floor. Elka sighs as he decides to take them along for now, because they can be of some help to the Great Black Dragon, which is who he thinks Seo Jun is. For those of you who might have forgotten, this is happening on the 99th floor. Seo Jun has gathered everyone for a big announcement. He proudly declares that after eating the blue moon crops recently, his mana finally reached 10. Well, no one is too impressed by that rookie figure, and Theo, who just woke up and chose violence, asks Seo Jun if that is something to boast about. Seo Jun is flustered, as he tells him not to interrupt him in between. He then announces that now he can eat the insides of the eel and obtain the new skill within it. Theo is in a savage mood today, and he yawns as he asks if he can go to sleep now. Seo Jun yells at him to go to sleep after seeing his new skill. He eats the insides of the eel, which are quite delicious and taste like orange soda. After he is done eating it, a system window pops up in front of him, telling him that he has learned the skill Rain and Thunder, level 1. But since he lacks a significant amount of mana to use the skill properly, it is still locked. The 2 sub-skills under his skill, namely Make It Rain and Throw Thunder, have been sealed for the safety of the user. For now, the only part available to Seo Jun is to make dark clouds according to his mana, and if the environment is right, there is a low probability of rain. Seo Jun freaks out at the system and asks if this is a skill or an iPhone that he has to buy a separate charger. He asks how it is rain and thunder if both rain and thunder are sealed. He then decides to check out whatever is available to him and uses his power to create clouds. Suddenly, the moisture in the air takes the shape of a cloud, but it is a teeny tiny cloud that covers about as much area as a normal person. While everyone else, including Seo-jun, is disappointed, King is impressed and claps for his dad's performance. Seo-jun is so depressed that he used 1/3 of his total mana, but the result was so small. The rabbits have had enough of his lame show and declare that they are going back to work. Theopathy comes there and tells Seo-jun that he is cool because his magic covers the sun. He tells him that it will get bigger later, and Seo-jun is moved to tears because of this. He hugs the bear cub, saying that, as expected, he is the only one for him. On the other hand, Theo is still trolling Seo-jun. He lays on his lap and tells him that it is a good thing that the sun is not bothering him like this. He also asks Seo-jun to move the cloud a bit to the side to properly cover him. Seo-jun finds him annoying and puts him down when suddenly Elka and his crew return. Seo-jun welcomes them back, but then he notices some unexpected guests with them. He is curious about the 3 shivering rabbits in front of them and asks who these guys are. The ragged and tired rabbits are on the verge of crying, and they beg Seo-jun not to eat them. I'm not saying that I am going vegan, but seeing these rabbits, I at least get the point that vegans are trying to make. Seo-jun is also worried about the rabbits who seem to be injured all over. He asks Elka where he picked them up, and the wolf chieftain hesitates to tell him the full story because he is not yet sure how Seo-jun will react to it. But before that can happen, the mother rabbit comes there and drops her tool as she sees the gray rabbits. The father rabbit is also there, and he is as shocked as his wife. He screams at the rabbits that they are still alive, and the gray rabbits finally see a ray of hope. They call the father rabbit their uncle and run towards him and his wife. That's a K-drama level. Family reunion as the rabbit couple, and the gray rabbits have an emotional reunion. Seo-jun is left puzzled, curious about their shared history. Meanwhile, Seo-jun and all his friends watch the gray rabbit devour food with a look of utter surprise on their faces. The reason behind this is that the gray rabbit is eating as if it hasn't eaten anything in a long time, which seems to be quite close to reality. One rabbit is so hasty in eating carrots that one gets stuck in his throat, and he starts coughing. The mother rabbit offers him some water, while Seo-jun tells the gray rabbits to slow down and take their time because their food is not going to run away from them. The gray rabbit thanks Seo-jun while chugging water, calling him the Great Black Dragon because that is what he learned from the wolves. Seo-jun simply asks the rabbit to call him just by his name, and Elka panics upon hearing that. Seo-jun makes up a reason that calling him the Great Black Dragon every time is too long. Also, he considers Elka and the Silver Wolves as part of his family, so he doesn't want them to go through any formalities and call him by his name. Elka accepts this suggestion, even though he still fumbles a bit and almost calls Seo-jun the Black Dragon again. The other wolves are also happy to hear that Seo-jun called them family. Then, Seo-jun looks at the gray rabbits while a few climb on his lap and demand kwengi. The gray rabbits have some very useful job. One of them is an artist, the second is a wood craftsman, and the third is an architect. Seo-jun is impressed that they are technical experts, but before going into that, he wants to know more of their story. First, he verifies that they were running away from the farm that was exploiting them by climbing up the tower, and Elka saved them from their pursuer. He then asks what floor they ran away from, and one rabbit tells him that they came from the 55th floor. The father rabbit freaks out as he hears that they came from the 55th floor, startling Seo-jun and Theo. The father rabbit asks a gray rabbit if he was on the 55th floor until now. He rattles him as he asks him about the kingdom, the king, queen, and princess. Then he asks the rabbit what happened to the monsters. Seo-jun asks him to calm down and explain things so that he can also understand them. Meanwhile, the mother rabbit takes the poor gray rabbit out of her husband's hands. The father rabbit gets overshadowed by gloom as he begins reciting the story. A long time ago, the 55th floor was the kingdom of rabbits called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Someone is a Dragon Ball fan, I guess. Seo Jun asks the father rabbit what he means by was. He is curious about the current state of the kingdom. The father rabbit says that several decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. Before that tragedy occurred, the Red Ribbon Kingdom of rabbits was a very peaceful place. They grew crops on rich land and consumed healthy food thanks to the white farmer rabbits. They also had beautiful architecture and culture because of the various artists and professionals. The rabbits lived peaceful lives because they had a lot of black warrior rabbits present to protect themselves. Then, one day, everything changed when a gigantic horde of murder hornet-like monsters attacked them. While the other rabbits ran away, one solitary black warrior rabbit stood his ground as the guardian of his people. Sadly, the efforts of the valiant rabbit were in vain. He met a tragic end underneath the broken statue of their greatest warrior. Not long after that, the prosperous Red Ribbon Kingdom fell into ruins. As the father rabbit finishes telling the most terrible story known to rabbit kind, he says that the monsters that destroyed their kingdom appeared out of nowhere in the chaos of destruction. The king, the queen, and the princess went missing, and the people who had no one to look up to were scattered. They tried to escape the place while surviving the monsters, and the rabbit couple were among the few lucky ones who succeeded. As Seo Jun thinks about the story, he realizes that it was indeed strange to find rabbits here on the 99th floor because it didn't look like a place suitable for them. The father rabbit tells him that they believed that the bug-type monsters swallowed the entire 55th floor, and they would never have thought that there were still those who remained there. The gray rabbit adds to this story. He says that their family and remaining rabbits who could not escape the onslaught of the monsters through the passage were just waiting to be killed by the monster. But then, suddenly, for no evident reason, the monsters disappeared as rapidly as they had appeared. And, in the wasteland that once used to be their kingdom, someone was waiting for them. Elka angrily takes the name of Landlord Grid, the greedy wild boar. The gray rabbit shivers as he hears the fearsome name. He says that Grid commanded a massive wild boar tribe and called himself the Great Landlord. He took control of the 55th floor that had lost its owner, and that was how the exploitation of rabbits began. They were forced to become slaves under the watchful eyes of the wild boars. The Red Ribbon Kingdom was morphed into a large farm under Grid. Instead of the diverse activities that the rabbits did, this new farm just produced vast amounts of food. The gray rabbit says that they couldn't just stand it, and his friends begin to cry. Seo Jun tells them to calm down and asks them to take some rest first because they have gone through a lot. He asks the black rabbit to lead them to the cave and lend them his bed. The black rabbit asks the gray rabbits to follow him, and along with his parents, he takes the gray rabbits into the cave. After they are gone, Seo Jun remembers that the guy who hired the wolves to look for the straw hat was also Grid. Elka affirms, saying that Grid is an extremely wealthy pig who exerts considerable influence over the tower through food. The wolf chieftain curses Grid, calling him a disgusting wild boar who exploits the residents of the 55th floor. He even thinks that the way he took advantage of an opening to usurp the 55th floor looked like it was intentional. Elka says that he is ashamed that they worked under him for the short time they did. Even Theo agrees with this. He says that most of the food in the tower is distributed through the Merchant Association. The cat merchant has heard that most of that food comes from Grid's farms. Now, Seo Jun is a bit nervous after learning this, and he asks Elka if there is a possibility that Grid may come to the 99th floor. Elka replies that no matter how much he tries or how much money he sends, the greedy wild boar will never be able to reach here because there will be no mercenaries willing to escort him. Elka believes that most mercenaries are cowards who wouldn't dare face monsters stronger than them. Seo Jun sighed, saying that he can rest assured for now because Grid won't be able to chase after the rabbits. Well, at the same time on the 55th floor, what was once the palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom has now turned into Grid's castle. Inside that, on his throne, sits the greedy pig named Grid. He yells at the two jackal mercenaries, daring them to repeat what they said to him once again. The terrified jackals tell him that the silver wolf, Elka, betrayed them and even took away the rabbits they were chasing after. The second jackal even shows his wound to his master. Grid's assistant remarks that Elka was not trustworthy in the first place, and Grid doesn't mind his betrayal. He scoffs, saying that once the food in the tower hits rock bottom, Elka will come crying and begging him to save his clan. He then asks his assistant if their preparations are going well. The assistant pig replies that they are suppressing the distribution of food throughout the tower. A few complaints have been raised by the merchant union, but it is still within their control. The greedy pig laughs, saying that things are going nicely. He begins drooling with a menacing grin as he says that this is an opportunity just like the one that allowed him to overtake the 55th floor decades ago. This reminds me of some billionaires we have on Earth, but I won't take any names. God says that this time, it won't end with just one kingdom and one floor. The entire tower will be in his hand. He begins laughing loudly, sending his spit and snot flying everywhere like the disgusting pig he is. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Seo Jun wakes up from a peaceful sleep and then wakes Theo, who is sleeping next to him. Theo wants to sleep more, so Seo Jun heads towards the pond to freshen up. He is shocked by what he sees there. There is a wooden wash basin that draws water from the pond using a green onion pipe. Not only that, there is also a ladle that fills his heart with joy. As Seo Jun washes his hair, he wonders if the gray rabbits built this. He thinks that with this, he can easily wash his hair and even his back. Just then, he hears Theo shouting to get his attention. He leads Seo Jun to another corner of the cave where the mother rabbit is cooking food over a stone stove that comes with a wooden chimney. Right next to that is a perfect wooden dining table with spoons and chopsticks on it. Seo Jun is still trying to process it. Theo tells him that the rabbits made something this amazing. Not only did they make a stove that will make cooking safe and efficient, but they also made tables and utensils to eat the food properly. As Seo Jun is watching the spoon and chopsticks with awe, Theo shows him a bowl that the three rabbits made for him, and it even has his paw print on it. He has learned the names of the three rabbits, which are Pimik, Pipik, and Pirik. Theo says that they keep making something or another, saying that they are thankful to Seo Jun for letting them stay here. In the background, one gray rabbit is carrying a wooden log, while another is giving a blue cloth to the side rabbit. The gray rabbit says that this is his way to thank her for taking care of them yesterday, and it raises the scythe rabbit up. Seo Jun approaches the rabbits, who thank him for letting them into his home. They say that they are still lacking in many things, but they still want to help him in any way they can with their ability. Well, Seo Jun just holds the hands of the rabbit because this was something he was looking forward to as well. He asks the rabbits if they would be willing to stay here and work for him. Soon after that, Seo Jun introduces the three gray rabbits named Pimik, Pipik, and Pirik, who are going to stay with them. They greet everyone and express their hope to get along well. The parent rabbits and their first-generation kids also welcome them warmly. Seo Jun mentions that now that they have some highly skilled craftsmen on their side, their farming will also improve by one whole level. The gray rabbits are pleased to hear that and assure Seo Jun that they will prepare everything they can. Seo Jun already has something on his mind and asks the gray rabbits if they can create houses for the white farming rabbits first. The new batch of baby rabbits has finally become adults, so they need some houses. On top of that, the gray rabbits also need some houses. The second-generation rabbits are not going to do well on their own, to put it politely. Seo Jun knows that they need to be independent, but he can't count on them to build their own houses. One of them has dug a pit, and a second rabbit is sleeping there because he is satisfied with that. Nearby, another rabbit is hiding under a pile of leaves. The architect, Gray Rabbit, tells Seo Jun that it is his specialty to create homes for rabbits, so he can leave everything to him. Theo climbs on Seo Jun's shoulder, telling him that he also needs a mobile home, but Seo Jun reminds him that he has his bundle. The gray rabbits, alerted by this conversation, say that they can make a cat tower. After that, the rabbits notice Sand's green onion bedding and ask him if he also does not have a home. He replies that he just sleeps on green leaves because that is enough for him. The rabbit suggests that they should make a home for him too. Seo-jun is surprised to hear that and asks the rabbit if he can really create a home for him here. The rabbit says that it will be difficult to create a house fit for him inside the cave, but it will not be difficult outside the cave. On top of that, there are a lot of trees there, so they don't have to worry about the raw materials. Seo-jun is happy to hear this and says that he would really love to have a home. He mentions that lately he has been staying out of the cave quite a lot to look after his outdoor fields. On top of that, since he has a lot of allies there, including the mama bear, the minotaurs, and the silver wolves, he thinks that since they are all strong, his security is almost guaranteed. Seo-jun decides to leave the construction of the house to the architect rabbit and asks him if there is anything he needs. The rabbit says that they would prefer it if they could make some bricks for stronger houses. For that, they need some mud or fine sand, and they ask Seo-jun if they can find anything like that on the 99th floor. Thinking about mud, Seo-jun recalls the exact place where they can find it. He takes the gray rabbits straight to the Minotaur territory and asks them what they think about the mud here. The rabbits find that the mud has just the perfect amount of moisture, and there are also some dried leaves mixed in it. He claims that it will be the perfect material to make some bricks. Seo-jun is glad to hear that, but the Minotaur King is not. He asks Seo-jun why he needs the mud because this is food for the Minotaurs. Seo-jun tells him that they need to make a new deal. He says that the architect rabbit, Pimik, is going to teach them how to make bricks. He says that if they allow them to make bricks using it and supply the mud, they will get green onion leaves. The gluttonous Minotaur King doesn't let Seo-jun complete his sentence and specify the details. He excitedly takes the offer right away. He tells all his Minotaurs to stop eating the mud because then they won't have enough to make bricks. The Minotaurs are confused, but they obey their king. Seo-jun is satisfied and thinks that they will be busy for a while now. Well, he is indeed going to be very busy, and so are his friends. King uproots a tree to show off his strength to the little rabbits, and they are impressed. However, right behind him, his mother has easily plucked 2 big trees. The black minotaurs are also working as tractors to plow Jin's field, and the increased workforce of white farming rabbits further cultivates the plowed land and grows green onions on it. They use their rakes and shovels to create furrows in the ground, while other rabbits use their respective watering cans to water the vast fields of crops growing outside. In between, the bear cub, Queuing, and the wolf chieftain, Elka, spar to become stronger, and Seo-jun just cheers them from the sideline. He pats King for his good performance and rewards him with his favorite snack, a bottle of honey. Even Elka starts drooling when he sees the bear cub drinking honey, and Seo-jun gives him a bottle too. While Elka is initially nervous, he accepts his generous gesture. Seo-jun then takes help harvesting crops from the chunky cart rabbit and the chunky rabbit of the 2nd generation, whom we will now call Chunk 2. Seo-jun uproots a bunch of the newest and highest quality crop on his farm, which is the sweet pumpkin sun potato. Because the plots were blessed by his passive buffs, he harvests 15 sun potatoes in one go and gains a good deal of job experience, thanks to the various bonuses and experience gains. He levels up and gets a bonus stat. He is happy to get a lot of sweet potato sun pumpkins, but then complains that it is too hot. He kind of preferred it when there were no dialogues in between. Seo-jun uses his skill to create a cloud over his head to give him some shade from the sun. As he uses the skill, his proficiency in using it increases. He then looks at the huge pile of green onion leaves in front of him and says that while the rabbits are creating houses, he should also ask them to create a sturdy warehouse outside. Suddenly, Theo approaches him because he is planning to go down the tower. Now, he tells Seo-jun that he has packed a lot of cherry tomatoes from the cave just now. Seo-jun asks him if he still has some space in his merchant bundle. He wants to try selling the detoxifying green onions to the hunters too, because there might be some hunters who need them. Theo says that he will take 100 of the green onions for now, and Seo-jun tells him to do his best and says that he should have a little snack before leaving. As Theo approaches the pile of green onion leaves, he wonders if it will even sell well. But since Seo-jun has never been wrong about business, he decides to trust him. Despite that, Theo isn't really fond of the green onions because they are a bit too pungent for his tastes. As he is taking his sweet time, Seo-jun tells him to come back as quickly as possible. Theo is distracted as he replies to him, and as he turns around to face Seo-jun while putting the green onions in his bag, he puts a bunch of sweet potato sun pumpkins in it as well. My reader instinct is telling me that this is going to lead to massive plot development. Unaware of his innocent mistake, Theo runs towards Seo-jun, and the Minotaurs also come there for snack time. Meanwhile, something eventful is happening on the 67th floor of the tower, which is a dense forest with reptilian life form. A green frog sits on a tree branch, croaking without a worry, but then an arrow comes and pierces its head. The one who shot the arrow was a lizard man archer who planned to have a feast out of the dead frog. He climbs down to the dead frog, which is much larger than I expected. However, before he can start eating, a red bug monster comes there and starts eating the frog. It is the same monster that destroyed the 55th floor of the tower. The lizard man doesn't care, and he eats the monster as a source of protein. That would have been the end of the story if a huge horde of bug monsters were not present nearby. They give death stares to the sole lizard man, and then suddenly attack him. The poor lizard man can't do anything as they swarm him. As the bug swarm is done with him, there is no trace left of the lizard man, save for his bow and quiver in a crater on the ground caused by the attack of the bugs. The bug monsters fly deeper into the 67th floor, signaling a great disaster. Meanwhile, Alien suddenly gets some notifications while she is sleeping peacefully in her home. The notifications keep ringing and she is forced to wake up with irritation. She complains that she was finally able to get some good sleep, but now the system alert is blaring so loudly. I would say that I can relate, but no one messages me. She decides to check the messages through the magic crystal ball, and they erupt all at once. Alien has more than 1,000 unread messages that freak her out. The message says that there are about 5.3 billion red locusts who have infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower. Alien freaks out even more on learning that the red locusts are back because they are monsters that invade the tower from the outside. It has been 100 years since the last time the locusts invaded the tower. At that time, Alien's grandfather was in charge, and he somehow resolved the issue. Thanks to that, he was able to barely stop the destruction of the 55th floor. Back then, Alien used her manager's authority to connect to the external communication channels, but the system told her that it was unable to do so. Alien is frustrated now that she can't contact her grandfather for help. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of her, telling her that 0.1% of the 67th floor has been devastated by the red locusts. Within a couple of seconds, she gets another message telling her that the number has increased to 0.2%. Now, Alien is utterly perplexed and wonders what she should do. However, she could not connect with him and panicked about how to deal with this situation. Back on the 99th floor, Seo-jun has started cooking. He has cut and cleaned the eel that the Black Warrior Rabbit had brought with him earlier and removed all its fat. By the way, isn't the eel too old to be fresh? Well, it isn't an issue for Seo-jun because the main thing he wants right now is the fat of the eel. He melts the fat in a thick pan and then places the eel's meat in it. The delicious aroma of fat, turning the meat pieces golden and melting, drives him crazy. Even Theo can't stop drooling on Seo-jun's shoulder because the fried eel looks so tasty. Just then, the side rabbit comes over and tells Seo-jun that she has cut up the sweet potatoes and potatoes, just like he had asked. Seo-jun thanks her, and then places the fried eel meat on a platter. He picks up the diced potatoes and sweet potatoes and tells everyone to step away from the stove for some time because hot oil may splatter, which can be quite dangerous. However, Theo is already planning to taste the fried eel meat, and even the Black Warrior Rabbit is curious to see what Seo-jun is cooking. Seo-jun tells him that he is going to make something even tastier than the honey potatoes, and the Black Warrior Rabbit is stunned because he doesn't think anything could be tastier than honey potatoes. Well, Seo-jun asks them if they have ever heard of candied sweet potatoes because that's what he's going to prepare next. He drops the diced pieces of sweet potatoes into the eel fat to fry them. He is glad that he could get so much oil from the eel after frying its meat, because this will be super useful. First, Seo-jun fries the sweet potatoes until they turn brown and crispy on the outside, and then he pours honey directly into the pan. He stirs and lets the honey simmer over the sweet potato cubes, and the result is some really juicy and appetizing candied sweet potatoes. I don't know about you, but I'm literally drooling. It turns out that candied sweet potatoes are also a recipe that can be registered in Seo-jun's cookbook. The system window shows that it has been registered, and Seo-jun has achieved the accomplishment of creating his second dish because of cooking it. Seo-jun's proficiency in cooking level 1 has also significantly increased. Everyone is looking at the delicious candied sweet potatoes, and Theo and the Black Warrior Rabbit can't stop drooling. Next, Theo asks Seo-jun to fry his fish like the potatoes too, and Seo-jun obliges and puts the whole piranha into the frying pan. The system window labels it as a fried piranha, but doesn't give it a recipe status. While Theo drools upon seeing the fried fish, Seo-jun is surprised that it was not counted as a recipe. He wonders what the standard is to consider something a recipe, and then decides to prepare candied potatoes too, while the oil is still hot. Seo-jun exclaims that finding recipes is fun, and Theo asks him to slather honey over his fish too. That's not going to be a really good combo, is it? After that, Seo-jun calls everyone to eat. Everyone is excited to see such a great amount of food before them, which includes many new items too. The Minotaurs eat their staple green onion leaves and say that eating food after hard work tastes the best. Meanwhile, the chunky rabbit is transporting carrots. The wolves also relish the fish and soup. Theo has also eaten his eel, and he cannot seem to even move now. He lies comfortably on Seo-jun's lap and reminds him that he has to go down now. Theo also knows that he should get going now, so he tells the wolf employees to come with him. Before leaving, Theo notices a big platter of food next to Seo-jun and asks him why he is saving that. Seo-jun replies that he was saving it for Alien, but she is not answering no matter how much he tries to contact her. The food has gone cold, and on top of that, Seo-jun has to keep Queen Paws away from the food reserve for the tower manager. Theo asks him if Alien is sleeping right now, and he replies that it would be a relief if that were true because he feels that something is off. Seo-jun can only hope that nothing is going on with Alien. Well, he is just hoping against hope, because Alien is overwhelmed handling the situation on the 67th floor. She is trying her best to open a communication channel outside the tower, but is failing with each attempt. The system turns red and tells her that it failed to connect to anyone, and Alien realizes that she cannot solve this problem with her power. Her dragon heart has barely started to heal, but that does not change the fact that she is incompetent as a tower manager. She buries her face in her palms, saying that she doesn't know what to do. The system windows in front of her boost this feeling of hopelessness, and there is another system window that constantly keeps her updated about how much damage the 67th floor has endured. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Passageway Central Management Headquarters, an emergency meeting has been called. Different species living in the tower have gathered together. Among them is the leader of the Wandering Merchant Association, Mason of the Fox Tribe. Then there is the leader of the Free Mercenary Association, Hannibal of the Tiger Tribe. And to top it off, there is the leader of the Magician Association and the most powerful mage in the tower, Iona of the Hamster Tribe. I have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen such a cute magician before. Well, there is also our fox inspector, Jairus, among the guards of the meeting, or at least I think it is her. She is surprised to see Iona in the meeting because she has heard that the top 7 magicians of the association usually never appear in public. However, there is another unusual thing here. The heads of the three main organizations in the tower have gathered in one place, and Jairus can only wonder what is going on. The fox merchant Mason starts the meeting by telling everyone that it has been a few days since the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor. According to the wandering merchants under his control, he has gained information that roughly 2/3 of the 67th floor has fallen to the red locusts. He explains that right now, the lizard men have put up the final frontier near the waypoint, and they are desperately defending it. Despite that, the situation is not easy. The tiger mercenary Hannibal asks him if the wandering merchant passageway is still under control. He wants to know the possibility of the red locusts infiltrating other floors through the passageway. Mason says that since red locusts are invaders from outside the tower, they cannot use the passageway since the tower won't allow intruders to do so. The passageway is safe, but that does not mean that the threat of the red locusts is not great. Mason says that if they reach the waypoint, they will try to reach other floors. Hannibal realizes that the 68th and 69th floors will be the first to fall. Other members at the meeting panic because those floors are one of the 5 major granaries of the tower. Those floors are where the Lizardman Kingdom's farm is located. At this rate, the red locusts are not a problem for the lizardmen alone. Mason believes that a great famine might occur again, and some of the younger merchants are not aware of what he means. It is time for our cute hamster magician, Iona, to speak up. She says that the Great Famine occurred a few decades ago after the 55th floor was annihilated. She says that currently the granaries are distributed across several floors of the tower, but at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom of the Rabbits was the largest food supplier in the tower. She tells how the massive red locust invasion broke out, and as a result, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed. Iona then curses the wild boar, Grid, who squeezed through the gap in the defense and took control of the place. Mason asks her to calm down and says that Grid is a good man. First, he isn't a man, and second, he is not good by any means. However, Mason believes that Grid was the one who rebuilt the granary of the tower back then. Iona scoffs at his words. She asks the fox how he can call the greedy wild boar a good man when he is exploiting the rabbit tribe and shutting down all food distribution lines to the rest of the tower. Hannibal gets furious on hearing this and tells Iona that she is taking it too far, and Mason tries to calm him down. Suddenly, someone mentions the Black Dragon and asks if the Great Black Dragon, who is supposed to protect them, is going to take any action. Everyone thinks that they don't need to worry because the Black Dragon will come to save them. Iona just sighs at their ignorance. She hops from her seat and lands on the table, telling everyone that 200 years ago, and several thousand years ago, the red locusts had infiltrated the tower. At that time, the Great Black Dragon protected the tower, and the red locusts were annihilated quickly. However, the last time the red locusts appeared on the 55th floor, for some unknown reason, the Black Dragon did not step in to solve the situation quickly. The situation was fixed only after half of the kingdom's citizens were wiped out. Iona says that the disaster that took place then still affects the world, and many places have not yet fully healed from it. She claims that at this time, it has only been a few days since the red locust invasion started, and there is no guarantee that the Black Dragon is going to appear quickly this time. She declares that they should stop the red locusts with all their might until the Black Dragon appears. Otherwise, the order of the tower will collapse. Iona declares that under her command, the Magic Tower will dispatch 200 war mages to deal with the situation. She asks the other leaders of the tower what they are going to do. While the only thing he could think of was how to erase proof of his greatest blunder, meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Seo-jun is frantically searching for the sweet potatoes and the heap of green onion leaves. He can't find a single one of the sweet potatoes and is in full panic mode because of it, almost like me when I can't find my iPhone. Seo-jun screams that he has to plant a new batch of sweet potatoes, but there is no way to do it now. He clutches his hair tightly as he freaks out that the recently harvested sweet potatoes have vanished into thin air. He suddenly gets the realization that Theo might have something to do with it. However, he doesn't suspect the cat merchant of taking them away. Instead, he believes that Theo must have safely transplanted the sweet potato shoots to another location while he was busy harvesting the green onions. SEO June complains that he wanted to try a couple of them and decides to punish Theo for taking action on his own when he returns. I am willing to bet $100 that Theo will get his position as the permanent sales cat snatched from him when Seo Jun learns the truth. Well, there is something else to distract him from the issue right now. The seed store window opens up in front of Seo Jun, who suddenly realizes that 1 month has passed since the last time the seed store opened. He had forgotten about it as usual. Seo Jun decides to check up at the seed store, which shows him 4 kinds of random seeds. At his current level, Seo Jun can purchase as many seeds as he wants, with a maximum expenditure of 5 tower coins. This time, the seeds on offer are 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 5 Chinjang pepper seeds for 0.5 tower coins, and 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 tower coins. Well, that nicely adds up to the 5 tower coin limit, but there is also a 4th and rather remarkable option. This time, it is just 1 flame bean seed, which is worth a full 5 tower coins. Seo Jun is quite curious about the flame bean seed because just 1 seed costs a whopping 5 tower coins. Well, money is not a constraint for our filthy rich, but he is worried about the condition that he can only buy seeds worth 5 tower coins at a time. He thinks that if he buys the flame bean seed, he won't be able to buy anything else. The risk is too big to take, despite the fact that the flame bean seed will definitely be worth its price. Seo Jun decides not to take a risk this time and picks up the things he is familiar with. He selects the strawberry seeds and the pepper seeds, because they will give him the familiar flavor he is yearning for. Also, since there are more rabbits in his care now, he needs more carrots to feed them, so he buys the carrot seeds too. Buying the 3 items fulfills the limit of 5 tower coins, and the system verifies Seo Jun's purchases and deducts the money from his account. It also gives him 50 seed store mileage points, and now he has a total of 56 seed store mileage points. The system thanks him for using the seed store, and then the window vanishes. The seeds fall into Seo Jun's hand in the same old luxury pouches, and he is happy that he has a lot of things to plant now. Just the thought of eating strawberries and the local Chinjang pepper revitalizes him. He approaches the daddy rabbit and tells him that he has bought more carrot seeds from the seed store. The father rabbit is astonished to hear this good news. Seo Jun says that they should quickly plant them and asks the father rabbit if he can leave this work to him. The rabbit is eager to help him and tells him to leave everything to him. Seo Jun tells him that they will keep expanding their fields above ground and asks him to cheer up, so the rabbit dad does exactly that. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the city of Gangnam, where the tower is located, the weather is nice. The old man Taijun, who is the former head of the Phoenix Guild and Kim Dong-shik's mentor, is on the rooftop. He admires the fresh air and the view of the tower because it has been a long time since he came out of his refrigerator-like room. He asks his student Si-hyuk if he doesn't agree with him, and he replies that he doesn't know too much about that. However, he takes this chance to remind his master that he is not in a condition to be outside. He tells Taejin that if he lets his guard down, the curse of the flame affecting his body may spread. He asks him to go inside for his and everyone else's safety, but Taejin is not happy. He says that Si-hyuk has gotten better at ruining his mood and asks about his personality type according to the MBTI test. Taejin doesn't care about that silly test or zodiac signs. Taejin then moves on to the important thing and remarks that they will soon be having a deal with the wandering merchant, Theo. He asks Si-hyuk if Dong-sik is on the 37th floor right now, and he affirms. He also adds that Dong-sik is having difficulty conquering the boss of the 38th floor, which is the deadly tarantula. The boss monster has created its nest at the waypoint, which is why the hunters cannot go to the next floor. One of the biggest reasons for that is that the poisonous gas released by the tarantula is difficult to neutralize, even with healing magic. Most hunters claim that it is impossible to enter the nest without an antidote made from the blood of the poison spider, which is the servant guarding the nest. Moreover, finding an alchemist who can prepare the antidote is also very difficult. Taejun realizes that this is the reason Dong-sik's team has not made any progress in the tower. He then asks Si-hyuk if he is the one who is guarding Seo-jun's family while Dong-sik is in the tower. The old man asks him to report to him if anything happened. Si-hyuk says that ever since Seo-jun's family has been moved to the Hanam province, they are constantly being watched by bodyguards. Also, since they want to live their lives normally like before, the guards are monitoring them from a safe distance, so they are not bothered by them. Si-hyuk reveals that recently there was an attempt by a foreign association to get close to them. They sent some attractive TikTok models to lure Seo-jun's younger brother, Saedol, so that he could let them get closer to Seo-jun. However, Saedol's friends made sure that he didn't give the girls his contact information or go out drinking with them. Wait, why does one of the guys look exactly like Seo-jun? Well, Taejun laughs upon hearing the reports, but that laughter turns into a cough. Si-hyuk is worried about him, but Taejun tells him that he is fine as he pops a magical cherry tomato that looks like a small candy in his hands. Sik asks if that was a cherry tomato, and the old man affirms. He says that after eating the cherry tomatoes, overcoming the curse of the flame has become much smoother for him. He says that tomatoes are a very useful item, and they are quite tasty as well, so they will surely help a lot of people in the future. That is why Taejun believes that Seo-jun is a talent that they should not let go of. He begins walking back to his room while telling Si-hyuk to remind Dong-sik that he promised to bring Seo-jun to his office once he comes out of the tower. He laughs for no reason as he goes inside. Si-hyuk watches him, wondering if the old man finally went inside. However, he trusts that there is definitely a way to release the curse of the flame affecting his master, and he is sure that if the task is up to Dong-sik, he will find a cure at all costs. Well, right now, Dong-sik is in the dungeon fighting a horde of spider monsters. The monsters keep coming no matter how many he kills, and he realizes that it won't be possible to defeat them all. He tells his teammates to retreat and regroup, but then one of his teammates yells at Dong-sik that there is a spider above him. It is too late for Dong-sik to react as the spider is already about to pierce his head, but then suddenly a woman leaps towards the spider to save Dong-sik. The woman is none other than Suha, Theo's #1 fan, and she blocks the spider's attack with her sword, but gets a drop of its poison on her face. She pushes the spider's claws away and then draws out her lightsaber-like sword to stab it in the head. The spider strains and struggles as it dies soon. The rest of the crew comes to them and asks Dong-sik and Suha if they are all right. Dong-sik tells them that Suha got hit by the spider's venom, and the healer tries casting healing magic on her. It doesn't work, and Suha is still struggling to stay alive. The healers tell Dong-sik that they can only stop the spread of the poison, and if they stop casting the healing magic, the poison will begin spreading again. Dong-sik and others search their pouches and find that they have used all their antidotes. They don't have time to run to an alchemist to buy more and wonder what to do. Suddenly, Theo arrives there, looking for Dong-sik. Theo asks him why he is here and not waiting at the usual trading place. Dong-sik is taken aback to see him, and he takes a moment to recall that today was trading day. He had forgotten about it because he was too occupied with the battle. Theo then notices Suha on the ground and asks Dong-sik why his underling is sleeping on the bare ground. He gets on her chest and tells her to get up because he needs to take some selfies with her. Even though they are barely holding together, Suha still compliments Theo's fur. Dong-sik tells the cat merchant that Suha was affected by the spider's poison, and he understands that she must be in pain. He keeps his paws on her face while telling her to keep resting. Dong-sik tells Theo that at this rate, the girl will lose her life and asks him if he knows of a place that sells antidotes. Theo replies that there are no alchemists nearby, but then he remembers that he is the hero's assistant, so he has some heavy plot armor on his side. He begins rummaging through his bundle as he tells Dong-sik that he has something. He brings out the detoxifying green onions with a doodin sound effect and tells the hunters what they are. Dong-sik can't believe that Theo has a detoxifying green onion, and he immediately begins reading its information window. He finds that the cat was not lying, and the onion can detoxify any poison of grade D or lower for 1 hour when consumed, and the effect can be stacked 10 times per hour. Dong-sik realizes that the green onion can really detoxify the spider's poison. He helps Suha up and asks her to eat the onion stem. She munches on it lazily, and suddenly the poison damage on her face vanishes, just like her lethargy. She exclaims that her body has gotten unbelievably lighter. Theo clings to her leg and says that it is a relief. Suha grabs him and starts cuddling with him. She thanks him for saving her life and calls him the best cat. Theo acts proud and says that this was nothing. I don't know why, but I ship Theo with Suha, but please don't cancel me for this. Well, Theo is not going to be sidetracked from the main love of his life, which is making money. He tells Suha to give him 5 tower coins in exchange for the green onion, and says that he will keep them cheap because she is a friend. In response, she only calls him a villain merchant. Then Dong-sik approaches him and asks him where he got the detoxifying green onion. Theo simply replies that it is a new crop that he's selling. Dong-sik freaks out on hearing that because it makes him feel that the god of plot armor is on his side as well. The deadly tarantula poison is just a B+ grade, and with the detoxifying green onion, raiding the 38th floor will become much easier. Even Dong-sik thinks that Theo is the lucky golden cat, but Theo is kind of annoying by the way he is looking at him, and he was about to say he would buy all of them, but a rude voice from behind stopped him, startling both Theo and Dong-sik. It was a guy with a mother-father-looking face from the Royal Knight and Wizard Guild, one of the wealthiest guilds. He questioned Dong-sik about how he could trade secretly with the wandering merchant, claiming it was against business ethics. Dong-sik, still in shock, wondered how they knew he and Theo were having a secret meeting. Were they spying on him? On the other hand, the Royal Knight was furious and questioned Theo whether wandering merchants do this type of favoritism. He threatened Theo that if he does favoritism, he will complain about him, and then Theo will lose all his customers. Meanwhile, Dong-sik, hearing all this, started to get annoyed, as cherry tomatoes and green onions are items that can only be purchased from Seo-jun and Theo. Whatever people do, it will not affect Theo's sales at this point. They were just trying to pressure Theo. So now the question was, how was Theo going to handle this situation? Theo, on the other hand, was in deep thinking. A lot of people were watching him, and he didn't want to ruin his reputation. So Theo decided to keep an auction, like always, to sell his items. Theo asked if anyone had any objections, and with everyone's agreement, the auction started. Theo slowly put his hand on his bag and with a smile, took out something special. He took out a basket full of cherry tomatoes, and this mother with no father was looking at the cherry tomatoes with lustful eyes. Then Theo announced that today he would be selling C-grade magic tomatoes in batches of 500, first with a total of 6,000. Now, hearing the word C-grade, everyone got bewildered and shocked. They couldn't believe Theo now had C-grade item. They started to gossip before the shock about the green onion even settled. The news of C-grade tomatoes shook everyone. They couldn't believe that it hadn't even been a month since D-grade items started to come, so how could C-grade items have come this fast? Then, one by one, everyone, like mad, started to bid high tower coins, from 350 to 400, and even as high as 700 in an instant. Seeing all this, Dong-sik panicked. He tried to stop his guild members from buying any cherry tomatoes as their main goal was the detoxifying onion leaves, but it was too late. His guild member had already purchased a good amount of cherry items and was holding them as if they were their girlfriend, which they and you all don't have. Dong-sik was just standing there, annoyed. After that, it was time for the detoxifying onion leaves. Theo once again put his hand on his magic pouch, announcing he had a total of 100 detoxifying onions, and he would be selling them in batches of 10. At this moment, Dong-sik's team member realized how badly they had messed up. As soon as the auction started, Dong-sik aggressively bid 130 tower coins, but the other party had saved their tower coins and started to hike the price, making Dong-sik extremely angry. The auction continued, but one by one, even before Dong-sik could bid anything, the Royal Knight guy with insanely high bids started to buy every batch. not letting Dong Shik even speak. Like that, the auction finished with the big melon girl taking cute pictures of Theo selling detoxifying onion leaves, and Dong Shik was too depressed. He fell to the ground as he only managed to secure 10 green onions. If that was not enough, the mother from a different father with an ugly smile started laughing at Dong Shik, taunting him as he bought all the green onions. They continued to taunt Dong Shik for not managing to command his team, which let them buy all the green onion. With a wicked smile, the Royal Knight and Wizard Guild left, saying the Phoenix Guild could stick on this floor and they would climb up first. Now, Dong Shik's teammates realized how dumb and useless they were and started to apologize to their captain, saying they got blinded by the cherry tomato. Dong Shik, being a kind-hearted guy, forgave his dumb teammates, saying it's fine as the world doesn't end here if their guild lags a bit behind. But just then, the big melon girl called Dong Shik, saying Theo had come and he had something to say to him, making Dong Shik confused. After that, we see Dong Shik and Theo sitting alone, and once again, their secret meeting began. There, Dong Shik explained everything that happened outside the tower, how he helped Seo Jun's family move to a safe place named Hanya Dong, where his guild was protecting Seo Jun's family. After listening to all the details, Theo started to write everything down on a paper so that he could relay every detail to Seo Jun without any mistake. Dong Shik continued to explain that since the Korean Association is taking turns to guard Seo Jun's family tightly, Seo Jun doesn't have to worry at all and can focus on his mission because Seo Jun is a very talented and genius hunter from South Korea. After writing all the details, Theo, while taking something out from his pouch, first thanked Dong Shik from Seo Jun's perspective, saying Seo Jun said he wanted to reward Dong Shik for doing so much for his family. Dong Shik, hearing this, got a bit shy and tried to say he was just doing his duty, but before he could finish his sentence, Theo took out a big basket full of C-grade cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions. Theo explained that inside the basket there were 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 green onions. This left Dong Shik speechless. He just stood in his spot with his mouth open, shocked, not knowing what to do and how to express his happiness, as 50 green onions were more than enough for his team to climb the next floor. Then Theo continued, saying Seo Jun also said that Dong Shik can ask for anything from Seo Jun in the future if he needs anything, and he will be selling all the good stuff at a cheap price. This was a reward from Seo Jun's side for protecting Seo Jun's family, but Dong Shik had to keep this a secret from everyone. Dong Shik, after hearing all this with a big smile, agreed, saying he would keep this between him and Seo Jun, and he would try his best not to repeat the situation that happened early. Well, the matter with Seo Jun's family is also a top secret anyway, so this was a win-win situation for Dong Shik. But it was not the end. Then Theo, with a confident smile, first laughed, confusing Dong Shik, then with a mischievous smile, he announced to Dong Shik that he had a secret item that he could exclusively sell to Dong Shik, but only for today, making Dong Shik curious and more confused. Meanwhile, at Seo Jun's place, the Minotaurs were building a modern house. Some were doing the roofs, some were holding huge bricks, and some were chopping wood, while the Gray Rabbit was giving everyone instruction. Seo Jun was just standing there, amazed with his mouth open. He couldn't believe how fast the work was progressing without any modern equipment. It had only been a few days, but the exterior part was almost complete. The Gray Rabbit, with a polite smile, replied that it was all thanks to the Minotaur's hard work that the pace was this fast. He continued explaining that the details about the interior must be done by the 3 siblings, so the interior would take some time. With that, Seo Jun, along with the Gray and Warrior Rabbits, went inside the house to discuss the design of the interior. But the baby bear, on the other hand, was watching them from behind and also wanted to go inside the house with his daddy. Seo Jun was inside the house giving instructions about where the bed and other stuff would be when he heard a rumbling sound. He immediately ran toward that direction, finding it was none other than the baby bear trying to get inside the house. Seo Jun got scared and panicked and shouted at the baby bear to stop, as the whole house was shaking and it could crumble if this continued. Seo-jun politely explained to the baby bear that he couldn't come inside the house. This made the baby bear a little sad, and he questioned why he couldn't come inside. Seeing this situation might get out of hand, Seo-jun, with a more polite tone, first tried to calm the baby bear, explaining that he is too big for the house and the door is too small, so if he tried to enter, the whole house would collapse. "Does you want to destroy his dad's house?" he asked. The baby bear realized everyone's concerns and replied that as a good boy, he didn't want to destroy his dear dad's house. He just wanted to spend some time with his dad. Seo-jun then, while cuddling the baby bear, started to walk him away from the house, saying, "Why don't he lick the queen bee's special juice in the corner that he liked very much? As his dad have work to do inside the house. Once all this work is finished, he promised to play with the baby bear. But for now, the baby bear have to sit calmly like a good boy." Well, the queen bee was not happy about this, as once again the baby bear would suck her dry. But what could she do? After that, we see the baby bear sitting calmly with the baby queen bee sitting on his head. He was holding the bee's special juice in his hand and watching Seo-jun work. While watching and sipping the bee's juice, he began to feel sad again. He just wanted to spend time with his dad. Slowly, he started to get emotional. The baby queen bee noticed this and started to pat the bear's head to calm him down, but this only made things worse, and he started to cry, saying, "If only I was small like the rabbits, I could also follow Seo-jun." The baby queen bee also panicked, not knowing what to do. She tried to calm the poor baby down, but it was no use. Suddenly, the tears of the baby bear fell on his hands, and they started to glow, confusing both him and the baby queen bee. Meanwhile, the minotaurs were having their lunch, and Seo-jun was discussing with the gray rabbit what would be a good ingredient for the bed. Initially, they thought of using green onions, but the gray rabbit said that if they used green onions, the bed would be too hard. But just then, a scream calling, "Seo-jun, Dad!" with excitement startled Seo-jun. He turned back, but even before he could do anything, a mini-sized Kyung dashed into Seo-jun, which Seo-jun thought would kill him from the pain. The impact sent Seo-jun flying back, and he fell onto the pile of green onions. This shocked everyone. After Seo-jun caught his breath, he was still dizzy from the impact, but before he could recover from it, someone started to lick him on his face. Voila! In front of Seo-jun, there was a mini version of Kyung, all excited that he was small and would be able to spend all his time with his dad. Well, on his chest, there were 3 honeycomb-like structures. Seeing this, even Seo-jun was confused and surprised, wondering what was happening. The episode kicks off with Seo-jun getting a shock, seeing small Kyung sitting on his chest, and Kyung, on the other hand, was extremely happy. Seo-jun slowly got up and picked Kyung up. He was still shocked and confused. Even the gray rabbit and the warrior rabbit were shocked and clueless about everything. Shocked, Seo-jun asked Kyung what happened to him and how he became so small, shrinking back to the size when Seo-jun first met him. But just then, the system notified Seo-jun that Kyung had evolved into a crimson giant honey bear. Guys, confused and shocked, Seo-jun asked Kyung if he evolved into a honey bear, just like how the husband rabbit and warrior rabbit evolved. But Kyung was as clueless as you are about your future. But he was damn happy that he became small again. Even the warrior rabbit was very happy and started to pat Kyung, saying now that he's small again, they'll be able to play like old time. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was curious, thinking, can Kyung not get bigger anymore? Just then, to answer Seo-jun's question, Kyung first took a deep breath and suddenly started to grow bigger, surprising the warrior rabbit and the gray rabbit. Even Seo-jun got surprised and fell back onto the green onions. After that, we see Kyung grew double his size, and now he was almost as tall as the Minotaur. Kyung was standing with a proud smile, and the warrior rabbit was like a tick sticking on Kyung's back. Ox number 3 was just watching this curiously, and Seo-jun was all excited, seeing Kyung now can change his size according to his will. Then, Ox number 3, after analyzing everything, commented that according to him, it seems like the thought of wanting to become smaller made Kyung evolve like this, and he got this ability. Seo-jun Listen to Ox number 3's explanation deeply, and Ox number 3 continued, saying this sometimes happened among young monsters. Some monsters from the bottom of their heart want something, and the tower grants them their wish this way. But this is extremely rare and only happens when they are truly desperate. Seo-jun got shocked hearing this explanation, and Kyung once again instantly shrank back to tiny size, once again surprising Seo-jun. But before Seo-jun could think any further, Kyung suddenly jumped and clung to Seo-jun's leg, all excited and happy. After hugging Seo-jun for a while with an innocent face, Kyung asked, addressing Seo-jun as Dad, if he could now go inside his house. He asked now that he is smaller. Can Seo-jun hug him and love him like he does with Black Rabbit and Theo? Seo-jun, on the other hand, listened to this with a sad face. He realized what Kyung was feeling. All he wanted was some love from his dad, and Seo-jun was too busy with work and he was ignoring this sweet, innocent kid. Seo-jun got emotional, and he instantly hugged Kyung tightly and remained like that for a while. Seo-jun realized his mistake, and with a warm and polite tone, first apologized for not understanding his feelings and promised to love and hug him till he gets satisfied. Seo-jun stood up, holding Kyung in his arms, and started walking, telling Kyung that they'd now go take a look inside the house together. The gray rabbit handed Seo-jun his hat again, and Kyung, well, he was just extremely happy. Seo-jun, with the gray rabbit and the warrior rabbit, decided to make a separate bed for Kyung in the house too, and this made the already happy Kyung even happier. He started to cheer in Seo-jun's arms. Then suddenly, Kyung asked, now that he is all small, can he also go inside the cave too? This made Seo-jun shocked, and he startled a bit. Well, the past memories flooded in, where for the first time he met Kyung, and Kyung emptied the entire food storage inside the cave. Now, Seo-jun was in a tough position. He didn't want to make Kyung sad once again, so he turned toward the warrior rabbit, and from the reaction of the warrior rabbit, it was clear that it's not a good idea at all to let Kyung inside the storage cave. Meanwhile, on the 37th floor, Theo finally took out the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes that he accidentally brought. Theo politely handed a pumpkin potato to Dong-shik's hand, and Dong-shik, on the other hand, was confused and curious at the same time. So he checked its stats and got shocked, seeing this is a mutant pumpkin with the goodness of the sun rays from the highest floor of the tower. After consuming it, it will burn 200 grams of fat, but the main part was that the consumer will get flame resistance for 5 hours. It's of C grade. This legendary item would solve many problems. First, the #1 hunter of South Korea, Taejun, a living legend who was the first human to break through the 52nd floor. But the boss of that floor was Phoenix Boar. That battle took place for 3 days and 3 nights, and the result was a draw. Both parties suffered great injury, and in that battle, Taejun was struck by the curse of flames that continuously burns the inside of the body and will also burn anyone surrounding him. The only way to suppress the curse was to be inside a fridge all the time. Although Dong-shik was holding this legendary item in his hand, he still couldn't believe the magical effects it held. With this, he could put his master's curse of flame to sleep for a moment, and they could also defeat the Phoenix Boar. If they killed the Phoenix Boar, the curse would also be lifted, and the legendary hunter Taejun could return once again. Then Dong-shik's attention turned toward the green detoxifying onion. With this, they could easily clear the 38th floor. Today was really the greatest day of Dong-shik's life. So, with a very happy and polite tone, he first thanked Theo, saying Theo might not know, but he had helped him greatly, and he and the Phoenix Guild would do everything for Seo-jun in the future. Theo just said it was nothing, but inside, Theo was laughing wickedly because Dong-shik took all the sun pumpkin potatoes, so now no one would find out Theo's mistake. After taking the tower coin from Dong-shik, it was time for Theo to leave. Well, it was a win-win situation for both Dong-shik and Theo. After a while, we see Dong-shik coming back from the forest, waving his hand, and his teammates, sitting all sad, got shocked when Dong-shik showed them the basket full of C-grade cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions, shocking his teammates to their core. Dongshik explained how he got them from Theo in secret, and with that, Dongshik announced that before they climbed down from the tower, they would raid the 38th floor, and everyone agreed. So, each member took a bite of one green detoxifying onion and was ready to bang some dirty spiders. Just like that, a deadly battle between the Phoenix Guild and the boss of the 38th floor began, but this time, as our gang was poison-resistant, they were easily able to damage the boss. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor in the merchant market, the city was lively as ever. But, like always, all the animals were shocked to see the tall, silver wolves guarding a weak little cat. They were curious. Who the hell is this cat? But Theo didn't give a damn about all this. The chief then noticed Theo was in a very happy mood and asked why he was in such a good mood. Theo, while dancing and singing, explained he was so happy because today's sale went really well. Then Theo stopped walking, raised his hand, and announced that today, Theo, the greatest merchant, would treat everyone to some good food, which made everyone happy, and the wolves started to praise the great merchant Theo. While the silver wolves were discussing a new noodle place nearby that sells some really tasty noodles and what other mouth-watering dishes they can eat, Theo noticed something. Suddenly, while walking, he started to wiggle his hand and do some weird dance. This made the wolves confused. The chief asked Theo what he was doing, and Theo explained he was feeling that some really good stuff was nearby. While doing his weird little dance, Theo came near an old shop where an old golden ring was placed for sale. Theo didn't waste any time and placed his hand on the ring with confidence. But little did he know there was someone else eyeing this ring. At the same time, a small little hamster also placed his hand on the ring, making Theo really confused. Theo took some time to process what was happening, and after realizing this little hamster also wanted this ring, he immediately took the ring and angrily started to question who that hamster was. On the other hand, the hamster was standing with confidence, thinking this cat is nothing special. He is just a mid-level wandering merchant. While raising his hand, he said Theo would not be able to use that item, so he requested Theo to give the ring to him. But this made the already annoyed Theo even angrier, and Theo replied that he took this ring first, and it's none of the hamster's business whether he can use this ring or not, so he told the hamster to get lost, addressing the hamster as Little Thing. Well, the hamster was standing patiently until now, but now he was also getting annoyed after hearing Theo call him Little Thing. Theo and the hamster were just staring at each other when the chief came and noticed the hamster. As soon as the chief saw the hamster's face, he got scared to his core and started screaming. That little hamster was the Archmage of Great Destruction. There was no mistake. That creepy black staff with purple crystal was the legendary grade artifact, the Staff of Calamity, and that little build, the chief, was sure it was the Archmage of Destruction. That hamster, just with a single spell, could lift a mountain and turn a river into a sea in seconds. And now Theo was just arguing with this legendary figure. Meanwhile, Theo was continuing to argue with the hamster, who just listened calmly and then asked Theo if he had any idea who he was. With a dead serious look and menacing aura, the hamster gave Theo one last chance to retract his words, apologize, and hand over that ring politely, or the results might not be good for Theo. He was not in a good mood, already very exhausted, and Theo was really pissing him off. But Theo remained silent, which pissed the hamster off even more. So while raising his staff with a deadly look, he announced that he would now take Theo's life as an apology. Theo was still confused, not knowing what he did wrong, but before the hamster could kill Theo, the chief, all panicked, jumped between them. He first apologized on Theo's behalf and announced that this cat is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, so if he kills Theo, things would not go well for the hamster. Finally, the hamster, after hearing the words Black Dragon, stopped his attack mid-air and landed on the floor. The chief was very nervous, wondering what to do next. Then the hamster asked for the chief's introduction, and he, while bowing his head with respect, introduced himself, saying his name is Elka, and he is the chief of the Silver Wolf tribe. After listening, the hamster, with a serious face, questioned if Elka was aware of what he was saying, and if he was lying about being a representative of the Great Black Dragon, he would not escape death. But while continuing bowing, the chief explained that he was not lying and swore on the name of his tribe that this cat was indeed the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. On the other hand, Theo was on a winning streak. He continued to shout at the hamster, affirming he was indeed the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, and the penalty for trying to kill the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon would be severe. Well, at this moment, the hamster calmed down. He no longer wanted to kill Theo, and with a polite tone, questioned Theo to prove that he was indeed the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Only then would he not kill him, which made Theo confused because he didn't know how he could prove it. So the hamster suggested an idea. He wanted Theo to bring him to the Great Black Dragon. If Theo really was the subordinate of the Black Dragon, it would be a piece of cake for him. But Theo, on the other hand, got annoyed hearing this and asked why he would bring that hamster with him for free. And the chief, well, his soul was slowly leaving his body seeing Theo arguing and talking this boldly. What if the hamster got angry and decided to kill everyone? But well, we all know how Theo is. He continued to stand all annoyed, still staring toward the hamster. And once again, Theo started commanding very arrogantly that if the hamster wants him to take her to the Great Black Dragon, she'd have to pay the price. Meanwhile, the chief was just about to pee his pants, praying. He didn't want to die like a nobody without even having a girlfriend, just like you, all in me. And the hamster? Well, she wasn't mad, but at first she giggled a bit. Then she burst into laughter and continued to laugh until tears came out of her eyes. She couldn't believe how confident Theo was in front of her. Other people just ran away seeing her from miles away, and here, this little cat was arguing with her. It was the first time in a decade that anyone entertained her this much. She started to like the eyes of Theo that didn't waver even one bit in front of her presence. Then, she asked Theo what he wanted from her as payment and introduced herself, saying her name is Iona. Theo, remaining in his confident body language, explained to her that, as she saw, he was in the middle of buying something to give to the Black Dragon when she came and ruined it. Iona asked if Theo, by chance, was talking about that golden ring. Was Theo planning to give that ring to the Black Dragon? And if he was, then she would buy it first and give it to Theo for free, and asked if that would work as a payment. And if that wouldn't be enough, Iona asked Theo if he needed anything else, saying she would buy it for him. Well, for Iona, if she could really meet the Great Black Dragon, she didn't care how much she had to pay. Everything was worth it. No one ever met those legendary figures. And here was a dumb cat in front of her claiming to be the subordinate of the Black Dragon. On the other hand, Theo was just damn happy and extremely lucky that he caught a pushover like her. Now he could buy everything that he wanted to buy for June and all for free, without using his personal money. After a while, we see Theo once again in the black market, where he also got the straw hat. There, he first noticed something weird, a cockroach ball in a glass jar, and bought 100 of those bottles. After that, with an extremely happy face, while singing and dancing, he chose 3 more straw hats, which looked very ordinary, but we all know anything Theo buys turns out to be either unique or legendary items. Then, with respect, Theo gave one cowboy straw hat to the chef, saying he sees how hardworking the chef is, and this is a gift for him. The chef was taken aback by this kindness. At first, he thanked Theo from the bottom of his heart, and tried to say he didn't need it as it wouldn't fit him. But Theo insisted he take it and give it to his son, saying he knows his son will love it very much, and immediately left to check the other hats. On the other hand, Iona, just confused seeing all the items Theo is picking as trash, asked him if he didn't say he was going to buy things that the Black Dragon might need. So why is he buying these cheap products? But Theo replied, "Just shut up and watch a professional buy stuff. All she have to do is pay the price," and continued to check the items, leaving Iona bewildered. At this point, she was really getting angry. Theo was crossing the limit. But she was only controlling her anger because Theo claimed he was the Great Black Dragon's subordinate. She swore if Theo was lying, she would make so many holes in Theo's body that he would forget where to breathe and where to fart. But just in the middle of her little self-talk, Theo casually came with a hat that a sage magician wears, placed it onto Iona's head, and politely commented that he thinks this will suit her really well, and that Iona would look great with this hat. Well, this was enough to melt Iona's This was enough to melt Iona's heart. It was the first time in years that anyone had talked with her on equal footing, let alone tried to flirt with her. Her heart started to beat really fast, but she controlled her emotion and acted like it was not a big deal. Thanked Theo and said she has many hats like this at her home. She was barely able to hide her blushing face, and Theo didn't give a damn. Remember, after his first breakup, Theo is a giga-chad now. He was just in a hurry and commanded Iona to hurry up and pay for everything he bought, or they would get late, which once again made Iona annoyed and angry. Theo, on the other hand, was just enjoying the day of getting free items. He continued to sing and was very happy because he got an item for free, and Iona, still annoyed, asked the shopkeeper how much the bill was. The shopkeeper, after calculating, said it was 20 tower coin. Well, for Iona, that was a very low amount, and she casually took out the tower coins and was about to hand the money to the shopkeeper. Theo, observing all this from the back, had his inner merchant kick in. All of Seo Jun's teaching activated. He went into Asian mom mode, and just before Iona handed over the tower coins, Theo stepped between them. While raising his hand, he started to shout, wanting a discount, startling both the shopkeeper and Iona. Now, as Theo was in his Asian mom mode, even Iona was feeling pressured as Theo came close to her and started to scold her. Theo asked how Iona could just give what the shopkeeper was asking. Was Iona thinking of buying everything without any discount? She couldn't do that. Even the shopkeeper felt the Asian mom's aura and, feeling intimidated, lowered the price from 20 to 18 tower coin. But Theo was not satisfied at all, and once again started to shout, asking if the shopkeeper thought he was a pushover and that the discount was too low. He wanted more discount. The scared shopkeeper lowered the price to 17 tower coin. But nope, Theo wanted a thick discount. Just like that, Theo managed to get a 50% discount and bought everything for 10 tower coin. Then, as our boys were on their way to the 99th floor, the Silver Wolves were carrying all the items and Theo was leading the way, and Iona was following Theo. Theo turned back and then thanked Iona for buying this hat for him and all the other items. Iona, with a polite tone, replied that it was nothing. She could do more than this if it was for the great black dragon. Meanwhile, inside, Iona was a little puzzled. She was unable to understand Theo's thought process. She thought Theo would ask for something grand, some legendary or unique item, but he only asked her to buy some cheap, lowly garbage items, and on top of that, he even asked for a discount so that she would save her money. She was like, "What's the deal with this cat?" Then, after a while, curious, Iona asked Theo where they were going. "Where is the black dragon?" Theo replied they were heading to the 99th floor, where she would be able to meet the big black dragon. This confused Iona. She thought they were heading toward the admin space, which connects every part of the tower. She confirmed again that they were going to the 99th floor. Not the admin space? Theo replied with a bright smile that yes, they were going to the 99th floor, and there she would definitely be able to meet the big black She would definitely be able to meet the big black dragon and asked Iona to just shut up and follow him quietly. Well, although Iona had her doubts, what could she do? She decided to follow Theo quietly. On the other hand, up on the 38th floor, Dongshik and his crew were just smashing those white sticky spiders from all directions, not leaving any part untouched and not even breaking a sweat, all because of Seo Jun's green detoxifying leaves. They'd already wiped out all the minions, and in front of them was lying the boss. Dongshik dealt the final blow while chewing on Seo Jun's grass, and bam! Just like that, they cleared the 38th floor without a single casualty. Everyone was extremely happy. They started to celebrate and were thanking Seo Jun for producing such a legendary item. Without it, it would have been impossible to clear it. After that, it was time to head to the 39th floor. So, with Dongshik's command, all the crew started heading to the waypoint to the 39th floor, ready to face a new challenge, determination etched on their faces to also clear the 39th floor. On the other hand, On the first floor of the tower where Mr. Trump built his little farm to also grow Seo Jun's tomatoes, he received the news that the Phoenix Guild raided the 38th floor. He couldn't believe how they could raid and kill the boss so quickly when the whole floor was crawling with poisonous spider. His subordinate then explained the entire situation, mentioning there was news about a new crop, also grown by Seo Jun, called the detoxifying green onion, which has poison resistance ability. It seems like the Phoenix Guild's raiding speed increased due to that item. Mr. Trump, after hearing this, couldn't hold his anger. He started banging his hands on the floor, really frustrated that he couldn't even germinate a single E-rank cherry tomato, no matter how much money and effort he was pouring in. And now there's a new type of crop in the market. Well, what can he do? After calming down a bit with a sad face, he started to mumble that they can no longer stay silent about his failure and have to tell the board members that he failed miserably in the new project, and he knows this will greatly impact his power and reputation. But he just needed any sort of result, anything would work, but those cherry tomatoes are not even germinating. He was really frustrated when the scientist, banging on the door, shouting, came inside shouting Trump's name, saying to come with her. She had a very urgent matter she wanted to show Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump immediately followed her and got bewildered, seeing what was in front of him. There was a moving cherry tomato plant. All the petals of the flower became some mouth-like creature with razor-sharp teeth. Mr. Trump was confused. He questioned whether this was a cherry tomato plant, and she explained that it seems like some sort of mutation occurred due to the growth promoter. This confused Trump. He asked why she hadn't discarded this a long time ago, so why did she let it be? Mr. Trump, curious, crouched and grabbed the mutant cherry tomato group, and the plant, looking like a monster, tried to attack him. Mr. Trump took a step back, questioning, "This doesn't look like a crop but an actual living being." While saying this, he cut the crop in half, and as soon as he did, the system notified him that he killed a contaminated cherry tomato, and he gained 27 XP points. This shocked him to his core. The info that he could gain XP points by cutting the crops was huge. She continued to explain that she thinks the crop mutated and became a monster due to the influence of the tower. And now, instead of water and nutrients like any normal plants, this contaminated crop needs to eat flesh like bugs and small monsters to continue being alive and growing. As she was explaining, Mr. Trump was in his own deep thinking. She continued to explain that all thanks to this contaminated crop, she was able to enter the tower and level up easily without any danger and grow stronger. And now that she is strong, she can roam freely, see the result of her research and experiments, and also perform more experiments freely. Lastly, for some unknown reason, these mutant crops somehow are able to reproduce themselves and grow in number on their own. She is still studying how they are able to do this. While she was giving all this information, Mr. Trump was in his own little deep thinking. He had a great plan in mind, and with a wicked smile, he whispered, this was the opportunity he was waiting for. He stood up, and with an excited face, he commanded to discard all the existing crops and start replacing them with the contaminated cherry tomatoes. If he can't cultivate magical cherry tomatoes, he can cultivate something else, he announced. With a wicked smile, and while crushing the mutant cherry plant, he announced he will be making the world's first exp farm, which will take the world by storm, and he knows this will be a banger business. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Seo Jun was sitting beside the cocoon of the new queen honeybee, which was just about to hatch, and he was cheering for her to hatch safely. After some tough little pushes, the cocoon finally started to break, and bright light started to emit from inside, and voila! Our new wifey, a cute bee, hatched with gorgeous long hair. The system also congratulated Seo Jun, becoming the daddy of one more queen bee, adding one more wifey to his collection. As soon as the new queen bee opened her eyes, she noticed Seo Jun standing with the flower of the tomato plant, welcoming her with a warm smile. The thick mommy queen bee and the second queen bee were sitting on Seo Jun's shoulder, also welcoming their new sister-in-law. The new queen bee, after glaring at Seo Jun for a while, instantly recognized Seo Jun as her daddy. As she noticed the cherry tomato flowers, she got mesmerized, feeling extremely happy. But before she could do anything more, the thick mommy and second queen bee grabbed her and started flying high to teach her the moves, manners, and duties of a queen bee. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was just chilling, lying in a chair made of onion leaves. It was really a peaceful day for Seo-jun, and as he was about to fall asleep, something sticky and black like licorice came and got stuck onto Seo-jun's face. This startled Seo-jun, and he woke up bewildered and confused. In front of him was Kyung, shaking his hand, calling Seo-jun with an excited voice. As Seo-jun looked toward Kyung, he noticed Kyung was also covered in black ink and was holding a squid. With an excited face, Kyung said he caught something he had never seen before. He found this in the pond. Was that just any normal black sticky liquid? We will find that out in the next episode. Thanks for watching. And also spam pink heart in the comment if you watched till here. Goodbye. In the previous episode, we saw how Theo melt Iona's Iona's heart. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump decided to make an XP farm with his mutant plant, and Seo-jun just became the new daddy of the newly born queen bee. Kyung, on the other hand, found a squid and was all covered with the squid's sticky liquid, asking Seo-jun what this weird creature is. Today's like goal is 3,900 like, and yes, loser, become the god of death's next chapter will come next, and all the previous ones will also come. So subscribe if you haven't till now, and drop a fire emoji in the comments. Let's continue. Now, almost all the rabbits were covered in the squid's sticky liquid, all annoyed, complaining that the taste is not good. And Seo-jun? Well, he was just standing there, watching them and laughing, explaining that the sticky liquid wasn't meant for eating but is useful for something else. Of course, it would taste horrible. He also joked that now everyone looks like the Black Warrior Rabbit. Meanwhile, the father rabbit, gray rabbit, and mommy rabbit were wiping the ink off all the rabbits. The funniest part was the mommy rabbit wiping the ink off the Black Warrior Rabbit, who was already black, which made him annoyed. Dang, I knew the mommy rabbit got smashed by a ninja rabbit. Meanwhile, Seo-jun, the baby bear, and the warrior rabbit were observing the squids swimming in the pond, and there were multiple squids swimming, even making the baby bear curious. Curious and confused, the baby bear then explained to Seo-jun that according to the black rabbit, he caught this weird creature while he was hunting for fish. It looked strange, so the black rabbit caught it, but after holding it in his hands, it kept squirting, and then, suddenly, the sticky thing came out of it. While saying this, the baby bear was continuously squeezing the squid, making the squid feel weird. Meanwhile, Seo-jun and the black rabbit were watching it with serious faces. So after the baby bear was done explaining, Seo-jun realized neither the baby bear nor the rabbits knew what a squid is. So he asked them, and just like he assumed, both the baby bear and the warrior rabbit were totally clueless, not knowing what a squid was. Seo-jun started to explain everything. He told them, "It's nothing complex. Just think of this squishy being as extremely delicious." He then asked them if they wanted to eat it. If yes, he'd be happy to cook it for them. After that, we see Seo-jun with his knife, starting to finely chop the squid and clean the inside. Then he stir-fried some veggies, added delicious spices, and once the veggies were cooked, he added the chopped squid and started frying. Finally, after a few minutes, the stir-fried squid was ready. Seo-jun, holding the dish with a warm smile, presented it in front of his crew, and the system informed Seo-jun that he had created a new dish. So his proficiency in cooking increased and reached level 2. But it was not the end. After that, Seo-jun also prepared whole grilled squid sashimi served with some boiled squid and spring onion. And yes, it was enough to make jaws drop. Literally, nigga fell from the mouth of the black rabbit and the baby bear. Seo-jun was also extremely happy seeing the delicious food. With a joyful smile, he admitted it felt like ages since he last ate squid. Holding the bowl of spicy squid, the sweet and spicy aroma coming from the squid was making him lose his mind. He just couldn't wait to dig in. Meanwhile, all the rabbits were holding a grilled squid, taking their first bites, and Kyung was just holding his meal, staring at it and smelling it with a joyful face, eager to taste something new that he had never tasted before. And just like that, all the rabbits and baby bear started the feast, and as soon as they took a bite, they couldn't believe how tasty the squid was. Seo-jun was also enjoying his stir-fried squid, and the black rabbit was thinking of diving into the Sea of Dimension again to find some more delicious food. On the other hand, in a corner, the husband rabbit was feeding the once again pregnant mommy rabbit some squid too, who was pregnant for the 4th time in just a few months. Well, at least someone is having some fun. Then Baby Bear, also wanting to go inside the Sea of Dimension to catch some delicious sea monsters, asked Seo-jun to teach him how to swim and dive underwater. Seo-jun promised that after they finished clearing the field during the day, he would teach Baby Bear how to swim and dive, which made Baby Bear really excited. On the other hand, Theo and the Silver Wolves, along with the hamster, were marching toward the 99th floor to meet Seo-jun. But suddenly, the chief stopped midway because all the monsters in front of him were also not moving and were just standing in their place. As they moved a little further, the passage officer was announcing that the high-speed passageway would not be available for a few days, so he requested everyone to take the other, normal passageway. This caused chaos in the area. Everyone was confused about why the passage was closed. So, the hamster decided to enlighten the poor cat. She explained that they are pests also called the Shadow of Destruction, one of the most terrifying things that exist on the floor. Theo also didn't know what a pest was, but he decided to shut his mouth up. He didn't want to look like a complete idiot. The hamster continued to explain that it was a being that is created to eat and devour everything that comes in front of them, a complete disaster. The hamster continued explaining that they are beings that try to take away the homes of those that live in the tower. They are just heartless demons, and right now the Magic Tower and Mercenary Alliance are likely controlling the movement in the passageways to counter the red locusts. Originally, the hamster was also supposed to join the alliance and join the battle, but she met Theo in between, and now that she knows the existence of the Great Black Dragon, she wants to meet him first and wants to ask for help. So she insisted they move quickly to the light-speed passageway, and they really don't have much time before those demons destroy the entire tower. This confused Theo. He questioned, "Isn't the light-speed passageway a special passage that can only be used by high-class wandering merchants?" But as he is still in the middle-class wandering merchant, he cannot go. But before Theo could finish his sentence, with a proud tone, the hamster intervened, saying they will be able to enter it because she is with them. While saying this, she pulled out a sparkling golden badge from her cloak. As soon as he saw it, Theo got shocked with his mouth open. He couldn't believe that the hamster had a gold badge that only a grand merchant can receive, which is even higher than a high-class merchant. This badge on its own is a symbol of power that allows unlimited uses of all shortcuts. Theo was also confused and asked the chief what was happening and why the passage was closed. The chief was as clueless as you and I about our future and explained he had no freaking idea what was going on. Just then, a panicked Elko informed the chief that after asking around, he found out that the red locusts had once again started to destroy floors one by one, and just a few days ago they appeared on the 69th floor. This shocked the chief to his core, but Theo was very confused, not knowing what a red locust was. In an instant, Theo's personality did a 360-degree turn, and with a greedy face, he suggested to Iona they become best buddies and get along, which made Iona a bit awkward. Well, Theo indeed made her heart beat fast, and now suddenly, this was too much for her. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was working hard like always. He was cutting some green onions, and like always, today was also a very sunny day. Well, the green onions have grown so much in a blink that it was getting hard to cut so much green onion on a regular basis. But what can he do? He has to grow them for the Minotaur. Well, Seo-jun kept separating and planting the green onions, and before he knew it, the field had gotten almost 6,000 square meters. Now, from afar, it looks like a forest. But then, Seo-jun noticed no one was near him. He wondered where everyone was. He heard the sound of green onion being cut, but he couldn't find anyone near him. Just then, Seo-jun heard the scream of Scythe Rabbit. When Seo-jun followed the sound, he found a confused scythe rabbit. Seo-jun asked, "What's the matter? Was there anything wrong?" So, the scythe rabbit explained this particular green onion is a little strange, and even after trying to cut it so many times, no one is able to cut it. This made Seo-jun curious. He thought it was impossible, and the rabbit might be making excuses because they might not want to work, and decided to cut it himself. But before the scythe rabbit could warn Seo-jun, he tried to grab the stem of the green onion, and the leaf of the green onion was so sharp it made a sharp cut in Seo-jun's hand. All the rabbits came close to Seo-jun, worried, and explained they were just about to explain that this green onion is really weird and is hard as a stone, and they cannot cut it. Now, after himself noticing his cut hand, Seo-jun believed what the rabbits were saying. He was too shocked to say anything. All curious, he once again inspected the green onion, and yes, the leaf was as sharp as a katana. Curious, Seo-jun immediately decided to pull the weird green onion plant out. The system notified Seo-jun that he just harvested a tough-blade green onion and earned the achievement of creating a new crop. Only Seo-jun can grow it, and no one is allowed to grow it without Seo-jun's permission. But when Seo-jun checked the status of the green onion, it was nothing special. It had no special effects after consuming, was C-grade. The only special part was it was extremely sharp and durable. This made Seo-jun scream with excitement. He once again grew a completely new species, although he was a little disappointed that this green onion didn't have any special effects. But Seo-jun had a brilliant plan in his mind. So first, he decided to check something, and the next moment, with a cool pose, he just swung the onion blade and the slight touch slaughtered all the green onions like butter. It was just razor sharp. So, holding his new weapon, Seo-jun, with a confident smile, announced to grow this mutant onion blade as much as possible as he really had a great plan on his mind. Well, I don't know why I am imagining a whole army of rabbits equipped with green onion katanas and shields. Anyways, continuing the story. Just then, the system startles Seo-jun, informing him that the tower manager is in tears and is asking for counseling for her concern. This made Seo-jun a little worried. He asked Aileen what the matter was. As for a few days, Seo-jun had been trying to contact her, but she was ignoring him. So Seo-jun was really worried and once again asked, "Did something serious happen?" Hearing Seo-jun's kind words, Aileen started crying, which made Seo-jun more panicked. He didn't know what to do in this situation and asked her to calm down and first explain what was the matter. So Aileen finally calmed down and explained everything about the red locusts, how they invaded the 67th floor, and if left alone, how they will destroy the tower. Seo-jun and all his monster friends were sitting and listening, but for some reason, the mommy rabbit and the husband rabbit's faces turned pale as they heard about the locusts. And suddenly, the next moment, the mommy rabbit started to feel like she would faint. The husband rabbit somehow managed to calm the mommy rabbit, saying it's not good for the babies inside her tummy. Seo-jun, after seeing the rabbits reacting, remembered that the same locusts annihilated the rabbit kingdom, which Aileen confirmed. This made Seo-jun a little worried, and he asked for more details about the red locusts. A worried Aileen explained that just one locust is not any threat, but as their numbers increase, they become unstoppable. They eat each and everything that comes in front of them, then breed and multiply in number, and now their number has become so large that it's nearly impossible to destroy them. If the locusts are not taken care of, none of the living creatures on the 67th floor will remain alive. After that, they will start invading other floors, one by one, following the waypoint. Then, very soon, they will also reach the 99th floor, and by then, they will have become so large that even if the entire 99th floor's monsters come together, they will die like dogs. Now, even Seo-jun was in deep thinking about what to do. Aileen continued explaining that she really wanted to come out from her place and help, but she was in a dire situation and, due to some circumstances, was unable to leave her place, nor could she contact her father. So she was really sorry and asked Seo-jun for help. Seo-jun, after thinking for some time with a serious face, said not to worry and that he would do everything to help Aileen. Then, to cheer Aileen up with an excited tone, Seo-jun said, "Aileen, don't worry. The legendary tower farmer is here to save the day, so why fear? He explained that this place is now his home too, and he'd do anything to protect it. Seo-jun continued, saying if he gave the command, Theo, the rabbits, the wolves, and even the minotaurs would leave all the jobs they are doing and help Aileen. The rabbits agreed with excitement on their faces, saying they also wanted to take revenge on the red locusts for destroying their home, and that they are with Seo-jun. This made Aileen's heart beat fast again. Whenever she was in trouble, Seo-jun was always there to help her. This made Aileen all teary, seeing how Seo-jun was taking care of her hubby. Meanwhile, although Seo-jun said he would help her, he was himself confused about how to solve this problem. Well, he couldn't even get down from the tower, so how would he defeat the locusts of the 67th floor? But just then, Theo arrived, greeting Seo-jun. Seo-jun also greeted Theo and was about to say about the locusts problem, but stopped midway, seeing the small, mouse-like creature. Theo excitedly introduced Iona to Seo-jun, saying he had a guest who wanted to meet him. Iona first bowed and greeted Seo-jun with utmost respect and introduced herself. Then she questioned Seo-jun if he is the great black dragon. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was still bewildered and too shocked to talk, seeing a tiny, cute talking mouse. Even the baby bear was excited, thinking he would have someone new to play with. Confused, Seo-jun asked Theo who this tiny little hamster was. Theo proudly explained all the incidents that happened with him and how she attacked Theo, even after he told her that he is the subordinate of the Black Dragon. She didn't believe Theo, so he brought her here to meet Seo-jun. After Theo was done explaining, Iona once again bowed down and with a polite tone once again greeted Seo-jun, introducing herself as the Magician Association's chief. Her name is Iona, and she greets the great black dragon from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, Aileen explained to Seo-jun that Iona might have come to visit Seo-jun as the tower manager did not show up or help when the red locusts were rampaging around, smashing everyone in their way. She continued explaining that if she says she is the association chief, that means she must be a very high-level monster and a dangerous one. Aileen once again requested Seo-jun to pretend as the great black dragon and hear what Iona has to say. Seo-jun was listening to everything with a serious face, and after realizing what the situation was, started his acting. He got into the character of the great black dragon and, trying to act tough, said to Iona that they can talk about business later. First, he invited Iona for some drink as she might be thirsty from traveling so far here. The next moment, we see a confused and bewildered Iona sitting on top of a mat made with onion leaves, and in front of her was the juice made with Seo-jun's cherry juice and special juice of the queen bee. Seo-jun, seeing Iona a little tense, said that at this moment, this is the only drink he had, but it's a good one, and he's sure she will like it. Meanwhile, Theo was shocked after hearing the entire story of how Kung evolved into a honey bear. After seeing Iona a bit calmed down, Seo-jun asked, "What brings you here?" Iona, still a little suspicious, explained that she had a very urgent matter to discuss with the great black dragon. Seo-jun, with a polite tone, asked Iona if her request was related to the red locust swarms appearing on the 68th floor. Hearing this, Iona paused for a moment and then immediately got serious. While praising Seo-jun, she said, as she expected, the great black dragon knows everything. But then, she continued asking if he knew everything. Why didn't Seo-jun intervene? Why didn't he come to help? Seo-jun hesitated to answer this question and said the exact same thing that Aileen said, that first, he really is sorry for not intervening until now. Although he wants to help, there is a situation and he can't leave this floor for the time being. Just then, Theo, in the middle of their discussion, intervened, calling Seo-jun the chairman and asking Seo-jun for some chore. Kyung also jumped in, calling Seo-jun daddy and asking for food. This made Seo-jun a little angry, and he started to lecture them, saying, "Don't forget your manners. Can't they see he is attending an important guest?" Meanwhile, Iona was just in a state of confusion. She imagined the great black dragon to be terrifying, but the person in front of her was nothing like that. The atmosphere here was just too relaxed. She started to doubt whether the person in front of her was really the Great Black Dragon. Why were the cat and bear calling Seo-jun chairman and dad? Then Iona started to analyze Seo-jun, observing that other than the black hair of Seo-jun, he didn't look anything like a black dragon. On the contrary, Seo-jun looked closer to the human species that got swept into the tower recently. The main part was she couldn't feel any magic presence from him. He seemed weak like an ant. The Black Dragon's energy was supposed to be overwhelming, terrifying, but there were only faint traces of magical power flowing out from only certain areas of the body. Iona didn't know what that was, and she was really confused, thinking, who the hell is this person in front of her? But while pondering all this, as soon as Iona took a sip of Seo-jun's special juice, she felt a sensation she'd never felt before. Her whole body started to tingle. Iona got surprised. She felt an intense burst in her mana energy and sensed even denser mana from this thick red liquid. On top of that, the thick liquid was sweet and delicious. She questioned, what was this magical liquid? Seeing Iona enjoying his special juice, Seo-jun explained that this was the juice of magic cherry tomatoes mixed with honey. Iona's eyes started to glitter with excitement. As a mage, every new piece of info excites her, so she asked if she could see the magic cherry tomatoes herself. Seo-jun happily agreed and asked the husband rabbit to bring some. The husband rabbit also happily came with some magic cherry tomatoes and handed them to Iona, addressing her with respect and calling her Milady. Iona, on the other hand, as soon as she saw the husband rabbit, remembered that the rabbit used to live on the 55th floor. After asking, the husband rabbit explained she was right, and after his home got destroyed by red locusts, Seo-jun, aka the Black Dragon, took them in. Then Iona started to analyze the magic cherry tomato, and after examining it, she was impressed by the effects, and was also impressed as she had never seen this type of vegetable with such dense magic inside. Then Seo-jun excitedly started to explain that he also grows sun pumpkin sweet potato, carrots of agility, corn of stamina, and many more, and all of them are imbued with magic. Hearing all this, Iona was once again in deep thinking. Theo, on the other hand, gave his precious churu to Kyung, and both of them were enjoying it. Seo-jun, seeing this, was really proud of Theo and even complimented Theo, saying he grew a lot from before. On the other hand, the Minotaur, the silver wool, the rabbit, all of them were like brothers from different mothers. Iona was observing how all the monsters here were living peacefully. But just then, with a jolt of realization, something came to Iona's mind. She thought Seo-jun is not just taking care of all the monsters that have nowhere to go, are about to die and have no food, but Seo-jun is also working to solve the food crisis in the tower by researching and growing different types of vegetable. And the fact that she could feel only a faint amount of magic energy from the Black Dragon must be because the Black Dragon must be concealing his energy so that the weak monsters would remain calm and live comfortably. After thinking all this, Iona got a little tense. She started to think of Seo-jun as a legendary god who is sacrificing himself for all the monsters of the tower. She started to admire Seo-jun for taking care of the poor monster. After that, as Seo-jun was in the middle of saying that he has a solution regarding the red locust, Iona stopped Seo-jun midway. With a regretful tone, she first apologized to Seo-jun, addressing herself as a lowly creature for doubting Seo-jun, the great black dragon who is sacrificing himself for the tower. She immediately bowed down and, slamming her head, continued to apologize to Seo-jun for her grave mistake in doubting him. Seo-jun didn't understand anything, why Iona was apologizing to him. He was about to ask Iona why she was, but Iona, after noticing the green onion blade, got startled. Seo-jun, noticing this, came right to the point, explaining that he thinks this green onion blade will be able to solve the red locust problem. Curious, Iona checked the status window and found out this was yet another unknown item called Green Onion Iron Blade. This made Iona confused, thinking how can a green onion solve the problem? So Seo-jun started to tell a story to Iona about a technique to kill a fierce wolf with just one drop of blood-stained knife. It was simple. An ancient tribe came up with a method. They would repeatedly freeze the knife with blood and bury it upside down in the snow. Starving wolves would smell the sweet smell of the blood and start to lick the blade, and as time would pass, the blade would cut the wolves' tongue, and blood would continue to flow, and the wolf would continue to lick their own blood till they die. Well, the wolves failed to feel pain due to their tongues going numb due to cold. As Seo-jun finished this story, everyone got chills on their spine hearing this. Theo commented, saying it was too scary, and worriedly asked the chief to never lick any blade, and whenever he was hungry, he could come find Theo. He would always give his fish to him. Well, at this point, I can say Theo really did mature. Anyway, back to the story, hearing the story, Iona questioned, saying the story was good. Red locusts can't differentiate between ordinary and these green onion blades, and they will blindly jump into these onion blades thinking it's food, and in the process will die. Iona jumped in excitement. She couldn't believe the problem that was like a disaster to the entire tower would be solved this easily. She turned towards Seo-jun with all glittery eyes, seeing Seo-jun, her great lord, saying just like she thought the great black dragon is really as mighty as the legend, to develop new weapons to deal with red locusts, along with solving the food problem in the tower and also taking care of the homeless tower. And Seo-jun, well, seeing her like that, was just speechless, not knowing what to say. But from inside, he was a bit confused, thinking it seemed like he had yet another misunderstanding, but he was glad it worked out all well. Then Seo-jun immediately slipped into his Black Dragon character, asking Iona if all that was left was to test if this would work, according to his plan. But the problem was, at this moment, he couldn't leave the tower, so he requested Iona if she would test it in his place. Iona excitedly replied that they could test it right away. This made Seo-jun a little tense, and the next moment, Iona opened Dr. Strange's portal, inserted her hand into pitch-black darkness, and pulled out her great staff. Along with her staff, there were some red locusts. She trapped them in some black jelly. Iona slowly placed the black jelly hovering in the sky, and inside, although the red locusts were alive, they were like dead statues. Seo-jun got a little surprised seeing this. On the other hand, the husband rabbit and the mommy rabbit were terrified, seeing the red locusts once again who destroyed their home. Seo-jun, although he was also scared, pretended like he was not at all, and Iona explained that just for research and to experiment on them, she caught some of them on her way. Seo-jun finally became calm. He slowly stood up. Iona asked Seo-jun what was the command, what she needed to do next to test if the onion blades would work. Seo-jun said to wait for a moment. He stood up, planted 2 green onions. One was normal, and the other one was the onion blade. As he finished doing this, he gave the command to Iona to release all the red locusts. With Seo-jun's command, Iona immediately released them, and the red locusts started to scream like when you see your girlfriend without makeup. As soon as they smelled food, the green onion, they rushed toward it, and in a matter of seconds, they devoured it all clean. After that, they noticed the onion blade, all sparkling and delicious. One of them rushed to taste it, but as they were flying at high speed, as soon as they tried to sit on the stem due to high speed, they got sliced in half, all clean. Just like that, one by one, all of them got sliced into half. This made Seo-jun surprised. Although he knew his plan might work, he didn't think he would be able to kill all of them this brutally. But just then, the system notified Seo-jun that he achieved the great feat of a farmer by killing pests with his crops, and he gained high experience points for killing a high-level monster. Seo-jun was seriously surprised, seeing he could get XP even if his crops killed the monster. Seo-jun screamed with excitement with this newfound discovery. If it continued like this, he might really be able to become hella strong real quick. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Dongshik visited his master, informing him they cleared the 38th floor without any casualty, which made him really happy. Then he asked Dongshik if he didn't come to him just to say they cleared the 38th floor, right? Dongshik then smiled, saying he really knows everything. Dongshik then took out the pumpkin sweet potato and with a warm smile said, "Master, it's time to return to the tower." Now, this episode starts on the 67th floor. On the 67th floor, the huge swarm of red locusts was rampaging, killing everyone. A group of lizard men was trying to fight back. In terms of strength, the lizard men were easily able to kill the red locusts, but the locusts were too great in number. It was impossible for the lizard men to defend against them. They were just about to lose hope and were thinking of sacrificing themselves to buy time so their family members could flee to the lower floors. Just then, Iona activated her spell, chanting countless high-level spells at once and launching a huge fireball that looked like a mini sun. Even the lizard men were shocked to see it. The next moment, Iona, with all her might, launched her attack toward the swarm of red locusts. In an instant, everything in the path of the fireball was disintegrated. Everything vanished within the range of the fireball. All the red locusts died, making a huge hole in the ground. But as we got a wider view, we saw that what Iona did was like taking out a bucket of water from a sea 100 times bigger. More locust swarms were approaching from above. Iona immediately opened her inventory, threw all the green onion blades toward the confused lizard men, and explained that her spell had bought them some time. She instructed them to plant all these plants strategically on the battlefield, and also warned them to be careful, as these plants were super sharp. The lizard men were too shocked to see that their plants were just green onions, but Iona urged them to hurry up while she bought more time. The lizard men and other warriors were intensely confused, but since the instruction came from Iona the Destroyer, they immediately started to plant the green onion blades on the battlefield. However, Iona's huge spell was only enough to buy a few minutes until the red locusts returned. Seeing the huge swarm, everyone started to lose hope, thinking they would die. They started to run, but as soon as the red locusts saw the green onions, they rushed toward them to eat. Little did they know, as soon as they did, they got sliced in half, dying instantly. Seeing the red locusts getting slashed in half, dying helplessly, everyone got bewildered. They couldn't believe the same red locusts they worked so hard to kill were getting sliced in half like butter by some green onions. Iona was watching this from the sky, observing the scene, when a confused lizard warrior asked her what in the world was happening and what that weird plant was. Iona, with a proud smile, said that the great black dragon had given his blessing to them. Everyone got more confused hearing the name Black Dragon and about the grace. Iona, with a loud voice, proudly announced that she had met with the great black dragon and that these magical plants were grown by the great black dragon himself. With this, the red locusts would no longer be able to get past the barrier made with the green blade onion. She instructed everyone to only kill the red locusts that got past the green blade onion. Hearing that the great black dragon was with them, everyone got fired up, and with newfound strength, they started to destroy all the remaining red locusts, all praising the name of Seo-jun, the great black dragon. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, it was another great sunny day, and the poison bees were sucking juice from the flowers. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was getting frustrated as the system was spamming his vision with thousands of notifications saying his crops defeated a pest and he acquired 1 XP point. But Seo-jun was also happy because he was getting XP by doing nothing. Kyung, on the other hand, was sitting with a green onion blade, staring at it intensely. Then we see Kyung gather all his strength, trying to split the green onion blade in half, and the next moment he did it. He split the green onion blade into 2. He was very happy. Kyung turned towards Seo-jun and excitedly said he did it. He split the green onion blade into 2. Seo-jun, seeing this with a polite smile, complimented Kyung, saying he did a great job, making Kyung very happy. Then Seo-jun explained that the green onion blade was very tough. He was really worried about how to divide and plant them, but it was a relief that Kyung is super strong. Kyung, seeing Seo-jun complimenting him once again, got even more happy, saying he will do anything to make his daddy happy. To reward Kyung, Seo Jun gave him some queen bee's juice, and while patting his head with a relaxed and relieved face, explained that a few days ago he made a deal with Iona to build a red locust defense line with the green onion blade. He was really worried about how to split it in half, but thanks to Kyung, he was able to farm the green onion blade in no time and was able to give them to Iona on time. Then we see a flashback where Seo Jun was delivering the green onion to Iona, and she, in return, with utmost respect while bowing, thanked Seo Jun and said, "If this isn't monitored properly, there may be cases of abuse of this crop within the tower." She believed that delivering the deposit for the crop through trade will also help Theo, a wandering merchant under the Great Black Dragon's command. Theo happily agreed, so did Seo Jun. So from now on, only through Theo will imports of green onion blade happen. After that, Iona explained her plan on how she will make a huge fence around the waypoint of the 67th floor and will destroy all the red locusts with her war mage buddy, so she will be really busy. She will contact Seo Jun through the Wandering Association in Theo's name. Just then, Seo Jun heard a munching sound. Curious, he turned back and got shocked seeing Kyung casually munching on a red locust like it was candy. All the color drained from Seo Jun's face. He immediately grabbed Kyung, opened his mouth, and told him to spit out the red locust, thinking it might be poisonous. But Kyung explained it was not poisonous. In fact, it was delicious. Just then, the Wolf Chief also asked Seo Jun if he could try a red locust. Seo Jun, still confused in this situation, realized monsters find the red locusts tasty. After they were done eating, Seo Jun gave the Wolf Chief the task of transporting the green tough blade to the 67th floor and bade farewell, saying to be careful. And the rest is all history now. Almost all the red locusts are dead. The lizardmen fought bravely with the red locust on the 67th floor, and now were using the dead red locusts as their food. But since there were already a lot of red locusts, the quantity supplied was much greater than the quality consumed. Although the meat of the red locusts was too damn juicy and tasty, there were just too many red locusts. There was a freaking mountain of dead locusts, and even if the lizard men ate red locusts all day, it would not get finished. The quantity of the red locusts was too great. Then the quantity supplied, and if they keep the red locust corpses unattended, the other remaining red locusts will come eat the corpses and lay eggs, and once again, a new swarm will get reborn, so the corpses can't be left alone. Seo Jun decided to have the Silver Wolf tribe transport the red locusts killed by the green onion blade to the 99th floor to be used by Seo Jun as fertilizer and as food. In addition, Seo Jun also planned to sell a certain amount of red locusts to the rest of the floor, and he will use the money to rebuild the 85th floor, which got destroyed by the red locusts. Now back to the present. Seo Jun was plucking some cherry tomatoes, thinking of the great business he did, and he also arranged a portion of profit given to the Silver Wolf tribe as commission. Seo Jun was really proud of himself. But then we see someone fanning Seo Jun with a fan made of onion leaves. Then next moment, Seo Jun, with a loud voice, yelled, asking if he's not going to fan him properly. The wind blowing is not refreshing at all. And the one whom Seo Jun was yelling at was none other than our sales cat Theo. Well, it seems, after Seo Jun realized Theo was the one who took his sun pumpkin and sold it instead of returning it, he demoted Theo to his slave, and now Theo has to do anything that Seo Jun tells him. Theo, with a sad face, said his arms hurt and asked if he could become sales cat Theo again. Seo Jun, with an angry face, yelled again, saying it hasn't been even 5 minutes since Theo started fanning him, and the sin of taking the sweet sun pumpkin potato and selling them is a great sin. It was a relief that he could replant the sun pumpkin by dividing the shoots, or they would have almost lost a new crop forever. As Seo Jun was scolding Theo, Theo was just sitting, fanning Seo Jun with a sad face, sadly admitting he is extremely sorry and will not make this mistake ever again in the future. Then suddenly Theo got excited, revealing to Seo Jun that it was a relief that he only sold the sun pumpkin to Dong Shik, who he knows is a kind hunter who keeps secret. As Theo was explaining, Seo-jun listened carefully. Seeing Seo-jun not saying anything, Theo got a little carried away, and tapping his chest, he proudly said that it looked like Dongshik was really in need of the sun pumpkin. After seeing the effect of the sun pumpkin, he got extremely happy, like he won a lottery, and with this, the trust between him and Dongshik increased more. So, according to Theo, he did a great job, but the silent Seo-jun, while making an annoyed face, said, "Add 30 minutes of fanning more," making Theo surprised. The next moment, we see Theo crying and fanning, complaining that he is really working hard to fan Seo-jun just like Seo-jun said, and his hand is really in pain. Can Seo-jun lower the time? But Seo-jun didn't say anything. On the contrary, while grabbing his shoulder, Seo-jun whispered his shoulder suddenly started to ache. Theo, hearing this, stopped the fanning and said to Seo-jun that if his shoulder is aching, he can take a look. He can also give Seo-jun a massage. Well, Seo-jun agreed. Then, the next moment, we see a worried Theo massaging Seo-jun, telling Seo-jun not to overwork as he doesn't want Seo-jun to get sick. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was enjoying this special treatment, thinking should he tease Theo a bit more. But once again, the system started to flood Seo-jun's vision about red locusts getting killed and gaining XP. Seo-jun, annoyed, hid the system notification, but just after a few minutes, the system informed Seo-jun that due to a large number of XP, Seo-jun leveled up and, as a reward, he got 50 tower coins. Seeing this, Seo-jun got excited and jumped up from his sitting position, leveling up. He couldn't believe he leveled up so fast. Working his butt off, farming and killing fish, leveling up was like a dream for Seo-jun to level up so fast. He was really in a good mood. Then, Seo-jun got a job quest to harvest 1,000 crops, which was just a matter of a few days for Seo-jun. It was not a difficult quest for him. Seo-jun was really happy, thinking if things go on like this, he might really become a high level and will be able to increase his mana. And just as he was about to say something, Theo intervened. He was very angry, shouting at Seo-jun, saying, "What is Seo-jun doing? He is sick, his back is hurting, and if Seo-jun jumps like this, his condition will worsen." Theo insisted Seo-jun sit so he could give a massage. But before Seo-jun could say or do anything, Theo climbed on Seo-jun's face. Touching Seo-jun's face, Theo shouted, "It seems like Seo-jun also has a problem with his face, and while I'm doing the massage, I'm also going to give Seo-jun a face massage." Well, like Theo, he started kneading Seo-jun's neck like dough, making Seo-jun go crazy. Meanwhile, on a distant corner of the 99th floor, Mommy Bear was fighting some corrupted tree monsters. Well, not fighting. She was smashing them like breadcrumbs, killing them instantly. She was really annoyed. Till now, she had almost crushed hundreds of corrupted trees. She was really furious as, for some reason, these tree bastards from the west had been invading her territory, and all she was doing all day was crushing them. She really wanted to go see Seo-jun, her hubby, and also meet her baby Kyung, so she thought to take a break and meet Seo-jun. She grabbed a huge corrupted tree and, while dragging it down, started to walk towards Seo-jun, thinking about what would be for dinner today, like a husband returning from a job to meet his wife. So guys, with this, the episode ends here. Please leave a pink heart in the comments and write next part. Thanks for watching. Bye. Yo, today's goal is 7,900 likes. I know it's more, but I know you all will crush it. And yeah, give a blue heart and next incher in the comments and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. This episode starts with Aileen drooling, her cheeks all red, breathing heavily in front of an empty bowl with the leftover of Seo-jun's special juice. Taking a deep breath, she gulped down a glass full of spicy Seo-jun special juice, and yep, she definitely likes it a lot. She was totally addicted to the taste. This sweet and spicy flavor always relieves her stress, and today, she'd already finished 5 cups. This was her 6th. She started to praise Seo-jun, saying she was really tired these past few days and hadn't even eaten properly. So the juice tasted even more delicious today. In fact, she could drink 10 more cups. Seo-jun, accompanied by Car Rabbit and another white rabbit, was heading to harvest some crops when he smiled politely at Aileen, saying he was really grateful to know she enjoyed his special juice so much. He promised to give her some of his delicious potatoes as a dessert soon. Aileen, hearing this, was overjoyed and thanked Seo-jun in advance. Just then, Seo-jun's vision got flooded by system notifications about him killing red locusts again. Even Seo-jun was a bit surprised, thinking there must be a lot of red locusts, because the number of death notifications wasn't decreasing. Meanwhile, the system notified Aileen that she'd killed 1 million red locusts from the 67th floor, and there were still 6 billion more to go. Aileen was really satisfied that so many got killed in just a few hours. Seo-jun, relieved, asked Aileen if he had been any help on the 67th floor and if his green onion blade was of any use. Aileen tapped her crystal ball, and a list appeared showing the people with the most red locust kills. Seo-jun was at the top with 300k kills, Iona with 120k, and the entire Lizardman army with 11,000. Since Aileen lacks the mana to confirm the exact situation on the 67th floor using her crystal ball, just by seeing these stats, she was sure that Seo-jun's green onion blade was indeed playing a huge role in subduing the red locusts. With a warm and polite smile, Aileen told Seo-jun that her words weren't just empty words to comfort him. He really was a huge help, and once the red locusts were all eradicated from the tower, he would be able to receive a reward depending on his contribution. Curious about the reward, Seo-jun asked what kind of reward it would be, but Aileen said it was a secret. She could only tell him that the higher his contribution in killing the red locusts, the better his reward would be. Seo-jun, now motivated by the prospect of a reward, got back to work with a happy smile, saying he'd have to work even harder now. Meanwhile, the baby chubby rabbit was already drooling, seeing the carrot. As Seo-jun pulled the carrot out, the system notified him that he had harvested a Grade C agility carrot. Seo-jun was really excited and happy seeing the Grade C carrot. After consuming the carrot, it would break down 30 grams of fat and increase agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and also improve eyesight. Seo-jun happily called everyone over and started handing out the carrots, announcing, "Grade C carrots are here. I'll give each of you one. Not only will your hunger go away, but your agility will also increase, and you'll be able to work faster." The baby chubby rabbit didn't care about any of that. He was just happy that he would get to eat a carrot and started to belly dance with excitement. Seo-jun was also eating some carrots when a sleepy Theo, rubbing his eyes, showed up. Seo-jun asked why Theo was awake so early and if he was going down. Addressing Seo-jun as chairman, Theo said he was heading out now. Seo-jun stood up and asked if Theo was going to meet Elka on the 88th floor. Theo explained that Seo-jun was right, and after taking the wolf packs to the 67th floor, he planned to go to the 38th floor with Elka while collecting dead red locust bodies. Seo-jun, with a smirking smile, told Theo to take care and asked if he took the crops correctly this time. "If you're having trouble recognizing crops, I can help," Seo-jun added. Theo got really annoyed and angrily started to shout and complain. "What does Seo-jun take me for? I won't make the same mistake twice ever again." Just then, the gray rabbit came calling for Seo-jun, which stopped the sweet little argument between Seo-jun and Theo. The gray rabbit, with the cutest smile and polite tone, announced that Seo-jun's house was complete while stretching his hand. After a while, we see Seo-jun, Theo, Kyung, and all the rabbits standing in front of the newly constructed house. Seo-jun slowly started to observe the house, from the rooftop, the structure, the door, to the kitchen. It was exactly as Seo-jun had requested. He was amazed at how well the gray rabbit managed to make it. Theo was still observing the house with his mouth open, and as Kyung entered the room, he asked, "So, how is the floor so warm?" Seo-jun the next moment lay on the floor. It was very comfy and soft. Following Seo-jun, Kyung, Theo, and all the rabbits also lay down. Theo was just too relaxed. He fell asleep immediately. Seo-jun explained that this is called a heated floor, and when they are tired, they can relieve their stress and fatigue by laying down on the floor. Seo-jun, with a shock, stood up and questioned the gray rabbit, asking if he had even explained to them about the structure of the heating floor and how it actually works. The gray rabbit explained that among the wandering merchants, there is a tribe that also lives in a similar house style, and he had made a house for them, so he knew how the heating floor works. It was easy peasy work for him. Now Seo-jun, Kyung, and the gray rabbit were sitting outside the house, while Theo was busy scratching the walls of the house. Seo-jun said it seems there are tower residents that use heated floors and cauldrons too. He didn't know about that. But just then, Kyung, standing in front of a small room that looked like a storage room, said there was a weird slurping sound coming from inside that room. Theo also got curious, went to check, and confirmed that indeed there was some kind of weird sound coming. Seo-jun got curious, stood up, and carefully opened the door. But I'm damn sure no one expected what he was going to see. Well, inside, the sickle rabbit, with a little sickle, was just cleaning the hole of the gray rabbit. They got startled, all sweaty and shy. Seo-jun immediately closed Kyung's eyes, holding Theo. He ran from there. Well, for a moment, even Seo-jun got a little embarrassed. The sickle rabbit immediately closed the door, and a confused Kyung started questioning Seo-jun why he closed his eyes and why they are running. Outside, Seo-jun was out of breath, standing outside the house. The gray rabbit seemed to realize what grand plan was happening inside, but Seo-jun was in tears. Well, leaving him, everyone was having a great time. Why did he have to be a single virgin loser? And on top of that, why did they have to be playing smashing games in his new house? Leaving that aside, Kyung was still confused and asked Seo-jun what he was talking about regarding smashing games. But before Seo-jun could react, Mommy Bear came addressing Seo-jun as Seo-jun Nim, her hubby. Kyung got really happy and started to jump with excitement. Seo-jun also got a little worried as Mommy Bear was late today and asked why she was late. Seo-jun scolded Mommy Bear a little, asking if she was too absorbed in patrolling these days. So Mommy Bear explained that for some reason there were a lot of intruders in her territory, so she was extra busy killing them so no harm would come to her hubby and her kid. So after that, Mommy Bear dropped the huge tree trunk on the ground, and it was so heavy that it created a small shockwave, startling everyone. After dropping the trunk, Mommy Bear said that she thought it would be quite useful, so she brought it for Seo-jun. She asked Seo-jun if he liked her gift. Seo-jun got a little shy hearing this was a gift from Mommy Bear. Well, no girl ever in his life had gifted him anything, although this gift was from a talking bear. He really got happy, so he thanked Mommy Bear from the bottom of his heart, and Mommy Bear was glad Seo-jun liked her gift. Then Theo asked Mommy Bear if she was going into the forest again, could she take him with her? Mommy Bear happily agreed to take Theo with her and extended her hand. Theo climbed into Mommy Bear's hand and was ready to depart. Seo-jun, Kyung, and the rabbits waved, saying to travel safe, and Theo and Mommy Bear waved back with a smile. Now after they left, Seo-jun and the gray rabbit came to check the tree trunk. Seo-jun asked, what should they make with the old tree? Should they make furniture? The gray rabbit, after checking it, said the quality of the wood is pretty good. He summoned his axe and was ready to chop the tree into pieces. So Seo-jun bid the gray rabbit farewell, saying he would organize things inside the house, and if he needed anything, he could call Seo-jun. But before the gray rabbit could start to chop the tree, a red glow appeared from the hole of the tree, scaring the gray rabbit. Suddenly, a thick vine grabbed the gray rabbit tightly and started to squeeze him to death. He was in very much pain and was finding it hard to breathe. The next moment, the tree stood up, looking like a possessed tree, and started to scream menacingly, making creepy screaming sound. Seo-jun immediately turned, and his whole world turned upside down. In front of him was a huge tree squeezing the gray rabbit to death. Seo-jun, without thinking anything, immediately grabbed his knife, ready to fight, but Kyung came into his battle mode. He rushed to save his buddy, jumped, and started to grow bigger, growling and raising his claws. He was very furious and gave a devastating punch to the tree. The punch was a heavy one, and the tree dropped the gray rabbit on the ground. But now the tree got furious, and all its attention was now directed toward Kyung. It grew more tentacles from inside its body and wrapped its tentacles around Kyung's neck, his arms, even his waist, and suddenly, in a seducing way, started to wrap around. Well, someone has to tell the tree that Kung is a boy. Kung didn't like this feeling. Furious, he bit the tree's tentacles and tore them apart. He gave a huge growl and started to tear all the tentacles wrapped around his body, but it was not doing any damage to the tree. The tree was just summoning unlimited tentacles, and Kyung, on the other hand, was just losing stamina. It was just a matter of time before Kyung would lose. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was getting nervous and scared. He didn't know what to do or how to save everyone. Suddenly, Aileen saw this. Even she was shocked, asking what a corrupted ent was doing here. Now, Seo-jun knew this tree's name was a corrupted ent. Seo-jun, in a panic, started asking Aileen. He didn't know. The tree just suddenly woke up and started to attack everyone. He asked for Aileen's help, asking what he could do to kill it. Aileen, on the other hand, was also in a panic. She didn't want her happy family to get wiped out. She immediately started to search for info on the ent, looking for its weakness as time was ticking away. But she did her job. In a matter of seconds, she informed Seo-jun that there was a fruit inside the ent. All Seo-jun had to do was stab the fruit, and the ent would die. But Seo-jun had to be very agile, or just a single stab from the tentacle, and he'd be dead meat. Seo-jun was scared, but there was no time to spare. The ent was about to smash Kyung, so mustering courage, Seo-jun commanded Kyung to shrink and get small and immediately run from there. Kyung, hearing this, did exactly that. He shrunk and freed himself from the ent's tentacles, surprising the ent. But before the ent could once again grab the small Kyung, Seo-jun was charging toward the ent with his dagger. He thought this would be very tough, but as he had leveled up and now his agility was also very high, none of the ent's tentacles even made a scratch on Seo-jun. The next moment, Seo-jun stabbed the dark heart of the ent. The ent started to make weird sounds like it was in pain, but also was in pleasure. And as we got a closer look, we saw that Seo-jun did it. He successfully smashed the ent's fruit. The next moment, the ent fell on the ground, and Seo-jun was still standing, all nervous. The system notified Seo-jun that he killed a large, corrupted ent and gained 50 XP. Seo-jun was relieved, thinking everything was okay, but it was not the ent. Seo-jun heard someone marching toward them, and a tensed Kyung, grabbing Seo-jun's leg, was calling him to turn back. The husband Gray Rabbit was trying to comfort his wife, but as Seo-jun turned back, he got devastated, and a weird, creepy army of small trees was marching toward them. Seo-jun was left speechless as hundreds of baby ent trees continued to march toward him. When Kyung, furious, started to grow larger, Seo-jun also took out his dagger, ready to smash some branches with his battle stance. He turned back and commanded the Gray Rabbits to call all their rabbit army and anyone else who could fight. The Gray Rabbit ran as fast as he could, wasting not a single second. Meanwhile, Kyung, furiously marching forward with serious, deadly eyes, jumped, baring his fists and growling. This even surprised all the small branch ents, but before they could do anything or dodge, Kyung slammed into the ground, smashing multiple small corrupted trees into small pieces, creating small shock waves. But Kyung didn't stop there. He couldn't forget the feeling of being violated by the big corrupted ent. Like a madman, Kyung started to smash the small corrupted ents into pieces. They didn't even get a chance to fight back. They were just getting smashed. Seo-jun also sprang into action with his dagger. With his agility, he started to slash some small corrupted ents in half with ease, and they instantly died on the spot, releasing their thick, sticky liquid and making hissing sounds. Seo-jun was confused and questioned where the hell these nasty things came from. But just then, from behind, the warrior rabbit and the sickle rabbit were the first to come to help. Seo-jun commanded them that no matter what, they had to stop them from invading their home or all their crops, including many baby rabbits, would die. They couldn't let that happen. The warrior rabbit, ready for some action, summoned his hammer with a serious face, shouting, "I am the Black Warrior Rabbit, and the time to show my skill has come." While saying this, he dashed toward the ents, and one by one he started to smash and destroy the ents with the back of his hammer with ease. Seo-jun was left standing, amazed, and complimented the Black Rabbit, saying he looked very cool while attacking. The Black Rabbit winked cutely, signaling Seo-jun to leave the matters in his capable hand. Suddenly, a corrupted branch scout attacked the Black Rabbit from behind while he was busy showing off and not ready to defend himself, but it was futile. In mid-air, the branch was slashed into half, then into multiple pieces, the pieces flying in mid-air in slow motion, chopped like a vegetable. It was the Scythe Rabbit who had cut the branch scout with his scythe and incredible accuracy. Well, he was in a good mood after smashing the Gray Rabbit and wanted some action. The Warrior Rabbit, this time watching the Scythe Rabbit land on the ground and the pieces of Ent falling behind him, felt amazed. The Scythe Rabbit turned toward the Warrior Rabbit, teaching and scolding him, saying, "Don't get distracted while in battle or you might get killed. Learn some battle tactics from me." The Warrior Rabbit was just left standing dumbfounded, but before he could reply, the Rabbit gang was here. The Craftsman Rabbit had brought multiple farmer rabbits to fight alongside them. Even the baby Chubby Rabbit, despite his difficulty walking, showed immense strength. But it was not the end. All the queen bees with her worker bees and the entire rabbit army came to help. The war between the corrupted branches and the cute monsters of Seo-jun's army had begun. The queen bee and the honeybee army attacked the corrupted entities from the air, while the farmer rabbits and craftsman rabbits joined the fight with whatever they had. Those without weapons even started biting the branches, telling the evil creatures to go to hell and leave their home, and the worker bees were piercing the ents with their stingers, giving them a painful death. Seo-jun, now unfazed, fought the scouts bravely, effortlessly cutting them into halves with his dagger. Realizing that most branch scouts were defeated, he encouraged his monster army to keep fighting as they had almost killed all of them. Just a little more, and victory was theirs. Everyone heard and agreed, but suddenly, the Black Rabbit screamed at Seo-jun to look behind him. He was very worried and tense, but it was too late. Multiple corrupted ents with stomping power were now marching toward them from the forest. Seo-jun was shocked. Just one fully grown ent was so difficult to kill, and now there was a whole freaking army of those, even larger than the last. Seo-jun was left standing, not knowing what to do, and to make matters worse, the corrupted ents, with golden yellow eyes turning crimson red, advanced towards Seo-jun and his army. Seeing the large branch scouts made Seo-jun's face turn pale, not knowing how many more were there. Finally, he decided not to be hasty and started running away from the corrupted large tree. He told all his monster army to run for now before he thinks of a new plan. But who needs a plan when you have a cute little baby bear who becomes large and humongous when the time comes? Kyung dashed toward the ents with a smile on his face, shouting, "I'm here to save my dad!" And bam! He slammed himself into a large, corrupted tree, trying to do everything to save his dad and his monster family, to run into a safe distance. He was determined to save everyone. Even Seo-jun turned around as he heard the baby bear's speech, who wanted the tree to not bother his dad. Kyung was really mad and was using all his strength, but just like before, he couldn't defeat the last giant ent, so this one, even bigger, was even more challenged. Kyung was barely able to just hold one large corrupted tree, and more were marching from behind. Seo-jun started to get worried, as Kyung alone would not be able to fight with everyone. He might die if things continued like that. Seo-jun also knew that the mother bear was down in the forest with Theo, and the distance between the wasteland and his house was too far to call the Ox Demon King. As Seo-jun was distracted, a large corrupted tree appeared behind him and was about to slam into him. Seo-jun's agility was not quite high, but this was the monster of the 99th floor. All Seo-jun could do was react to the sound of the corrupted tree and look back. He was not fast enough to dodge the attack and was just about to get smashed. Suddenly, the Ox Demon King slashed the large tree scout with his massive axe into half, like smashing an ant, surprising Seo-jun to the core. He couldn't believe the Minotaur King came to save him. Seo-jun was speechless. He really thought he was a goner today. Seo-jun had many questions to ask, but first, the Minotaur King, with a warm smile, first asked Seo-jun if he was okay, if he was injured, and continued, turning back, showing Seo-jun that everyone came to help. As Seo-jun turned around, he saw both Ox 2 and Rainy Mountain fighting the corrupted Ents. Ox number 2 was just body slamming an Ent, and Rainy Mountain was casually punching them to death. But it was not the end. From behind, Seo-jun heard loud smashing sound, and multiple large Ents were thrown high into the sky, all smashed into pieces. As we got a closer look, it was none other than our Seo-jun's lovely wifey. She was also furious. How could these filthy, nasty things try to harm Seo-jun? Furiously crazy mad, she, with just raw strength, was tearing the corrupted trees apart without giving them any chance to even blink their eyes. Even the Minotaur King noticed the mother bear so furious and thought why she was so angry. He had never seen her so furious before. Seo-jun couldn't understand how these creatures had known about the attack, and he asked the Minotaur King how they had reached here. But suddenly, a notification popped up, informing Seo-jun that the tower manager had called them here to help him. Aileen, very happy, explained that she noticed the corrupted Ents' army approaching Seo-jun's farm, so she reached out to the Minotaur King and the Mother Bear and asked for their help. The Dragon Lady laughed loudly, telling Seo-jun that he could always trust her, and as long as she was alive, she would not let a hair on Seo-jun's head get damaged. What? I can't handle so much romance, Seo-jun thought. Hearing this, Seo-jun smiled. He even blushed a little and thanked Aileen for the support. Seo-jun was really touched that everyone came together to help him. He was really, really happy today. So now, Seo-jun was standing with his dagger, his 3 queen bees, the Minotaur King ready for Seo-jun's command. All the rabbits were also standing with their weapons, and Kyung was barely able to hold himself, like Hulk. With Seo-jun's command, "Avengers, assemble!" Everyone got into position, ready to fuck the corrupted trees up. Seo-jun even promised to cook delicious food and hold a grand feast once all this mess was over. Upon hearing the promise of food, the Ox's army started drooling over their armor. Even the mother bear and the baby bear, along with the black rabbit, began jumping with joy at this announcement. The queen bee landed comfortably on Seo-jun's shoulder, ready for some action. With a confident smile, Seo-jun raised his arm and shouted, "Attack!" With his command, the second phase of the war began, as all the monsters charged towards the corrupted Ents, motivated by the promise of eating Seo-jun's meat and his special juice at the grand feast. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, in what was once the lizard's dense forest, now it had become a deserted land without even a single blade of grass left, with red locusts' dead bodies scattered everywhere. The Wolf Chief and Theo surveyed the dire situation. Theo, a little confused, questioned, "Didn't the 67th floor used to be a dense forest? But there's not even grass for miles?" The chief explained that all the places where the red locusts passed became desolate like this, not leaving a single blade of grass. Shocked by the devastation caused by the red locusts, but noticing multiple wolf workers still laboring in the field to rebuild the area, Theo curiously asked the wolf chief what his tribe was doing. They were only paid to transport the red locusts, so why are they also doing labor work? The wolf chief replied that they had received a request from the lizard men to clean up the ruined land, as the lizard men were short on workers while fighting the red locusts. Theo asked if the wolf chief was getting paid, but the chief replied, "No, I'm not getting paid. Anyways, it wasn't that difficult. It was an easy piece of work, so I agreed to do so." This made Theo furious. He started to scream in anger, scolding the chief, shouting, "Are you a pushover?" While still furious, Theo started to walk east. The chief, worried, asked Theo where he was going, and Theo replied that things couldn't go on like that. Turning back with an annoyed tone, he said he would be going to get the wolves the money they deserve. The scene shifted to a lizard man emergency camp where a yellow lizard man was guarding the camp. Theo, standing in front of him, all confident and proud, demanded the lizard man guard to move as he was there to meet their leader. This pissed the lizard man guard off, and he refused Theo entry, saying not just anyone can go and meet their leader. Now this made Theo mad, and he started to raise his voice, shoutingly saying that he is not just anyone and should be treated with respect. Theo demanded to call Iona or something. Hearing Theo casually mentioning Iona like they were childhood buddies made the guard believe Theo was just a random dude bluffing. This only made Theo angrier. and he started to threaten the guard, saying to just wait until he met Iona. He would make sure to teach the guard a lesson, as Iona and he had a very important relationship. Theo was already loud, and this sentence shocked everyone. Everyone's attention turned toward Theo, wondering just who the hell this cat was. Meanwhile, Theo stood there, all furious, with every other creature staring at him, thinking if he was Iona's boyfriend. Elka, the chief, couldn't take it anymore. If he continued to be Theo's bodyguard, his blood pressure would soon skyrocket, and the other creatures started sweating all over, unable to believe what Theo was babbling about, wondering, is this cat really Iona's boyfriend? Suddenly, Iona hurriedly removed the curtain of the tent and came out, startling Theo. She screamed at Theo, saying not to phrase it like that, or people might misunderstand their relationship. As the scene shifts, we come inside the Lizard Man camp, where everyone wondered who the cat was. This room had a large map of the whole 67th floor. Iona told Theo that her team was in the middle of an important meeting to prepare for the next Red Locust attack and asked Theo why he was here. Inside, Iona was a little shy, but Theo immediately countered, telling her that he came to the 67th floor because of the wolves. According to him, the Silver Wolves were getting underpaid, and this is not acceptable according to Asian Mom's Rule Book Number 7. Theo, with a frustrated expression, explained that the wolves were also cleaning up the mess on the 67th floor, but their contract was just to collect the bodies of the Red Locusts. Theo told Iona that they were doing so much work, making the contract unfair. Iona was shocked and told Theo she was at the battlefield all the time, so she didn't know this was happening. And according to her, she never makes anyone do more work than they are paid for. She then turned around and asked Mr. Toro, the Red Lizard, what was happening. He explained he didn't know anything about this, but we can't say the same for the green ugly one who started to sweat heavily and was getting panicked. Iona also noticed this and questioned the ugly lizard man why he was getting nervous. Does he know anything about this? Then we come to know that Toro is the name of the ugly lizard, so from now we will call him Toro. He was the representative leader of the lizard men. He started telling Iona that all the lizard men were engaged in battle. The remaining lizard men were unable to reclaim the secured territory since there were only children and the elderly left, so he immediately asked the wolves to help them out. There was no other option, and his real intention was never to make them work more than they were getting paid. But what can he do because of the Red Locusts' war? They are very low on finance. But Theo immediately countered, telling them that excessive workload still needed compensation, and he wanted it for the wolves no matter what. Toro, getting pushed by Theo and a little tense, asked how much Theo wanted for the compensation. But Theo, hearing this, started to scream, saying how dare a ugly ass treat his subordinate like that. He made them work against their will. Theo didn't give a shit about the lizard man's condition, as the lizard man made the wolves work against their will. Theo demanded 1 tower coin per wolf, and since 100 wolves were stationed for extra work, the coins totaled a full 100. Hearing this, the leader snapped while banging his hand on the table. He was so angry his head was about to explode, and he started to shout, calling Theo a vicious wandering merchant and all sorts of things. And Theo? Well, he was just standing there like he would snap the ugly lizard's ass any moment. But before things could go any further, Iona immediately stepped in. Now she got angry because her hubby Theo was getting scolded. She said to Toro that this little cat is the subordinate of the great black dragon. He is not any ordinary cat, and on top of that, the onion blades are also supplied from the black dragon, and Theo and the wolves are in charge of distribution. She questioned, what if his action angers Theo and he decided not to supply the onion blade? Then what will happen to the 67th floor? How will that defend the 67th floor from the Red Locusts? Well, the ugly green ass was just hearing all this. Seeing the opportunity, Theo immediately introduced himself as the subordinate and the great cat merchant, the one and only servant of the great black dragon. He told the leader they did something significant by working his subordinates for free, so he demanded a fair price, and Toro was just hearing all this with surprise. Then we see Toro clench his fists and grind his teeth, thinking how in the hell this puny little cat became the subordinate of the great black dragon. In anger, while his subordinate told him to calm down, finally, he sighed and agreed to what Theo was saying as he didn't have any other options. As the scene shifts, we see the Wolf Chief and Theo walking with Iona, while Theo happily sings, holding the pouch of money in his hand. He starts handing the pouch to the Wolf Chief, telling him that everything worked out pretty well. But the wolf chief didn't want the money, telling Theo that it was all okay since they were all Theo's subordinates and could make enough money by selling the red locusts on different floors, and they don't want it. Hearing this, Theo smirked while putting the coin pouch into his bag, complimenting the wolf for being a wonderful subordinate. He told the wolf it was wrong to treat the Black Dragon's subordinates, including Theo's, carelessly because it was like treating the Black Dragon carelessly. But suddenly, Theo changed his tone and started scolding the chief, telling him to always take the money with confidence and not get bullied. The chief agreed with a nervous smile. Then Theo thanked Iona for supporting him when he needed her. Iona just smiled, telling Theo that since she was leading from the front line, she didn't know such a thing existed, or it would have been resolved immediately. Theo told the wolf chief to go back to the 99th floor alone, saying he would come later. But Iona started wondering why the lizard race, famous for not giving up what was theirs, gave in. She realized Theo used the name of the Black Dragon's grace as an excuse to demand compensation. She knew rumors about Theo, the wandering cat merchant, would spread enormously. Theo's reputation would not be good after what happened today, but it didn't matter because of who was standing behind him. Iona thought of the great Black Dragon, thinking that under his name, having any power in the tower was possible. She wondered what could surpass the great powers of the Black Dragon, but immediately realized the tower was decaying, and food was an important power that could finally stabilize it. She knew she couldn't let idiots like the lizard take over, but she also knew many powers within the tower would be keeping a close eye on the yellow cat wandering merchant from now on. But for Theo, it looked like it didn't matter at all. He immediately turned towards Iona and told her they were going to leave now. Iona was surprised he was leaving so early, but he just smiled, telling her to take care of herself. They bid their farewells, and Iona smiled and waved her hands towards the cat, still thinking that rumors give rise to more rumors, and Theo's story was going to get exaggerated and inflated. As the word spread, she was sure that Theo would become a great wandering cat merchant. The scene shifts, and we see Seo-jun leveling up again, reaching level 22 and getting a bonus stat point. Seo-jun woke up to the sudden sound of a notification. He was just supposed to take a short break, but he ended up sleeping longer. He didn't even realize when he hit level 22, he was leveling up too fast. As he snapped out of his trance and looked around, he saw all the minotaurs working together, cutting tree logs into small pieces for the craftsmen. There was a huge pile of trees behind Seo-jun, and he thought that organizing this many trees would take a while. It felt like he had conquered a mountain. He drifted into a flashback, thinking about the attack by the corrupted ants. With the help of the baby bear, the mommy bear, and the minotaur, the fight was easily ended. Thanks to the baby bear, Seo-jun heard that he had knocked out multiple trees for his dad so that they could defeat the enemies quickly and level up faster. Hearing this almost made Seo-jun cry, as he thanked the baby bear for everything. Now, Seo-jun decided to prepare for any unexpected situations in the future by building a fence using the corpses of the ants. The minotaurs were chopping wood, while Seo-jun stood with the baby bear. He suddenly asked the mother bear if these corrupted entities were the monsters living in the eerie forest to the west, which was mentioned by the wolf chief before. The mother bear confirmed it was true. She explained that the monsters were stepping into her area for an unknown reason, and their invasions had become more frequent recently. She didn't have any idea why they would invade. Seo-jun saw the mother bear eating the tree whole and asked if it was delicious because she seemed to be enjoying it. She apologized to Seo-jun, saying she should have patrolled better. She was really stressed and continued telling Seo-jun she was sorry, saying she couldn't even imagine if anything happened to Seo-jun. She might have died from a heart attack if anything happened to Seo-jun. Seo-jun immediately calmed her down, telling her not to be sorry. He understood it must be a burden for her to manage such a large area alone. He smiled and told her that the power of the poisonous bees was increasing, so he would ask his second and third queen bee to help her with patrolling. Hearing this made the mother bear smile, and she thanked Seo-jun for his kind gesture. However, Seo-jun was still wondering why the corrupted entities came to the 99th floor in the first place. He remembered a fallen entity saying that something was on the 99th floor before it died, which was pretty concerning for Seo-jun. Suddenly, the tower manager contacted Seo-jun, telling him that the corrupted entities were like viruses. She told Seo-jun that no matter how many times he wanted to kill them, they would keep coming back. They'll still show up at some point because they're troublesome beings. If there's any tree with immense power nearby, they'll do whatever it takes to corrupt it. So ultimately, all the trees with magical powers on the 99th floor got contaminated by these corrupted entities. They immediately go to sleep when there's nothing left to contaminate within their vicinity. Aileen wanted to know if Seo-jun could think of a reason why they were awake and active now. She wondered if there was anything that Seo-jun could point out. Well, if that's what Seo-jun had to point out, there was a large amount of fertile soil and multiple corn trees above the cave on the 99th floor. But as he was thinking, every creature heard a rumbling sound inside his stomach. Seo-jun finally realized he hadn't eaten yet after that large-scale battle. Just by hearing the word food, the baby bear started to feel hungry. The scene shifts, and we see Seo-jun was stir-frying some juicy meats, and after it was done, Kyung was helping transport them. Seo-jun prepared food for every creature on the 99th floor. All the food was now laid out on the ground, while the minotaurs created a campfire, and the rabbits started dancing by the large amount of food. The other minotaurs were collecting a large number of green onion leaves for their meal. Some minotaurs were grilling piranhas with very happy expressions. The gray rabbits were just chilling on top of the minotaurs, and on huge plates of onion leaves, there were grilled corns, sweet potatoes, juicy meats. Well, anything you think delicious, if all the rabbits were dancing and having the best day of their lives. As Seo-jun watched from behind, everyone started eating with happy faces as their stomachs filled up. Then the Minotaur King finally took the drink Seo-jun made with his special juice and got mesmerized. His eyes started to glow. He got addicted to it and started begging Seo-jun to give more of his special juice to him. Meanwhile, Aileen was watching this heartwarming scene from her crystal ball while eating some fried chicken. Suddenly, Seo-jun noticed that the food for the mother bear was finished. Well, Seo-jun didn't want his family to not eat their stomach full, but as they were wondering what to do, Seo-jun noticed something. They saw the wolf chief returning with a large amount of red locusts. Seo-jun told him to join the party. The mother bear looked at the incoming food with glittering eyes and immediately started devouring it all. But then something happened. Seo-jun heard a groaning sound like someone was in pain. He looked back, and the mother rabbit started having labor pains as it was finally time for the baby rabbits to arrive. The husband rabbit was getting panicked, and the pain was getting intense every passing second. Seo-jun, seeing this, got a mini heart attack, panicked, thinking what to do. Seo-jun told her it was too late to go to the cave, so he went to their house to bring something soft for her. All the creatures realized the baby was coming, but Seo-jun wanted everyone to calm down. The wife rabbit continued to groan in pain for hours, and everyone was waiting outside the house, all tense. But finally, after a whole hour, everything went silent, and Seo-jun finally opened the window of the house. Everyone was waiting there silently and nervously, waiting to see what happened. Then the scene shifted, and we see the mommy rabbit was passed out, sleeping while the husband rabbit was taking care of her. Seo-jun, with the warmest smile on his face, was holding the new baby rabbits in his hands. The queen bees were hovering over Seo-jun's head and shoulder, the chubby rabbit, the sickle rabbit, and everyone was just standing there in awe, all silent. The baby rabbits were sleeping, all sound and safe. At this rate, Rabbit Dad's gonna repopulate the entire kingdom, and it might as well be called the Alabama Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor in Red Flame Mountain, the entire mountain was deserted. A hot breeze was blowing, and the heat was so intense that your eggs could get boiled in just a moment. A colossal creature with a pig-like face, engulfed in roaring flames who took training from Endeavor-san, was standing there, showing his vast belly. In front of him stood Tai-jun, unflinching. Seeing Tai-jun, the creature started to laugh, addressing him as a mere bug from outside the power circle, saying, "What are you doing here? I thought you must have been dead by now from my flame poison." Tai-jun, with a smile on his face, thanked the pig, saying, "Because of your ranking, I barely used to get any rest, and all thanks to you, I had a really fun and enjoyable vacation. I really enjoyed it." Then, Tai-jun tauntingly asked if the pig was living a comfy and happy life with just one of his eyes open. This pissed the pig off, but it wasn't the end. Tai-jun continued his mocking, saying, "How much did you eat? I can smell the barbecue grease all the way here. You!" And he started to laugh. Now this really angered the fatso. Enraged, the creature's flames intensified as it screamed, "Screech! You! I will make you regret appearing before me!" The ground trembled under the force of its anger. The pig started to twerk his ass, his entire body covered in flames, and with the shockwave generated from his twerk, the entire ground started to get destroyed. With a powerful crash, the creature slammed into the ground, causing an explosion of flames and debris. The shockwave from the impact highlighted the ferocity of the battle. The fatso's heat was so intense that even the ground was melting, but Taijun just stood there saying, such petty tricks no longer work on me. Then Taijun took his trump card up. He was holding the sun's pumpkin sweet potato that Dongshik gave him, and while shouting that now with this he would make the fatso a really grilled pig, Taijun took a bite of the pumpkin sweet potato. The sound of his teeth crunching echoed, and the next moment, Taijun went Super Saiyan 2. He screamed and then also powered up, throwing his aura around. Seeing how Taijun was unaffected by his flame and was powering up, this left the fatso confused. But before he could react, Taijun dashed toward him at full speed, ready to chop some pig. But the fatso, being the boss of the 52nd floor, summoned a huge wave of lava toward Taijun. The wave was so huge that Taijun could literally surf on top of it. But Taijun didn't even try to dodge the attack. In fact, the flame engulfed Taijun, and while the flame swallowed him up, the pig stood there watching, thinking he had won and getting happy. Then he started to mock Taijun, saying, "Now who's getting roasted and becoming a barbecue, huh?" But to his surprise, undeterred, Taijun charged forward once more, a trail of fire following in his wake. A sinister smile spread across Taijun's face, and with a deep voice he said, "Didn't I say that your flame will no longer work on me?" With that, Taijun punched the pig's fat ass. Although the pig was surprised, it didn't have much effect on him. His fat absorbed all the impact. The next moment, he grabbed Taijun with his claws, surprising Taijun. But it wasn't the end. The pig unleashed a dangerous, intense flame from his claws, which he used to grab Taijun, to roast him alive on that spot. Still grabbing Taijun, he continued to raise the temperature furiously, saying he would crush Taijun right here, right now. "So it doesn't matter to me if my flames have any effect on you or not, as you're going to die in my hands," the fatso declared. But Taijun, well, he was smiling and very calm, saying it had been so long since he last fought that he almost forgot something. Suddenly, a magic circle formed around Taijun's body, and energy balls started to hover around the pig. In just a matter of seconds, the energy balls multiplied, and hundreds were now hovering above the pig's head. Then, with a confident smile, Taijun continued his sentence, revealing he is a wizard, not a fighter. But before the pig could say or do anything further, it was too late. All the energy balls crashed into the pig like a swarm of bees, stinging him, and he was also paralyzed, unable to move. The next moment, we see the pig was dead, his tongue hanging out, and Taijun stood triumphantly over the roasted pig's body. Just then, the system notified him that he had defeated the boss of the 52nd floor, and the burning wild boar curse was lifted. On top of that, the land burned by the curse of the wild boar also got restored. We saw the deserted, barren land slowly rejuvenating. Grass was growing and all the trees were regaining their health, slowly becoming vibrant again. Additionally, the curse on Taijun's body also disappeared. The huge flame tattoo that was on his body vanished. Finally, for the first time in a decade, he was feeling fresh and good, and seeing the land getting restored. He thought, was the land was also cursed like his body. He was really happy as he took out the sun pumpkin sweet potato and thought that all of this was possible thanks to the sun pumpkin sweet potatoes that he got. He wondered how he should repay his debt. Suddenly, the old man saw a little cat, who was surprised to see that there was greenery all around in what was a barren land just a moment ago. The entire land was deserted, and suddenly, huge grasses started to grow. But all this grass was making it inconvenient for little Theo to walk on the 52nd floor. As he came near the large old man, Theo was surprised to see a human here, but the one who was in deeper shock was Taijun. He was shocked to see a wandering cat merchant on the 52nd floor. Theo, on the other hand, was annoyed. He got really angry by seeing the sun pumpkin sweet potato in Taijun's hand. Then Theo started to shout while pointing his paws toward Taijun, asking where he got this sun pumpkin sweet potato. Taejin then looked at the sweet potato for some time and started telling the whole story to Theo. Hearing everything, Theo was shocked to the core, knowing that Dongshik was the old man's student. Theo started complimenting Dongshik because, according to him, he was an amazing student if he brought the pumpkin sweet potatoes for his teacher who was in pain and suffering. Hearing this, Taejun started laughing loudly, telling Theo that Dongshik was indeed quite special. He turned around and thanked Theo for the sweet potato because he was able to escape the curse of flames thanks to it. He was really happy and thanked Theo from the bottom of his heart. Taejin said he was now indebted to Theo and told him he would definitely repay this help. But Theo immediately countered, telling the old man that according to Asian mom's rule numbered 8, he should pay back the debt he had right now. This made Taejin a little surprised, and he started wondering what Theo was talking about. Theo gave a devilish smirk while telling the old man that he would have to make a contract with the wandering cat merchant. As the scene shifts, we see the old man sitting down, telling Theo that a contract inside the tower was an important pharmaceutical magic, and he did not want to be limited by a wandering cat. Theo was shocked by this answer, telling the old man that it was him who said just now that he wanted to repay his debt. To do this, the old man had to become the cat's subordinate. But the old man was still not ready. Even Theo, who was demanding at first, was now begging the master to become his subordinate. But seeing Theo beg and cry like that, Taejun felt bad and came up with an idea. He suggested, instead of becoming the underling of Theo, why don't they become friends? As if they become friends, he will do anything in his power to help Theo whenever he was in problem or needed any help from him. Well, Theo had a plan on his mind as he messed up with the pumpkin potato. He wanted to do something for Seo-jun, and for that, he needed the old man to follow his command. That is why he said the old man should be his subordinate. But the suggestion to become friends and hearing Taejun would listen to any of Theo's requests made Theo smile, opening his cute mouth while thinking he could really ask the old man to do any favor for him. But the master stopped the wandering cat, telling him that first he had to decide if he was really a friend of the old man or not. Theo proudly put his paws on his hips, thinking the old man was definitely capable. But before the old man could process anything, Theo demanded him to follow along to the 38th floor. As the scene shifts, we come to the 99th floor, where Seo-jun is cooking something in a pot. As he opens the lid, a delicious smell wafts out, making the tower farmer smile at his cooking. Seo-jun immediately tells the rabbit that he has cooked the meal for more than 12 hours and wants to know if it's okay to eat now. Even the cute little bunny agrees, telling him that cooking for this long was enough. We learn that Seo-jun was preparing a soup of red locusts, and the rabbit was helping him make it. Seeing all the monsters eating the red locusts like delicious food, Seo-jun decided to try cooking it for himself. He figured that even if the visuals weren't great, it was still important to consume a variety of proteins. Even the baby bear was looking at the food with a drooling mouth. Seo-jun reassured the rabbit that the red locust had boiled properly and completely. As soon as the cooking finished, a notification popped up, informing Seo-jun that he had achieved the feat of making boiled red locust for the first time in the tower, so his cooking skill reached level 3. Seo-jun was shocked to know that no one had ever tried cooking red locusts in the whole tower. He ripped off the hard outer skin, cut off the inner flesh, and boiled the meat to make it safe for eating. But as soon as Seo-jun started chewing on the meat, he saw he couldn't tear the flesh, no matter how hard he tried. His face turned red with effort. He wasn't going to stop and finally tore a piece out of the meat, but due to the intense force he used, the tower farmer slammed his head onto the wall, surprising the baby bear, whose mouth was left open, seeing Seo-jun slamming his head on the wall. Laying on the floor and crying, Seo-jun attracted the black rabbit's attention. The black rabbit came to see what his uncle had done. He saw Seo-jun crying, complaining about how tough and sticky the meat was. As soon as he turned around, he saw multiple notifications pop up, telling Seo-jun that after consuming the red locust meat, the small amount of poison that remained in the meat was now poisoning him. But because Seo-jun now had poison resistance skill after drinking the special juice of Aileen, all the poison was slowly getting detoxified. Reading this almost stopped Seo-jun's breathing. He realized the red locust was a poisonous monster. If it wasn't for the detoxifying green onion and his poison resistance, he might have died from just one bite. But he saw the baby bear eating the delicious meat as if it were the most delicious food in the world. The baby bear, feeling sorry for his dad, wondered why his dad's teeth were so weak that he couldn't even eat this so soft and fluffy meat. Seo-jun just sat there and fumbled, explaining there was a difference between humans and the creatures of the tower. Finally, the long-awaited result came out after repeated failure. Although Seo-jun was unable to eat the meat of the red locust, at least he could try the soup and taste how the red locust actually tastes. Seo-jun offered the soup made of red locust meat to the mother rabbit, who was taking care of the new baby. He told the rabbit parents that when their bodies were tired, something soft to eat was better, so he wanted the rabbits to cool the soup down in their room and eat. Hearing that, the rabbits thanked Seo-jun with their whole hearts. We learned that this new recipe was called Red Locust Soup. A pop-up informed Seo-jun that he had obtained the achievement of making red locust soup, which was made by thinly slicing red locusts, green onion, and sweet potatoes, boiled for a long time to blend all the ingredients harmoniously and increase the overall effect. The detoxifying green onion neutralized the poison of the red locusts. When consumed, strength would increase by 5.1 for 30 minutes, and the combat food effect would keep the user full for 3 hours. It was a C-grade item with a shelf life of 30 days. Seo-jun looked at the notifications while the rabbits were drinking the soup. He thought the soup had an unusual title of combat ration, but as soon as he started drinking the soup and took just one sip, he stood up in shock, startling the baby bear, who wanted to know what kept happening to his dad from time to time. He asked, "Now what happened to his dad?" Seo-jun, still surprised, started telling the baby bear that the soup tasted just like tender and delicious chicken. We see Seo-jun started crying from the nostalgia he felt, but the baby bear, as innocent as ever, asked his dad what a chicken was. Seo-jun just replied that it was his favorite dish. He started patting the baby bear playfully, while the creature told his dad that if he liked it that much, then the baby bear liked it too. Meanwhile, the thick mommy queen bee, along with other queen bees and their worker bees, were just chilling on the rooftop of Seo-jun's house. They were watching and hearing what Seo-jun was doing, smiling contentedly. It was day 235 of being stranded in the tower, and Seo-jun had found a kind of meat that tasted just like chicken. With that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's goal of 5,000 likes. Also, subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching. Seo-jun started gulping every drop of the red locust soup he made. He felt an intense heat building inside his body and started sweating profusely. As he slammed the bowl onto the table, a notification popped up, telling Seo-jun that consuming the correct amount of red locust soup had increased his strength by 5.1 for 30 minutes, and that he wouldn't get hungry for 3 hours. Seo-jun lay down along with the rabbits and told everyone that he tasted something like chicken almost 8 months after entering the 99th floor of the tower. He was glad he made the soup. The chubby rabbit was burping, and the baby bear said the red locust soup was really delicious in front of his dad. Still, as Seo-jun lay down, he started wondering about a feeling he was constantly getting, that he had definitely forgotten something. This mystery was solved immediately as Seo-jun got a notification from our waifu, Aileen, who started nagging and scolding Seo-jun, asking if he finally remembered her. Hearing this, Seo-jun started to sweat, while the dragon, making mischief, said Seo-jun was eating so well without her, enjoying the last bit of delicious soup, leaving her alone. Hearing this, Seo-jun started laughing nervously and asked the lady dragon how long she had been watching Seo-jun and the others. The chubby rabbit was also terrified as he also ate a large portion of the meal. And guys, today's like goal is 5,000 likes. Please like, subscribe, and write Nabber Daddy Rocks in the comments to support me in making these videos. Now let's continue. And Aileen, well, hearing this, got furious and started to scold Seo-jun, saying she was watching Seo-jun from the beginning, where she informed Seo-jun that the Ents were coming. Well, she was basically a stalker watching Seo-jun from day to night. Wow, is that meant she also watches Seo-jun pooping and peeing? Naughty girl. Anyway, back to the story. Then she continued saying she did so much for Seo-jun. She even promised Seo-jun to give a huge reward. And here he is enjoying the meal without her. Then she started to cry, tears dropping from her eyes, sobbing and saying that Seo-jun is too much. He doesn't care about her. And then she continued to cry aloud. Seo-jun, on the other hand, hearing her cries, immediately realized he was in big trouble. Not knowing what to do, Seo-jun started to make excuses, explaining that it was just a misunderstanding, but she just told Seo-jun that he was a bad guy. But he, on the spot, got an idea and said he was actually going to make a special soup using his special juice, specially for Aileen. Aileen, hearing the word special juice, stopped crying. Curious, she asked what special soup it is, what kind of soup it is. She started watching Seo-jun through a crystal ball, while Seo-jun told Aileen that the soup was made just as a test. He explained that he saw the red locusts had a trace amount of poison inside them, so he wondered what could be done to improve the taste while detoxifying the poison. At this moment, Seo-jun tried to butter up Aileen by telling her that he was constantly thinking of her while preparing the soup. Aileen immediately started blushing as she realized Seo-jun had been thinking about her constantly. Still blushing, she asked Seo-jun if he was really telling the truth. Was Seo-jun really thinking about her all the time? Knowing he had hit the mark, Seo-jun assured her he really was, and that he was going to make the soup for her right away. He started opening the pot while the dragon lady tapped the crystal ball onto its pedestal and lay down on the ground. While Seo-jun was preparing the soup, she just lay down and started watching Seo-jun, still blushing like watching her hubby making lunch for her, saying to Seo-jun that she was waiting to drink Seo-jun's special juice. As soon as Seo-jun got the notification that Aileen was watching him and waiting, his face turned pale. He knew he would be in big trouble if he didn't make the soup right then. Seo-jun immediately started making the soup, cutting the tomatoes and carrots along with the red locust meat and making a slurry out of the vegetable. The soup took on a crimson-red color, which looked really tasty. Finally, Seo-jun took a spoonful of the soup and tasted it to adjust the salt. He knew the soup was ready as the dish glittered and looked really tasty. A notification popped up telling Seo-jun that he had made battle food for the first time in the tower. He also got the achievement of making red locust cherry tomato soup roll, and he had leveled up his cooking to 3. The recipe for the red locust cherry tomato soup was now registered. This soup also had detoxifying green onions, which detoxified the poison in the red locust meat. The taste of the dish was slightly improved from the previous one, and when consumed, the magical power of the user would increase by 7.1 for 30 minutes. This dish also had a shelf life of 30 days and was a grade C+ item. Seo-jun started telling Aileen that her favorite food was magical cherry tomatoes, so he added cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes. Finally, Seo-jun wanted the dragon lady to take a bowl of the soup as she had waited so long. Aileen wanted to suck every drop of Seo-jun's soup. Hearing this, even Seo-jun got startled for a bit, thinking if she was really talking about the soup or something else. But the dragon lady told Seo-jun once again that she wanted all the soup in the pot at once. Hearing this, Seo-jun was flustered but ready to do what Aileen said. He immediately transferred all the soup into a basket made of green onion. The basket was teleported into Aileen's hand. As soon as she took the huge cup into her hand, she smelled Seo-jun's scent from the soup and felt the love that Seo-jun poured into the soup. She was really happy and excited to taste it. Just the smell was enough to make her feel like cucumber. So she finally decided to taste the heavenly soup. As she was about to take a sip, she was still blushing, thinking this was the soup Seo-jun specially made for her. As soon as the soup touched the dragon lady's tongue, it was as if she was in heaven. She immediately took the whole red liquid into her mouth in one go, and then she paused for a moment and started to vibrate, laughing and wiggling her tail, unable to show her happiness in any other way. It was as if she was flooded by 1,000 thoughts. Finally, her eyes started glittering, and everything felt like heaven. She exclaimed that the soup was really delicious, and the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her whole life. Multiple notifications told her that as she ate the red locust cherry tomato soup, her magic power had increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes, and she wouldn't get hungry for 3 hours. The dragon lady was blushing profusely as she fell down, thinking that Seo Jun had made the soup specifically for her and even used cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes because she liked them more. Seo Jun had thought about her the whole time while making the soup, and this was too much for the cute big dragon to bear. She was still blushing intensely, realizing her dragon heart was not ready to quiet down. She didn't comprehend what she should do, but started denying all the feeling, telling herself it was happening because her heart was now getting better. She continuously looked at Seo Jun, who wondered where Aileen was. He was getting worried and asked if she was still listening. Seo Jun wanted to know if the soup tasted good and if she was feeling any better. Finally, after a long time, the dragon lady replied, telling Seo Jun that she ate well and Seo Jun's juice soup was damn delicious. Seo Jun calmed down after hearing this, sat on the bench, and apologized to Aileen again, telling her that he really didn't forget about her but just tasted chicken after so long inside the tower, so he was really enjoying. He finally told the lady he was glad she felt better and wanted her to take the dried sweet potato and eat it as a snack because it would taste pretty good. Suddenly, multiple notifications popped up, telling Seo Jun that Aileen was also sorry for getting angry for no reason, but did so because she thought she was being neglected by him. Seo Jun was really nervous after reading this, telling Aileen that there was no way he would neglect her. He admitted he neglected her when he newly came to the tower, but it was due to her that he was surviving on the 99th floor. He was always thankful to Aileen for helping him in every situation. After hearing this heartfelt gratitude, it was as if the dragon lady's heart melted. She tapped on her heart, and a notification popped up, surprising Seo Jun. The notification told him that if he served dry-roasted sweet potatoes to Aileen, he would receive 1 talent blossom. Seo Jun immediately realized it was something rare and a huge reward. He knew that for an ordinary hunter it takes a lot of effort to develop even 1 talent, so he wasn't sure if he could just take this talent from Aileen in exchange for dried sweet potatoes. But Aileen told Seo Jun that she used all the contributions from eradicating the red locusts, as well as a bit of her own power, to craft this reward for him. She was sure that Seo Jun would definitely like it. As the basket of dried potato snacks was teleported to the dragon lady, a notification told Seo Jun that he had completed a quest. As a reward for completing the quest, the talent named Landlord was now ready for Seo Jun to use. The Landlord skill was an acquired talent that only farmers with large farm could have. Now, Seo Jun could designate up to 30 tenant farmers, and these tenants could use the landowner's job skill. When a tenant used a landowner's skill, the landowner would receive 1% compensation. This talent will keep growing as the size of the farm increases. Seo Jun was struck by this new talent, thinking it was pretty unusual for him to have, but he noticed that this talent could only be obtained by farmers and that there was a 1% reward for designating tenant farmers. He wanted to test his new talent and immediately called the baby bear towards him. The cute bear didn't understand what was happening but still came towards his dad while Seo Jun was looking at a list of tenants, which was completely empty. He looked above the baby bear's head and tapped on the confirm button, finally designating the baby bear as a tenant. Seo Jun was happy to see that it was really easy to use this talent. The baby bear, as innocent as ever, wondered why his dad was tapping above his head. Seo Jun immediately asked the baby bear if he could pick some cherry tomatoes in mere seconds. Hearing this, the baby bear felt a sense of competition and asked his dad how much he should pick in one go. Seo Jun told him to pick 100 cherry tomatoes at once. Hearing that, the baby bear immediately flashed towards the farm, surprising Seo Jun to the core. Multiple notifications started popping up, telling Seo Jun that a farm tenant had harvested 57 cherry tomatoes and the landlord had received 1% compensation. Seo Jun's job experience was increasing slightly, and even his level 4 mastery was now increased. His experience was increasing by 1.5 points every time the baby bear picked a cherry tomato. Seo Jun realized that his farming skills could even be used without him having to use the skill himself, and he was gaining 1% of his skill experience through the landlord farming talent. He realized that this way, even when his farm became large and he couldn't harvest the crops directly, he could still gain a little job experience and more rewards by using the tenants. Seo Jun stood up in joy, thinking that although it had become difficult to harvest the field as it had expanded, gaining even a little bit of experience was a really good talent given to him by the Dragon Lady. He was still in shock, knowing that his talent would keep growing as his farm increased. He immediately went to the rabbit, who were still sleeping or eating, and told them that they should go to work because they needed to expand the field. The warrior rabbit immediately told his uncle that he wanted to rest a bit because he was so full after eating a lot of the red locust meat and soup, and he was even sleepy. Listening to this, Seo Jun immediately added the black rabbit to the tenant list. The rabbit was now nervous, seeing something hovering above his head. After a while, Seo Jun started cheering the black rabbit along with the other rabbits, telling him that if he was feeling sleepy, he should move to get energetic once again, and if he lied down after eating too much, he would turn into a cow instead of a rabbit. Hearing the mention of a cow, Ox 3 was surprised. As the scene shifts, we come towards the large farm of Seo Jun. He was telling all the rabbits to go and have fun working in the field, but suddenly, we see a lot of corrupted entities still hiding inside the farm. They were ready to invade his house once again, their eyes glowing crimson red. Seo Jun set fire to an old, large tree trunk and commanded the baby bear to throw the burning trunk onto the ants. Kyung instantly lifted the burning tree trunk and was ready to throw it with all his might. As soon as Seo Jun gave the command, Kyung hurled the burning log like a bazooka. With a whoosh, it crashed into the middle of the huge ants army, blasted apart, and the pieces of burned wood set fire to almost half of the ants' bodies. They started to burn. All the tree scouts began screaming in pain and agony as they burned, and Seo Jun and Kyung continued to slaughter them easily. Since Seo Jun had also leveled up, he was easily able to slaughter them with ease. Seo Jun smiled as he saw that the corrupted entities were now burnt to ashes. He told the baby bear that the fire was working well against the evil tree. The corrupted entities were burning quickly, so Seo Jun and the baby bear only had to deal with those who escaped the fire and were moving too fast. As Seo Jun looked around, he saw the large corrupted trees also marching toward them. Ready to confront them, Seo Jun was confident in his ability to kill them since he had leveled up. But suddenly something slammed onto a large, corrupted tree from above, shocking the corrupted entities to the core. It was none other than the black warrior rabbit attacking the large trees with all his might. He started breaking the tree logs one by one with the immense force of his hammer and cuteness. Even the big trees were now screaming in pain because they had become the prey of the black rabbit. His thrusts were so strong that huge cracks were formed from where the warrior rabbit was jumping. But the surprises were not over. One of the big trees that escaped was trying to run, but little did it know someone was waiting for it. A huge red paw slowly came from above, and then bam! It crushed the huge corrupted tree like a paper boat. It was none other than the mother bear, who was furious at how dare these puny creatures attack her hubby's house. She immediately started to destroy each and every large corrupted tree as if she was smashing paper. While both the mother bear and the black rabbit were fighting, Seo Jun smiled. He realized that it was a bit scary that only the black rabbit and the mother bear were enough for the large-scale invasion. Suddenly, a small corrupted tree scout attacked Seo Jun from behind. This startled Seo Jun for a moment, but he immediately acted on instinct, slashing the tree scout into 2 equal pieces without even thinking. He himself was surprised at how his reflexes had gotten much quicker, and his attacks were now deadly compared to before. The corrupted entities had appeared on the 99th floor once again, but thanks to the mother bear's quick response and immense strength, further damage to the farm was prevented. Seo Jun was happy with his decision to move his house near the farm. He thought it was a good choice to ask the mother bear to do so as soon as possible. Seo Jun remembered talking to the mother bear, telling her that his relationship with the Ox King had improved a lot and that the area she had to patrol had decreased. Seo-jun thought it was a good idea to set up a space nearby the western forest to focus on guarding the farms from the corrupted entities. Seo-jun brought a large heap of red locust meat to the mother bear, telling her she could also eat the meat every day if this arrangement continued. He wanted the mother bear to agree without any reservations, knowing both he and the mother bear would benefit from this deal. She immediately called out the baby bear, asking him to go and pack his thing. The baby bear started jumping with excitement about getting a new place to live. As the scene shifts back to the present, we see the mother bear has defeated every large corrupted tree in the vicinity. She told her dear Seo-jun that this type of invasion was nothing hard for her. Seo-jun smiled as he thanked the mother bear for everything. But as he looked around, he started wondering when he would really get rid of the corrupted entity, because they always created a mess of Seo-jun's farm. Well, Seo-jun was really frustrated, not knowing where the tree was that the corrupted trees were coming from. Just then, the Minotaurs also arrived, telling Seo-jun they were ready to work on the field. They were shocked to see that the corrupted entities were back again on the 99th floor. Seeing help arrive, Seo-jun immediately told the Minotaur to help him clean up the mess, because the corrupted trees had ruined all the newly expanded farms. Seo-jun couldn't work anymore and was sad as he started picking up the excess wood, thinking he didn't even have time to utilize his new landholder abilities. As he was picking up the leftover wood, he saw that a corrupted tree still had some life left in it. The corrupted creature started screeching that everything was there, but Seo-jun, frustrated, immediately smashed the corrupted tree and removed all the life within the creature, shouting, "Where the heck is the tree these guys are trying to corrupt?" The scene shifts and we come back to the 52nd floor where the old master Taijun and Theo were walking towards somewhere. Theo, perched on Taijun's shoulder, was a little frustrated as he asked the old man about where they were going, because there seemed to be a dead end if they kept going in the same direction. Taijun then put Theo on the ground, while Theo continued asking, "Didn't Taijun come from outside the tower?" Theo had heard from Dongshik that only the waypoint from the 38th floor is registered, meaning humans only managed to clear the 39th floor. So how did Taijun manage to come to this floor in the first place? Well, Theo was really confused. After that, Taijun said something that shocked Theo to his core. He explained he came here using a Lingen. Hearing Lingen, Theo got scared. Theo was getting shocks in his whole body as he heard this name and wondered if the old man was talking about the dimensional fragment fruit. As per Theo's knowledge, the fruit contained bad energy and should not be used carelessly because it was not something that was made inside the Black Tower in the first place, and it meant that this fruit was illegal. Now in a tough situation, Theo explained that since he saw Taijun using this illegal item, he had to report this inside to the authority, and then the higher authority would punish Taijun. He made a grave mistake, but Taijun didn't give a damn what Theo was telling. Taijun, curious, said now he understood why the Lingens he had often disappeared. He got it from the local resident of the tower, and because it was illegal, it often disappeared. Theo let out a loud meow while he saw that the old man was unwrapping his bag-like thing. Then Taijun revealed what was inside while saying it was a good thing he hid this one, and then he took something out from his bag. Theo was speechless. We see a plant-like creature with multiple leaves and tentacles as its legs, and we come to know that this creature was called Linden. Theo was somewhat fearful of seeing the Lingen for the first time, as it looked like a snake. He started going behind the legs of the old man while he told the cat that these creatures had a short lifespan, so if they did not use it now, then it would soon disappear. Finally, the old man decided that they should go urgently, but Theo started acting with all the attitude he had while telling the old man that he would never use something illegal to travel. But the old man knelt down, showing the wandering cat merchant some packets of churro and offering the whole 2 packets of it to the cat. But hearing that, the cat was still not ready to do as the old man says. He immediately threw the 2 packets away into the air, saying if Theo didn't want it, he would throw them. Well, Theo is Theo. He could not resist the temptation and immediately grabbed the churro while jumping into the air to grab them. Well, he did grab them, but before he knew it, he noticed he was above the Lingen. Well, Taijun tricked him, and before Theo knew it, the Lingen sucked Theo into her hole, while Taijun watched him with a satisfying smile of tricking Theo. After that, Taejun also jumped into the hole. Both the old master and Theo were now traveling through the portal of the dimensional fruit. As it was his first travel, Theo was shouting with all his might, but they suddenly saw a bright light at the end of the portal. As the scene shifts, we come to the Phoenix Skilled Campground on the 38th floor. Suddenly, Dongshik turned around, hearing the rustling sound, but he saw that it was none other than his master and the merchant cat, who appeared from behind the forest. Dongshik was surprised to see both the old man and the merchant cat together, but multiple questions started arising in his head. He asked his teacher about how he met Theo and what had happened to his curse of flames after defeating the wild boar. Hearing this, the old man just smiled, telling his student that he had a lot of questions and started telling Dongshik the whole story, how due to the pumpkin sweet potato, he was able to defeat the boar, and how he met Theo on the 52nd floor and became friends and came back together, but Theo's face was telling a different story. Seeing Theo's face, Dongshik asked why Theo was making this type of face, and Taejun started to laugh loudly hearing this. Meanwhile, Theo was purely disgusted as he told the old man not to throw him inside the hole of any creature. Hearing this, Dongshik was deeply startled and asked, "Don't tell me you used all the lingen!" While he asked the old man how many lingen he used to travel because that item was even rare in the country. The master calmly told Dongshik that there was something more important to check besides the wild boar boss. But then, the master turned around, said to Theo that he had a question in his mind and he would like to ask it, and could Theo answer it. Theo agreed, asking what it was, and Taejun said he roughly checked from the 39th to 52nd floor, using several lingens to find anything about Seo-jun, as the official waypoint registered in the tower is still 38th floor, meaning either Seo-jun didn't officially cross the 38th floor, or he also used some illegal methods to climb higher in the tower without defeating the bosses. He also asked the local living in the towers if they saw any hunter looking like Seo-jun, but they had no idea about them. They said they haven't seen a single human outside the tower except himself, Taejun, which brought him to his final question. At this point, Theo was panicked and nervous. He knew what question Taejun was going to ask, and he gave no answer to it, and then it happened. Taejun asked Theo, "Where the hell is Seo-jun right now? On which floor?" Well, if Theo really hates using illegal routes, then where is Seo-jun, as he is not on any floor from 1 to 52nd? Meanwhile, Theo started to sweat heavily, his mind going black, not knowing what to say, and he started to fumble. As the scene shifts, we come back to the 99th floor where multiple notifications popped up telling Seo-jun that due to his level 4 harvest, Seo-jun had harvested one crop of 1 level higher, and his job experience increased significantly. He had also obtained 290 experience points due to it, and his skill was increased by an additional 5%. Seo-jun was picking up cherry tomatoes while he saw that he had harvested a B-grade magical cherry tomato due to the level upgrade. He knew that if he made a little more effort, he could surely harvest the crops which were above grade C, but suddenly a white rabbit came down to the underground farm telling Seo-jun that he should go and eat something. Seo-jun smiled as he told the rabbit that he would be coming soon. But as he picked up the basket full of cherry tomatoes, his eyes suddenly glanced at the whole field that he had made. Seo-jun was still thinking about the incident. He remembered the words of Aileen that corrupted trees get attracted toward any strong source of magical tree, and how the entire corrupted army comes here every day, meaning definitely that tree must have to be inside the cave. He started looking around, thinking that there was not a single special kind of plant or tree inside the cave. Why? But suddenly he looked at the makeshift fireplace that he made at the time of the first blue moon. He knelt down onto the ground while looking at the ashes, thinking that this bonfire was out of fire. He remembered that when he first entered the tower and succeeded in starting a fire, he would always use the makeshift bonfire, and it would never go out. But since he shifted outside, he didn't even know that the bonfire was turned off. This was weird at the beginning as how the fire was not getting vanquished even after so many days, but he never gave much thought, thinking this might be some effect of the tower. Thinking that, he once again was going to light the bonfire up when he noticed something. A green small leaf, confused. He started removing the ashes, and he noticed a sprout hidden under the ashes. Seo-jun was suddenly shocked to the core. as he discovered the tree sprout. He was shocked to his core, thinking, how in the hell did this sprout survive under fire for so long? But before he would understand something more, a more bigger shock hit him when the plant called Seo Jun. Daddy! Daddy Seo Jun! Shocked, Seo Jun started to look up, trying to find the source of the voice, when the voice asked Seo Jun to look down. And as Seo Jun slowly looked down nervous, he noticed, God damn lowly! I mean, a cute little elf-like creature, red-hot hair with a seducing smile told Seo Jun that she had been waiting underground for this day to come. She, for 200 days, watched Seo Jun, patiently praying that one day Seo Jun will remove the ash and she will then be able to come out while beating her flat chest. With a cute smile, she introduced herself, said her name is Flame, and she is born from the apple seed Seo Jun planted and from the ashes of the fire. Seo Jun started smiling with excitement as he came to know that the tree that he planted has now materialized itself into a loli, and the corrupted trees were all coming for this little loli. Seo Jun, on the other hand, was shocked as he looked at the little creature who introduced herself as Flame. She was really happy because she was now talking to her master. She started doing salsa, saying this was the happiest moment of her life since she became conscious. Finally, she was able to meet her daddy. If you find this little creature cute, then hit the subscribe button and leave a like, as it supports the channel a lot. Now, let's continue. But Seo Jun couldn't understand how a name like Flame suited an apple tree. Above all, how could plants even talk? If he remembered correctly, he planted an apple tree and Flame doesn't have anything to do with Flame. Flame, not understanding what her daddy was talking about, immediately told him that she was transferring her consciousness from the apple tree into her head with magical power. So this was just like a fake body created with magic to talk with her daddy. Seo Jun can think of it like that. She took this form to look good in front of her daddy. Then, with a concerned face, she asked, did Seo Jun not like her appearance? If he didn't like it, she could change into something else. Flame was disheartened and asked if Seo Jun didn't like this form. But our boy saw that Flame was almost on the verge of crying and immediately told her that she was indeed looking pretty cute, and even her name was cute. Then Seo Jun, with his arms crossed, asked Flame that, like she mentioned, she is a flaming red apple tree, and she also mentioned she used magic to make this appearance, meaning she must be also very powerful and incredible, right? But from inside, Seo Jun couldn't believe that the cheap apple he ate back then turned out to be such a great apple. But Flame, with a shy face, told Seo Jun, like Shin-chan, that she is nothing really great like Seo Jun is thinking. Then she started telling Seo Jun how she got born. It was almost 200 days ago when Seo Jun first planted the apple seed. She finally sprouted on the third day, but when she tried to sprout from the ground, she felt an intense heat. She felt like she would die from the heat. She had to survive, so she decided to go deep inside the soil. She kept going inside the soil for countless days, endlessly, to the point that she didn't even know where it ends. Suddenly, the roots reached above a cave and made a crack within the rocks, and Flame found a source of clean water, which provided a little cool to the seed that couldn't bear the heat. She got very happy seeing the water. The water was cold and very tasty. So, till now, she was able to survive all thanks to this cold water she was drinking and was withstanding the heat till today. In that endless darkness, she was just sitting all alone, waiting for days to get out from here, receive sunlight, and bloom into a tree. But the heat was keeping her away. But today she finally got out from the endless darkness and met her daddy, so she really is the happiest and has no regrets in her life. Seo Jun finally realized his mistake. He forgot that he even planted an apple tree because of the chaos and blue moon incident that happened when he first reached the tower, and the next day, by mistake, he set the campfire just on top of where he planted the apple tree. He immediately apologized to Flame for this. Seo Jun was really feeling guilty, but Flame wasn't angry at all. She told Seo Jun that whatever he did made her strong instead, so Seo Jun doesn't have to feel guilty, and now she can do fire magic. The next moment, excited with a whoosh and a flicker of her finger, She summoned fire on top of the little apple sprout, saying she can control plant, water, earth, and also fire, magic, all thanks to Seo-jun. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was shocked to see that this little flame could actually handle fire magic pretty well. Showing this magic trick was a proud moment for Flame, and Seo-jun started clapping at the fact that the plant, vulnerable to fire, could use fire magic itself. Looking at the cute creature was really mesmerizing and soothing for our boy, and Flame, seeing her daddy clapping, was the proudest moment of her life as she stood with her chest high. Then Flame excitedly informed her daddy that she could only make little fires at the moment, but she would grow up quickly and help her daddy in any way she could. Seo-jun smiled as he looked at the youngest member of his family on the 99th floor, the one and only Flame, and he rubbed the petals on her head gently, while telling Flame that she had a really hard time underground, so she didn't have to overdo it outside. Seo-jun wanted the apple tree to not think about anything right now and just grow healthily and happily, because if she overdid it just after being born, she could get sick. Flame was really happy seeing her daddy caring for her. She wanted Seo-jun to pat her more. She really was getting all emotional. And even the tower farmer agreed, telling Flame that he could pat her as much as she wanted. Flame started thinking it was the best day of her life as the apple tree. She was happy she could be cute and have fun with her owner in the meantime. But the truth was, Flame told Seo-jun a little lie. The scene shifted, and we see the roots of Flame were already humongously thick. Her roots kept going underground until they reached deeper into the underground ocean. The tree almost covered the whole 99th floor, along with the underground ocean. She decided to keep this a secret from Seo-jun. The scene shifts, and we come back to the 39th floor, where Taejun, with a serious face, asked Theo to tell him where Seo-jun is, as he already searched till the 58th floor, and there is not a single clue about Seo-jun there. Even Dongshik started remembering that Theo told him that he met Seo-jun on the 40th floor. Theo said on the 40th floor, Seo-jun saved his life. Theo told this lie a long time ago to Dongshik, but Dongshik also couldn't find about Seo-jun anywhere on the 40th floor. Now, Theo started sweating profusely, informing the old man that to tell the truth, he told a lie, and he really couldn't reveal the place where Seo-jun is for some reasons. But the old man just wondered why Theo wasn't telling him anything. Then Taejun started to explain to Theo that right now, Seo-jun is receiving the attention of the whole world in his home world Earth. He doesn't know how important Seo-jun is for the tower or the people who live in the tower, but for Earth, Seo-jun is an extremely important figure. Seo-jun has become the most valuable figure to the humans on Earth. Taejun continued asking one more time which floor Seo-jun is on, and whether he needs any help and why he is not coming out from the tower. As the leader of the Hunter Association of the Republic of South Korea, he is asking to know where Seo-jun is, and Theo has to tell him about it. But even after telling all this, Theo didn't say a word. Then Taejun bowed a little and politely asked, couldn't Theo show a little generosity? He even started to beg to tell about Seo-jun, as this was really important information. And Theo, well, he was really in a tight situation. It was not like he would tell Seo-jun was stuck on the 99th floor, so he came up with an idea. He took out a piece of paper from his bag and shouted that Taejun has to sign a contract with him. He explained that he will tell everything about Seo-jun, but only if he signs a contract with Theo, that Taejun will keep everything Theo told a secret and only discuss everything he told with Theo and no one else. And if he breaks this contract, Taejun's life will be terminated, telling the old man to write a contract. Theo wanted all the words exchanged with the cat to be kept confidential, and the old man could only discuss it with the sales cat and Theo and no one else. The old master was shocked by the sudden change in Theo's attitude. He saw Theo's serious face for the first time. Even Dongshik was really nervous hearing the terms of the contract, but the old man calmly told Dongshik to sign it too. They started going inside one of the camps they set up. Dongshik wrote every condition onto the piece of paper, and all three of them signed the contract properly. A notification popped up in front of Dongshik while the old master told Theo that he would put his honor as a hunter on the line and keep everything he would hear and see inside the room a complete secret. The same conditions applied to Dongshik too. Finally, the master asked Theo once again where Seo-jun exactly was. First of all, Theo informed both men that Seo-jun was not actually on the 40th floor. This shocked Dongshik, but Theo continued and explained it was just a lie he told Dongshik. Well, Seo-jun, at that time, had told Theo to tell people this story if anyone asked about him. So once again, Dongshik asked Theo, "Where is Seo-jun exactly?" with a shocking face. But Theo explained still he can't say everything, but while pointing his finger high, he said, Seo-jun is in such a place so far high on the tower that the humans cannot even imagine going there alone, let alone survive, so he can't get down from the tower for the time being, as he is stuck in his own mission. Both Dongshik and the old man were shocked to hear about this place, wondering where exactly in the tower it was. As the scene shifts, we see both the master and Dongshik waving their goodbyes to the cat merchant. After Theo left, a shocked Dongshik asked the old man if whatever Theo said was actually real. He started telling the master that no matter how strong a hunter is, it is difficult to go beyond a certain floor using Lindgen, as even if a person, for say, went to the 80th floor, he will die immediately from even a small monster there as he is not strong enough. And Seo-jun is growing crops there. That means he is so strong that not anyone on that floor is any threat to him, and he did it all alone. It just doesn't make any sense. Dongshik guessed that maybe Seo-jun was on the 60th floor. He thought that maybe Seo-jun was captured by some monsters there and became isolated. But the master told Dongshik that maybe whatever Theo said was indeed true. The disciple couldn't understand what the old man was saying, but he started explaining that if he looked at the sun pumpkin sweet potato, there was an explanation inside the description that said the sun's rays were soaked up at the highest point of the tower for this sweet potato to grow. He asked Dongshik if he had noticed it too. Even Dongshik agreed that he read something like that on the description. The old man asked another question to Dongshik about where he thought the highest point of the tower would be. It was as if this question sent multiple thunder shocks through Dongshik's brain. The old man started telling his disciple that they don't know the reason and how. But according to him, Seo-jun must be on the 99th floor. Although it sounds ridiculous. But this was the only conclusion he came up with after joining all the dots. As the scene shifts, we see our boy's ears itching while he wondered who was talking about him at this moment. The scene shifts again, and we come to Granier Village, which was Theo's hometown. We get a look at the mansion of Israel, the richest man in town. As we come inside, we see two black cats sitting at a round table. One of them told the other that, according to his informant, the war with the Red Locusts on the 67th floor was stretching longer than expected. He explained that food and grain shortages would be expected again, like during the Great Famine decades ago. The scene shifts and we catch Oren chillin' with a female cat's melons, not a care in the world, but his dad, Israel, was all about business, warning him that the price of incoming food grains might double or even triple, putting a real strain on the village's economy. This old cat, Israel, sitting across from Oren, mentioned that without enough info, there's no telling how the tower would affect them. But the background noises of Oren's escapades were really grinding Israel's gears. And he finally snapped, demanding, "Are you even listening properly?" Caught off guard, Oren and his lady friend were shocked by the outburst. Oren shot back with a sass. "Chill, I'm listening as best as I can." The female cat, feeling snubbed, declared she was out of the mood now. Oren brushed off his dad's concerns about the war and money, boasting about their stuffed treasury. Flipping back to his playful antics with the female cat, he ignored his dad's growing frustration. Israel, fed up, laid down the law. He threatened to cut Oren off from the family fortune if he didn't hit up the merchant and stock up on food. Stat! This threat hit Oren hard. He let out a wail so loud, the whole village could probably hear it. Still full of attitude, Oren challenged his dad's trust in him. "I'm the great Oren. I can handle buying some food," he declared, yanking a civilian into service as his porter. But unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows was the crafty goblin who had once duped our dear wandering cat merchant thief. The scene shifted to the 75th floor, and we see a food mart full of people where fruits, vegetables, and juicy meat. Well, every food item was present. Our lazy-ass Oren was trying to buy meat with 1 tower coin, but in every shop he was getting rejected, saying now the market price is 4 tower coins for 1 piece of meat, fish, or any piece of food. Well, he tried to negotiate, but he didn't know Asian mom rules and was just a lazy-ass rich kid who hadn't gone through any hardship, so everyone was charging him a little high. Now, after getting rejected by almost all the sellers outside, Oren started to scream, holding his head frustrated, shouting, "What is going on here? Why the hell is food so damn expensive?" His lackeys that his father had assigned, knowing he was a good-for-nothing son, were just watching him from the side, sighing in annoyance. They explained to Oren that, due to the ongoing war, some merchants on several floors have started buying up large quantities of food and hoarding it all instead of releasing it into the market. That must be why the food prices have soared. Well, that was common knowledge, even that every common man knew. But Oren, well, the only thought in his mind was to play with his girl's melons and wanted to finish this task ASAP. He started to curse the merchants for stocking the foods, but just then he got a brilliant idea. He thought rather than doing this, should he take matters into his own hand. His idea was instead of buying supplies from the vendors, why not buy supplies directly from the farm at a lower price? He thought this was a brilliant idea. He was a genius as he thought of this idea. Proud of himself, he ordered his lackeys to follow him to the Merchant Association and announced that he would become a wandering merchant, as only merchants are allowed to buy anything directly from the farms. Well, this was a shock to the lackeys and the merchant, but what can they do? They tried to say first they should inform his father, but Oren said no need to tell his father about this small thing. Instead, he suggested his lackey also become wandering merchants, and he will sponsor them. And like that, if all of them will become merchant, they will multiply the money by 2 or 3 times. They will pile up food like a mountain and leave his father speechless. Then, with a smirking smile, he said he will multiply 1,000 tower coins to 10 times. He thought he was born to be a merchant, and using his merchant skill, he will become the richest person on the tower and play with melons and milkers all day, all night. While saying this, he started to dance and move forward, saying what he will do when he will become famous, how the legend of Oren, the legendary merchant story, will be told on every floor of the tower. And scare him? Well, boy, oh boy. He was watching this from the back and laughing from the inside, saying he got his next victim. He called Oren from the back and introduced him, saying he is Scarum, a wandering merchant, and does he want to become a wandering merchant? Oren replied, yes, he wants to become, but why he is asking. Scarum explained that he has something good for Oren, and does he can multiply his money with this scheme. Guys, I am telling you, stay away from any person who says he can multiply your money, but you guys can indeed multiply the likes and subscribers. So please like and subscribe to support me. Then with a creepy smile, Scarum said he has some rare items from outside the tower that are so rare that he can't get it from anywhere. And this item will make Oren rich. Well, someone is going to get ripped off. Meanwhile, Theo was also on the 75th floor, buying some things Seo Jun told him to buy, like blankets, food utensils, and lastly, he also bought some new boxes of nails for him. Then, as he was walking down the street, checking what next item was on the list, his cat senses activated. He noticed a worn-down weapon and immediately grabbed it, feeling like this was special. Well, Theo's cat sense was never wrong, so he decided to buy it. Well, as he was in the process of buying this weapon from this cute mole reading a newspaper, someone with an arrogant voice said, "Oh my, who do we have here?" This startled Theo. He turned back, and there Oren was standing with his lackeys saying, "Isn't this Theo, the guy who fled at night from the village and never returned?" Theo, as he realized this was Oren, the one whom his ex-girlfriend went with, leaving his heart broken, got surprised seeing him, but was more surprised seeing the merchant badge on his chest. Then Theo asked if Oren had become a wandering merchant, and Oren, maintaining his arrogant, disgusting smile, replied, he indeed became a merchant because a lovely goblin helped him, the same goblin that helped Theo. Then angrily, he started to scream at Theo, saying the same goblin also helped Theo, but what did Theo do? He backstabbed him. Theo became a high mid-level merchant, all because of Skaram's items that are outside the tower that are so rare no one can get them, and once Theo became a little successful, he backstabbed him. Then, with a dominating tone, he asked Theo how much did he make with the items Skaram gave him. Theo at that moment realized Oren got scammed, so just how innocent Theo is. He immediately shouted at Oren, saying, "Did he really bought those trashy things from Skaram? If he did, Oren is the biggest jerk, but that Skaram is even a bigger jerk, so it's understandable that Oren got scammed, as Theo also got scammed at once a time. So just because they both got scammed, Theo decided to help Oren and asked to give all the items that Skaram gave him, and Theo will take care of them. And if Oren helps him locate Skaram, he can even catch him and get Oren's money back." But Oren was not in the mood to listen to any of Theo's nonsense. He, with an arrogant tone, calling Theo an ungrateful bastard, saying he knows he is afraid he will also become a successful merchant, a bigger one than Theo. Skaram told him everything, how Theo lied to the cops about Skaram, and now everyone thinks Skaram is a scammer just because Theo didn't want Skaram to sell those precious items to newbies, so that no one can become successful using Skaram's items easily like Theo did. Well, Theo, while hearing all this, realized Oren's idiotic level is on another level. He tried to explain that he is not deceiving Oren. The reality is Skaram is the one scamming him, and if they don't hurry, Skaram will run with all the money of Oren and they will never be able to catch him. But Oren was stubbornly convinced that Theo was a scammer, and for him, Skaram was like a god. Now Oren had enough of Theo's nonsense. He, while pointing his fingers, shouted at Theo, "I've heard enough of your nonsense. Theo, you're just a lowly beggar, a small fry who only became a mid-grade merchant because of Skaram, nothing else. You're a loser, just like when you confessed to Meryl and she rejected you and chose me." Hearing his ex-girlfriend's name, Theo got a little annoyed. With an irritated tone, he asked, "How is Meryl? Is she doing well?" But Oren, standing up, tried to dodge the question, saying, "Who is Meryl? I don't know who that woman is." Then, seeing this opportunity, Oren's lackey revealed that the same sad Theo left Meryl, and after having some fun with Oren, Meryl also dumped him, saying his PP was very little and money isn't everything. This made Oren embarrassed and furious. He started shouting at his lackeys, "Meryl didn't dump me, I dumped her." Theo, trying to calm the situation, patted Oren's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, Oren, as Meryl always liked big cucumbers, so don't take it to heart." But this only made Oren even more furious. He flicked Theo's hand off his shoulder, saying, "I don't need your comfort." He then announced that he would sell items from outside the tower to the Minotaur King of the 99th floor. Skaram told me that the Minotaur King likes items from outside the tower. I'll take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Minotaur King and make the strongest individual in the tower my supporter. While saying this, he turned back, waved Theo off, and headed to the 99th floor. Once he become good friends with the Minotaur King, it won't be a problem for someone with great talent like him to become a high-level merchant. It's just a matter of time before he do, and someone like Theo would never dare to dream of making connections with the Minotaur King. Oren continued walking forward, leaving Theo dumbfounded. He was so shocked by all this nonsense that his soul almost left his body for a moment. From behind, Theo said, "Good luck, Oren," with a sad tone, making Oren believe he was on a high horse. But inside, Theo was damn happy. With a mischievous smile, he started to laugh. "Oh boy, Oren, see you on the 99th floor, my baby." Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, we see that the corrupted entities and the small branch tree scouts are invading the farm of our boy, Seo Jun, once again. But this time, the baby bear and the mother bear are ready to fight the whole group. They've barricaded the entire farm with the wood they got from the previous raid. Seo Jun, along with the Black Rabbit, is also watching the large army of corrupted entities. They're ready, poised to fight. Seo Jun was extremely angry, saying, "So they are the ones who want to smash Flame." Then he took out his new dish, locust soup, and everyone, with a serious face, drank their fill in one gulp. Immediately, the system notified them that they had consumed combat food, and their strength increased by 7.1 for the next 30 minutes. Seo Jun gave his bowl, dripping with some soup, to the queen bee, and she blinked her eyes, happy to finally be able to drink some juice. He cleaned his mouth and thanked her. The whole group, along with the baby bear, mother bear, and black rabbit, was ready to fight the corrupted entity. And with that, the war between the creatures of the 99th floor and the corrupted entities raged on once again. The baby mother duo of the bears were smashing every tree they could get their hands on with a single punch. Even Seo Jun was slashing through the small tree scouts with his legendary black dagger. Finally, the cute little warrior rabbit was smashing the heads of the trees with his wooden hammer. The whole group was showing off their skills, and the corrupted entities were dropping like flies, one by one. Suddenly, a large tree fell near Seo Jun, and a flexible tentacle shot out from a large black void, trying to attack Seo Jun with all its might. But suddenly, we see our cute little wandering cat merchant, Theo, come to the rescue. He was equipped with his new razor-sharp claws that he just bought. His eyes glowed with a golden aura as he shouted at the corrupted entities, "I can't tolerate an invasion of these evil creatures onto the 99th floor." It was the first time we saw Theo in action. As he slashed each and every corrupted tree with his sharp claws, the tree fell down in multiple bite-sized pieces. Theo landed on the ground, his claws glinting like Iron Man's armor. Seo Jun was really happy to see that his trusty wandering cat merchant could also fight. Theo, curious, asked, "Who are these creatures?" Seo Jun began explaining. "Just after you climbed down, these bastards barged in. They're corrupted trees. And I found out there's an apple tree named Flame inside the cave. These corrupted trees are after Flame." Theo was very confused, not understanding what Seo Jun was trying to say. But right in the middle of Seo Jun's explanation, a corrupted tree attacked from behind, startling him. Even before Seo Jun could react, Theo jumped in and, with his new razor-sharp claws, slashed the tree like he was cutting paper. Seeing this, Seo Jun said, "I'll explain everything later. First, let's get rid of these bastards. Then we can talk." This war wasn't over yet. Both the cat and the tower farmer realized they were surrounded by multiple corrupted tree scouts. They decided to deal with the invaders first and talk later. Seo Jun was slashing through the trees while Theo started rummaging inside his pouch. "I brought something helpful for you," Theo shouted. Seo Jun turned around, curious, and saw it was some kind of weapon. It had attracted Theo's attention so much that he bought it without even thinking. Seo Jun smiled as he looked at the new weapon. He called out to the tower manager, "Eileen." She responded quickly, saying she had been watching everything. The weapon got teleported to the dragon, and Eileen immediately appraised it without hesitation. Seo Jun handed her a cherry tomato as payment. Suddenly, multiple notifications popped up, telling our boy that the appraisal skill had been used on the weapon. The weapon teleported back into Seo Jun's hands. It was some kind of hatchet. This weapon was named the Great Warrior UK's Throwing Hatchet. Seeing the new weapon, Seo Jun immediately realized that, since this was a named item, it was going to be really overpowered. Seo Jun, after reading the description on the hatchet, stood with his hand raised high, holding the hatchet like he had just received a legendary weapon. Today's like goal is 3,900 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Then we see Seo Jun holding his new weapon in his hand and staring at it happily. Theo is also very happy to see the new weapon. After that, the system notifies Seo Jun that the name of this weapon is Great Warrior Wuka's Throwing Hatchet, and it is a legendary weapon. This hatchet was made by Great Dwarf Warrior Wukas for 100 years without eating, drinking, peeing, pooping, and continuously hammering it. Only those above level 20, strength 15, and mana 15 can use it. And when Seo Jun throws it away, no matter how far it goes, Seo Jun can return it with his will like Thor's hammer. Seeing this, Seo Jun is very happy. He couldn't believe that such a dangerous legendary weapon is in his hands. But now was not the time to get lost in thoughts. Seo Jun hears the cry of Black Warrior Rabbit. Seo Jun turns around and sees that a huge corrupted tree is holding Black Warrior Rabbit, and he was about to kill it by jacking it. Seo Jun doesn't waste a single second. He throws the hatchet with full force. Seojun's force was so strong that the small corrupted trees were pushed aside by his force, and with a whoosh, Seojun's hatchet goes through the middle of the corrupted tree's head. The corrupted tree is in so much pain that it quickly leaves Black Warrior Rabbit. The system also notifies Seojun that Seojun has used an attack for the first time, because of which Seojun's attack has increased from 1.5. Not only that, Seojun has broken the large corrupted tree in a single attempt. Then we see that a white crack has formed in the middle of the corrupted tree. At the same time, the corrupted tree splits into two pieces and breaks, and the hatchet goes further away. Seeing this, Black Warrior Rabbit gets very shocked. And not only Black Warrior Rabbit, but also Mommy Bear and Baby Bear get shocked. They keep looking at Seojun. Mommy Rabbit, with a smile on his face, shouts, "How did Seojun break the large corrupted tree in a single attack?" And our Seojun's boy Baby Bear shouts, "Dad, you are awesome!" With an excited and happy face, Baby Bear shouts, "Dad is no longer a pussy pushover weakling who runs away." And in a single punch, he smashes all the small corrupted trees and shouts, "Dad, you are so cool, I am so happy for you!" On the other hand, Seojun is also very shocked to see this. In front of Seojun, the large corrupted tree, which Seojun could not even break a single branch of, is now lying in two pieces in front of him. Seojun takes off his cap and, with an amazed face, says that he did not expect at all that this hatchet has so much power. At the same time, the system notifies Seojun again that Seojun has defeated the large corrupted tree for the first time and also gained 500 XP. 500 XP was a huge chunk of XP for Seojun. Seojun becomes so happy that he immediately lifts Theo in his arms and kisses his forehead, saying, "Theo, you orange cat, you are so pretty." Seojun kisses Theo's forehead, and Theo was not at all happy after eating the wet kiss. He makes a very bad, annoying face by shouting at Seojun, "Seojun, what are you doing? We're in a battle now!" And even the small corrupted trees panic at the sight of any attack of Seojun. Well, even they don't want Seojun's wet kiss. While Seojun and Theo's private kissing session was going on, Seojun hears a loud roar. A huge corrupted tree was behind Seojun. It was staring at Seojun. But now Seojun is not a coward anymore. He moves forward with his right hand and calls his hatchet. As soon as Seojun calls his hatchet, the hatchet shakes a little, and immediately, in a second, it starts to fly towards Seojun. With a whoosh and incredible speed, it returns to Seojun's hand, but on its way, the hatchet cuts the huge corrupted tree in half. Seojun holds Theo in his left hand and his hatchet in his right hand. And again in front of his eyes, another huge corrupted tree was cut into two pieces, which was done by Seojun. Seeing this, Seojun and Theo give each other a big smile. Hundreds of huge corrupted trees were standing in front of Seojun. But Seojun, with a confident smile, shouted, "Now I will show you the power of a tower farmer!" And with that, Seojun, still with a confident smile, dashes towards the corrupted huge trees. Theo also took his claws out, saying he will help too. On the other hand, corrupted trees are also scared of Seojun and Theo. The scene shifts, and we see that the whole field is covered with the dead bodies of the corrupted trees, and our ox number 4 is sweeping all the tree branches. After sweeping, ox number 4 peeps into the cave and calls out to Seojun. Seojun says that he has done all the cleaning, and now he will be going to plow the fields. Seojun is washing his face. After washing his face, he looks up and says that he has done a good job, and he doesn't need to do so much hard work. Then the scene shifts, and we see Theo happily approaching Flame. He says, "Hello, Flame!" and adds that he's heard all about Flame from Seojun, so he's come to say hello. Flame introduces herself, saying, "My name is Flame. Nice to meet you, Theo." But Theo, being the orange cat he is, starts his typical orange cat behavior. He begins tickling Flame, marveling at how his hand just passes through Flame whenever he tries to touch him. "This is so fascinating," he says, but Flame doesn't like this one bit. Irritated, Flame tells Theo to stop, but Theo doesn't listen. That's when Flame throws a small fireball at Theo in self-defense. Theo, surprised, dodges the fireball, shocked that a plant, which is supposed to be weak against fire, just attacked him with one. Realizing he might have crossed a line, Theo quickly apologizes, saying he was just joking and won't do it again. Meanwhile, Flame's hologram looks furious, her leaves rustling with anger. Theo, feeling a bit guilty, apologizes again and offers a fish from his bag. He says, "I'm really sorry, Flame. My intention wasn't to harm you. Will you grill this fish for me with your fire? It's been so long since I had grilled fish, and Seojun is too busy to bother." Flame, still a bit grumpy but softening, says, "That's a piece of cake for me." She raises her finger and with precision sends a small fireball towards the fish. It's not just any fireball. Flame controls it perfectly, heating the fish to just the right level, cooking it perfectly. Theo, amazed by Flame's skill, watches in awe as the fish gets grilled right before his eyes. After some time, Theo happily digs into his grilled fish, exclaiming, "Amazing! How refreshing! Flame, you're really awesome!" Flame, with a proud but slightly embarrassed expression, crosses his arms and says, "It's not that special. If you ever want grilled fish again, just come to me." Theo, wagging his tail happily, replies, "Thanks, Flame." Just then, Seo-jun arrives, looking a bit annoyed. "Theo, don't bully Flame too much," he says sternly. "She's just a kid." Theo quickly defends himself, saying, "He didn't bully Flame, he was just kidding around and he already apologized. They are good friends now. Flame even grilled his fish." He then asks Seo-jun if he'd like some tasty grilled fish, but Seo-jun ignores him, turning instead to Flame. "Wow, I'm proud of you, Flame," Seo-jun says, genuinely impressed. Flame, feeling appreciated, thanks Seo-jun, saying, "This was a very small task. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll help you." Seeing himself being ignored and noticing the strong connection between Seo-jun and Flame, Theo gets a bit jealous. His eyes widen as he wonders if Flame has taken his place. But before he can do anything, the system notifies Seo-jun that the cooldown time for Growth Promotion Level 1 is over. Seo-jun realizes that the Straw Hat's Growth Promotion skill is ready again. He crouches down, looks at Flame, and says, "This is perfect timing. Flame, would you like to try out the growth promotion skill? It only works on plants, and since you're a plant, it should work on you too." Flame, excited, replies, "Growth promotion? Because I'm a plant, it should work. But are you really sure you want to use such a precious skill on someone like me?" Seo-jun smiles and says, "Of course! You're part of my family now. I want you to grow big, thick, and juicy so I can enjoy your apples." Flame, overjoyed, bows deeply and says, "Thank you, Seo-jun. Once I grow big, I'll let you have my apples every day." Seo-jun decides to use his growth promoter on Flame. He activates the skill, thinking about whether he should use only half the power on Flame and save the rest for other plants. But as he activates the skill, Flame starts absorbing all of Seo-jun's energy. Just then, the system notified Seo-jun that Flame's growth is enormous and that it will require a huge amount of mana to keep growing. But before Seo-jun could even process or understand what that meant, let alone do anything about it, Flame begins sucking him dry. Seo-jun feels all his energy being drained, and despite trying to deactivate the skill, he's unable to. He decides to let things play out, but 2 minutes pass, and Flame is still sucking Seo-jun's energy. Seo-jun can barely understand what's happening as Flame continues to drain every last bit of his mana. Finally, after 2 minutes, we see Flame with an extremely happy face, standing with his hands raised. The apple tree is just a little bit bigger, sprouting 2 or 3 small branches. Flame happily shouts, "Wow, Master Seo-jun, my body is overflowing with your juice." But Seo-jun, looking pretty worn out, suddenly collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Flame and Theo start to panic. Theo shouts, "What happened to Seo-jun?" But Seo-jun doesn't respond. Flame quickly realizes that it's her fault. She sucked too much of Seo-jun's energy. Flame feels guilty and asks, "Did I make Seo-jun weak? Did I take too much energy from you? I'm so sorry." But Seo-jun, not wanting Flame to feel bad, quickly lies, saying, "It's not because of her. He was already weak from fighting all night, and he is just a little exhausted, feeling a bit dizzy. Nothing more." Hearing this, Flame's mood instantly lifts. "If you're just exhausted, then there's nothing to worry about," Flame promises. She will make Seo-jun feel better. Seo-jun, a bit confused, asks, "How will she do that?" But before he can get an answer, Flame joins his hands and starts chanting something. From Flame's plant, a light blue aura begins to shine, growing thicker and slowly flowing into Seo-jun's body. Flame's white, thick energy starts flowing inside Seo-jun's body, and Seo-jun is utterly baffled. What is this light blue flame? He wonders, but before he can understand more, he feels his tiredness melting away. Deciding not to resist, he lets Flame's energy flow deep inside his body. After a while, we see Seo-jun's body completely enveloped in the aura of the blue flame. He's shocked and says, "For some reason I feel really light, and all my tiredness is gone." He asks Flame, "Is this because of the flame?" Theo, just as shocked, shouts, "Seo-jun, you're on fire!" Then, the system notifies Seo-jun that he's been engulfed by the flame of purification. For the next 3 hours, the flame of purification will burn away any impurities and improve his body condition. Realizing this, Seo-jun thanks Flame from the bottom of his heart. "Flame, you're amazing! What a truly awesome magic tree!" he says, genuinely impressed. Hearing this, Flame became a bit shy, but couldn't help smiling. She was genuinely glad she could help. Curious, Seo-jun wondered if Flame had any other awesome abilities. Flame, excited by the question, eagerly shared that she did. She explained that one of her skills was the Flame of Purification, which she had just demonstrated, and another was called the Flame of Friendship. Intrigued, Seo-jun wanted to know more about the Flame of Friendship. Flame explained that the Flame of Friendship allowed her to choose her master or friend, and if she used it on that person, they could connect with her and use her fire without consuming any mana. Shocked by this revelation, Seo-jun couldn't believe it. Could he really use magic without mana? It seemed almost too good to be true. Flame assured him that it was possible. Seo-jun couldn't stop praising Flame, thinking to himself, "If I can use the Flame, I'll be able to take down those corrupted ants all by myself next time." While Seo-jun was lost in thought, Theo, feeling a bit jealous and upset, couldn't stay silent any longer. He shouted out, "Seo-jun, stop only looking at Flame and look at me, too! Did you forget about Theo? Is there nothing left for me?" Seeing Theo like this, I felt bad for him. It reminded me of my own Theo. And for those of you who have been asking about how he's doing, he's very healthy, happy, and enjoying his days lazing around and doing typical orange cat activities. But now, let's get back to the story. Feeling neglected, Theo shouts, "I've got important news, too. I met a human named Taijun, and he knows you're not on the 40th floor. He wants to find you and meet you." Seo-jun, deep in thought, initially doesn't pay much attention, but when the realization hits him, he's shocked and screams, "What did you just say?" Seo-jun was shocked to hear the whole story from Theo. He couldn't believe it. Was Theo really talking about Tae-jun, Korea's #1 strongest hunter? And had Theo actually made friends with him? Theo, with a smug smile, casually explained that he wasn't sure if Tae-jun was the strongest hunter in Korea or not, but he did know that Tae-jun was Dong-shik's teacher. That's when it hit Seo-jun. This really was Tae-jun, Korea's #1 hunter. With a smirk, Theo proudly assured Seo-jun that there was nothing to worry about. Tae-jun had searched for Seo-jun up to the 56th floor, and when he couldn't find him, he figured out that Seo-jun must be on an upper floor. Theo, using his big brain, had signed a contract with Tae-jun and Dong-shik, ensuring that they wouldn't reveal Seo-jun's secret to anyone. This secret was only between the three of them, and on top of that, Theo had become their friend. Theo couldn't stop praising himself for his cleverness, while Seo-jun quietly listened, deep in thought. Seo-jun realized that if Theo had become friends with Tae-jun, and if Tae-jun knew he was on the 99th floor, it could actually be a good thing. Tae-jun, being Korea's #1 hunter, had access to a lot of resources and could help take care of Seo-jun's family. Plus, Seo-jun could sell his crops at a high price and make a nice profit. As Theo licked his paws, Seo-jun couldn't help but think that, despite looking a bit dumb, Theo was an orange cat through and through. Sure, Theo had messed up in the past by selling sun pumpkin sweet potatoes without permission, but that mistake had led him to become friends with Tae-jun. Maybe the blood of a merchant really did run through Theo's veins. Theo was a genius when it came to being a bond merchant, even if he was a bit of a dumb one. Suddenly, Theo told Seo-jun that he needed his help, something very important. Seo-jun, curious, asked what it was. Theo sat down quietly and started telling Seo-jun his whole story. He asked if Seo-jun remembered why he was the first wandering merchant and if he remembered Theo's story. Seo-jun nodded, recalling how Theo's girlfriend had betrayed him because of a black cat named Oren. After that, they all knew how Theo had met Seo-jun and ended up here. Out of nowhere, Theo started screaming, his voice full of fury. He was angry. He shouted that today, while he was out shopping for Seo-jun, he had run into the same black cat, Oren. Now, Oren had become a wandering merchant just like Theo. But that wasn't all. Just like how Scarum had scammed Theo in the beginning by selling him useless tools, Scarum had done the same to Oren, selling him junk. Theo, trying to be the good cat, had tried to warn Oren that Scarum had scammed him, but instead of listening, Oren had screamed at Theo, calling him dumb. This had made Theo even angrier. Theo explained how Oren thought he had valuable items and had come to the 99th floor to sell them, just like Theo had once believed. And now, Scarum was on his way to the 99th floor, planning to sell those worthless items at 10 times the price to the Ox King. Hearing all this, Seo-jun was a bit shocked and surprised. Then Theo climbed onto Seo-jun's stomach, scratching him with his paws, and with an innocent face, begged Seo-jun to help him teach Oren a lesson. He wanted Seo-jun to help put Scarum in his place. Seo-jun, trying to clear his throat, realized he couldn't resist Theo's charm. If Theo was asking for help like this, how could he say no? With a smirking, evil smile, Seo-jun thought it would be fun to meet this Oren guy. It would be fun to teach him a lesson. Then the scene shifted, and we saw Oren trudging through the barren lands of the 99th floor with his 2 lackeys. It was scorching hot, and they had been walking for what seemed like forever. Their footsteps were visible in the dusty ground behind them. Wiping his sweat, Oren complained, wondering what had happened to the 99th floor. Why was there no greenery? Why was it so deserted? But his lackeys were too exhausted to respond. One of them could only manage to mutter a single word, "Water!" But Oren wasn't listening. Instead, he turned to his lackey and grumbled about being hungry, asking if they had anything to eat. Annoyed, the lackey snapped back, reminding Oren that they had spent all their money registering as wandering merchants and buying supplies. But because of Oren's foolishness, they had wasted the rest of their money on alcohol and other useless things, leaving them without proper provisions for the journey. Hearing this, the second lackey collapsed to the ground, as if he had given up on life entirely. His body shook as he started crying, his voice trembling as he wailed, "We're all gonna die here! Starving!" Hearing this, Oren got annoyed and snapped, "Stop crying like a little kid! Don't you have enough faith in me to know I won't let you girls die out here?" But deep down, he knew the truth. 110% of them were gonna die here without food and water if no one helped them. Oren called over his first lackey and demanded, "How long will it take us to reach the Ox King? Water and food aren't a big deal, right? We're gonna sell rare materials to the Ox King, and once we get there, we'll have all the food and water we need. The Ox King's gonna treat us like royalty." But as he waited for an answer, doubt started creeping in. His second lackey pulled out a map, and after studying it for a while, she nervously reported, "It's gonna take at least 2-3 days to reach the Ox King." Hearing this, Oren flipped out. "Are you crazy? 2-3 days? Can you even read a map properly?" he shouted, anger rising. The second lackey, already scared, shrunk like a ball and began to wail, "We're all gonna die! We're all gonna die!" Panic set in, and suddenly a strange noise came from behind them. Oren and his lackeys turned around in surprise. What did they see? 2 rabbits coming toward them, Chubby Rabbit and Chubby Rabbit Jr. Chubby Rabbit was pulling a trolley loaded with water bottles, and Chubby Rabbit Jr. had even more water bottles strapped to his back. Seeing this, Oren's mood did a complete 180. He ran toward Chubby Rabbit Jr., shouting, "I can't believe it! A wandering merchant selling water in such a tough spot!" Desperation dripped from his voice as he asked for some water bottles, asking, "What's the price?" Chubby Rabbit, with a kind smile, held up a bottle and replied, "Not much, just 0.5 tower coin." Oren's jaw dropped, and he shouted, "Are you mad? That's crazy expensive! Water on the lower floors is free, and you're charging 0.5 tower coin up here?" Chubby Rabbit calmly explained, "It's extremely hard to find water on the 99th floor. You wouldn't have seen a single drop on the ground. No lakes, no springs, nothing. All the plants have died here. This water is 0.5 tower coin, which is cheap considering the situation. Now, Oren, it's your choice. Buy the water for 0.5 tower coin or end up as a skeleton like those bones behind you." Oren's anger turned to unease. He didn't know what to do. He tried to plead with Chubby Rabbit, asking for the water for free, promising that once he sold the rare materials to the Ox King, he'd pay him back with plenty of money. Hearing the name Ox King, Chubby Rabbit's eyes twinkled, and he asked, "So, Oren, you're the wandering merchant who brings rare goods for the Ox King, and you're a close friend of his?" Oren, caught off guard but desperate, lied, saying yes. He held up his merchant badge and claimed that he was on his way to sell a precious item to the Ox King. Chubby Rabbit's smile grew wider, and he started acting like a pro-level actor. "Oh, if I'd known you were a wandering merchant heading to the Ox King, I would have given you a different deal." Oren thought his work was done. He'd get the water for free. But instead, Chubby Rabbit suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and shoved it in Oren's face. Confused, Oren asked, "What's this?" Chubby Rabbit, still smirking, explained, "This is a contract. Every merchant who sells to the Ox King has to sign it. You'll need to pay a 10% tax on all your items. If you don't pay it now, you won't even get to meet the Ox King, let alone sell your goods." Oren was furious. "This is ridiculous. There's no such rule on any other floor," he shouted. But Chubby Rabbit spun another lie, saying, "This rule applies only to the 99th floor. As you've seen, the 99th floor is a barren wasteland. If we didn't enforce this rule, it'd be impossible to survive here. If you want to sell to the Ox King, you've got to pay the tax." Oren, not knowing what else to do, reluctantly signed the contract. Surprisingly, the contract mentioned that Oren could leave without paying, but if he didn't pay the tax within 3 days, he'd have to pay back using his own body. Oren didn't fully understand what that meant, but he figured he'd sell his goods to the Ox King within 3 days and pay the tax. With the contract signed, Oren ordered his lackeys to fill their bags with water bottles. He grabbed a few himself, while Chubby Rabbit sat nearby, smirking. Oren and his lackeys walked away, trying to look cool, with Oren raising his hand and confidently telling them they'd be back in 3 days to return all the money. Chubby Rabbit, with a mischievous grin, wished them luck, saying, "I hope you become rich." The scene shifted, and a day had passed. Oren and his lackeys were still trudging through the desolate lands. Empty water bottles littered the ground behind them. Oren picked up his last water bottle, while his lackeys, exhausted, complained, "We've been drinking only water for the last 2 days. We're so hungry we might have to eat mud." But Oren ignored them, focused on his dwindling water supply. When his water ran out, he turned to his lackey and demanded, "Give me your water bottle." His lackey refused, saying, "This is the last one. You've already drunk all your water. Do you want to take mine too?" Oren's temper flared, and he snatched the bottle, shouting, "I'm the boss and you're my servant, so do as I say!" Lackey number 2 started crying, thinking about how he had saved that water with great effort and had only drunk half of it. If he had known this would happen, he would have finished it all himself. Oren continued to scold him, but then lackey number 1 shouted loudly, pointing ahead, "I see smoke! And a small hut! There's a restaurant ahead!" Oren, still angry, didn't react at first, but when he realized what was said, his demeanor changed completely. The smell of grilled fish wafted through the air, and his mouth started to water. Stars twinkled in his eyes as he drooled over the thought of a delicious meal. Oren ran toward the restaurant, which turned out to be a small hut run by Sickle Rabbit, a baby rabbit, and 2 female rabbits. Sickle Rabbit was busy cooking, while the Gray Rabbit and the other female rabbit welcomed Oren and his lackeys warmly, saying, "Welcome to the only restaurant on the 99th floor, the Rabbit House." Oren and his lackeys quickly sat down, and they were served cold water made from onion leaves. Oren, feeling dominant, shouted, "I'll take a grilled fish!" But then Sickle Rabbit dropped a bomb. "The price for 1 grilled fish is 1 tower coin." Oren was shocked. "1 tower coin? Are you crazy? That's way too expensive!" he shouted, thinking they were trying to scam him. Sickle Rabbit calmly explained that there was no water or lake on the 99th floor, so it was impossible to get fish here. They had to bring the fish from far below, and the cost of transporting it was so high that 1 tower coin was actually cheap. Oren remembered the strange contract he had signed to get water and how it stated that he had to pay within 3 days or he'd pay with his body. He figured he'd sell his goods and earn 10 times the money, so after 3 days, he'd have enough to pay the fish seller. He pulled out the contract and asked, "Can I sign this contract and eat fish here?" Sickle Rabbit, with a smirk, agreed. Oren and his team cheered in happiness as they quickly signed the contract and ordered 10 grilled fish. His lackeys ordered 5 each. Sickle Rabbit immediately started grilling the fish on a hot stone, and they all watched in eager anticipation, their mouths watering as they waited for the delicious grilled fish. After some time, the fish is finally grilled, and now, in front of Oren and his friends, there was a mountain of grilled fish. Oren was drooling just looking at it. They didn't wait a second longer and started devouring each grilled fish like crazy. Oren and his crew were grabbing and chomping down on the fish one by one, and before they could even slow down, Gray Rabbit was already bringing more. But it didn't stop at just grilled fish. Nope, Sickle Rabbit was also grilling some squids. And guess what? Oren and his friends were loving every bite of those squids too. An hour passes, and now every single plate made of onion leaves is empty. Oren and his crew are sprawled out on onion leaf beds, mouths wide open, stuffed to the max. They ate so much, they couldn't even move. Lackey number 1 and lackey number 2 were groaning, saying they ate so much they might just throw up. Oren wasn't any better off. His stomach was full to the brim. But even in his food coma, he kept repeating, "I gotta go, I gotta get up, can't be late, gotta sell my stuff to the Ox King." He was a broken record, stuck on repeat. Then lackey number 1, still half dazed, made a suggestion. "Hey, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Just 5 minutes, then we'll be good as new, right? Get some energy back, and then we can go do business with a fresh mind." Oren, in his sleepy, stuffed state, agreed. "Yeah, 5 minutes. We'll sleep for 5 and then wake up," he mumbled. And just like that, they all closed their eyes and knocked out cold. Snoring filled the air within seconds. Sickle Rabbit and his new wife, Gray Rabbit, stood hand in hand watching the scene. They exchanged knowing looks, and with a smirk, Sickle Rabbit leaned in and whispered, "Good luck, have sweet dreams. We'll meet again very soon." With that, he left, leaving Oren and his crew to their food-induced slumber. The scene shifts, and we see another day has passed. Oren and his lackeys slept through an entire day. The sun's rays are so strong they hit Oren's eyes, and he complains, "Who turned on the light and left it on? I can't even sleep!" Oren groggily opens his eyes and stands up, only to notice that lackey number 1 is terrified. He's shivering and staring at the sky. With a trembling voice, he tries to wake up Oren, saying they're in big trouble. Oren, still half asleep, blinks a few times, but the moment he fully opens his eyes, he gets shocked and starts screaming loudly, because right in front of him stands Ox number 4. Oren screams, but Ox number 4 doesn't flinch. Instead, Oren realizes they're surrounded, minotaurs everywhere. Oren and his lackeys look like small ants next to these massive creatures, and they start shivering with fear. Ox number 4, in a thunderous voice, asks Oren, "Are you the merchants who came to meet Ox number 4? Oren is so scared that he starts crying and shivering, desperately showing his badge. "This is my merchant badge. Don't kill us! Don't eat us! I'm black, I won't even taste good." Lackey number 4 and the others show their badges too, pleading, "We're wandering merchants here to sell precious goods to the Ox." They're so scared that they're practically on the verge of wetting themselves. Ox number 4 gets up and in a loud voice orders Oren to follow him, saying he'll take him to the Ox. Oren is relieved, but still shivering. He can't believe that after so many days, he'll finally meet the Ox King. The scene shifts again, and we see the waypoint of the Ox. After what seems like an eternity, we see thousands of minotaurs standing in a straight line, and at the very end, the Ox King stands with his massive axe. Oren and his lackeys are like ants in front of this gigantic crowd. Then the Ox King speaks, his deep voice booming. "Are you the ones who came looking for this demon king?" His voice is so powerful that lackey number 1 and lackey number 2 nearly faint on the spot. Oren just stands there, shivering again, and introduces himself. "My name is Oren. I've brought a rare and precious item that the Ox King will 100% like." After hearing this, the Ox King responds, "Whether this item is rare and precious or useful, the Ox King will decide after seeing it. But the Ox King will not check the item himself. An expert will." Then we see the Ox King give a signal, and someone approaches from behind. The Ox King, in a polite and respectful tone, says he is glad that the Black Dragon came to help him because of his words. Hearing the name Black Dragon, Oren and his lackeys are confused. But then we see Seo-jun standing confidently next to the Ox King, wearing his straw hat and a smug smile. Oren and his lackeys stare in disbelief, the Ox King standing with a dead serious face, showing off his six-pack abs, while Seo-jun, just in front of him, stands confidently with a smug smile. Oren and his lackeys sit there sweating, staring at Seo-jun. They can't believe it. They think he's the Black Dragon. But why is he in human form? And what on earth is the Black Dragon doing here? Maintaining his arrogant and dominating attitude, Seo-jun shouts in a loud voice, "I am the great Black Dragon. My name is Seo-jun, and I've taken human form to complete a mission. I also possess the power to appraise rare magic items, and lies don't work on me." He continues, "I will appraise all your items, Oren, and then decide their true value." Oren, sweating bullets, runs over to Seo-jun and stammers, "Yes, Sir Black Dragon!" But inside, Oren was thinking, what a jackpot! The great Black Dragon, the strongest being who controls the tower. If I impress him, I won't have to worry about anyone messing with me in this entire tower. I have to become his friend no matter what. Oren takes out all his items from his bag while Seo-jun watches, arms crossed. Oren keeps his head low as he pulls out a paint roller, a lighter, a nail cutter, a pencil pouch, and a stapler. Trying to keep his composure, Oren says in a submissive voice, These are all my precious items, Great Black Dragon. Seo-jun, unimpressed, stares at the items and recognizes them instantly. These are just common Earth objects. Trash. None of them are magical. And they're not even new. This is junk people throw away. Seo-jun picks up the roller and thinks, this is just an ordinary roller. How did that scammer Scarum get his hands on this garbage? Meanwhile, Oren, seeing Seo-jun examining the roller, gets excited. Maybe the Great Black Dragon likes my items. Oren, trying to sound proud, says, as expected from the Great Black Dragon! Your eyes are truly sharp! This is a roller cleaner. It uses adhesive magic to get rid of dust and fur! Seo-jun can't believe it. This guy is trying to sell trash like it's some legendary item. With an annoyed face, Seo-jun asks, how much are you selling this for? Oren, brimming with confidence, replies, 50 tower coins! Hearing 50 tower coins, Oren's lackeys start whispering to each other in shock. Oren bought that from Scarum for just 5 tower coins. Now he's selling it for 10 times the price in front of the Great Black Dragon. Is he out of his mind? Inside, Oren was feeling pretty smug. My work here is done. He really might have a knack for being a merchant. Well, what do you think, Great Black Dragon? Oren asked, still hopeful. This item is legendary, right? It's extremely rare even outside the tower. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own such an item. Seo-jun had enough. He let out an annoyed sigh, his face turning dead serious. He glared at Oren and, with a deep voice, said, didn't I tell you that lies don't work on me? Seo-jun then grabbed the roller, pulled off the adhesive paper, and shouted, this is just normal trash. This is paper with no magic in it whatsoever. It's a consumable product from Earth where it's basically worthless. There are tons of these on the streets for free! With anger, Seo-jun ripped the paper from the roller and threw it to the ground. All this stuff you brought is trash, not a single magic item. All you've done is bring me common junk anyone could find outside the tower. Even a beggar wouldn't want this. Scarum had assured him that these were magic items, and he suggests something might have gone wrong. But before Oren can complete his thoughts, he is abruptly silenced. Ox King, furious beyond words, slams his hand onto the ground with such force that the shockwave sends Oren flying into the air. The ground shakes violently, and the rocks beneath them begin to crack. With a thunderous voice, Ox King demands how Oren could dare question the Great Black Dragon, his fury evident in every word. Ox King's heavy breathing creates a whirlwind of pressure that shakes everything in the vicinity. Despite his outward display of confidence, Seo-jun feels the weight of Ox King's power. Inside, Seo-jun is terrified, knowing that Ox King is 100 times stronger than him. The tension in the air is thick, and even Seo-jun feels as if he might pass out at any moment. Oren, completely overwhelmed with fear, drops to his knees and presses his forehead against the ground, begging for forgiveness. He repeatedly admits that the Great Black Dragon can never be wrong and insists that he was mistaken. He pleads over and over, asking for Seo-jun to spare his life, acknowledging that Scarum had scammed him. Oren begins to curse Scarum under his breath, but he knows it's too late to change anything. Seeing Oren groveling on the ground, Seo-jun decides to show mercy, explaining that he is in a good mood and won't kill Oren. However, Seo-jun then informs Oren that he has another problem, his debt. Oren, still trembling, looks up in confusion. Seo-jun reminds him that he has racked up a considerable debt for all the goods and services he has taken, including water, food, and more. Oren, shocked and in disbelief, asks how Seo-jun could possibly know about that. Seo-jun, with a smirk, explains that he owns everything on the 99th floor. The water, the fish, and the restaurant all belong to him. Oren is dumbfounded, realizing just how deep he's fallen into the trap. At that moment, the rabbits, Sickle Rabbit, Chubby Rabbit, and Gray Rabbit, arrive and present the contract, calculating the debt. Sickle Rabbit runs through the list of charges, including food, water, and lodging, explaining that since it's been 3 days without payment, the total now amounts to 500 tower coins. On top of that, there are additional charges for cleaning up after Oren's illegal activities on the land, bringing the total debt to 1,000 tower coins. Ox King, still maintaining his stern demeanor, clarifies the final condition. If Oren and his lackeys can't pay the debt in coins, they will have to repay it with their bodies. Oren is left in shock, not understanding what paying with their bodies means. Ox King, noticing Oren's confusion, explains the process. He places a large wooden box in front of Oren and tells him that he will need to make bricks. Oren and his lackeys will be tasked with filling the box with wet mud, letting it dry, and producing brick after brick until they repay the debt. As the scene shifts, Seo-jun observes the minotaurs hard at work, producing thousands of bricks. The scene shows white minotaurs, black minotaurs, and even female minotaurs laboring away, making bricks and transporting them. Seo-jun informs Oren and his lackeys that they will need to make 100,000 bricks in order to repay their debt. There will be no leaving until their debt is fully cleared. Oren, feeling completely dead inside, looks around at the endless sea of minotaurs and realizes the extent of his predicament. The once proud, wandering merchant is now reduced to brick-making labor with no escape in sight. Then Oren and his lackey look at the fallen brick and react as if they've seen a ghost. Oren, in disbelief, mutters that there's no way they can make such big bricks. Seo-jun, with a calm voice, agrees and points out the harsh reality. Oren and his lackey can probably make at most 10 bricks a day, meaning it would take them 10,000 days to make 100,000 bricks. But it doesn't end there. Oren will need food and water for those 10,000 days, and since Oren doesn't have any money, he'll have to work another 10,000 days to pay that off. Seo-jun lays it all out clearly. This is a lifetime enslavement situation. Oren and his lackey realize the horror of the situation. Their faces were worth seeing as they processed the thought of making bricks for the rest of their lives. Their ears and tails droop in fear and shock, feeling like they might faint from the overwhelming truth. In sheer desperation, Oren begs Seo-jun to forgive him, pleading for just one chance. Anything other than making bricks for the rest of his life. Seo-jun, still maintaining a dominant tone, sits down and speaks with a kind tone. He tells Oren that he has a soft spot for cat merchants, and because Oren is also a cat, he's willing to give him another chance. Oren, still kneeling with folded hands, is shocked but relieved to hear this second opportunity. Seo-jun explains with a polite smile that he runs many businesses, and the head of his distribution unit could use some help. All Oren has to do is follow the head of the unit and assist with his tasks. As a merchant, Oren will help with carrying items, selling goods, and making sure the head of the unit is taken care of. In simple terms, Oren just needs to follow orders. Seo-jun continues, explaining that if Oren and his lackey had been stuck making bricks, they wouldn't be able to repay their debt even after a lifetime of work. But as an intern to the head of the distribution unit, they can earn enough in 10,000 days to repay the 1,000 tower coins loan. And the best part? Seo-jun will provide them with free food, water, grilled fish, and even a place to stay. Hearing this, Oren's heart leaps with joy. He immediately agrees, seeing this as a far better alternative than making bricks forever. Seo-jun then orders Sickle Rabbit to bring out the contract, and they begin signing. Oren, in his mind, feels lucky. This deal is practically a miracle. He's thinking that he'll be working under a legendary high-level wandering merchant and will have food, water, and shelter provided for free. Even if the head of the unit is a devil, Oren thinks it's worth it for the benefits. Once the contract is signed, Seo-jun congratulates Oren and tells him the next steps. As Seo-jun turns around, his gaze falls on Theo, who has been standing nearby. Seo-jun, with a smile, introduces Theo as the head of the distribution unit. Then in a flash, Theo leaps onto Seo-jun's shoulder and Oren's face instantly shifts from joy to shock. Oren screams, pointing at Theo, filled with anger. He shouts, asking what the beggar Theo is doing here. Theo, not one to take insults lightly, jumps off Seo-jun's shoulder and delivers a punch straight to Oren's head, reminding him that he's just an intern now. Theo tells Oren that he's still his subordinate and must show respect to his senior. With a wicked smile, Theo turns to Oren and his lackeys, informing them that they are now under his command. He tells them he is the first subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, and they will all need to treat him with proper respect from now on. He makes it clear that all three of them must listen to him. With a furious tone, Theo demands, "Is that clear? Answer me!" Both Oren and his lackey quickly nod and call Theo their boss, stating that they understood. Oren, still confused, rubs the spot where Theo punched him and thinks that this situation might be worse than signing a contract with the devil. Meanwhile, Theo, filled with energy and confidence, leads Oren and his boys to a nearby tomato farm. He enthusiastically explains their new job of harvesting tomatoes while Oren remains in shock, unable to comprehend how Theo could possibly be the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Oren's lackeys are stunned by the sight of such a large tomato farm. Seo-jun, watching from behind, can't help but feel amused. He's genuinely impressed with how Theo is stepping into his leadership role, but a part of Seo-jun is also concerned that Theo might be overworking himself. Now, with subordinates under his command, Theo will finally have the chance to rest. What's more, Seo-jun realizes with a grin that Theo is getting a little revenge on the very person who once troubled him the most. Oren is now under Theo's thumb. Then, the Ox King appears, expressing his gratitude to Theo for taking on such a troublesome task. The Ox King even says that he's only doing what the Black Dragon asked him to, emphasizing his deep respect for Seo-jun. The Ox King, practically drooling with hunger, catches Seo-jun's attention. Realizing that the Ox King is famished, Seo-jun tells him there are plenty of green onions nearby that would otherwise go bad, suggesting that he go ahead and eat them. Before Seo-jun can even finish speaking, the Ox King dashes over to the green onion patch, tearing through the leaves and eating them while thanking Seo-jun. Seo-jun, feeling satisfied with the day's events, turns back toward the tomato farm only to hear Theo screaming. Theo is scolding lackey number 1 for breaking an unripened tomato, then turning to lackey number 2 and lecturing her about removing the tomato's stem, warning that it will devalue the product. Furious, Theo continues to educate them on the basics of farming, clearly enjoying his role as the boss. Seo-jun, watching from a distance, chuckles to himself, remarking that Theo has really come a long way. He recalls when Theo was just as clueless, and now he's taking charge. Seo-jun laughs, feeling proud of how far his friend has come. For an hour, Theo lectures his newly formed team of subordinates, grinning to himself with a wicked smile. Inside, he's loving every moment of this newfound power. Scolding someone feels amazing, and Theo savors the feeling as the episode draws to an end. The episode kicks off with Oren standing in the tomato farm, plucking tomatoes one by one. He's holding a tomato in his hand, his face sad and droopy, clearly deep in thought. Depression hits him hard as he reflects on how things have spiraled out of control. Oren moves to another tomato tree, breaking off a tomato, still lost in his thoughts. He mutters to himself, realizing that Theo is actually a subordinate of the Black Dragon, and yet he had no idea. Oren had once bragged to Theo that he'd become friends with the Minotaur King and would rule the tower. But now, he's not even a subordinate anymore. He's practically a slave. As he broods, Oren's face turns red with frustration and shame. The thought of being treated as a slave instead of an ally haunts him. Just then, wham! Someone slaps him on the back of the head, and the slap is so hard, Oren's tongue hangs out of his mouth. Oren screams angrily, demanding, "Who hit me?" And of course, it's Theo. Theo stands there, hands on his hips, with a smug look, and screams at Oren. "What do you think you're doing, spacing out like that?" Theo tells him to hurry up and finish the work. Up to now, Oren's only picked a measly 3 tomatoes. Oren's blood boils, and the veins on his forehead begin to bulge. Theo continues to berate him, saying that Oren must come to him immediately whenever he's called. Oren can't take it anymore, his face twisted with anger. He grabs Theo by the collar and screams right in his face, "I'm not your slave!" But before Oren can finish his sentence, the Wolf Chief arrives, glaring at him with death in his eyes. One wrong move, one wrong word from Oren, and the Wolf Chief looks like he's ready to eat him raw. The sight of the Wolf Chief instantly freezes Oren in place, his heart racing. Theo, ever the smug one, turns to Oren with a condescending smirk and asks, "What were you going to say, Oren, huh? What are you gonna do if I talk loudly again? You gonna go against me, the head of the distribution unit, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon?" Oren's fear overtakes him, and he's silent. He freezes in place, unable to move or speak, but just a few moments later, Oren's personality flips. A 180-degree change. He plasters on a fake smile and starts speaking in a polite tone. He explains that it was all just a misunderstanding. He tells Theo that he thought it was a bug bothering him, and that's why he reacted angrily. He apologizes, saying he'd never dream of daring to touch someone as great as Theo, the legendary merchant. The Wolf Chief, satisfied with the explanation, takes a deep breath and walks away. Oren, though deeply ashamed, forces himself to play along and bows down, laughing nervously as he agrees with Theo's every word. Theo, with a smug laugh, tells Oren to behave or things will go very badly for him in the future. Oren, still trying to hide his fear, calls Theo sir and promises to do exactly as he says. Meanwhile, Theo checks in with lackey number 1 and lackey number 2, asking if they've finished their work. Both lackeys, standing straight and respectful, tell Theo that they've filled their bags with cherry tomatoes. Oren, who's been trailing behind, also fills his bag and follows Theo with tears in his eyes. The anger bubbling inside him makes him want to slap Theo, but he knows he can't. Theo, clearly pleased with the lackeys, praises them for finishing their work so quickly and showing him proper respect. In fact, Theo's so impressed that he announces that he's going to reduce their contract period because of their great behavior. Lackey number 1 and number 2 are overjoyed, thanking Theo with the utmost respect. But Oren's shocked, he blurts out, asking if his contract period will be shortened as well. Theo looks at Oren for a moment and then smirks. He points out that Oren was the last to finish his work, often slacking off and getting distracted. Because of this, Theo announces that Oren's contract period will actually be increased by 1 day. Oren's devastated. He screams in frustration, shouting, "You can't do this, Theo!" But Theo ignores his tantrum, simply ordering Oren to get his bag packed because they're leaving soon. Theo, keeping his cool, mentions that he's already prepared everything, including his new intern, and they're ready to move out. Meanwhile, Oren, still reeling from the humiliation, is holding his mouth and crying loudly, unable to accept the cruel twist of fate. After that, Theo mentions that everything else is fine, but there's only one problem. The bag next to Oren and his lackeys is so old that it can't even hold more than 15 pieces of cherry tomatoes. Seo-jun laughs and says, "Next time when they head down the tower, take more storage bags for them. Seo-jun will cover the cost." Then Theo notices that Seo-jun is prepping for something. He gets curious and asks, "Yo, everything okay? Where you heading, Seo-jun?" With a confident grin, Seo-jun responds, "Yeah, I'm gearing up for a trip to the West Forest." As soon as Theo hears the name West Forest, he freezes. His mind races, realizing that the West Forest is where the ENTs live. Theo starts freaking out. Mommy Bear and Baby Bear suddenly stand behind Seo-jun, and we see Theo frantically patting Seo-jun's face, his cheeks squished from the pressure. Shouting in anger, Theo demands, "You're leaving me behind to go alone? It's dangerous, man! What's wrong with you going there without me?" Theo keeps repeating himself, his voice growing more desperate with every word. He's convinced that Seo-jun's plan to go without him is reckless. And while he's still pressing Seo-jun's face with all his might, Seo-jun tries to respond but can only mumble through his squished cheeks. Frustrated, Seo-jun finally gets a word in and snaps, "Mommy Bear and Baby Bear are coming with me. Do you really think they can't protect me?" He glares at Theo, while Baby Bear, mouth wide open, is giving Theo the death stare, thinking Theo doesn't trust them. Seo-jun adjusts his straw hat with a smirk and explains that even if Mommy Bear and Baby Bear weren't coming, he'd be fine. He confidently boasts that he has a secret weapon that can handle all the corrupted trees alone. Hearing this, Theo pauses, his eyes wide, before suddenly jumping down from Seo-jun's shoulder. Theo, now a little ticked off, grumbles that he trusts Mommy Bear and Baby Bear. But deep down, he's still mad at those corrupted trees and really wants to destroy some of them himself. He admits that he wants revenge on those trees, which is why he insisted on tagging along. As Theo sulks, the Wolf Chief chimes in, recalling that Theo had once mentioned how much he enjoys killing corrupted trees. Theo freezes, realizing his secret is out. He doesn't say a word, while Seo-jun just stares at him with that "I knew it" look. Trying to save face, Theo quickly turns to Seo-jun and with a determined tone pleads with him. He insists that he's genuinely worried about Seo-jun and really wants to help. He repeatedly begs to come along, but Seo-jun, staying firm, refuses. He reminds Theo that since he's now the head of the distribution unit and has 3 new interns working under him, he needs to focus on training them. Seo-jun teases Theo, asking, "How are you going to become CEO in the future if you're slacking off?" Theo, steaming, takes a deep breath, clearly frustrated, but knowing Seo-jun is right. Grumbling, he says, "Okay, fine." Even though he doesn't want to, Theo agrees to head down and handle the business of selling cherry tomatoes and other goods. Both wolves, sensing Theo's mood, get ready for their descent. After that, Theo comes up to Seo-jun and says his last goodbye. This time, Theo is genuine, telling Seo-jun to try not to get injured. He promises Baby Bear that he'll protect Seo-jun, but Baby Bear, with a confident look, responds, "Even if I get injured, I won't let anything happen to Seo-jun." So Theo doesn't have to worry. With that, Theo and Oren start their journey to the floor below. Theo turns back, waving, saying goodbye to Seo Jun, Baby Bear, and Mommy Bear. Seo Jun, along with Baby Bear and Mommy Bear, waves back, bidding their goodbyes. While everyone is smiling, the only one who isn't thrilled is Oren, still looking depressed as he walks ahead, his head hanging low. As soon as Theo and his group disappear into the distance, Seo Jun looks at Mommy Bear and Baby Bear. "Well, looks like it's time to head to the Western Forest," he says with a determined tone. Both Baby Bear and Mommy Bear nod, ready to face whatever comes their way. The scene shifts, and now we're in the dark, gloomy, and creepy Western Forest. Seo Jun, Mommy Bear, and Baby Bear cautiously move forward, their footsteps soft as they press into the eerie ground. Seo Jun is quick to notice how unsettling the atmosphere is. Everything about the place gives off an unsettling, ominous vibe. It's way creepier than he imagined. After a while, they come across a tree, bent in a strange, unnatural way. It's covered in a slimy texture, and there's an eye and mouth carved into it, making it look like it might wake up at any moment and devour them. Seo Jun, with wide eyes, comments that these trees look alive, like they were once living creatures and now they're dead, screaming for help. But Baby Bear? Baby Bear's thinking something else entirely. Holding his nose, he complains, "Man, this smell is so bad, I feel like I'm gonna puke." Suddenly, Mommy Bear calls out to Seo Jun. Her growl echoes through the forest, and her eyes begin to glow. In a deep, guttural voice, she says, "The enemies are here!" Before them, a huge army of corrupted trees stands menacingly. But these aren't just any corrupted trees. No, these ones have the same creepy, slimy texture, with eyes and mouths that seem to be crying for help. Seo Jun, Baby Bear, and Mommy Bear stand ready to fight, but Seo Jun is confused. He glances around left and right, saying, "I don't see anything. They look like normal creepy trees. Where are the enemies?" As Seo Jun steps forward, about to investigate, Mommy Bear stops him, telling him he can't go any further. Seo Jun is about to ask why when suddenly the branch of a nearby tree shakes violently as if it's alive. Seo Jun, startled, screams in fear. Then, in an instant, all the creepy trees begin to come alive, with slimy tentacles bursting from their jagged jaws. The whole forest floor begins to move, as if it's crawling. Tentacles shoot out from every rotten, corrupted tree, writhing and creeping forward. The system suddenly notifies Seo Jun that these are indeed rotten, corrupted trees. Seo Jun, now terrified, shouts, "What the hell is this new nightmare? These trees look like zombies." Baby Bear, pinching his nose, groans, "The smell is so gross, I'm gonna puke." Meanwhile, Mommy Bear is silently watching the slimy mess, ready to defend. Just as a tentacle from the nearest rotten corrupted tree lashes out to attack Seo Jun, Mommy Bear steps in and destroys it with a single punch, saving him. But it doesn't stop there. The next moment, from the deepest hole of the rotten tree, multiple slimy tentacles come out and grab Mommy Bear. Around her neck, her hands, and God knows where else. The tentacles were slimy, sticking to her so tightly that she couldn't move. Slowly, her energy began to drain as the rotten trees sucked Mommy Bear dry. Seeing this, Seo Jun got furious. How dare something else try to take down Mommy Bear? Seo Jun threw his straw hat to the side, pulling out his dagger and hatchet, gripping them both in his hands. With a confident smile, he stood tall, and a small flame flickered to life on top of his head. He was ready, giving off serious protagonist vibes. But before he could strike, Baby Bear panicked, running up to Seo Jun and putting his hands on his head, extinguishing the flame. Baby Bear thought Seo Jun's head was on fire and was desperately trying to put it out. "Seo Jun's gonna burn!" Baby Bear shouted, terrified. Seo Jun, startled, quickly explained to Baby Bear that he was fine, that he had lit the flame and it wasn't going to burn him. It was a gift from the apple tree, and now he had the ability to control flame. He hurriedly reassured Baby Bear that this wasn't the time to explain in detail. He'd explain later. For now, they needed to save Mommy Bear. Seeing that Seo Jun could control the flame, Baby Bear got excited. Seo Jun then clashed his hatchet and dagger together, creating a small spark. With focus and control, he made the spark grow into a massive flame, twisting it into a tornado of fire. Seo Jun then hurled the flame tornado toward the rotten trees, and suddenly, the trees began to turn to ash. The slimy tentacles weakened as the trees burned, and finally, Mommy Bear was freed from their grasp. But it wasn't over yet. Even though the rotten trees were burning, they were still alive and coming for them. Seo-jun could see they'd burn to death soon. But if they reached him and Mommy Bear before that, they could still be in danger. Seo-jun commanded, "Run!" And together, he, Mommy Bear, and Baby Bear began to sprint away. The burning trees chased them, their rotting bodies still crawling forward. But there was a new problem. If these trees didn't burn out quickly, the entire forest could go up in flames. Just as they thought they were safe, a new horde of rotten trees appeared in front of them. They were surrounded, burning trees from behind, fresh ones ahead. Mommy Bear suddenly had an idea. She turned to Seo-jun and asked, "Can you make that flame again? I have a plan." Without hesitation, Seo-jun clashed his weapons together again, creating another spark. This time, Baby Bear jumped up, caught the flame between his hands, and pushed it, making it 100 times bigger. With all his might, Baby Bear hurled the enormous flame at the trees in front of them. The blast wave was so strong that even the Minotaur King felt it from afar. In Seo-jun's cave, all the rabbits felt the shock wave too, growing tense as they saw the huge cloud of smoke rising from the distance. The husband rabbit reassured everyone, saying, "That explosion definitely came from Seo-jun's flame. Whatever it is, Seo-jun should be fine." As the smoke cleared, Seo-jun, Mommy Bear, and Baby Bear emerged, victory smiles on their faces. They'd won. Covered in soot but unharmed, they returned to the cave, greeted with cheers from everyone. The scene shifts to later, where Seo-jun is bathing and drinking water, while Baby Bear sips on the special juice from the queen bee. Sitting in front of the fire, Seo-jun says a heartfelt "thank you" to the flame, acknowledging that without it, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the corrupted trees. The flame responds, saying there's no need to thank him. He belongs to Seo-jun and will always listen to his commands. Husband Rabbit, standing nearby, chimes in, "Even though you've destroyed the trees, Seo-jun, you were reckless this time. What if something had happened to you?" Seo-jun, taking a deep breath, explains that he was worried about the corrupted trees constantly approaching. It was only a matter of time before they became a bigger threat. "That's why I decided to end it," he says. The sweet moment between Seo-jun and Husband Rabbit is interrupted by a system notification. Seo-jun's beekeeping level has upgraded to level 3. But before Seo-jun can celebrate, all 3 queen bees approach him, eagerly calling his name. Seo-jun, surprised, turned around, confused, asking, "What's the special occasion?" "Wow, all the queen came to see me." Then out of nowhere, all 3 queen bees came forward, each with a goddamn smile on their faces. One of the queen bees, looking mysterious as ever, asked Seo-jun for his juice. Seo-jun, shocked, couldn't believe what he just heard. "Wait, what?" he almost shouted, his face turning red with embarrassment. But then the queen bee quickly explained, calming the situation down. She said they wanted to make a special jelly, something that would make Seo-jun stronger. Hearing this, Seo-jun's shock turned into curiosity. Aileen is scrubbing her body so hard it's creating a ton of foam. She's also sipping on some special juice of Seo-jun, just chilling in the hot spring. The water's hot, and Aileen is having the time of her life. As she takes a sip, Aileen starts talking to herself. She says, "Man, I really love Seo-jun's special juice. If I keep drinking this, I might just get addicted. I won't last a day without it." The taste gets even better while she's soaking in the hot spring. Then Aileen turns around and checks herself out. She's like, I've grown a bit more since yesterday. Her wings? Yeah, they're bigger too. But then her face falls. Disappointed, Aileen mutters, "Sure, she is growing fast, but it's not enough. At this age, other dragons are like 3 times bigger than her." She hopes her dragon heart will heal quickly and make her stronger. She wants to become an adult dragon soon, especially with the blue moon coming in a few days. With a flick of her tail, Aileen grumbles about how, when the blue moon comes, she will circle the entire 99th floor. She wonders, will Seo-jun from the cave notice her? Will he smell how fresh she is after this bath? She started to blush as she's already planning to meet Seo-jun on the blue moon night and is getting all prepped up for the big event. But suddenly, as she gets out of the hot spring and dries herself off with a towel, Aileen freezes. She feels a sharp pain in her heart. She tries to shake it off, but the pain intensifies. Suddenly, bam! Aileen collapses to the ground. She's in so much pain she can't speak or move. Her body is paralyzed, and she's just thrashing around, suffering. Aileen's mind is racing. The only thing she can think about is Seo-jun. She silently screams his name, hoping he'll somehow help her, but then everything goes dark. Meanwhile, in Seo-jun's cave 15 minutes earlier, Seo-jun is in his own little world, totally oblivious. Queen Bee and her kids are floating around, working hard on something special. They're extracting tomato flower juice and mixing it with Seo-jun's special juice. Queen Bee is hyped. She's thinking about how much she wants to make Seo-jun happy. After a while, she forms the jelly into a perfect cube, laughing proudly. From afar, Seo-jun and Baby Bear are watching, intrigued. Even Husband Rabbit is fascinated by the process. Suddenly, ding, Seo-jun gets a system notification. It tells him that Queen Bee has made a special jelly by mixing his juice with her own. This jelly is no joke. It's going to boost strength, mana, and even heal hearts. It's like a supercharged strength enhancer. What the fuck, is that a Viagra? Seo-jun's confused, wondering, wait, strength and talent? What is this new stuff? He starts to imagine himself as a clay pot, thinking about how regular people need time and experience to grow their talents. But with this jelly, it's an instant upgrade. He's blown away by how much this jelly could boost his power. Meanwhile, Baby Bear is just chilling, laughing, and enjoying his daddy's company, while sipping on Queen Bee's special juice. Baby Bear just wants to sit with Seo-jun and drink the juice. No worries in the world. As Seo-jun is still lost in thought, boom, Queen Bee appears with the special jelly in hand. She proudly tells Seo-jun that she's finished it. Seo-jun, excited, thanks her with a smile. Then, Queen Bee places all the jellies into Seo-jun's straw hat. Baby Bear's eyes widen. The smell of the jelly is so sweet it makes his mouth water. Daddy, this smells so good. I can't wait anymore. I want to eat it now. Baby Bear whines impatiently. But Seo-jun, being the responsible dad, tells Baby Bear to chill out. He says they're going to share the jelly with everyone. They're a big family and no one eats alone. Baby Bear telling Seo-jun that he'll bring everyone in no time. With that, like a speedy rat, Baby Bear dashes off. Seo-jun, now holding the honey jelly in his hand, tells Queen Bee, "This looks delicious. I'm sure it'll taste just as good." Queen Bee, with a proud smile, responds that if Seo-jun likes it, she'll make more anytime he wants. All he needs to do is command, and her poisons will follow the order too. As Seo-jun checks the status window for the honey jelly, he gets the full details. Oh, he's relieved. It wasn't what he was thinking. And you know what he was thinking. The system notifies Seo-jun that this jelly is a mix of tomato flour, Queen Bee's special juice, and her saliva. Whoever eats it will have a strong heart, and any magic talent will be strengthened. Seo-jun, fascinated, wonders if this means he'll be able to use more powerful flame magic just by taking a bite. But then, a little sadness creeps in. Seo-jun remembers he doesn't have any magic talent of his own. He can only use magic when the flame is with him. So he wonders if this jelly could strengthen his fire talent somehow. Seo-jun starts thinking further. Since this jelly was made from cherry tomato flour, which boosts mana, he wonders what would happen if Queen Bee made jelly from other vegetables or fruits. What if the result is different? Meanwhile, Warrior Rabbit appears, looking sad, trying to cheer up Seo-jun. But before long, Baby Bear comes rushing back with all the baby rabbits in tow. They all gather around Seo-jun, excited to try the special jelly. Seo-jun stands up with a warm smile and tells them the jelly is ready, and they all cheer, lining up eagerly. On the side, Baby Bear holds his jelly and says, "This is gonna be so good, but I'll save it for a special day." Hearing this, Warrior Rabbit laughs, calling Baby Bear dramatic. Baby Bear turns to Seo-jun and asks, "Can I get another jelly just in case?" But Seo-jun politely refuses, explaining that he has to save some jelly for Aileen too. Seo-jun knows Aileen loves magic cherry tomatoes, so she'll definitely love this jelly. Thinking of Aileen, Seo-jun laughs and picks up a jelly. He stands up and calls out her name loudly, saying he's got something special for her. But now, back to present time, we see Seo-jun's smiling face on Aileen's crystal ball right before she fainted. Seo-jun's joy quickly turns into shock as he gets a system notification that tower manager Aileen has fainted and is slowly dying. Her heart is failing. Seo-jun is stunned. He screams, "How can this be?" A while ago, they were just talking. How can she suddenly be dying? The news hits everyone hard. The rabbits, the monster friends, everyone freezes in their spots. Even a rabbit about to eat his jelly stops mid-bite. Then a red status window pops up telling Seo-jun that Aileen's heart is failing, and if nothing is done, she'll die in minutes. Aileen is begging for Seo-jun's help. Seo-jun starts panicking. He screams at the system, "What the heck is a dragon heart? Why is her heart suddenly failing? She was fine just a while ago." Even Baby Bear and the rabbit start to panic, asking, "Is Sister Aileen really dying? Will she survive?" The system explains that Aileen's heart was already weak, and because she absorbed a huge amount of mana in such a short time, her heart couldn't handle it. That's why she had a magic heart attack. Seo-jun freezes in realization. His face turns pale. He understands now. This is all because of him. Seo-jun had been feeding her so much over time that Aileen absorbed a ton of mana, way more than her heart could handle. Shaken, Seo-jun collapses to the ground. He feels powerless, not knowing what to do. Baby Bear shakes him, saying, "You have to do something. You can't let Aileen die." The baby rabbits also start calling out, desperate for Seo-jun to save her. Seo-jun snaps out of it. He rushes to the system window and asks, "What do I need to do?" Whatever it is, Seo-jun will do it. He'd go to the moon if he had to, just to save Aileen. The system explains that Aileen needs a medicine that will increase her heart's mana storage. Right now, she has way too much mana, and her mana heart is too small. If Seo-jun can increase her heart's mana capacity, Aileen will be saved. Seo-jun's eyes widen with hope. He remembers the honey jelly that Queen Bee just made. It strengthens the heart and enhances magic talent. Could this be the key to saving Aileen? At that moment, Seo-jun wonders if the honey jellies will be enough to save Aileen. He glances at the three honey jellies sitting on his straw hat and realizes that it might not be sufficient. But suddenly, Baby Bear extends his hand, offering his own honey jelly to Seo-jun. Not only Baby Bear, but all the small rabbits around them begin to offer their jellies too, saying that they will do anything to help save Aileen's life. Seo-jun quickly gathers up all the jellies, placing them on his straw hat, and orders the status window to take the jellies and feed them to Aileen. Just as requested, the honey jellies disappear from his hands and are fed to Aileen one by one. For a moment, nothing happens and everyone starts to worry. But suddenly, Aileen's body begins to glow. Her health is stabilizing. Aileen slowly starts to breathe normally again, and Seo-jun lets out a sigh of relief. The system notifies Seo-jun that Aileen's heart has stabilized temporarily from the honey jelly, but there's a warning. If Aileen absorbs too much mana again in the future, the same situation could arise, and next time there's no guarantee the honey jelly will save her again. Relieved but still worried, Seo-jun puts his straw hat back on and mutters, "Everything's fine, for now. But what's next?" With Baby Bear on his head, he turns to the others, explaining that Aileen is okay, but that he never knew she was battling such a dangerous condition. "She always laughed, played, and had fun. How could she have been going through this?" Seo-jun swears to find a way to fully heal Aileen. The scene shifts to a mystical space above the 100th floor, a realm where all the dragons are trapped. This dimension, broken 30 chapters ago, now keeps them isolated from the 100th floor, and they've been stuck here ever since Aileen destroyed the portal. Suddenly, a large crystal in the center of the space begins to glow, signaling an emergency system activation. Aileen's grandfather and father, who live in this dimension, rush over to the glowing crystal, shocked by the sudden alert. They had been told before that if they were to return to Aileen, the emergency system would be activated, and Aileen would have to think of them by name for them to be teleported to her. This news fills them with mixed emotions. Grandfather is worried about her condition, but excited at the prospect of seeing her again. He places his hand on the crystal, ordering the transport to Aileen. However, despite his attempts, nothing happens. Frustration builds as multiple windows open, showing Aileen's current health status. To their surprise, her condition is improving. Her heart, which had been unstable, was now recovering. "She's getting better," Aileen's father says, overjoyed. But when he looks at his own father, his face goes pale. Aileen's grandfather is standing there like a demon, his body emitting a dark aura. His hair starts flying wildly, and one of his hands begins to transform into a dragon claw. With a deep, furious growl, he shouts, "The last name Aileen called wasn't mine. It was Seo-jun." The earth begins to tremble under his rage as his body continues to morph. His tail starts to grow, followed by his legs transforming into a dragon's. With a final roar, he fully morphs into his dragon form, glaring up at the sky. "Who the hell is this Seo-jun? How dare he steal my granddaughter's heart? I won't forgive you, Seo-jun. When I find you, you're dead." Aileen's father, trying to calm him down, says that maybe this Seo-jun is the reason Aileen is recovering. "Please, don't be angry right now," he pleads. Meanwhile, a blue dragon and green dragon watch from the side, commenting on how this happens every time Aileen's grandfather talks about his granddaughter. "He goes crazy," one of them says. "Now that there's another male involved, it's even worse." the other adds. In the shadows, a white dragon listens in, his red eyes glowing. He simply mutters, "This will be a good opportunity." The episode begins with Aileen lying unconscious on the floor. After a long time, she slowly regains consciousness, her eyes gradually opening. She feels uncomfortable at first, but as she fully opens her eyes, she suddenly sits up, gasping for breath, clearly in shock. Aileen begins to breathe heavily, panic taking over as she screams in shock. She can't believe she's alive. As far as she remembers, she had a heart attack. Her grandfather and father had told her that if it happened again, her death was certain. How am I alive? She thinks, confused. Aileen checks her body, realizing she's indeed still alive. Her body feels a little different, stronger, and she notices that her mana has increased tenfold. Not only that, her heart isn't in pain anymore. Before, whenever she used mana, the pain would overwhelm her, but now she feels free to use it without any issues. This was incredibly shocking for Aileen. How did this happen? She wonders. She recalls fainting but can't remember anything after that. Aileen grabs her crystal ball, which acts like a CCTV camera, and records everything. As she checks the recordings, she sees how she fainted and, while falling unconscious, remembered Seo-jun. She watches as Seo-jun fed her his special honey jelly, which is what saved her life. Upon realizing this, Aileen is shocked, and her face turns red as she becomes shy, thinking about how Seo-jun had been so worried about her. Embarrassed, she blushes even more, feeling a deeper connection to Seo-jun now. "I just want to meet him now," she thinks, but she knows she's not fully healed yet. Then, Aileen realizes that when she ate the honey jelly while unconscious, she didn't even get to taste it properly. She laughs to herself and suddenly gets an idea. She stands up confidently and announces herself as Aileen, the Great Black Dragon. She tells herself that, as a true black dragon, she can't accept help for free. With a smirking smile, she turns to look at her treasure, planning to reward Seo-jun. Without wasting a second, Aileen rushes to her treasure chest and starts searching through her legendary weapons and artifacts. She picks up a holy sword, a trident of Aquaman, and other legendary weapons, but she tosses them aside, saying they're useless for Seo-jun. What will he do with these? Put is inside. She asks herself, looking for something more fitting. Then Aileen spots a big black dragon statue. She pauses, thinking for a moment, before laughing loudly and saying, "This is it! Seo-jun will definitely love this gift." The scene shifts to Seo-jun, who is sleeping peacefully in his modern house, surrounded by Baby Bear, Black Rabbit, and other rabbits. Seo-jun was in such a deep sleep that saliva was dripping from his mouth. He was having a hot dream, where he was a plumber fixing someone's leaky pipes when suddenly, the system window wakes him up, notifying him that Aileen, the tower manager, is thanking him for saving her life. Seo-jun jolts awake, shouting, "Is Aileen okay?" His face shows his genuine worry, and after hearing the system's message, he feels relief wash over him. Aileen assures him that she's fine now, all thanks to him. Seo-jun takes a deep breath, relieved that his special honey jelly worked. He says, "Thank goodness!" However, Seo-jun then becomes sad and apologizes to Aileen, thinking that his jelly might have worsened her condition. He worries that the jelly somehow triggered her heart attack, but Aileen quickly clarifies that it wasn't his fault. She explains that she has had this heart condition for a long time, and her grandfather had warned her that every 10 years she would suffer from a heart attack. This recent heart attack was supposed to be the most dangerous yet, and her death was certain, but Seo-jun's honey jelly saved her. Hearing this, Seo-jun breathes a sigh of relief, feeling better knowing that he wasn't responsible for making her condition worse. Then, he remembers something and grabs a pouch. He tells Aileen that he has more special honey jelly made by the queen bees, and he saved it just for her in case she ever has another heart attack. He offers it to her, hoping that taking it regularly might heal her heart for good. But Aileen, after hearing this, refuses to take Seo-jun's special jelly. She says, "This is too much." Aileen feels that she's been taking Seo-jun's thing inside of her too much for a long time without giving anything in return, and now she wants to repay him first. Hearing this, Seo-jun is confused. What is Aileen trying to say? He wondered. But before Seo-jun can understand, a new quest pops up in front of him. The quest says that Seo-jun must go to a distant, empty field, look up at the sky, and shout Aileen's name. The reward is supposed to be something big and good, but the quest warns that it might also be dangerous for him. If Seo-jun rejects the quest, the system will reject his rejection. The reward might be dangerous, but the quest is clear. Seo-jun must stand in the field and shout Aileen's name. What kind of reward is good but dangerous? Seo-jun thinks, feeling a bit scared and confused. Aileen explains, "This is not the time to think much. Trust me, Seo-jun, just go to the field and shout my name." She assures him that nothing dangerous will happen if he follows her instructions. "I won't put your life in danger," she adds, trying to calm his fears. Still a bit skeptical, Seo-jun hesitates. But then Baby Bear steps in, confidently telling Seo-jun, "No need to be scared. I'm with you, and I know Aileen would never do anything to hurt you." Hearing this, Seo-jun finally decides to take the quest. Seo-jun, Baby Bear, the Black Warrior Rabbit, and 2 gray rabbits head to a faraway empty field. Once there, Seo-jun takes a deep breath and shouts Aileen's name into the sky with all his might. His voice echoes far and wide, but after several moments, nothing happens. Seo-jun is left confused, thinking, "Did I do something wrong?" He starts scratching his head when suddenly the system notifies him that he has completed the quest. Seo-jun is surprised, but the system continues, revealing that he has acquired the legendary Black Dragon Fountain, a special item commissioned for Aileen's 100th birthday. Before Seo-jun could even process this information, he hears a crackling sound above him. Black clouds begin to cover the ground beneath his feet, and Seo-jun's face turns red with panic as a huge black dragon statue starts to fall toward him from the sky. The mouth of the dragon is wide open, and even Baby Bear looks scared. In the nick of time, Seo-jun, Baby Bear, the Black Warrior Rabbit, and the Gray Rabbits dash away from the spot where the statue is about to crash. Seo-jun, now shivering on the ground, looks up at the massive statue in shock. The statue is at least 50 feet tall, completely black, and radiates a majestic aura. Everyone is left stunned. Before Seo-jun can say a word, the mouth of the black dragon statue starts to move, and then, with a sparkling glow, liquid starts to pour out of the dragon's mouth. The system notifies Seo-jun that the fountain was commissioned by the great black dragon Kaiser, made for the dwarves in honor of Aileen's 100th birthday. The fountain, made from the finest black marble and modeled after the great black dragon Kaiser, has magical properties. The eyes of the statue are embedded with magic stones, crafted by the renowned black dragon Antony, and the fountain can create its own magic or draw water from sources up to 100 kilometers away. This fountain is an S-grade item. The system shows its production level is 50, but much of its potential is hidden behind question marks, leaving its full power unknown. And then, as soon as he saw it, a magical, sparkling liquid came out of the mouth of the black dragon, and it instantly filled the entire fountain. Seo-jun and the monster pets were shocked. Seo-jun's face turned red, his mouth wide open in disbelief. He thought, "This isn't just a small fountain. This is a massive and thick reward." Seo-jun couldn't quite grasp what he was saying, but because he didn't want to offend Aileen, he just said, "This is a very big and good reward." Hearing this, Aileen became very happy, saying that with this, Seo-jun's time would be saved. He wouldn't have to go to the cave repeatedly to get water. Seo-jun realized Aileen was right. He had been wasting half his day just bringing water back and forth, and there wasn't even a good place to store it. Now, with the fountain, water would be available 24/7, and it would be a big help. Seo-jun thanked Aileen a lot for this gift. Then, Seo-jun asked Aileen about the question marks that were written in the status window of the fountain. She explained that even she didn't know what they meant, because this fountain was created by her grandfather, and only he knew the secret. She suggested that if Seo-jun continued to use it, he might uncover the fountain's true potential. Aileen further explained that she had transferred the rights to use the fountain to Seo-jun. He wouldn't have to do much. Just put his hand forward and call out her name. When he did, Seo-jun would have full control of the fountain using a controller. Seo-jun was a bit confused, but followed Aileen's instructions. As soon as he called her name, a PS-69 controller appeared before him, looking just like Aileen's body. The handles resembled the wings of 2 cute Aileens. The system quickly notified Seo-jun that this was the magic controller for the fountain, and he could now use the fountain freely, even move it around. Shocked, Seo-jun stared at the controller in his hand, thinking it looked exactly like a PS-5 controller. Can this really control a huge statue? Seo-jun wondered. Curious, Seo-jun decided to give it a try. He touched 2 buttons and began moving it back and forth. Instantly, the black dragon statue started to move. Seo-jun and the other pets were stunned. Watching the massive black dragon move, Seo-jun felt excited. It's like a giant, remote-controlled model, he thought. Even Baby Bear was thrilled and begged Seo-jun to let him control it too. Seo-jun quickly got the hang of it, and now the black dragon was dancing on its two legs, waving its hands as Seo-jun controlled it. The baby bear, black rabbit, and two gray rabbits all waved back at the dancing dragon as if it were a show. Laughing, Seo-jun decided to have some fun. He suddenly brought the black dragon statue right in front of baby bear, black rabbit, and the gray rabbits and screamed loudly. Startled, they all screamed in terror. But as we know, baby bear has a short temper. Furious, he punched the black dragon statue with all his strength. The statue wobbled back a little, and to everyone's surprise, its horn broke. What? Seo-jun was both shocked and scared. His face turned pale as he realized the damage. Meanwhile, we see Alien sitting on her cloudy cushion, which was made of onion leaves. She was sipping her special juice when a danger alarm notification appeared in her crystal ball. The black dragon statue also served as an alarm, alerting Alien to any damage or danger. Alien quickly became nervous and checked her crystal ball, asking Seo-jun if everything was okay. Seo-jun, trying to keep calm, sweating nervously, assured Alien that everything was fine. "There's no problem," he said, though his face was dripping with sweat. Seo-jun placed his hand on the black dragon statue, acting like nothing had happened. "We were just testing the controller," he explained. Nearby, the gray rabbit stood next to the broken horn, smiling sheepishly. The warrior rabbit, baby rabbit, and gray rabbits were all pretending like everything was perfectly fine, smiling nervously. Inside, all 5 of them were nervous, despite keeping a calm front. Aileen told Seo-jun that there had been an alarm, and she thought something had happened to him. She was just checking in. If Seo-jun said everything was fine, there was no issue. She reminded him to take care, then left. Seo-jun kept smiling, assuring Aileen that everything was fine. He even joked, saying that if Aileen was hungry, she could ask for something to eat. Meanwhile, the gray rabbit was hiding a hammer behind his back, having quickly fixed the black dragon's horn with cement. Seo-jun confidently told Aileen that nothing had happened. Aileen went back to her routine, sitting comfortably on her onion leaf cushion, munching on Seo-jun's special cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots. She was pleased that Seo-jun liked her gift, while Seo-jun was relieved she hadn't noticed anything was wrong. Everything seemed fine. Behind Seo-jun, the black dragon statue was now stationed in the sugarcane farm, moving left and right, helping to water the entire area. The scene shifted to the 67th floor, where the wolf chief and his family were collecting red loctus with their group. Seo-jun was planting onion leaves on the ground, with lizard men helping him. The wolf chief's son ran up, excited, telling his father to fetch more red loctus dead bodies. The wolf chief reminded him to be careful, while his wife looked concerned. With tension on her face, the wolf chief's wife voiced her worries. She knew this experience was important for their son, but was it really safe to bring him to such a dangerous place? The wolf chief reassured her, explaining that thanks to Seo-jun's onion leaf cutting, all the red locusts were already dead. Their nature was to swarm where they saw corpses, which had made it easy for them to kill thousands without any casualties. The place was now 100% safe. The wolf chief continued, explaining the attack pattern of the red loctus was simple. They grouped together, and the cut onion leaves would slice them as soon as they touched. Lizard men were on standby, replacing the leaves when they got dull, and they were strong enough to kill any red loctus that escaped. There was no need to worry. This was an important experience for their son. The wolf chief promised nothing would happen to their son while he was there, and she didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, the little baby wolf had caught a red loctus, but something seemed off. The loctus's eye was glowing, and it didn't look dead at all. Excited, the baby wolf called out to his mom and dad, proudly announcing he had found a perfectly fine red loctus without any damage. But the next moment, a horde of thousands of red loctus appeared behind him, and the one in his hand started moving. The eye of the red loctus in his hand shone, and before the baby wolf could react, he realized what was about to happen. A loud buzzing sound filled the air, and the baby wolf turned to see a massive swarm of red loctus approaching to devour him. Scared, he screamed loudly, and the wolf chief and his wife screamed in terror as well, their faces turning pale. Just as they were about to lose all hope, a yellow lizard man appeared, cutting the red loctus into pieces and saving the baby wolf. But it wasn't over yet. The yellow lizard man held the terrified baby wolf in his arms, who started crying. The lizard warrior shouted loudly, ordering everyone to run because a massive herd of red loctus, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was approaching. The swarm was so dense, it looked like a red blood cloud moving towards them. The episode starts with a clear blue sky, and the blue moon has risen, casting its glow. Up above, Aileen is gracefully patrolling with her big, beautiful wings. Below, Seo-jun watches her and can't help but say how Aileen looks so pretty. He also mentions that he didn't realize the 9th blue moon had come around so soon. Then we see Seo-jun with 2 baby rabbits nestled in his lap and another one snoozing in his straw hat. Baby Bear is also sitting close by, gazing up at Aileen. Meanwhile, Mommy Bear sits on the other side of Seo-jun, who asks if she's okay, wondering, is Mommy Bear affected by the blue moon? Mommy Bear explains that usually the blue moon makes her aggressive, but thanks to Aileen's power, the moon's effects are way milder, making it easier for her to keep her cool. She even praises Aileen, calling her truly impressive, just what you'd expect from the tower manager. In front of Mommy Bear, Seo-jun has set out a pile of seafood for snacking if she gets hungry. Hearing this, Seo-jun breathes a sigh of relief, glad that things are under control. He wonders aloud if they should just wait for the blue moon's energy to infuse into the crops. But then, Husband Rabbit and Mommy Rabbit rush over, excitedly informing Seo-jun that the blue moon's energy has already caused some crops to mutate. Seo-jun, thrilled, plops his straw hat back on and rushes out to harvest. The scene shifts to Seo-jun happily harvesting. A bunch of blue cherry tomatoes have mutated. He's tearing them off their stems, surprised that so many tomatoes have turned blue this time around. He carefully places them in a crate, which belongs to Cart Titan. Just then, another white rabbit comes up, calling Seo-jun uncle, and excitedly tells him that the cornfield has also been influenced by the blue moon's energy. Shocked, Seo-jun jumps up, muttering, I knew it was time to harvest the corn, but I had no idea it was already affected by the blue moon. Curious, he heads over to the cornfield and notices a blue, glowing corn. Moving closer, he realizes it's not just one. 2 corn stalks have mutated. Grinning, Seo-jun thinks to himself that since Aileen can't eat the cherry tomatoes due to her dragon heart's instability, he'll save this for her. Just then, Aileen calls down to Seo-jun, admitting she's exhausted from patrolling. Seo-jun gives her a big smile and says she did an amazing job. Only because of her is everything stable with all the monsters calm. You've worked so hard, go ahead and rest now, he encourages. Then he adds with a grin that he's got 2 blue moon stamina corn just for her, much safer for her than cherry tomatoes, considering her dragon heart issue. Aileen, clearly emotional and happy, thanks Seo-jun and takes the corn, saying she'll sleep peacefully tonight. Seo-jun wishes her a good night, but as soon as he turns back toward his house, he notices something strange, a corn cob glowing red. Intrigued, he steps closer to this mysterious red corn and sees it glowing even more intensely. Curious, he grabs it and breaks it off, immediately receiving a flood of system notifications. The system alerts Seo-jun that he's just harvested an exploding stamina corn. His job proficiency has increased, and he's earned 30 experience points, along with an achievement for creating a new variety in the tower. Checking its status, Seo-jun learns it's a C-grade corn with a 90-day shelf life. Upon consumption, it breaks down 30 grams of body fat, boosts strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes, with effects stacking up to 10 times in an hour, and most importantly, it makes the consumer's hair thick and fluffy. Seo-jun also notices that no one can cultivate this type of corn without his permission. Seeing that this corn has the power to make hair thick and fluffy, Seo-jun is stunned. His hand starts shaking as he lifts the red corn up high, and then he falls to his knees, treating it like some kind of mythical, legendary treasure. With tears in his eyes, he thanks the heavens, shouting, God, you are the best! He's been depressed about his hair ever since it was cut, and now this corn might just be the solution. Seo-jun quickly takes off his straw hat and asks Baby Bear, what do you think about my hair? Baby Bear bluntly replies, it looks like shit. Ignoring the brutal honesty, Seo-jun gets excited and jolts up, shouting, we gotta expand this field ASAP. He explains they need to start planting this new type of corn immediately. After seeing Seo-jun's aggressive face, Baby Bear told him to calm down, you're losing your cool, man. Seo-jun took a breath, calmed himself, and then, while peeling the red corn, pulled out a small grain and handed it to the white farmer rabbit. He said, as soon as tomorrow morning comes, everyone's gonna start planting this new type of corn in the expanded farming field. Seo-jun then got excited again, staring at the red corn, and thought, now, the main problem is, how are we gonna eat this thing? The notification said the corn would explode and expand when heated, but how exactly was he supposed to heat it? Suddenly the word heat reminded Seo-jun of flame, and he thought, maybe flame knows what to do. The scene shifted, and we saw Seo-jun approaching the Flames plant. As soon as he arrived, Seo-jun's jaw dropped. Flames plant was almost double in size, and there she was, smiling all innocently, greeting him, "Master, I grew! I really grew a lot!" Seo-jun stood, surprised, in front of Flames plant, which now reached the height of his neck. Bursting with excitement, he asked, "Flame, how did you grow so much overnight? Was it the blue moon's energy?" Flame explained with a proud grin. "Yes, Master! After soaking in the blue moon's power, she felt this huge surge of energy inside she, and just like that, she grew! And soon Seo-jun will be able to eat her juicy apples!" Overjoyed, Seo-jun crouched down at the height of her, and she eagerly shared, thanks to that, she also got 3 amazing abilities. Seo-jun was ecstatic for her, especially about these new abilities, so he asked what they were. With a smile as kind as ever, Flame began explaining. The first ability is the Flame of Protection. Curious, Seo-jun asked, "What's the Flame of Protection?" Without another word, Flame activated her skill, and suddenly, a mysterious blue flame appeared before him. The moment it appeared, the blue flame's energy began seeping into Seo-jun's body, slowly spreading warmth. At first, Seo-jun felt nervous as his entire body was covered in this blue flame, but surprisingly, he didn't feel any heat. After a few moments, he noticed that he could summon the same blue flame in his hands. He questioned, "Is this the Flame of Protection? It looks just like a will-o'-the-wisp." The system chimed in, notifying Seo-jun that the Flame of Protection had now fused with his body and would protect him. With a gentle smile, Flame explained that this power would shield her beloved master from harm. Seo-jun smiled back warmly and thanked her. "You're so reliable. I'll take good care of you, Flame." After that, Seo-jun remembered his purpose for coming and finally told Flame, "Flame, I need your help." He brought out his red corn and asked if she could heat it. "This is my new crop, exploding stamina corn, and the system says it'll explode when heated, but I have no idea how to make it edible." Flame studied the red corn, her expression thoughtful, and after a while she nodded, saying, "She thinks she know how to make this thing eatable." She instructed him, "All Seo-jun need to do is heat this without tearing off the leaves." Seo-jun, puzzled, replied, "What does she mean?" With patience, she guided him. "Just wrap the corn tightly in the leaf. Leave the rest to her." Seo-jun did exactly as instructed, covering the red corn completely with its leaf. Flame, her face alight with excitement and confidence, raised her tiny fingers to the sky and told Seo-jun, "Now, just hold the corn, Seo-jun, and listen, don't be surprised. Don't feel nervous. Just hold the corn, because my Flame of Protection will keep you safe." Then, Flame activated her yellow flame, and an intense yellow glow slowly wrapped around the red corn. Before Seo-jun knew it, with a small blast, the red corn almost tripled in size. Seo-jun was stunned, but surprisingly, he didn't feel any fire damage. Suddenly, a hot steam wafted from the corn, and Seo-jun was amazed. "How did it get so big? It's huge! It almost looks like a football." Flame, beaming with pride, urged Seo-jun, "Slowly, slowly. Open the leaf of the red corn." Seo-jun, bursting with curiosity, gently peeled back the leaf. As he opened it, he was shocked. Inside was nothing but popcorn. Surprised, amazed, and excited, Seo-jun shouted for Baby Bear, asking if he'd seen any salt. "I must have kept it somewhere in my bag." Quickly finding the salt, the scene shifted, showing Seo-jun sprinkling it generously over the popcorn. With a little mix, he took a small bite, and as soon as he did, his eyes sparkled. The popcorn was so crispy, so soft, so delicious. Baby Bear's eyes started to sparkle too. The taste was that good. One by one, the warrior rabbit and his new girlfriend, the white rabbit, tried it, and both of them were amazed. They'd never tasted anything this soft, salty, and delicious. As they savored the treat, Seo-jun noticed that Baby Bear's fur had become thick and fluffy, and Baby Bear, looking at Seo-jun, realized that Seo-jun's hair was also silky, thick, and fluffy. Both of them were basking in this emotional and happy moment. But then, bam! A loud noise echoed, startling Seo-jun. His delicious popcorn slipped from his hands as he spun around, looking toward the entrance. "What the hell happened?" he shouted. Didn't Aileen put all the monsters to sleep? The baby bear, flame, warrior rabbit, gray rabbit, sickle rabbit. All the rabbits were looking up, nervous. From outside, Mommy Bear shouted loudly, "Seo Jun, come out of the cave, quickly, this is an emergency!" Seo Jun dashed outside, only to be left with his mouth hanging open in shock. In front of him stood a whole army of corrupted trees. But that wasn't all. This time, alongside the corrupted trees, it looked like an entire plant vs. zombies scene come to life. There was a corrupted poison mist flower, a strange yellow plant, and a sticky purple corrupted flower, all looking like zombie plants. The scene shifted to a long shot, revealing thousands of corrupted plants gathered outside Seo Jun's cave. Seo Jun, along with Baby Bear, Warrior Rabbit, Sickle Rabbit, and Warrior Rabbit's girlfriend, stood at the cave entrance. Mommy Bear and Baby Bear suddenly grew to a larger size, ready to fight. Seo Jun's mind raced as he realized, here I thought we could relax for a while, but why does this bastard have to appear during the blue moon? He remembered that Aileen had put these monsters to sleep, yet they were here. But Seo Jun pushed aside these thoughts, quickly getting serious. He shouted, "Everyone, it's time to fight! We've got to protect everyone inside the cave! Grab your weapons and get ready to attack!" With his command, everyone prepared for the battle ahead. Sickle Rabbit whips out his sickle and Warrior Rabbit grabs his hammer. Meanwhile, those weird purple-colored plants start spitting sticky globs from their mouths like bullets aimed right at Seo Jun. Before he can dodge, those sticky blobs hit anyone holding a torch, extinguishing them instantly. Seo Jun's fire torch drops, and so does Sickle Rabbit's, both splattered with the sticky stuff. Seo Jun and Sickle Rabbit exchange disgusted looks. Neither one of them wanted to get someone else's juice all over them. But then, the sticky juice starts to evaporate, and a strange purple smoke rises. Seo Jun's eyes widen, but before he can even react, Warrior Rabbit kicks him back with force. Stumbling, Seo Jun shouts, "Why the hell did you kick me?" Warrior Rabbit, serious as ever, replies, "That purple smoke is poison!" Instantly, Seo Jun realizes the danger. The yellow plants nearby are releasing some kind of gas that's turning all that sticky goop into poisonous smoke. As the yellow corrupted plants convert the whole area into a thick, toxic fog, Seo Jun gets more and more annoyed. "Why do all these crazy things keep showing up out of nowhere?" he shouts, utterly frustrated. But Baby Bear, dead serious, tells Seo Jun to look ahead. The ground starts to shake. A low, rumbling sound fills the air. Then they see it, an enormous 100-foot corrupted tree, its eyes glowing blue. The system instantly alerts Seo Jun. This is a corrupted tree that's absorbed the energy of the blue moon. It's so huge that every other corrupted tree around it looks like an ant. Seeing that humongous, titanic, corrupted tree, even Mommy Bear got tensed up. With a sad, low voice, she said to Seo Jun, "Even for me, it'll be difficult to take down that titan." His face pales, his spirit crushed. Seo Jun's mind races with thoughts of everything he'd worked so hard to build. The farm, his house, the friends he made along the way. Is this the end? He wonders. A pang of sorrow flooding him as he imagines all his friends meeting their end here. On the other hand, Sickle Rabbit and Gray Rabbit are terrified. Gray Rabbit turns to Sickle Rabbit, admitting, "I'm scared." But Sickle Rabbit, with a determined voice, assures her, "Even if it kills me, I'll still protect you." Just then, from behind them, a mysterious, deep, and powerful voice echoes through the air, strong enough to send a huge gust of wind that blows Seo Jun's straw hat clean off. Seo Jun spins around, surprised, and the voice booms, "I will help you!" He turns, eyes wide, to see the statue that Aileen gifted him, floating right behind him. Seo Jun's mind is blown. How is this statue talking? Even Warrior Rabbit looks shocked. The statue, maintaining its deep and commanding voice, announces, "I am the great black dragon Anton, and also Aileen's father, and I will protect everyone here." Hearing this, Mommy Bear, Baby Bear, all the rabbits, they're all stunned. Seo Jun's jaw drops, his voice barely a whisper as he says, "Aileen's father..." What? Looks like Daddy Dragon's here to meet his future son-in-law. After that, the statue repeats again that he is the great black dragon Anton, and he is Aileen's father. On the other hand, Seo Jun, along with everyone else, is standing there like a baby rabbit and baby bear in shock. Aileen's father stands in front of the statue, his mouth wide open. Seo Jun, still in shock, asks the statue of the great black dragon Anton. He doesn't understand how the statue of the great black dragon Anton could be Aileen's father. If this is true, then how did Aileen's father turn into a statue? Seo-jun has so many questions he wants to ask the great black dragon Anton one by one, but there's no time because the army of corrupted entities could kill everyone at any moment. Despite the urgency, the statue of the great black dragon Anton replies to Seo-jun with a deep, menacing voice. Anton explains that this is an ancient statue created using ancient golem magic. Only Aileen's father and her grandfather could activate it. But, for some unfortunate reasons, their access to the statue was lost. The statue could only be activated if Aileen, the rightful owner, was in danger. But, for some reason, Aileen never activated it. She just kept it in the treasure room. When Aileen granted Seo-jun access to the statue, Seo-jun's life was put in danger, which is why the black statue was activated. Aileen's father is now able to communicate with Seo-jun and control the statue. Anton further explains that, for some unknown reason, he and Aileen's grandfather are trapped in another dimension. The gate to the 99th floor suddenly closed, and they can't enter the Black Tower or exert authority over the 99th floor or the entire tower. But now, thanks to Seo-jun, Anton has found a way to talk to Aileen. This statue was activated specifically for Seo-jun, allowing them to make contact with the 99th floor after years. Aileen's father, in his black statue form, bows down and thanks Seo-jun, expressing immense gratitude for saving Aileen from her dragon heart attack. Hearing this, Seo-jun feels flustered and embarrassed. He tells Anton there's no need to thank him. It was his duty to save Aileen. Anyone else in his place would have done the same, but Anton insists, explaining that Seo-jun must have realized by now that the entire tower is in chaos, especially the 99th floor because the dragons are stuck in another dimension, leaving the tower unmaintained. Aileen, a little sick girl, can't properly maintain it. Anton then asks Seo-jun for help, and Seo-jun is nervous, shocked even. He doesn't understand what kind of help Anton is asking for. Anton explains that he wants Seo-jun to take control of the entire tower in Aileen's place. As Anton says, Aileen is immature and doesn't know how to manage or take care of the tower, but Seo-jun can. Hearing this, Seo-jun becomes even more upset and surprised. He tries to explain hurriedly that he is just a farmer, with no combat abilities, and has nothing to fight against the 99th floor monsters. Turning to his left, Seo-jun sees the army of corrupted entities closing in and says that he's so weak he can't even protect his farm and monsters from them, so how could he possibly manage the entire tower? This task seems impossible. After this, the scene shifts, and we see the humongous corrupted entities, along with all the small corrupted entities and yellow-colored corrupted plants, marching slowly towards Seo-jun. They are getting very close to him. The warrior rabbit notices this and calls out, telling Seo-jun that they're too close. If they don't act soon, they're all going to die. But at the same time, Anton, with a deep voice, tells Seo-jun that he's underestimating himself. Seo-jun is more than capable of solving this situation. Seo-jun stands there, confused and amazed, because in his mind, he's not strong enough to defeat these corrupted entities. Even the mummy bear can't handle them alone, so how's he supposed to? But Anton maintains his deep voice and explains that while Seo-jun isn't strong enough right now to manage the entire tower, he doesn't need to worry. Anton will help Seo-jun achieve the impossible. Seo-jun's mouth widens even more, shocked and unable to speak. Suddenly, the black dragon starts doing something strange. It lifts its wings, raises its face, and brings its neck close to Seo-jun, screaming at him. The dragon's voice changes. Now it's angry, and it introduces itself as Kaiser, Aileen's grandfather. Seo-jun sees this sudden aggression, and understandably, the rabbits get scared. They jump and fall to the ground with the baby rabbits hiding behind Seo-jun. With a threatening tone, Kaiser says that because of Seo-jun, he hasn't been able to see Aileen for a long time. Kaiser wants to puncture Seo-jun's head with his claws, but seeing what Seo-jun has done for Aileen, Kaiser's anger calms. He decides not to hurt Seo-jun. Seo-jun, still confused, doesn't know whether to be scared or thankful. But first, he introduces himself nervously, saying that he's Seo-jun and is happy to meet Kaiser. Then Seo-jun apologizes, saying that he doesn't know why Kaiser and the others can't reach the 99th floor. Kaiser laughs loudly, saying it was just a joke. He thinks Seo-jun is far more polite than expected. Yes, Kaiser was angry, but seeing Seo-jun save Aileen calmed him down. But now Kaiser turns serious. He notices the corrupted entities have gotten very close. He raises his chest, lifts his head high, and says with serious tone, "All this talk can wait. First, we need to clear these rotten weeds from the ground." Kaiser flies into the sky, his wings flapping vigorously, causing a small tornado. Seo-jun is almost lifted into the air with the rabbits barely holding on to him. In the next moment, Kaiser flies high into the blue sky, and we see a wider view showing how Kaiser's flight created a shockwave that pushes the corrupted entities back. From above, Kaiser looks down at the entities, and compared to him, they look like ants. Kaiser's eyes and body begin to glow, his mouth emitting blue neon fire. Kaiser opens his mouth and speaks with intense flames. "How dare these rotten weeds come here to harass Aileen's friend?" With that, Kaiser unleashes a huge, intense flamethrower. The entire statue glows in blue, and in just a split second, the flamethrower rains down on all the corrupted entities. The flamethrower fell so fast that the corrupted entities didn't even have time to blink. They didn't know what hit them. As soon as the flamethrower touched them, they melted on the spot. And then there was a huge blast, so strong it looked like a massive explosion from 500 feet away. The entire 99th floor began to shake. The shockwave of the blast spread everywhere, rumbling through the entire floor. Meanwhile, in the Black Tower, Aileen was sleeping peacefully, dreaming away. In her dream, she was playing Doctor with Seo-jun. Seo-jun had become the doctor, and Aileen was the patient. If you also want to play Doctor, make sure to complete 6,900 likes and subscribe if you're new. Now let's continue. Then, the scene shifts. We're shown the aftermath. A huge hole in the ground left by Kaiser's flamethrower. The flamethrower was so hot and potent that the entire area turned into red magma. The earth itself melted. The heat was so intense it reached Seo-jun. Luckily, Mommy Bear had covered Seo-jun with her paws, shielding him from being thrown by the shockwave. Baby Bear had done the same, protecting all the baby rabbits from the impact. When the smoke cleared and the shockwave settled, Seo-jun crawled out from under Mommy Bear's paws. He stood there, shocked, seeing the entire mountain had disappeared from just a single attack from the Black Dragon. Is this the real power of the 99th floor Black Dragon? Seo-jun wondered, still in awe. Then, Kaiser comes flying down to Seo-jun and calls out his name. Seo-jun, feeling nervous again, watches as Kaiser lands. In his deep voice, Kaiser instructs Seo-jun to head to the spot where he had just obliterated all the corrupted entities. Kaiser tells him that there's an item there, something that will help Seo-jun become strong. Seo-jun, surprised, begins to wonder what kind of item could possibly make him strong in such a short time. Seo-jun waits for about 10 minutes because the whole area was still melting with magma, and it wasn't safe to approach just yet. Even after 15 minutes, when Seo-jun finally stands before the huge hole, the area is still scorching hot, with smoke rising from the ground. Seo-jun, being careful, makes his way down into the hole, accompanied by Baby Bear. As they descend, Seo-jun warns Baby Bear to be careful because the area is still dangerously hot. After that, Seo-jun notices a blue glowing object in front of the Baby Bear. The Baby Bear, with curiosity, tells Seo-jun to go check it out. As Seo-jun approaches, he sees it, a blue glowing seed. Seo-jun, curious as ever, stands right in front of the seed, examining it closely. He's about to pick it up, but on his right, the warrior rabbit stands guard, while on the left, the Baby Bear watches closely, making sure no corrupted entities are lurking nearby. Finally, Seo-jun takes the mysterious seed into his hands, and the system immediately kicks in, analyzing it. The system's window notifies Seo-jun of the seed's status. It's the enhanced seed of the corrupted fallen entity. This seed, having absorbed the energy of the blue moon, has been strengthened. Consuming it will permanently increase all stats by 10 points. But there's a catch. If left on the ground, this seed would germinate into a powerful, corrupted entity. Seeing this, Seo-jun is in shock. His mouth is wide open because he realizes just how legendary this item is. Normally, leveling up only gives you a single stat point per level, but consuming this seed, it's the equivalent of leveling up 50 to 60 times. This was more than just a big deal, it was game-changing. Kaiser suddenly lands beside him, telling Seo-jun in his deep voice that Seo-jun needs to eat the seed. This would make Seo-jun's weak, pathetic body stronger. While it wouldn't make him strong enough to defeat an entire corrupted army on his own, it would be the first step toward becoming powerful enough to manage the tower. Kaiser explains that this is the beginning of Seo-jun's journey to strength. But Seo-jun, feeling a bit uneasy, makes a request. He asks Kaiser, "This is a corrupted entity's seed. Wouldn't eating it raw be a bit strange? Can I cook it first?" Hearing the word cooking, Kaiser gets a bit confused. He asks Seo-jun, "Can you even cook? Do you have the equipment? Cooking in the tower is no ordinary thing. It's magic. Cooking inside the tower is like upgrading an item to a higher level, almost like witchcraft." Seo-jun explains that while he does have cooking equipment, he hasn't brought it with him, so he plans to cook the seed once they return to the cave. After this, Kaiser asks if Seo-jun has any other items he's cooked or grown inside the tower. Seo-jun pulls out a few magic cherry tomatoes, handing them to Kaiser. Seo-jun's a bit confused about how Kaiser would take the cherry tomatoes to his real body, but Kaiser explains that there's a warp gate inside the tower. Anything Kaiser consumes in this form will teleport directly to his real body. Even Seo-jun, if eaten by Kaiser, would teleport to his true form. Then the scene shifts. We see Kaiser in his real form sitting on a black gaming chair. It looks like he's wearing a futuristic VR headset controlling the black-colored statue we've seen before. Kaiser is curious, examining the magic cherry tomatoes that Seo-jun handed him. Kaiser wonders, after eating this, did it help Aileen's dragon heart grow stronger? Did it enhance her mana? Meanwhile, Anton is observing everything through a holographic recording. He sees how Seo-jun fed the baby bear and other monsters red loctus and was also eating other delicious-looking things. After that, Anton checks what Seo-jun has done in detail. How Seo-jun has grown different types of food crops and even eats them as well. Anton is shocked to see how a creature, which usually comes in tens of thousands and spreads destruction everywhere, was defeated by Seo-jun. And now he's eating it with pleasure. Normally, red loctus is poisonous, but thanks to Seo-jun's cooking, it has become edible. Seo-jun has not only defeated such a dangerous beast, but he's also feeding it to everyone in the tower. That's right, he solved two problems at once. He defeated red loctus, and he's helping solve the food problem in the entire tower. And not just that, Seo-jun is growing weird edible crops which are magical. By eating these crops, even Aileen is slowly getting cured. Anton starts to wonder, is Seo-jun really just a tower farmer? He's heard very little about this class in all these years, and even Anton has little knowledge about it. After this, Kaiser comes running to Anton. Anton wonders what happened. Did something happen to Seo-jun? Kaiser explains that he has handled the entire situation, and then he shows Anton a cherry tomato. Anton gets tensed. Is there a problem with the cherry tomato? But with a smiling face, Kaiser gives Anton a thumbs up, saying that the cherry tomato is really delicious and juicy. He wants more of it. Seeing Kaiser's happy face, Anton is also shocked. On the other hand, Seo-jun again and again calls out Kaiser's name in front of the black dragon statue, but Kaiser is busy eating Seo-jun's cherries. Seo-jun doesn't understand why Kaiser has suddenly stopped replying. So Seo-jun turns around and tells the baby bear and the black rabbit that they should get out of here quickly and go home. He's hungry and sleepy, but the baby bear and the black rabbit are standing in front of a huge branch. Seo-jun walks over, and the baby bear is insisting on taking the huge branch home. We see the humongous branch, almost double the size of Mommy Bear, lying on the ground, and the baby bear wants it as his weapon. Seo-jun checks the system and realizes that this is a drop item from the corrupted entity. But Seo-jun tells Baby Bear that it's too big to take home. Seeing this, Baby Bear gets a bit upset and sad, but he understands. Seo-jun promises him that next time, when Theo returns, he will bring Baby Bear a very good weapon. Baby Bear agrees, but just as they are about to leave, Seo-jun hears a noise. He turns around and sees Baby Bear picking up the huge branch. Seo-jun is about to scream at Baby Bear, telling him that he already said they can't take it home. But suddenly, the huge tree branch starts shrinking. It shrinks so small that it fits perfectly in Baby Bear's hands. Seeing this, Seo-jun and the Black Warrior Rabbit are both shocked. Baby Bear, with a smiling face, asks Seo-jun if he can take the branch home now. The system notifies Seo-jun that the branch is actually a weapon that Baby Bear can make big or small at will. Seo-jun watches as the branch fuses with Baby Bear, becoming his personal weapon. Seo-jun and the Black Warrior Rabbit are blown away. Baby Bear is posing with sparkling eyes, absolutely thrilled with his new weapon. The episode starts with Baby Bear as he takes his newly acquired weapon, a long rod, which was small in size but can increase in size when the time for action comes. gripping it with determination, ready for some action. Meanwhile, Black Warrior Rabbit stands nearby, weapon in hand, his hammer gripped tightly in a ready position. He tells Baby Bear that on the count of 3, their battle will begin, and as soon as he says 3, they launch into their battle. Baby Bear swings his club toward Black Warrior Rabbit, but Warrior Rabbit dodges, leaping into the air, his hammer poised to strike Baby Bear's head. In the distance, Seo-jun, White Rabbit, and Chubby Rabbit sit, eagerly watching this exciting showdown. Seo-jun comments on how both Baby Bear and Black Warrior Rabbit have grown stronger and how much he enjoys seeing their progress. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles Seo-jun. He turns only to see none other than Silverwolf Chief, who calls out, saying he has something important to share with Seo-jun. Seo-jun invites Silverwolf Chief over, and soon enough Wolf Chief appears with 2 companions, each hauling huge carts loaded with red locusts. Silverwolf Chief, like a royal figure, sits before Seo-jun and informs him that they've brought an abundance of red locusts. Even Seo-jun is impressed by the amount, praising Wolf Chief's hard work and the dedication of his team. While putting on his shoes, Seo-jun asks if Iona wasn't able to come. Wolf Chief explains that Iona had to leave the battle due to a problem, which kept her from joining them. Concerned, Seo-jun questions if there was trouble on the 67th floor or if something serious had happened. As Seo-jun keeps pressing for answers, Wolf Chief, wearing a serious expression, slowly recounts the events. Everything had gone smoothly at first, thanks to Seo-jun's onion blade, but then the red locusts suddenly changed their attack pattern, hitting them with a massive, unexpected strike. This shift in strategy caused chaos, but thankfully Iona saved everyone in the nick of time. Seeing Seo-jun's genuine concern, Elka, one of Wolf Chief's companions, blushes, noting Seo-jun's caring nature. Elka explains that the red locusts' shift in attack was intense. They used a strange strategy to overwhelm the onion blades by advancing in random pattern, making it hard to fend them off. Yet, despite the overwhelming numbers, Iona's powerful magic came through, saving all the wolves, lizardmen, and mercenaries. Elka reassures Seo-jun that although challenging, Seo-jun's onion blade managed to kill nearly 90% of the red locusts, leaving the remaining 10% to be handled by their combined forces. Elka explains that now all the lizardmen, silver wolves, and mercenaries are guarding the 67th floor to prevent any red locusts from reaching the 68th floor. Hearing this, Seo-jun breathes a sigh of relief, grateful his friends are safe. But deep down, he can't help but worry, crossing his arms and praying for their safety. The scene then shifts to a passing village, a well-known spot where travelers can journey between floors. Here we see the Tower of Gravity, a massive white structure where Elka came to get information about Iona. However, even after searching for a long time, Elka can't find her. Finally, at the receptionist's desk, he learns that Iona has already left. Shocked, he wonders why Iona isn't waiting as planned. The receptionist offers to pass along a message for Iona, so Elka leaves a note asking when she'll return and mentions he needs to discuss the 67th floor. Elka also asks about Theo, who was supposed to be there, but the receptionist informs him that Theo has also left. Elka is baffled. Where could they both have gone? Then he hears that Theo mentioned something about Granny Village. Elka's expression changes. He realizes that Theo might be headed for big trouble. One of Elka's companions asks why he looks so tense, and Elka explains that Granny Village is Theo's hometown. And knowing Theo, this can only mean one thing. He's about to bring back a big problem. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Theo happily dancing and singing along the way, with the rest of the group watching in amusement. Some people are surprised, others are laughing, but Theo? He doesn't care one bit what anyone thinks. He glances back and sees the girls trailing behind, barely keeping up. Theo shouts at them, "What are you all doing? Got gum on your feet or something? Move it!" They hustle to keep up. Then Theo turns to Oran, who's lagging even further behind, and yells, "How many times I gotta tell you? You're an intern and I'm the senior. Just follow me!" But Oran is still trailing, and that's got Theo fuming. Inside, Oran's boiling with anger, but he hides it, giving Theo a respectful nod. He calls him respected sir, saying he'll follow immediately. But as Oran runs to catch up, he bumps into a tiny hamster that appears out of nowhere. It's so small he doesn't even see it until he's already kneed it by accident. Oran and the hamster both tumble down. Oran's frustration doubles. He's red with anger, cursing under his breath. Already irritated from listening to Theo's orders, this little trip was the last straw. He looks down to see what caused his fall and sees a small hamster. Oren lets loose, shouting at the hamster, asking it, "Can't you see, hamster? Ever heard of walking on the road properly?" But that hamster is none other than Iona. Iona realizes it was actually Oren who came charging without looking, and she's not having it. She snaps back at him, furious. Iona asks Oren why he's yelling and blaming her when it was actually his fault. Oren, seeing the hamster get bold, gets even angrier and shouts, "You got a death wish or something talking to me like that?" Iona's rage hits a new level. She gives him a dead serious look and asks, "Did you just call me a weak little hamster?" Their glares intensify, the tension between them thickening. Just then, Theo calls out to Oren, wondering what he's doing back there. Theo notices Iona and instantly cools down, smiling as he greets her, asking what she's doing there. Iona says she's happy to see Theo too, acting like the meeting was a coincidence. But truthfully, we know Iona's been secretly following him all along. Oren, watching this friendly exchange, starts to feel tense. He gets nervous and wonders if this little hamster could actually be Theo's girlfriend. Sweat breaks out on Oren's forehead. If Theo's got feelings for Iona, Oren could be in deep trouble. He imagines Theo might make him do double or triple the work for disrespecting her. Theo asks Iona why she was standing there, and Iona's just about to tell him how Oren caused her head injury and then threatened her. But before she can finish, Oren, fearing the worst, drops to his knees and begs for forgiveness, calling himself a lowly black cat and apologizing profusely. Both Theo and Iona are surprised as Oren continues to cry and apologize, admitting it was all his fault. Theo is pleased and even apologizes to Iona on Oren's behalf, saying she can punish him however she wants. Iona, feeling a bit awkward since she doesn't know Theo and Oren's exact relationship, decides not to go too hard on him and forgives him, saying it's only because of Theo. Oren is overjoyed, thanking her repeatedly before wiping his tears and hurrying away. Theo then asks Iona what brought her there, and she explains she came to meet someone in Granny Village. Theo's eyes light up, saying, "No way, that's my hometown, Granny Village!" Iona was surprised to learn that Theo was also from Granny Village. Her eyes lit up as she asked if he wouldn't mind her tagging along on his visit to the village. But Theo hadn't actually planned on going inside. He was only here to catch fish near Granny Village and pick up a few supplies. He hesitated, uncertain if he should go in with Iona. Before Theo could answer, Oren grew excited and grabbed Theo's arm, urging him to reconsider. Oren was quick to remind Theo that Granny Village was also his hometown, and he insisted that he needed to deliver urgent news to his father. Oren's pleas grew more desperate as he tried to sway Theo's decision. Theo, however, held firm, reminding Oren that he had come specifically to fish, visit the merchant shop, and then head to the 38th floor to collect some items for Soijun. Noticing that his words alone weren't convincing Theo, Oren decided to sweeten the deal. He offered 1,000 tower coins, declaring that thanks to his family's wealth, that amount was nothing to them. But the offer barely made Theo blink. He had grown so successful that earning 1,000 tower coins in a day was now just part of his routine. Oren could see that even a hefty amount of money wasn't going to change Theo's mind. Realizing he needed another tactic, Oren shifted his tone. He began recounting Theo's journey from weakness to strength, from a cat with humble skills to a legendary merchant. He painted a vivid picture of Theo strolling into Granny Village, villagers staring in awe at his newfound success. Those who had once looked down on him would be jealous, and among them would be Meryl. Oren hinted at the satisfaction Theo might feel, imagining Meryl seeing him so accomplished and wealthy. It was a silent revenge that would leave her astonished. Theo listened to Oren's words, remaining quiet. His smile grew as he mulled it over, finally nodding with a casual, "I'll think about it." After a moment's pause, he turned to Iona, agreeing to go with her to Granny Village. Oren's face lit up as he jumped with joy, clearly thrilled that he'd convinced Theo. As the decision settled in, Iona grew curious about Meryl. She softly inquired about her, but Theo merely shrugged, downplaying it. Meryl was nobody important, he said. Just trash. While Theo's outward demeanor remained calm, inside, his heart was pounding with excitement at the idea of returning to Granny Village as a success. The thought of his triumph was satisfying, and his excitement simmered beneath his cool exterior. Meanwhile, Oren had his own reasons for celebrating. In his mind, he had managed to trick Theo. He had no intention of giving Theo any tower coins, nor did he plan to deliver news to his father. As soon as they reached Granny Village, Oren intended to disappear, vanishing from Theo's sight entirely. Theo smiled to himself, envisioning the pride he'd feel as he walked through Granny Village, but Iona's thoughts remained fixated on a single question. Who exactly was Meryl? Theo and Iona continued their slow journey toward Granny Village, unaware that Oren was following closely behind, a devilish smile plastered on his face. In his mind, he was already plotting his revenge. The thought of reaching Granny Village and teaching Theo a lesson filled him with twisted satisfaction. Meanwhile, Theo turned to Iona with a warm smile and assured her that Granny Village was a beautiful and peaceful place. He promised that she'd have a great time there and even offered to show her around once they arrived. Just as Theo finished speaking, the scene shifted and we found ourselves in Granny Village, a once thriving, now pitifully crumbling village. The signboard bearing the village's name hung askew, darkened with grime. As Theo, Oren, Iona, and their companions, Lecky number 1 and Lecky number 2, walked further into the village, the state of decay became even more apparent. Walls of once sturdy houses were now crumbling, cats lay weak and unmoving on the ground, and the place reeked of neglect. Dried fish littered the ground, swarmed by flies. Mothers sat on the roadside with their baby cats, while elderly cats looked on, thin and weary. It was clear they hadn't eaten in weeks. Theo's eyes widened, his mouth falling open in shock. He scanned the empty merchant shops and barren fish market stalls. Nothing remained, not a scrap of food in sight. A wave of worry swept over him, and questions began to swirl in his mind. What happened to my hometown? Why does everyone look so weak, like they haven't eaten in days? Spotting an old friend, Theo hurried over and asked, "What happened here?" The cat, equally distressed, explained that the village had been fine when he left for a brief trip, but upon his return, he found it in utter disarray. Just then, a voice called out to the cat, "Jeff!" Turning, Jeff's face mirrored Theo's shock as he saw his mother and a small kitten, looking fragile and tired, standing nearby. They ran to each other, Jeff's concern palpable as he asked his mother if she was safe and what had happened to their once peaceful village. His mother's face softened with relief to see her son, but her voice trembled as she recounted the village's fate. A few days ago, strange, frog-like monsters had infested the lake behind their village, making it impossible for the villagers to fish, their main source of food and income. The frogs hadn't just disrupted the lake, they had invaded the village itself, spreading destruction in their path. Desperate to protect their home, the village's adult cats had ventured to the lake, only to return battered and broken. Injuries covered their bodies, eyes swollen shut, legs bruised, heads bandaged. The village was now on the brink of collapse. Food prices outside the tower had skyrocketed, and with no fish to sell, Granny Village had lost its income. Jeff's mother's voice shook as she explained that if things didn't change within a few days, they would either starve or be forced to abandon their home. Theo frowned, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He asked Jeff's mother if these were just ordinary frog monsters. Surely a handful of frogs couldn't cause this level of chaos. But Jeff's mother, looking frail and uneasy, explained that it wasn't a mere handful of frogs. The lake was teeming with thousands of them. The situation had become dire, with no apparent solution in sight. A flicker of realization crossed Jeff's mother's face, as she mentioned that the Mercenary Association had visited the village a few weeks prior, and strangely, the frog monster population had exploded after their arrival. Iona, taking this in, asked Jeff's mother where these mercenaries were now. Jeff's mother cast a wary glance toward the towering structure in the distance. She explained, voice hushed, that all the mercenaries were currently inside the castle of Oren's father. Theo reached into his bag and with a quick motion, began to pull out thousands of piranha fish, one after another. A seemingly endless stream of fish poured from his bag, piling into a towering mountain of food. Determined to help, Theo insisted that Jeff's mother eat first, seeing how weak she had become. He continued talking as he pulled out more fish, the pile growing higher with every second. The villagers, initially stunned, rushed forward and gathered around the mountain of piranha fish, their faces a mix of relief and disbelief. Theo, taking control of the situation, instructed Jeff to distribute the fish equally throughout the village. As he did so, he reminded Jeff that this was a favor, no payment was needed. Theo saw this as an internal benefit, a responsibility he was glad to take on as Jeff's senior. Jeff's problem was now his problem. Grateful and overwhelmed, Jeff thanked Theo sincerely, moved by his support. After this, Theo turned to look for Oren, suggesting that they head over to meet his father. However, as soon as he looked back, he realized Oren had vanished. Theo froze in shock, the realization hitting him, and then he grabbed his head, letting out a frustrated shout as he processed what had just happened. Oren had run off. Meanwhile, Iona, noticing the situation, quickly assessed that Oren hadn't gone far. She assured Theo, her voice calm yet urgent, that if they acted quickly, they could still catch him. The scene shifted to Oren, who was now sprinting down the path, a twisted grin lighting up his face as he relished his escape. Running with all his might, Oren laughed, confident that he had finally evaded Theo's grasp. It was his moment of triumph. Did Theo really think I'd be his underling forever? He thought with a smirk. I'm Oren. I rule my own fate. I'm no one's servant. He convinced himself that once he reached his father, they'd find a way to break the contract with Theo. However, as he ran, a shadow loomed over him, stretching across the ground ominously. Looking up, his confidence melted away, replaced with fear as he locked eyes with the Silver Wolf Chief standing above him, his gaze fierce and unyielding. Without warning, the chief pounced, his eyes locked on Oren with a bloodthirsty intensity. It was clear he wasn't pleased. The sheer ferocity in the Wolf Chief's stance left Oren stammering, his tough facade gone as he tried to explain himself. Reduced to a trembling mess, he backed away, his words tumbling out in a panic, insisting that he'd only left to get Theo's permission to visit his father, but the chief wasn't buying it. He glared down at Oren with a deadly seriousness, and his voice carried an unmistakable warning. He wouldn't tolerate lies, and if Oren were deceiving him, the punishment would be dire. Suddenly, just as the chief looked ready to enforce his threat, a powerful whoosh filled the air. A large black wolf appeared between Elka and Oren, his razor-sharp teeth gleaming as he stepped in front of Elka, challenging him. Clad in armor with a red scarf blowing in the breeze, the black wolf gave a smirk as he leveled his gaze at the Silver Wolf Chief. His red eye glinted with confidence as he asserted his presence, sending a clear message that as long as he was around, Oren was off limits. Elka, caught off guard, took a step back, sizing up his new opponent, his eyes narrowing as he evaluated this unexpected twist in events. And with that, the tense standoff hung in the air, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. With this dramatic turn, the episode opens with a black wolf, cloaked in a red cape and bearing a sly, almost taunting smile. Facing him, we find our Silver Wolf Chief, Alka, who sits huddled beneath a larger, imposing warrior wolf, clearly rattled and uncertain of who this towering black wolf could be. Just then, Alko and Alki rush over, breathlessly informing their chief that, despite searching everywhere, they couldn't locate Theo and Iona. Even so, Alka remains braced for a fight. At that moment, however, Alko, Alka's trusted subordinate, charges toward his chief, oblivious to the intimidating figure of the black warrior wolf. Once he finally notices, Alko freezes, mouth agape, unable to comprehend the looming presence before him. Both he and Alka stare in disbelief, as if trying to piece together how and why this black wolf had come to be here. Alka mutters his confusion, openly admitting he has no idea why this black wolf stands in their path. But whatever the case, they have to find a way to prevent Oren's escape. Just then, the black wolf, his voice dripping with hostility, breaks the tense silence. He sneers at the Silver Wolf group, mocking their presence on this floor. "Why are the Silver Wolves here?" he demands, his tone unwavering. "What do you want?" Meanwhile, Oren, trembling and desperate, drops to his knees and clasps his hands together, looking up at the black wolf with teary eyes. Pretending to be frightened and helpless, Oren begs for the black wolf's protection, swearing he has no idea who the black wolf might be. But he's willing to offer a fortune if only the wolf would keep him safe from the Silver Wolves. He adds, trying to sound convincing, that his father is the wealthiest merchant around. If the black wolf helps him, he'll reward him handsomely. The black wolf, still maintaining his deep and menacing tone, rises onto his hind legs and glances sidelong at Oren, telling him to leave immediately. "I'll handle these Silver Wolves myself," he assures him, voice low and calm. Elated, Oren bolts away without a second thought, babbling promises to relay the black wolf's help to his father and pay whatever amount necessary. The black wolf merely watches, letting him go without a word. Back with the Silver Wolves, Alka and his followers can only stand in stunned silence as they watch Oren's retreating figure. Their jaws drop as they struggle to make sense of the scene unfolding before them. Enraged, Alka finally snaps, turning his glare on the black wolf, urging him to step aside. They can't let Oren escape. If he gets away, it could spell trouble for them all. Yet the black wolf doesn't budge, his stance solid as a mountain. In response, he calmly informs Alka that Oren is indeed the sole heir of the wealthiest merchant in the area, and he was sent by Oren's father specifically to escort him to safety. Alka, already fuming from watching Oren slip away, grows even more frustrated as the black wolf explains his mission. Furious, he growls at the black wolf, warning him to move or risk being attacked, but the black wolf merely laughs, a hearty mocking sound as he rises to his full height, now towering 3 times over Alka, claws glinting in the dim light, each as large as a blade. The black wolf, smirking, challenges Alka. "Go ahead," he sneers. "Take a swing. But remember, we black wolves are the strongest among all wolf clans in the tower. You're no match for me." With a cocky grin, he announces himself with a booming voice. "I'm Harp, right-hand wolf of Hygel, the Black Wolf clan leader. I could tear through 3 silver wolves like you without breaking a sweat." His laughter fills the air, practically daring Alka to make a move. Just as Harp is about to continue, a sudden blinding flame erupts around him, its intensity scorching his black fur until he's reduced to a crisp shell of himself. Harp barely has a chance to react before he collapses to the ground, body singed beyond recognition, tongue lolling out. It looks as though Harp's reign has come to an abrupt end. From a safe distance, Alka and his subordinates gawk in horror, unable to process what just happened to the mighty black wolf. That's when Iona appears, wielding a staff, calm and composed as she approaches Alka. She explains nonchalantly that Harp was simply an annoyance, and she took it upon herself to deal with him. Iona asks Alka if she overstepped, but Alka assures her that the black wolf was no ally of his. Just then, Theo catches up, looking around frantically. He asks Alka if he's seen Oran fleeing the scene, worry etched across his face. Afterward, Elka explained to Theo how Oren was just about to make his escape and how Elka was ready to catch him until that black warrior, Wolf, intervened, letting Oren slip away. Theo, still puzzled, asked why Elka was there. After all, Elka was supposed to be on the 99th floor, delivering the red locust to SEO June. Elka clarified that indeed he had completed the delivery and then descended to the 67th floor to look for both Iona and Theo, only to learn along the way that they too had come to this floor. So as he was searching, Elka spotted Oren fleeing, and the rest of the story, as Theo knew, played out from there. Iona, not wanting to waste time, interrupted their conversation. She reminded them that the story could wait. What mattered now was catching Oren. Theo and Elka nodded in agreement, and Theo then asked Elka if he had any idea where Oren might be headed. Elka, along with his subordinates, filled Theo in on the details. They explained how they'd encountered Oren, almost captured him, but then the Black Warrior had intervened, allowing Oren to flee. After hearing it all, Iona took charge, urging everyone to follow her. Theo's expression turned serious as he told her they were heading for Granny Village's mansion. The scene shifted to reveal the mansion, Oren's father's enormous estate. Inside, a massive black wolf warrior with six-pack abs stood, towering over the others. Old scars marred his left eye, and in front of him sat Oren's father, looking almost insignificant in comparison. The table before them was laden with food, yet no one was eating. A heavy silence filled the room. This giant black wolf was none other than Hegel, the Black Wolf clan's chief. Oren's father addressed him, noting with irritation that Harp, who should have brought Oren by now, was late. Oren's father remarked how he'd just heard that Oren had arrived on this floor. However, he also noted that several suspicious figures seemed to be following his son. That's why he'd called Hegel to ensure Oren's safety. He wondered aloud why Harp hadn't arrived with Oren and asked if he'd met Harp along the way. With a calm, almost dismissive tone, Hegel advised Oren's father to be patient. Hegel assured him that he hadn't sent a weak protector for Oren. Harp was his right-hand man, nearly equal in strength to Hegel himself. There was no reason to worry. Harp would be there with Oren soon enough. But before Oren's father could respond, Oren burst through the door, shouting his father's name. A mix of happiness and anger crossed his father's face as he approached Oren, demanding to know where he'd been and why he was shouting so loudly. He asked about Harp. Hadn't Harp accompanied Oren? But Oren, out of breath from running, didn't respond. Instead, he collapsed onto the floor, catching his breath and wailing. His father impatiently asked if Oren had at least brought food, noting that he seemed empty-handed and questioning if he'd stored the provisions in his magic bag. Still, Oren gave no answer. Instead, with an Oscar-worthy level of drama, he clutched his father's clothes, wailing as if someone had wronged him deeply. With an over-the-top sob story, Oren claimed he'd been scammed by a goblin when he'd gone to the merchant village for food. According to Oren, it was all Theo's fault. The goblin had been Theo's accomplice in this scheme to rob him of his money. Oren's father was taken aback, genuinely shocked by this accusation. In his experience, Theo had always seemed like a kind, honest individual, incapable of such deceit. Doubt crept into his mind as he wondered aloud if Oren might be mistaken. Theo, as he remembered, was Oren's childhood friend, The innocent yellow cat who'd once played with him. Could it be that Theo had somehow changed? A bit flustered, Oren realized his father wasn't fully buying the story, so he doubled down, insisting that Theo was far from innocent. Theo, he claimed, was a demon in disguise, an evil mastermind. He even spun an elaborate tale about how Theo had hordes of food, but refused to give any of it to the starving villagers. In fact, Oren claimed he'd spent all his own money to buy food from Theo for the village. And not only that, Theo, he said, had threatened his life, forcing him to sign a lifelong servitude contract. As if that weren't enough, Oren continued, explaining that Theo had a human ally who called himself a great black dragon, though he clearly lacked wings, horns, or any actual dragon-like traits. According to Oren, the duo even had the rabbit race under their control, using threats to enforce contracts of slavery. Finally, Oren demanded justice from his father, urging him to do something to destroy. Hegel, who'd been listening from the back, couldn't stand to hear more. As a staunch believer in justice and hater of all things evil, his blood boiled. With a furious growl, he slammed his paw down, splintering the table in front of him. Oren and his father froze in terror, taken aback by Hegel's sudden display of anger. After a tense moment, Hegel slowly lifts his fist from the shattered table, seething with rage. He turns to Oren and demands, "What Oren is telling him, it's true, right? Oren ain't lying to him." Meanwhile, Oren's father lies in shock on the ground, and Oren himself, also stunned, is silent as he sits on the floor. With fury brewing, Hegel rises on two legs, fists clenched, and shouts in a booming voice, pretending to be the great black dragon. Scamming, enslaving others. This is a crime that can only be punished by death. He declares he won't let that white t-shirt human and Theo live. He's gonna kill them both badly. Hegel's eyes glow with an intense fiery red, and Oren takes this moment to fuel Hegel's rage with more lies, entering his Oscar-level acting mode. Oren, in his best dramatic voice, begins, "Oh, Hegel, it's all true. That human in the white t-shirt claims to be the great black dragon. He uses that title to scare and control everyone." And in his mind, Oren marvels at his own genius. This massive beast, Hegel, leader of the Black Warrior Wolves, a clan famous for its strength in battle and devout worship of the Great Black Dragon, was the perfect pawn. If anyone insulted the Great Black Dragon, Hegel would come charging with a vengeance. Theo and the human, they wouldn't stand a chance. Seizing the moment, Oren falls dramatically to the floor, kneels and cries, his voice trembling, "Theo and the human in white have made my life a misery! They insult the great black dragon! Oh, Hegel, please, go punish them! They deserve it!" Hegel listens, stone-faced, his massive figure looming like a mountain. Then he rises, towering over Oren and his father, who seem like mere ants next to him. With a voice dripping with menace, Hegel commands Oren to guide him to Theo and that wretched white t-shirt human. He vows to punish them. Inside, Oren is elated, but suddenly a servant appears, interrupting the scene, and announces, "Oren, there are some folks outside. They're yelling your name real loud. 5 of them. 3 silver wolves, a cat, and a hamster." Realization hits Oren like a slap. Theo has come for him, and a smug grin spreads across his face. This couldn't be more perfect. He quickly turns to his father and declares, "Those are the same folks who harassed him. They trapped him in that awful contract and made him their slave." Then, with a glint of excitement, he asks his father about a mysterious item stored in the warehouse. "Is that item still there?" he inquires. Though puzzled, Oren's father confirms, "Yeah, but why do Oren need it?" Oren simply grins, an evil, plotting grin, thinking, now this is gonna be fun. Outside the mansion, Theo, the Silver Wolves, Iona, and the rest stand around, impatiently waiting. Theo's irritation starts to bubble over as he calls out for Oren, "Hey, we've been calling and nobody's even come to greet us!" He's about ready to turn away when Elka suggests, "Hey, why don't they just barge in?" Theo, though irritated, hesitates. He may be mad, but he is not rude enough to just bust into someone's house like that. But Elka argues back, for someone who's a crook and a scammer like him, Theo is too nice for his own good. Before the argument escalates, the mansion doors creak open and out steps Oren, dressed in a white t-shirt, looking every bit the smug royal cat. With a smirk plastered on his face, he sneers at the group waiting outside and mocks them, calling them scum, low-level trash, and worthless cows. With contempt, he asks, "What do you want with me in front of my mansion? If you're looking for charity, come back in the afternoon. That's when I hand out money to the poor." But Theo, cool as ever, brushes off Oren's taunt. "First of all," he says, This ain't even your mansion, Oren. It's your dad's. Theo gives him a hard stare. So why are you calling it yours? Oren's face contorts with irritation, his composure cracking. Gritting his teeth, he retorts, "This mansion is mine, or will be in the future. Same thing." Oren, now full of fire, points an accusing finger right at Theo, saying, "For so long, Theo treated him like a slave, and well, this is his place, his mansion, and Theo can't treat him like that here." Meanwhile, Theo, Alka, and Iona stand back, watching Oren's outburst with growing annoyance. Finally, Theo decides he's had enough. "Listen," he says, his voice cutting through Oren's rant. "No matter how much Oren screams or whines, they both know he signed the contract. And as long as he did, he has to work for Theo. As his intern, Theo's words come with a stern reminder. You're gonna listen to every single thing I tell you." Iona chimes in, smirking as Theo flips open his status window. "Listen up, Oren," he says. "I've been patient, real patient, but my patience is running out." He glares at Oren, saying, "If he doesn't come down here right now and get to the 99th floor with Theo, he'll be adding another 30 days to that contract." Oren's face flushes with fury. He screams, almost at the top of his lungs, but his bravado starts to wane as his behavior takes a sudden shift. A thin line of sweat appears on his forehead, and he nervously asks, Theo, mind if I see that contract again?" Theo gives him a look. "Oren, you have a copy too. It's in your status window. Just open it if you want to see it," he explains. But Oren hesitates, mumbling that he thinks there might be a mistake in the contract. "Maybe we should compare them," he suggests, "just to make sure it's correct?" As Oren talks, he slowly descends the stairs, keeping something clenched in his left hand hidden from view. He edges closer, his face set in a mask of nervous excitement. But Theo, focused on the status window, doesn't notice. "Fine," Theo says, opening his status window and beckoning Oren over. "Check it and then get ready to head to the 99th floor with me." Just as Oren comes within arm's reach, he suddenly brings his hidden hand forward, revealing a small bottle filled with a glowing green liquid. He pops the cork behind his back, the sound faint but enough to alert Alka, who shouts out a warning. "Theo, watch out!" Theo snaps around, but he's just a beat too late. Oren lunges, splashing the mysterious acid green liquid right at Theo. The mysterious green liquid is just about to hit Theo when, bam! A mysterious blue shield suddenly appears in front of him. Theo thinks, "Is that an acid attack?" He closes his eyes, bracing for the worst. But when he slowly opens them, he realizes that this strange blue shield has saved him from the green acid attack. On the other side, Oren's jaw drops. He's stunned, confused, and honestly pretty damn worried. There's this round, spherical barrier around Theo, and the green liquid is just stuck to it, unable to get through. Oren's just standing there, mouth wide open, thinking, "What the hell is that thing?" Meanwhile, Theo's fuming. He yells at Oren, "What the heck is going on here? That blue barrier? Turns out it's a water barrier. And Theo, he hates water. He's convinced that Oren must have made that thing, and he shouts, "Why'd you put this water barrier around me, huh?" Oren is just as confused, though. He didn't make any barrier, let alone a blue water one. He's just as lost. But then suddenly Oren's eyes go wide. Something's coming, and fast. He looks up and immediately dodges back just in time because Elka, oh, he is pissed. Elka's furious, like a human trying to squash a mosquito. She slams his foot on the ground right where Oren's standing. Oren barely dodges her attack. He knows if he'd been a second slower, he'd have been squished like a bug. He jumps so hard he ends up tumbling 3 times before crashing to the ground, his head slightly injured. Slowly, Oren opens his eyes, trying to figure out how his entire mission got so screwed. He looks up, and there's Iona, standing right there with a green-colored acid bottle in her hand. She stares at Oren and asks, "Is this a contract nullification potion, right? Where did he even get something this rare?" She goes on to explain, "This thing, when sprinkled on the opposite status window, will cancel the contract. If Oren had something this valuable, it's a real shame he just lost it like that. Oren can't even process it. He had this amazing potion, and he wasted it, couldn't even use it." Elka and Theo? They're both on another level of furious. Elka glares at Oren and threatens, "If Ren start another problem, he will really squeeze Ren into the ground and crush him." Theo's right there with him, adding, he is extending his damn contract by another 120 days. But Oren's had enough. He snaps at Elka. "Shut up!" He's beyond frustrated. He knew, 110% knew, that his plan would work. As soon as he used that potion on Theo, the contract would be gone, and then Hegel would show up, defeat Theo, and solve all his problems. But nope. Plan? Flop. Who the hell made this blue water barrier? Oren's racking his brain, but we all know it's gotta be Iona. She's the only one who could pull that off. And then, ding ding, An idea hits Oran like a lightning bolt. Iona is standing right there. So what does he do? He grabs her by the collar, yanks her in close. His razor-sharp claws come out and he holds them right to her neck, eyes blazing with a new plan. He threatens everyone. Nobody move! If any of you make a move, slit Iona's throat right here! He turns to Theo, saying if Theo want his girl to live, cancel the contract. Now! He pulls her in closer, claws pressing against her skin. Cancel it and he will let her go. Refuse, and she dies. Theo, trapped inside that water barrier, is boiling with rage. He wants to save her, but the damn barrier, he can't do anything. He's just stuck there, fuming. Theo's shouting his lungs out over and over. Open the damn water barrier! I can't get out of here! But no one's helping him. Meanwhile, Elka's there, and he knows Oran's messed up big time. He's grabbed the wrong person. Oran thinks Iona is the weakest link here, but if she gets pissed off, man, she could end everyone in this room right here, right now. But Oran, he's clueless. Elka tries to give him a warning, trying to tell him, hey, you don't know what you're messing with. But Oran's not having it, yelling back, everyone shut up! He whips out one of his sharp claws, pressing it real close to Iona's neck. If anyone opens their mouth, he swear he'll kill her right here. And Theo, better cancel this contract or she's done. Oran's got no chill, screaming at the top of his lungs for Hegel to come out. Come out here and show these people what's what! Meanwhile, Iona, she's just sitting on Oran's lap, as calm as a baby taking a nap, not a hint of fear on her face. But Theo, Elka, and even Silverwolf are all looking tense as hell. They're thinking, man, if Iona gets pissed, things could get ugly. 5 minutes go by and there's still no sign of Hegel coming out from the mansion. It's weird. Even Oran is looking confused now. He's sweating, thinking, where the hell is he? I've called his name 1,000,000 times. Why isn't he coming out? Asterisk, asterisk. Suddenly, Iona speaks up. In her calm voice, she says, if you're talking about Black Warrior Wolf Hijal, he ain't coming here. Not today, not ever. Oran hears her, and he's lost. What is this tiny little hamster even talking about? Oran starts getting heated again. You're just a weak little hamster. Sit down, stay still, or else... But before Oran can even finish that threat, his body just freezes, locks up completely. He can't move a muscle. He can't even speak. He's standing there, realizing his energy's draining out of his body. Iona slowly gets off Oran's lap, no rush at all, and looks at him with this chilling calmness. You won't be moving or talking anytime soon, my friend, she says, because I've paralyzed your entire body. She bends down, picks up her magic wand, and continues, you really thought I was just some weak hamster because I'm short? Well, you've made a huge mistake, my dude. Oran's standing there, paralyzed, and he can't process a damn thing that's happening to him. Next thing you know, Iona's pissed, like eyes glowing purple pissed. She steps right up to Oran, glaring, and introduces herself. My name is Iona, the Great Wizard, president of the Wizard Association. She's got her staff right up against Oran's neck now, and she's not playing. You pissed me off, Oran, and you know what? That's gonna cost you with your life! Oran's freaking out inside, mouth hanging open in shock. How is this supposed weak hamster a great wizard? And if she's such a powerful wizard, why's she even with Theo? What's Theo's deal? First, he's got a great black dragon, now a great wizard. What's going on here? Theo and Silverwolf are in the back, just watching this whole scene go down. Theo's actually kind of enjoying himself. He crosses his arms, leans back inside his water barrier, and says with a smirk, this place is cozier than I thought. After that, we are shown a flashback from 10 minutes ago. Oran, with Iona sitting on his lap, confidently calls for Hegel. He was so sure that Hegel would step out and kill Theo and everyone else. But even after a long wait, Hegel doesn't show up. Seeing this, Oran is absolutely shocked. He couldn't wrap his head around why Hegel wasn't coming out. Frustration started to build up. Oran got upset and began yelling for Hegel, demanding an answer. Why wasn't he coming out? Oran thought he had the perfect plan. He had Iona, the one person who could keep Theo and his gang in check. This was the perfect time for Hegel to step in and teach everyone a lesson, to end them all. But even after 5 long minutes, Hegel stayed hidden. Then, we are shown Hegel quietly observing everything from the window of the mansion. He wasn't moving, wasn't saying a word. He just watched, and we all know what's coming next. Inside the mansion, Hegel was visibly upset. As soon as his eyes landed on Iona, he froze. His shock was undeniable. Hegel knew who Iona was. This wasn't just anyone, this was Iona, the one who could destroy the entire granny village with a mere snap of her fingers. And this idiot Oran had captured her? Was this for real? Oren's father, noticing his son's desperation, turned to Hegel. He asked why Hegel wasn't going out. Oren was calling him repeatedly, wasn't he? But then, the father noticed something even worse. His dumbass son, yes, his words, had Iona on his lap as a hostage. A hostage. This had to be a joke, right? No, it was real. Hegel, realizing the magnitude of this stupidity, grabbed his head in pure panic. He screamed, knowing that now his entire family was doomed. As time passed, Hegel watched helplessly as Oren continued to provoke Iona. Every second, her anger grew. Hegel's face turned pale. His fear rooted him in place. He couldn't even move. Then, just to make matters worse, Oren loudly declared that Hegel would step out and teach Iona a lesson, that he would kill her. Hearing this, Hegel's anxiety hit a boiling point. His condition worsened. He was in sheer terror. Because here's the thing. Hegel didn't just know Iona. He worked under Iona. She was his boss. And then it happened. Iona's patience snapped. She broke free from Oren's grasp using a paralyzing spell. Her eyes glowed an intense purple as she rose, her fury on full display. With her magic wand in hand, she turned toward Oren. She wasn't going to let him off that easily. She looked toward the mansion and called out for Hegel, her voice dripping with rage. She declared that she knew he was inside. She could sense him. If Hegel didn't come out before she finished her countdown, she promised to burn the entire mansion to ashes. But before Iona could even begin counting, Hegel burst out of the mansion like his life depended on it. It was almost as if he had achieved some ultra-instinct-level reaction. He landed in front of Iona, immediately dropping to his knees. He didn't even hesitate. Outside, the Silver Wolf Chief, Elka, watched in shock. He recognized Hegel. Even Theo noticed Elka's surprise and turned to him. Theo wanted to know if Elka knew who Hegel was. Elka explained that Hegel wasn't just any mercenary. He was a legendary high-rank mercenary, far more skilled than Elka himself. His reputation was huge. But even Elka couldn't understand why someone of Hegel's level was on such a low-level floor, or what his connection to Iona was. Back in the scene, Hegel remained on the ground, his head bowed. In the most polite tone, he apologized to Iona. He humbly greeted her, clearly terrified. But Iona wasn't letting it go. Still furious, she pointed a finger at Oren and demanded answers. She wanted Hegel to explain himself. What was this situation about? Did Hegel really plan to kill her? Was he going to turn against his boss because of some black, stupid cat? Hegel couldn't even form words. His face was drenched in sweat. He stammered, trying to deny any ill intent. He swore he couldn't even dream of hurting Iona. He blamed the black cat, claiming Oren had lied to him. Oren had manipulated him, saying the group outside was disrespecting the great black dragon. That was why Hegel had threatened to kill them. Theo, hearing all this, was stunned. He pieced it all together. This was why Iona had come to Granny Village. She was here to check on her employee. Meanwhile, Oren's father came running out, eager to introduce himself to Iona. But before he could even utter a word, Iona, irritated beyond belief, cast her paralytic spell on him. He froze on the spot, unable to say or do anything. Iona was at her limit. Her frustration, fury, and annoyance were written all over her face. She declared that the noise was too much and that Israel needed to stay quiet until she was done. Then she turned her focus back to Hegel. She was still angry. In her rage, she demanded an explanation. She reminded Hegel of the mission she had given him, a mission that was now a failure. Hegel, still bowing, admitted his mistake. Their task had been to kill all the frogs in Granny Village's lake, but they had failed. Hearing this, Theo's eyes widened in shock. He shouted, realizing these were the same frogs responsible for Granny Village's dire state. Iona confirmed it. She explained how unusual negative energy had been detected from the lake. The magic tower was too busy dealing with another crisis to handle it, so she had sent Hegel. His job was simple: destroy the Frog Queen's eggs before they hatched. But he had failed. Bowing his head low, he politely admits to Iona that they failed to complete their task. Their objective was simple: to eliminate all the frogs in the pond of Granny Village. Hearing this, Theo is stunned. His voice rises as he shouts, asking if these were the same frogs responsible for the village's misery. Iona, clearly irritated, begins explaining. A few days ago, the magic tower had detected an unusual and ominous negative energy emanating from the lake of Granny Village. However, due to the chaos caused by the Red Loctus incident, the magic tower was short-staffed and unable to handle the issue. That's why Iona had sent Hegel to investigate and resolve the problem. But Hegel had failed. Iona's voice turns sharp as she reveals the root of all these problems, a frog queen who had laid thousands of eggs in the lake. If those eggs were allowed to hatch unchecked, it could lead to a catastrophe akin to the Red Loctus incident. Hegel's mission was straightforward: destroy the eggs before they hatched. But he failed to accomplish even that. Fury overtakes Iona. Her anger is evident, and Hegel, overwhelmed with shame, remains silent. He bows his head and apologizes. Desperately, he tries to explain himself, repeating his excuses. Hegel stammers as he recounts how, by the time they reached Granny Village, it was too late. Hundreds of frogs had already hatched, and the Frog Queen was present. This was not what the data predicted. The Frog Queen wasn't supposed to be there. Facing the Queen and her offspring, even Hegel found it nearly impossible to fight alone. That's why he retreated to Israel's mansion to regroup and plan. But Iona is having none of it. Her patience is gone. She begins scolding Hegel, her voice filled with frustration and disdain. Hegel's excuses sound like utter nonsense to her. Iona's tone turns icy as she reminds Hegel of his simple job: to destroy the eggs before they hatched. That's all he had to do, but he failed. Hegel tries to reiterate that they reached as quickly as possible, but Iona cuts him off, her voice filled with disdain. She floats into the air, her anger manifesting into raw power. Within seconds, she summons a massive fireball. The deadly orb begins to grow, its heat intense. It starts to resemble a tiny burning sun, radiating energy so powerful that the entire Granny Village starts to feel its effects. The heat is unbearable. People begin to feel the burn from below. Iona's rage is palpable as she declares, Hegel's failure can only be punished by death. She continues to channel her power, growing the fireball even larger. The lava-like orb swells in size, becoming a colossal threat. Her anger turns toward the black cats as well. They will pay too, she declares, her voice echoing with fury. Elka and the others, seeing the growing danger, desperately try to stop Iona. Elka pleads with her, warning that the fireball is so deadly that its impact could destroy the entire village. But Iona is blinded by her anger. She won't listen. Theo, realizing the danger, steps forward, trying to reason with her. But his words fail to reach her. Desperate, Theo notices a small crack in Iona's magical barrier. With quick thinking, he decides to take action. He punches the crack hard, causing it to splinter further. Iona, oblivious, prepares to release her fireball. At that moment, Theo leaps onto Elka's shoulders, then onto Elka's head, propelling himself into the air. In a flash, Theo grabs onto Iona's wand, hanging precariously. His sudden action destabilizes Iona, who begins to scream in confusion. "What are you doing, Theo?" she demands. Theo, terrified, clings to the wand, shouting back that he's trying to stop her. He points out that if she releases the fireball, everyone, including herself, Hegel, the black cats, Elka, and even the entire village, will be in danger. Hearing this, Iona pauses. Her fury subsides, replaced by concern. "Do you think I would harm you, Theo?" she asks, her voice softening. Theo responds with honesty, admitting he's not afraid of falling. He's afraid of the fireball's destruction. Iona's face softens. She gently grabs Theo with her left hand and looks at the fireball. "I would never harm you," she says firmly. "You're a subordinate of the Black Dragon." With a snap of her fingers, the massive fireball begins to shrink. Slowly, it vanishes into nothingness. The sudden disappearance of the fireball causes a shockwave. The force of the blast rattles everyone nearby. Hegel stands frozen, his mouth wide open. He can't believe what he just witnessed. Iona, known for her short temper and relentless rage, had actually pulled back her attack. This had never happened before. When Iona decided to kill someone, not even the gods could stop her. But Theo, this small yellow cat, had done it. Hegel's gaze shifts to Iona's face. For the first time, he notices something strange. She's smiling. Iona, the cold and fierce wizard, was laughing. Carefully, she lowers Theo to the ground using her wand, treating him with gentleness Hegel had never seen before. As Hegel watches Iona talk and laugh with Theo, a thought crosses his mind. This yellow cat must truly be a subordinate of the great black dragon. Why else would Iona show him such respect? But deep down, Hegel remains oblivious to the truth. Iona secretly likes Theo. Meanwhile, Theo strolled over to the wolf chief, who seemed genuinely surprised when Theo had leapt over his head earlier. Theo, with his usual nonchalant tone, thanked the wolf chief for acting as a trampoline, saying that without it, he would have never reached Iona in time to stop her. He even joked that without the wolf's help, The 1,000 tower coins which Oren had snatched would have never been returned to Seo Jun. Hearing this, the hamster, Iona, was absolutely shocked. She couldn't believe Theo had risked everything just to save some pocket change. But before Iona could dwell on it, Theo quickly changed the topic, sugarcoating his reasoning by explaining that Oren's escape had to be paid for in full. That's why the coins mattered so much. Suddenly, a devilish grin spread across Theo's face as he remembered something important. Oren was rich, thanks to his dad. The mansion of Israel was rumored to hold treasures, including rare items like the potion of contract nullification. Theo, in his sly and cunning way, suggested raiding the mansion's treasure vault. To him, it was the perfect punishment for Oren's sins. Surprisingly, even Iona chuckled and agreed with his wicked plan, her laugh making the idea feel oddly justified. While both Oren and Israel sat paralyzed, tears streaming down their faces, they were informed of this penalty. And just like that, the scene shifted. Inside Israel's mansion, everyone had already made their way into the treasure vault. Theo, like the natural leader he was, started barking orders at the wolf chief, commanding him to gather all the treasure. Theo's plan was simple: haul everything to the merchant village and become insanely rich. Iona, meanwhile, was awestruck. The library was massive and filled with ancient magical tomes, some so rare that even she, as the head of the Wizard Association, had only heard whispers about them. While she marveled, Israel slowly approached her, clearly embarrassed. He admitted that he had a quirky habit of collecting ancient books. Then, almost as if apologizing for his son's mistakes, he generously offered Iona the opportunity to take as many books as she liked. It was an offer too good to refuse. Iona's inner nerd kicked into overdrive as she started flipping through tomes like a kid in a candy store. Titles like The Sipping Bird Collection and the first edition of Magic Essentials caught her eye. She happily grabbed as many books as her little arms could carry, leaving Israel heartbroken as he watched his precious collection vanish before his eyes. Meanwhile, Theo casually wandered around the vault and grabbed a jewel that looked pricey. And as usual, his incredible luck ensured he'd chosen something far more valuable than it appeared. But before Theo could admire his find, Hegel approached him. Without warning, the massive black wolf dropped to his knees and slammed the ground in front of Theo. The scene was dramatic. Hegel begged Theo to let the Black Wolf tribe pledge their loyalty to him and the legendary Black Dragon. For a moment, even Theo was completely baffled. This unexpected display of allegiance left the merchant cat utterly speechless. As the scene shifted, we found ourselves inside the tower manager's sanctuary on the 99th floor. The dragon lady, Aileen, was finally awake after her long slumber. Stretching and smiling, she felt refreshed and revitalized. With her usual routine, she summoned her crystal ball, ready to take a peek at her crush, Seo Jun. But before she could catch a glimpse, a flood of notifications interrupted her. Frustrated, she realized that her extended nap had caused a backlog of work. Grumbling like anyone clearing out a packed email inbox, she quickly deleted all the red alerts. Once the mess was cleaned up, she eagerly opened her crystal ball again. This time, the Dragonheart's power expanded the orb's view. The screen was larger and she could now see a much wider area. But try as she might, she couldn't spot Seo Jun anywhere. Determined, Aileen began navigating through the view. Her attention fell on Theo's home, where she noticed the baby bear training with a wooden club. She couldn't help but find the little bear insanely cute. However, her curiosity piqued when she realized the club wasn't ordinary. A notification popped up in front of the bear, explaining that the club was a branch of a corrupted entity that had absorbed the aura of the blue moon. Shocked, Aileen couldn't believe the creatures of the 99th floor had dealt with something so dangerous. But the baby bear, unfazed, continued explaining that they had fought off the monsters with the help of a statue gifted by the dragon lady herself. He even mentioned meeting Aileen's grandfather and father, who had used a cool air beam to decimate the monsters in seconds. Hearing about her grandfather, Aileen lit up like a child on Christmas morning. She started jumping with excitement, her happiness contagious. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, and we see Hegel still bowing his head, repeatedly requesting Theo to take him as a subordinate. He kept saying the same thing over and over again. He wanted to serve Theo, to follow every single order, no matter what. On the other hand, Theo stood there shocked, his mouth hung wide open. He just couldn't wrap his head around why Hegel, this massive wolf warrior, was suddenly begging to become his subordinate. Theo paused, frozen in his spot, unsure how to respond. Then Hegel began to explain, his voice filled with reverence and emotion. He wanted to join Theo because, a long time ago, the Black Wolf warrior clan worshipped the Great Black Dragon. Their entire race had one mission: to meet the Great Black Dragon even just once. As Hegel continued his story, both the Silver Wolf Chief and Theo listened intently. Hegel explained further that the goal of his entire race was to get closer to the Great Black Dragon. And since Theo was already a subordinate of the dragon, if Hegel became Theo's subordinate, he'd be one step closer to fulfilling his race's greatest honor. Hegel bowed his head even lower, his forehead almost touching Theo's feet. In a polite but desperate tone, he begged Theo to accept him as his follower. Theo, however, was visibly upset, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He was sweating profusely, his mind racing to figure out how to respond. Finally, an idea clicked in Theo's mind, and a smirking smile spread across his face. He crossed his arms and stood there silently, letting the tension build. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Theo spoke. He flat out refused Hegel's request. The words hit Hegel like a slap across the face. His mouth dropped open in complete disbelief. He couldn't understand why Theo didn't want him. Hegel, stunned, asked Theo why he disliked him. After all, he hadn't done anything to offend the cat merchant. Turning his back, Theo mischievously explained. He reminded Hegel of his past actions, how Hegel had been a subordinate of Iona, but had the audacity to plan against her, which made her furious. Theo told Hegel that if he could betray Iona, what was stopping him from doing the same to Theo in the future? A subordinate like Hegel, in Theo's eyes, was nothing but trouble. Hearing this, Hegel was visibly distressed. He tried to defend himself, insisting it was all a misunderstanding, an accident. But Theo wasn't having it. Then Hegel brought up a comparison. "You took Oren as your subordinate," he said. "Everyone knows Oren's a troublemaker. He's not even strong, but you still accepted him." Theo, with a sly grin, responded that while Oren wasn't powerful, his father was rich, and that meant Oren was valuable. "Money talks," Theo added with a shrug. Hegel, trying to regain footing, pointed out that his strength as a black warrior wolf could offer more than just Oren's connections. But Theo turned to the Silver Wolf Chief, telling him he already had a loyal and powerful mercenary on his side. "I have everything I need," Theo declared, confidently dismissing Hegel. Theo started walking away, but Hegel, desperate, stopped him. Bowing even lower, Hegel pleaded for another chance, promising he could prove his worth. Theo, visibly frustrated, sighed deeply. Turning back, he finally offered Hegel a deal. He told Hegel he'd be staying in the area for the next 2-3 days. If, during that time, Hegel could prove himself by being a good employee and finding something that truly impressed Theo, then maybe, just maybe, he'd reconsider. To sweeten the deal, Theo added with a devilish grin, "I have a thing for unique items. Bring me something that catches my eye, and your chances will increase." Hearing this, Hegel's face lit up. He burst into joyful laughter, his heart practically exploding with happiness. With renewed hope, he bowed once more, thanking Theo profusely. "I won't disappoint you," Hegel declared with absolute determination. The scene shifted. Now Seojun was sitting inside his cave, staring at the seed from the tree of the corrupted entity. Seojun could feel a faint, negative energy emanating from it. He remembered what Aileen's grandfather had said. Consuming the seed would increase his strength, but Seojun had a gnawing doubt. What if eating it gave him a massive stomachache instead? The scene shifted again. Seojun brought the corrupted entity's seed to Flame. He showed it to her, asking if she could detect any dark or harmful energy from it. Flame carefully inspected the seed, observing it for several moments. Finally, she responded, confirming that the seed contained an immensely dark and negative energy. For humans, Flame said, this energy could be dangerous. Seojun's doubts were right. The seed wasn't safe to consume as it was. Thinking quickly, Seojun asked if Flame's purification skill could cleanse the seed of its dark energy. Flame wasn't sure, but agreed to give it a try, excited at the chance to help. With great enthusiasm, Flame instructed Seojun to place the seed on the floor. She promised to use her purification skill on the corrupted entity's seed. Soon, Seojun prepared a bucket with onion leaves, placed a cushion on top, and carefully set the seed in the middle. Placing the setup in front of Flame, he asked, "Will this work?" Flame reassured him, saying, "This is more than enough." Then the purification began. As Flame worked her magic, a dark, negative aura started evaporating from the seed. The system notified Seojun. Purification started, 1% complete. Both Seojun and Flame watched in anticipation as the seed's dark energy slowly faded. Flame, now overjoyed, exclaimed, "It's working!" Seojun smiled. realizing that, step by step, they were purifying the seed. Meanwhile, Flame felt a sense of pride. Her skill was finally being used for something truly meaningful. After that, Seo-jun turned to Flame and asked her how much time it would take to purify the entire corrupted entity's seed. Flame, in her gentle and determined tone, explained that it would take at least 10 hours of continuous effort to completely purify the seed. She assured Seo-jun that she would keep working on it non-stop until the task was done. Hearing this, Seo-jun felt a mix of relief and gratitude. Walking over to Flame, he gently patted her glowing branches, reassuring her that she didn't need to push herself so hard. Seo-jun suggested that she could take her time, purify the seed at her own pace, and hand it over whenever it was ready. Flame, touched by his kindness, felt a sense of warmth and secretly decided to work even harder, aiming to finish the purification well before the 10-hour mark. Just then, a system notification appeared for Seo-jun, signaling the reopening of the seed store. Realizing it had been a full month since the last opening, Seo-jun's eyes lit up with excitement. He hadn't even noticed how quickly time had passed and was eager to explore the new offerings. The system highlighted that 4 new seed options were available for purchase with no restrictions on quantity. Seo-jun opened the seed store and the following options appeared before him. Black bean seeds, 50 seeds for 5 tower coins. Moo seeds, 100 seeds for 1 tower coin. Pumpkin seeds, 257 seeds for 5 tower coins. Onion seeds. Price unspecified. Seo-jun studied the options and was shocked by the inflated prices. Sitting down with a sigh, he reflected on how the cost of seeds had skyrocketed compared to the previous month. The prices were nearly 10 times higher than before. He realized that the more frequently he used the seed store, the higher the costs seemed to climb. Seo-jun thought back to the days when 100 seeds could be purchased for just 0.1 tower coins. Now even a small quantity required a hefty 5 tower coins. This price hike left him frustrated and perplexed. Gray Rabbit, noticing Seo-jun's reaction, joined in, suspecting the cause of the inflation. Gray Rabbit speculated that greed, known for manipulating markets, must be behind this. Citing the Red Locust incident, Gray Rabbit explained how food shortages had given greed the opportunity to hoard resources and inflate prices. The rabbit shared how greed had pulled similar schemes during the Tower War, purchasing food and seeds in bulk and then selling them at exorbitant rates. Now, with inflation affecting even the 99th floor, it was clear that greed's reach had grown. Seo-jun listened carefully, realizing the dire implications of greed's actions. Gray Rabbit expressed concerns that if greed continued to dominate the market, the entire tower's economy could collapse, and greed would gain unprecedented power. Despite the gravity of the situation, Seo-jun recognized the urgency of the moment. The seed store was only open for a limited time each month, and he needed to act quickly. Even if prices were high, missing this opportunity wasn't an option. He resolved to teach greed a lesson later, but decided to focus on purchasing seeds now. Seo-jun carefully reviewed his options. He decided against purchasing black bean seeds, moo seeds, or pumpkin seeds since they weren't in high demand and wouldn't yield significant returns. Instead, he chose onion seeds, valuing their versatility in eliminating fishy odors, enhancing flavors, and serving as a standalone dish. With his decision made, Seo-jun purchased 500 onion seeds for 5 tower coin. The system recorded the transaction, acknowledging the bulk purchase. Seo-jun received the seeds, feeling a mix of satisfaction and determination. Although the prices were high, he believed he had made the best choice under the circumstances. As the seed store closed, Seo-jun noted that it would reopen in a month. Holding the onion seeds in his hands, he resolved to plant them immediately and take the next step in his journey. After seeing this, Seo-jun becomes happy and starts laughing. The joy in his eyes reflects his excitement as he shares the news with Flame. Seo-jun tells Flame that he has selected onion seeds because he can make delicious dishes with them. Hearing this, Flame, in her usual cheerful tone, remarks that although she cannot eat vegetables, hearing Seo-jun talk about them makes her feel as if she's hungry and wants to eat. Seo-jun, with a soft smile, replies that he also wishes Flame could get a physical body someday. He imagines that when that happens, she'll be able to eat the dishes he prepares, and in return, he'll enjoy the oranges Flame produces. This heartfelt exchange between Seo-jun and Flame fills the air with warmth and camaraderie. But before they could continue their conversation, a system notification interrupts them. This time, it's Aileen. The moment Aileen connects, she sounds excited and immediately starts asking Seo-jun questions. She eagerly mentions that she heard Seo-jun talk to Kaiser, her grandfather, and her father. Seo-jun, trying to keep up with her energy, begins narrating the whole story. Aileen, clearly overjoyed, exclaims that her grandfather and father spoke to Seo-jun through the same statue gifted to him by the Great Black Dragon. However, before Seo-jun could delve further into the details, Aileen interrupts with even more excitement. She demands that Seo-jun visit the statue immediately. Seo-jun tries to explain that he doesn't know where the statue is because the last time, Kaiser had killed all the corrupted entities and flown away, breaking his connection with the statue. But before Seo-jun could finish, a voice echoes from the cave hole, someone calling out to Seo-jun. Looking up, Seo-jun is surprised to realize that it's none other than Kaiser, Aileen's grandfather. Hearing the name Kaiser, Aileen becomes overjoyed. She urges Seo-jun to climb up immediately. However, Seo-jun, being his cautious self, starts climbing up slowly. Frustrated by his pace, Aileen shouts from behind, nagging him to hurry. "Run faster, Seo-jun!" she screams. Seo-jun sighs but starts climbing faster. As Seo-jun reaches the top, he finally meets Kaiser. The two greet each other warmly, exchanging respectful bows, but just as they begin to speak, a flood of system notifications fills Seo-jun's vision. Aileen, now fully connected, starts shouting through the notifications, bombarding her grandfather with rapid-fire questions. She asks things like, "Where have you been? Why didn't you come to see me? Why did you leave without saying anything?" The sheer volume of notifications overwhelms Seo-jun. His vision gets blocked, and he begins to lose his balance. Despite his attempts to steady himself, the constant barrage of Aileen's words causes him to slip. Realizing he's about to fall, Seo-jun shouts loudly, "I'm falling!" But just in the nick of time, Kaiser reaches out and grabs Seo-jun by the legs, preventing him from plummeting. Seo-jun is left hanging upside down, his heart racing from the near-death experience. Below, Aileen becomes upset and apologizes, asking if Seo-jun is okay. Kaiser, pulling Seo-jun up carefully, also checks if Seo-jun is hurt. Seo-jun reassures them both, saying he's fine but slightly shaken. Once safely on the ledge, Kaiser turns to Seo-jun and asks if it was Aileen who had been shouting through the system notification. Seo-jun, slightly annoyed but still composed, scolds Aileen, asking why she was using his system notifications to talk to her grandfather when she could have done so directly. Aileen sheepishly explains that there's a bug in her administrator settings which prevents her from communicating properly. Seo-jun, now more relaxed but still catching his breath, decides to let it go. The air is filled with a mix of tension and relief as the scene ends, leaving everyone to ponder their next steps. Aileen is struggling to control the tower properly due to a system error, and because Kaiser, Aileen's grandfather, is not physically present on the 99th floor. He's only able to communicate through a statue. This limitation means Aileen cannot talk to her grandfather directly through system notifications. As soon as Kaiser realizes that Aileen is behind the system notification, he becomes emotional. Grabbing Seo-jun with both hands, Kaiser, with tears streaming down his face, squeezes Seo-jun tightly while crying. He starts pouring his heart out to Aileen. Kaiser asks if Aileen knows how worried he has been and how much he has wanted to talk to his beloved granddaughter. Kaiser continues asking about Aileen's health, her heart, and whether she has been doing okay. But in his overwhelming emotions, Kaiser fails to notice how tightly he's squeezing Seo-jun. Seo-jun tries to explain, "You're hurting me," but Kaiser doesn't seem to hear him. Meanwhile, Kaiser rubs his stone-cold cheeks against Seo-jun's softer ones, saying how much he has missed Aileen and how he longs to meet her. On the other hand, Seo-jun grows annoyed, wincing as he tries to explain that the rough stone texture of the statue is practically peeling his cheeks off. But the reunion between Kaiser and Aileen continues, leaving Seo-jun in this awkward predicament. Kaiser hugs Seo-jun for what feels like an eternity while talking to Aileen. This goes on for a whole half hour. Down below, husband rabbit and wife rabbit are watching this bizarre scene, confused and wondering what Kaiser is doing with Seo-jun's body. Seo-jun's grunts and weird sounds add to their confusion. Finally, the scene shifts. Kaiser has calmed down and now sits across from Seo-jun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the statue, it's revealed that Aileen's father, Anton, is also present. Anton, known for his polite and composed nature, begins explaining everything to Seo-jun. He clarifies that neither he nor Kaiser is physically present, and that they can only communicate through the statue. Anton further explains that Aileen can see and hear them through system notifications, but due to an error in the tower system, she cannot reply directly. Seo-jun sighs, remarking how complicated this situation is, but ultimately accepts that whenever Kaiser and Anton want to talk to Aileen, it's Seo-jun's body that ends up suffering the most. Aileen then begins sharing her problems with Kaiser. She explains how a system error has prevented her from opening the gate to her grandfather's 100th floor. Initially, Aileen thought she was too weak to open the gate, but Anton and Kaiser assure her that it's due to the tower's malfunction. Anton explains that this system error can be fixed, but it will require a very high magic power. If they collect enough of it, they can hack the system administrator and open the gate to the 100th floor. Anton assures them that step by step, this problem can be solved. Hearing this, Seojun asks how he can help. Anton takes a moment to think and then says the first step is to assess the 99th floor. He asks Aileen if she has noticed anything wrong with the system administrator or any oddities in the tower's operations. Aileen, not fully understanding, asks Anton how she's supposed to recognize these issues. Anton explains that red system notifications, warnings, or alarms are clear indicators of a problem. By reading and analyzing these notifications, Anton can work on solving the issues one by one. But in classic Aileen fashion, she casually mentions that she deleted all the system notifications earlier. She shrugs it off, saying she won't be able to retrieve them now. Hearing this, Seojun and Anton freeze in shock, their mouths hanging open. They sit there for a moment, stunned by Aileen's dumb-headedness, trying to process how she could do something so careless. Seojun mutters to himself, wondering what their next move should be, while Anton rubs his temples in frustration. This episode kicks off with Anton, Aileen's father, who tells Aileen that since she deleted all the important system notifications, there's only one way left for them. Aileen must find a green system notification. Anton directs Aileen to enter the administrator mode and locate the green system notification. Anton sits on the floor, drawing something strange. Seojun is also sitting on the floor, watching as Anton writes out a strange language, guiding Aileen step by step on how to access the system administrator mode to find the green system notification. Meanwhile, an hour passes. Seeing that Seojun hasn't eaten anything for a long time, the husband rabbit brings him carrot juice. The husband rabbit is worried about Seojun's health, explaining that he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for hours, and hands him the juice to keep him going. Seojun takes a deep breath and acknowledges how difficult it is to absorb all this information at once. Turning to the husband rabbit, Seojun smiles and thanks him sincerely for caring so much. Grateful, Seojun picks up the carrot mug and takes a sip while glancing back at Anton. While drinking the juice, Seojun asks Anton if the green alarm he mentioned is really an alarm. Seojun knows that blue system notifications are normal, and red notifications signal warnings or errors, but he's never heard of a green system notification before. Anton patiently explains that the green system notification is a very rare alarm, triggered only when a species born and living inside the tower is on the verge of extinction. Seojun is shocked to hear this. He had no idea that the tower issued alarms when species were about to go extinct, or that the tower manager was responsible for resolving these issues. Seojun asks if it's the tower manager's duty to oversee the well-being of all the species within the tower and ensure none are wiped out. Anton nods, explaining that the balance of the tower is the most critical aspect of the tower manager's job. The tower manager must ensure monsters coexist peacefully and that all outside intruders are eliminated. Seojun is startled and points at Anton, asking if he himself is considered an intruder since he came from outside the tower. Seojun recalls encountering red locusts, monsters not born in the tower, wreaking havoc and destruction. Seojun has killed hundreds, maybe thousands of these red locusts. So does that make him an intruder just like them? Anton laughs and reassures Seojun that he and the red locusts are completely different. He explains that red locusts are viruses, beings that entered the tower without permission. They devour everything in their path and pose a threat to the tower's balance. However, if a being enters the tower without causing harm, the tower has no issue with their presence. If a being enters the tower without permission and causes destruction like the red locusts, that being is considered an intruder. On the other hand, Anton explains that humans who have entered the tower are not intruders, even though they did so without the tower's permission. Anton further clarifies that the permission granted to beings within the tower is entirely the tower's own will. Even Anton, despite his vast knowledge, doesn't fully understand how this works. Who enters the tower? Who leaves? The tower itself decides. It is a higher being, an enigmatic force beyond Anton's comprehension. Anton points his claw toward the red locust, emphasizing how humans benefit from the tower. When humans enter, fight monsters, and survive, they are rewarded with incredible treasures, all designed by the tower itself. Anton reassures Seo-jun, telling him there's no reason to worry about his place in the tower. Seo-jun listens intently as Anton smiles slightly and adds, "But if any human dares to mess with the tower or causes harm, the tower will punish them harshly." Hearing this, Seo-jun laughs, realizing that his presence in the tower is not considered an error. He is safe on the 99th floor, far from any threat posed by the tower manager. Just as Seo-jun begins to feel at ease, Aileen interrupts in a panicked tone. She declares there has been a huge mistake. Seo-jun, confused, immediately asks her what's wrong. Aileen explains that the moment she entered administrator mode, she received a green system notification. The notification states that a monster called Blue Carp, residing in the Lake of Zanka, is on the verge of extinction. Seo-jun and Anton are shocked to hear this. Anton communicates telepathically with Aileen, urging her to proceed with the plan. He reminds her that she knows exactly what needs to be done. He instructs her to immediately initiate the secret plan. Seo-jun, observing this exchange, is utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what secret plan they're referring to. Without hesitation, Aileen becomes deadly serious. She grabs her crystal ball, activates her magic, and shouts a secret word. The moment she utters the incantation, her magic ball begins floating in the air. Suddenly, Aileen enters admin mode, a process Anton had carefully explained earlier by drawing the sequence on the floor. Inside admin mode, countless blue system notifications appear before Aileen. She navigates through them with precision and opens a new system notification. There, she types a critical command: appoint Seo-jun as the second tower manager. As soon as she completes the command, Seo-jun's name begins to sparkle in the crystal ball. Moments later, at least 5 to 10 additional system notifications flood the screen, each detailing administrator rights and technical configurations. All these rights are transferred to Seo-jun. Aileen smiles slightly, satisfied with her work. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of Seo-jun's eyes, informing him that the current tower manager has officially appointed him as the second tower manager. The notification further states that Seo-jun now has a critical mission: go to the 75th floor and save the blue carp monster from extinction. As Seo-jun processes the information, his hand begins to glow. Bringing his hand closer to his face, he notices a blue-black dragon tattoo has appeared on it. Seo-jun is stunned and struggles to understand what the tattoo signified. Anton steps in to explain. This tattoo is a symbol, marking Seo-jun as the second tower manager. It is a rare insignia associated with the Great Black Dragon. Anton elaborates that in almost all cases, this tattoo is exclusive to other dragons and is never given to an outsider. Anton adds with a serious tone, if anyone sees this tattoo, they will assume you are a great black dragon in human form. This revelation stuns Seo-jun. Anton concludes by explaining that because of the tattoo's significance, no one will dare to trouble or harm Seo-jun, as they will believe he holds the immense power of the Great Black Dragon. While Seo-jun was still processing all the information, another system notification appeared before his eyes. The notification stated that Seo-jun would be teleported to Lake Zanark on the 75th floor. Hearing this, Seo-jun started to panic. His voice trembled as he told Anton that he would have to leave for the 75th floor in just a minute. Seo-jun was not ready. He hadn't even prepared. Since arriving at the tower, Seo-jun had never left the 99th floor. He hadn't visited any other floors, nor was he strong enough to survive the 75th floor alone. His fear took over as he frantically looked at Anton, worry etched across his face. Seo-jun shouted, "How am I supposed to fight alone?" The panic in his voice grew. "What if the 75th floor is already destroyed? What if it's all on fire? I'll fall straight into the flames and burn to death." Anton, seeing Seo-jun's state, quickly reassured him. Anton said with a calm yet firm tone that Seo-jun needn't worry. He had already planned for this. Anton explained that Seo-jun wouldn't go to the 75th floor alone. Since Seo-jun was now the second tower manager, he could take others with him. Anton firmly stated that he would accompany Seo-jun. He turned to Aileen and instructed her to grant him the rights to travel alongside Seo-jun. Aileen immediately got to work. Following the instructions Anton had given her earlier, she entered admin mode. With determination, she reached the option to make Anton a subordinate of Seo-jun. As soon as she pressed the subordination button, a list of monster icons appeared before her. The Minotaur, the 99th floor boss, Bear Mom, and many more were on the list. Aileen selected Anton, but as soon as she did, her face turned pale. A system notification appeared, declaring that Aileen had insufficient magic power to make Anton a subordinate and send him to the 75th floor. Aileen was shocked. Speechless, she froze for a moment. Seo-jun, hearing the notification, panicked even further. The panic intensified as the system announced, 10 seconds until teleportation. Seo-jun's anxiety spiraled. He clutched his head, pacing and shouting, "Stop this process! Do something! Send someone with me!" Aileen's mind raced. She thought if not Anton, maybe she could send Ox King or Baby Bear Mom, but when she selected them, the system rejected her again. Insufficient magic power. Seo-jun received the same notification. Only 5 seconds left until teleportation. The tension was unbearable. Seo-jun's panic reached its peak. He dropped to the floor, holding his head, shouting at Aileen to do something, to assign anyone to accompany him. Time ticked away. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Aileen desperately scrolled through the profiles. Her hands trembled. Only 1 second remained. Seo-jun, now running in circles, screamed, "Please, someone, help me!" In the final moment, Baby Bear and the Black Warrior Rabbit were selected. The system notification confirmed their subordination. A mark appeared above their heads, solidifying their roles as Seo-jun's companions. Before they could comprehend what was happening, there was a bang! A whoosh! In an instant, Seo-jun, Baby Bear, and Black Warrior Rabbit disappeared. They were teleported to the 75th floor. Anton stood frozen, staring at the empty space where Seo-jun had been. He looked up at the sky, muttering, "Good luck, Seo-jun." His voice carried a mix of hope and concern. Anton couldn't help but reflect. Despite Seo-jun's self-doubt and belief that he was weak, Anton knew otherwise. Seo-jun thinks he is weak, which is true if he compares his power to the monsters of the 99th floor, but on the lower floors, Seo-jun is much stronger than he thinks. On the other hand, the scene shifts, and we see that the system notifies Seo-jun that he has reached the 75th floor. With a slight bam, Seo-jun falls flat on the ground. Along with him, the baby bear lands gracefully, holding a huge club on his back, which could shrink inside. The Black Warrior Rabbit, however, stumbles and falls face first with an onion plant still clutched tightly in his hands. Seo-jun falls flat on his back, while the baby bear and the warrior rabbit land on their feet, maintaining perfect balance. Seeing Seo-jun's clumsy fall, the baby bear and Black Warrior Rabbit turn around quickly, worried sick, and start asking Seo-jun if he's okay. The Warrior Rabbit calls him Uncle, while the baby bear, as usual, calls him Daddy. This small display of care brings a warm feeling to Seo-jun's heart. Despite being in this dangerous situation, Seo-jun feels relieved. He's not alone. At least he has the baby bear and the Black Warrior Rabbit by his side on the 75th floor. Slowly, Seo-jun gets up, brushing himself off and looking around. He immediately realizes this place is vastly different from the 99th floor. The landscape is dense with forests, and the air feels damp and earthy. Seo-jun shows the black tattoo on his hand to the baby bear and the warrior rabbit, explaining that he has now become the second tower manager. He narrates the entire story, describing how he received this position and their current mission, to save the endangered blue carp species on this floor. The Black Warrior Rabbit listens intently, his mouth agape in astonishment that Seo-jun is now a tower manager. The baby bear, on the other hand, is ecstatic. He notices the tattoo on Seo-jun's hand and says it reminds him of Aileen known as grandfather and how cool it looks. Seo-jun, however, becomes serious. He knows there's a chance they might have to face monsters. Turning to the warrior rabbit, Seo-jun comments on the detoxifying onion leaf the rabbit brought along. He praises him for thinking ahead and tells him to keep it safe, as they might need it later. The mission begins. Seo-jun, Baby Bear, and the warrior rabbit cautiously start exploring the area. They remain alert, moving carefully through the unfamiliar terrain. However, as they venture further, Seo-jun freezes in his tracks. What lies before him leaves him speechless. A breathtaking blue lake stretches out below them, reflecting the bright sky above. The scene is utterly beautiful, like something out of a postcard. From their vantage point on the hill, they take in the serene view. The baby bear and Black Warrior Rabbit stand in awe, their mouths agape. Even Seo-jun is taken aback, his face lighting up with a gentle smile. For a few minutes, they simply stand there, mesmerized. The baby bear comments that he's never seen so much water in one place, especially not on the 99th floor. The warrior rabbit agrees, calling the scene stunning. Seo-jun, seeing their pure joy, feels a warm smile creep onto his face. Breaking the serene moment, Seojun says with a playful tone that since this is their first time venturing beyond the 99th floor, they should take a moment to have some fun. Without warning, Seojun dashes down the hill and jumps into the water. The baby bear and warrior rabbit follow suit, leaping after him. A lively water fight ensues. Seojun splashes water on the baby bear and the warrior rabbit, who retaliate with gusts of water. Laughter echoes around the lake as they play like children. But the baby bear, determined to win, suddenly grows in size, creating a massive splash that sends a wave crashing over Seojun and the warrior rabbit. Seojun barely escapes the gigantic wave. The baby bear stands victorious, grinning triumphantly. They continue playing for hours, throwing water at one another, laughing and enjoying the rare moment of peace. Eventually, exhaustion catches up with them. The baby bear lounges in the lake, using his fluffy belly as a float. Seojun lies on top of the baby bear, relaxing. The black warrior rabbit continues splashing around, still full of energy. After a few hours, they gather around a small campfire Seojun has built. He dries his white t-shirt, which, mysteriously, remains pristine despite everything it's been through. Maybe it's a divine white t-shirt, Seojun jokes to himself. Finally, once the shirt is dry, Seojun puts it back on. Looking at his two companions, he smiles and asks, "Did you guys enjoy playing in the water?" The baby bear is overjoyed, splashing around in the water, but suddenly he shouts that he is very hungry. On the other hand, the black warrior rabbit, fluffing his fur, comments that his coat has become incredibly fluffy after bathing. Seojun, chuckling, tells his companions that he too is starving. But since they had to leave in such a hurry, he didn't bring any food with him. Looking around, Seojun suggests that since they're in a jungle area, they might find something edible if they explore the surroundings. With that, the scene shifts. Seojun, the baby bear, and the black warrior rabbit begin trekking through the dense forest. While walking, an idea strikes Seojun. There must be a village area somewhere on the 75th floor. Seojun reasons that heading to the village will help them in multiple ways. They can eat and satisfy their hunger, gather information about the 75th floor, collect equipment and resources, and most importantly, understand the issue causing the extinction of the blue carp monster. Thinking about all the potential benefits, Seojun becomes visibly excited. As they move forward, Seojun also realizes that visiting the waypoint in the village would allow him to register his ID. This way, he could directly teleport from the 99th floor to the 75th floor in the future. Smiling at the thought, Seojun walks confidently ahead until he suddenly slams into an invisible wall. The impact is brutal. Seojun's face takes the full force of the collision and he collapses to the ground, clutching his face in agony. Black warrior rabbit and baby bear, seeing Seojun injured, immediately rush to him, visibly upset. Seojun, groaning in pain, explains that he didn't see the invisible wall and ended up badly injuring his face. Before Seojun can process what happened, a system notification appears in front of him. It states that Seojun cannot go beyond the radius of Lake Zanka. His mission is restricted to this area. Seeing this, Seojun's frustration boils over. He grabs the barrier and punches it as hard as he can, shouting, "This is so unfair!" Seojun laments that after being trapped on the 99th floor for so long, he was finally free, only to be trapped again, this time on the 75th floor. He can't even reach the waypoint to register his ID. Baby Bear, seeing Seojun's frustration, also strikes the barrier with his massive paw. But the invisible wall doesn't budge. A heavy stone hidden beneath the bush strikes his foot and flies several feet away. Seojun yells in pain, collapsing to the ground again, holding his injured foot. "How did I get hurt just by kicking a bush?" he shouts in disbelief. The baby bear, seeing Seojun in pain, becomes enraged. He growls loudly and marches toward the stone, vowing to avenge Seojun. The black warrior rabbit, equally infuriated, pulls out his hammer and follows. Seeing them both ready to fight, Seojun tries to stop them, fearing the unknown. Before Seojun can say anything, the baby bear picks up the strange object. Looking puzzled, he places it on his head and asks Seojun what it is. It's a pineapple. Seojun immediately recognizes it and shouts, "That's a pineapple!" He explains that it's a fruit, sweet and sour and incredibly delicious. The baby bear's eyes light up with joy. Hearing the word fruit, he grows even hungrier. Seojun suggests they cut it up and eat it right away. The scene shifts, and we see Seojun expertly slicing the pineapple into pieces. Its juicy aroma fills the air, making everyone's mouths water. Seojun takes a bite, a big smile spreading across his face. The baby bear and black warrior rabbit, holding their pieces of pineapple, taste it for the first time, and they're amazed by the sweet and sour flavor. They've never tasted anything like it. Seo-jun, reminiscing, tells them it's been years since he last had a pineapple. He used to hope every month that he could find pineapple seeds in the seed store on the 99th floor, but he never managed to find any. Now, holding the top part of the pineapple, Seo-jun says he can plant it on the 99th floor and grow more pineapples. The Black Warrior Rabbit, eager, suggests they look for more pineapples nearby, but Seo-jun says there's no need. They only need the top part to grow a new pineapple plant. Seo-jun then decides that they should search the 75th floor for any other fruits or plants that might be useful on the 99th floor. The baby bear, enthusiastic, raises his paw and shouts, "I'll help find more fruits!" However, before Seo-jun can respond, a strange sound interrupts them. They hear something emerging from the water. A system notification pops. Seo-jun freezes. Slowly turning around, he sees a massive frog's leg sticking out of the lake, heading toward them. The frog, standing upright on its hind legs, is almost as tall as Seo-jun. The sight leaves Seo-jun startled. A system notification pops up, explaining that this frog is one of the causes behind the extinction of the blue carp monster. Another notification follows, informing Seo-jun that 2,291 frogs have invaded Lake Zanka. These frogs are the primary reason the blue carp monster is dying out. Seo-jun is stunned. Before Seo-jun can think, hundreds of frogs begin emerging from the lake, croaking and hopping toward him. Seo-jun stands frozen, unsure of what to do. "How am I supposed to kill more than 2,000 frogs?" he mutters, gripping his weapon tightly as the horde closes in. Hey guys, we just hit 300K subscribers. For that, I am beyond grateful for all your support. Thank you from the bottom of my Today's like goal, 5,000 likes. Let's smash that together. And once again, I want to say thank you. And from my end, a big wet kiss for all of you. Now let's continue. This episode begins with hundreds of blue-colored frogs crawling out of Lake Zanark, standing upright on two legs like humans. They surrounded Seo-jun, their sharp eyes fixed on him as if ready to devour him whole. Seo-jun froze in place, his mind racing. The thought of fighting more than 2,000 frog monsters overwhelmed him. On the other hand, Baby Bear, with his massive club resting on his shoulder, stood ready to fight. Black Warrior Rabbit, gripping his warhammer, remained focused, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, the cute frogs morphed into nightmares. They bared their razor-sharp teeth, their slimy mouths smirking as they let out eerie zombie-like screams. Leaping forward, their poisonous tongues lashed out like whips. In a split second, Baby Bear grew in size, his club expanding with him. With a thunderous smash, Baby Bear obliterated 10, 15 frogs in one blow, their bodies burrowed into the ground. At the same time, Black Warrior Rabbit, perched on Baby Bear's shoulder, made a giant leap, landing with his warhammer raised high. He crushed the frogs like balloons, their slimy bodies exploding on impact. The battle wasn't over, though. More frogs surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Seo-jun, realizing he had to act, grabbed his axe and charged into the fray. Two frogs, noticing his approach, launched their slimy, razor-sharp tongues at him, aiming to pierce his head. Surprisingly, Seo-jun dodged easily, his reflexes sharper than ever. Even Seo-jun was shocked at how easily he evaded their attack. Without hesitation, he hurled his axe, slicing through the frogs' heads in a single swing. Their bodies dropped to the ground as he called back his axe, gripping it tightly. Behind him, Baby Bear and Black Warrior Rabbit stood like warriors. It was a scene straight out of a movie. They were ready, like a united force bracing for battle. Despite the carnage, Seo-jun realized something important. While these 75th floor monsters were dangerous, they were nowhere near as formidable as the ones on the 99th floor. Then came the system notification. It informed Seo-jun that he had killed 4 frog monsters in one go, earning 2,000 experience points. This was huge. Seo-jun, who was used to earning 50, 100 points per kill, couldn't hide his excitement. He shouted, declaring that all the frog monsters would meet their end at his hands and would become his experience points. Fueled with confidence, he commanded Black Warrior Rabbit and Baby Bear to press forward. The three charged as more than 100 frog monsters leaped out of the lake, igniting a fierce battle. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Theo, sleeping alone on a luxurious king-size bed, is shown enjoying a peaceful rest. The bed, soft and plush, seemed to cradle him perfectly. After a while, Theo yawned, stretching as he opened his eyes. As he woke up, Theo reflected on how long it had been since he'd slept on such a comfortable bed. A small smile spread across his face as he compared it to Seo-jun's lap, thinking how nothing could beat its softness. His thoughts drifted as he imagined Seo-jun's gentle massage helping him fall asleep. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Theo, still groggy, gave permission for the visitor to enter. The door creaked open to reveal Oren, dressed in a crisp white uniform resembling a waiter's attire. Oren entered politely, bowing slightly as he greeted Theo. He thanked him but added that he hadn't come just for compliments. Oren had prepared something special. Intrigued, Theo adjusted himself on the bed, waiting for what Oren had to offer. Oren, with a flourish, brought in a platter covered with a lid. When he lifted it, the aroma of a premium grilled salmon filled the air. Its golden, crispy skin glistened under the light, making Theo's mouth water instantly. Oren explained that the dish was high-quality grilled salmon, cooked to perfection. Two cute cat waiters entered behind him, setting the table with cutlery and side dishes. Theo grinned, his eyes lighting up at the sight. The fish looked so tender and juicy that he couldn't wait to dig in. Theo and Oren were not alone in the room. Two adorable cat waitresses entered, carrying additional side dishes. They placed the dishes gently on the table before stepping back, their posture polite and refined. Oren, standing to the side, politely suggested that Theo use the fork and knife to take a bite of the salmon to appreciate its flavor. Theo picked up the utensils with ease, cutting a generous piece of the salmon. He examined it for a moment before turning to Oren with a smirk. With a playful gesture, Theo offered the piece to Oren, asking if he wanted to try it. Oren hesitated, his demeanor polite but firm as he declined the offer, shaking his head. Theo couldn't help but notice how obedient Oren had become, standing there silently like a disciplined servant. Feeling amused, Theo leaned back and ruthlessly devoured the entire salmon right in front of Oren. Oren remained standing, composed, watching quietly. The scene shifted and we saw Theo strolling through the hallway, his steps leisurely, his mood light. He cleaned his teeth with a toothpick, savoring the lingering taste of the salmon. It had been a long time since he'd enjoyed such a delicious meal, but as Theo's mind drifted back to the 99th floor, he couldn't help but compare. The cooking on the 99th floor, especially Seo-jun's, was leagues better. This salmon, as tasty as it was, didn't come close. As Theo continued walking, he noticed a commotion coming from a nearby room. Peeking in, he saw Iona scolding Hegel fiercely. Hegel, looking like a child being reprimanded, had his head bowed, enduring Iona's lecture. Curious, Theo stepped into the room. From up close, he could see Iona's frustration boiling over as she berated Hegel. Her tone was sharp as she asked if Hegel had even bothered to check how many frog monsters were in Lake Zerka. Hegel, visibly flustered, stammered out an excuse. He admitted that he had been too scared to get close to the lake and hadn't ventured far enough to count the monsters. Hegel, though apologetic, tried to justify his actions. He explained that if he had approached the lake alone, he might have risked the lives of his teammates. His voice trembled as he admitted he still hadn't found the exact location of the underground cave where the Frog Queen was hiding. He promised to inform Iona as soon as he discovered it, but his words did little to soothe her anger. Iona, clearly unimpressed, retorted sharply. She reminded Hegel that if the frog monsters weren't dealt with soon, the 75th floor would be lost. Her frustration bubbled over as she criticized Hegel's incompetence, calling him a talentless subordinate. Iona's words were biting, and Hegel's head hung lower with each passing moment. Theo, observing the tension, decided to intervene. Like an old uncle, he stepped in calmly, suggesting to Iona that getting angry wasn't good for her health. Iona paused, her sharp gaze softening slightly, but her irritation lingered. She shot a sideways glance at Hegel and remarked that talentless servants were bound to make such mistakes. Hegel, feeling the weight of Theo's words, bowed his head again and vowed to prove his worth. Turning her attention to Theo, Iona sighed and held her back, her posture showing clear signs of exhaustion. Theo, noticing her fatigue, suggested she rest, but Iona shook her head. Holding her cheeks in a cute but determined manner, she explained that she didn't have the luxury of sleep. There was too much work to do. She needed to figure out how to eliminate the frog monsters and locate their hiding spots. Iona's resolve was admirable, but Theo wasn't having it. Without warning, he stepped forward and scooped Iona up into his arms, lifting her effortlessly. Iona, caught off guard, blushed furiously, struggling to understand why Theo had suddenly picked her up. Theo didn't explain. Instead, he gently placed her in the hooded cape on his back. He adjusted it carefully, ensuring Iona was snug and secure. He told her firmly that she needed to rest, and that if any urgent information about the 75th floor monsters came up, he would wake her immediately. Iona protested weakly, insisting that she couldn't sleep easily because of her insomnia. She barely managed to complete her sentence, though. The softness of Theo's fur and the warmth of his cape began to lull her into a state of relaxation. Her eyes grew heavy, and before she knew it, Iona had fallen into a deep sleep. Theo glanced back with a warm smile, adjusting the cape slightly to make her more comfortable. Hegel, standing nearby, looked on in surprise. He asked Theo if Iona should be moved to a proper bed instead. Theo waved off the suggestion, explaining that Iona was fine where she was. She would sleep peacefully on his back, and that was all she needed. Theo steps out of the room, his sharp gaze fixated on Hegel. He pauses, his claws subtly gesturing from his eyes to Hegel, making it abundantly clear that Hegel's actions were under close watch. Hegel, confused by the strange gesture, stands frozen, unsure of Theo's intent. Theo taunts him one last time, emphasizing that Lake Zanka's situation was entirely Hegel's responsibility, before walking away. As Theo exits the room, he hears Elka's voice calling out to him. He halts, slightly surprised. Theo wonders why Elka is seeking him out with such urgency. Wasn't Elka supposed to be in the village, managing the supplies and addressing any concerns? Theo had sent Elka on a task to distribute resources and gather information about potential issues. Elka approaches hastily, his worry clearly etched on her face, and begins explaining the situation. He informs Theo that he had indeed distributed all the food, water, and supplies as instructed. However, there was a huge problem brewing in the village. Elka's tone becomes serious as he tells Theo that the entire village is calling out for Theo. Theo, confused and slightly irritated, questions why the village needs him so urgently. Deciding to get to the bottom of it, he agrees to accompany Elka. The scene shifts as Theo and Elka step outside, greeted by the sight of nearly 200 villagers gathered before them. Men, women, children, and the elderly alike stand united, their eyes fixed on Theo with pleading expressions. Theo scans the crowd, his confusion growing. What were these villagers doing here, and why were they all begging for him? Their desperation was palpable, their voices rising as they pleaded for Theo to make them his subordinates. Theo, caught off guard, doesn't understand their motives. Before he could say a word, the crowd's pleas grow louder. They shout about wanting to work for Theo, to learn from him, and to become great wandering merchants like him. The noise swells, a chaotic cacophony of voices, leaving Theo overwhelmed and irritated. Reaching his limit, Theo finally shouts back, his voice booming as he declares that he has no intention of taking any subordinates. The villagers fall silent, shocked by Theo's outburst. Without another word, Theo storms off, his annoyance evident. Elka follows him, trying to calm him down. Theo, still frustrated, asks her why the villagers kept pestering him about becoming his subordinates. "It's annoying," Theo grumbles, adding that he already has enough subordinates and doesn't need more. Elka, ever patient, tells Theo to at least listen to them. He explains that to the villagers, Theo is a hero. While Theo and Elka are deep in conversation, a sudden commotion catches Theo's attention. A voice, loud and demanding, calls out from behind. Theo turns around to see a white-colored cat attempting to enter the area, but two black-colored guard cats are firmly blocking its path. These black guard cats, loyal to Oren's mansion, appear to be doing their job, but it's clear the white cat isn't backing down. Theo instantly recognizes the intruder. It's Marlene, his ex-girlfriend. The realization hits hard. Marlene is angrily shouting at the guards, declaring that she knows Theo personally, very closely, even calling herself Theo's close friend. "If Theo sees how you're treating me, he won't spare you," Marlene shouts at the guard cats, trying to assert her importance. But damn, what a sight. Marlene, once slender and charming, has grown noticeably plump and far less appealing. Theo narrows his eyes, staring at her, and questions to himself if this is really the same Marlene he once knew. While he contemplates, Marlene finally spots Theo. Her face lights up with an overly exaggerated grin, and she starts calling out his name, her voice piercing the air. "Theo! Theo! Theo!" she shouts, pushing past the guard cats. With a burst of force, she runs toward Theo, jumps on him, and hugs him tightly, practically clinging to him. With her paws wrapped around Theo, Marlene starts pouring her heart out. Theo, I missed you so much. Why haven't you come back to the village? Why did it take you so long to return? She asks, in an almost accusing tone. Theo, stunned and confused, barely knows how to react. His mind reels. This is the same Marlene who betrayed him and left him. And now? She's acting as if she's the one who's been abandoned. The way Marlene is talking, asking why he hadn't returned, it doesn't even make sense. Nothing about her behavior feels logical. Marlene continues, ignoring Theo's bewildered expression. She clutches him tighter, sobbing dramatically, and insists, I missed you so much, Theo. But Theo has had enough. Irritated beyond belief, he grabs Marlene's hands, attempting to pry her off. Let me go, Marlene. Get off me, Theo shouts, his voice rising in frustration. Marlene, however, refuses to budge. She clings to Theo with unrelenting determination, almost like a leech. Despite Theo's attempts to push her away, she continues her monologue, playing the victim, saying how hurt she is that Theo didn't come to see her in the village. You left the village to prove a point to me, didn't you? Marlene says, her voice tinged with manipulation. She claims Theo only became a wandering merchant to show her how successful he could be without her. If it weren't for me leaving you, Theo, you wouldn't be this successful, she declares, attempting to twist the narrative in her favor. Marlene even tries to seduce Theo, pressing herself against him, her voice dripping with mock affection as she says, I did this for you, Theo. I wanted you to leave to become successful, and look at you now. You're exactly what I dreamed of. Her actions and words only make Theo more uncomfortable and angry. Theo's frustration is clear as day, but before he can say anything, Iona appears from behind him, her small form climbing onto Theo's shoulders. Iona, still half asleep, rubs her eyes and asks in a groggy voice, Is this the same Marlene you told me about? Theo freezes. Iona, unaware of the tension in the room, casually places her hand on Marlene's paw. But as soon as Marlene feels Iona's touch, her reaction is explosive. With a powerful slap, Marlene strikes Iona, sending her flying across the room. The slap is so forceful that Iona crashes to the ground at a great distance. Theo and Elka, witnessing this, are immediately panicked. Theo rushes to Iona, his heart pounding with worry. Iona! He shouts, kneeling beside her, checking to see if she's hurt. Elka, meanwhile, trembles with fear, knowing that if Iona gets angry again, not even Theo will be able to calm her down this time. Marlene, on the other hand, acts as if she's the innocent victim in all of this. She screams loudly, putting on a dramatic show. I hate rats! She shouts, her voice shrill. A disgusting rat touched me! Ugh, it was so disgusting! Her eyes dart to Theo, seeking sympathy, but Theo's attention is entirely on Iona. Meanwhile, Iona remains on the ground, motionless and silent. The room fills with a heavy tension, the fallout from Marlene's actions hanging in the air. Everyone knows that once Iona regains her composure, the situation is bound to escalate further. He softly asks, Iona, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? His eyes carefully scan her face, and he notices a slight injury on her cheeks. Theo's hand instinctively moves to her cheek, and he pats it gently, his concern growing visibly. Should I put a bandage on it? Theo asks, his voice full of care and tenderness, his protective instincts kicking in. The moment of tenderness quickly shifts as Theo turns his attention to Marlene, his expression darkening with anger. Marlene, what are you doing? Theo shouts. How dare you slap Iona so hard? You need to apologize to her right now or this won't end well for you. Theo's voice echoes with authority. Marlene, however, continues her facade, acting as if she's the victim. She looks at Theo with fake innocence and responds, Why are you getting so angry, Theo? Is that disgusting rat more important to you than me? Her words strike a nerve in Theo, and his anger boils over. Disgusting rat! Theo screams, his voice full of disbelief. How could you call Iona that? It's your fault you slapped her so hard that she fell and got hurt. You need to apologize to her right now! Theo's tone is sharp, and his words carry a weight that makes even Elka step back. Marlene, taken aback by Theo's intensity, bursts into tears, crying dramatically. Through her sobs, she whines, Is Iona more important than me? Why are you scolding me? You shouldn't treat me like this, Theo. I hate it when you yell at me. But Theo's patience is completely gone. Don't cry like a bitch, Marlene, he shouts, his voice unwavering. You are a bitch, and it's time you started acting like one. Stop your drama right now and apologize to Iona. Suddenly, the mask of innocence Marlene had been wearing shatters. Her tears dry up in an instant, and a maniacal grin spreads across her face. She starts laughing like crazy, revealing her true nature. Elka and Theo are left stunned. While Theo had always known Marlene's darker side, Elka witnesses it for the first time. Marlene extends her claws, her eyes turning furious and creepy, and she starts to speak with a venomous tone. "I'm the most beautiful girl in this village," she declares, her voice filled with deranged pride. "I came here for you, Theo, to spend my life with you, and you're scolding me over a disgusting rat?" Her voice rises to a shriek, and before Theo can respond, Marlene leaps into the air, claws extended, ready to attack. "You're a foolish little cat!" she screams as she lunges toward Theo. But just before her claws reach him, Iona steps in. Iona activates her magic staff, her expression calm yet deadly serious. With a swift motion, Iona creates a small but glowing destructive orb, her magic radiating power. "Marlene," Iona says, her voice icy yet resolute, "Theo and I have a relationship you'll never understand. A relationship that is special, one you can't touch." Marlene barely has time to react before Iona releases the orb. It flies through the air and strikes Marlene's stomach, exploding on impact with a deafening blast. The destruction is massive. A huge hole is blown through the mansion and Marlene is sent flying far away, disappearing into the distance. No one knows where she lands, or if she's even alive. Iona lands gently on the ground, her movements calm and collected. Meanwhile, Theo sits down, stunned by the sheer power of Iona's attack. Elka's jaw drops, her shock evident. How can such a tiny destructive orb be that dangerous? Elka mutters, unable to believe what she just witnessed. Theo, equally amazed, watches the hole in the mansion and softly says to himself, "Marlene is gone." But before he can dwell on it further, Iona approaches him. She leans against him, resting her head on his stomach, her voice soft and drowsy. "I'm so sleepy," Iona whispers. "Let me hold you and rest for a while longer." Without hesitation, Theo wraps his arms around her, his face softening into a warm smile. In that moment, Theo realizes just how much he's grown to care for Iona. As she sleeps peacefully on his stomach, Theo whispers, "Sleep as much as you want, Iona." The scene ends with Theo holding Iona close, their bond growing stronger as the chaos around them fades into calm. And that's where this episode ends. If you enjoyed this episode, make sure to leave a comment and congratulate Theo. What was your favorite part of this episode? Let us know in the comments. Now, this episode starts in the city of the 75th floor. We are shown a very big building. Inside that building, someone is counting tower coins, and it is none other than Zaref. Zaref is in a bad condition. The building looks good from the outside, but the interior is in terrible shape. Zaref does not even have a proper bed to sleep on, only a dry grass bed that looks like a bird's nest. There is no table, only old boxes, and Zaref is sitting on one of those boxes while counting his coins. We can clearly see that Zaref does not have much money. He is irritated and angry, holding only a few tower coins in his hand. Zaref is frustrated because nowadays, he is unable to find a newbie merchant to fool and make money from. All of this is because of the Intelligent Bureau tightening security, not just on the 75th floor, but throughout the entire tower. Posters of Zaref are everywhere, making it very difficult for him to leave his house. On the other hand, Zaref is deeply upset. While thinking about his misfortunes, he gets up and knocks on the door of the room next to his. Zaref calls out to someone, telling them to get ready because they are leaving. Zaref plans to leave his room in search of a newbie merchant to scam. But before Zaref can step out, something comes crashing into his house at incredible speed, breaking his front door and walls. Zaref is shocked and scared. He falls to the ground as the impact destroys his house. Amid the smoke and chaos, Zaref sees that the tail of a white animal is stuck in his dry grass bed. When the dust settles, Zaref is surprised to see that the wall of his house is broken. Confused, Zaref tries to make sense of the situation. Then he notices a white fat cat emerging from the ruins of his dry grass bed. This white cat is Merlin. Merlin is furious. She punches Zaref's bed and starts cursing both Theo and Iona. Merlin angrily declares that she was so close to making Theo hers. She was going to make Theo her captive and live a lavish life, but Iona ruined everything. Merlin curses Theo, calling him a stupid cat, and says she was going to make him her own. Her eyes grow wide with rage, and her body trembles as she clenches her fists. Merlin swears she will make Theo and Iona's lives miserable. Hearing all of this, Zaref pauses for a moment. Then he smirks and calls out to Merlin, addressing her as a white cat lady. Merlin, still consumed by anger, does not pay attention to Zaref. Zaref calls her again and politely asks if Merlin has a moment to talk. Zaref says he wants to discuss someone named Theo. With a mischievous smile, Zareth tells Merlin that if the yellow cat she is talking about is the same Theo Zareth knows, then they both have a common enemy. Zareth proposes that they team up to teach Theo a lesson. Merlin, still fuming, listens as Zareth shares his idea. Zareth extends his hand, saying he has a plan to exact revenge on Theo, but he will need Merlin's help. However, Merlin, still angry, looks at Zareth suspiciously and asks who he is. After that, the scene shifts, and we are shown the forest on the 75th floor. The camera zooms in on the dense forest where Hegel has arrived with his two subordinates to investigate the situation and the location of the frog monsters. Hegel asks his subordinates if they have checked the lake to determine whether the number of frogs has increased or decreased. He wants to know if the frogs have repopulated or if they are slowly marching toward the village. Surprisingly, Hegel's subordinates tell him something unexpected. They inform him that they have just checked the lake, and the frog monster population has almost halved since yesterday. Hearing this, Hegel is shocked. He doesn't understand how the frog monster population could have decreased so drastically since he hasn't taken any action or killed any of the monsters. Hegel immediately questions his subordinates about this strange occurrence. At that moment, one of Hegel's subordinates urgently calls out his name, their tone filled with panic. Hegel asks what's happening and whether it's related to an attack by the frog monsters. However, his subordinates tell him there's no time to explain and urge him to follow them quickly, as something very strange is happening near the lake. Without delay, Hegel follows his subordinates to the lake, and as soon as they reach the area, Hegel's mouth falls open in disbelief. In front of the lake, Hegel sees hundreds of frog monsters, but these frogs aren't alive. Instead, they are lying dead, strewn across the beach and even floating lifelessly in the lake. There are hundreds of dead frog monsters on the shore and over 500 more in the water. Hegel is utterly confused, unable to comprehend how these frog monsters died or who could have killed them. One of Hegel's worried subordinates, still shocked, asks whether Hegel himself killed all these monsters during the night. But Hegel firmly denies it, saying that he doesn't even know how they died, and that it's impossible for him to kill so many frog monsters alone. As the group stands there, another one of Hegel's subordinates notices something unusual in the distance. Pointing towards the forest, the subordinate informs Hegel that they see smoke rising from a fire. Hegel's face turns serious, realizing that the source of the smoke might hold the answers to these mysterious events. Without hesitation, Hegel and his team decide to investigate the source of the smoke. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Seo-jun is shown sitting on a stone. Surrounding Seo-jun are the bodies of hundreds of dead frog monsters, their lifeless forms scattered all around. Seo-jun sits calmly with a straw hat on his head, adorned with pieces of pineapple. He is leisurely eating the pineapples while his companions, the baby bear and the black warrior rabbit, sit on either side of him, also munching on the fruit. However, Seo-jun doesn't seem to enjoy the pineapples much, and neither does the baby bear. The baby bear was 10 times more bored than Seo-jun because the baby bear only liked eating meat. While the baby bear could eat fruit as a treat for some time, the baby bear could not survive on fruit all day. The baby bear made a very sad face, clearly displeased. Seo-jun was equally upset. He opened his system notification and saw that he had only killed 1,150 frogs and still had another 1,000 frogs left to kill. Realizing this, Seo-jun became even more sad and frustrated because it would take him at least another day to kill those frogs. Moreover, Seo-jun couldn't go inside the village to eat something good because the barrier on the 75th floor prevented him from doing so. The only food he had access to was pineapple, which didn't help his mood. Seo-jun was visibly upset, and the baby bear became even more distressed. The baby bear, looking desperate, called Seo-jun daddy and complained loudly that he was very hungry and couldn't wait anymore. He needed meat. Seo-jun tried to calm the baby bear down, telling him that until they completed their mission, neither Seo-jun nor anyone else could leave the 75th floor. Although frog monsters appeared occasionally, as soon as Seo-jun started killing them, the rest would hide somewhere. Despite searching extensively, Seo-jun could not find more frog monsters. Feeling irritated, Seo-jun held a pineapple in his hand and asked the baby bear if he wanted more, but the baby bear started crying at the mention of pineapple, declaring that he hated the name and wanted meat instead. Seeing the baby bear cry, Seo-jun felt even more disheartened. He stood up and tried to console the baby bear. Seo-jun assured the baby bear that he understood how much the baby bear loved meat, and that the bear wasn't like the black warrior rabbit who could survive on fruit alone. The baby bear needed meat to thrive, and Seo-jun was aware of this. However, Seo-jun couldn't find any meat for him. Seo-jun then suggested catching fish from the lake, thinking it might be a solution. But as soon as Seo-jun considered it, his system notified him that the blue crab monster in the lake was already endangered. If Seo-jun started eating fish from the lake, the blue crab monster would become completely extinct. Seo-jun then realized that the blue crab monster was actually the fish monster he had come to the 75th floor to save. Faced with this dilemma, Seo-jun became even more worried, unsure of what to do. At that moment, he heard the baby bear's voice. Seo-jun turned to look, and the baby bear pointed to the dead bodies of the frog monsters, asking Seo-jun to cook the meat from them. Seeing the frog monster corpses, Seo-jun realized he could cook them using his cooking skills. This thought brightened Seo-jun's mood. He promised the baby bear and the black warrior rabbit that he would cook the frog monster meat well, detoxify it completely, and make a delicious dish. Hearing this, the baby bear and the black warrior rabbit became very happy, cheering loudly for Seo-jun. The scene shifted to Seo-jun carefully cutting consumable pieces from the frog monster's bodies. He wrapped the meat in detoxifying onion leaves to neutralize any poison. Then he placed the meat over a campfire to cook. It didn't take long. Within 4-5 minutes, the frog meat was ready. Seo-jun removed the cooked frog meat and placed it on a large black stone plate, which he lined with forest leaves. He cut the cooked meat into 3 pieces. The baby bear and the black warrior rabbit were ecstatic. Just as Seo-jun was about to eat the frog meat, the system congratulated him, notifying him that he had achieved an incredible feat. Seo-jun had become the first person in the tower to cook a frog monster. He unlocked the recipe for making green onion frog roll, and his cooking skill increased significantly. Seo-jun's cooking level jumped from level 3 to level 4 and then to level 5, making his dishes even more delicious. Seo-jun opened the status window for the frog meat roll and learned that using the detoxifying onion leaves had completely nullified the poison in the meat. Furthermore, the cooked frog meat had gained a special ability. Anyone who ate it would have their ability to breathe underwater enhanced. Seo-jun thinks carefully after seeing the system notification. He realizes that earlier, whenever he cooked anything, there was no special effect attached. Seo-jun deduces that perhaps because his cooking level has reached level 4, this new special effect option has appeared. Seo-jun believes that from now on, every new dish he cooks might have some unique special effect. The idea that the special effect allows Seo-jun to swim and breathe underwater excites him, as it could be useful for catching frog monsters inside the lake. But as Seo-jun stands there, lost in thought about his abilities, the baby bear gets irritated. Glancing at Seo-jun from the corner of his eye, the baby bear calls him Daddy and snaps that Seo-jun should focus on eating. The baby bear insists that Seo-jun can check his abilities later. Seo-jun notices the baby bear's irritation and apologizes, handing a piece of frog meat to the black warrior rabbit before taking one for himself. All 3 of them close their eyes, preparing to eat the frog meat. Seo-jun and the baby bear look very happy, but the same can't be said for the black warrior rabbit. It's obvious that the rabbit doesn't find frog meat appealing. However, when they all take their first bite, Seo-jun is amazed. The meat is genuinely delicious, and Seo-jun's eyes begin to sparkle. The baby bear also finds it delicious, and even the black warrior rabbit, who had been skeptical, admits that the frog meat is far tastier than expected. All 3 of them enjoy the meal, with Seo-jun commenting that the texture of the frog meat is light, moist, and flavorful, resembling chicken meat more than frog meat. It doesn't feel burdensome or heavy, and it even has a slight sweetness to it. As Seo-jun finishes his piece, the system notifies him that he has eaten a green onion roll, activating the special effect. For the next 30 minutes, Seo-jun can comfortably swim underwater and breathe with ease. Seo-jun is delighted, but unsure whether he's more excited about the special effect or the delicious meal. Afterward, Seo-jun begins cutting more frogs and stacking their meat behind him. He starts cooking a large piece of frog leg over the fire, stating that now that they've confirmed the meat is both tasty and edible, he plans to cook even more. Meanwhile, the black warrior rabbit enjoys a small piece, and the baby bear holds a huge piece of frog leg, eagerly requesting Seo-jun to roast several more pieces because he's still hungry. Seo-jun agrees, and all 3 prepare to eat another piece of frog leg. Suddenly, a shout from behind interrupts them. Seo-jun, startled, looks to his left, But before he can react, a shadowy black figure emerges and throws the meat from Seo-jun's hand. Thanks to Seo-jun's quick reflexes, he moves his hand just in time to avoid injury. The shadow is revealed to be Hegel, who had no intention of harming Seo-jun. The baby bear watches as the meat flies from Seo-jun's hand, clearly annoyed. As Seo-jun looks to his right, he notices a black-colored wolf that resembles a wolf chief, but its fur is completely black. Hegel, furious, scolds Seo-jun, demanding to know if Seo-jun realizes how poisonous the frog meat is. Hegel accuses Seo-jun of putting everyone's lives at risk by eating something so dangerous, calling him an idiot. Hegel insists that everyone throw the frog meat on the ground immediately. The baby bear, enraged by Hegel's behavior, begins to grow in size and punches Hegel hard. The bear demands to know how dare Hegel push Seo-jun, referring to him as daddy. The baby bear angrily asks what would have happened if Seo-jun had fallen. The bear questions who Hegel thinks he is to dictate what they can or can't eat. Although the punch was intended to be mild, Hegel is thrown far away, crashing into a tree and breaking it. Meanwhile, the baby bear grows to its full size, taking its war club in hand and glaring furiously at Hegel. The bear exclaims that it cannot believe Hegel interrupted their meal. Hegel, now on the ground, is in shock, wondering who or what could have the power to knock him down with a single blow. As the baby bear's anger intensifies, its eyes begin to glow, and it becomes even more furious. By this point, the baby bear has tripled in size, towering over Hegel. The baby bear, staring down at Hegel, thunders, "How dare you interrupt our meal!" Slowly, the baby bear steps forward, anger emanating from his massive frame, his huge club gripped tightly in his paw. With the ease of crushing a mosquito, the baby bear raises his club to strike Hegel. On the other hand, Hegel is paralyzed with fear. As soon as he sees the baby bear, he immediately recognizes him as the Red Bear, a notorious monster from the 99th floor. Hegel is terrified, confusing the baby bear with his mother, the legendary Red Bear. Hegel knows that if he engages in a fight, it will be his end. But before the baby bear can strike, Seo-jun steps in. Seo-jun positions himself between the two, his hands raised to calm the baby bear. He tries to explain that the black wolf is not their enemy. Seo-jun gently tells the baby bear that the black wolf was only worried for them. The frog monster, being potentially poisonous, made the wolf believe that if Seo-jun and the baby bear consumed it, they could die. Instead of harming them, the black wolf was trying to save them. From behind, Hegel watches this interaction, utterly confused. Who is this human? How did he reach the 75th floor, and how is he handling the great red bear so effortlessly? Then, Hegel's eyes catch something that stuns him, a black dragon tattoo etched on Seo-jun's hand. As soon as Hegel notices the tattoo, his demeanor completely changes. He immediately lowers his head, bowing in apology, and addresses Seo-jun with reverence. Hegel calls Seo-jun the Great Black Dragon and apologizes for his reckless behavior, admitting he did not realize who Seo-jun was. Hegel expresses his regret for acting foolishly in the presence of such a great person. Seo-jun, however, is surprised to see Hegel's politeness and submissiveness. Hegel introduces himself as the chief of the Black Wolf clan and assures Seo-jun that he knows all about him. But Seo-jun is perplexed and asks Hegel how he knows him. Seo-jun wonders how this Black Wolf knows about him when even Elka, the wolf chief, hadn't mentioned anything about the Black Wolf clan. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Oran's mansion, where Seo-jun is still lying comfortably in a room. Iona sleeps soundly on Theo's soft fur, her arms wrapped around him. Seo-jun appears distracted, his ears twitching slightly. Iona notices this, and with a curious expression, asks Theo what's wrong. Theo tells her he feels something strange, like an odd sensation running through his body, holding his ears, and concentrates intensely, trying to sense whatever it is. Iona observes him and asks if Theo is sensing something important. Theo replies that he isn't sure. Although he can't pinpoint the source, he's certain the sensation is unusual. Iona skeptically asks Theo if he is really sure, noting that there's nothing in the mansion that seems significant. Theo clarifies that the sensation isn't coming from the mansion. It's coming from somewhere far away. Iona gets up from Theo's lap, still doubting his seventh sense, but her faith in Theo wins over her skepticism. She turns back, smiling warmly, and with loving eyes extends her hand to him. Iona tells Theo that she trusts him completely and will follow him to wherever he's sensing this strange vibe. Well, I must admit, Iona is incredibly cute. She's the perfect match for Theo. Write a #cute for Iona in the comments section, and I'll definitely write it too. The scene shifts back to the lake on the 75th floor. Seo-jun and the Black Warrior Rabbit are sitting near a rock. In front of Seo-jun's eyes, a mysterious bubble begins to form, floating in the air. Seo-jun watches the bubble with intense focus. The next moment, the dead bodies of frog monsters begin to emerge from the bubble, floating eerily before their eyes. And the next moment, the surrounding water begins to ripple. From the water, Hegel and his subordinates leap onto the dead frog monsters and land on the sand. All of them have dead frog monsters clamped in their mouths, and surprisingly, Hegel also has a Black Warrior Rabbit perched on his head. They emerge from the water, swimming skillfully and deeply, proof they must have eaten Seo-jun's special meat to gain such abilities. As they step ashore, Seo-jun and Baby Bear warmly welcome Hegel and his group. The Black Warrior Rabbit jumps off Hegel's head, bounding over to Seo-jun to express his thanks. The rabbit explains that after consuming Seo-jun's special meat, he was able to swim and, more importantly, breathe underwater with ease. The Black Warrior Rabbit recalls how the last time he entered the 99th floor lake, he could barely hold his breath for 2-3 minutes. But thanks to Seo-jun's special meat, he managed to breathe underwater for an extended period, enabling him and the team to catch numerous frog monsters. Seo-jun, intrigued, opens his status window and discovers that in just a few hours, Hegel and his subordinates had successfully killed 750 frog monsters. Seo-jun calculates that only 500 frog monsters remain, but Hegel reveals that despite scouring every corner of the lake, they couldn't find a single frog monster. Hegel approaches Seo-jun, suggesting a possible location where the remaining frog monsters might be hiding, a secret cave. The mention of this cave piques Seo-jun's curiosity. Hegel explains that when he first came to investigate the frog monsters, he learned about the frog queen residing in the cave. She is the one hatching countless frog eggs, repopulating the lake at an astonishing speed. The frog queen is a formidable entity, capable of reproducing so rapidly that Hegel and his team couldn't act in time to stop her. Because the cave is located deep within the lake, the Frog Queen managed to hatch and repopulate the area before Hegel could reach her. Seo-jun listens attentively, understanding why Hegel failed to stop the Frog Queen earlier. As Seo-jun and Hegel discuss this, Seo-jun suddenly hears a familiar voice from behind. It's Theo's voice. Seo-jun freezes, unsure if it's really Theo or just his imagination. Moments later, Iona's voice breaks the silence, advising Theo to proceed cautiously since there could be danger ahead. Finally, Theo emerges from the bushes, stating confidently that he was drawn to this location by a strong attraction. He's convinced that something significant lies ahead. Baby Bear and the Black Warrior Rabbit light up with joy upon seeing Theo, their faces beaming with happiness. Seo-jun, meanwhile, is surprised but delighted. Theo doesn't come alone. Along with him is Chief Elka, with Iona perched comfortably on Elka's head. Theo's face radiates happiness as he leaps towards Seo-jun, embracing him tightly. Theo exclaims that he missed Seo-jun greatly. Seo-jun reciprocates the sentiment, expressing how much he missed Theo as well. The heartwarming scene unfolds further as Baby Bear and the Black Warrior Rabbit climb onto Seo-jun's feet, chattering about how much they missed Theo. The sheer joy of the reunion causes Seo-jun to lose his balance, and he falls to the ground. Soon, Theo, Baby Bear, and the Black Warrior Rabbit are all piled on top of him, their faces glowing with happiness. Theo continues to express how much he missed Seo-jun, and curiously asks how Seo-jun, Baby Bear, and the Black Warrior Rabbit made it to the 75th floor. Seo-jun chuckles, promising to explain everything soon. In the background, the Black Wolf and White Chief Wolf meet for the first time, engaging in an intense discussion. Meanwhile, Iona observes the scene and remarks in awe about Theo's seventh sense, marveling at how accurate his instincts were. She acknowledges that the strange sensation Theo had been feeling was indeed connected to this location. Iona sighs with relief and glances fondly at Theo, who is now patting Baby Bear's head, while the Black Warrior Rabbit perches on Seo-jun's shoulder. The sight of everyone so genuinely happy fills Iona with warmth. She quietly reflects that Theo is not only special, but also incredibly cute. And with that, the episode ends here. Don't forget to complete the goal of 6,000 likes. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe and comment on your favorite part of the episode. See you in the next video. Until then, goodbye.